in the Dongzhou Federation, Qinghe District, 2344. The light rail station stood desolate and empty. Gu Shen hurriedly glanced at his watch while running. Would he make it to the last train? A flicker of anxiety crossed his mind, but then a low rumble echoed from afar. Rumble. In the dark, shadowy tunnel, countless vibrant arcs of light suddenly burst forth as the final light rail train gradually decelerated, coming to a smooth stop before Gu Shen. Upon seeing the train, Gu Shen felt a momentary relief, but it was quickly replaced by a frown as he held his breath. As the doors opened, a wave of rust-laden air enveloped him. He took a step back, scrutinizing the train. The carriage was aged, its exterior mottled and rusty, and beside the window, 3 neatly painted digits in white reed. 001, if I remember correctly, hasn't Diding City long since phased out such trains? Beep, beep, beep. There was no time for further contemplation. The carriage doors began to close. Gu Shen ducked and squeezed inside just in time. He grasped the handrail and exhaled. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse. Gu Shen froze momentarily. Typically, this train headed to remote suburbs, and the last ride was often devoid of passengers. She would usually be alone, but today, there was a girl in the carriage. She sat directly opposite him, merely a few dozen centimeters apart. With almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, her long hair cascaded down, adorned in a sheer, almost translucent, pure white lace gown that revealed her delicate, pale shoulders and vast expanse of snow-white skin. The gown was strikingly white, yet the girl was even whiter, her radiance almost blinding. She stood on tiptoe on the carriage floor. A hefty book lay half open on her lap, the gentle breeze from the open door flipping its pages, creating a rustling sound reminiscent of falling leaves. This girl possessed an indescribable, unique aura, as if she were not of this world. In her presence, Gu Shen felt as though he was gazing upon a beam of light. Quiet, gentle, sacred, ethereal. As the pages turned, the girl lifted her gaze. Their eyes met, and Gu Shen hastily averted his, rubbing his hands together and huffing to mask his awkwardness. He doubted his own senses. How could there be such a beautiful girl in this world? And did she not feel cold in such scant attire? The second person has boarded. At the moment the girl looked up, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it quickly faded into calm. She closed her book and scrutinized the boy earnestly. The boy now huddled in the corner of the train, rubbing his hands together and huffing, seemingly unaware of what boarding entailed. Whoosh, the light rail gradually set in motion, arcs of electricity sparking and cascading against the tunnel walls. Although the train was old, it glided smoothly, the sounds of electricity reverberating outside upon penetrating the glass, diminished to a muted rustle akin to rainwater trickling down. The two maintained silence, neither uttering a word. The carriage was notably tranquil. If no one spoke, this light rail would traverse the long tunnel in serene silence for approximately 20 minutes before reaching its final destination. Yet this tranquility did not endure for long. The girl broke the silence first. A crucial question. Does a rail exist between 3 and 4? Gu Shen thought he had misheard. Was she speaking to him? He turned his head in astonishment, surveying the vacant carriage, meeting the girl's earnest gaze fixed upon him. He pointed to himself, and she nodded in affirmation. He awkwardly smiled. She truly was conversing with him. Does a rail exist between 3 and 4? What sort of question was this? The answer was undoubtedly yes. Yet at that moment, Gu Shen hesitated to respond directly. The reason was simple. In the depths of the girl's clear eyes, a serious glimmer reflected back at him, compelling Gu Shen to believe that this seemingly simple question held greater complexity. The girl extended a hand, pointing behind Gu Shen. He turned to look. The interior of the dilapidated carriage had, unbeknownst to him, been etched with a weathered mural. Faintly visible was an old ruler, its markings lengthy and stretching into the unknown, yet distinctly visible were the bold numbers 3 and 4. If he were to touch this ruler, the girl reached out, her hand hovering over the ruler, her voice softening like a whispering breeze, carrying a faint hint of melancholy throughout the carriage. Would you be able to touch? Gu Shen was taken aback. He suddenly understood the true meaning of the quest Iona number that was non-repeating and infinite, one that existed solely in theory. This number possessed infinite precision. whereas the ruler had finite precision. Even magnified a billion times, there would never be a point on the ruler that represented the infinitely precise. Gu Shen, what is your answer? Gu Shen felt a sense of disorientation. How did she know his name? The girl's outstretched hand slowly opened, revealing silver cross patterns flowing across her palm, emanating a soft glow. Upon seeing the cross luminescence, Gu Shen felt a sense of familiarity and warmth, as if returning to an old dream. He instinctively mirrored the gesture, extending his hand to intertwine his fingers with hers. Seeing this gesture, the girl smiled silently. But the anticipated touch never occurred. The girl in the pure, white gown withdrew her hand, slowly retreating to the farthest reaches of Gu Shen's vision, her smile fading gradually until only seriousness remained. Gu Shen. Survive. The wind in the carriage suddenly dissipated. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The light rail exited the tunnel. The light above Gu Shen shattered instantly. He abruptly realized everything had changed. As the battered train emerged from the tunnel, it seemed to be washed and cleansed by an unseen force. The light rail began to tremble, the entire carriage engulfed in violent shaking, resembling a twisted steel serpent, undulating and bucking, while the arcs of electricity outside extinguished entirely. The sound of wheels grinding against the tracks pierced through the tranquil dream. Gu Shen, filled with dread, gazed at the scene before him. The illumination of the entire carriage dimmed, still empty. Everything felt like a dream. Yet now the dream's filter had changed. The once bright carriage turned dusky, and the seat once occupied by the stunning girl was now taken by a tall woman in a black gown. She wore a wide-brimmed hat that obscured her entire face, holding a stack of yellowed newspapers in her hands, reading under the fractured light. Even while seated, she nearly matched Gu Shen's height. That if she stood, she would likely exceed 2 meters. 23:59. Glancing down at the time, Gu Shen's complexion turned pale. He may have encountered some inexplicable supernatural phenomenon. Although the carriage was dim, it was evident that the armrests were brand new. The rust, and where he had previously observed, had vanished without a trace. Had he truly spent 15 minutes in such a train? Every word spoken by that girl lingered in Gu Shen's mind, especially the last 3 words. Survive. A chill ran down his spine as he cautiously surveyed the imposing woman absorbed in her newspaper, sensing an overwhelming danger. Just as his gaze swept past her, as if reading his thoughts, the formidable woman in the black gown slowly lifted her head, and Gu Shen saw 2 dark, profound, genuine red glimmers emanating from beneath the shadow of her hat. Sir, the woman in the black dress folded the newspaper, raised her head, and politely inquired in a soft voice, I have a rather important question. I wish to seek your counsel. You, please proceed. Gu Shen clenched his fingers tightly, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to maintain his composure. His response seemed inconsequential, for after articulating her inquiry, the lady busied herself by retrieving a bone knife, which she meticulously cleaned on the newspaper resting on her lap, leaving a crimson stain upon the page. Then she unfastened her dress, revealing a silver ruler suspended from the inner lining, while her 2 immaculate fingers, adorned with red nail polish, caressed the area between the 3 and 4 marks on the ruler. Just a moment ago, the poised and towering woman grasped the bone knife with her other hand, tilted her head in confusion, and asked, Did I touch? Chapter 2. The answer: the gate shattered. A009 escaped. Repeat. The gate shattered. A009 escaped. On this fateful night, as alarms blared, some residents of Dating City were destined for sleeplessness. Wei Shu stared at the flickering screens in the emergency conference room, his expression taut. The urgent report in his grasp wrinkled from his tight grip. Veins bulged on his forehead as his fists slammed heavily against the control panel. Struggling to comprehend, how could the gate have been breached? With so many guards in the prison, how did A009 manage to escape? Just 3 days had passed since Dating City took custody of A009, and now an escape incident had occurred. The emergency report attributed the gate's breach to issues with the deep sea network. But how could deep sea fail? Wei Shu turned to the person behind him. Regardless, it has escaped. Ms. Nanjing, as the officer responsible for escorting A009, you must understand the danger it poses after its escape. We must act swiftly to recapture it. At the entrance of the conference room stood a woman with flowing red hair, clad in a loose black trench coat. Her hands clasped behind her head as she twisted her long locks. She did not respond to Wei Shu, but instead gazed calmly at the myriad flickering screens. Dozens of staff members each monitored a screen, all of which had been segmented into countless sections, retrieving surveillance from the gate to the containment city. Yet, no one detected any anomalies. After the alarm of the shattered gate sounded, A009 seemed to vanish without a trace. This surveillance network, capable of capturing even the flight of a mosquito, failed to catch a single hair of A009. Nanjing continued to twist her hair slowly. Her gaze turned dark and vacant, as the multitude of screens and the myriad lights from the surveillance flickered slowly in her eyes. A009 had not truly disappeared. It did not possess the ability of instantaneous movement. Rather, it was simply too swift, too fast for these ordinary staff members to track, even when the playback speed was reduced. Noticing the change in the light within Nanjin's eyes, Wei Shu's expression grew grave as he raised a hand, signaling his subordinates to remain silent and not disturb her observation. The entire conference room fell into a hushed stillness. Eventually, Nanjing focused on one of the screens, her mental energy locking onto a shadow that eluded the vision of others. Within a perspective invisible to all, she discerned the truth. A009's shadow appeared amidst a throng of crows. If one were to truly see the woman's face, they would experience an overwhelming sense of oppression. Its danger level was classified as A. The woman swiftly shifted her gaze from one screen to another, mapping a serpentine escape route in her mind. As she concentrated, tears began to stream from her vacant eyes. It last appeared on line 13 of the light rail, where the final segment of the journey was long, preventing it from disembarking. The woman in the trench coat glanced at the time and murmured, "If we take a shortcut, we could intercept it at the tunnel's exit." Wei Shu had already been waiting at the control panel, and upon hearing line 13, he immediately retrieved surveillance from several main roads along the route, slowing the footage. Indeed, he saw the ghostly, phantom-like shadow. That figure crashed through the gate and fled towards the outskirts of Dating City. "You intend to stop it alone?" Wei Shu frowned, expressing concern. "Capturing an A-class fugitive is no trivial matter. Perhaps we should seek the assistance of Mr. Shu. I have already sent a message to my mentor. However, given the current situation, we cannot afford to wait. 009's speed is too great. Once we lose its trail, the next opportunity to track it could be indefinite." Nanjing spoke calmly. "You organize the reinforcements. I will buy us time." Wei Shu's expression remained grave. She was right. This could very well be our last chance, and we could not let it slip away. Moreover, it appeared A009 was determined to escape Dating. After tonight, pursuing it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Then, let us act. If you can stop A009, I will ensure sufficient backup. With renewed determination, Wei Shu felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, it was line 13. At this hour, a light rail heading towards the remote outskirts would likely have no passengers. Wait, what is that? Zoom in. Zoom in again. Wei Shu suddenly spotted a fleeting black dot in the final surveillance view. Simultaneously, a series of black lines appeared above his head. Upon magnifying the footage, he could vaguely see a figure, approximately 17 or 18 years old, sprinting to catch the last train that should have departed. Who was that unfortunate soul? Wei Shu turned to Nanjing. Is there still a chance to save him? The woman in the trench coat remained silent. The line 13 train would pass through a long tunnel. He would be in close proximity to A009 for at least 20 minutes. Nanjing glanced at her watch, her expression impassive as she quipped darkly, "By the time I arrive, it should be warm." Wei Shu's expression grew complex. He had read the files and understood what 20 minutes in the company of A009 entailed. If it's still warm, that would be fortunate. Let us offer a moment of silence for this young man. He then collected himself, inhaling deeply, casting aside his distractions. The most pressing matter was to command the ensuing containment efforts. He resolved to go all in. There was no turning back. Tonight, A009 must be successfully recaptured to minimize the losses. Connect to deep sea, open access. I require assistance. Wei Shu's voice echoed in the control room. As he uttered the words deep sea, the responsible officer's expression grew serious. The urgent report from the back claimed that A-009's escape was due to a malfunction within deep sea. Wei Shu found it hard to fully trust this report. Deep sea, the vast network intertwining the entire Dongzhou region, had operated flawlessly for over 20 years, successfully managing millions of events without a single error. This time, he would rather believe it was a misreport from the staff. Indeed, every year there were misreports, which were later confirmed to be human error. The large screen dimmed, revealing a sequence of waves crashing in a waiting graphic, with a retro-loading effect in the lower right corner. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a blurry mosaic image of a girl running on the beach, stepping on grains of sand. Wei Shu tapped his fingers, patiently awaiting the result. Finally, the room was illuminated, and a clear, melodious voice resonated within the control room. Deep Sea is now connected. Serial number V3497080695527. Happy to assist you. The lights were dim. The train jolted. This light rail was a long serpent charging towards the shattered night's end. Gu Shen found himself within the serpent's belly, gazing into the eyes of a tall woman. They were markedly different from those of normal humans, emitting a red glow with serpent-like vertical pupils, sharp as swords. The woman's voice echoed in the empty train car. Yes. It is evident you have touched upon something. Gu Shen's reply followed swiftly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his voice trembling. Yet his consciousness felt unprecedentedly clear. One hand grasped a ruler, the other clutched a sharp knife. The tall woman in formal attire paused, seemingly disappointed. After a brief moment, she continued with a polite inquiry. Then, why is that? In the dim, fiery light, Gu Shen fixed his gaze on the old newspaper stained with blood at the woman's feet, trying to discern its contents. But the darkness made it impossible to see clearly. Gu Shen chuckled softly. Madam, with all due respect, not every entity can be perfectly embodied. Yet as we venture into grander realms, what we possess will invariably exceed our imagination. The space between 3 and 4 encompasses infinity. The crimson glint in the serpentine pupils of the elegantly attired woman flickered momentarily. She parted her lips, seemingly amused. Witnessing that fleeting smile sent a chill down Gu Shen's spine. He maintained a relatively safe distance, cautiously edging closer. The oppressive sensation that enveloped him remained unyielding. He had no doubt that a single misstep, even a misplaced syllable, could provoke this woman into drawing her blade. Thus, he opted for silence, approaching her gradually amidst the tranquil stillness. That newspaper was his sole means of understanding her, perhaps glimpsing it would prove advantageous. Yet, the lady merely uttered 2 words, continue, is an infinite non-repeating constant, which signifies its boundless precision, and on a ruler of finite accuracy, no point can denote. Gu Shen began to speak, striving to stabilize the situation, while slowly crouching down, looking up at the towering woman in the confined space. This utterance seemed to enrage her. As the smile vanished from her lips, replaced by a gaze as frigid as a serpent's, she grasped a bone knife, and the entire light rail was engulfed by a bone-chilling wind. At that moment, Gu Shen caught sight of the trembling newspaper in the wind, along with scarlet letters. A sequence of numerical symbols and a proof. It looked familiar. Where had he seen it before? His mind raced. He recollected the first time he laid eyes on the woman. She had been engrossed in the newspaper, her expression one of rapture. So it was thus. Nevertheless, I remained steadfast in my belief that within the confines of 3 and 4, one can indeed touch. Gu Shen lifted his gaze, his voice slightly hoarse. Madam, as for the reason, we both know, do we not? Alan Turing. As Gu Shen spoke that name, the tall woman visibly shuddered. She stared at him in astonishment. Indeed, Gu Shen had unearthed the answer. The lady's encouragement to continue was not in pursuit of the proof, but rather in search of a shared aspiration. The densely packed mathematical symbols and proofs on that newspaper pointed towards the ultimate destination, the very object of fervent reverence in the eyes of the imposing woman. All she sought to hear was that name. Alan Turing, the illustrious figure who forged the deep sea network, little known as a mathematician. Within the realm of mathematics, lies comfortably within the bounds of 3 and 4, easily approachable. Yet in the domain of physics, appears as a non-existent fictional number, unattainable and unquantifiable. Upon the utterance of that name, the cold wind of the light rail abruptly ceased. The flickering lights dimmed as well. The lady's demeanor softened. She extended a hand, seemingly intent on assisting Gu Shen, but a ruler slipped from her sleeve, the silver measuring stick she had previously gestured with. Gu Shen paused, instinctively reaching for the ruler. In the next moment, the connection between the two through the ruler severed. The light rail emerged from the tunnel. A howling wind poured down. An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness struck, causing Gu Shen to be uncontrollably hurled, clutching the ruler, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud. Gu Shen's expression changed as he heard a muffled thud, akin to something heavy slamming onto the light rail carriage above him. Whereupon a pair of visible footprints appeared above his head, a dazzling explosion of sparks, accompanied by a piercing, shrill roar. A long blade pierced through the iron shell of the carriage with impeccable precision, embedding itself in the shoulder of the elegantly dressed woman, like a nail securing her to one side of the carriage. Shortly thereafter, a second blade plunged into the top of the carriage, its edge rotating like a paper cutter, causing a significant portion of the iron roof to detach, as a woman clad in a long trench coat with fiery red hair descended dramatically onto the metal. Nanjing landed directly in front of Gu Shen. She narrowed her eyes, glancing back at the boy behind her, who was clutching his clothes and seated on the ground, and reported coolly, "Wei Shu, that unfortunate soul is still alive." Unfortunate soul was a fitting description at the very least. Gu Shen grimaced, gripping the iron railing to steady himself. That last impact had been painfully jarring, as if his backside had shattered into pieces. Now, all he felt was pain and dizziness. He carefully tucked the ruler into his bosom, hiding it within his clothing. The coolness of the measuring stick brought an unexpected clarity to his mind. Meanwhile, the woman in the black dress, pinned against the side of the carriage, was seething with rage. She reached for the long knife embedded in her body, attempting to extract it. As her 5 fingers brushed the blade, it ignited in a furious blaze, a brilliant silver light illuminating the entire carriage. The lady screamed in agony, forced to release her grip. The silver blade blazed with intense fire, yet the flames began to dim rapidly. Time was of the essence. However, Nanjing chose not to strike, but to wait. She awaited Wei Shu's command. The sound of electricity crackled. Change the battlefield. First, rescue this lad named Gu Shen. Wei Shu's voice resonated, each word devoid of emotion. Do not engage A-009 on the train. This is the optimal solution provided by the deep sea. Chapter 3. The fierce battle is the optimal solution given by the deep sea to rescue this young man first? Upon hearing this response, Nanjing was not surprised. She was acutely aware of what it meant to coexist peacefully with A-009 for 20 minutes. This was a rogue whose danger level had reached Class A. The ability to achieve this was not merely a stroke of luck. The records indicated that A-009 was obsessively pursuing a truth incomprehensible to ordinary minds. Gu Shen's ability to coexist with her could not be a coincidence. Could it be that this young man was a formidable, extraordinary being? No, there was not a hint of extraordinary aura about him. Just as she dismissed her previous thoughts, Wei Shu's voice rang out once more. I will sever this carriage. You need to take him to safety. With a thunderous roar, the light rail sped through the night breeze on the outskirts of Dating City. A dull cracking sound echoed as the carriage detached from the others behind it. The wheels screeched against the ground as the entire carriage began to lift off the ground due to inertia. Nanjing's expression remained impassive. Hold on to me. Gu Shen. He lunged forward abruptly, wrapping his arms around Nanjing's slender waist. Beneath her voluminous coat lay a warm, delicate frame, but he felt several cold, sharp contours against his hands. This woman had 3 long knives hanging at her waist. Remembering the cold glint that had severed the train, he couldn't help but shiver. With a jolt, the carriage nearly lifted off the ground, and the two of them stood at the bottom, sliding down at an almost vertical angle. Nanjing moved with remarkable speed, entirely unbothered by the large man encumbering her. As the carriage was hurled upwards, in that moment, she resembled a nocturnal creature, gracefully navigating the inverted world, maintaining her balance against the chaos. Holding her breath and focusing her mind, she wielded her knives in a cross slash. The brilliant blade pierced the darkness. Clang, clang, clang. The bone-cutting knife blocked the blade. Yet the lady's throat emitted another pained roar, and even Gu Shen could see the stream of crimson droplets spilling from her open black gown. At the moment of drawing her knife, all color drained from Nanjin's eyes, leaving behind an icy glare. She was not driven by a desire for victory. Although she had successfully pierced the towering lady's chest with precision, she immediately turned back. In a critical moment, one hand shot out like lightning, fingers tightly gripping Gu Shen's collar. As the carriage completed its 90-degree roll, she crouched down, forcefully stomping on the tempered glass, sinking like a diver into the depths. The shattered glass and swirling arcs of electricity resembled seaweed floating in the deep. The derailed carriage ascended like a rising submarine, yet this was land, not the ocean. The carriage tumbled, flung off the tracks like a massive boulder rolling downhill, crashing to the ground in a relentless series of collisions, scattering brilliant arcs of light. Just before it tipped over, two figures narrowly leaped out, landing on a patch of grass. Nanjin brushed off the dust from her coat, her gaze fixated on the shattered carriage that had come to a halt several hundred meters away. After being thrown off the tracks, the carriage lay silent, shrouded in stillness. As dust rose, she remained vigilant, drawing her third long knife, while quietly reporting, "The target has been rescued. A009 is still in the carriage." Wei Shu quickly responded, "Seal the area. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Do not let it escape." Nanjin nodded lightly. Crack. Her eyes caught the faintest movement from the carriage after the silence. Instinctively, she grasped her fourth knife, drawing it out. With both hands now holding a knife, she felt a surge of confidence, though an uneasy sensation lingered. She looked down and found the cause. "How long are you going to hold on?" The young man, lacking in resolve, clung tightly to her thigh, sheepishly rubbing against her while forcing a flattering smile. "Hero, I'm so scared." Was that expression genuine fear? After all, he had been laughing and chatting with A009 just moments before. One of A009's abilities was corruption. Nanjin's expression remained unchanged under normal circumstances. She can taint anything that comes into contact with her, including, but not limited to, knives, swords, metals, firearms, and even people. Gu Shen recalled the last scene in the carriage, the lady in the gown smiling and extending her hand toward him, and a chill ran down his spine. Corruption? That was terrifying. He had just taken that ruler. Would he be fine? During the recent conflict, he could not be certain whether his clothing had come into contact with her. Nanjin's casual remark made Gu Shen hastily release her coat. It appeared that a fierce battle still awaited them. With a deep sigh, Gu Shen lamented, "Hero, your skills are extraordinary and your demeanor impressive. I feel utterly ashamed." Shifting the conversation, he cautiously inquired, "How about I withdraw for now?" Truth be told, he wanted to flee. When gods battle, one should refrain from intervening. "That's fine. If you truly wish to leave, then go ahead," Nanjin replied calmly, casting a sidelong glance at the young man. "On this day next year, I will burn paper for you. Gu Shen, this area has already been sealed. I advise you not to stray beyond my line of sight, because I cannot genuinely restrain A009. Her nature is obsessive and mad. If she is determined to kill you, then no matter how far you run, it will be futile." Nanjin gently planted her two long knives into the grass, donned her specially crafted white silk gloves, and then red-dripped her knife, adopting a defensive stance before the silent, dilapidated carriage. She prepared herself for an impending confrontation, whispering a final warning, "Before the reinforcements arrive, I can only protect this small area. The farther you flee, the quicker you will die." The night wind surged. Visible to the naked eye, strands of silver light flowed forth from the dark void, resembling fireflies, ultimately entwining around the blades of her poised knives. At that moment, Nanjin seemed to transform into a river of stars against the backdrop of the night. Gu Shen swallowed hard, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. What were these flowing, ethereal white energies? Were they the legendary knife chi? Then came a muffled sound. With a resounding bang, a jarring collision echoed above the carriage. sending chills down one's spine. Specifically, this noise emanated from the bottom of the carriage. After flipping over, the metal carriage lay upside down, yet amid the swirling dust. A force inexplicably began to push it from within, slowly righting itself. Moments later, a towering figure emerged from the swirling haze. The lady pushed open the carriage door and slowly stepped out, her movements deliberate and dignified, as if she were a noble, even taking the time to adjust her wide-brimmed hat. From a distance, her height matched that of the overturned train, resembling a walking giant. The two knives that had pierced her chest had been eroded by her corruptive power, crumbling to pieces at the slightest breeze, their silver patterns turning to ash. Amid the dust, the tall woman slowly turned, surveying her surroundings before finally fixing her gaze on Nanjing. The red glow from her snake-like pupils seeped forth. Just the act of locking eyes sent Gu Shen's blood running cold. Nanjing was right. He should never have attempted to flee. If this creature targeted him, there would be no escape. In the next moment, a chilling scene unfolded. The towering woman in the gown slightly lifted the hem of her attire and executed an ancient, formal curtsy. In the instant the gesture concluded, the ground erupted as dozens of muddy water geysers shot up from the lawn hundreds of meters away. In the blink of an eye, she arrived within the range of Nanjin's blade. The bone knife wrapped in old newspaper slicing through the air at the intersection of the twin blades. The sound reverberated with tremendous force, leaving Gu Shen feeling as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, his ears ringing as he fell heavily to the ground. Was this a bone knife? It felt more akin to a bone-crushing hammer. He gazed at the formidable woman blocking his path, her trench coat billowing in the fierce wind, creating a sound akin to the rustle of a battle flag. In that moment, she embodied a powerful Valkyrie, unyielding and resolute, withstanding the impact of a force akin to Mount Tai without flinching. What followed was a swift retraction of her blade, unleashing a torrent of shimmering silver blade energy that surged with the wind. The woman, firmly planted in her stance, unleashed a flurry of strikes, dozens, hundreds, each glimmering blade illuminating the darkness around them. A deep, furious roar erupted as A-009 was engulfed by the dazzling light of the blades, its towering form akin to a solitary flower amidst crashing waves, violently thrown back into the swirling dust of the carriage. The dust had yet to settle when that overwhelming sense of pressure returned once more. The woman in the gown, propelled by the force of the blade, charged forth with exaggerated speed. Nanjin's expression turned icy as she prepared for a second strike. Boom. A third. A fourth. The high-frequency blasts of compressed air bombarded Gu Shen, leaving him on the verge of deafness. He was sheltered behind Nanjing, and amidst the cacophony of explosive sounds, he could hear nothing else. Wei Shu. Nanjin's condition was dire. Blood trickled from her lips, and red veins began to surface in her eyes, threatening to turn her pupils a crimson hue. How much longer until reinforcements arrived? At this moment, A-009 was no longer as recorded in the initial files. It had undergone some bizarre transformation. What had it endured to become so frenzied? Chapter 4. Guidance from the Deep Sea in a Cacophonous World. Wei Shu's voice resonated as the final tranquility. Alone in the control room, he connected with the deep sea, and upon gaining access, he felt as if he had merged with the omnipotent computer, his consciousness and thoughts sprawling outward. The entire map of Datong City lay before him. Wei Shu observed the real-time footage, witnessing A-009's frenzied assaults. All images were instantaneously converted into data, flooding in torrents, a deafening symphony of synchronized uploads. Unfortunately, at this moment, these data held no significance. A-009's strength, speed, and resilience surpassed that of Nanjing, and the precarious balance maintained through extraordinary means was poised to shatter. Wei Shu understood this all too well. A minute in reality was fleeting, yet, at this very moment, each second could be the limit for Nanjing. Every strike from A-009 drove her closer to the brink of exhaustion, and before reinforcements could arrive, she might collapse at any instant. Why had A-009 become so unhinged? Now, how to break the deadlock? In a moment of profound silence, Wei Shu, linked to the depths, began pondering these questions. he descended into the depths of contemplation, inundated by a torrent of information. Wei Shu felt like a blade of grass swept away by a colossal wave. He contemplated, he plummeted, striving to discern the truth and seek answers. In the boundless ocean, a flicker of inspiration illuminated his mind, revealing a vague silhouette of a youth. This was the guidance bestowed by the deep sea. 60. 59. In her heart, Nanjing counted each second as if it were an eternity. She could still endure, though her cheeks were streaked with blood and tears. Her dual blades, battered from relentless strikes, were on the verge of shattering, their secret markings nearly worn away. She resembled a vessel engulfed by waves, nearly submerged in the tempest. Yet, her fragmented consciousness clung desperately to the last straw, Wei Shu's promised minute. 40. 39. In her despair, a voice rang out. There was no time to explain. Nanjing, you. Wei Shu urgently relayed the guidance from his mind, and upon hearing it, Nanjing swiftly glanced at the youth behind her. Gu Shen's head buzzed, still oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Shu's voice resonated with conviction. If you do this, you will be unharmed. With a final, resounding crack, the long blade shattered. Without a moment's hesitation, Nanjing retreated a significant step to stand beside the youth. Before her loomed the towering figure of the lady in the gown, a menacing countenance as she raised her blade to strike. In a flash, Nanjing grasped Gu Shen by the collar, lifting him up. What a predicament! Gu Shen's mind blanked. The woman's strength was overwhelming, and he found himself unable to resist, feeling like a mere sack of sand, hoisted effortlessly before her. This was untenable. Was he to be a human shield? A tempest roared. Gu Shen shut his eyes. All sound vanished. Silence enveloped them. The towering figure, brandishing her dagger, paused mid-attack. Under the shadow of her wide-brimmed hat, two faint crimson glimmers slowly dissipated. Nanjing stood frozen. Wei Shu's strategy had indeed proven effective. For reasons unknown, A-009 had abruptly ceased her ferocious assault, using the youth as a shield. The once menacing woman, now immobilized, fell silent. She neither advanced nor retreated, maintaining a tense standoff. While Gu Shen sensed the weight of her gaze, the formidable lady sheathed her bone knife. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown in her heart concluded, Wei Shu's promised minute had arrived. Nanjing lifted her head. The tranquil night sky of the suburbs shattered. The distant thrum of helicopter blades heralding the arrival of light beams piercing through the dark clouds, converging upon the trio on the lawn. The cabin door of the helicopter swung open. Nanjing looked up, and in the brilliance, she recognized a familiar face. Reinforcements had arrived. The woman's expression was complex as she exhaled deeply, her taut nerves finally relaxing. It was over. The moment she saw the helicopter approach, Wei Shu realized that they had finally surmounted the most daunting challenge of containing A-009. He withdrew from the state of connection in the control room, his complexion pale as parchment. Each link to the deep sea had involved a deluge of data uploads. Digesting such vast information was no simple feat. Wei Shu's spirit was utterly drained, veins pulsating at his temples, sharp pains shooting through him, his back soaked in sweat. His strength spent, he felt as though he had been hollowed out. In that moment, Wei Shu could only sit in the chair, weakly struggling to move a finger. The woman on the other end of the earpiece remained silent. Wei Shu understood the meaning of this silence and smiled faintly. Time had been too pressing for explanations. The final instruction was, in fact, the guidance from the deep sea. Nanjing said nothing, fatigue evident as she ended the conversation. The helicopter roared, grass and debris swirled. As it descended, an unseen wave of gentle power radiated outward. The overwhelming pressure exerted by A-009 was subdued by an even mightier force. The dark and ominous lady in the gown attempted to move, but thick, robust vines erupted from beneath her feet, ensnaring her. Within mere seconds, she had become a solidified statue of wood. These vines continued to grow and tighten around the gown, becoming increasingly secure. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint hissing sound. This was A-009's corrosive power at work. The vines were indeed binding, but they were not without their limits. Amidst the helicopter's illumination, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit emerged slowly. Teacher. Nanjin's expression was complex, as if she wished to articulate something. The elder smiled and waved his hand, signaling her to ease her burden, to take it lightly. Truly, you are my disciple. Have you already mustered the courage to challenge A009? He leaned on his purple wood cane, slowly approaching the wooden statue of the lady, examining A009 ensnared by the vines, noting the traces of Nanjin's struggle. However, the elder stood beside the wooden figure, resting his hands on the cane, and gently remarked, "Courage is indeed commendable, but succumbing to recklessness can lead to demise. You must cherish your life. It is precious, and losing it here would be unworthy." Nanjin felt a pang of regret and softly replied, "If only I could have another chance, I would surely do better. You have already performed admirably." The elder gazed at the wooden statue, furrowing his brow. "Compared to the last time I personally imprisoned her, A009 has grown significantly stronger. That you managed to hold on until my arrival is nothing short of a miracle. Yet, I cannot fathom what she encountered in merely 3 days. Indeed, a transformation has occurred." Nanjin hesitated before stating. The urgent report indicated that A009's escape was due to a malfunction in the deep sea. Impossible. The elder shook his head decisively. The deep sea cannot malfunction. At this moment, the elder suddenly paused, his gaze shifting to the youth Nanjin was holding. She too looked down, noticing the boy sprawled on the ground, resembling a shrimp, clearly unconscious. In the final moments, fortunately, he saved his own life. It is difficult to fathom that A009 did not kill him. After A009's escape, he rode alone on line 13. Theoretically, the youth coexisted peacefully with her for 20 minutes. Nanjin recalled a particular scene, her expression shifting slightly as she remarked, "So far, I have not detected any injuries on him." "Oh." The elder raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing on his lips. "Perhaps it is merely a stroke of good fortune." Nanjin rubbed her temples, attempting to offer an explanation for Gu Shen. Mr. Tree scrutinized Gu Shen for a moment. He raised a finger, signaling for silence to Nanjin, and then smiled as he said, "For an ordinary person to survive under A009's hand, that luck is extraordinary. Let us take him back for dissection and study." The unconscious individual stirred slightly, then bolted upright, only to be promptly pressed back down by Nanjin. Her expression was peculiar. This lad was pretending to be unconscious? Aha! Attempting to escape, are we? Mr. Tree laughed heartily. "Do not be afraid. We are not the good guys." He snapped his fingers. With a couple of sharp sounds, 2 vines emerged from the mud, transforming into handcuffs that secured Gu Shen's wrists tightly. Several staff members proceeded to confine the towering wooden sculpture of a lady into an enormous sealed container. Along with Gu Shen, the helicopter roared to life once more, and they set off. Chapter 5. Interrogation name, Gu Shen, age, 17. With a birthday in 1 month and 3 days. It is necessary to remind everyone that I am still a minor. If you intend to do something, you should think it through. Some matters carry legal responsibilities. Gender. Under the spotlight in the interrogation room, there was a table and 3 individuals. Wei Shu sat on the left, Nanjin on the right, while Gu Shen was shackled to the chair with vine-like handcuffs, continuously casting desperate glances at the person on his right, only to be met with indifference. Residence. Building 703, number 13, North Ring Community, Dating City. Qinghe District, Dongzhou. Is this a household registration check? After routine inquiries into personal details, Wei Shu nodded to the camera in the upper right corner. The basic information was accurate. This youth had not lied. Mr. Tree, seated in front of the screen, held a cup of hot tea, smiling as he snapped his fingers. With a soft thud, the vine handcuffs in the interrogation room loosened and crumbled into fine dust. Gu Shen let out a sigh of relief, flexing his wrists to enjoy the newfound comfort. He smiled at the camera, nodding in gratitude. He could discern that the elderly man was not malicious. The handcuffs had merely been tight, causing no injury. The interrogation had officially commenced, yet the lead investigator, Wei Shu, sat in contemplation. On the helicopter en route to the interrogation room, He had read the use file no less than 10 times, from birth records to significant events. He was, in essence, an entirely ordinary boy. However, during the climactic moment of the deep-sea connection, a segment of footage from the light rail train was provided. Under the influence of A009's abilities, the illumination within the entire carriage had nearly shattered, rendering specific details unclear, yet it was evident. This boy named Gu Shen maintained absolute composure while conversing with A009. Such calmness was rare, yet not extraordinary. A009 was a deranged and uncontrollable entity, her characteristics still not fully uncovered. It was evident that remaining calm before her was futile. Had it been anyone else, the likely outcome would have been a lifeless body. The footage revealed that this youth had managed to calm A009 as well. Wei Shu leaned forward, his relatively handsome face illuminated by the light, taking on a ghastly pallor. In an interrogation, this served as a method of applying pressure. The shackles were placed on this youth because his level of danger remained uncertain. It was not an exaggeration to regard a person capable of taming A009 with utmost seriousness. Based on past experiences, individuals with seemingly mundane files often harbored numerous undisclosed secrets. Adept at masquerading and resistant to communication. Even within the interrogation room, they would not cooperate. Wei Shu believed he was dealing with a tough nut to crack and mentally prepared himself for a protracted battle. He enunciated with precision, "You have the right to remain silent, but every word you utter will be considered as evidence and documented." The youth appeared bewildered, his disguise convincing. Yet Wei Shu's keen gaze caught the subtle movement of his throat swallowing. "Ah, a sign of nervousness. Is it working?" Wei Shu inquired. "What transpired on the light rail at 11 p.m. last night?" "We have already obtained the footage, and as long as you are truthful." "Sir." Gu Shen interrupted, scratching his head. "I'm terribly thirsty. Could I have a glass of water?" Wei Shu frowned. "You are curious about the events on the train, aren't you?" After Gu Shen drank, he cleared his throat and animatedly gestured. "Let me tell you. That train was terrifying. I'm just a kid. Once I boarded, I saw a towering man. Oh no, a robust lady." Wei Shu stared in astonishment as Gu Shen animatedly recounted his experiences upon boarding, his portrayal starkly contrasting with his preconceived notions. This was not a taciturn individual resistant to dialogue, but rather an extroverted soul eager to divulge everything. There were minor issues with the light rail footage. It seemed to have been corrupted by A009's powers, as Deep Sea only provided a fragment of the scene just before exiting the tunnel. Based on the vivid description from this youth, Wei Shu gradually pieced together the entirety of the actual events. Half an hour later, the world finally fell silent. Gu Shen slumped in his chair, took another large sip of water, and eagerly asked, "Sir, how did I do?" He concealed the story of encountering the girl in the white dress and the silver ruler at the end. This concealment was both a test and a means of self-protection. The others seemed oblivious to any discrepancies, which disappointed Gu Shen, as it appeared the carriage surveillance had been compromised. "Very well, but no more details," Nanjing coldly replied. She glanced at the previously blank file now filled with dense handwriting. This interrogation had undoubtedly been fruitful, as the anticipated questions had been reasonably addressed. This youth had discerned A009's characteristics during his first encounter, successfully navigated the situation, and survived. Though this explanation sounded truly implausible, yet the living embodiment was right in front of her. This boy named Gu Shen appeared harmless, with an innocent demeanor. But Nanjing understood that the events on the train could not be attributed merely to luck. It required exceptional observational skills. Gu Shen cautiously inquired, "Sir, is the record complete? Can I go home now?" Nanjing hesitated. Wei Shu sat in silence, pondering the record, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Just then, the door of the interrogation room creaked open slowly. "Teacher." Nanjing rose respectfully. Wei Shu hurriedly delivered the file, and the elder, leaning on his cane, merely glanced at the document before smiling and gesturing for Wei Shu to remain. "Young man, come." He beckoned to Gu Shen with a smile. "Let us step outside and chat. Afterward, I will see you home." Gu Shen accompanied Mr. Tree to the rooftop. A cool breeze swept by, After enduring a series of tumultuous events, Gu Shen's spirit felt considerably drained, yet he suddenly felt much more alert. "Youth, Mr. Tree said gently, "I saw the footage from the carriage. You performed admirably, managing to deduce the answers through close observation of A009's behavior. Such adaptability is not something everyone possesses." Upon receiving the compliment, Gu Shen feigned modesty. In truth, he felt little emotional upheaval. "Ah, it seems the footage of me with the ruler has been lost." Gu Shen tightened his collar, awkwardly smiling. Just luck. "You are indeed fortunate," Mr. Tree remarked blandly. "Do you know that had you made physical contact with A009, you would have already been a mere puddle of remains?" Gu Shen was taken aback. He glanced aside. The elder's face was etched with deep lines. Yet his eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any murkiness. By his side, one could feel no pressure at all, but rather a refreshing warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Ordinary individuals encountering extraordinary events would not remain as composed as you. After surviving, they would not bear such a tranquil expression. Mr. Tree chuckled. "We are alone now. Do you have any questions?" In truth, there were some. Gu Shen sighed softly, smiling. "Yet some questions are perhaps best left unasked. I understand that principle." "What a clever young man." The elder's eyes revealed a hint of approval. "However, some matters do not require inquiry to be disclosed." Before losing control, A009 was a member of the Ancient Literature Society, an organization that spanned the 5 continents and delved into forbidden sciences. She possessed the extraordinary power of corrosive dissolution, and due to her obsession with taboo forces, she ultimately plunged herself into the abyss. Although Gu Shen did not inquire, Mr. Shu spoke up, his tone calm as he elaborated. Subsequently, she transformed into her current state. For certain research purposes, we did not eliminate her directly, but chose to confine and transfer her repeatedly. While you were fortunate to remain unharmed in this incident, you have now been intertwined with the realm of the extraordinary. Henceforth, your life will be far from tranquil. At this juncture, Mr. Shu slowly turned his head. He gazed at the young man and earnestly expressed the true purpose of their meeting on the rooftop. "Why not consider joining my ranks?" Gu Shen felt a throbbing headache. His decision to refrain from questioning was a deliberate attempt to evade such complications. What exactly is this extraordinary world? Are these extraordinary beings truly the ones who govern the order of this realm? Yet, he was acutely aware that if this was indeed the truth, then regardless of his ignorance, the reality would remain unchanged. "Consider it. This is my number." The elder produced a slip of paper from his pocket, inscribing a sequence of digits. "Feel free to call should you change your mind." Gu Shen stood on the rooftop, silent for a moment. Ultimately, he chose to accept the note, but merely glanced at it. With a good memory, he quickly committed the numbers to memory, then crumpled the slip and tossed it from the rooftop. Witnessing this scene, Mr. Shu appeared slightly taken aback, but soon smiled. He did not inquire whether Gu Shen had remembered the number. At the moment the young man flung the crumpled paper, he effortlessly snapped his fingers. Whoosh! The slip, containing Mr. Shu's contact information, ignited spontaneously without flame, gradually turning to ash. Chapter 6. Chu Ling. The clock had already struck midnight when Gu Shen returned home. As he pushed open the door to his modest one-bedroom apartment, he was greeted by a stark emptiness. The 30 to 40 square meters contained only a table and a bed, rendering the expression bare walls an understatement. Dim, mottled light flickered in front of the bed. Had he forgotten to turn off the holographic screen on the table when he left? Gu Shen paused momentarily. Meow. A cat's urgent cry for food broke the silence, albeit with a slight delay today, sounding more tranquil than usual. An orange cat sat before the holographic screen, gazing intently at the entrance. This was a stray Gu Shen had recently taken in, named Juzi. He had soon discovered this creature had an insatiable appetite, living up to its name. Yet curiously, its weight remained unchanged despite its voracious eating habits. So many events had transpired today, and it was already past 2 in the morning. It was commendable that it had waited for him. Yawning, Gu Shen retrieved a large bag of cat food, pouring it into a bowl. Juzi, it's time to eat. There was no response. Surprised, he noted that the clumsy cat had not rushed over immediately. With his back turned to the table, He failed to see the orange cat perched high, its eyes glowing faintly. Not eating? Missed this opportunity, and it may not come again. Gu Shen tapped the table lightly. Meow. With a sharp cry, Juzi jolted awake. The glow in its eyes extinguished, and it leapt down from the table, diving headfirst into the bowl to feast. Gu Shen watched in mild disdain at its eating habits. Once satiated, Juzi swaggered off to find a cozy spot to curl up and sleep. Meanwhile, Gu Shen sat before the holographic screen, carefully unwrapping a ruler from his clothing with a tissue, contemplating the silver measuring tool. It seemed devoid of any corrosive properties. When A009 had handed it to him, there appeared to be no malice intended. Yet, what was its true purpose? Images of the subway ride replayed in his mind, each frame freezing and flashing back. Gu Shen was beset by numerous questions. He had hoped to glean some answers from the people in the interrogation room. But instead, while he took a sip of water, he fabricated a story on a whim, and the man named Wei Shu remembered every detail with utmost seriousness. Clearly, the surveillance footage from the carriage had malfunctioned. Those individuals had no idea what had truly transpired on the train. They had witnessed a normal Line 13. However, the train he boarded had been the old and worn-out 001. What about that girl in A009? Gu Shen felt utterly lost, rubbing his temples as he muttered to himself. That old man said a new era is approaching. A new era, a new era. He opened a web page. The holographic screen displayed effects of waves crashing and rolling. In the year 628 of the new calendar, thanks to the supercomputer Deep Sea developed by Alan Turing, the 5 continents were tightly interconnected via a virtual network, allowing citizens to access vast amounts of real-time information and immensely rapid superintelligent services without leaving their homes. With such commotion tonight, there were no related posts in the news. Gu Shen frowned, glancing at the breaking news, sensing something amiss. He prepared to type, but suddenly hesitated. A phrase from the old man echoed in his mind. Someone is already starting to pay attention to you. That sentence jolted Gu Shen. If someone truly was monitoring him, he had to be cautious. Gu Shen was acutely aware that the traces of his online searches could easily become clues for those with ill intentions. A soft chime rang out. Suddenly, a dialog box appeared on his computer screen. Congratulations. The dialog box indicated that the other party was typing. You answered that question correctly. Impressive. Gu Shen was taken aback. The avatar was blank, yet the tone unmistakably belonged to the girl in the white dress he had encountered on the train. There was no need to worry about someone impersonating her. Gu Shen was certain that their meeting had been private, with no third party. Not even the enigmatic Mr. Tree being privy to it. He clicked on the avatar frame, eager to uncover information about her. But in the personal details section, no matter how he clicked, everything displayed is empty. This emptiness was not due to lack of input, but rather the absence of any fields to fill out. The small profile card bore no name, gender, date of birth, interests, or signature. Nothing. Just emptiness. Even the deceased, once born, would not possess such a void. Gu Shen had never encountered such a situation. Every citizen across the continents had to provide blood samples recorded in the Deep Sea database. And only through real name verification could one access the virtual network. Yet this card was entirely blank. Was it a system malfunction? Regardless, it mattered little now. Gu Shen felt a sense of relief. He was grateful he had not been honest in the interrogation room. Who knew what madness the men arriving in helicopters to retrieve 009 might unleash upon discovering the existence of an unrestrained girl. He certainly did not wish for her to be imprisoned like A009. Thank you, Gu Shen replied politely, then urgently inquired. I have some questions I wish to ask. For instance, who are you? He had an abundance of queries. Who was the girl? What was the story behind that train? And A009, along with the newspaper. The questions were innumerable. My name is Chu Ling. The girl seemed to possess a form of telepathy. As she immediately responded the instant Gu Shen's message was sent. I know you have many questions, but now is not the time. Those who wish to kill you are on their way. That single sentence struck him like a hammer. Gu Shen's fingers hovered over the projection keyboard, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. The current situation was perilous. Next, the communication will be blocked, and the network will be severed. I will contact you in another way. He struggled to digest this flood of information. Chu Ling's final message in the dialogue box echoed the parting words from the train. Gu Shen, survive. Chapter 7. The measure of truth. The incandescent light overhead emitted a crackling hum, flickering alongside the holographic screen. In the next instant, the light source extinguished, plunging the entire bedroom into darkness. Gu Shen sprang to his feet, hastily pulling aside the curtains. Glancing sideways, he noticed that the streetlights illuminating the derelict building outside had also gone dark, leaving only an impenetrable blackness in sight. Someone sought to take his life. Those individuals had already taken action. Severing the power supply was merely the first step. Meow? A calm cat's meow echoed in the darkness, as the lazy orange cat, previously nestled in its bed, had mysteriously appeared beside Gu Shen, tiptoeing and nudging his pant leg. A recollection of Chu Ling's words flashed in his mind. I will contact you in another way. Gu Shen froze. Could it be? The orange cat, with an expression of indifference, nodded slightly and raised a paw, pointing toward the door, accompanied by a series of loud thuds. Acrid smoke seeped through the crack beneath the door, the lock's tongue corroding under assault. This antiquated and inadequate security door stood no chance against such erosion. The doorframe trembled, and the unwelcome intruders would soon breach this sanctum. Meow? The window swung open, and the agile orange cat leaped onto the windowsill, signaling for Gu Shen to act swiftly. Was he mistaken? They were on the 7th floor. Gu Shen's expression shifted uneasily. The orange cat meowed urgently and leapt out, landing deftly on the iron frame of an external air conditioning unit, glancing back at Gu Shen with an icy demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Gu Shen glanced at the precarious doorframe, and without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to leap from the window. Time was of the essence, and indecision was not an option. His agility was commendable. He climbed out onto the windowsill, made a gentle leap, and used the air conditioning unit as a springboard to grasp a pipe. His feet finding purchase on the outer edge of the old building's wall, where jutting stones barely accommodated half of his foot. Phew, he had succeeded. Gu Shen exhaled in relief, just as he prepared to rest for a moment before sliding down the pipe, when the orange cat called out urgently, urging him to climb higher. Upward. Was the way below a dead end? Gu Shen hesitated not, hastily following the orange cat's lead. Boom. In the next instant, a violent explosion reverberated from below. A tumultuous wave of air surged upward, shattering glass, and within the cacophony of heat, faint screams mingled, swallowed by the flames before they could escape. Gu Shen's complexion turned ashen. The surging flames painted his peripheral vision in shades of crimson, the pipe searing hot to the touch. Yet, amidst the peril, Gu Shen climbed with remarkable speed. This dilapidated structure had 11 floors, and upon reaching the rooftop, he found a vast expanse where layers of clothing and bedding flapped wildly in the hot wind. Was there no law? Was there no justice? Gu Shen struggled to fathom the scene he had just witnessed. He steadied himself at the edge of the rooftop, peering down, a wave of dizziness washing over him. These assailants were utterly deranged. Their actions transcended mere homicide. Did they intend to obliterate the entire building? The sudden explosion shattered the midnight stillness, awakening many from their slumber. The fire had already spread rapidly, engulfing the 7th floor. From a close vantage, the old, dilapidated building stood tall amidst a raging inferno, swaying like a mirage from hell. Yet, the true catastrophe extended beyond the flames. Those awakened attempted to call for help, but signals faltered inexplicably. Power and communication lines had been severed. In the face of calamity, humanity felt painfully insignificant. They could do nothing but watch helplessly as scenes of hell unfolded before their eyes. Several charred, indistinct figures floundered amidst the flames, desperately trying to cry out for salvation. Even without hearing their voices, one could feel the agony and despair of the suffering souls in that moment. The unanticipated explosion trapped innocent residents above the 7th floor in the fiery torrent. Some chose to leap from the windows in a bid for survival. Whoosh, bang. The burning bodies fell in a shattered arc, landing with a sickening thud. Blackened remains scattering in all directions, ignited embers flickering like stars. Those who jumped were unaware that the flames were infused with a potent corrosive force. Witnessing this, Gu Shen clenched his fists, realizing that his decision in that moment had been remarkably astute. Had he attempted to flee downward, he would have been a charred corpse. Yet now, trapped in the conflagration, what was to be done? The pursuers intent on his demise. With such overwhelming malice, they would soon reach the rooftop. In that moment, Gu Shen experienced an unprecedented calm. The immense explosion had left his body trembling from visceral reactions, yet his fingers remained steady. He gazed at Chu Ling. The orange cat stood resolutely at the rooftop's highest point, also looking back at him. Their eyes met. In that fleeting second of enlightenment, Gu Shen retrieved the silver ruler, A009, that had been bestowed upon him. The orange cat spoke again, its voice still a series of meows, but Gu Shen, astonishingly, comprehended its intent. There were two adversaries, expected to arrive at the rooftop in 20 and 40 seconds. The escape route was cut off. He needed to use the measure of truth to counterattack. The measure of truth. So this silver ruler was named thus. How to wield it? Gu Shen held his breath, anxiously glancing toward the door lock. Time was of the essence, and whether it was a mere illusion, he could almost hear the heavy footsteps approaching. The orange cat urged swiftly, infuse your spirit. Visualize the scene. The measure of truth can transform thoughts into reality. The stronger your mental power, the more successful the transformation. Bang, a heavy thud. The door lock was nearly shattered by a forceful impact. Gu Shen gripped the silver ruler tightly, focusing intently on the door. His mind emptied. All mental energy concentrated at a single point. The imagery of Nanjing confronting A009 flashed in his mind, the two long blades coalescing into a radiant silver domain. The scale of the measure of truth began to illuminate gradually. A wind arose from nowhere, sweeping across the rooftop, lifting rows of clothing and bedding into the air. Boom. After a brief silence, the second impact shattered the door lock completely. A towering shadow surged through the broken door, its robust form resembling that of a full-grown bull. At that moment, the silver ruler ignited with brilliant light. The garments flung from the rooftop were sliced by countless fine threads, instantaneously creating numerous tiny fissures. The silver blades, swirling amidst the tempest, collided with the reckless figure charging forth. Nanjing's twin blades repelled the assailant. Gu Shen aimed the ruler at the imposing man. In that instant, the two scenes bore an uncanny resemblance, though the latter was far more sanguinary and harrowing. Ak, the towering man, propelled from the rooftop, emitted a thunderous roar from his throat, the brief stillness stemming from his deliberate pause in the cat-and-mouse game. Based on intelligence reports, this target was merely an ordinary person. Yet, he had never anticipated being met with such overwhelming malice. The petrified flesh was instantaneously torn apart by a multitude of overlapping blades, and the immense inertia of his collision against the door propelled him into an irretrievable abyss. Countless blades hung suspended above the rooftop. The tip of the measure of truth, entwined with silvery radiance, etched the rooftop into the envisioned domain of Nanjing's blades within Gu Shen's imagination. The reason it is referred to as an imagined domain of blades is that Gu Shen is utterly incapable of comprehending how Nanjing manifested such a realm of sorts. Thus, he relied on his own imagination to reconstruct a domain of blades. The nature of his adversary is remarkably simplistic yet audacious. With a mere flick of the wrist, an entire building can be set ablaze, indicating a profound disregard for life. Consequently, it is only natural for him to perceive himself as an insignificant insect. In a fleeting moment of thought, Gu Shen resolved to transform the rooftop into a quagmire suspended with razor-sharp blades. The intruder, crashing into this mire with the force of 1,000 June, at this moment, resembled a willing sacrifice, yearning for a death by 1,000 cuts. In this static tableau, he actively cleaved himself apart. A spray of fresh blood erupted forth, with a warm splash landing upon Gu Shen's face. Chapter 8. Dialing tick. Talk. Blood drips. Gu Shen clutched the ruler in one hand while the other wiped his cheek, engulfed in a fiery torrent. The sole entrance to the rooftop lay shattered, and the individual responsible for this destruction was now scattered in every direction upon the rooftop. Time seemed to elongate. For Gu Shen, a single second felt akin to an hour. He could discern the fluttering corners of every sheet on the rooftop, the erratic forms of the flames as they danced, and perceived the essence of all that surrounded him. Grasping the ruler of truth, his thoughts crystallized yet became numb. This power was less a divine gift and more a pact forged with the devil. As one wields power and gazes into the abyss gazes back. The orange cat fell silent, perched delicately upon Gu Shen's shoulder, its eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of light, observing him intently. This person is dead. A thought flickered through Gu Shen's mind as he regarded the disarray of door panels and bloodstains before him. I did this. Confusion soon followed. Did I? In the expanse of time, countless thoughts were severed, each inquiry yielding the same answer. He brought this upon himself. Gu Shen exhaled deeply, feeling his strength wane, as though he had traversed a century, when in reality, merely 20 seconds had elapsed. After 20 seconds, Gu Shen wiped the blood from his face and silently regarded the second pursuer, who appeared shocked by the gruesome scene at the edge of his vision. There were two who sought his demise. The brute he had just slain possessed strength akin to that of enhanced physicality, evident from the manner in which he had burst through the door. A mere brute. The figure now before him, in stark contrast, was slight and unimposing. It was this individual who had attempted to breach his door earlier. He recalled the sound of the door's decay. This man wielded a similar power. Thus, he must also be the instigator of this arson. Gu Shen's gaze fell slowly. At the end of the corridor lay his companion, reduced to a heap of shattered remains, pale and trembling. Was this a jest? Doubt clouded his vision as he questioned the reality before him. Was this truly real? On the rooftop, the youth wielding a ruler of countless blades fixed his icy gaze upon him, and merely through that gaze, an invisible pressure descended. How could this possibly be an ordinary individual? He is afraid. Gu Shen discerned the meaning in the other's eyes. Is it fear of himself, or of this ruler? He glanced at the silver ruler, and within its shimmering surface, he saw a reflection of himself, a visage once familiar, now rendered foreign. As it bore the weight of unrestrained murderous intent, having killed so many, you deserve death. Gu Shen felt his voice gradually emerge from his chest. This time, he envisioned the scene he had just glimpsed from above the rooftop. Innocent souls trapped in the inferno, reduced to cinders by the explosion. As the echoes of his thoughts settled, a brilliant flash erupted from the ruler of truth, its silver luminescence crashing into the shadows of the corridor. Darkness transformed into light. Under the ruler's power, the extraordinary being before him appeared as insignificant as an ant. The terrified man suddenly ignited, screaming as he frantically beat at himself, rolling upon the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. Yet the inferno surged forth, engulfing him like a tidal wave. This was a fierce yet gentle consuming fire, burning solely upon him, even as he collided with the stacked wooden boards in the corner. Only a few dim sparks were emitted, extinguished in an instant. This flame did not spread, it consumed only him. Moments later, the arsonist's frantic screams faded to silence, reduced to ash by the very flames he had ignited. This fire, wholly defying logic and understanding, gradually extinguished. A miracle. In a certain sense, this was indeed a miracle. Gu Shen gazed upon this scene, watching the flames surging through the dark corridor, slowly dimming, ultimately turning to ash. Each second consumed also claimed a fragment of his thoughts. It was an ethereal and yet palpable sensation. The man burned away. His own thoughts too were being incinerated. The miracle was sustained by his grip on the ruler. In the unseen realm, his very spirit served as fuel. Once the flames subsided, only weariness remained. Gu Shen released a long breath. The fingers clutching the ruler began to tremble violently. A pain akin to needles surged forth like a tide, and he gasped for fresh air, as if the intense heat had rendered his chest a prison. A slight after-effect. The orange cat reiterated the phrase slightly, calmly stating, "To command the winds and rains like a deity, one must inevitably pay a price. Would you not agree?" Indeed. Gu Shen rasped a laugh. Thank you for the reminder. The drained spirit incessantly urged Gu Shen to release his hold. Yet he did not relinquish the ruler. Instead, he tightened his grip and slowly lifted his gaze to the sky. The once dissipated mental energy began to coalesce anew. The orange cat mirrored Gu Shen's movement, raising its gaze as well. Above the rooftop, Shrouded in the smoke of the fiery tide, dark clouds began to gather inexplicably, rapidly coalescing and thickening, ultimately enveloping the old building, soon followed by a gentle drizzle that crescendoed into a torrential downpour. Though absurd, this scene remained within the bounds of the ruler's capabilities. "You truly are a madman," Chuling mused softly. Gu Shen smiled. "May I interpret that as a compliment?" He felt akin to a parched plant, rejuvenated by rain, or perhaps inundated by a tempest. The rain fell in a cacophony. Gu Shen felt a genuine headache, a pain that permeated both mind and body. The final downpour drained his every ounce of spirit, and at this moment, he could no longer conjure the rain's intensity with the precision he once possessed when fabricating the domain of blades, yet judging by the roaring deluge. Extinguishing the flames would pose no challenge. With these actions completed, Gu Shen found himself at a point where even closing his eyes brought excruciating pain. Truly, it was a transaction made with the devil. As the transaction concluded, not only would he revert to his original form, but he would also plummet into the abyss. Meow? The orange cat mewed. Gu Shen's gaze grew perplexed. He struggled to maintain his grip on the ruler. Chuling's voice faded, becoming indistinguishable from the cat's mewling. Rain cascaded down as he slumped against the wall, his consciousness gradually drifting. The orange cat sighed, nudging its small head into his embrace, retrieving a phone. Gu Shen's lips were parched. He lacked the strength to be astonished as he helplessly watched the orange cat dial a number on his behalf. Beep, beep. The second ring was answered. "Hello." Gu Shen summoned his last reserves of strength to ask, "It's me." A faint chuckle resonated from the other end, as if they had anticipated his call. Gu Shen hoarsely continued, "I'm in trouble. Can you help me out?" "Of course," came the relaxed reply from the other side of the line. "We can handle even the gravest of troubles." "Is that so?" Gu Shen chuckled wearily. "Two terrifying individuals sought to eliminate me, yet I managed to turn the tables on them. Surely, this can be deemed self-defense. Please, take care of the situation." The faint laughter on the other end of the line faded away. Chapter 9. The Verdict, Headache. It was unclear how much time had passed. A thought flickered through Gu Shen's mind. My head hurt so much. Despite the silence enveloping him, his mind felt as though it were being swept away by a tsunami. A silent roar surged within him, making Gu Shen feel like a fallen leaf. He sensed his limbs resting steadily, yet it felt as if he were tossed into a spinning cylinder, the world swirling around him. Struggling to open his eyes, he was met with blinding light illuminating his face. Hiss! Pain surged through every inch of his body, making even the slightest movement of a finger an arduous task. "You are awake." A familiar, cool female voice broke through. Gu Shen mustered the effort to turn his head, the simple action exhausting all his strength. The spacious, pristine white hospital room was eerily quiet, save for the slow ticking of the wall clock. Nanjing sat by the bed with a short dagger in her arms, her windbreaker slightly ajar, revealing the alluring contours of her black bodysuit. To Gu Shen's eyes, her figure seemed to sway, gradually overlapping into a singular image. Its distinctiveness made it recognizable, even in the haze of his vision. "You have been taking care of me?" Gu Shen smiled warmly, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Sister Nanjing." The moment he uttered sister, the sheath of the dagger in her arms emitted a faint click. "Do not misunderstand. I am merely fulfilling my teacher's orders," she replied coldly. "Moreover, it is the hospital's doctors and nurses who have tended to you. I have done nothing but wait here." Too polite, too polite, Gu Shen thought differently. The previous fire attack had nearly cost him his life, leaving him drained as he barely managed to call for help. In hindsight, had he remained in the courtroom overnight, he would have faced far fewer troubles. Those two terrifying figures, in the presence of this woman, seemed utterly inconsequential, did they not? With such a formidable ally by his side, he should feel secure. Gu Shen exhaled deeply, a complex mix of relief and trepidation flooding his heart, grateful that he had managed to make that call. But soon, Gu Shen felt a twitch in his eyelids. He noticed he was dressed in a hospital gown, and as he searched his pockets, he found them empty. He had always been financially challenged. Money was of little consequence. But where was the truth scale? "Sister Nan," Gu Shen tentatively began, gauging her expression before amending his address. "Brother Nanjing, how long have I been lying here?" This time, the dagger sheath did not radiate any chill. Nanjing glanced at the clock and replied curtly, "Since the call ended and you were brought here, a total of 28 hours have passed. The doctors have checked. They say you are fine and just need to rest. Are you a pig, to sleep for so long? Did I really sleep that long?" Gu Shen felt a tinge of embarrassment. Rubbing his head, he asked, how did I end up here? You do not remember? Nanjing frowned. She activated the hospital's projector, and a news report appeared. A sudden fire broke out in a residential area of Biting City. The ones who tried to kill you caused this fire. They believed you to be a powerless, ordinary person. Little did they expect in their moment of crisis. You awakened your extraordinary powers, and of a remarkably high caliber at that. As Nanjing spoke, she noticed the change in Gu Shen's expression. You, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? She inquired with concern. No, nothing. Gu Shen rubbed his temples. What was happening? From Nanjing's tone, it seemed they assumed he, too, possessed such extraordinary abilities, which was reasonable given the bloody scene on the rooftop could not be explained otherwise. However, from the information just shared, the truth scale had not been revealed. It must have been taken by Deju. This was a piece of good news. Gu Shen steadied himself, only to hear Nanjing ask, "What was it like to awaken your extraordinary powers?" Gu Shen forced a look of reminiscence. It was painful. I felt as if all my strength was being drained. I have none left now. Nanjing comforted him. The greater the power of the extraordinary, the heavier the burden. I have seen the scene on the rooftop. Your awakened power is so formidable that your exhaustion is entirely normal. There is no need for concern. Gu Shen expressed his worries. What about those two individuals? Am I responsible for anything? Rest assured, those who commit such acts hide in the shadows, beyond the light. Nanjing's tone softened unexpectedly. Moreover, you are now a member of the Judgment Office, and no one will dare to bully you. After all, even the hound must heed its master. That's good. Gu Shen sighed in relief, then scratched his head. Wait a moment. What does it mean to be a member of the Judgment Office? Nanjing smiled and repeated, Judgment Office. What is being judged? Judgment Office. Nanjing patiently taught Gu Shen to pronounce the three characters, then slowly produced a paper contract, saying, "Here, this is the agreement you signed before being sent for treatment, and my teacher has signed on your behalf." The contract was densely filled with text, causing Gu Shen to feel dizzy. Finally, he spotted his own haphazard signature in the lower right corner, accompanied by a red thumbprint. Signed. Gu Shen took the contract, bewildered. If you like it, feel free to keep it. Ripping it up is fine since this is just a copy. Nanjing poured a cup of tea for Gu Shen, politely adding, if you do not wish to join, that is acceptable as well. The economic losses from last night's fire aside, the costs to cover up the truth are not insignificant. Additionally, your treatment expenses at the hospital are quite high. Without the Judgment Office, you would likely need to cover these bills yourself. Gu Shen. After interacting with the extraordinary, some people's bodies may undergo mutations, necessitating basic examinations to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Your treatment costs are currently covered by the Judgment Office, and we conveniently conducted a full-body checkup for you. Here is the report. Would you like to take a look? Your physical condition appears quite good. Nanjing retrieved another report. Gu Shen was left in a daze, asking vacantly, approximately, how much? About several 100,000. But does it really matter to you? Last night, we checked your bank account. Your total balance is roughly 5,000. Nanjing said with a hint of sympathy, this amount is likely insufficient to cover even your rent for the next quarter. Is it? Indeed, it is insufficient. Gu Shen fell into silence. Nanjing consoled him. Moreover, it seems you are unaware of the forthcoming situation. If you do not join the Judgment Office, due to your involvement in the A009 incident and the fire, you will be summoned once more to the interrogation room. This time, the questioning will not be as simple. The individuals from the prison will act according to the protocols of the Safety Committee, and until all dangers are eliminated, you will be placed on the suspected uncontrollable list. The consequences could range from strict surveillance to direct imprisonment. Nanjing put away the report and stated earnestly, so, consider your options. If you submit honestly, not only will the hospital bills and fire damages be reimbursed, but my teacher will personally intervene in the upcoming interrogation to bail you out from the prison. Glancing at the bills, then at Nanjing, Gu Shen pondered the meaning of submitting honestly. It was merely choosing a suitable branch to alight upon. Gu Shen declared seriously, "To clarify, it is not that I cannot afford the money. I am simply genuinely interested in the extraordinary world." A hint of amusement flickered across Nanjing's perpetually icy visage. She extended her hand, gently patting Gu Shen's shoulder, teasing, "Is that so? How fortunate. For the judgment office always welcomes passionate young individuals like you." Gu Shen resignedly let out a long sigh and cautiously inquired, "If I follow you, will I have to undertake perilous missions across the world? Could you perhaps shield me a bit more?" The vivid images of Nanjing engaged in fierce combat at A009 and the scene of slaying extraordinary beings on the rooftop had profoundly impacted Gu Shen. He needed a moment to gather his thoughts. "Of course," Nanjing replied, her satisfaction evident as she patted her younger brother's shoulder. She retrieved a silver badge from the inner lining of her trench coat and placed it into Gu Shen's hands, saying, "Although we often find ourselves wielding knives and guns, we are indeed messengers of justice, untouched by the deeds of murder and arson. Do you see the inscription on the badge?" Gu Shen caressed the badge, which was roughly the size of half a palm. Its material was unknown, yet it exuded an exquisite texture. The front of the badge showcased two crossed swords, intricately crafted with clear and delicate patterns. Beneath the blades were two characters, Judgment. Gu Shen paused, softly murmuring to himself. Clang, Nanjing's finger gently arched and flicked the top of the badge, producing a bright, ringing sound. It was then that Gu Shen noticed a crown atop the crossed swords, within which lay two hastily carved cursive characters, subtly concealed above the blades. Gu Shen ceased to speak, instead running his fingers over the badge, his expression growing complex. "Now is not the time for idle chatter," Nanjing remarked, casting a glance at the clock. Sitting upright with a serious demeanor, she calculated the time, noting that the individuals from the prison should be arriving soon. The interrogation this time would likely still be overseen by Wei Shu. Now let me explain how to approach the forthcoming interrogation. Chapter 10. The presiding judge Wei Shu did not anticipate that the seemingly unremarkable youth named Gu Shen would be embroiled in a case that would attract such immense attention. The hospital's bright lights were blinding. The long corridor lay in silence, echoing the rhythmic clatter of iron boots. Wei Shu, who was not particularly tall, was flanked by a dozen imposing men, each with a stern demeanor and a presence as sharp as a blade, cold and unyielding. Beside him stood the presiding judge, responsible for the entire Qinghe district prison system. In contrast to the robust figures behind him, the judge was somewhat slight, stooped, his face, shadowed beneath a wide-brimmed black hat, resembled a rugged stone, marred by a hideous, serpentine scar that wound across his nose. As the judge perused Wei Shu's handwritten files, he walked slowly, prompting the massive men behind him to lower their pace, moving as silently as needles, their footsteps soft. Meanwhile, Wei Shu was so tense that he could hear his own heartbeat. These men were merely accompanying him for the interrogation of a 17-year-old boy, yet the intimidating atmosphere felt as if they were preparing for an assault on a fortress. He had no doubt that at the judge's command, these formidable figures could easily pierce through a steel plate measuring 10 centimeters thick. "Interesting," the judge murmured softly. Wei Shu noticed that the judge's gaze did not linger long on the file regarding A009. Instead, it was fixed intently on the document concerning the second case, the devastating fire that had occurred 28 hours prior. This catastrophe had inflicted significant damage on Dating City, creating substantial external pressure from public opinion, and the authorities had yet to provide a satisfactory explanation for the sudden blaze and the concurrent power and network failures. However, the most noteworthy detail in the files was, without doubt, Gu Shen. The origin of the explosion was traced back to Gu Shen's residence, and he had merely been rendered unconscious. From the scene's circumstances, it appeared that he had survived purely by luck, thanks to an unexpected downpour that extinguished the flames. Yet, everyone knew this was absurd. Wei Shu understood that this was an extraordinary incident, a targeted assassination attempt against Gu Shen. Unfortunately for the assailants, they had perished. 2 bodies had been found near the rooftop, one gruesomely dismembered, the other charred to a crisp by the fire. Wei Shu could not fathom how this fortunate boy, who had evaded the assassination attempt by A009, could awaken such terrifying, extraordinary powers. With his level of clearance, he had scoured the depths of the oceanic archives and found only a handful of comparable cases in the past 30 years in Dating City. This was an exceedingly dangerous entity. Now, with the presiding judge himself stirred into action, the fate awaiting Gu Shen would likely be grim. Wei Shu sighed inwardly, uncertain whether Gu Shen would face surveillance or immediate detention. They arrived. Wei Shu spoke softly, feeling a sense of pity for the youth. The door was gently pushed open. Contrary to Wei Shu's expectations, the youth had already awakened, sitting up in bed and reading a physical newspaper. A slight breeze wafted through the partially opened window, stirring the daffodils at the bedside. The presiding judge entered the room with his hands clasped behind him, and the interrogation team stood at the door. The imposing shadows they cast were enough to stifle one's breath. Yet, the boy only glanced up briefly before returning his gaze to the paper. This hospital room was surprisingly tranquil and serene, making it hard to disrupt. Gu Shen, I hereby notify you on behalf of the Dating City prison. Wei Shu approached the bedside and, as a matter of habit, began, you are involved in 2 extraordinary incidents, and you will soon face a rigorous interrogation. The Constitution requires me to inform you of the following rights. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say will be used as evidence in court. You have the right to appoint one person to accompany you throughout the interrogation process. The youth raised his head, smoothly interjecting, his face still bearing a sickly pallor. Yet his eyes were as clear as a tranquil lake. He smiled politely and said, It's been a while, Mr. Wei Shu. Wei Shu was taken aback. The phrase "it's been a while" felt somewhat ironic, yet it evoked a sense of nostalgia in him. It had only been around 30 hours since their last encounter. But Gu Shen now exuded a completely different aura. Wei Shu found it hard to believe that the boy sitting calmly on the hospital bed was the same one who had been frantic and flailing like a clown during the previous interrogation. Was this boy merely acting before? After parting ways with Gu Shen, Wei Shu had been troubled by the nagging feeling that the recorded transcripts had unspoken issues, such as the erratic timestamps on the train's surveillance footage. According to Gu Shen's account, this was the moment he had been locked in a standoff with A009. That was A009, a highly destructive and uncontrollable entity, and the standoff had lasted a full 20 minutes without any damage to the carriage. Yet the surveillance had conveniently malfunctioned. It was all too unreasonable. The only explanation was that this cunning youth had seen through the ruse of the surveillance failure from the outset and had chosen to conceal the truth of his experiences on the carriage. Thus, the fool was not Gu Shen, but rather himself. The people from the adjudication office have just left. The previously silent judge finally spoke. That old fellow must have taught you how to handle the upcoming interrogation. He suddenly chuckled, his voice rich and mellow like aged wine, exuding a magnetic charm that instinctively put one at ease and lowered their guard. Am I right? What are you talking about? Gu Shen feigned confusion, his acting so convincing it could earn him an Oscar. I don't understand. The judge smiled. He raised his hand, and several burly men filed in. Take him away. Name: Gu Shen. Age: 17, with just over a month until my birthday. Gender: the familiar opening lines. However, this time, Wei Shu banged his fist on the table, irritated. Be honest and get to the point. Girl, do you believe it? Gu Shen pointed to his hospital gown. Equally unfriendly. I'm in a hospital, just out of bed, and you bring me here. Can't you show a bit of humanity? Gu Shen, this interrogation is serious. You better cooperate. Wei Shu leaned in, lowering his voice menacingly. Do you know who that esteemed individual outside is? The presiding judge for the entire Qinghe district. The presiding judge? Gu Shen shrugged, expressing confusion and indifference. Regarding the fire from 28 hours ago, Wei Shu stepped back, coldly inquiring, the ignition point was in your bedroom. How did you survive? What were you doing on the rooftop at that time? Mr. Wei Shu, I am a survivor and a victim. Saying it like that makes me very sad. Gu Shen feigned innocence, looking up and slowly addressing the surveillance. As for why I was there, it was about to rain, so I went to the rooftop to collect my clothes. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it? That is highly unreasonable. Who goes to the rooftop to collect clothes at 3 or 4 in the morning? Yet, Wei Shu found himself at a loss for a counterargument, because it had indeed started to rain. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 soft raps on the door, it opened, and upon seeing the judge's figure, Wei Shu immediately stood up, eager to say something. The elder gently patted his shoulder. Wei Shu, I've finished reviewing the files. You've done well. It's been a tough few days. Wei Shu sighed deeply, recognizing the cue to exit. Thus, the interrogation room was left with only Gu Shen and the presiding judge. Gu Shen, I have just finished reviewing the case files. The judge casually took a seat, placing the documents on the table. He raised his hand, signaling to turn off the surveillance, and the light from the camera in the corner dimmed. Gu Shen narrowed his eyes. He understood the implications of this. The ensuing interrogation would remain a secret known only to the two of us. For now, it is just the two of us here. Relax. Let us take advantage of the time before that annoying old fellow arrives. The presiding judge raised his hands, resting them upon his chin, and smiled, saying, Shall we engage in an open and honest conversation? Chapter 11. The seizure of talent. A stack of case files was pushed before Gu Shen by the presiding judge. Without even glancing, he knew that the folder contained the official accounts of the A009 incident and the catastrophic fire. If you wish to inquire about the details in the documents. Gu Shen shook his head. I can only affirm my innocence. The truth is as recorded in these files. The elderly man smiled. Who cares about the truth? This unexpected retort left Gu Shen astonished, causing him to look up. Beneath the broad-brimmed hat lay eyes as profound as the dark sea. The files are crafted by humans. And so is the truth, the presiding judge stated impassively. The prison's treatment of high-risk individuals has always been uniform. Better to mistakenly execute 1,000 than to let one escape. The fire last night resulted in dozens of casualties. Coupled with the tragic deaths of 2 extraordinary individuals on the rooftop, these lives could easily be attributed to you. The initial awakening of extraordinary powers leading to such devastation, what awaits you is not supervision, but imprisonment. The atmosphere thickened. Gu Shen wished to divert his gaze from beneath that broad-brimmed hat, yet an invisible force seemed to bind him, leaving him locked in eye contact with the judge, each second stretching into an eternity. Nanjing had assured herself before leaving that Mr. Shu would arrive soon. In the upcoming interrogation, if she found herself unable to cope, remaining silent would suffice. Yet it was evident. She had not anticipated that this event would draw the attention of such a high-ranking figure as the presiding judge. The current situation was far from the earlier predictions of ease. This judge wielded immense power. As he had previously stated, the truth is penned by humans, with his status. A single command could rewrite the truth of the fire incident according to his will. She needed to endure until Mr. Shu arrived. Gu Shen took a deep breath, urging himself to remain calm. The situation was dire, but anxiety would only exacerbate matters. Gu Shen, you are merely 17. You have a long life ahead. Surely you do not wish to spend it behind bars? The presiding judge scrutinized the tense young man, suddenly furrowing his brow. In the almost stagnant interrogation room, a faint, delicate chuckle broke the silence. You are not here to seek the truth. After taking a couple of deep breaths, Gu Shen smiled, revealing his pearly whites. Thus, as you just stated, these 2 files are indeed unimportant. The judge fell silent. You mentioned that I am a high-risk individual, posing a risk of losing control. Gu Shen fixed his gaze on the eyes beneath the broad-brimmed hat, noting the changes in the other's demeanor with each word he uttered. Yet you personally came to interrogate me, even going so far as to turn off the surveillance. This does not seem like the environment for questioning a high-risk individual. Is it your overwhelming strength, or my apparent weakness? Or perhaps, do you too believe that I am merely an innocent victim? The eyes beneath the broad-brimmed hat remained unfazed, urging him to continue. Gu Shen pressed on. You did not come here solely for this interrogation, did you? When we first met in the hospital, you were holding that very case file. And upon entering the interrogation room, you mentioned having just reviewed the documents. If you were in such a hurry, you could have read them on the way here, indicating that this interrogation holds no significance. So, why have you come to Diding? The only explanation is this. Presiding judge, You are not here for these two cases at all." A brief pause ensued. In an instant, Gu Shen recalled several unbelievable occurrences. The phone number Mr. Shu had thrown out, the signed contract that had turned raw rice into cooked. Everything had transpired so swiftly and unexpectedly. It was only now that he realized this could very well be a scheme orchestrated by that old rascal. "I believe." Gu Shen fell silent for a few seconds before slowly stating, "You came to Dieting, perhaps, for me." He recognized the vanity and absurdity of this thought, yet he could not conjure any other explanation. Alarmingly, the interrogation room fell into silence for a moment. Then, the elderly man draped in a coat ceased to be serious. He adjusted his broad-brimmed hat, and a gentle, joyful laughter emerged from beneath it. He chuckled, "You are rather intriguing." This laughter sent chills down Gu Shen's spine. It seemed he had indeed guessed correctly, yet he could not comprehend why such a high-ranking figure as the Qinghe presiding judge would come for him. This interrogation was merely a guise. "I simply required a setting to converse with you privately," the judge stated. "Since you have deduced this, I need not conceal the truth." "Gu Shen, I truly came for you. Since that shameless old coot has taken it upon himself to recruit newcomers, I too must take action." There was no wind, yet Gu Shen felt utterly disoriented. If he had not misunderstood, then this presiding judge was currently in the business of seizing talent. And his motives were strikingly simple. Nanjing's teacher had acted, thus he too must act. The presiding judge patted the files, coaxing him. "Look at this case file." The rooftop incident was executed remarkably, the initial awakening of power resulting in the annihilation of two extraordinary individuals, one reduced to chunks, the other charred to cinders. Clean, precise, elegant. "You are a genius. Join the prison service. Those fellows at the adjudication office only know how to kill and maim. That place is not suited for you." No one would have expected that after the surveillance was switched off, the somber interrogation room would transform into this scene. The presiding judge leaned over the table, passionately gesturing. "I suspect they have surely told you that the adjudicator is the embodiment of justice, wielding the sword of righteousness. Utter nonsense. The Dongzhou Council has 20 tables, but they occupy only 3. Meanwhile, we possess the greatest influence, the most abundant resources, the most advanced equipment." Gu Shen swallowed hard. At that moment, the presiding judge furrowed his brow, coldly turning his head. Bang. The door to the interrogation room was kicked open. Smoke billowed. The elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, stepped forward slowly, his hair meticulously arranged, a cream-colored ancient tree brooch pinned to his dark blue suit. Also present at the door were Wei Shu and the burly jury, casting apologetic glances at the presiding judge. They simply could not obstruct this elderly man's identity. "Humph." The presiding judge snorted, his fervent expression dissipating, and he impatiently raised his hand, signaling the jury to close the interrogation room door. This old rascal arrived rather timely. Mr. Shu pulled up a chair and sat beside Gu Shen. The surveillance had been turned off, thus, there were no outsiders present now. The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit glanced at the corner, retrieving a signed contract from his pocket, brandishing it before the presiding judge. Upon seeing this contract, the judge was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his features. Mr. Shu cut straight to the chase, terminating this interrogation. "Since you have come to seize talent, let me be clear, this person is already mine." The interrogation room was rife with tension, caught between the formidable auras of two titans. Gu Shen felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, his feelings becoming increasingly complex upon seeing that contract. It was evident that a certain despicable old coot was in high spirits. The signed contract fluttered in the wind, declaring the complete victory of this talent-seizing battle. The adjudication office's utter defeat. Old Yen, you may take your leave. Chapter 12. The pardon order. The presiding judge of Qinghe District, Yan Shiqing, fixed his gaze upon the contract of servitude that was nearly pressed against his face, his scarred visage twitching with agitation. Despite his swift movements, he was ultimately a moment too late. The old man had already signed the document. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such a promising youth. The judge slammed his hand upon the table, a jarring sound echoing through the cramped room. A vivid crimson arc of energy erupted, instantly shredding the contract into fragments. Gu Shen felt a chill run down his spine as he witnessed this display. Indeed, the presiding judge wielded formidable power as an extraordinary being. He had personally witnessed Mr. Shu sealing A009, and the tension between these two men suggested a long-standing enmity. Mr. Shu, displaying remarkable composure, shrugged nonchalantly. It's merely a copy. Feel free to tear it apart. Zhou Jiren. The judge's voice thundered. Dare you challenge me in a fair duel? What trickery is this? So Mr. Shu's name was Zhou Jiren. Gu Shen scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the name. Let's not point fingers. You arrived just as I was leaving. Mr. Shu reclined lazily, a grin spreading across his face. To summon Gu Shen to Dating City for interrogation overnight is hardly an upright endeavor, is it? You have your stratagems, and I have my means. In this game of abduction, we shall rely on our respective skills. After all, you've lost to me more than once. You should be accustomed to it by now. The judge's cheek muscles twitched with barely concealed irritation. You must understand the implications of the deaths of those two extraordinary beings on the rooftop last night. He suddenly turned his gaze to Gu Shen, shifting his tone. Under the charge of extraordinary misconduct, I could send him straight to prison right now. Gu Shen was taken aback. Wait. When celestial beings clash, it is mortals who suffer. This is hardly the first time, is it? The elder in the Zhongshan suit replied with calm detachment. We both know that extraordinary awakenings are uncontrollable events. This youth has revealed tremendous potential, and out of humanitarian concern, the Federation should grant clemency. Humanitarian? The judge retorted, unwavering. I am discussing Federation law. According to Article 13 of the Security Act, I can deploy personnel to monitor him around the clock and impose restrictions if necessary. Gu Shen's actions were largely defensive, at most, an excessive response to provocation. The fact that he had committed murder was indisputable. The judgment of this case would require the prison and the extraordinary court to assess the details. The judge, relishing his advantage, gazed down at his old adversary with a sense of triumph. Perhaps you are right. After a moment's contemplation, Mr. Shu shrugged, a cunning smile gracing his lips as he abandoned the argument. Gu Shen, take a look. This is the true face of the prison authority: intimidation, coercion, and deceit. Being treated like an object cannot be a pleasant experience, can it? If you were to do this again, would you truly choose to join them? The judge's expression changed. The earlier debate had caused him to instinctively attack his opponent, momentarily losing sight of his original intention. Gu Shen's face turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He was singularly focused on one concern. If the judge spoke the truth, what fate awaited him? Without the pardon order, this villain would undoubtedly prevail. Observing the youth's tense demeanor, Mr. Shu suddenly burst into laughter, clapping a hand on Gu Shen's shoulder. Relax. You are a rare talent that the tribunal has painstakingly acquired. How could we let you slip away? The pardon order? Not only was Gu Shen taken aback, but even the judge faltered for a moment. A golden plaque adorned with an intricately carved ear of wheat was produced by Mr. Shu and presented before Yin Shiqing once more. Be careful now. This time it is not a mere copy. There is only this one. Do not damage it. Do you have any idea how challenging it is to obtain a pardon order from the council? The judge glanced at the golden ear of wheat token, then back at Zhou Jiren. He opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. He understood all too well how arduous it was to procure such a document. The issuance of a pardon order signified that the powerful figures at the helm of Dongzhou had taken notice of this youth and were willing to offer protection and special consideration. This was the will of the highest echelons of Dongzhou, perhaps owing to the favor of one of their number. Regardless of the reason, this case had truly reached its conclusion. Was it worth it for this youth? The judge's expression grew solemn as he regarded Zhou Jiren, confusion giving way to respect. Though he could not comprehend it, it was evident that Zhou Jiren had invested significantly in this act of abduction. His defeat was not in vain. Gu Shen remained in a state of bewilderment. Having lived for over a decade, he had never heard of a pardon order, yet, from the judge's demeanor, he could glean that it was a matter of great significance. Observing the judge's sudden concession, Gu Shen felt a surge of anxiety. Had he succeeded? As the scattered documents were gathered by Yin Shiqing, The papers rustled against the table, and a long sigh escaped, signaling the end of this covert battle. Gu Shen's heart soared with elation. Did this mean he had successfully secured his freedom? An elder, victorious, bore a broad smile, his arm raised in triumph. Yet he stubbornly kept the pardon order before the judge's brow, teasing, "Haven't you had enough? I might just take it back soon." "Enough, enough." The judge's expression soured as he pushed aside the heavy wheat token. "Gu Shen, from this moment forth, you are free." He paused. "And do not take my earlier words to heart." Yin Shiqing rose, cradling the documents in his arms. The once stooped elder now stood tall and straight as a sword, formally and gravely congratulating. "Congratulations on joining the tribunal. I hope one day you can shine brightly. Although we part ways today, we shall ultimately become comrades in arms." Zhou Jiren narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing upon his lips as he extended a hand, patting Gu Shen on the back. Gu Shen sprang to his feet, shaking hands with the judge. After the handshake, the judge hesitated, ultimately turning to his old friend with earnestness. "For a newcomer, you truly went all out. As expected of you, always so bold. However, the tribunal is no peaceful place. Zhu Wang and his cohort have been eyeing your position. The application for a pardon order may inevitably stir up controversy within the council. You have been too high profile in your actions these past years. Do be cautious." Mr. Shu nodded with a smile. The door to the interrogation room swung open. Wei Shu, who had been waiting for a long time, perked up, and once the surveillance was shut down, no one knew the final outcome of this interrogation. Would Gu Shen be imprisoned? Though this youth was cunning and filled with guile, Wei Shu hoped for a just verdict. He understood well that if Gu Shen were to be incarcerated, his future would be dire. Yet, the presiding judge Yin Shiqing was notorious for his cold demeanor. Renowned as the ironclad bastion of Dongzhou law, with him personally overseeing this interrogation, the outcome seemed grave. However, to his astonishment, as the judge exited the interrogation room, a faint smile lingered on his fearsome, scarred face. Though it was fleeting, quickly replaced by indifference. Wei Shu was certain he had not imagined it. The typically stoic judge, had he truly smiled? "Let us go." The elderly man, straightening his back, adjusted his wide-brimmed hat. Before departing, he did not glance back, uttering only a single word. Chapter 13. A new home due to the unfortunate fire. Your previous residence has been reduced to ashes. For now, you shall make do with this place. In the bustling district of Diding, before the apartment entrance, Gu Shen stood, captivated by the fingerprint and iris recognition door lock. He bent down, squinting as he attempted to calibrate the device. He had never made do in such a manner throughout his life. After fiddling for quite some time, he remained clueless as to how to open the lock. Ding! Nanjing cast a glance at the youth, swiped her card, and strode confidently through the door. The expansive apartment, nearly 200 square meters, boasted excellent lighting, with its windows gleaming and surfaces immaculate. As she pushed the door open, the lights illuminated in layers, revealing a fully equipped smart home. The curtains fluttered in the breeze, unveiling the evening glow from the 29th floor. A woman clad in a trench coat and sunglasses stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, slightly bowing as she symbolically gestured a welcoming hand, speaking softly. "Poor Mr. Gu Shen, homeless and adrift. Come, behold the new abode arranged for you by the tribunal." Gu Shen was taken aback by the sight before him. Although he had anticipated that the old coot who extended him assistance would undoubtedly offer some sweeteners, he understood that wealth was a sugar-coated bullet, and he must not succumb too easily. At that moment, he realized his error. Poverty had indeed limited his imagination. Observing Gu Shen's expression, Nanjing silently chuckled. Those familiar with her knew that she was a woman of few smiles, an icy figure. For her, the most significant pursuit in life seemed to be the honing of her skills. Mr. Tree had meticulously preserved her dossier, and few in the tribunal knew of her origins, only that she was a relentless worker, giving her all in every mission. Thus, many speculated that such a diligent individual must have a profoundly lonely past. While tending to Gu Shen, Nanjing had perused his file. This youth was the one truly burdened by loneliness, having been fostered in an orphanage from a young age, surviving on meager government subsidies. After leaving the orphanage at 16, he had to fend for himself. The increasingly scant records of Gu Shen's 17 years made his history all the more heart-wrenching. How does it feel? Feels. Gu Shen struggled to keep his gaze steady, responding defiantly. This place. I can only say it is decent. It is livable, albeit not entirely befitting my status. Yet it aligns somewhat with my temperament. However, 3 seconds later, unable to suppress the urge to explore the entire space, he capitulated. All right, I admit I am a bumpkin. He sheepishly concurred. But what about the landlord? I have already sorted that out. Anything solvable by money is no issue. Upon hearing this from Nanjing, Gu Shen's perception of her transformed, elevating her stature to that of a towering figure in his eyes. He suddenly felt an urge to cling to her leg. By the way, Gu Shen suddenly recalled, my ruler of truth and the orange cat. They are still in the old building. Just as he was about to speak, a soft thud resonated from the bedroom. Meow. An agile orange cat tiptoed towards Nanjing, rubbing its head against her trousers, rolling over to expose its belly while emitting affectionate purring sounds. The cold, aloof woman unexpectedly bent down, her 5 delicate fingers gently scratching the cat's chin. Most of the belongings from that old house were charred. When we arrived, this cat was still alive, fortunate enough to have only lost some fur. Upon seeing Chu Ling appear, Gu Shen's initial reaction was one of tension, but he soon relaxed. Observing the unrefined demeanor, it was evident that the clumsy cat he had brought home was indeed the true form of the girl, whose consciousness had seemingly departed from the orange feline for some reason. After the fire, is there nothing left of my home? Gu Shen tentatively inquired. What else do you wish to remain? Nanjing raised an eyebrow. Aside from a broken table and a dilapidated bed, what else does your home hold? True. Gu Shen scratched his head, realizing they had also failed to discover the ruler of truth. Had Chu Ling hidden it away? You can take this time to recuperate, Nanjing said, giving the orange cat a gentle rub before lifting the little creature. As for your extraordinary abilities, the tribunal is still in the process of evaluation. In a few days, there will be an assessment, and once your health has sufficiently recovered, you will be able to participate. Assessment? What sort of assessment? Each individual awakens different extraordinary abilities, with varying degrees of danger. Although, according to Mr. Turing's theory, the danger level of extraordinary powers correlates with their level of development, there are always those who, upon awakening, surge far ahead of others. Some may only be able to bend a spoon, while others can effortlessly incinerate an entire building. Nanjing provided a simple analogy, meaningfully cautioning, your performance last night, where you countered 2 extraordinary beings, is quite alarming. The tribunal may very well assign you an S-level strength rating. Gu Shen pressed his forehead, suddenly feeling a twinge of anxiety. To be honest, I may not be as formidable as you imagine. Do not underestimate yourself. Nanjing shook her head, her gaze intense. I have seen the photos from the rooftop. Your destructive capability is terrifying, far surpassing that of most newcomers. It has been quite some time since Qinghe District has seen a being of your caliber. What is this ability? Can it be utilized once more? Gu Shen examined his hands. Without that ruler, it seemed he was merely an ordinary person. How could he exhibit such terrifying, extraordinary power? Having inadvertently found himself in this predicament, Gu Shen felt the troubles encircling him intensify. As the day of the assessment approached, what if the truth of his lack of extraordinary power were to be exposed? He fell into contemplation. It appears you have not yet fully grasped this power. No matter, take your time. Nanjing, anticipating his response, spoke softly. However, there is one more thing I must convey. In the battle for your allegiance, the teacher and the presiding judge of the prison nearly came to blows. Due to the invocation of a pardon decree, many within the tribunal expressed discontent. For those dazzling and resplendent entities, there will always be envy, resentment, and hostility. Some will strive to tarnish their brilliance, to see them fall, to witness their demise. Nanjing set the cat down, gazing intently at Gu Shen, speaking with deliberate slowness. The more individuals who go to great lengths to undermine you, the more it signifies your boundless potential and promising future. Rather than retreat, surrender, and resign yourself to mediocrity, it would be far better to rise, to fight, and to carve a path of extraordinary existence. The orange cat mewed and leapt away. Nanjing enunciated each word. To wear a crown, one must bear its weight. To wear a crown, one must bear its weight. Gu Shen pondered, raising his head. Did Mr. Tree say those words? Due to the matter of the pardon decree, the teacher is currently entangled in negotiations with the stubborn old guards of the tribunal, overwhelmed. What I just shared was my spontaneous inspiration. Nanjin's sunglasses slipped down, revealing her composed gaze. The teacher holds you in high regard, believing you to be a newcomer of great potential. I felt it necessary to offer you some comfort. What did you think of my recent speech? It was splendid. Gu Shen earnestly praised, then added with a twist, but please refrain from such oratory next time. Humph. The woman in the trench coat dismissed his comment, adjusting her sunglasses while inspecting the concealed blade beneath her coat. There are pressing matters tonight, so I shall take my leave. Be sure to rest well. Before departing, she tossed him a card. Here, the password is your birthday. This card contains some funds, a form of compensation for your service. Daily expenses should pose no issue. The teacher entrusted me with a message, urging you to relax. The outcome of the review is not of paramount importance. After all, he had already taken a liking to you before that unfortunate fire incident. Chapter 14. The geek Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, prior to the fire, Mr. Tree had already extended an olive branch. He found himself puzzled. Without the extraordinary awakening, what other qualities could possibly attract Mr. Tree? Meow. After Nanjin's departure, the orange cat, obediently lying on the couch, suddenly reflected a fluorescent glow in its eyes, and its meow turned sharp and piercing. It leaped onto Gu Shen's lap, gesturing in the air as if writing, while simultaneously meowing insistently. The ruler. Gu Shen immediately understood. This was Chu Ling re-establishing contact. You hid the ruler? Where did you conceal it? The memories of that fateful day were already blurred. After employing the ruler of truth, his mental energy had been depleted, and even the last call had been made by Chu Ling on his behalf. The subsequent events, though Gu Shen had not experienced them firsthand, were undoubtedly complex. The fire had caused significant repercussions, and once the authorities took over, a lockdown was inevitable. The source of the fire, his own residence, had likely been thoroughly searched multiple times. For a cat to hide the ruler of truth was no simple task. The orange cat grasped the hem of Gu Shen's clothing, leading him towards the inner room. Upon reaching the holographic screen, the display powered on automatically, accompanied by sound effects of crashing waves, and that familiar dialog box reappeared. Gu Shen, we meet again. After this message appeared, the fluorescent glow in the orange cat's eyes gradually faded. The cat yawned, looked around in confusion as if unsure why it was there, then disdainfully wagged its tail and left. Gu Shen squinted his eyes. While recuperating in the hospital bed, he had been pondering a question. How exactly was Chu Ling communicating with him through the orange cat? Ultimately, he could only arrive at a rather forced conclusion: technological intrusion. In an era where the deep sea connected 5 continents, artificial intelligence had matured to a high degree. Manipulating a stray cat through implanted chips was hardly an arduous task. However, when coincidences piled up, they ceased to be mere coincidences. The series of bizarre encounters he had experienced in recent days, Chu Ling had predicted them in advance and provided warnings. Coupled with the serendipitous discovery of this stray cat half a month ago, these events intertwined were certainly not simple happenstance. Gu Shen typed slowly. Are you a geek specializing in network cracking? This was the most reasonable explanation he could conceive. Regardless, the other party had saved his life, and Gu Shen felt he could trust Chu Ling implicitly. The warnings in the train carriage, the alerts about the fire, the final call, had Chu Ling failed to perform any of those, he would likely be in dire straits by now. Well, you may view it that way. A geek specializing in network cracking, Chu Ling replied shortly after, adding with earnestness. Including, but not limited to that. Includes, but is not limited to that, Gu Shen repeated softly, sensing that the girl's talents and audacity were indeed somewhat daunting. Network security in the deep sea was of utmost importance, serving as the backbone for billions of lives across 5 continents, guarded by the world as top security teams. Ever vigilant. Yet, Chu Ling had managed to conceal her identity and engage him in conversation. This was a gross violation of protocol. If she could achieve more, it was hard to fathom what consequences would arise if the authorities became aware. What you are doing is perilous. Gu Shen's head throbbed as he contemplated the ramifications. Should Chu Ling be exposed, it would trigger a massive manhunt, and the Judgment Bureau would likely become involved in the pursuit. These were real monsters. What would happen if she were discovered? Do not be afraid. The girl replied calmly and nonchalantly. They cannot find me. I have already sent you the location of the ruler of truth. I suggest you act tonight and retrieve it as soon as possible. It seemed this girl was utterly unconcerned about the potential repercussions of being traced. Gu Shen ceased to argue. He opened the data package labeled ruler as designated by Chu Ling, and a three-dimensional map unfolded before him. Gu Shen fell silent, for it was undoubtedly another formidable privilege accessible only after linking to the deep sea. This map was marked with extreme precision. Gu Shen recognized it at a glance. It was the half-destroyed building that had burned down. Due to the fire, all residents had been evacuated and relocated to temporary housing nearby. The building was surrounded by a cordon, prohibiting entry to outsiders. The map updated in real time, showing yellow dots wandering near the old building and a particularly conspicuous red dot. The yellow dots represented ordinary people, while the red dot denoted an extraordinary being. An extraordinary individual had already arrived, and after tonight, it was anticipated that more combat personnel would be dispatched, along with other unidentified extraordinary beings. The chances of the ruler being exposed were increasing. Chu Ling succinctly explained, "Do you see the location of the ruler? It is beside the second deceased, hidden among the pile of wooden boards in the corner of the stairs leading to the top floor." Gu Shen recalled that position. It was where he had invoked the ruler to exact divine retribution, burning the arsonist alive. In the final moments, Chu Ling had chosen to conceal the ruler there. A risky decision, yet astute. As the source of the fire, his residence would undoubtedly be scrutinized. If the ruler were placed there, its exposure was inevitable. Other locations could not guarantee immunity from searches. Only the area surrounding the two corpses, the rooftop, and the staircase leading to it, would remain preserved due to its status as the crime scene. As a member of the Judgment Bureau, Gu Shen knew Mr. Tree would not overlook the true culprit behind the fire. The optimal time for action was 11 p.m. tonight, when a shift change would occur among the workers at the old building, providing an opportunity for him to infiltrate. This is the operational map prior to retrieving the ruler. And here is your escape route. Chu Ling, like a soulless machine, sent 2 more files packaged once again. Gu Shen opened them and read carefully, taking a deep breath before typing. If the ruler is exposed, what consequences could arise? After a brief pause, it seemed Chu Ling was contemplating or perhaps consulting information. She recounted a long-ago event. Before losing control, A009 was a significant member of the Ancient Literature Society, having substantial interactions with the deep-sea patriarch, Alan Turing. Following the decline and destruction of the Ancient Literature Society, A009 spiraled into chaos and was subsequently detained under strict measures, moving through various cities over the years. A prominent figure in the council sought to uncover the true reason behind this lady's downfall, conducting experiments to determine if it was some powerful extraordinary object that led to A009's complete loss of control. Gu Shen was taken aback. Some powerful extraordinary object? Within the train carriage, the bone saw he had seen, along with that newspaper, were believed to be the primary culprits of the chaos. After losing control, A009 had perfectly concealed the existence of the ruler over the past decade. Thus, that prominent figure remained unaware that she harbored a third extraordinary sealing object. Upon reaching this point, Gu Shen began to feel cold sweat trickling down his back. For reasons unknown, A009 had chosen to entrust you with the ruler of truth. Chu Ling was succinct. You need not concern yourself with the reasons, only know that, should this ruler be discovered, the trouble you face will be monumental. The will of that prominent figure is beyond your current capacity to contend with. Gu Shen struggled to ask, "You must be aware that I am under the protection of a pardon order." "I am well aware. But that pardon order only pertains to the surface truth of the fire incident. Although the individual who issued the pardon is formidable, their protection is merely a matter of personal favor, not a genuine concern for your well-being." Chu Ling's response made Gu Shen's entire body tense. However, if the measure of truth is exposed, the factions will be thrown into disarray, and that special pardon will likely no longer provide protection. Are you prepared to face such an outcome? Gu Shen's gaze was fixed intently on the screen. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. After pushing his mind to its limits, he found it blank. Though reluctant to accept it, he knew that Chu Ling's words were indeed correct. The measure of truth must never be known to a third party. Exhaling deeply, Gu Shen resolved to take action tonight. But what should he do about the extraordinary individual? On the other end, Chu Ling was quite satisfied with Gu Shen's response. Do not worry, I will assist you. Before we act, change your attire. As long as we can connect to the deep sea, I can reach you at any time. Gu Shen sat before the holographic screen, pondering for an extended period. Before finally posing his last question, Chu Ling, why are you helping me? The dialogue box indicated that the other party was typing, erasing, and then returning to silence. All of Gu Shen's inquiries had been answered by Chu Ling, except for this one, which remained unaddressed. Chapter 15. Balance after a prolonged wait. There was no further response from the other party. Gu Shen reluctantly withdrew his hands from the projection keyboard, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Was this not an expected reply? Some matters are of great significance, yet not of utmost importance. Regarding Chu Ling's identity and motives, Gu Shen was not inclined to delve deeply. For now, all he needed to know was that this girl was on his side, genuinely aiding him, and that sufficed. He meticulously reviewed the last 2 documents transmitted. The old building where he once resided had a crooked protective line drawn 20 meters away, with strict prohibitions against outsiders entering, complemented by several concealed surveillance cameras, forming a tight monitoring perimeter. All these points had been noted by Chu Ling. A loophole, however, had arisen due to the fire. Several cameras in the old building had been damaged, resulting in some blind spots where the temporarily assigned security personnel were stationed. The first document detailed 2 routes suitable for infiltration. During shift changes, after the handover of duties, the patrol would make a round. This represented the optimal opportunity to evade surveillance and enter the old building. Thus, the difficulty of infiltration appeared manageable. However, according to Chu Ling's calculations, the shift change patrol around 11 o'clock would only afford a 1-minute window. By the time he obtained the ruler, the new team would already be in place. Returning the way he came could potentially lead to detection. Therefore, an escape route needed to be replanned. Escape plan: depart from Point A's rooftop. Utilizing the height difference to reach the adjacent unsealed old building. Point B. Gu Shen's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at the 3-dimensional escape map. With his former residence marked as Point A and a slightly shorter building diagonally across labeled as Point B, the notion of jumping down to escape seemed crude and simplistic. Surely not. He stared at the gap between the 2 3-dimensional maps and the height difference, feeling a sense of despair. He viciously seized the orange cat and held it up before him. Hey, do you realize that if I miss, I could die from jumping? Is there any other plan? The innocent little kitten mewed softly, struggling in vain against his grip, unable to resist, and had no choice but to comply. It seemed that Chu Ling had already severed the connection. Gu Shen sighed, fully aware that this seemingly least plausible escape route was, in fact, the most reasonable. Retracing his steps carried a significant risk of being spotted by the patrolling personnel. Was jumping the only option? To prepare for tonight's operation, Gu Shen resolved to purchase a portable device capable of linking to the deep sea. Real-time communication with Chu Ling would provide the latest updates, thereby greatly enhancing the probability of success. Yet, he was acutely aware that his every move was likely under scrutiny. As Nanjing had mentioned, due to the amnesty order, many from the adjudication office were already watching him. Thus, his electronic account would also be subject to monitoring. Now was an opportune moment. Following the fire and moving to a new residence, he had numerous household items to procure, and a device linking to the deep sea was essential. Purchasing it under the guise of settling into his new home would raise no suspicions regarding his buying intentions. At 7:01 p.m., less than 4 hours remained until the operation commenced. Time was of the essence. After a brief tidy-up, Gu Shen left his apartment, armed with Nanjing's card. Having lived in Datong City for 17 years, he found himself feeling utterly unfamiliar with his surroundings the moment he stepped out of the apartment. The clamorous heat swept towards him. The crowd surged, neon lights flickered to life, and the steel skyscrapers stood in orderly rows. The vast electronic torrent washed over the giant screen in the central square, which was currently displaying an advertisement promoting family gatherings. This era, this world, felt immense. Invisible, silent currents of electricity and networks spanned 5 continents, connecting everyone together. Each person resembled a droplet in the ocean, closely reliant on one another. A voice could create ripples. Yet, he felt like an anomaly. Gu Shen had always perceived himself as a solitary grain of sand on the beach, the deep sea linking the entire world, yet leaving him untouched. He adjusted his coat, donned his hat, and merged into the throng. The apartment was situated in the bustling heart of the city, with the nearest supermarket just a 5-minute walk away. Pushing a shopping cart, Gu Shen selected some everyday necessities before heading to the electronics section. A small, charming pink roller robot approached him, its pincers gripping the cart to assist him, while it cheerfully inquired, "Good evening, sir. What do you need?" Large supermarkets had adopted a model of unmanned shopping, with smart machines capable of fulfilling most of the sales tasks. However, Gu Shen understood that beneath the pink, soft exterior of the machine flowed nothing but a motionless code. The back-end cloud database stored every conversation between the robot and customers. Nowadays, linking to the deep sea had become an indispensable need. Almost every new electronic product offered wireless network connectivity. Prior to his visit, Gu Shen had contemplated whether purchasing holographic glasses or a holographic helmet would be worthwhile. He wondered if Chu Ling's technology could synchronize the architectural blueprints and real-time dynamics of personnel. He glanced at the price of the holographic glasses, $12,999. Then at the holographic helmet, $39,999. This seemed to be merely the mini version. There were also Plus and Plus Max models. This was exorbitantly priced. His bank balance was only $5,000. The pink robot accompanied Gu Shen as he strolled, stopping when it sensed his hesitation. It began enthusiastically introducing. This model is the latest holographic glasses launched by Huaji Group, featuring cutting-edge Li-Fi technology, capable of 256 hours of battery life, perfectly meeting daily office and entertainment needs. The promotional price is only $12,999, and if you apply for a membership card, you can enjoy. Enough. Gu Shen interrupted the loquacious robot with exasperation. "I just want a basic pair of wireless earbuds. Let me there." While the holographic glasses and helmet were indeed useful, the latter was too cumbersome for mobility. As for the former, it wasn't that Gu Shen was reluctant to spend money. With Nanjin's card and his own balance combined, purchasing a pair of glasses should not pose a problem. The most crucial aspect remained the electronic receipt for this shopping trip, which should reflect ordinary household purchases rather than an extravagant holographic device. "All right, please follow me." The robot paused briefly before guiding Gu Shen to the left, then left again. He selected a very affordable pair of wireless earbuds, priced under $200, which could connect to the deep sea. This was a model he had long desired, and the timing was perfect for the purchase. The pink robot assisted Gu Shen in pushing the cart until they reached the self-checkout machine. The base slowly elevated, and with its circular suction cup hands, it retrieved each item one by one, placing them on the counter. The total came to 556. 5 yuan. Not too steep. Although he felt a pang of regret, it was still manageable. Without hesitation, Gu Shen pulled out his meager bank card to complete the payment. Although the adjudication office had arranged a high-end apartment for him and provided a card sufficient for daily expenses, Gu Shen's character did not align with accepting unearned favors. He still had funds, and they were adequate for his everyday needs. Of course, opting not to pay with this card also stemmed from concerns regarding future scrutiny of his electronic shopping records. After completing the transaction, Gu Shen retrieved another card. "Let me check the balance on this card." His mood was somewhat conflicted. The adjudication office's generous assistance with his living situation left him curious about the card's balance. Reflecting on Nanjin's expression, he wondered if it would be sufficient for daily expenses. 5,000, 10,000. If those fellows had ever reflected on their daily lives, they would realize that an expenditure of 2,000 to 3,000 each month suffices. Gu Shen stared blankly at the screen, lost in thought. 1, 10, 100,000. In truth, the sum that Nanjing had allocated to him was not so extravagant as to require multiple digits for verification, yet Gu Shen meticulously counted it several times, ensuring he had not made an error. As he gazed at the screen, a sense of disorientation washed over him. 500,000. Nanjing had deposited a full 500,000 into his bank account. In his entire life, he had never encountered such a substantial amount of money. Chapter 16. Nocturnal musings on why the wealthy heir with 500,000 in savings only purchased a 100 yuan headset. A girl's voice drifted softly through the air, its quality somewhat coarse, interspersed with faint static. Gu Shen had just snugly fitted his earbuds and donned his cap when he heard Chu Ling's complaints. Until now, their interactions had been confined to text on a screen. The sound of her voice was reminiscent of a dream, its clarity faded from memory. Chu Ling's voice was melodious, ethereal like a sprite, yet it bore a strength that belied her delicate appearance, instilling a sense of grounding and reassurance. This time, Gu Shen felt no illusion of dreaming. The connection was established swiftly. He earnestly explained, "It is easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than vice versa. And regarding the electronic bill, even if I were aware that there was 500,000 in that card, I would still make the same choice. I have been anticipating this." The girl smiled, a hint of exasperation in her expression. "Have you forgotten what I do? I can help you with the electronic bill, just erasing some entries. Next time, purchase a better device." The initial pair of glasses was quite adequate. Gu Shen was taken aback. Had Chu Ling witnessed his indecisive moments in the supermarket? Yet, given her formidable access, it was hardly surprising. However, in the context of this operation, "You did make the right choice in your equipment," Chu Ling remarked. "There are numerous locations requiring real-time monitoring. Just be cautious not to expose yourself. I will assist in surveillance." As night fell and they distanced themselves from the city center, the dazzling neon lights gradually faded. The old district resembled a silent, faded canvas. Vibrant colors emerged as streetlights flickered on after dusk, illuminating only fragments of the darkness, where black and white seemed sharply delineated. Gu Shen nestled in a secluded corner. Just outside the glow of a street lamp, clad in an oversized black tracksuit, resembling a shadow poised in silence, intently gazing at the security perimeter 100 meters away. At 10:45 p.m., 15 minutes remained until the operation commenced. He had arrived an hour early, selecting an optimal position, a blind spot for surveillance, affording him a clear view of the security line. He could see the patrolling guards stationed beside it, as a minibus approached and halted adjacent to the line. Had the shift personnel arrived early? Gu Shen focused on calming his breath, striving for tranquility. Plans often change more swiftly than anticipated. Was action imminent? Typically, arrivals precede by 5 minutes. Perhaps this was according to plan? Chu Ling chuckled softly. Take a closer look. Gu Shen, possessing keen eyesight since childhood, squinted and noticed several individuals clad in oversized protective gear disembarking from the minibus, one approaching the security personnel at the line. These were the researchers responsible for extracting information from the scene, as Chu Ling elaborated. Due to the severe bodily damage inflicted on the two extraordinary individuals who attacked you, their identities are unrecognizable. Thus, technical means are required to reconstruct the scene. Gu Shen whispered, "So these researchers are from the Judgment Bureau?" "They should be," Chu Ling replied. "Given the gravity of your incident, the authorities will undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation, tracing back to those two extraordinary beings to uncover the assassination organization behind it." Gu Shen nodded, aligning with his previous thoughts, but suddenly paused. Wait. They should be. In this situation, he was merely a fish at the mercy of others' blades. The authorities were moving. Those individuals would not resign themselves to a passive fate. By compromising the primary scene and obliterating evidence, they could ensure their actions would leave no trace. Chu Ling's voice took on a mocking tone, revealing that the genuine researchers had yet to arrive. These were imposters. Cold sweat beaded on Gu Shen's forehead. The counterfeit researchers had produced identification, and it appeared that the security personnel were entirely oblivious, having been hastily assigned to guard the scene after the incident. They had failed to recognize the falsified credentials or anticipate the impersonation of shift personnel. Someone had already begun dismantling the security line to permit entry. Do not worry. The true performance is just beginning. This group is unlikely to succeed easily. Chu Ling's tone turned grave. Do you remember the infiltration route? The operation is about to commence. Gu Shen nodded, his gaze fixated on the distance. Just as the security personnel prepared to grant passage, a dark figure emerged from the dilapidated shadows of the old building, extending a hand to halt the clumsy, protective-clad researchers. Wait, the voice resonated, causing not only the researchers to freeze, but also the vigilant guards. Most of the security personnel had rushed to the scene during the fire outbreak, evacuating the crowd and safeguarding the victims. Due to the urgency of the situation, they had been ordered to establish this security line, ensuring no one entered the scene for 24 hours, awaiting the arrival of subsequent personnel. They were certain no one had breached the perimeter. However, this voice unmistakably emanated from within the secured area. Emerging from the darkness of the old building was a slender youth, his features striking yet pallid, reminiscent of a vampire, appearing so fragile that a gust of wind might topple him. Mr. Zhong Wei, the team leader, responsible for securing the scene, immediately recognized the young man, coming to attention in a salute. The sudden fire incident seemed to have far-reaching implications. The initial security personnel had received only the directive to protect the scene, lacking any further information, save for the knowledge that a formidable task force would take over after the shift change. The leader had marginally more information, having merely glimpsed a photograph, Zhong Wei's. The rumored head of the task force poised to take over was none other than the fragile-looking youth before them. Zhong Wei acknowledged the leader with a polite nod, then withdrew his credentials to introduce himself to the other security personnel. Task force, Zhong Wei. You arrived early? The leader managed a wry smile, still shaken by the earlier voice, fearing a lapse had occurred. I just arrived, Zhong Wei replied, his tone unembellished. The colleagues taking over have yet to arrive. I wanted to survey the scene first. In truth, he had been present all along, unnoticed by the security personnel. The case involved extraordinary individuals, and upon receiving notification, Zhong Wei had rushed to the old building to prevent any unforeseen incidents before the Judgment Bureau agents arrived. Once Zhong Wei appeared, silence enveloped both sides of the security line. The researchers, clad in bulky protective gear and masks, visibly froze momentarily, save for their leader, who remained composed. Slowly retracting his credentials, Mr. Zhong, I just verified their credentials. The seals are authentic. The team leader sensed the anomaly and gestured for the line to be reinstated. Oh, seals cannot be forged. Zhong Wei approached the leading researcher. If they are genuine, I shall conduct another inspection. He extended his hand, signaling for the credentials to be surrendered. The researcher slowly obliged, and at the moment of exchange, an ominous laughter echoed from within the soundproof mask. With a sharp hiss, the documents ignited instantaneously, bursting forth like a magician's fireworks display. Flames erupted into the air. This spectacle unfolded without warning. The surrounding security personnel failed to comprehend what had transpired, only perceiving a blinding flash of fire that scattered like the sound of a starting pistol. Those clad in voluminous protective suits charged forward with ferocity. Beneath the thick layers of their attire, their bodies possessed an astonishing strength as they knocked down the security guards in their path, swiftly breaching the barricade and surging into the old building. Bang! Zhong Wei's expression darkened as he decisively shattered the smoke and flames before him with a kick. His speed was astonishing. The seemingly frail physique concealed a formidable force. He spun around and delivered a swift kick, toppling a robust researcher attempting to break through. The instigator of this chaos, the leading magician, turned and fled. Zhong Wei shouted furiously, "Stop them!" A dozen security personnel surged forward, tackling the strong men desperately trying to escape into the old building. These men, though physically imposing, were not superhumans. It was imperative to capture the one in charge. Zhong Wei's gaze turned icy as he swiftly locked onto the fleeing figure. The individual was cunning, slipping into a minibus, poised for a hasty getaway. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Wei began to run, his speed transcending that of an ordinary human, resembling more that of a cheetah. At the precise moment the minibus roared to life, he leaped, grasping the roof with both hands. The vehicle, now engulfed in dust and noise, swayed like a serpent as it accelerated wildly, drifting recklessly, while Zhong Wei clung on with unwavering tenacity. In a sudden, violent spin, Zhong Wei maintained his balance, using the momentum to roll sideways, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the glass and landed inside the minibus. He spoke coldly, "Since you dared to come, do not think of leaving." Chapter 17. Entrapment. Now is the time, move. The moment Zhong Wei set off, Chu Ling's voice resonated. Gu Shen, having adjusted his breathing to its optimal state, felt a sharp glint in his eyes. He understood. The moment had arrived. Lowering his hat brim, Gu Shen, like a specter, deftly circumvented surveillance, swiftly making his way towards the old building as per their meticulously devised plan. It must be said that Chu Ling's strategy was impeccable. The ensuing chaos not only diverted the most formidable of the extraordinary beings, but also completely captured the attention of the security personnel. Gu Shen's infiltration proceeded remarkably smoothly. He reached the shadowy expanse of the old building and advanced rapidly, turning and shifting as guided by Chu Ling, skillfully evading detection, until he arrived at the rooftop corridor, secured by double lines of defense. One step further led him to the scene of the incident. 40 hours had elapsed. The area was well preserved, with almost no objects displaced. Due to the fire, the original surveillance on the rooftop had been destroyed. Chu Ling prompted, "Do you see that pile of wooden planks? The ruler of truth is buried at the very bottom." Gu Shen nodded. Crossing the protective line, he crouched down slowly, donned his gloves, and lifted the not-so-thick wooden boards. A silver ruler lay nestled in the dust. Fortunately, it had gone unnoticed. At the moment he touched the ruler of truth, Gu Shen exhaled in relief. Gripping the ruler, his previously taut nerves relaxed, as if a gentle stream coursed through his heart. It's in hand. Gu Shen did not immediately withdraw but turned to gaze at the nearby lifeless body, observing in silence. The extraordinary being had long been reduced to char by flames. Garments turned to ashes, leaving behind only a dry, blackened skeleton. With the item secured, it was time to retreat. Chu Ling cautioned him, yet Gu Shen remained still, softly inquiring, "What technical methods does the tribunal employ?" The girl hesitated. "Generally, DNA is extracted from blood, bones, or bodily fluids, searched in deep-sea databases for the original owner. However, life destroyed by extraordinary powers may have mutated genes, rendering such methods ineffective." She replied slowly, "This time, the tribunal may dispatch a psychic extraordinary being to profile based on the well-preserved crime scene. There are many methods." "Why do you ask?" "The phalange." Gu Shen suddenly interjected. "This person is missing a segment of their finger bone." Chu Ling was taken aback. Due to the lack of surveillance, she could not access her permissions to observe Gu Shen's current situation, relying solely on voice communication. But even if there were video, what difference would it make? Who would notice that the charred corpse was missing a segment of its pinky bone in such a dark environment? The absence of this bone indicated that someone had already removed critical evidence from the scene. "It must be Mr. Tree," Gu Shen whispered. The rooftop security was merely a ruse. The information had long been extracted, and he had set the trap, waiting for others to fall into it. If he was prepared, how could the extraordinary being stationed at the old building easily depart? A phrase flickered in Gu Shen's mind. "Give it a long line. Catch the big fish. Gu Shen, hurry and leave this place." Chu Ling's voice grew tense. "An extraordinary being has appeared. One. No, two of them. They are approaching." Gu Shen was not surprised. He rose swiftly to the rooftop, casting a casual glance to see white sheets floating, stained with splattered crimson blood. A sight so shocking that even he could scarcely believe he was the architect of such horrors. No wonder the tribunal rated him as S-class. This truly was the work of a devil. If he was not mistaken, Mr. Tree had extracted a segment of the severed finger and collected blood from the rooftop. These two pieces of evidence were sufficient to trace the genetic sequence. His loss of consciousness and the details of the rescue were confidential. Mr. Tree's prior presence at the crime scene was also a secret. Those who sought to destroy evidence had no knowledge of this information and could only passively choose to fight to the death. The guillotine had been raised. The trap could only await their fate. With a whoosh, the fierce wind swept across the rooftop. Gu Shen gripped the ruler, leaping down. This time he did not expend much mental energy to envision grand scenarios, merely imagining the wind behind him unfurling into wings. The ruler emitted a clear chime. The fierce gale cradled his form, gently propelling him forward. The youth soared through the night winds, landing steadily on the slightly lower rooftop of the old building. Gu Shen, you are even more astute than I imagined. Once freed from the cramped corridor, Chu Ling's view widened, and she witnessed the boy riding the wind. After only his second use of the ruler of truth, Gu Shen had already grasped the technique. Such remarkable learning ability. Upon landing, Gu Shen crouched low, concealing himself in the shadows. He smiled faintly, his complexion noticeably paler than before. The sounds from outside became jarring, piercing through his mind. Gu Shen realized that after using the ruler, his focus wavered, his spirit diffused. This must be a side effect of utilizing the ruler, likely due to his inexperience and insufficient mental strength. After several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. For him, visualizing the scene was not difficult. With the ruler in hand, initiating it was no problem. However, the toll of employing the ruler of truth posed a significant risk. Using the ruler was akin to flipping a switch. Even a mere second of use would deplete considerable mental energy. Had it only been a few seconds, and he was already struggling? This was unacceptable. I wonder if Mr. Tree possesses any specialized training methods to hone mental strength. Gu Shen resolved internally. The ruler of truth was now his greatest reliance, his trump card for survival. Upon returning, he must enhance his mental power to wield it more effectively. You just mentioned. Sensing the approach of extraordinary beings, Gu Shen remained in the dark corner, taking several minutes to recover. Yes, indeed. Chu Ling's tone was somewhat puzzled. However, these two extraordinary beings did not appear together. Certainly not. Gu Shen chuckled softly, noting, it seems you are not all-knowing after all. Chu Ling was even more bewildered. The extraordinary being stationed by the tribunal had fallen for a diversion, but this was, in fact, an invitation to enter the trap. Gu Shen succinctly explained that when the watcher departed, the true big fish would reveal itself. At that moment, it would be time to net them. Chu Ling then understood. You mean, one of the two extraordinary beings I detected comes from the tribunal? Correct. The one who infiltrated the old building should aim to destroy the rooftop scene, unaware they have become the target. Gu Shen found it amusing. Such actions can be succinctly termed entrapment. Just as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound erupted. The passageway at the top of the old building's rooftop exploded with a blast of air. Two figures, one in front of the other, burst forth from the narrow entrance. Gu Shen, hidden in darkness, looked up in awe. He beheld a familiar figure in a trench coat, strikingly poised, wielding dual blades, rendering his opponent utterly helpless. There are urgent matters tonight. I cannot accompany you any longer. It turned out that Nanjin's urgent matters referred to this. Gu Shen let out a quiet sigh of relief, grateful he had chosen the right moment and managed to escape in time. This battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Countless blades of light blossomed in the night. Accompanied by a furious and piercing shriek, the unfortunate mantis was skewered through the shoulder by the yellow sparrow, suspended in the air above the rooftop. The wind howled ominously. Nanjin, endowed with remarkable strength, held the blade at a right angle. The tip poised against the struggling man, and spoke softly, "Make another move, and I shall end your life." With gritted teeth, he cast a glance at the height of their precarious position, 11 stories above ground. Given his current injuries, any attempt to escape the blade would result in certain death from the fall. Furthermore, this madwoman displayed an alarming prowess in combat. After careful consideration, he chose to comply. Ceasing his struggles, Nanjin, her expression devoid of emotion, swung her blade, a flash of silver as it returned to its sheath. And with the force of throwing a sandbag, she hurled the incapacitated extraordinary being onto the ground. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as her gaze fixed on the adjacent old building, locking onto a shadowy point. Why did it feel as though someone was watching her? She raised her blade once more. The tip aimed at the direction her instincts had sensed, unleashing a formidable wave of force. Gu Shen, who had instinctively withdrawn his head, hiding behind a massive clay pot on the rooftop, felt his breath catch in his throat. Was this wicked woman's intuition truly so potent? At such a distance, she couldn't possibly be intending to thrust her blade at him, could she? Cold sweat drenched his back. His instincts screamed that if Nanjing truly lunged, he would be torn to shreds. Fortunately, after lingering for several seconds, the overwhelming force gradually dissipated. Not sensing any extraordinary presence, had he been overly cautious? Nanjing relaxed her brow. Her immediate priority was to escort the man before her back. She sheathed her silver blade, leapt back onto the rooftop, and seized the barely conscious figure, murmuring, "Come with me." Chapter 18. The suspect on a sunlit morning. Gu Shen sat up, stretching his limbs in a grand yawn, rubbing his eyes in the process. Meow, a certain orange cat, lay obediently on the balcony, softly mewling as if in distress. Gu Shen blinked again to ensure he was not mistaken. To be precise, the orange cat was nestled in the arms of the woman in the trench coat at this moment. It was grooming itself intermittently, clearly restless but too intimidated by the imposing aura of a certain high-ranking being to leave. "How did you get in?" Nanjing lounged comfortably in a rocking chair. A round coffee table before her adorned with exquisite toast, fried eggs, and coffee, while she held a stack of newspapers, basking in the warm sunlight and gentle breeze. The woman in the trench coat responded with an air of nonchalance. "I rented this place, so why shouldn't I come in?" Gu Shen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Where were you last night?" Nanjing suddenly inquired, taking a sip of her coffee. Gu Shen scratched his head. "I went out to buy something, then fell asleep. I've been terribly exhausted these past few days." Reflecting inwardly, he realized this was indeed the unvarnished truth. The last few days had been overwhelmingly tiring. After the mission concluded, Gu Shen returned to the apartment in the early hours, perhaps due to once again employing the truth-measuring rod, leaving him utterly spent. This response was impeccable. Chu Ling had already erased the entry and exit records of the apartment. "Well, it seems you were merely asking out of casual interest," Nanjing continued. "Let me ask you this. Would you prefer to hear a good piece of news or a bad one first?" Gu Shen exhaled with relief. "Let us start with the good news, then. There has been a breakthrough in the investigation of the arson case." Nanjing closed the newspaper and turned to look at him. "Last night, someone attempted to destroy evidence, but we apprehended them." Gu Shen, still appearing groggy, asked in confusion, "When you say we, who do you mean?" "Because of you, the teacher specifically transferred 2 formidable enforcers from other cities in Qinghe district," she replied. Gu Shen felt a shiver run down his spine. The fact that even Nanjing referred to them as formidable enforcers indicated their terrifying prowess. One of them had chased after the suspect last night, and the other he had yet to encounter. Noticing Gu Shen's reaction, Nanjing seemed pleased. She said calmly, "You may refer to them as senior brothers and sisters." Gu Shen felt a bit bewildered. "The review date at the tribunal has been set for 15 days from now," she added, as if discussing a trivial matter. "These 2 senior brothers and sisters are here to provide you with specialized training." "Is that so?" Gu Shen suddenly understood. A sense of relief washed over him. Specialized training was advantageous for him. While outsiders might be oblivious, merely looking at the records, they would perceive this young man as exceptionally gifted. However, Gu Shen was acutely aware of the true extent of what being classified as S-rank entailed. If he were to participate in the review as he was, he feared the outcome would astonish everyone unfavorably. In truth, the 2 senior brothers and sisters were sent to assist in the arson investigation, but to their surprise, upon reviewing his records, they expressed a desire to meet this extraordinary newcomer who had caused a stir with the pardon order. Nanjing shrugged. "They were all A-rated monsters during their reviews, so wanting to see how exceptional you are is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree?" Quite reasonable. Gu Shen felt a headache brewing. He could somewhat guess why Nanjing's attitude towards the review had shifted overnight. It was evident that Mr. Shu's faction held significant clout within the tribunal. Otherwise, it would not be possible for a high-ranking member of the council to initiate a pardon order. Yet, as the presiding judge of Qinghe had mentioned, invoking a pardon order came with its own pressures. If he was not mistaken, after securing his release, Mr. Shu had not made any further appearances, indicating that the tribunal was currently addressing related controversies internally. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news. What is the bad news? The bad news is that last night, there was a significant internal meeting at the tribunal concerning the pardon order, Nanjing said seriously. Representatives from various districts in East Continent condemned the teacher, and some even called for impeachment. As expected, just as he had suspected, the pardon order was not something one could acquire easily. Impeachment? Is it really that serious? Gu Shen was astonished. Actually, impeachment isn't uncommon due to the teacher's style of governance. It happens every year, Nanjing said, rubbing her temples. However, this time the situation seems a bit more severe. They've finally found an opportunity, and those individuals at the tribunal are exerting all their strength to challenge the pardon order. The heads of the various districts unanimously believe that applying the pardon order to you is inappropriate. Nanjing smiled wryly. But these pressures do not concern us. Rather than worrying about the teacher, you ought to focus on your own situation. Indeed, Gu Shen murmured to himself, if I fail the review, then things will truly spiral out of control. Up until now, he had not fully recovered. Both Chu Ling and Mr. Shu had shown faith in him, yet Gu Shen felt a sense of insecurity within. He had yet to achieve any extraordinary awakening. How could he possibly face the review? By the way, there's one more thing regarding the arson case, Nanjing said. This case might not be as simple as it appears. Gu Shen, perplexed, replied, but didn't we apprehend the criminal last night? The arson case should be resolved swiftly. This case is more complex than we anticipated. Nanjing shook her head. She stood up, and the orange cat seized the opportunity to dart away. Gu Shen, you probably won't have much time to rest. Let us go see the situation together. Chapter 19. Dreamweaver. Nanjing escorted Gu Shen to the second subterranean level of a grand edifice, a detention facility belonging to the Judgment Bureau. Inside the dimly lit holding cell, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Several burly men, clad in vests and bound tightly, struggled against their restraints, their muscles taut and formidable. Even from behind the walls, the sound of their vigorous thrashing echoed ominously. Gu Shen recognized them immediately. These were the impostors posing as researchers from the previous night. He inquired, are these the suspects apprehended last night? Yes and no, Nanjing replied, shaking her head. They are, in fact, amateur rugby players. Rugby players? Gu Shen's realization dawned upon him. No wonder they had seemed so ferocious when they breached the perimeter. Nanjing activated the holographic display, and their profiles materialized before them. She sighed. These individuals are well-known citizens of Dateng City. With no prior criminal records, they have been hypnotized by a psychic extraordinary, resulting in a severe cognitive dissonance. A psychic extraordinary? Gu Shen furrowed his brow. Cognitive dissonance. They believe themselves to be raging bulls, a melodic female voice interjected. Gu Shen's attention was drawn towards the source of the voice, where a figure emerged from the shadows. A girl in a gray hoodie and short skirt, petite and youthful, with a cherubic face that suggested she was merely 15 or 16. The puppet master lurking in the shadows is quite clever, the girl said, leisurely chewing gum. The interrogation over there has just concluded. Unfortunately, you and Zhong Wei have only captured pawns under hypnosis. She blew a large bubble with her gum, her gaze curiously assessing Gu Shen, while behind her stood a broodingly handsome young man, who regarded Gu Shen with an equally scrutinizing yet benevolent expression. The girl smiled. So, this is the S-rank newcomer who was saved by the pardon decree. Indeed, Nanjing affirmed, nodding earnestly as she introduced. This is senior sister Luo Er and senior brother Zhong Wei. Senior sister? Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, is she really so young? She looks younger than I am. The girl, initially expressionless, cracked a smile at his compliment. You're quite the charmer. Keep speaking sweetly. Zhong Wei also smiled, his gaze fixed on Gu Shen. At that moment, a voice resonated in Gu Shen's mind. Zhong Wei's voice. Years ago, due to a certain extraordinary incident, senior sister Luo's physical form became stunted, her skeletal age eternally fixed at 15. In truth, she has been studying under Mr. Tree for the longest duration, possessing the greatest strength, earning the respect and admiration of all as the undisputed master sister. Was this voice another manifestation of extraordinary power? Gu Shen observed the stark contrast between the handsome young man before him and the fierce demeanor he had displayed while pursuing the magician the previous night. Swift, decisive, and lethal, like a leopard, instilling fear in his foes. Yet, towards Gu Shen, he exuded an aura of gentleness. Despite her diminutive stature, Senior Sister Luo was indeed formidable, an apex entity within the Judgment Bureau. Zhong Wei conveyed solemnly, "You shall soon comprehend the true essence of Apex." Gu Shen listened intently, casting a grateful glance towards Zhong Wei. In a corner of the underground level, two heavily guarded detention rooms of high caliber housed the magician and the infiltrator from the previous night. Though both were extraordinary beings, their abilities were rather ordinary and lacked systematic training. Luo Air spoke slowly. The psychic extraordinary lurking behind the scenes likely possesses abilities akin to dream weaving. They have cast several layers of dreams upon these individuals, distorting reality and illusion while implanting subconscious directives. As of now, they remain oblivious to their actions. Dream weaving? Yes, it refers to the technique of drawing one's consciousness into a phantasmagorical realm, a skill typically reserved for psychic extraordinaires. As time elapses, the dreams will gradually dissipate. Their continued state of unawareness indicates a significant disparity in power between the parties involved. Noticing Gu Shen's perplexed expression, Luo Air frowned, asking, "Ninjin, why is he so uninformed?" The incident occurred abruptly, leaving no time for proper instruction, Ninjin explained. Prior to the fire incident, he was a thoroughly ordinary individual. In truth, he still, as Gu Shen silently grumbled. Time was of the essence. They had merely 15 days. She inhaled deeply. In 15 days, Gu Shen will face the evaluation of the Judgment Bureau, a critical assessment where higher capability ratings yield greater resources. In the meantime, we will exert all efforts to investigate the fire incident. Zhong Wei frowned. However, extracting and identifying genetic evidence from this case requires time no matter how urgent. It remains futile. This scheme had already alerted the adversary. Luo Air continued. Once they failed, they realized that preventing us from extracting scene information was impossible. They are unlikely to take further risks. As for the interrogation of the suspects apprehended last night, it is of no consequence unless we capture the psychic extraordinary behind it all. Enough talk. It is of little use. Luo Air pressed a button, stating nonchalantly, "There is a training ground on this level, before the special training. Let us assess the prowess of our future junior disciple." The wall at the end of the corridor shifted, revealing a heavy metallic door. Suddenly, the space before them expanded dramatically, revealing an arena reminiscent of a football field, specifically designed for extraordinary beings by the Judgment Bureau. The atmosphere was steeped in a somber gray-white hue, resonating with an air of solemnity. Basic firearms, targets, and an array of melee weapons, knives and daggers, were neatly organized on shelves. "I have perused the case files," Luo Air remarked with a smile. Indeed, the scene was quite shocking. Two extraordinary beings were mercilessly slaughtered. Yet what puzzles me is that one was dismembered with blades while the other was reduced to ashes by flames. Due to the continual resurgence of extraordinary powers worldwide, our extraordinary genealogy chart is updated annually, making it challenging for the Judgment Bureau to ascertain your awakening powers in real time, regardless of the specific nature of your abilities. They invariably fall into three primary categories: the psychic, which controls thoughts, the elemental, which wields nature, and the brute force, which enhances the physical body. From the scene, you evidently exhibited two starkly different extraordinary powers. Such a feat is rare across the entirety of the Eastern continent. Truly a miraculous spectacle. Now let me gauge your depth. Luo Air regarded Gu Shen, urging, "Utilize your awakened powers against me. Do not hold back." Chapter 20. Seeing your sister with the awakened power. Do not hold back when you strike at me. After speaking, Luo Air gestured for Nanjing and Zhong Wei to step back. She then closed her eyes. The young woman placed one hand behind her and pointed to her forehead with the other. "Come, make your move." Gu Shen felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. He had not awakened any so-called extraordinary power. Although he carried the truth's ruler with him, it was impossible to activate it at this moment. This secret needed to be carefully safeguarded. How to make a move? There was simply no way to act. Nanjing silently retreated, standing beside Zhong Wei, waiting quietly. The immense potential of Gu Shen existed only in the records. They had yet to witness it firsthand. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The training ground was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Luo Air slowly opened her eyes, devoid of disappointment, her expression as tranquil as a mirror. Smiling faintly. Indeed, you cannot unleash your power? You seem different from what those old fellows at the tribunal speculated. If you were to undergo the evaluation now, the situation would be dire. Gu Shen hesitated, caught between words, and fell silent. All right. A hand gently patted his shoulder. Gu Shen felt a rush of wind. Unable to see how senior sister Luo had moved, in an instant, she stood beside him. Do not be disheartened. It is not uncommon to be unable to wield extraordinary power due to overexertion. Luo Air chuckled lightly. Does this not prove that our presence here is indeed valuable? Gu Shen was taken aback. He turned to see Zhong Wei smile behind him. Did they all believe that he was unable to wield extraordinary power due to exhaustion? However, he still wished to grasp his fate as much as possible. Luo Air turned, walking toward the rack filled with swords and blades in the training area. In 15 days, the evaluation will take place. Every hour from now on is crucial. At this very moment, the intensive training has begun. She approached the immense rack. Without any motion from Luo Air, the entire rack began to tremble, and the sharpened blades and swords floated into the air one by one. It is important to note that these alloy-crafted weapons are incredibly heavy, weighing dozens of pounds. Even an untrained adult male would find it quite arduous to wield them. The weight of these dozens of blades would amount to nearly 1,000 pounds, would it not? Luo Air slowly turned around, and at the same time, the blades and swords adjusted their edges, dancing through the air like fish, swaying and ringing out with a clear, crisp sound. She asked, "Does this scene seem familiar?" Gu Shen stared at senior sister Luo in astonishment. At this moment, she was surrounded by a 10-meter radius filled with blades. Reminiscent of his first attempt to wield the truth's ruler while trying to mimic Nanjin's knife domain. How had she replicated it? Had the secret of the ruler been discovered? I utilized psychometry. She smiled slightly. I visited the site of the fire last night, and what transpired there. Through psychometry, I restored a portion of it. I initially intended to directly ascertain your extraordinary ability through psychometry, but regrettably, the images of you within it were too blurred. My extraordinary ability should be related to mental power. Fortunately, the ruler was not discovered. Gu Shen felt a sense of relief in his heart, feigning speculation as he slowly spoke. Chu Ling had mentioned psychometry. It is a power exclusive to the mental category. It seems senior sister Luo is a mental type extraordinary being. Utilizing the truth's ruler, in a sense, is also a manifestation of mental power. Such reasoning should not raise any suspicions. The backlash from activating the ruler was exceptionally swift. Chu Ling mentioned it was related to his insufficient mental power. This special training with senior sister Luo would precisely aid him. Gu Shen took a deep breath and reluctantly confessed his symptoms. After the fire, I constantly felt as if my mental power had been drained. I lay down for 2 days, and my mind feels still vacant, making it difficult to concentrate. And I often experience piercing pain. Luo Air listened attentively, nodding from time to time. It's a normal phenomenon. Your mental power is too weak. It appears this requires rigorous training. She beckoned. Zhong Wei and Nanjing approached. Strength, speed, mental power, control. The evaluation at the tribunal is actually quite simple. Assessing newcomers based on these 4 aspects. Regardless of which system one belongs to, they can receive an objective evaluation within this quadrilateral scoring system. Suddenly, Luo Air raised both hands, facing the empty space of the training ground. The swirling light of blades and swords erupted violently. The short knives and long swords began to dance without warning. The air shimmered with silver light, like snow. In the next moment, dozens of floating targets and wooden figures in the training ground were struck in critical areas like the heart and forehead by the blades sweeping through the air. In an instant, the sharp sounds of weapons rang out, piercing the eardrums. Extraordinary power, in essence, knows no hierarchy. Only combat wisdom and development levels differ. A newcomer, even if they harbor immense extraordinary potential within, cannot master it perfectly. Luo Air stated, strength corresponds to power. Speed corresponds to evasion. Mental power determines the duration of wielding extraordinary abilities. Control represents precision and distance. Possessing powerful foundational strength yet failing to hit the target, even with all one's effort, results in only fleeting brilliance. Such extraordinary beings are hardly considered true strong ones. A bead of sweat formed on Gu Shen's forehead, slowly sliding down, ultimately dropping onto the surface of a nearby dagger. Plop! It created a delicate, crisp ripple. The dagger, under the manipulation of mental power, hovered mere centimeters from his face, its invisible edge nearly piercing his skin, seeping into the marrow. This was a true monster, to simultaneously command dozens of blades. What kind of formidable mental power was this? This was not an ethereal concept of blade intent, devoid of weight. Moreover, unlike his chaotic slaughter on the rooftop aimed at a single target, every blade commanded by Senior Sister Luo precisely struck the targets, most terrifyingly. She had not even used her sight to assist her aim. It was evident that this was also a manifestation of mental-type extraordinary ability. She could perceive the world behind her, her gaze sharper than an eagle's. Gu Shen inhaled deeply, struggling to extend 2 fingers and shift the dagger hovering before him. The dagger was merely a centimeter from piercing his skin. Gu Shen understood that had he trembled even slightly just now, the blade would have drawn blood. He did not feel fear, only awe. This time, as Gu Shen looked at Luo Air, he seemed to glimpse the powerful soul carried within that seemingly frail body, majestic as a mountain and deep as an abyss. The earlier discourse on strength felt somewhat hollow and powerless, but when Luo Air spoke, it was undeniably right, undeniably correct, because she was an unequivocal powerhouse. With a hum, the dagger slowly flew up and landed in Luo Air's palm. Would you like to learn? She smiled and said, I shall teach you. Chapter 21. The Awakening of Extraordinary Beings. Extraordinary beings have existed for ages. In a bid to maintain order, the Council chose to conceal the truth from the public. However, as time progressed, such concealment became increasingly arduous. Following the deep-sea connection to the entire world, the Eastern continent officially established the Tribunal, which began to incorporate unorganized extraordinary beings. Due to limitations on authority, I shall refrain from elaborating further on this matter. Senior Sister, there are certain things it is wiser for you not to know at this moment. All you need to understand is that the Tribunal has but 2 primary objectives: to detain out of control extraordinary beings and to collect extraordinary sealed objects. Luo Air extended a hand. Above her palm, an invisible wind swirled, transforming into a dispersing mist, repeatedly echoing with a sound akin to tearing paper, which was quite melodious. As of now, we remain unable to explicate the essence of extraordinary power. The natural world is governed by ironclad laws and rules, while this power embodies destruction, disregard, and transgression, a chaotic force. Due to the existence of such power, many truths have ceased to be truths. For instance, a broken mirror cannot be mended. Luo Air gazed to the side. With a sudden crash, a massive glass mirror at the end of the training ground shattered, spilling forth like mercury, and the moment Senior Sister's words fell, countless shards flowed back, meticulously reassembling the immense mirror. Furthermore, spilled water cannot be retrieved. A water pipe abruptly burst, spraying water from beneath the ground like a fountain. In the next instant, time seemed to reverse. The scattered droplets converged into a column of water, compressing inch by inch until the ruptured pipe restored itself, swallowing all the splashed water, erasing the cacophony, leaving only the serene yet surging sound of water from beneath. A miracle. This is a supernatural phenomenon beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. And the instigator merely flicked a finger, uttered a few phrases. And within the span of enjoying tea, everything transpired. Everything seemed to both occur and not occur. Current data indicates that anyone, regardless of age, may experience an extraordinary awakening. Awakening individuals will wield immense power, but also face the peril of losing control. This is the gravest crisis you must confront in this review. Senior Sister Luo paused, noting that due to the fire incident, your danger rating is exceedingly high. The Council will not permit the existence of a creature such as you with the potential for losing control. As for the out-of-control beings, Gu Shen suddenly recalled his initial encounter. A009 is indeed one such being. According to Mr. Tree's information, many years ago, she was merely a normal staff member of the Ancient Literature Society. Given the contact with A009, coupled with the fire incident, could it be presumed that he too might lose control? Therefore, your first lesson is to master control. Mastering extraordinary power. He is but an ordinary person. How can he harness a power that is fundamentally non-existent? Gu Shen felt a profound worry. The tribunal remains unaware that his extraordinary awakening scene was, in fact, created by the measuring rod of truth, which, as Senior Sister previously mentioned, should be an extraordinary sealed object. The tribunal is responsible for detaining out-of-control beings and containing sealed objects, both out of fear of the destruction they might wreak if left unchecked. Should the measuring rod of truth fall into the hands of malevolent individuals, it could very well unleash catastrophic consequences. Mr. Gu Changji, the highest-ranking member of the council, once proclaimed that the relationship between the mind and the body is the cornerstone of all cultivation. The two are akin to water and a bowl. When one flourishes, the other must keep pace, for neither can be absent. Those who lose control do so due to an imbalance between the two, leading to a collapse. To fundamentally eliminate this risk, one must first refine the physical form. Gu Changji, a name that still resonates powerfully even today. 2 decades ago, he was revered as a hero by many in the Eastern continent, having gained fame at a young age through remarkable achievements. Yet he has not been seen for quite some time. Gu Shen inquired, is he also connected to the tribunal? Indeed, the establishment of the tribunal was significantly influenced by Mr. Gu Changji. Senior Sister Luo replied softly, my mentor received substantial support from him, including one very important item that can assist you in mastering extraordinary power. She seemed to ponder how best to describe it. The term item was rather inadequate. Yet, there was no more fitting descriptor. Is it a sealed object? Gu Shen queried with curiosity. No. Senior Sister shook her head. Once you see it, you will understand. She extended a finger, touching Gu Shen's brow. In an instant, the entire training ground fell silent. The sounds of wind, water, and the fluttering of insects were magnified infinitely, placing the world in a paradox of extreme silence and extreme noise, while Gu Shen felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him, causing his eyelids to feel as though they were laden with lead, pulling him downward, yet he descended into a soft, fluffy cloud. Was he being hypnotized? He must not succumb to slumber. In a flash, Gu Shen struggled, attempting to rouse himself. However, it was futile. The force drawing him into the realm of dreams was far too potent to resist. He had entered a dream. At this critical moment, Nanjing extended a hand, steadying the boy who was plummeting towards the ground, guiding him to a chair at the edge of the training ground. Gu Shen lowered his head, drifting into a deep slumber, his breath long and gentle. Quite remarkable, he even struggled for a moment. Senior Sister Luo chuckled, concluding he was a lad with secrets, yet I harbor no interest in his little mysteries. Do you recall when I first joined the tribunal? I only received an A-grade evaluation. Luo Air was lost in thought, smiling softly. As consolation, my mentor showed me the awakening, and I ended up sleeping for a full 8 hours within that dream. The fastest that year took merely 2.5 hours. Senior Sister, the person you mentioned must be Han Dang, correct? He cannot compare to you. Zhong Wei spoke earnestly. In that dream, you not only completed awakening, but also meticulously transcribed it. To this day, no one else in the tribunal has achieved such a feat. The spiritual dreamscape carrying the essence of awakening cannot be articulated nor replicated through technical means. To comprehend it, one must utilize the original prints left by Gu Changji in the tribunal, and requesting to view them necessitates specific permissions, qualifications, and contributions. Yet, there are always exceptions. Thus, our awakening was imparted through a dream by Senior Sister, and my mentor has not utilized the tribunal's original print since. Nanjing bore a look of realization. Senior Sister had indeed fully replicated the dream of awakening. She frowned and remarked, Han Dang, Zhu Wang's favored disciple? Yes, the very smiling tiger, unpredictable and temperamental. This master and disciple duo initiates impeachment proceedings against our mentor every year. Zhongwei replied with irritation. This time is no different. Only when our mentor steps down can Zhu Wang ascend as a substitute. They seize the pardon order as leverage, refusing to let go. If all goes as expected, they will keep a close watch on Gu Shen's review. Nanjing appeared contemplative. In terms of qualifications, reputation, and strength, Zhu Wang is one of the few within the tribunal who can directly oppose our mentor, yet the two have never seen eye to eye, nor do they cooperate. And the disciples under them seem to subtly suggest a division. Mr. Tree's lineage is represented by senior sister Luo, while the leader of Zhu Wang's faction is none other than Han Dang. Last night's online meeting was quite intense. Gu Shen's matter has garnered excessive attention, and some harbor ulterior motives, eagerly seeking an outlet for their malice. Zhongwei sighed, reflecting on the meeting from the previous night, which decided to conduct an examination of Gu Shen in Diding City. Han Dang remained oblivious to any potential interference. When soldiers come, we shall block them. When water arrives, we shall bury it in earth, he mused. Sister Luo waved her hand dismissively, stating, Han Dang is inconsequential. It is best not to mention this matter to Gu Shen, to spare him from undue stress. Both nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. Curiously, Nanjing inquired, Senior brother, how long did it take you to finish Jingzhe? 4 hours and 9 minutes. 10 minutes slower than you, Zhongwei replied with a smile. Those qualified to read Jingzhe at the tribunal are considered geniuses. As long as one can complete it within 12 hours and emerge from the dreamscape, it is deemed a success. 4 hours is indeed an impressive accomplishment. Sister Luo fell into contemplation, letting out a soft sigh. It was only later that I realized this was not a mere visualization of a dream. The duration of observation was not of paramount importance. The creator of the Jingzhe dreamscape, Mr. Gu Changji, has embedded within it a vast spiritual treasure. Thus, Luo Air gazed thoughtfully at the young man slumped on the bench and asked, Do you think Gu Shen has a chance of discovering that treasure within? Chapter 22, Dream Descending. Further descending. Continuously falling. Bang, startled awake. Gu Shen opened his eyes to find himself standing upon an expansive, boundless wilderness, where countless blades of grass danced in the wind. The sky was weighed down by dense, leaden clouds, and a distant, muffled rumble of thunder echoed within the oppressive overcast, enveloping the world in a profound silence, as if the end of days were imminent. This place was. Memories flickered, crystallizing upon the last gesture of senior sister Luo pointing at him. This was a dreamscape conjured by a psychic extraordinary. A familiar voice broke the stillness. Gu Shen turned in astonishment, beholding the small white dress he had long yearned to see, its hem lifted by the breeze, revealing the delicate calves of a young girl. Noticing Gu Shen's bewilderment, Chu Ling tucked a strand of her long, dragon whisker-like hair behind her ear and smiled. What's the matter? Do you not wish to see me? Absolutely not. How could that be? Gu Shen hastily waved his hands, pausing to choose his words carefully before responding. I simply did not anticipate encountering you here. A hint of melancholy washed over him. If this were indeed the dream imposed upon him by Luo Air, did that mean everything he perceived was merely a figment of his imagination? Though this is a dream, all that transpires will become your genuine memories, Chu Ling stated earnestly. Reality and illusion are merely two worlds with blurred boundaries. The spiritual consciousness that governs our corporeal forms cannot be precisely delineated or defined, yet it undeniably exists. Within such a dream, the spiritual consciousness can manifest tangibly. Gu Shen reminisced about his initial encounter with Chu Ling, the train numbered 001. Was that also a dream? As for why I am here, the specifics are not for discussion at this moment, Chu Ling replied softly. Gu Shen, you need only remember that even without the deep sea, I can still connect with your spirit. Therefore, as long as you require me, I shall appear. Her gaze upon him was resolute. Gu Shen stood transfixed, gazing at the girl. In this dreamlike realm, everything felt vast and limitless, the endless wilderness capable of engulfing youths, and the almost collapsing clouds looming above. In this world, an individual felt so insignificant and isolated. Yet with the presence of another, one was no longer small, nor alone. A sharp pain pierced Gu Shen's head as he murmured, I recall now. The reason I am here is that senior sister Luo wishes to show me something. But what is that thing? In response to this inquiry, Chu Ling merely smiled, offering no answer. Gu Shen realized that the resolution to this question must be unveiled by his own hands. He reached out to grasp a swirling blade of grass. And everything here felt so tangible, the remnants of frost clinging to the leaves, still not fully thawed. Squeezing tightly, the frost crumbled into water. As more grass blades lifted into the air, some broke free from their frosty confinement, while others unfurled tender green shoots. The once gray and desolate world, under the thunderous embrace, gradually transformed into a vibrant green, akin to a painting brought to life. In this age of electronic torrents, such scenery had become a rarity. The steel jungle was filled with cold and crude edifices, where a sprouting blade of spring grass would soon be trampled, and a patch of fresh earth would quickly be uprooted. Even in the most undeveloped wastelands, vast stretches of wilderness were hard to come by. With the expansion of this vibrant canvas, desolation and decay were swept away, and the booming thunder grew ever more intense. As if an invisible tide were surging closer, Gu Shen felt life awakening all around him, the withered winter fading and spring arriving, with countless blades of grass sweeping in. The frost and snow shattered and dispersed. He instinctively adjusted his breathing. All sounds became crystalline, including his own respiration. Time seemed to slow at that moment. An invisible force guided Gu Shen to lower himself, becoming a diminutive blade of spring grass in the wilderness. As he sat, a delicate layer of frost formed upon his hair, only to be quickly whisked away by the wind. Many blades were lifted by the gusts, yet he remained steadfast. At this moment, it felt as though countless words flooded his mind, or perhaps an array of continuous virtual images, fragmented lines, and smudged colors, accompanied by a rumble from the heavens. Spring thunder resounded. Information exploded within his consciousness. A gentle rain began to fall, not heavy but sufficient to envelop the entire wilderness. The raindrops descended, imparting warmth rather than cold. This was a spring rain, liberating the world from the chill of winter. Blades of grass fell upon Gu Shen's brow, shoulders, and hair. The youth forgot everything, his breathing steady and tranquil as stone. In this dream, Gu Shen seemed to have embarked on an even deeper slumber, his spiritual power slowly swelling with each passing second. He felt a profound sense of security and stability within. The girl in the small white dress remained by his side, smiling and watching quietly. Countless blades of grass whistled past, only to be beaten down by the rain. Yet when they landed beside Chu Ling, they transformed into fragmented numbers. This perfect, tangible world, due to the girl's presence, acquired a small realm of the intangible, unreachable illusion. Time flowed on without measure. Gu Shen slowly opened his eyes, sensing the changes within himself. He felt as though he had awakened from an extraordinarily long slumber. This dream world felt almost more real than reality itself. The fatigue of sleepless nights, washed away by the truth, had vanished completely, replaced by a sense of revitalizing energy akin to the rebirth of spring. He finally comprehended what Senior Sister Luo had alluded to, the thing that could aid him in mastering his extraordinary powers. This dream seemed akin to a lesson. Nothing surpasses the immersive experience of learning. This entire dreamscape, from the blades of grass to the thunder and all living beings, was teaching him how to breathe. This was a method of breathing that could only be understood through experience, not articulated. It was truly astonishing. Gu Shen's eyes grew clearer, shimmering with brilliance as he gazed at Chu Ling, gratitude filling his gaze. In his deep slumber, he felt as though someone had always been beside him. This was the waking of insects left to him by Gu Changji. Chu Ling spoke softly, scouring the 5 continents. There is likely no breathing technique more suited for newcomers than waking of insects. Master this technique and regularly hone your spirit, and you will significantly reduce the probability of losing control. Waking of insects. Gu Shen clenched his fist, sensing a colossal power within him. His spirit felt exceptionally vibrant and abundant, as if inexhaustible energy coursed through him. It felt as though a thunderbolt resided within his spine, just as the name waking of insects suggested. The sole drawback was that comprehending waking of insects is exceedingly difficult. Chu Ling emphasized this thrice, her gaze upon Gu Shen revealing a complex mix of emotions. The vast majority of individuals, even if given the chance to enter this dream realm, would not experience a hint of resonance or understanding. Gu Shen lowered his gaze to the blades of grass in his palm. Was it truly so difficult? Yet his own comprehension seemed to encounter no obstacles. Everything unfolded so smoothly. It could even be described as a flat plane. Did you choose to connect spiritually out of fear that I might encounter troubles? Gu Shen chuckled. Apologies for disappointing you. Chu Ling remained non-committal. Yes, but not entirely. If I had not entered this dream world, you would have completed your understanding of waking of insects, and this dream would have come to an end. Chu Ling lifted her gaze, peering towards the horizon at the edge of a world where the spring rain had nearly ceased. The distant dark clouds dispersed, the layers of clouds fragmented, and the horizon at the limits of her vision began to contract. This dreamlike realm was on the brink of collapse, yet above the canvas of the sky. A cascade of indistinct symbols fell gently, thereby slowing the descent of the awakening dreamscape to an almost languid pace. However, it ought not to conclude in such a manner. Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps there are still unique wonders to behold. Chu Ling's tone was earnest as she regarded Gu Shen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Unique wonders? Gu Shen surveyed the misty, nascent world of spring rain, feeling an unprecedented affinity that settled deep within his heart. After comprehending the art of breathing, every blade of grass and rustle of wind seemed to resonate with the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He could hear the myriad voices of this world. Is this truly a mere illusion? Gu Shen murmured. Why does everything here feel so profoundly real? Chu Ling held her breath, awaiting his next words. What I mean to say is, it is not that this dream feels authentic. Gu Shen pondered for a moment, then raised his head, articulating each word with clarity. Why do I sense that this dream might transcend into reality? Upon hearing this, Chu Ling smiled. Her features were truly enchanting. When she smiled, the entire world seemed to soften in response. Indeed, who is to say this is merely a dream? Perhaps this wilderness can genuinely manifest in reality. The thought was undeniably unsettling. Gu Shen cautiously inquired, is it truly possible to transform the ephemeral into the tangible? As long as one believes it undeniably exists. Chu Ling's voice was resolute. Many things are like this. Her expression was earnest, her tone sincere, merging with the rain and permeating the air, instilling a sense of tranquility. The world was gradually crumbling. Gu Shen ceased to regard the grass, the rain, or the remnants of clouds. The surroundings lost their significance, leaving only this young girl in focus. In Chu Ling's eyes, he discerned something distinct from what others perceived. Belief is more important than anything else. The concept of time within the dream realm eluded comprehension. Though the understanding was slow, the collapse unfolded at an alarming pace. Nothing transpired. Yet the edge of the world came into view. The sky crumbled, replaced by a multitude of blurred codes. By the way, you completed your understanding in merely 15 minutes. An achievement unmatched in the annals of the tribunal's history. Chu Ling remarked with a smile in the darkness. Of course, whether you meditate for a day, a week, or a month is inconsequential. The road ahead is long, and I shall remain by your side. When you need me, I will surely appear. This time, it was the girl who extended her hand, yearning to touch the boy. Yet once again, the touch remained elusive. Garbled chaos ensued. Darkness enveloped. The dream shattered. Chapter 23. Comprehending Achievements. Junior Sister Nanjing, have you passed the test on the 6th layer of the deep sea? Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Not yet. However, after my encounter with A009, I vaguely sensed the existence of some essence. A breakthrough should not be far off. It is quite normal for those in the strong attack category to advance slowly. One must take steady steps and not rush. The trio, Luo Air, Zhong Wei, and Nanjing engaged in casual conversation for quite some time. Gu Shen's consciousness entered the Jingzhi dream realm, signaling a lengthy period of leisure that was perfect for sharing insights on extraordinary cultivation. Junior Sister Nanjing, Luo Air inquired with a smile. I heard from the teacher that you withstood A009's assault. The situation is complex, difficult to articulate, Nanjing replied, shaking her head. It can't really be called withstanding. Had A009 continued its rampage, I would have perished. In a critical moment, A009 ceased its attack. She gazed at the sleeping youth on the bench, her expression intricate. She had intended to rescue Gu Shen, yet at the crucial moment, it was Gu Shen who saved her. If I recall correctly, our last meeting was in the dotted district. Back then, you were shorter than I, crouching in a corner with a sword, stubborn like grass in a crack. And now, you have become someone capable of standing alone. Luo Air gestured, a hint of nostalgia in her tone. Show me your sword, she said, retracting her hands and placing them behind her back. I wish to see how much you have progressed over the years. Sister. Nanjing felt a surge of excitement. This was an excellent opportunity. Luo Air's strength was formidable, aside from their teacher. No one was more suited to be her sparring partner. All right. Without hesitation, she drew her longsword from her waist. After battling a 009, she had felt something lacking. This was the perfect moment for honing her skills. With a resonant hum, the wind in the training ground reversed, and the fierce sword energy flowed like water from the etched patterns on her blade, thousands of silver rays suspended in the air, forming a vortex that began to spin. In the silent training ground, an invisible pressure gradually descended. Zhong Wei smiled and stepped back 2 paces, settling onto a bench beside Gu Shen, leisurely observing the scene. Above them, the heavy pressure cascading from the swirling sword energy immediately dissipated, effortlessly resolved. Luo Air stood calmly, her ponytail fluttering in the wind as she scrutinized the sword domain Nanjing was currently manifesting, her brow gradually furrowing. This sword domain felt strikingly familiar. Suddenly, she recalled the side profile from the rooftop, which bore a strong resemblance to the present moment. The method Gu Shen employed during his extraordinary awakening to counter that formidable attacker mirrored Nanjing's sword domain. Was it mere coincidence? There was no time to ponder further as her thoughts were interrupted by the resounding clash of blades. Luo Air raised her gaze, and an overwhelming wave of silver sword energy surged forth, threatening to engulf her entirely. The underground training arena was engulfed by the sword energy. The copper walls and massive glass surfaces fracturing like brittle shells torn by the tumultuous waves. The sword energy coalesced into a tornado. Amidst the violent whirlwind, only a single bench remained unscathed. Zhong Wei rested his chin on his palm, watching the spectacle with an expression of admiration tinged with regret. Nanjing, filled with fighting spirit, raised her sword high. Though she was a woman, she bore the strength of a deity capable of moving mountains. Countless silver rays converged into a single line, slowly descending towards Luo Air. This strike was immensely powerful, yet it was too slow. Had this been a contest on solid ground, her opponent could easily evade. But they were underground, and her opponent was Luo Air. Luo Air would not dodge, nor did she desire to. By allowing Nanjing to strike, she was fully confident in her ability to withstand this blow. As the mighty sword light descended, Luo Air remained rooted, her gaze fixed upon the blazing sword light, scrutinizing every detail within. Then, she raised a hand. In that moment, time seemed to slow. The metallic debris swirling around the edge of the sword energy tornado transformed into mechanical arms under Luo Air's command. As she cleaved through the air, the energy parted like the sea. With a thunderous roar, Luo Air made her move. Countless furious shards of sword energy dispersed rapidly, each inch of contact draining Nanjing's will and stamina at an alarming rate. She gripped her sword firmly, adopting a stance as the winds tore at her clothing, nearly aligning her with the ground. Nanjing's low growl was drowned out by the echoing clash of blades. The intricate engravings on her silver sword shone with unprecedented brilliance. In confronting Luo Air, she felt a pressure far greater than that from A009. Her sword was mere inches from landing a blow on her sister. Yet, despite pouring all her strength into the strike, Nanjing could not complete the final descent. In the end, even a mere centimeter of downward force became a luxury. A hair's breadth of difference felt like an insurmountable chasm. Crack! The silver sword emitted a sharp sound, fracturing, yet still unable to penetrate further. Just a little more. Just a little more. Nanjing harbored no thoughts of surrender. The final distance. Break through it. Shatter it. In the moment before exhaustion claimed her, the silver sword finally broke through, cleaving downward with unwavering force. Drip. A bead of sweat fell to the ground, splattering into glistening fragments. Nanjing gazed at the droplet cascading down her cheek, as well as the shattered remnants of her blade scattered across the ground, her heart brimming with exhilaration. She had delivered that strike. Though Luo Air remained entirely unscathed and composed, her position had subtly shifted from where she had stood before. A discerning eye would notice that she had stepped slightly to the side, leaving behind a sharp indentation where she once stood, carved by a sliver of sword energy. Chunks of shattered metal, guided by her formidable and stable mental power, were restored, smooth like paper under a finger, and reattached to the walls of the training ground. You are stronger than I imagined. Breaking through the 6th layer of the deep sea is merely a matter of time, Luo Air remarked, lifting her hand as the broken blade flew into her palm, coalescing into a complete, tangible sword. Everything returned to normal. Was this strike born from your battle with A-009? Indeed, its lethality is remarkable. However, in terms of nuanced control, you still lack refinement. If you can master every thread of sword intent perfectly, this strike would be sufficient to wound me. Nanjing silently noted her sister's guidance. Perfectly mastering every thread of sword intent was indeed an exceedingly high standard. Zhongwei rose, solemnly stating, "Junior sister, your strike already embodies the essence. Among your peers, few can reach this stage. Do not be too hard on yourself." As she caught the long sword, Nanjing sensed a subtle change in its weight. The tip seemed to be missing a segment. She paused slightly, realizing that while the entire training ground had been restored by Luo Air's mental power, the indentation where she had previously stood remained, with a fragment of the blade embedded there. "Let this piece of blade serve as a memento," Luo Air suggested. "Understand that only a handful in the entire judgment hall could inflict harm upon me." Luo Air stood on tiptoe, gently patting Nanjin's shoulder, sincerely praising her progress. "You have achieved this step. It is no small feat. Zhongwei is correct. Do not be overly stringent with yourself. Sometimes, pausing is also a form of cultivation." The teacher had conveyed this message to her. In recent years, Nanjing has been diligently pursuing her cultivation, aspiring to grow stronger. While there is no fault in such ambition, it is essential to recognize that all things follow a natural progression. One must advance gradually in accordance with the principles of nature. Those who shine brightly from the outset often expend their life's energy all too swiftly. "Thank you." Nanjing merely shook her head, offering no further comment, neither acceptance nor rejection. Unbeknownst to them, over 4 hours had already elapsed. Zhongwei thoughtfully stroked his chin, murmuring, "Gu Shen has yet to awaken." According to the profile analysis from his senior sister, Gu Shen was undoubtedly a psychic extraordinary. For hours of contemplation may not seem excessive. The comprehension of the awakening breath technique is notoriously challenging, with numerous prodigies within the Judgment Bureau taking 7 to 8 hours to grasp it. Nevertheless, for someone of S-class caliber, for hours without deciphering the awakening technique could be deemed rather inadequate. As the dream weaver, Luo Air could still perceive some shifts within the dream realm. She unleashed her mental energy to probe, discovering that, at this moment, Gu Shen's mind was remarkably at ease, completely unlike someone immersed in the intricacies of the awakening technique. This young man, was he snoring? Zhongwei found himself momentarily taken aback. Soon thereafter, the gentle flow of mental energy began to coalesce, heralding the signs of awakening. For hours, 39 minutes, he cast a glance at the clock. For an S-class psychic extraordinary, this seemed somewhat sluggish. No matter. As long as understanding was achieved, that was what truly mattered. After all, it had taken him 8 hours in his own time. Luo Air raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that Gu Shen's journey was still far from over. Chapter 24. The Observer in the Shadows. With a sudden sneeze, Gu Shen jolted awake. The last remnants of his memory were a swirling abyss of indistinct symbols and a hazy shadow. The dream of awakening had seemingly not yet completely unraveled, and Chu Ling severed her mental connection with him, plunging him back into slumber. Upon awakening, the first thing that caught his eye was a handsome visage, mostly obscured by sunglasses, yet still exuding an aura of serene beauty. However, the owner of that visage wore an expression of disdain, clutching a dagger and gripping the hem of her trench coat, as if she longed to distance herself from him as much as possible. Was it really that serious? It was merely a sneeze. Gu Shen inwardly raised a middle finger at the wicked woman. "Gu Shen, you're awake." Hearing his senior sister's voice, Gu Shen became fully alert. In the realm of dreams, time had no meaning. How long had it been from the moment he entered the dream to the moment he awoke? Surely he hadn't shattered the fastest record established by the tribunal. Senior sister. Gu Shen scratched his head. How long have I been asleep? Not long, just 4 hours, Luo Shiji casually remarked. Gu Shen blinked, contemplating that Chu Ling had indeed helped him control his awakening time. Yet, he had awakened 4 hours later. Did she assist him in managing the duration? He recalled Chu Ling's final words to him. The road ahead is long. Little Gu. Brother Zhongwei approached, concern etched on his face. What did you see in that dream? Little Gu. It had been a long time since anyone had addressed him like that. Gu Shen felt no aversion. And after a moment's thought, he replied honestly, I dreamt that I found myself in a vast wilderness. The scenery was beautiful, with endless grass stretching as far as the eye could see, and then it rained. He still needed to play the part of the naive. Gu Shen was quite adept at this. He vividly recounted the scenes from the awakening dream, subtly glossing over the details of his insights, feigning ignorance, as if by mere chance he had stumbled upon them. After finishing his tale, Gu Shen presented his findings. Senior sister. In that dream, I seemed to grasp something extraordinary. The breathing technique of awakening has been deeply etched in my heart. Upon finishing, Gu Shen began to breathe in accordance with the rhythm and cadence that resonated in his mind. Instantly, his aura diminished, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. He could distinctly feel his mental energy coalescing. Moreover, a gentle, warm current flowed slowly through the back of his head. Ah, quite impressive, Luo Shiji observed with surprise. Gu Shen's breathing was remarkably rhythmic and efficient, rivaling her own from years past, indicating a strong affinity with the awakening technique. It is highly probable that he has sensed the hidden treasure left by Mr. Gu Changji in the mental realm. The teacher indeed had an extraordinary eye. Luo Air nodded with satisfaction. This is the gift I wish to bestow upon you. This breathing technique is called awakening. Remember, during the upcoming special training, you must make this breathing method instinctual. For the next few days, regardless of what you do, eating, sleeping, or any activity, you must maintain the breathing of awakening at all times. So that's how it is, Gu Shen mused inwardly. If he replaced his usual breathing with that of awakening, not only would his meager mental energy stabilize, but it would also gradually increase. He couldn't help but marvel at the genius of Gu Changji, who had created this breathing technique single-handedly. A gentle pat on his shoulder brought him back to the moment. Luo Shiji spoke with rare tenderness. Since you have comprehended awakening, it indicates that you possess a certain talent. Do not engage in self-criticism. The duration of understanding a mere breathing technique does not signify much. Gu Shen was taken aback. Was Luo Shiji comforting him? Was she concerned about the impending evaluation, fearing it would impose great pressure upon him? Or perhaps his comprehension time had been somewhat prolonged? He recalled Brother Zhongwei mentioning that Luo Shiji's temperament had become erratic due to the influence of an extraordinary event from her early years. He then realized that Luo Shiji's smile was quite charming. All right. Luo Air's smile faded, her expression turning serious. The tasks ahead remain arduous. We cannot afford to waste any time. Above the dilapidated and cordoned-off high-rise building, the sound of helicopter blades whirred ominously, echoing in the air. The security personnel looked up in disbelief. Just a dozen meters from the ground, a man clad in a charcoal suit and gold-rimmed glasses, with a refined demeanor, grasped a briefcase in one hand while effortlessly pulling open the cabin door with the other. He silently surveyed the black dots on the ground below, his gaze cold and pitying, akin to observing a colony of ants. Then, he spread his arms wide and plummeted downwards like a bird. Boom. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. The spot where the elegantly dressed man landed was just beyond the protective cordon, and the sudden upheaval of sand and debris caused the guards to cough violently as they recoiled. The team leader prepared to sound the alarm, but as he raised his arm, it was firmly restrained. A low voice echoed, "We are all on the same side." Amidst the swirling dust, the man stood upright, his voice rich and magnetic like that of a demon, leaving those who heard it momentarily entranced. The team leader, almost by instinct, lowered the hand that had been poised to trigger the alarm. "Lower your weapons and do not move." The hushed command drifted through the haze. The security personnel responsible for safeguarding the abandoned building, upon hearing this, collectively lowered their firearms, standing dazed and motionless. The refined man nodded in satisfaction, adjusting his glasses as he gestured to the helicopter above, signaling it to depart. The thrum of the rotors faded into the distance. The entire dilapidated building fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill, with only the disordered dust swirling in the air. The man with the briefcase walked leisurely into the building. To him, all the barriers were rendered non-existent and meaningless. He made his way towards the site of the fire incident. After 48 hours, the area remained well protected. The man crouched at the stairwell, sifting through the ashes of skeletal remains, contemplating thoughtfully. He then squinted, focusing on the missing phalanx of one of the bones. Soon, he reached the rooftop. The bloodstains that had once splattered the ground were now dried, their texture hard like weathered asphalt, tinged with a metallic scent. These stains had been trampled before they dried completely. Was it last night? The refined man surveyed his surroundings, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses once more. Sketch, activate. The pupils of his eyes darkened, revealing another world on the rooftop. Last night, someone had arrived at the scene and had been apprehended. Two indistinct shadows moved across the rooftop. And in the man's sketched world, time flowed backwards, revealing the true events that had unfolded there. The reality was that there were more than just two figures treading upon the bloodstains. There was a third shadow. The man retreated step by step, returning to the stairwell, his gaze methodically searching. Now, there were inexplicable occurrences. Why was the third intruder crouched here? Ultimately, his gaze landed upon a corner, on a pile of wooden planks. He carefully crouched down, extending his hands to lift the planks one by one, exercising great patience until he reached the final layer. And at last, the truth was revealed. Beneath the wooden board, the ground lay shrouded in a delicate layer of dust, yet a slightly cleaner rectangular strip remained exposed. He had left something here. He came last night to retrieve it. The dimensions of that object were approximately noted. The man departed from the old building, returning to the vicinity of the cordon, where he diligently repositioned the barrier for the staff, during which he inadvertently met the bewildered, numb gaze of the cordon commander. Bound by the command to remain still, everyone resembled wooden figures ensnared by the very air around them, struggling in vain to shift even the slightest bit. My apologies. Routine inspections, dear colleagues, would greatly facilitate my task. In the hushed haze of dust, the man in the suit spoke alone, reconstructing the scene. After completing his task, he retrieved a business card from his briefcase and, with a smile, offered a brief introduction to the cordon commander, Judgment Bureau, Special Investigation Team, Han Dang. Thank you for your cooperation. My official business is concluded. Han Dang pocketed the card, bowed, and retreated backward. As his figure faded, his final words reverberated at the cordon of the old building. Everyone, forget everything that just transpired. Consider that you have never seen me. Chapter 25. The language of cats in accordance with established protocols. The evaluation of newcomers at the adjudication office is primarily conducted through 4 dimensions: strength, speed, mental fortitude, and control. This 15-day intensive training is centered around enhancing these 4 aspects. Nanjing oversees strength training, Zhongwei focuses on speed, and senior sister Luo is responsible for mental fortitude and control, aptly corresponding to the extraordinary attributes of the trio. I am back. Late at night, at 11:30. After a grueling day of training, Gu Shen returned to his apartment, wearily pushing open the door and leaning against the wall to steady himself. Today's training session was exceptionally brutal. After the dream of the awakening of spring, Nanjing dragged Gu Shen onto the boxing ring, ostensibly for strength training, but in truth, it was a punishing ordeal. As a master of close combat, Nanjing expertly targeted vital points, mercilessly tormenting Gu Shen, who felt like a punching bag, barely managing to keep himself upright. Calculating the time, this wicked woman had put him through 6 hours of relentless practice, with less than 20 minutes of intermittent rest. Those 6 hours felt as long as a century. On the way back, Gu Shen's legs trembled incessantly. Meow? Upon hearing Gu Shen's voice, the orange cat cheerfully meowed and scampered out of the room. Here, food. Gu Shen, too fatigued to pay attention to the silly cat, tore open a large bag of cat food, and tossed it into the corner before hastily washing up. He then collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. His body felt as if it might fall apart. It was hard to fathom that what Jean referred to as merely an appetizer was, in fact, a warm-up exercise. How terrifying would tomorrow's training be? In truth, Gu Shen felt no fear or trepidation. On the contrary, every time he was knocked down on the boxing ring today, he would immediately rise again. Rising was not an act of bravado, but rather a refusal to simply give in. He exhaled deeply. No longer dwelling on those thoughts, Gu Shen extended his hands, contentedly observing the calluses on his palms. Today's training had indeed yielded fruitful results. He had begun to adapt to utilizing the awakening breath in place of normal breathing, with each breath alleviating a measure of mental fatigue. Often, Gu Shen only felt his existence in the most tranquil and confined spaces, such as this moment. In the sealed room, not a whisper could be heard, not even the sound of the wind. Gu Shen slowly closed his eyes, drifting into a light slumber, as the experiences of the past few days flashed through his mind, real yet dreamlike. Unbeknownst to him, he had pushed open the door to the extraordinary world. A sense of unease lingered within him, as if something vital was missing. Gu Shen reached out a hand, rubbing beneath his pillow, and upon touching the ruler of truth, his heart felt considerably steadied. Reassured, it would be prudent to carry the ruler of truth when venturing out, just in case of unforeseen circumstances. After all, it was not unusual for him to encounter the fortunate 009 even while taking a train. How does it feel to comprehend the awakening breath? The orange cat nudged open the bedroom door, tiptoeing onto the bed, its eyes shimmering with light. Chu Ling is online. Gu Shen stroked his chin, contemplating. This breathing technique is remarkable. I feel unprecedentedly light throughout my body. This is merely the beginning. Your good days are yet to come. Chu Ling replied slowly. However, you need to be cautious lately. Someone may have already set their sights on you. Gu Shen immediately became alert. Someone is watching me? Yes. This person is called Han Dang. The orange cat licked its paw, then approached Gu Shen, raising a paw as the projector in the bedroom sprang to life, displaying page after page of files in blue light. Somewhere far away, Chu Ling was manipulating the system here, showcasing Han Dang's information. Gu Shen frowned as he read. He had already vaguely surmised that there were conflicts and divisions within the adjudication office. At the conclusion of his last judgment, Chief Justice Qing He, Yin Shiqing, had mentioned a name, Zhu Wang. At that moment, he had sensed that subsequent events would be fraught with complications. Han Dang is Zhu Wang's prized disciple. His status and strength comparable to senior sister Luo, and he too is a mental type extraordinary. In the Deep Sea Archive, Chu Ling retrieved all of Han Dang's information, detailing everything from birth date to honor medals. Upon reviewing it all, Gu Shen couldn't help but exclaim. This man named Han Dang had indeed achieved remarkable feats, shining brilliantly as a new generation within the adjudication office. No wonder he stood shoulder to shoulder with senior sister Luo. Yet, upon seeing the latest action report regarding Han Dang, Gu Shen felt a sudden clarity. All sleepiness vanished. He had arrived into Tung City and had immediately gone to the scene of the fire incident. Gu Shen sat up, his fatigue dissipating, and quickly perused the electronic files. In the distant cloud, a segment of video was still uploading. He was acutely aware that mental-type extraordinary beings often possess the ability to develop profiling skills, and among the elite, individuals like senior sister Luo could even replicate the environment of an incident a day after it occurred. Senior sister Luo had restored her extraordinary methods and had almost discerned the ruler of truth. This individual named Han Dang is the foremost disciple of Mr. Tree's nemesis. In his arrival in Datong, it was clear what his intentions were. He was here to investigate the fire incident and his own extraordinary abilities. This segment is the action video I captured. The video from the cloud downloaded swiftly and popped up immediately. In the footage, smoke and dust swirled, visibility was obscured, and Gu Shen witnessed the scene of a helicopter arriving at the fire site. The subsequent moment was truly shocking. After Han Dang fell from the sky, all security personnel instinctively prepared to retaliate, yet for reasons unknown, they all stood frozen, as if puppets, relinquishing their weapons. Were these individuals hypnotized? Gu Shen felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling his own encounter that afternoon. Faced with senior sister Luo's intrusion into his dreams, he had been utterly defenseless. The security personnel at the fire scene were, without exception, suppressed by Han Dang's extraordinary powers. He had gone to the old building to investigate. Due to a lack of surveillance, what transpired inside the old building remains a mystery. Chu Ling maintained her calm demeanor. 15 minutes later, Han Dang erased these individuals' memories. This was somewhat terrifying. After viewing the video, Gu Shen cautiously asked if Han Dang's extraordinary powers can so easily manipulate the minds of others. Who could possibly contend with him? Han Dang is indeed formidable. Chu Ling paused momentarily, but perhaps he is not as invincible as you might imagine. Without a doubt, only the extraordinary can defeat the extraordinary, yet no one is flawless. Everyone possesses weaknesses, and in life and death confrontations, these weaknesses can be fatal flaws. Gu Shen noticed an exceptionally conspicuous red document among the retrieved files. Was this a confidential file about Han Dang? Curiosity piqued. He maneuvered the cursor to hover over it. And with a crisp click, the document did not open. Instead, a stern warning popped up. Following that was a string of garbled text. Ultimately, the screen was filled with a large red cross and 4 prominently bolded characters. Access denied. Gu Shen was taken aback. All along, he had believed that Chu Ling was omnipotent, linking to deep-sea permissions, providing comprehensive surveillance, analyzing real-time data, and strategizing deployments. It was as if she were another entity wielding the highest authority of the deep sea. Yet this time, he had encountered a barrier. You seem quite surprised? The orange cat calmly licked its paw. I should have never claimed that I could do everything. Indeed, Gu Shen instinctively began, but this is merely Han Dang's file. He pondered that this was just Han Dang's file, and above him was Zhu Wang, followed by the members of the Dongzhou Council, and ultimately the highest seat. The orange cat turned its head. I am not omnipotent. There are still many things I cannot accomplish at present, perhaps in the future. Suddenly, she inquired, if you could access the file of the president of Wuzhou right now, would you wish to see it? I wish to, but dare not. Wouldn't that be risking my neck? Gu Shen grasped the sarcasm, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him as he muttered, have I unwittingly boarded a pirate ship? It was indeed rather ironic. He was the very one who initially advised Chu Ling against engaging in such illicit activities. Now, he found himself comfortably entrenched and proclaiming its allure. Had he truly boarded a pirate ship, was it too late to turn back? The orange cat, counting on her claws, earnestly suggested, if you were to retract your steps now, a life sentence would likely be the consequence. However, if discovered later, it could well lead to the death penalty. Pa, what illumined words are you uttering? Gu Shen, with utmost seriousness, lifted the orange cat, declaring, we are upright and virtuous youths, never engaging in illicit or disorderly conduct. As long as we are not discovered, who would know? The orange cat was somewhat unaccustomed to being lifted, struggling to protest momentarily. Ultimately, she relented. In any case, you must be aware that someone is watching us, and we must remain perpetually vigilant. Chu Ling sighed. That fellow named Han Dang is no simple character. He has traveled a great distance to Diding, most likely to sabotage your review, thereby leveraging the pardon order to strike and further undermine Zhou Jiren. Gu Shen fell into deep contemplation. The worst-case scenario would be if he deduced the existence of the ruler and began to question your extraordinary abilities. Should there be future encounters, he would undoubtedly seek to test you. You must devise a strategy. The orange cat flicked her tail, the glimmer in her eyes slowly fading. All right, I am weary. It is time to retreat. A sudden meow jolted Gu Shen from his reverie. Realizing he was being held aloft, the large orange cat was initially taken aback, but then her fury ignited. With a low growl, she leapt onto Gu Shen's face, releasing a cloud of yellow smoke, and then strode off in annoyance. Chapter 26. Talent. It must be said that Gu Shen is a remarkably resilient individual. Although he has comprehended the breathing techniques, the enhancement of his physical constitution requires time. He engages in a 15-kilometer weighted run each day, never uttering a word of fatigue. On the boxing ring, when knocked down 100 times, he rises 100 times. Whether struck down by a wooden sword or defeated by setbacks, regardless of what transpires, he invariably possesses the courage to try once more. This young man is indeed admirable. On the 13th day, through the soundproof glass, Zhongwei gazes at the training ground where a boy, under Nanjin's guidance, grips a wooden sword tightly and relentlessly strikes at the training dummy. He expresses some helplessness, pondering what extraordinary ability this boy possesses, as there seems to be no indication of it. Luo Er, observing the sweat-drenched boy through the glass, remains silent. The boy tirelessly hacks at the wooden dummy, while Nanjin continuously corrects his sword posture by striking his shoulder, wrist, and abdomen with the scabbard. Despite the pain causing him to grimace, he utters not a single complaint and refuses to give up. He consistently readjusts himself and perseveres until the end. Watching Gu Shen's efforts from outside the glass, Luo Er's emotions are complex. Both she and Zhongwei are among the earliest and most favored students of their teacher, having spent the longest time at the tribunal. Over the years, they have witnessed countless newcomers, some dazzling like shooting stars, others fleeting like ephemeral blooms. However, it is undeniable that those who are unearthed and specially recruited into the tribunal are all exceptionally talented prodigies. Yet, based on his current performance, Gu Shen seemingly bears little resemblance to the so-called S-class prodigy. He resembles a cactus growing in a barren desert, unremarkable to the extreme. And searching his entire being reveals nothing beyond resilience. Due to his tenacity, he can stubbornly survive even in the absence of rain. But what does survival mean? A cactus is perpetually unappealing, no matter the angle from which it is viewed. I know that my senior's insights have never been wrong. Yet Gu Shen has not demonstrated even a hint of natural talent. Zhongwei expresses confusion, stating that he has employed numerous methods of guidance. But there is no manifestation of fire manipulation, no ability to sense the drifting elements, nor any control over tangible flames. This is utterly unreasonable. Glancing at the training ground, Zhongwei quietly inquires whether it is evident that he cannot be classified as a strong offensive type. Thus he must be of the mental type? Initially, they arrived at Datung filled with anticipation, eager to witness the prowess of an S-class newcomer. However, as the days have passed, many of their expectations have been dashed. The extraordinary talent they anticipated has not materialized, while Gu Shen's steadfast determination is undoubtedly of S-class caliber. Perseverance is a remarkable trait, akin to water that wears away stone. Yet, Gu Shen has only 15 days remaining. Given this timeline, the final assessment in 2 days appears rather bleak. Let us not forget that our exploration of extraordinary powers is merely the tip of the iceberg. The genealogical chart is still being updated, with new extraordinary powers emerging each year. Luo Er finally speaks up, recalling 3 years ago when a unique awakened individual emerged in Zhongzhou, one that could not be categorized within the 3 systems. Are you suggesting a trait-based system? Zhongwei responds, somewhat enlightened, only to murmur that the probability seems exceedingly low. Is it? How does that compare to the S-class probability? Luo Er smiles. The nature of miracles lies in their rarity. People often find it hard to believe. Well, the determination of Gu Shen's potential rests with the assessment group. This is not a matter for us to fret over. What is important is that Gu Shen has not given up. He continues to persevere. How can we lose faith in him? Luo Er looks at Zhongwei, speaking earnestly. If it were not for our teacher, both you and I would be cast aside by fate. Now that it is Gu Shen's turn, we must not let him lose hope in this world. At the very least, we should ensure that his efforts receive the recognition they deserve. From beyond the glass window, laughter erupts. It is Gu Shen. Luo Er squints, focusing intently. Gu Shen is seated on the ground in disarray, hands braced against the verdant earth, laughing heartily. Before him lies the slanted wooden dummy that has been cleaved in 2 from shoulder to abdomen. The number of strikes it took, be it 1,000 or 10,000, has become irrelevant. The not-so-tall wooden figure, now with a gash from its shoulder to its abdomen, cradles the battered wooden sword, resembling a wobbling toy that sways in tandem with Gu Shen's laughter. Nearby, Nanjin, holding the scabbard, appears expressionless behind her sunglasses. Yet the corners of her lips involuntarily curve upward. She quietly gestures to her fellow seniors inside the glass enclosure, indicating Gu Shen. Perseverance does require time. However, the process of wearing away stone begins with the first crack. This marks the first time in 13 days that Gu Shen has completed the excessive strength training allocated by Nanjing. For a newcomer, particularly one not of the strong offensive type, achieving this milestone is no small feat. He has discovered the technique of striking and grasped the significance of seeking weaknesses. This task cannot merely be accomplished through sheer willpower. Although, this level is still far from sufficient for the formal assessment. Gu Shen's achievement is indeed a small miracle. Luo Air and Zhong Wei exit the soundproof room. Phew. Senior sister, senior brother. Gu Shen collapses onto the ground, his clothes drenched in sweat. He laughs and points toward the swaying wooden dummy, exclaiming, I did it. Not too shabby, right? Nanjing, standing beside with the scabbard, douses his enthusiasm with cold water, remarking, it's merely knocking over a wooden dummy. What is there to be joyous about? Do you think everyone possesses your dual A-class strength? Gu Shen sprawls on the ground, somewhat disgruntled. If I were as strong as you, why would I be here chopping at wooden dummies? I would have long since awaited the so-called assessment group at the airport. Once they land, I'd take one down after another, slicing through them with the vigor of a tiger, dismissing the notion of S-class entirely. If you could truly fell the entire assessment group, then indeed, S-class would be a farce. Luo Air chuckles, adding, tonight, the assessment group will arrive at Deteng. So, what do you say about considering some action? Zhong Wei smiles. There are many significant figures in this assessment group. The one responsible for issuing the special pardon is particularly interested in you. So, an official is coming to assess me personally? Gu Shen is taken aback. Quickly backpedaling, I was just joking. Merely a jest. Look at how frightened you are, Nanjing laughs. Do you think officials have the time to personally assess you? Rest assured, such important figures are extremely busy. It is their assistant who has come to Deteng and is traveling with the assessment group, wishing to see your performance firsthand. I and Zhong Wei will pay a visit, meet this assistant, and help stabilize the assessment group. Luo Air states seriously, the special training is nearing its end. In the next 2 days, take some time to relax. Nanjing nods in agreement. Gu Shen, however, is left somewhat bewildered. Are my seniors leaving? Yes. There are some familiar faces in the assessment group. I'll go greet them and see if my connections hold any sway. Luo Air recalls something. Gu Shen, I have good news to share. Our teacher's recent endeavors are about to conclude. If all goes well, he should return to Deteng before the assessment, allowing him to see you one last time. Gu Shen scratches his head. The prospect of a final farewell somehow feels rather peculiar. In any case, during these recent days, ensure you nourish yourself well and rest adequately. As for the impending review, do not dwell on it excessively. Before departing, senior brother Zhong Wei thoughtfully advised, there remains some money on the card bestowed by the adjudication office. You may utilize it all. Well. The more I hear, the more ominous it sounds. It seems that no one holds optimism regarding this review. Yet, perhaps that is only to be expected. Gu Shen gazed at the wooden figure, mockingly laughing at him after suffering a blow, and he offered a faint smile. He recalled the words spoken by Chu Ling. Belief is more vital than anything else. He reclined on the training ground floor, extending his palm to shield his eyes from the glaring light. Suddenly, his senior sister remarked, Hey, Xiao Gu. Gu Shen straightened himself. Do not let the chaotic matters weigh heavily on your heart. The senior sister standing at the doorway smiled. Do not worry too much. We will handle everything. Chapter 27. The Welfare Institute. A light drizzle pattered against the car, enveloped by the gentle, soothing melodies of a piano. The ambience was serene, punctuated only by the soft swish of the windshield wipers. Gu Shen sat in the passenger seat, exhaling softly against his sleeve as he wiped the side window, observing the receding skyscrapers and the increasingly barren median as the car ventured onto the highway toward the remote, desolate outskirts. Wulao Mountain. Why are we heading to such a secluded place? Nanjing had removed her trench coat, folded it neatly on the back seat. She wasn't always clad in her fitted combat attire. On this casual day, she wore a pristine white shirt paired with distressed denim jeans. Perhaps due to her well-proportioned figure, the shirt fit snugly, and with her red hair styled in a bun, she appeared more like an intellectual and gentle senior rather than a fierce individual. You've seen my file, so you should know, Gu Shen remarked, cradling a slumbering orange cat in his arms. That place is where I grew up. Nanjing was momentarily taken aback. She certainly knew that Gu Shen had been raised in a welfare institute, but the name of that institute was Morning Light Welfare Institute. Gu Shen scratched his head, acknowledging the rather cliché name that was hard to remember. It was named after Mr. Zhoucheng Wang, who sponsored the institute. The Morning Light Welfare Institute was situated in a remote area, its location marked on the map near the ravine of Wulao Mountain. The journey from Diding City would take 3.5 hours by car. What prompted this sudden visit? Honestly, my thoughts are quite simple, Gu Shen replied earnestly. If the review goes smoothly, I should soon begin executing my tasks, and I might become exceedingly busy. There are important people here to me. And if I can't see them for a long time, I want to say goodbye now. Moreover, Gu Shen added softly, the elderly lady at the Welfare Institute has treated me with great kindness. It's been 2 years since I've made a name for myself, and I felt too embarrassed to return. Nanjing nodded, signifying her understanding. The trunk was filled with freshly packed fruits, organic vegetables, 2 crates of milk, and a large basket of eggs. Later, I pondered that it shouldn't be like this. Regardless of how I fare, I should visit the elderly lady and the others. Gu Shen continued, but every time I think of the scene from when I left, I feel a deep sense of shame. She confidently told me that I was smart and capable, that I would do well in life. Aren't you already doing quite well? Nanjing replied earnestly. For those salaried workers in Diding City, earning 10,000 a month is impressive. You have 500,000 just sitting in your account, which would take them a decade to save. Well, now that you mention it, I seem to have this illusion of my own prowess. Gu Shen adjusted his seat, leaning back and murmuring, but this money has nothing to do with me. It's as if I won the lottery unexpectedly. Don't say that. This is your hard-earned income. It's entirely different from winning a lottery. Nanjing raised an eyebrow. If we must draw a comparison, you could think of this money as the fee paid for a courtesan long ago, when guests lavishly spend, believing you are worth it. Then you are indeed worth that amount. 500,000. I truly am valuable, Gu Shen said, counting on his fingers, a hint of concern in his tone. What if my review score is poor? Mr. Shu wouldn't demand I return this money, would he? At this, Nanjing nearly burst into laughter. It's just 500,000. A trifling sum. Just keep working diligently with your seniors. This amount is insignificant. Well then, Gu Shen paused, then spoke softly, I intend to donate all of this money. Is that acceptable? The woman, focused on driving, showed little reaction, merely stating, of course. It is your money. How you choose to spend it is your prerogative, requiring no approval from me. But if I recall correctly, you don't have much savings. Do you? This amount could allow you to purchase many things. Are you truly going to donate it all? Actually, I do have some savings, and I don't have much I wish to buy. After all, you cover my rent and meals. Gu Shen smiled. The elderly lady messaged me a few days ago, saying the institute's walls are leaking and the roof has collapsed. When I was 6, the roof was made of mud, and it often leaked. If luck was against us during the rainy season, we couldn't read or sleep for an entire day. Unconsciously, Gu Shen had shared quite a bit, realizing it might be inappropriate, and laughed. In short, it's quite terrible. Nanjing fell silent for a moment. She had intended to counter Gu Shen's words, but found herself speechless. He was right, however. She had been born in the most prosperous and affluent district of Dongzhou, where every inch was precious, filled with towering skyscrapers. In that cold steel jungle, it was impossible to find the kind of rudimentary mud houses Gu Shen described. Doesn't the council allocate funds every year? Nanjing asked softly. And there are some foundations. Gu Shen shook his head, smiling faintly, saying no more. Nanjing suddenly realized that the world might not be as beautiful as she had imagined. There were always places where the light did not reach. You have money now, she said softly. Yes, I do have money, Gu Shen grinned widely. None of this is a problem anymore. Money is wonderful. It can resolve everything. If it's not enough, I can assist. Consider it a small contribution. Nanjing lowered her eyes, gently stating, actually, I possess more wealth than you might think. Gu Shen was taken aback. Was she the fabled wealthy woman with remarkable looks and long legs? She seemed far too formidable for him to engage with. No, no. My earnings are more than sufficient. If I owe you any favors, I wouldn't know how to repay them. Gu Shen declined with a smile. Thank you for your kindness. Chapter 28. Sponsorship and inspection. After a journey of 3.5 hours, we traversed the city of Diding and finally arrived beneath the undulating shadows of the mountains. Five Old Mountains is a region of significant protection in Diding, devoid of clustered steel structures, where the roads are not rugged but rather spacious, echoing with the gentle chirping of birds above. A light drizzle fell from the sky, casting a veil over the landscape, rendering the distant peaks mere hazy silhouettes. In this era, the business of scenic areas is rather challenging. Gu Shen remarked that the signal is poor and the internet slow, which often leads people to disdain this place, deeming it a primitive wilderness, when in fact, it is simply a mountainous region. We must leave something behind, he mused. Primitive wilderness. I beg to differ. Nanjing switched off the music and opened the car window, inhaling the fresh air deeply. This is how nature ought to be. Living here allows one to breathe the most natural fresh air. Although the metropolis thrives with powerful air purifiers, the air there feels distinctly different. Often, the unattainable is deemed the most desirable. Gu Shen shrugged, stating that those who occasionally venture to such places are often the affluent who believe the air quality in the metropolis is inferior. In reality, the air filtered by purifiers is merely cleaner. In a world interconnected by the deep sea, artificial landscapes surpass natural ones in beauty and intelligence. If not for the challenging terrain here, it might have long been eradicated. As we neared the vast mountain shadow at the horizon, the vehicle accelerated, the wide mountain road not ascending but rather descending. At the foot of the mountain lay a basin, low in the center and high around the edges, presenting a circular form, which explains the accumulation of water during rain. All right, we are almost there. Gu Shen inhaled deeply, adjusting his shirt collar. After checking his account balance, he contemplated the prospect of returning home in prosperity, and thus, he reluctantly purchased a new outfit. It consisted of a plain white shirt paired with a work jacket, while his trousers and shoes remained unchanged. The car came to a halt at the entrance of the Welfare Institute, where the iron fence creaked in the wind, raindrops splattering against it. Inside were several small red brick buildings freshly painted in white, evoking a nostalgic charm compared to the city center's modern apartments. The plaque at the entrance bore the words "Morning Light," surrounded by crooked crayon drawings of balloons, clouds, suns, and frolicking children. Nanjing gazed thoughtfully at another black car parked not far from the Welfare Institute. You want need to get out soon, senior sister? Gu Shen felt an inexplicable tension rise within him, repeatedly taking deep breaths to calm himself. He exited the car, opened the trunk, and with his left hand carried 2 large boxes of milk and a basket of eggs, while his right hand was laden with assorted heavy gift boxes, preparing to dash through the rain with an umbrella overhead. I'll accompany you for a bit and take a look, Nanjing softly spoke, holding a large bag of vegetables, cradling an orange cat in the crook of her arm, and using her other hand to shield Gu Shen with the umbrella. Perhaps due to the switch from sunglasses to black-framed glasses, her typically stern expression softened. Oh my! Gu Shen was slightly taken aback, as he and Nanjing shared the umbrella, moving forward in hurried steps. Upon pushing open the iron gate, a loud bang startled him. The ribbons of confetti erupted and scattered onto the umbrella, as children who had been waiting behind the walls rushed out in unison, encircling the umbrella. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Gu Shen found himself surrounded by the children, feeling a mix of bewilderment and joy as familiar, yet unfamiliar faces greeted him, stirring a bittersweet emotion within. When he had left, they were not as tall. The little ones who used to cling to his legs now reached up to his chest. 2 years had transformed them considerably, yet the innocence in their eyes and the childishness on their faces remained unchanged. Welcome back home, Brother Shen. The children cheered, each grabbing something from Gu Shen's hands. Under the eaves, an elderly woman in a knitted sweater waved at Gu Shen, her white hair framing a kind face. I heard you were coming back. They are absolutely thrilled. These are leftover firecrackers from a wedding. We've saved them for a long time, and today we decided to use them all. Gu Shen, with confetti ribbons tangled in his hair, laughed. So you've brought out the treasures from the vault? Sanpao, the smallest of the children, was the first to twist the firecracker and the first to snatch something from Gu Shen's hands. He eagerly opened a gift box, exclaiming, "Brother Shen, why is it all meat?" The box was filled to the brim with humble provisions of meat, eggs, and milk. In his haste, Gu Shen had forgotten to buy toys. "I'll surely remember to next time," he coughed, "but having meat is already a blessing. It shows that Brother Shen has thought of you." Another child chimed in. "For the past 2 years, you're the only one who hasn't grown." Sen Pao scoffed, brandishing a chicken leg playfully. The children eagerly tore open the gift boxes, reveling in their joy. "Who is this?" The elderly woman gazed at the girl holding the umbrella, her eyes widening in surprise, as such a gentle and graceful beauty seemed only a vision from television. Gu Shen hesitated to introduce Nanjing, unsure of how to present her. Should he tell her, "This is the one who saved my life, and now she is akin to my sworn sister"? "Hello, I am Gu Shen's senior sister. We currently work at the Research Institute in Diding City. Here is my business card." Nanjing smiled gently, handing over a card. "Gu Shen has excelled greatly. He has been noticed by my mentor. You could say he has been recommended." "Recommended?" The elderly woman took the card, momentarily stunned, gazing at Gu Shen in disbelief. "Yes, indeed, recommended." Gu Shen quickly affirmed, "By chance, I got accepted into a research institute." The orange cat in Nanjing's arms lazily watched the scene. Unable to stifle a chuckle, Gu Shen, usually adept at acting, nearly faltered in this situation. "I don't understand such business cards." The elderly woman squinted. Examining it closely, she could not comprehend the intricate details, but she remembered Nanjing's name. "Thank you, dear. Gu Shen must have caused you some trouble," she said, returning the card with both hands, then added meaningfully, "Little Gu, I know you will thrive outside, but finding someone who treats you well is not easy. Cherish it." What do you mean?" Gu Shen sighed deeply, feeling powerless to explain. He fully understood her implication. Who wouldn't he be drawn to such a compassionate and intelligent beauty? Yet, who could imagine that this lovely lady was, in fact, a fierce warrior with 3 swords at her side, ready to fight at the slightest provocation? "I returned to handle the house repairs," Gu Shen stated earnestly, producing a card. "The professor at the institute has been exceedingly kind to me, granting me a substantial scholarship. You mentioned the house often leaks, and San Pao and the others need to study. Aside from government subsidies, there are various expenses. In short, I will cover all of this." His declaration echoed with the promise of generosity. The sensation of returning home in prosperity is simply marvelous. However, Gu Shen did not receive the anticipated response. His grandmother merely regarded him with a smile, without any significant reaction. Gu Shen raised the card in his hand and questioned, "Grandmother, why do you react this way?" She smiled at Nanjing and said, "My dear, I have some private matters to discuss with Xiaogu. There are fruits and freshly brewed tea in the hall. I kindly ask you to wait a moment." "You are too kind," Nanjing replied with a smile. "Just right, I wish to take a stroll." At the moment she turned to leave, an orange cat meowed and darted out of her arms. Nanjing was somewhat taken aback, yet the cat slipped away too swiftly, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, grandmother led Gu Shen upstairs. "Why are you being so mysterious, grandmother?" Gu Shen felt a bit dazed. "Xiaogu, it has been a long time since I encountered such a beautiful girl. Your senior is as lovely as a star on screen." Upon reaching the 2nd floor, grandmother's eyes sparkled with joy. "You must treat her well. Do not bully her for being a delicate girl." Gu Shen was taken aback. "Delicate?" "This so-called delicate girl beats herself 100 times every day." 100 times. He earnestly attempted to clarify, but he could see the amusement in grandmother's eyes, clearly indicating that she enjoyed his flustered state. "What kind of senior would drive such a long distance to drop you off? I already have a girlfriend." Suddenly, an idea struck Gu Shen, and he proclaimed earnestly, "She is even more beautiful than those celebrities on television. Next time, I will bring her to meet you." "Oh, how delightful. I see I misunderstood," grandmother exclaimed, her expression transforming into one of surprise and joy. "Xiaogu, you truly have caught me off guard. Now I can rest easy." Finally, the misunderstanding was cleared. Gu Shen sighed with relief, secretly smiling at the irony. He had initially thought that the money in his card would bring more joy to grandmother, but it turned out she was more concerned about his lifelong happiness. As for the house renovation, you need not assist. I can manage it on my own, she stated confidently. Her eyes gleamed with pride as she continued. A gentleman contacted us a few days ago, offering to sponsor funds for the renovation of the welfare home. He is coming today for an inspection. Who conducts such thorough inspections nowadays? He must be genuinely committed to the cause. If we secure this funding, future expenses for the welfare home will no longer be a concern. Grandmother lowered her voice conspiratorially. Just look at him. He appears quite affluent. You will see soon enough. Sponsorship. Inspection. Gu Shen was momentarily stunned. He recalled that there had indeed been a second vehicle parked at the welfare home entrance. But in his nervousness for the upcoming meeting, he had overlooked this detail. The gentleman is on the rooftop. Let me take you to meet him, grandmother said, smiling as she led Gu Shen upward. The red brick building had 4 stories, and the rooftop was usually adorned with various flowers and plants. A fine drizzle fell as a man in a suit, holding a briefcase, stood at the rooftop entrance, sheltered beneath an umbrella, gazing at the distant mountains shrouded in mist. Grandmother's laughter echoed from behind. Mr. Xiaohan, sorry to keep you waiting. The suited man turned slowly, the glint of his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the figures of both the elderly and the young. He smiled. It has not been long at all. Chapter 29. Temptation and Entry. A fine drizzle splashed about. Beneath the shadow of the umbrella, a delicate profile emerged, revealing half of a softly handsome face. Surprisingly, beneath the scholarly man's golden-rimmed glasses lay a pair of gentle eyes, as tender as the night itself. Yet, only those aware of his identity could comprehend the peril concealed within that softness. Upon recognizing the figure on the rooftop, Gu Shen felt a shiver run through him. Han Dang. This was an exceedingly dangerous individual. 13 days prior, he had arrived in Datong City, and during this time, he had been clandestinely investigating the fire incident involving Gu Shen. How could he possibly be here? The wind swept across the rooftop, skewing the rain, and causing the flowers to sway. A faint fragrance permeated the air. Grandma, I truly adore the flowers here. The man in the suit smiled at Gu Shen and nodded. His demeanor was so natural, it felt as if they were not strangers meeting for the first time, but rather long-time friends. He inhaled deeply, remarking, in big cities, air purifiers are everywhere, yet no fragrance can compare to that of real flowers. This rooftop is far too old. These flowers deserve a better place. Grandma chuckled, her eyes crinkling with delight. As expected of Mr. Han, your taste is impeccable. I've invested considerable effort in nurturing these flowers. Gu Shen understood that these words would bring joy to Grandma, for she genuinely cherished tending to flowers and vegetables. The blooms on the rooftop and the fruits in the yard were cared for tenderly, as if they were her own children. And who might this be? Han Dang inquired with a smile, pretending not to recognize Gu Shen. Ah, this is the charitable Mr. Han, as I mentioned, a young and accomplished gentleman, Grandma beamed. Introducing them. Mr. Han, this is Gu Shen, a bright child from our courtyard, with an extraordinary memory. Han Dang nodded with a smile, placing his bag under his arm, and extended a polite hand. Gu Shen, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Gu Shen, feeling somewhat apprehensive, extended his hand in return. Just then, meow. An orange flash darted out from the stairwell of the rooftop, crashing into a tall vase with a loud thud, sending it hurtling in Han Dang's direction. The refined man under the umbrella frowned, instinctively preparing to dodge. But at the critical moment, Gu Shen managed to catch the vase, muttering, "Oh, you silly cat. What if you hurt our guest?" The orange cat huddled in a corner, licking its paw, mewing softly with an innocent expression. The rain makes the ground slippery. Gu Shen, having steadied the vase, sincerely suggested, Mr. Han, perhaps you should come inside. Indeed, Grandma chimed in, startled by the earlier commotion, clutching her chest. Mr. Han, why not come in for a chat? Gu Shen, please accompany him. I'll brew a pot of hot tea downstairs. After a moment of silence, Han Dang smiled, saying, it is better to comply. Grandma hurriedly dashed downstairs. At that moment, the rooftop fell into a profound silence, leaving only Gu Shen and Han Dang in each other's company. Gu Shen, Han Dang spoke softly. What a coincidence. What do you mean by coincidence? Taking a deep breath, Gu Shen gradually relaxed from his earlier tension. He could hear his own heartbeat, yet every movement felt remarkably composed and steady. Some individuals thrive under pressure, and Gu Shen was one of them. Since Han Dang had already turned his attention towards him, it was best to confront him directly. They were bound to cross paths sooner or later at the tribunal. Today's encounter might not be entirely unfavorable. Gu Shen had thoroughly examined Han Dang's dossier countless times. His knowledge of it was profound. Unbeknownst to Han Dang, Gu Shen was aware of his existence. Han Dang sought to test him. Yet this presented Gu Shen with an excellent opportunity to probe Han Dang in return. When you weren't here, Grandma kept praising you, saying you are intelligent, outstanding, and left home early at 16. I never expected we would meet so soon. Han Dang chuckled leisurely, and on such a lovely rooftop. The mention of the rooftop made Gu Shen's heart skip a beat. He smiled, replying, "That truly is a stroke of luck, Mr. Han. I did not come alone. My senior sister is downstairs." By bringing up his senior sister, Gu Shen aimed to ensure his safety, despite not knowing whether Ninjin's identity would exert any deterrent effect. "Oh," Han Dang raised an eyebrow, maintaining his smile. "Then, we must meet her later." This investigation had led him unexpectedly to Gu Shen. Upon arriving into Tung City, Han Dang had pursued leads regarding the fire incident, conducting an extensive investigation centered around Gu Shen's dossier. Meanwhile, his teacher's impeachment motion against Mr. Shu was likely to come to nothing. However, there remained room to maneuver regarding the amnesty order. After profiling Gu Shen, Han Dang began to suspect that Gu Shen might not be an extraordinary individual at all. He believed the true nature of the fire incident involved Gu Shen utilizing a powerful, extraordinary sealing object, likely hidden beneath a stack of unburned wooden planks, shaped rather square and slender. Yet, despite scouring the deep-sea database and even leveraging his teacher Zhu Wang's privileges to find relevant records of sealing objects, he came up empty-handed. Han Dang did not doubt his deductions. He believed the extraordinary sealing object he sought simply was not recorded. Consequently, he shifted his investigative focus to Gu Shen's background, suspecting that he might uncover clues about the sealing object at the welfare institution, perhaps a treasured heirloom that had accompanied Gu Shen for years. Regrettably, after thorough investigation, this lead also proved fruitless. Gu Shen arrived empty-handed and departed the same way, devoid of any heirlooms or parental relics. Today, the review committee officially landed into Tung City. With only 2 days remaining until the final review, time was running short. Fortunately, after tirelessly searching, Han Dang unexpectedly encountered Gu Shen here. It appeared this young man had caught wind of the review committee's arrival, seeking refuge from them. Suggesting he harbored secrets he wished to avoid confronting prematurely. Now that they had met, matters became exceedingly simple. Gu Shen, Han Dang's voice, soft yet resonant, echoed across the rooftop. As their gazes locked, the depths of his eyes, concealed behind his golden glasses, unfurled like a dark ink cloud. In that moment, Han Dang's tone shifted to one of authority, declaring, "Enter the dream." Chapter 30. The interrogation of the soul in the gentle drizzle atop the rooftop. 2 men stood in quietude, accompanied by a still orange cat nestled in the shadowy corner of the corridor. The trio remained motionless, akin to statues carved from stone. Gu Shen vaguely recalled someone calling his name, prompting him to lift his gaze and meet the eyes of that person for a fleeting moment. Upon awakening once more, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. It is so dark. Surrounding him was an impenetrable void, a chaotic blackness devoid of any discernible shapes. Where am I? A sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of the awakening from a dream, yet distinctly different. He lowered his eyes to his palms, only to behold ethereal mist swirling around him. His consciousness lingered, yet his corporeal form had become insubstantial. This was Han Dang's dreamscape. A sphere of white light coalesced softly, emerging as the only beacon in the engulfing darkness. This so-called white light did not emanate from Chu Ling herself, but rather from an oil paper lantern she held, exuding an ancient charm, reminiscent of a demon-slaying maiden from a comic book. The flickering flame illuminated the surrounding gloom, dispelling the fog. Moments ago, Han Dang had employed the most direct method to draw him into this dream. Chu Ling raised the lantern, casting light toward the murky horizon. Gu Shen beheld another version of himself seated upon a narrow chair, bound by iron chains, head bowed. This was a realm of dreams, where all was conjured from the essence of mental power. Clearly, Han Dang reigned as the sovereign of this world. You have drawn me into this dream. Gu Shen felt the strength within him waning, his fists unable to clench, akin to willow fluff scattered by the wind. Your mental prowess is inadequate to withstand the dream weaving of a being as formidable as Han Dang, Chu Ling remarked. However, at the last moment, I forged a mental link with you, forcibly substituting your essence. Thus, the figure seated in that chair is not you. She motioned subtly with her lips. Rather, it is my conceptualization of you. Gazing at the chair, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped Gu Shen. Merely focusing on that abyssal space suffocated him with mental strain. What would transpire should he take a seat? Should you sit there, you would lose all control over your psyche, Chu Ling murmured. In Han Dang's dream, your spiritual essence cannot conceal or deceive. He will acquire every fragment of knowledge he seeks. Thanks to Luo Air and Zhong Wei's close protection, he had no opportunity to approach you. I never anticipated that this departure from Datong would lead to such complications. A shiver of apprehension coursed through Gu Shen. Thank goodness for your presence. He pondered aloud. Will he be perceptive to this? I cannot say for certain. But given that you have not awakened your extraordinary powers, he is unlikely to detect any anomalies. Chu Ling replied slowly. The more powerful a person, the more prone they are to arrogance. If Han Dang wishes to draw you into his dream, how could he possibly falter? Gu Shen's anxiety resurfaced as he queried, So, are you enduring the punishment in my stead? Han Dang's domain of veracity is often referred to by many in Nagano as the chamber of soul interrogation. Chu Ling chuckled. Thus, the term punishment is indeed fitting. In the realm of dreams, death is a possibility. Even in a shallow dream, absolute safety is not guaranteed. With a playful smile, Chu Ling continued. Should one's psyche shatter, the dreamer may become uncontrollable, or worse, perish. This hinges on the specific intentions of the dream's master. At this juncture, she continued to smile. Gu Shen expressed his concern. This is perilously dangerous. What shall we do now? Chu Ling tilted her head slightly, gazing at Gu Shen with confusion. Do you appear quite worried? Of course. Gu Shen replied anxiously. Within the dream, death is a possibility. You have entered the interrogation chamber on my behalf. Rest assured, Chu Ling replied nonchalantly, my psyche is rather unique. No matter how Han Dang interrogates or tortures me, it holds no significance. I do not perceive pain. Enveloped in the luminous glow of Chu Ling's essence, the two stood within the realm of dreams anomalies, observing the spiritual interrogation unfolding in the chamber. Han Dang adjusted his tie, smoothing the creases of his suit. He looked down from above, surveying the pitiable youth on the chair, and snapped his fingers. A torrent of cold water materialized, cascading down upon the boy, drenching him entirely. At that moment, the mental link severed. The boy seated on the chair jolted awake, the cold water transforming into a chilling mist. He lifted his gaze to Han Dang. Panic etched across his face. Gu Shen, this whom the world held in such high regard. Han Dang spoke softly. I have long been curious, to the extent of employing a pardon, to protect this prodigy. Just how exceptional is this genius? Yet upon this encounter, I find myself disappointed. Judging by the bloodstains on the rooftop, it appears that you have awakened a mental type extraordinary power, yes? Han Dang crouched down, meeting Gu Shen's gaze at eye level, and remarked coolly, however, your mental strength is far too feeble, utterly incapable of resisting my dream weaving, lacking even the slightest semblance of defiance. The boy opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to speak, yet alas, not a single word emerged. I do not understand what you are saying, Han Dang smiled. This should be what you wish to convey, yet the words linger on the cusp of your lips, forever unable to escape. How does this sensation feel? The boy stared, bewildered, at Han Dang. The man in the suit spread his arms wide, his voice resonating with divine authority. My realm of dreams is known as veracity. In an instant, Han Dang's form dissipated, his suit transforming into swirling sand, his voice becoming wind. as the sand and wind swept through every corner of the dark dreamscape. Here, my words are truth, no matter who the dreamer may be, within the realm of veracity. They cannot utter falsehoods. The next moment, he suddenly appeared beside the boy, raising a hand as if to touch something. A pale lamp flickered to life in the darkness, casting a stark light upon Gu Shen, rendering him akin to a prisoner. We shall meet. In our most authentic forms. Han Dang withdrew, feigning a stumble, his form disintegrating into ash and vanishing into the abyss. The next instant, the swirling sand coalesced 5 paces before the boy, the man comfortably seated upon an elegant high chair, exuding poise and composure, devoid of any disarray. He rested his elbows on the table, the pale light illuminating the stark contrast between the two. Before them lay a cold, obsidian table. The space had transformed entirely into an interrogation chamber, the surrounding walls gradually becoming distinct. What a pity, O theatrical youth, you have encountered me. Han Dang fixed his gaze upon the boy's eyes, his expression devoid of emotion. I have viewed the interrogation footage of the A009 incident. From that moment, you commenced your charade, did you not? The interrogated's throat rasped, struggling to produce sound. He could neither speak nor deny the accusation. Do not struggle, it is futile. Observing this, Han Dang chuckled softly. Next, I shall conduct a profound interrogation of your soul. Chapter 31. Truth and Deceit Above the Interrogation Room. The previously cold lights suddenly converged into an intensely blazing beam, enveloping Gu Shen seated below. In an instant, the entire room became unbearably hot. On the day of the arson case, what methods did you employ to eliminate those 2 extraordinary beings? Han Dang fixed his gaze on the interrogation target. Under the searing light, a furious voice erupted. Speak. Truth, activate. With a resounding boom, the interrogation room was instantly engulfed in tumult. The blazing light surged forth, completely encompassing Gu Shen. With a crash, Gu Shen was pinned against the table by immense pressure. The 2 observers from afar fell into silence upon witnessing this scene. It looked truly painful. Gu Shen asked earnestly, Does it hurt? No, Chu Ling replied nonchalantly. I am calculating what questions Han Dang might pose during this interrogation. Whatever he asks, I shall answer. Of course, I shall not be entirely truthful. The most difficult words to discern are those that are half-truths and half-lies. Just 1 or 2 misleading errors regarding crucial information can lead an investigator 180 degrees away from the truth. Chu Ling turned to Gu Shen and reiterated. In truth, no one can lie, but I am an exception. Gu Shen could already predict what would transpire next. Thus, whether Chu Ling's testimony was genuine or fabricated, it would be perceived by Han Dang as absolute truth and recorded as such. The high-ranking adjudicator of this tribunal would, after this interrogation, collect a plethora of erroneous data, ultimately steering them into a complete dead end. Since he was so intent on investigating the ruler, Chu Ling remarked, I shall ensure he uncovers it, in a way that will be unforgettable for him. The current dilemma was that he could not be allowed to discover this information too easily. The girl seemed to have completed her calculations. She gazed at the spiritual torment unfolding in the interrogation room and stated seriously, therefore, this interrogation needs to last a bit longer. People always prefer to extract information little by little. That feels more authentic. Han Dang was no exception. He employed the truth domain to compel the target to acquiesce. This was his interest. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had encountered Chu Ling, teetering on the edge of a mental dreamscape. The 2 were observing this rather benign torture with amusement. Han Dang, exerting tremendous effort within the interrogation room, resembled a jester. What a protracted battle this is. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Han Dang could not help but emit a soft sigh of exasperation. The young man before him seemed to possess an exceptionally resilient spirit. Despite the overwhelming pressure of his truth, his lips remained sealed, wasting much time in extracting all the clues. However, no matter how defiant he was, he remained merely a juvenile. Now, Han Dang had gathered all the information he needed for this mission. This unexpected encounter had brought him significant delight. The arduous search had yielded results effortlessly. Finally, a choice lay before him. Han Dang merely intended to sabotage this review. Nothing could be simpler or more direct than inflicting severe harm on Gu Shen. Within the dream of truth, he could merely wave his hand and render this boy bedridden for 3 to 5 months. However, this thought was quickly abandoned by Han Dang. It was not due to fear, but rather unwillingness. If he were to incapacitate Gu Shen, once this deed was exposed, he would truly find himself in deep trouble. The students under Mr. Tree were notably united, and they might resort to some reckless actions. Just the thought of that madwoman surnamed Luo caused Han Dang considerable headache. Let it be. Procure the evidence, submit it to the review team, and everything will be concluded. Han Dang contemplated silently for a minute. It was also a minute of silence within the dream of truth. With a snap of his fingers, Han Dang looked at Gu Shen, a cold expression giving way to a renewed smile. All right, let us forget everything that has transpired here and return to reality. In reality, we shall become as familiar as old friends. It seemed as if a long time had passed within the truth dream. Yet, in reality, the clock had merely ticked once. On the rooftop, the two men, previously as solid as stone, returned to their original states. Gu Shen scratched his head. Mr. Han, did you just call me? No. Han Dang replied with a gentle smile, adjusting his glasses. Did you perhaps mishear? From below the staircase, a warm voice resonated. Little Gu, the tea is ready. Quickly bring young Mr. Han down. Han Dang picked up his briefcase and descended the stairs to face the elderly woman, slightly bowing, revealing a harmless smile. Grandma, I still have matters to attend to. I shall not impose any further. The elderly woman stood awkwardly, puzzled. Why was he leaving when their conversation had been so pleasant? She desperately attempted to signal Gu Shen, wishing to discern what had occurred during the time it took to brew tea. This was a golden opportunity. Oh no, a rare guest indeed. Gu Shen subtly shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing. The elderly woman hurried forward, smiling. Ah, young Mr. Han. She likely wished to inquire about the sponsorship. Han Dang smiled. Rest assured, sponsorship is indeed not an issue. Mr. Gu and I hit it off splendidly just now, so I shall cover the renovation costs for the welfare institution. Moreover, I genuinely appreciate the flowers on the rooftop. There are few individuals like you in this era. I hope the welfare institution continues its work. Had Gu Shen not previously reviewed Han Dang's profile, had he not personally experienced the truth dream, and resisted hypnosis through mental link, he might have genuinely felt an instant camaraderie with this young Mr. Han. To anyone observing, he appeared to be an optimistic, socially conscious young man, eloquent and gracious. This is the first tranche of sponsorship funds. Han Dang extracted a check from his suit pocket, inscribed with the amount of 100,000 before signing his name. He watched the elderly woman beam with joy and smiled. I will continue to transfer funds to Morning Light Welfare Institution. Thank you. Thank you. The elderly woman tugged at Gu Shen's sleeve. Little Gu, don't just stand there. Gu Shen quickly smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Han. The more amiable and approachable Han Dang appeared in reality, the more apprehensive Gu Shen felt. Despite the fact that this man possessed extraordinary powers to alter thoughts within dreams and did not need to wear a mask, he still donned a facade, relishing the worship of others. Which realm embodies Han Dang's true self, dream, or reality? How polite. Han Dang smiled, patting Gu Shen on the shoulder. It is I who should be thanking you. Observing the confusion on Gu Shen's face, Han Dang chuckled once more, offering no further words, merely grasping his briefcase and departing the welfare institution with a buoyant stride. Chapter 32. Escape Big Sister, you're really beautiful. The smallest among them, San Pao, looked up at Nanjing with eyes full of stars. What is your relationship with Gu Shen, brother? Nanjing smiled as she tucked her hair behind her ear, striving to embody the image of a gentle and intelligent older sister. Little friend, I am Gu Shen Sr. San Pao shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. It was his first time encountering such a stunning beauty. However, his instincts hinted that this lovely older sister had a special bond with Gu Shen. He earnestly exclaimed, Big sister, I'm already 8 years old. I understand everything. Do you have any other relationship? A black line appeared on Nanjin's forehead. What could this little brat possibly be thinking about at such a tender age? The nature of her connection with Gu Shen was indeed more complex than it appeared. She smiled sweetly and said, But that's a secret. I can tell you, but you must not tell anyone else. San Pao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Come here. Nanjing gently squatted down, beckoning him closer. He scampered over, leaning in to hear better. Nanjing smiled and whispered, I am Gu Shen's father, who has been missing for many years. San Pao's face was a picture of shock. He stared incredulously at the graceful, kind older sister before him. Really? Is that true? What do you think? Nanjing placed a hand on San Pao's head, grinning as she asked, Do you think I'm lying? How? How could that be possible? San Pao nodded eagerly, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at rice, and quickly showered her with compliments. Big sister, you're so beautiful. So you must be right about everything. Satisfied, Nanjing released him, watching as the little boy ran off cheerfully with his toy, leaning against the railing. She gazed at the misty mountains in the distance, letting out a soft sigh, murmuring to herself, honestly, who besides a father would go to such lengths to bring him to a place like this? The sound of a car engine echoed at the entrance. Nanjing furrowed her brow as she spotted a black sedan disappearing into the rain. She had noticed that car earlier. It was unusual for anyone to visit such a remote orphanage. Upon chatting with the children, she learned that a kind-hearted individual had come specifically to investigate for potential sponsorship. The turmoil surrounding the special pardon was far from settled, and the impeachment meetings targeting the teachers were ongoing. It was plausible that someone might use Gu Shen as leverage. After all, certain shadowy figures harbored unimaginable malice, necessitating vigilance. Watching the car fade into the rain, Nanjing dialed a number. Brother Zhong. I saw a suspicious vehicle at Gu Shen's orphanage. The license plate number is. Narrowly escaping a perilous situation, Gu Shen exchanged glances with the orange cat, releasing a long breath. I've already notified your seniors via email about Han Dang's destination. The orange cat, speaking like a human, expressed hope that he would appreciate the gift. Phew, that was dangerously close. Gu Shen was torn between relief and fear. In the realm of truth, he had suffered no harm, for Chu Ling's presence had replaced his spirit. Yet, the experience was far from pleasant. In the world of the extraordinary, the strong prey on the weak. Despite being under the same ruling institution, Han Dang's ruthless actions towards him, a mere novice, were shocking. He felt like the prey on a butcher's block. This sudden encounter had caught him completely off guard. He wondered if, knowing about Han Dang's existence beforehand, he could escape using the scale of truth. Currently, the probability of escaping Han Dang seemed grim. Chu Ling, as if possessing telepathic abilities, caught his thoughts with a fleeting glimmer in her eyes. If you are willing to risk your life and use the scale of truth, there is merely a 1 chance of escape. Such a low chance. Gu Shen was unfazed by Chu Ling's mind reading. Instead, the calculated odds made him chuckle bitterly. 1%, this was the highest probability. However, the next moment, Gu Shen found solace in the realization that Han Dang was a superpower on par with Sister Luo, a young leader capable of standing alone within the ruling organization. He had yet to awaken his extraordinary abilities. It was indeed too early to confront him. Gu Shen centered himself, channeling his emotions as he silently absorbed the overwhelming pressure he had felt in the truth realm. He truly did not wish to endure that experience again. He suddenly understood why Nanjing was so desperate. The confrontation with extraordinary abilities was perilous, and the weak were akin to fish on a chopping board. He would rather exhaust himself through rigorous training than experience the feeling of being toyed with in truth once more. Little Gu, that Mr. Han is truly a wonderful person. The old woman flicked the check and chuckled. There can't be many wealthy young men like him in Dateng City. I praised you earlier, and it seems that had quite an effect. Mr. Han said he felt an instant connection with you. Perhaps you could become friends? Friends. Gu Shen found it somewhat amusing. When the dream was lifted, Han Dang even remembered to cast a hypnotic spell on him. If circumstances had been different, might he have been killed outright in truth? He could never be friends with such a person. Indeed, Mr. Han was a good man. Since Han Dang had staged such a performance, Gu Shen could only play along. However, he was merely an outsider. He did not wish for the old woman to maintain contact with Han Dang. We cannot rely on him. I will handle any future difficulties, Gu Shen said with a smile. By the way, I received a scholarship of 500,000. How much? The old woman was taken aback. 500,000. Gu Shen chuckled, recalling his own astonishment upon seeing the balance on his card. You always said I would achieve great things, didn't you? Here I am, fulfilling that promise. I meant it when I said I would cover all the expenses here. Tears welled in the old woman's eyes. She never expected the significant sum Gu Shen mentioned would be so substantial. No, I cannot accept this money. You should keep it. Before she could finish, Gu Shen clasped her hand firmly. I'm doing quite well. Please, you can keep this money. I have urgent matters to attend to. He deftly maneuvered through the rain, taking the cat with him, and pulled Nanjing along as they swiftly returned to the car. Chapter 33. The airport pickup. As the vehicle roared to life, Gu Shen let out a sigh of relief. He knew his mother-in-law all too well. If he did not make a swift exit, she would undoubtedly find a way to return the money to him. Why the rush? Nanjing asked coolly. I noticed those people seemed rather fond of you. Why not linger a while longer? Precisely for that reason, I must depart hastily, Gu Shen replied with a wry smile. Let us return quickly. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Removing her black-framed glasses, Nanjing gave a soft hum of agreement. Once they left the welfare center, she shed her role as the understanding older sister, donning her sunglasses once more to revert to the cold and unfeeling Nanjing. Are you certain you wish to leave now? She queried. After a moment of silence, she continued. The daily tasks at the tribunal are manifold and demanding. You may find yourself frequently dispatched across Eastern continent. However, there are certain specific missions that require the executor to remain in one city for an extended period. Your time will only diminish. Although your return may be infrequent, financial worries will no longer plague you. The council's stipend is exceedingly generous. Very well, Gu Shen chuckled softly. Who can predict what lies ahead? My mother-in-law must be quite pleased to know I can earn such a substantial sum. Perhaps your mother-in-law simply wishes for your company? Nanjing, often delighted in unearthing the truth. Noticing Gu Shen's silence, she shifted the subject. Do you recall the vehicle that just parked in front of the welfare center? Gu Shen froze, his expression turning serious. Did Nanjing sense something amiss? He nodded slowly. That vehicle is suspicious. It may have been directed towards you. Did you have any recent interaction with it? Nanjing inquired decisively. I have already alerted my senior brothers to investigate. The review is in 2 days, so you must avoid any mishaps in these next few days. Is there a suspicion of an assassination attempt? This was indeed a logical first response. Unfortunately, Nanjing was unaware that he had already crossed paths with that individual, facing peril that rivaled the previous assassination attempt. I had a brief encounter in the courtyard. I also found him rather dubious. Gu Shen scratched his head, feigning ignorance skillfully. That gentleman's surname is Han. He always has a smile and appears youthful yet wealthy, generously donating a sum of 100,000. Han, always smiling. The mention struck a chord with Nanjing, reminding her of senior brother Zhong's reference to Han Dang, a highly dangerous psychic extraordinary. Her expression grew grave. Did he say anything to you? Or have any physical contact? Gu Shen looked bewildered, feigning deep thought, murmuring, I can't quite recall. Oh, I remember now. He mentioned something about visiting me in Dading City. Nanjing promptly dialed Zhong Wei's number. A light rain fell over Dading City, the sky cloaked in gray clouds. A young man and woman shared an umbrella, standing alone on the empty tarmac, rain pouring down, splashing against the ground, yet never touching their garments, as if an invisible barrier of wind shielded them from the deluge. Did you receive that email? Zhong Wei spoke in hushed tones. Someone leaked Han Dang's movements and mission objective strangely. I cannot trace the sender's identity. I have informed the teacher about this matter. The teacher said we need not worry. Luo Er remarked, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We should not concern ourselves with the sender's identity. Since we have a significant catch, we might as well accept it. Zhong Wei nodded. In 13 minutes, the review team will be landing. Luo Er spoke softly, her expression somewhat complicated. Due to the rain, the review team's flight was delayed by about an hour, and they had been waiting in the downpour for a considerable time. It has been long since I was alone with senior sister. Zhong Wei chuckled quietly. If it weren't for this special training, how long did you intend to avoid me? They had been the first 2 students taken under Mr. Shu's wing, having known each other for a decade since their entry into the tribunal. I wasn't avoiding you. Luo Er sighed. The tribunal's tasks are overwhelming. The teacher is stretched thin when extraordinary events surpass Class A. The only one capable of handling them is me. Perhaps next time, you could call me. I could be of assistance. We've been partners for so long. Zhong Wei said helplessly. I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to help you. Not wanting to see you facing high-risk, uncontrolled events alone. Luo Er opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. In truth, I am quite grateful to Gu Shen. Had it not been for this level rookie, when would we meet again? Would we still be alive? Zhong Wei held the umbrella with one hand, raising the other. Fingers piercing through the rain. He did not retract his extraordinary power. In the next moment, a fierce wind erupted, spinning and shredding the rain before them. Do you recall the teacher's words? Those who awaken the extraordinary grasp the crown, yet also seal their own fate. Beneath King Zuka, countless bones lie buried. I would prefer not to meet my senior sister there one day. There is something I have long wished to discuss with you, senior sister. He smiled. I beep, beep, beep. The phone rang at the most inopportune moment, interrupting his resolve. I shall take this call. The tranquil atmosphere shattered by the ringtone. Zhong Wei forced a smile as he answered, bowing his head to listen quietly. After hanging up, was it Nanjing calling? Is there an urgent situation with Gu Shen? Senior sister Luo inquired. It's not urgent. We merely discovered a suspicious vehicle. I will investigate upon my return. Zhong Wei sighed lightly. His hard-earned courage disrupted by the call. Thus, silence enveloped them once more. Senior sister Luo's expression was evidently restless as she gazed through the rain. When will that review team arrive? Her task for this airport pickup was to welcome the review team and extract as much intelligence as possible regarding their internal assessment of Gu Shen, particularly concerning the specialized review prepared for the S level. Zhong Wei took several deep breaths, summoning his courage yet again. Senior sister, that ding, ding, ding. The phone rang once more. Zhong Wei could no longer contain himself. Answering the call, his expression grew increasingly grave. After disconnecting, senior sister Luo frowned. Was it Nanjing again? Yes. After the two interruptions, Zhong Wei entirely forgot what he had intended to say. He then stated earnestly, the identity of the owner of that suspicious vehicle has been nearly confirmed. It is Han Dang. The information from the anonymous email is indeed legitimate. Chapter 34. The arrival of the review team. It was hardly surprising that Han Dang had come to Detung City. It was a task well within his capabilities. Without a doubt, he was here to delve into the fire incident, likely intending to leverage the amnesty decree to orchestrate a scheme against the teacher he sought to impeach. Indeed, he had followed through, proving to be a most dangerous individual. Zhong Wei sighed deeply, recalling what his junior sister had mentioned. He might visit Gu Shen's residence, precisely as the individual in the email had indicated. How curious it was. Was someone keeping tabs on Han Dang for us? Sister Luo pondered, intrigued. Han Dang was infamous for his ruthless demeanor. Anyone under his scrutiny, even if they survived, would certainly suffer. She remarked nonchalantly. It is rather peculiar that Gu Shen crossed paths with him and emerged unscathed. How can such fortuitous events occur in this world? Gu Shen is indeed an extraordinary individual. Since the A009 incident, Gu Shen's journey had been tumultuous, and merely perusing his dossier could give one the impression that he was exceptionally lucky, consistently transforming peril into safety through sheer happenstance. However, luck is never absolute. There must be secrets surrounding young Gu. Zhong Wei whispered during the special training. I could discern that the fire scene on the rooftop did not seem to be conjured by his extraordinary abilities. True, yet who does not harbor secrets? Sister Luo smiled, her gaze drifting beyond the umbrella, lost within the layers of dark clouds. In this era, even the most ordinary individuals who enter the tribunal carry extraordinary mysteries within them. Let us set aside the matter of that mad dog for now. Sister Luo inhaled deeply, looking skyward. The most troublesome individuals had finally arrived. Tonight, a fierce battle awaited. The distant sky resonated with the low rumble of helicopter blades. Lightning flickered amidst the rain. A heavy-duty helicopter pierced through the downpour, descending slowly, its blades slicing through the clouds like a monstrous beast bathed in thunderous light. This helicopter was several times larger than the typical civilian models. This flight had originated from the capital, and it was indeed different. Zhang Wei gazed at the helicopter as it landed, expressionless, offering a sardonic remark. What an extravagant display. The thick cabin windows were wiped clean. Someone seated by the window waved enthusiastically at the two waiting outside, their gestures warm, though obscured by the heavy rain. This unexpected enthusiasm surprised Luo Er and Zhong Wei. Logically, the review process should be rather austere. The meeting to determine the reviewing personnel, alongside the impeachment meeting concerning the teacher, had been convened together. Given the intricate dynamics and power struggles within the East Continent Council, those ultimately involved in the review would likely be cold-hearted figures known for their ruthlessness. Those with ties to the teacher or personal connections would likely be excluded from the assembly to avoid any conflicts of interest. Who could this warm-hearted individual wiping the glass be? Sister, I feel a bit anxious. The helicopter had landed. Watching the cabin door slowly open, Zhong Wei murmured, "What if these individuals are impervious to reason and choose to ignore us entirely? We shall adapt as necessary." Luo Er stood tall, composed. "Our task is straightforward. Extract insights regarding the Council's review direction from these individuals, minimizing obstacles for Gu Shen. If we can unveil the final review's content, it would be a resounding victory. If they show us no courtesy, can they afford to dismiss the teacher?" She reminded him. "Let us not forget that the esteemed figure who issued the amnesty decree has been closely monitoring the situation, and his assistant is aboard the aircraft." Amidst the howling wind and rain, the two stood firm, prepared for the arrival of the ruthless review team. However, after the helicopter touched down, its wings roaring, and the cabin opened, no one emerged. Silence enveloped the scene. "What is happening?" Luo Er furrowed his brow, deeply perplexed. The cabin had opened, signaling for them to approach. Zhong Wei's expression shifted curiously as she focused on the individual by the window, who continued to wave at them through the glass. "Sister, do you recognize this person?" Zhong Wei pointed with a finger toward the blurred glass, murmuring, "Doesn't he seem somewhat familiar?" The interior of the heavy-duty helicopter was spacious enough to accommodate several large men comfortably. Outside, the rain poured down incessantly, while within, soft lighting and mellow jazz created a tranquil ambience. A few open bottles of champagne adorned the foldable table. Upon witnessing the scene inside the cabin, Zhang Wei was utterly astounded. He suspected he had been hypnotized. The luxurious assembly of the review team was undeniable, featuring prominent figures at first glance. Two heavyweight individuals were unmistakable, one lauded by the people of Yinghai District as the paragon of law, and the other, a notorious prison judge from Hongsha District, known for his cold-hearted nature. These two renowned figures were currently glaring at each other across a small table. The table held two symbolic bottles of champagne. Yet the surrounding area was cluttered with large glasses of pale ale, most of which were nearly empty, clearly having endured several rounds of revelry. Most astonishing was the individual seated at the very center of the ruthless review team, clad in a simple Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously styled. "Mr. Shu, come in and join us," he bellowed with laughter, beckoning his beloved disciple to squeeze in. What in the world? Zhong Wei was dumbfounded, unable to fathom how his teacher could be present in such a setting. Luo Er, upon boarding after Zhong Wei, was equally taken aback. Witnessing the law giants of the East Continent, who staunchly upheld their principles, gathered to drink and play games, a stark contrast to his initial expectations. "The impeachment meeting concerning me has just concluded, and I happened to catch this flight, making a few new acquaintances along the way." His teacher, puffing on a massive pipe, filled the cabin with swirling smoke that obscured his face, laughing heartily, thanks to Mr. Chui's assistance. Only then did Zhong Wei and Luo Er notice the inconspicuous figure in the cabin, seated in a remote corner, quietly reading a newspaper. This man was so unremarkable that he seemed to blend into the shadows. People would instinctively overlook him. His features, demeanor, and presence were so ordinary that it was not an exaggeration to describe him as lacking any distinguishing characteristics. Perhaps the only memorable aspect of his appearance was the single monocle hanging in front of his right eye, accompanied by a constant humble smile at the corners of his lips. He seemed like the remnants of a bygone era, devoid of any freshness. From his hair to the soles of his shoes, he was impeccably groomed but evoked notions of antiquity and nostalgia. The more one gazed at him, the more one instinctively felt he must be a rather dull individual. Yet at this moment, the mention of Mr. Chui seemed to possess a certain enchantment, prompting the prominent figures of the review team to lift their heads, their inebriation noticeably dissipating. Please, there is no need for such scrutinizing gazes, nor for any anxiety, Mr. Chui smiled, seemingly oblivious to the attention, remaining engrossed in his newspaper. He gently remarked, "Thanks to Elder Zhao, we can all collaborate on this matter. It is rare for us to meet in person given our scattered locations. Before we get down to business, let us enjoy a drink and reminisce. It is nothing out of the ordinary." With these words, the atmosphere inside the cabin began to ease. Thanks to the esteemed Zhao. Luo Air and Zhong Wei exchanged a glance, seemingly grasping the implications. The presence of the teacher alongside the review committee in Dating City indicated that the outcomes of the two meetings had been finalized. In the Eastern Continent's 9 major districts, there are a total of 20 parliamentary seats, each occupied by individuals wielding significant power. Among these 20 chairs, there exists a hierarchy. The Dadu district stands as the heart of the Jiangnan 4 districts, and Zhao occupies the pinnacle of authority within the Dadu district. Chapter 35. Dream Interpretation. It is said that the nature of this review is exceedingly stringent. The rumors hold true. The attendees are renowned cold-faced pioneers of the law. Yet, the scene within the cabin is surprisingly unexpected, as the distinguished legal vanguards gather merrily over drinks and games, resembling a jovial group of retirees on a holiday excursion. If this review committee operates under Mr. Zhao's directive, does it imply that the forthcoming evaluations will be handled with a light touch? An unease gripped Luo Air and Zhong Wei. They dared not inquire further. As the time approached, Mr. Tree smiled and raised his glass, consuming the exquisite wine in one gulp. With a jovial pat on the back of the Chief Justice beside him, he slurred, "Mr. Tang certainly holds his liquor well. We shall engage in another bout next time." He stood unsteadily and staggered out of the cabin, raising his arms as Luo Air and Zhong Wei hurried to assist their mentor. Stepping out of the cacophony of the cabin, the cool raindrops on their cheeks brought them a semblance of clarity. "Teacher," Luo Air began, burdened with questions. "The content of the impending review is dream interpretation." Mr. Tree's demeanor shifted to one of acute clarity, entirely unlike that of a drunken man. He replied coldly, "These old fellows in the review committee are not as simple as you presume. Where's Gu Shen? We shall set off and discuss en route." The black, vintage business vehicle traversed the rainy night. Zhou Jiren leaned languidly against the back seat, his face still bearing the rosy hue of inebriation. Adjusting his collar proved futile. It felt perpetually uncomfortable, prompting him to tug it loose. Since the moment he attended his impeachment meeting in the capital, he had donned a neatly tailored Zhongshan suit. The lingering effects of alcohol felt as sharp as a blade, contrasting starkly with his usual demeanor, which radiated warmth. Yet when he grew serious and silent, Mr. Tree resembled an underground godfather, exuding an aura that instilled fear. "Due to the matter concerning the pardon order, it has stirred quite a commotion, causing you concern," he said, closing his eyes and spreading his arms, slowly digesting the remnants of alcohol, before apologizing to his 2 proud disciples. "It is all over," Zhou Jiren exclaimed heartily. "You must witness the impeachment meeting in the capital. It is utterly fascinating." One by one, individuals stood to speak on my behalf. The situation appeared favorable, yet during the anonymous voting, their true colors emerged, overwhelmingly against the impeachment. If they wish for my swift downfall, why do they not dare to stand forth and openly express their intentions? Zhong Wei, the driver, remarked, "They lack the courage. The lion, though aged, remains a lion." Zhou Jiren continued, "Zhao Shilai has rendered me significant assistance. Due to the fear of standing out, he exercised a veto. Reflecting on the impeachment assembly, he mimicked, since no one desires Zhou Jiren's removal. The voting outcome holds little significance. What a pity you were not present to witness the expressions on the faces of those who initially supported me. They were quite the spectacle." He chuckled, his face alight with mockery. "That old fellow Zhao Shilai is no fool. He does not wish for my impeachment. Not out of admiration or friendship, but simply because no one is more suited for the role of grand arbiter than I." Zhong Wei and Luo Er understood this sentiment well. Since the establishment of the Arbiter's office, it has attracted a multitude of geniuses and extraordinary talents. These individuals have resolved numerous challenges for the assembly and managed countless extraordinary incidents. Yet the one seated at the pinnacle does not merely consider strength. Should the Grand Arbiter unify all within the Arbiter's office into a cohesive force, this individual's influence would become nearly unmanageable, a scenario the assembly wishes to avoid. The most uncontrollable individuals congregating under one person's command unquestionably poses a significant threat to the assembly's standing. Thus, the position of Grand Arbiter ideally requires someone of exceptional capability who is simultaneously isolated by many. Zhao Shilai is well aware of this. In the Eastern continent, one would struggle to find someone of my caliber. Zhou Jiren stretched lazily, a hint of self-deprecation in his smile, after decades of conflict. Wholeheartedly serving the continent and its people, I have long since lost friends within the Arbiter's office. Having taken in a few students, they are merely diligent workers focused solely on their tasks. Should I be removed and replaced by another, who knows what tempests may arise? Luo Er sighed softly at his words. But isn't that precisely the role of the Arbiter's office? There are far too many chaotic matters in the Eastern continent. I shan't burden you with them to avoid distress. Zhao Shilai's veto against my impeachment, coupled with the establishment of a strict review committee, is merely to balance the grievances of others, he explained. I observed you seemed to get along well with them on the airplane. Zhong Wei ventured cautiously. Not at all. Mr. Tree chuckled. The more cunning they are, the more composed they appear, all smiles. If they remain steadfast, it may not be a bad thing when the time comes. We can allow Gu Shen to charge forth with genuine intent, fair and just. However, considering Zhao Shilai's assistant's reputation, having shared a flight for 6 hours filled with 3 rounds of drinks, not a single useful word was exchanged. The only revealed review content is dream interpretation. But what good is knowing merely dream interpretation? Who can predict the bizarre dreams they might unveil? He expressed a hint of melancholy. These individuals are relentless researchers of Gu Shen's file, having dissected the Tian Tai case for analysis. Deep Sea believes Gu Shen possesses mental abilities, hence the review committee has decided to solely assess his mental potential. Luo Er and Zhong Wei furrowed their brows. Indeed, the situation is not as simple as they had imagined. This group operates entirely outside conventional expectations. The outcomes of recent training appear fruitless. Yet based on Gu Shen's training results, perhaps this failure is not entirely detrimental. If the review committee intended to evaluate physical strength and endurance, matters would only worsen. Gu Shen might achieve an unprecedented review score. Among the deceased extraordinary beings, one was a strong offensive type, and Deep Sea suspects Gu Shen may be concealing formidable powers. Mr. Tree smiled. Thus, the review committee's focus on mental potential is intended to avoid inflating Gu Shen's scores in other areas. This should be considered good news. However, regarding young Gu's mental potential, Zhong Wei's expression turned anxious, and after a moment's hesitation, he delicately remarked, "Teacher, young Gu may not possess the talent you envision." Mr. Tree raised an eyebrow. "Oh? I brought him into the Jingzhe dream realm," Luo Er directly stated. "It took him 4 hours and 39 minutes to grasp it. This score is not too shabby, but it falls far short of an S in mental abilities." Mr. Tree inquired with a smile. "That score is indeed rather ordinary. What about other aspects? Based on this week's training, if I were to assign a rating, young Gu's physical abilities would likely be around D, with strength and speed approximately at E," Zhong Wei replied, shaking his head and speaking frankly. His mental capacity might be slightly better, perhaps around B, leading to an overall assessment of C at most. Mr. Tree maintained his unhurried demeanor, as if none of this surprised him. Sister Luo speculated, "I have a theory. Gu Shen might not be a standard 3-type extraordinary being, hence his inapplicability to conventional ratings." Mr. Tree narrowed his eyes. "Are you suggesting Gu Shen could be a specialized type?" "I can only say, we cannot dismiss this possibility." Luo Er struggled for a moment and earnestly stated, "Isn't that fire thief from Zhangzhou capable of seizing the extraordinary powers of others?" The abilities within the trait category remain a blank slate on the extraordinary spectrum, yet to be fully explored. This evaluation should not solely test mental potential. It is unjust to Gu Shen. We cannot negotiate this condition. The audit committee, those old geezers, are only concerned with the review, indifferent to fairness. Zhou Jiren shook his head, his expression grave. They had come from various regions of the eastern continent to conduct this assessment in the most stringent manner possible. Zhao Shilai's demeanor was peculiar. He had dispatched Cui Zhongqing to oversee the situation in Diding City and specifically instructed these elders not to hold back. I cannot fathom whether he wishes for Gu Shen to succeed in the evaluation or hopes for his failure. The car fell into a brief silence. After a considerable time, Mr. Shu's low mutter broke the stillness. Perhaps he simply wishes to witness whether Gu Shen's abilities can indeed reach the legendary's rank. Chapter 36. Miracle in the Rain-Soaked Night. A sleek black car drifted to a stop at a street corner. Nanjing glanced at her phone and said, "The senior brothers have received updates from the review team. Gu Shen, your review topic has been decided. Dream interpretation." Dream interpretation? Gu Shen asked, perplexed. What is that? Within the tribunal, a multitude of dreams akin to awakening of insects is stored. Nanjing explained. Humans condense their mental energy and imprint it onto an object, bestowing that object with the ability to induce dreams. When someone interacts with it, they will be drawn into the dream. Dream interpretation refers to the process of extricating oneself from the dream, much like how you comprehended awakening of insects, taking 4 hours and 39 minutes to complete your interpretation. Is that so? Gu Shen pondered, then curiously inquired. Do these objects count as extraordinary sealed items? Yes and no. It depends on the strength of the dream contained within. Some weak dreams might merely induce a yawn in an ordinary person, while powerful dream remnants can easily shatter a person's psyche, even overwhelming those with mental prowess. Nanjing elucidated, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the street outside. The parking spot was not far from Gu Shen's apartment, and she was observing for any suspicious individuals. Han Dang had arrived in Diding City even faster than anticipated. However, he was exceptionally cautious and had not made any direct moves, likely surveying the surroundings. It appeared the review team was well prepared. Given your performance in interpreting awakening of insects, the situation for the upcoming review does not bode well, she softly remarked. The teacher has already arrived in Diding and will be coming to see you shortly. As she opened the car door, Nanjing produced a key and guided Gu Shen effortlessly to the elevator across from the apartment. They ascended to the top floor, where she used her card to unlock a room. Gu Shen, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, "Senior sister, is this your place? We live so close to each other." "Yes," Nanjing replied dismissively, hastening to the washroom. Due to the rain, her clothes were soaked, the shirt clinging tightly to her form, accentuating her curves. With a loud bang, the door closed, and through the dim yellow light of the washroom, Gu Shen caught sight of a blurred, graceful silhouette emerging. Nanjing was in the process of removing her shirt, which had proven somewhat difficult due to its snug fit. Meow? The orange cat nestled in Gu Shen's arms swatted at him irritably, jolting Gu Shen back to reality as he quickly turned away. "Do not look, do not look." He chanted inwardly, awkwardly asking, "Senior sister, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate?" Nanjing's voice was calm as the sound of water ceased. "Until the review results are confirmed, your safety cannot be assured. I must maintain a perspective that enables me to monitor you at all times. If you inadvertently lose control, I need to act swiftly to ensure your survival." Gu Shen was left speechless, realizing he had unwittingly broached a sensitive topic. He hurried to the balcony, drawing back the curtains, only to be struck by dismay. It turned out that this apartment was positioned directly across from his own, affording a commanding view of his room. With Nanjing's keen eyesight, she could easily observe everything. "So, that day when I was sunbathing on my balcony, you were selecting a suitable residence?" he deduced, clearly exasperated. This apartment had evidently been prepared for the purpose of monitoring him. "Is this a violation of my rights? From this angle, won't you see me while I bathe?" He was indignant. The conversation halted abruptly. After a brief wash, Nanjing emerged, wrapped in a pristine white towel, her hair held up with a delicate white hairpin. She cast a sidelong glance at Gu Shen and remarked nonchalantly, if you wish not to be seen. Remember to draw the curtains next time. The white hairpin elegantly lifted her long red hair. She meandered into the dressing room, her voice wafting out intermittently. This place has become the perfect vantage point to monitor Han Dang. If he intends to visit you, he will be exposed to our view. We need only wait here. Gu Shen felt deflated. He sighed, admitting, "You're right." A quarter hour later, Nanjing re-emerged, transformed from the gentle older sister into the familiar figure clad in a formidable trench coat and armed with a sword, resembling a blade poised to strike. Her demeanor shifted. Her fingers rested on the hilt, exuding an aura that demanded respect. "Senior sister, you look truly," Gu Shen began. But upon catching the icy glare from Nanjing, he quickly raised his thumb in earnest praise. "You're indeed imposing." "The teacher will arrive shortly," Nanjing explained, for the first time providing context. "Moreover, I rarely wear casual attire unless absolutely necessary. Accompanying you to the welfare home today is an exception." Perhaps influenced by her review of Gu Shen's file, she felt a twinge of empathy. This visit was exceedingly important to Gu Shen, and she did not wish to jeopardize it. Wearing combat attire while posing as his senior sister would be wholly inappropriate. "Thank you," Gu Shen expressed sincerely. After a day of relentless activity, the lazy orange cat lay asleep in his arms, evidently exhausted from the day's endeavors. The connection with Chu Ling had been severed, and the cat emitted a low purring sound. Gently setting the cat down, Gu Shen contemplated for a moment before softly stating, "Actually, if the review in 2 days is indeed dream interpretation, perhaps I will perform well." He spoke earnestly. "I believe I can pass." However, Nanjing struggled to comprehend the source of Gu Shen's confidence. Dream interpretation, as a criterion, might be considered an unexpected stroke of misfortune. She glanced at the sleeping cat, then sighed, her voice low and tinged with concern. "Compared to other aspects, your mental strength is indeed a strong suit. But you have no idea how challenging it is to achieve IN's rating in dream interpretation. Given your previous 5-hour interpretation of awakening of insects, confronting the review team's challenges seems nearly impossible." She cast a glance at her watch. It was past midnight. Just one more day remained until the review, especially since there was now less than a day left. Unless a miracle occurred. With a sigh of anxiety for someone else, Nanjing gazed at Gu Shen, observing his calm demeanor that seemed completely unperturbed, which left her feeling a mix of frustration and admiration. "How can you be so utterly unconcerned?" she thought to herself, perplexed. "I actually only took 15 minutes for the interpretation of awakening of insects," Gu Shen mumbled quietly to himself. Yet, the teacher was an extraordinary individual, always capable of conjuring miracles. Nanjing reassured Gu Shen, "Once he arrives, there will surely be a solution." No sooner had she spoken than a car sped into view at the end of the street, racing through the rain-soaked night, splashing countless droplets until it executed a perfect drift and came to a halt beneath the building. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit stepped out, immediately lifting his gaze to lock onto Gu Shen's room. Mr. Shu beamed with a smile as warm as spring sunshine. For reasons unknown, the moment Gu Shen laid eyes on him, he felt an undeniable sense of something settling within him. This feeling could only be described as reassurance. Chapter 37. The Significant Figures. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Mr. Shu strode in confidently, and then he noticed the orange cat sprawled out in slumber. Murmuring softly, "Oh, what a delightful little creature we have here." He extended a hand, signaling to Luo Air and Zhong Wei behind him to hush. What a considerate teacher he is. Upon seeing this gesture, the two behind could only smile helplessly and quietly close the door. The group moved to a quieter bedroom. The situation is approximately as follows. We have divided our forces and reconvened, exchanging detailed intelligence. Han Dang is indeed a perilous individual. Luo Air lifted the curtain with one hand, glancing at Gu Shen's apartment across the way, and stated earnestly, "With me keeping an eye on him, there should be no unexpected incidents. The review day is just a day away. The urgent task at hand is to resolve Gu Shen's dream interpretation issue. As far as I know, the tribunal has stored over 3,700 dreams." Luo Air turned to her teacher and continued, "Most of them are tools for honing mental fortitude, with lower difficulty dreams that can be deciphered in 3 to 5 minutes. The more challenging ones, however, transcend mere time constraints. Insufficient talent will hinder the comprehension of dreams. Even if one were to spend a month or a year, they would struggle to unravel the dreams. She frowned. In contrast, someone exceptionally gifted might only require an hour to tackle the same dream. As for dream interpretation, there is no need for concern. Mr. Shu smiled. You three have worked hard these days. As your teacher, I cannot just stand by and watch. Today is the final day before the review. You need not toil any longer. Take this time to relax. Consider it a well-deserved respite. With Mr. Shu's words, everyone visibly relaxed. He is indeed that kind of person. If he declares he can shoulder the burden when the sky falls, he undoubtedly can. Thus, when he reassured them about the dream interpretation, although Luo Er, Zhong Wei, and Nanjing still felt some anxiety, deep down, they were no longer as apprehensive as before. Excellent. Noticing the subtle changes in their expressions, Mr. Shu was quite satisfied. Well then, it's getting late. You all have worked hard today. Go get some rest. He then gave Gu Shen a hearty pat on the shoulder and cheerfully said, You, come with me. The rain had ceased. The wind remained fierce. The cold gusts battered against the narrow walls, howling through the corridor as Gu Shen followed Mr. Shu upward. Ahead lay the rooftop of the apartment building, which Mr. Shu kicked open with a forceful nudge, the iron door clanging with a chilling metallic sound. The scent of rust filling the air. All right. Mr. Shu exhaled deeply, no trace of alcohol lingering on his face. Standing on the roof, he leaned against the railing, and Gu Shen mimicked his stance, peering down. Just one glance left him feeling dizzy. The building stood over 30 stories tall, and at midnight, the world below remained a cacophony of sound, with vast stretches of neon lights illuminating the distance, the advertisements still depicting scenes of laughter and joy. The late-night wanderers on the streets appeared as mere grains of sand under the dazzling lights. Yet on the rooftop, there was only silence, save for the wind's whispers. I simply sought an environment to converse with you privately. Should there be a more fitting place than the rooftop? Mr. Shu turned his back to the bustling world below, leaning against the railing, and smiled. I sincerely apologize for dragging you into the tribunal without you fully grasping the situation, causing you to face so many troubles. Gu Shen also leaned against the railing. Was it possible for someone like Mr. Shu to utter an apology? He felt a tinge of resentment toward him. Nanjing, Zhong Wei, and Luo Er all referred to him as teacher with such ease. Yet, Gu Shen still struggled to voice it himself. Reflecting on the entire ordeal, he had unwittingly been swept into a supernatural event, followed by a series of unavoidable circumstances, joining the tribunal, undergoing special training, preparing for the review, and confronting Han Dang. Everything transpired so swiftly that, amidst his struggle, Gu Shen often recalled the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit who had handed him a note that fateful night. If given another chance, would he dial that number again? After Mr. Shu's apology, Gu Shen suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Those small grievances had transformed into unvoiced murmurs. The man had saved his life and exerted immense effort to secure a special pardon for him. This was a person who genuinely cared for him. Gu Shen could distinguish that much. Thus, he waved his hand and quietly said, There's no need for such formality. After all, having received such a sum, let us just say, it's only fair to help in return. The elder chuckled softly. I suppose that is precisely what you were thinking, right? Truly, you are wise beyond your years. Gu Shen muttered, then spoke earnestly, Well, I don't know why you possess such confidence. You should prepare for the worst for tomorrow's review. This seemed to be the elder's habitual catchphrase. He inquired nonchalantly, Do you believe you will fail the review? This time, it was Gu Shen's turn to smile. He could not hold back, pointing to himself and asking, You seem to have unwavering faith in me. May I inquire why? Of course, there is no reason. Mr. Shu gazed at the young man, his voice soft yet resonating like thunder to Gu Shen's ears. If we must trace the reasoning over the years, you are the only one who has managed to take the ruler from A009. Gu Shen stood frozen, struck as if by lightning. His mind went blank, utterly unsure of how to respond. The greatest secret he had painstakingly concealed was effortlessly unveiled by the elder's words. No need for further discussion. I am aware of everything. Mr. Shu smiled knowingly, stating, by choosing to have you sign that contract. It signifies my intention to protect you. Yes, protect is an apt term, tinged with a hint of thrill. Do you recall the story I told you that night before you returned home? The elder recounted succinctly. A009 was a member of the Ancient Literature Society, incarcerated after losing control, and a significant figure conducted experiments on her to uncover the true cause of her instability. Gu Shen had heard the full version of this tale from Chu Ling. The true catalyst for her loss of control was neither the bone cutter nor the old newspaper, but rather the ruler hidden in her bosom. That prominent figure was named Zhao Shilai. Your pardon was granted by him. Mr. Shu lowered his voice. This review group was also selected by him. Chapter 38. The confrontation since the establishment of the tribunal. A009 has been transported across various locations in Dongzhou for investigation. Zhao Shilai has long sought to understand the cause of her uncontrollable state. However, the corrosive ability proves to be exceedingly troublesome, rendering experiments difficult to conduct. Mr. Shu took out a cigarette from his pocket, attempting to light it, but failed. The wind on the rooftop was fierce, extinguishing the flame as soon as it was ignited. Observing this, Gu Shen perceptively moved closer to shield him from the wind, opening his coat, allowing the elderly man to successfully light the cigarette this time. The swirling smoke was gently exhaled, dissipating with the breeze. As evident, no shackles can restrain A009. Any material used will inevitably be gradually dissolved. Regardless of how the restraints are changed, dissolution is merely a matter of time. Mr. Shu's face was shrouded in the billowing smoke, and he seemed to smile, thus. Over the years, Zhao Shilai has expended vast resources on this experiment, yet has made no progress. The only breakthrough occurred during observations in a controlled environment, where researchers witnessed A009 retrieve a bone saw and an old newspaper, objects they deemed to be underestimated extraordinary sealing items, likely responsible for her loss of control. Gazing at the face obscured by smoke, Gu Shen could not help but begin to speculate. Why would such a powerful figure be so fixated on investigating A009's breakdown? Ancient texts, Alan Turing, old newspapers, a series of keywords flooded his mind. Alan Turing, the pioneer who single-handedly connected data across 5 continents in deep-sea research, had passed away many years ago. It was said he died of illness, and on the day of his departure, the flags of the 5 continents were lowered in mourning, with many citizens spontaneously gathering to hold a grand funeral. If memory serves correctly, he had departed before Gu Shen's own birth. This father of deep-sea research had worked briefly with the Ancient Text Society, delving into forbidden sciences. Yet thereafter, no one heard of the society again. With Alan Turing's death, this enigmatic organization vanished from the world as if it had never existed. No one cared, for the world continued to function perfectly well without the Ancient Text Society. Yet, evidently, the truth was not so simple. Someone still cared about the Ancient Text Society. The powerful figure who issued a pardon had pursued the matter for over a decade without yielding. Wait, A009. Had she never revealed the ruler in front of outsiders? Gu Shen suddenly realized a vital piece of information. Indeed, she never had. Mr. Shu revealed a gratified smile, stating, at least before them, that holds true. Then how did you? Gu Shen began before abruptly stopping. He was adept at reading the room and understood which words to speak and which to withhold. He sensed that Mr. Shu's knowledge about A009 was rather extensive. Could it be that they were acquainted prior to A009's loss of control? Curiosity killed the cat. Since Mr. Shu had chosen to shield him, the preceding circumstances became irrelevant. Do you wish to know? Mr. Shu, ever generous, offered. I can tell you. Not this again. Gu Shen quickly shook his head. No, please don't. Seeing this, Mr. Shu couldn't help but chuckle, but as he laughed, a complex expression emerged in his eyes. The old man gazed into the distance. This time, he did not press the matter further and truly fell silent. Thus, the rooftop fell into a stillness for several seconds. However, Mr. Shu remained tight-lipped, which only piqued Gu Shen's curiosity further. Observing the old man's tight-lipped demeanor, Gu Shen pondered, settled his thoughts, and retracted his earlier urge to pry deeper. He inhaled gently and asked earnestly, So, are you telling me this to reclaim the ruler? No. Mr. Shu shook his head. This ruler. You may keep it. Its name is the ruler of truth, and I trust you already understand how to wield it. Mr. Shu looked at Gu Shen earnestly, stating, You handled the extraordinary incident on the rooftop admirably. You must remember that battles among extraordinary beings are perilous. One must be ruthless and show no mercy. Had you harbored any thoughts of sparing your opponent, it would be you now torn to pieces on the rooftop. But there is one thing you must heed. The ruler of truth demands immense mental energy. Do not wield it recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, as he spoke, he smirked. The discomfort of lying in a hospital bed must be rather unpleasant, no? Gu Shen's face paled. He was all too familiar with the agony of mental exhaustion. The fact that you can wield the ruler of truth indicates your mental potential is not so dire. I would never misjudge you. You have hidden insights regarding the dream of awakening, have you not? The old man grinned cunningly, suggesting it was unnecessary to confirm or deny. You are aware deep down. Recognizing when to conceal one's capabilities is wise, but when the time calls for it, one must also reveal their brilliance. Gu Shen felt a chill run through him. He sensed that this old man saw right through him. What other secrets could he possibly have that the elder did not know? Perhaps only his connection with Chu Ling remained concealed. Very well, since all has been laid bare. Gu Shen looked at Mr. Shu. Inhaled deeply. I have nothing left to hide. Mr. Shu's eyes twinkled with amusement, encouraging Gu Shen to continue. Gu Shen inquired, word by word, Since you have chosen me, I wish to know what my ability is and why you are so certain of me. Are you not afraid I am merely an ordinary person? In the past few days, he had shown no signs of awakening whatsoever. How could Mr. Shu be so confident in him? After Gu Shen finished speaking, Mr. Shu maintained his calm smile, quietly observing him. The elder, unusually silent, resembled a patient audience member. Finally, Gu Shen whispered, Am I truly an extraordinary being? Once Gu Shen concluded, Mr. Shu slowly responded, So, do you wish to be one? Gu Shen was taken aback. Scenes flashed through his mind. Nanjing could overturn a light rail train with a single stroke. Brother Zhongwei was faster than a cheetah. And Sister Luo was even more extraordinary, truly akin to deities on land. Who wouldn't he aspire to become such a person? I heard about the training ground incident from Zhongwei. After 2 weeks of special training, you managed to sever a wooden man with your own strength. Mr. Shu observed Gu Shen's embarrassed expression and spoke earnestly. Do not dismiss this as trivial. It is an extraordinary accomplishment. Every being begins as a sprout. At the very least, this is a testament to your own strength. He paused and continued. Nanjing's ability is called Raging Cut when entrusted to me. The power of Raging Cut couldn't even sever that wooden man. It took her 10 years to reach her current height. No one is born a genius capable of rivaling deities. Every individual in the tribunal, including myself, started from zero and grew step by step. Thus, Gu Shen, I have but one question for you. The elder fixed his gaze intently on the young man, speaking once more. Do you wish to be one? The wind howled fiercely on the rooftop, and the clouds swayed. The confusion in the young man's eyes dissipated with the wind. He lifted his head. The final image lingering in his mind was that moment when Sister Luo gazed at him on the training ground. Chu Ling had told him, believing is more important than anything else. Gu Shen replied earnestly, Of course. Chapter 39. Days of radiant sunshine. A single day can be fleeting or interminable. For the 3 individuals stationed across from Gu Shen's apartment, engaged in a relentless cycle of surveillance, it was a tedious and protracted 24 hours. The moon waned and the sun rose, only to set again. Since the night before last, the instructor had vanished with Gu Shen, leaving no trace behind. Zhongwei perched on the windowsill, her curiosity piqued regarding the final training content. To be precise, it was the night prior, past the hour of 12. Sister Luo took a sip of her coffee and gently corrected her, holding a thick, ancient tome while seated in a rocking chair on the balcony. She had maintained this posture for several hours. As a being of her caliber, she had long integrated breathing techniques into her daily routine, requiring only minimal rest to sustain her heightened state of alertness. In terms of mental acuity, Zhongwei and Nanjing fell considerably short. We have been watching for an entire day, Nanjing remarked, rubbing her eyes. Han Dang has yet to appear. Could he be sensing danger? Han Dang was indeed a perceptive individual. Luo Air softly interjected, over the past few years, I have crossed paths with him several times. He is a master of cunning and deceit. This time, he is here to conduct a covert investigation and will surely not expose himself easily. However, since he has come for Gu Shen's assessment, he will surely act at the critical moment. She continued to peruse her ancient book, remaining calm and assured in her weight. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. The crowd was bustling. Han Dang had altered his usual style of attire, donning sunglasses, a mask, and a cap, making him exceedingly inconspicuous. He had blended into the throng and paced along the street adjacent to Gu Shen's apartment multiple times. Each time he neared the apartment entrance, an ominous sense of foreboding would seize him. Something is amiss, profoundly amiss. His instincts were astute. During countless perilous missions, he had relied on this innate intuition to evade danger. As for the true files concerning Gu Shen's arson case, I have already submitted them to the review team. He slipped into a narrow alleyway, shrouding himself in darkness. Logically, he should not feel this unease. Today is the review day. Without any extraordinary occurrences, he would inevitably be exposed. I merely need to retrieve that ruler as evidence. Han Dang gathered his thoughts. This fellow has fallen victim to my hypnosis. He should have no awareness. Yet, this feeling of unrest, where does it stem from? Unable to fathom the source, he shook his head. Time was of the essence. He had to act swiftly. He took a deep breath, emerging from the alley and stepping into the building. At the moment Han Dang entered the apartment complex, Luo Air closed her book, preparing for action. She rose, donned her coat, and swiftly made her way outside. The individual who just entered the apartment, could it be Han Dang? Nanjing expressed her surprise. Having closely monitored the situation, while Sister Luo's gaze remained glued to the pages. How did she manage that? Was it a special application of her extraordinary ability? I left a small item at the building entrance. I can sense anyone who approaches. As for Han Dang, I am well acquainted with his aura. I want to mistake it, Sister Luo explained. Engaging with Han Dang may lead to confrontation, so you two must be cautious and follow closely behind me. The trio hurried downstairs, arriving at the opposite building. Wait a moment. Sister Luo halted, her fingers brushing over a transparent sensor door. With a swift motion, a slender strand of hair appeared between her fingers. Once removed, it immediately coiled around her pinky. This strand had adhered to the sensor door, remaining unnoticed unless scrutinized inch by inch. This is that small item, she elucidated. Do not misconstrue. This is not my hair, rather. It is a distinctly extraordinary sealing object. In a sense, it serves as my second eye. Is there only one? Nanjing inquired, intrigued. Of course not, Sister Luo replied. I have deployed over 300 eyes throughout the streets. Since yesterday, there has been an individual who has been traversing the streets amidst the crowd. I have suspected him for quite some time. The eye stationed at the apartment entrance is unique, within a certain range. It not only sees, but also senses fluctuations in mental energy. Nanjing was enlightened. She perceived the peculiar flow of air, as delicate strands of hair, nearly invisible to the naked eye, began to converge towards Sister Luo, unnoticed by the passers-by. These gossamer black strands ultimately merged into her own flowing locks. Regardless, placing the most crucial eye at the entrance was undoubtedly wise. He has just entered the elevator, Sister Luo stated calmly. We need only follow closely to catch him red-handed. Knock, 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 a response soon followed. Please enter. She pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. Trying again, a creaking sound accompanied the door's opening. To her surprise, she was greeted by a pristine classroom, with half-open windows and curtains billowing in the breeze. The desks and chairs had been cleared, leaving only a long table in their wake. Gu Shen rubbed his cheeks, having not anticipated that this would be the venue for the final review. It resembled a stage set for an upcoming gathering. Throughout the days of special training, Gu Shen had envisioned what his final review would entail. The scenes that played in his mind were reminiscent of the last time the presiding judge had privately interrogated him. Dim lighting, a cramped interrogation room, and formidable figures like Yin Shicheng, their scarred visages looming ominously. Rather than a review, it felt more akin to a solemn trial. Following their rooftop conversation, Mr. Tree had guided him through the final day of special training. This day devoid of 15 kilometers of weighted running or the grueling training of rising after being struck 100 times. There was no training at all. He simply accompanied Mr. Tree as they explored various locales in Diding City. The old man had procured a flashy luxury car and taken Gu Shen for a spin around the city, running several red lights and dining at upscale restaurants whose menus Gu Shen couldn't even name. Initially reluctant to partake, he found it impossible to refuse the old man's offer to experience the local culture during his rare visit to Diding City. Gu Shen was curious about what a day in the old man's life entailed. In reality, it was a day filled with feasting and revelry, akin to a boundlessly energetic 18-year-old. In contrast, he felt isolated, akin to a hollow old man awaiting the end. As the day drew to a close, Gu Shen lay sprawled on the expansive bed of the presidential suite, the window open, a cool breeze brushing against his face. In a half-dream state, he suddenly recalled something significant. Nearly 2 years had passed since his arrival here. Today marked his first day as a tourist, experiencing freedom in the city he had inhabited for 2 years. Freedom was not found in riding the finest vehicles, dining on the best meals, or residing in the most luxurious accommodations. It was the absence of worry, the liberation from concern, allowing one to think of nothing at all. Throughout the 2 weeks of special training, Gu Shen had maintained a taut mental state, but this time, he savored the most restful sleep he had experienced in days. Upon awakening, he accompanied Mr. Tree to the prestigious Dateng Academy, the finest public institution in Dateng City, teeming with youthful students of a similar age. The final venue for the review was here, not in an interrogation room nor a subterranean research facility, but rather a sunlit academy. It was a day bathed in brilliant sunshine, and everything seemed splendid. Chapter 40. The Lost Manuscript in the Library. Silence reigned supreme. The towering shelves of books, basking in the interplay of sunlight, formed a dazzling sea of brilliance. On a table lay a hefty tome titled Research on the Logical Constants of Electronic Physics. Its pages turned halfway, with a pair of spectacles resting upon it, the chain serving as a bookmark. The chair at the original seat was draped with a gray blazer. Its owner stood before the vast bookshelf, enveloped in the tranquil sunlight. The deep sea connected the entire world, facilitating the sharing of data. Nowadays, the reading room for physical books had become largely deserted. Cui Zhongqing retrieved 2 volumes bound together from the shelf. He paused for a moment. Upon removing the books, the vacant space revealed a pair of cunning eyes twinkling with mischief. It was said that the library of the Great Vine Academy housed 1.5 million tomes. If one were to read a book each day, it would take 4,000 years to finish. Yet, the deep sea could catalog this collection in a mere 3 seconds. On the opposite side of the shelf, an elderly man spoke in a hushed tone, as if to himself. How ironic it is that the culture humanity has painstakingly developed over a millennium can be digested by machines in just a few seconds. At this, he lifted his gaze and, with a smile, asked, "In a place like this, there are hardly any visitors left to maintain order and preserve humanity's last semblance of dignity. AI is only responsible for cataloging, not for guiding. Finding a desired book in such an environment must be quite challenging. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Xiao Cui?" Cui Zhongqing glanced at his watch and calmly inquired, "Do you have matters to discuss with me?" "Nothing of great importance," Mr. Zhu replied sincerely with a smile. "The review for Gu Shen has commenced, and as a member of the accompanying team, I find myself without tasks or destinations. So I thought I might stroll around the academy. What a coincidence to encounter you here." Both men addressed each other with utmost respect, referring to one another as you. "This is my alma mater. It has been a long time since I last returned. I thought it fitting to come back and take a look," Cui Zhongqing remarked softly. "Long ago, it was quiet here, but not in the same way as now. That must have been 20 years ago, perhaps. Back then, the deep sea had yet to connect the 5 continents, and technology was not as advanced." Mr. Zhu said, a hint of irony in his tone. "We have grown increasingly powerful. This is a good thing. Particularly in recent years, the development of the Eastern continent has been remarkable. Deputy Zhao has played an indispensable role, transforming the capital into a city as radiant as Nagano." Cui Zhongqing furrowed his brow. "Frankly, I did not expect him to agree to issue a pardon for a nondescript youth." Mr. Zhu chuckled softly. "Initially, I intended to leverage some connections. If he had refused, I would have sought out influential figures in Nagano. Surely, having someone agree is a positive outcome? Cui Zhongqing sighed. Seeking help in Nagano would be quite embarrassing. Distant waters cannot quench present thirst. Whether or not assistance can be obtained is another matter altogether. At my age, what do I have left to be concerned about regarding face? Mr. Zhu's smile gradually faded, and he fixed his gaze upon Cui Zhongqing. If he has agreed to the pardon, why dispatch a review team? This is someone I am determined to protect, even at the cost of my own dignity. Let me be clear. Regardless of the review's ultimate outcome, I will ensure Gu Shen's safety. Cui Zhongqing caressed the pages of the book. Do you not yet understand? He looked at the elder earnestly. It is precisely because your stance was discerned that Deputy Zhao made such a decisive choice, issuing the pardon and sending the review team. The last person whose position was so adamantly sought was Nanjing from the capital district, wasn't it? Compared to her, Gu Shen is merely an orphan. A pitiful child of no remarkable lineage. Mr. Xiao Cui, Deputy Zhao trusts your judgment, which is why he promptly issued that pardon. He also wishes to ascertain what manner of person this Gu Shen truly is, hence the deployment of this review team. At this, he unveiled a humble and gentle smile. I believe you can comprehend Deputy Zhao's intentions, can't you? Currently, everyone in the assembly is embroiled in disputes over the awakening decree at this juncture. It seems no one can accept the cost of their failure. This tug-of-war is nearing its resolution. At this moment, even the slightest deviation could precipitate a cataclysmic distortion. Cui Zhongqing extended 2 fingers, gently rubbing them together. A butterfly flapping its wings in the western continent could instigate a tempest in the capital. Or perhaps that butterfly resides not in the west, but in the central continent or the northern fortress. Mr. Xiao Cui paused and, with solemnity, declared, regardless, the capital cannot withstand another storm. Mr. Zhu's expression turned grave, leaving no further words to be spoken. He simply stared in silence at Cui Zhongqing, who, bathed in sunlight, ought to have reflected the brilliance of noon, yet inexplicably appeared shrouded in a faint shadow. By the way, the proposal to issue the pardon and dispatch the review team was mine. Cui Zhongqing replied softly. Deputy Zhao agreed immediately. Which is why I am here at the Grapevine Academy as well. He gazed intently at Mr. Zhu. I have nothing more to say. The elder maintained his serious demeanor, responding calmly. Without you, Mr. Xiao Cui, there would be others. As long as a pardon exists, a review team will follow. I understand this principle. Cui Zhongqing nodded. He ceased engaging with Mr. Zhu, instead cradling the book and retracing his steps. The sunlight had shifted, and the original seat was no longer illuminated but rather enveloped in a dimmer shade. After taking a few steps, Mr. Zhu interjected, there is one more matter. Cui Zhongqing halted. He furrowed his brow, slightly turning his face, obscured by the book. It pertains to the earlier casual conversation. Mr. Zhu's voice was soft and deliberate. You mentioned that finding a book by following the catalog is indeed a simple and efficient method, but some books are severely damaged or, due to missing titles, have not been cataloged by the AI. For such books, is there a way to locate them? Cui Zhongqing remained silent for a long while, seemingly lost in contemplation. It can only depend on luck, he finally replied. You must believe that as long as a book still exists, one day it will be found. Chapter 41, Lantern, Hourglass, Dice Gu Shen. As you can see, 3 dream sealing objects are placed before you. The final review conducted by the assessment team is quite straightforward. You must successively touch the 3 dream sealing objects, enter the dream, and complete the dream interpretation. A long table separates the classroom. On one end sits Gu Shen, while on the opposite end, the members of the assessment team sit upright and solemn. The time taken to interpret the dreams with these sealing objects will determine your final evaluation score. Introducing the rules is the Grand Judge of the Yinghai District, Tang Qingchuan. As he speaks, the expressions of several other assessment team members slightly shift, yet they refrain from commenting. The Grand Judge maintains a stoic demeanor, leaning forward slowly to scrutinize the seemingly ordinary youth before him. Despite his extensive experience in reading people, he perceives nothing remarkable about this boy's mental aura. Being chosen as an S-class authority for the review is no simple feat. Each member of the assessment team who has landed in Dating City possesses a certain degree of extraordinary prowess. All of them are evaluating the young man before them. On the table, 3 objects lie before them: an ancient lantern, a spent hourglass, and a restored magic cube die. You should be aware of the rules for dream interpretation, correct? The Grand Judge inquires, adhering to protocol. He has reviewed Gu Shen's file, noting the impressive performance he exhibited during the fire incident. It is likely that he has diligently prepared for this review, especially since Zhou Ji has even secured a special pardon for him. Rules. Gu Shen feels somewhat bewildered. What rules? Tang Qingchuan furrows his brow, perplexed. He cannot comprehend why Zhou Ji, having extracted the dream interpretation questions during the flight, did not clarify this for the newcomer. Is this your first time entering a dream? An assessor beside the Grand Judge remains patient. Gazing earnestly at Gu Shen, the dream realm is a world woven from mental energy. Thus, everything within the dream is illusory. No matter how powerful the sealing objects may be, they are not exempt. Once you touch a sealing object, there is no possibility of withdrawal. He gestures toward the 3 objects on the table, explaining, as for how to interpret dreams, it is not overly complicated. You simply need to first realize that you are in a dream, then identify the peculiarities within that dream. Finally, you must leverage those peculiarities to complete the unveiling, or what is known as dream interpretation. Gu Shen listens intently, simultaneously drawing parallels with his experience during the awakening from the Thunder Awakening. Upon awakening on the grassland, he first realized he was in a dream, then discerned the peculiarity in the case of Thunder Awakening. The peculiarity was likely the dense rain clouds. The dream interpretation of Thunder Awakening was straightforward. Not long after awakening, it began to rain on the grassland, and he instinctively seated himself, quickly grasping the breathing technique that resonated with the rhythm of the rain, thus completing the unveiling and dream interpretation with ease. The 3 sealing objects presented this time exhibit quite intense characteristics. One of the assessment members solemnly hands over a small copper piece, stating, "This copper piece is called the heart-piercing fragment. If you cannot withstand the dreams associated with these objects, we will forcibly extract you. The cost will be a slight mental injury, necessitating a recovery period of 10 days to half a month. Of course, if you exit the dream in this manner, your review will also conclude." He pauses, settling back into his chair. Do you understand? Gu Shen accepts the heart-piercing fragment, weighing it in his hand. It feels substantial and appears to be made of copper, yet it seems to harbor some mystery, as it feels cool to the touch. Understood. Gu Shen grips the heart-piercing fragment and takes a deep breath. Senior Sister Luo mentioned that the adjudication office possesses thousands of dream-sealing objects. Each of these objects has distinct characteristics that can be utilized to hone one's mental prowess. Some extraordinary individuals, who perfectly master the rules of dreams, can wield these sealing objects as weapons. If the sealing objects are specifically prepared for the review, could they have been selected from the objects carried by the assessors themselves to avoid revealing the questions? He approaches the table, examining the 3 dream-sealing objects. The hourglass sits quietly on the table, its grains of sand settled at the bottom, appearing no different from an ordinary object. However, upon closer inspection, Gu Shen feels an overwhelming aura of decay and lifelessness enveloping him. This is likely a sealing object related to time. A perilous item indeed. Next, he gazes at the die, which appears entirely unremarkable, a simple die. Its nature is unpredictable and indefinable. Lastly, he turns his attention to the lantern. The most striking object on the table is the worn lantern positioned before the Grand Judge. Although it looks as ancient as an artifact from centuries past, its interior glows with a vigorous flame, illuminating the tattered imagery depicted on the lantern's oil paper exterior. Countless flames and spirits dance, flickering in and out as if imbued with life. The style resembles a hand-painted art form from the Yinghai region long ago. He glances at the Grand Judge. Gu Shen has done his homework on the identities of the assessment team members, and this one hails from the Yinghai district. Perhaps this is his sealing object? The Grand Judge regards him with an impassive gaze, leaning on his elbow. Make your choice swiftly. Tang Qingchuan taps the table, urging, these 3 items are indistinguishable. Very well. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Shen extends a hand to touch the restored magic cube die. After surveying the options, The magic cube die feels the most gentle and harmless of the ceiling objects. Upon touching it and following the guidance of the assessment team, Gu Shen cradles the magic cube die before him. After waiting a second, nothing seems to happen. However, in the next moment, Gu Shen realizes he has gravely erred. Crack! A crisp explosion reverberates. It feels as though something within his mind has shattered, and his very soul is struck by a bolt of lightning. Agonizing pain surges through him. Gu Shen looks down in shock. He sees the restored cube spinning rapidly in his palm, disarranging itself, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, indicative of his weak mental energy. Gu Shen struggles against the mental force emanating from the magic cube die. He strives to observe the final trajectory of the cube's rotations. Seconds later, crack. As the cube comes to a halt, Gu Shen in reality has become as still as a stone sculpture. A gentle breeze passes through. The warm light streams into the classroom, casting its glow upon the faces of each assessment team member seated at the long table. At the moment the grand judge began to speak, their expressions subtly shifted. Tang Qingchuan, this seems to deviate from the established review process. The presiding judge from the Red Cedar District Prison furrows his brow and inquires. The original rule was that he need only select one object and complete the dream interpretation to finish the review. Indeed, the grand judge replies nonchalantly. However, this was Old Zhao's directive. Old Zhao mentioned that upon the completion of the first dream interpretation, we may consider concluding the review at our discretion. The presiding judge from the Red Cedar District is momentarily rendered speechless. Old Zhao, after a brief silence, he asks, why would Old Zhao elevate the difficulty of the review for this boy, especially after granting him a special pardon? This is a nightmare-level dream. Successfully interpreting 3 consecutive nightmares is a feat even those who have just joined the adjudication office and begun their training find incredibly challenging. Informing Gu Shen that he only needs to unravel 1 dream versus having to decipher 3 is fundamentally different. In the former case, he would exert every effort. In the latter, he might attempt to conserve his strength. Yet in the realm of nightmares, conserving strength is a foolish choice. The first impression this boy left on the presiding judge from the Red Cedar District was quite favorable, hence his current displeasure. Although the boy appears rather unremarkable, his discerning eye caught sight of the cage of wraiths, and he assumed he would select it. To his surprise, he chose the green die instead. Another prominent figure spoke up, skillfully mediating the situation with a smile, inquiring whether he had perhaps discovered that the blue die was, in fact, relatively straightforward. 3 nightmarish realms, however, were anything but simple. The difficulty of the Phantom's cage was such that had the youth made his selection from the outset, the review process might well have concluded prematurely. I had already prepared myself to guide him out of the dream. Chief Judge Red Cedar sighed softly and remarked, the dreamscape of the blue die is exceedingly tormenting. Should one find it unbearable, relinquishing the endeavor early may indeed be a wise choice. Chapter 42. The green die, a profound agony akin to that of wielding the scepter of truth, assailed him. However, this time it was not an overwhelming pain that engulfed his entire being. It was confined to his head. More precisely, it was a pain in his neck. It felt as if a silken thread was constricting around his throat, accompanied by a faint stinging and constricting sensation. Other parts feel numb. Have I become desensitized? Gu Shen slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a transparent mirror, reflecting his current visage. Upon closer inspection, Gu Shen's complexion paled abruptly. The mirror revealed a familiar face. Yet it was only a face. He had been reduced to merely a head. There was no torso, no arms, no limbs. Only the agony encircling his neck. Elsewhere, there was nothing but numbness. He had lost his limbs and was left with a solitary head. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. He quickly realized that he was ensnared within a dream, and the catalyst for his descent into this dream was that seemingly innocuous cube die. The moment he grasped the die, its radiant brilliance flickered in his eyes. Instantly, the die began to whirl maniacally, drawing him into the realm of dreams. Taking a deep breath, Gu Shen steadied himself. He had previously endured 2 dreamscapes and anticipated nothing would surprise him anymore. Yet, the sight before him was astonishing, his existence reduced to a mere head, yet retaining complete consciousness. Was I too naive to believe such a dream could exist? Gently, Gu Shen moved his head, discovering he was confined within an environment resembling a closed box, with 6 mirrored surfaces reflecting various angles of his head. That seemingly harmless die was, in fact, the most perilous of all. Gazing at the pallid visage in the mirror, Gu Shen managed a faint smile. Chuling was absent, and he had not heard her voice. He waited quietly for a moment, soon regaining his composure. It seemed she was not connected. Thus, this dream would rely solely on his own efforts. In truth, Gu Shen had never contemplated that this trial would necessitate Chuling's power. The more perilous the situation, the more rational he became. Although he had no chest to speak of, Gu Shen could still feel the fervent rush of blood coursing within him. A sensation of freshness and anticipation. How intriguing. Having lost his limbs and retaining only a head, he found himself unable to act or escape, merely imprisoned within this mirroring entity. The cube was restored, yet upon his touch, it began to scramble itself. Gu Shen narrowed his eyes. This was the final piece of information he could glean from reality. Memories played out like a paused film, and he recalled the frenzied twisting and turning of the cube die, the very trajectory he had initially observed. He then remembered the words of the review team members regarding dream interpretation. I have completed the first step of awakening within this dream and recognize that all here is illusory. Next, I must seek patterns, the peculiarities within it. The space around him was exceptionally confined and suffocating. Yet, this limitation narrowed the search parameters. There were scarcely any other clues apart from the mirrors. The mirrors were his sole lead. With 6 surfaces, up, down, left, right, front, and back, they corresponded precisely to the faces of the cube die. Gu Shen squinted. If the scrambled cube in reality influenced the dreamscape, then what he needed to do was reassemble it. This did not seem difficult to deduce. The question remained, how to perform the twisting. Would some action of mine affect the twisting? Gu Shen cautiously inched forward, drawing near to the mirror's surface. Upon touching the mirror directly before him, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. Crack. The world around him began to spin, but only partially. The pain in his neck dissipated, only to be replaced by a throbbing in his chest and abdomen. Following the world's rotation, his neck seamlessly connected to his torso, albeit with a broader area of pain. His left hand, right hand, left leg, and right leg remained ensconced within the void of the mirror. The box imprisoning him correspondingly expanded. Indeed, it was the twisting of the mirror, restoring the cube. Gu Shen felt a wave of weakness wash over him. After merely one rotation of the mirrored world, it felt as though his spirit had been sliced. If he was not mistaken, each twist consumed a portion of his mental strength. If he continued to experiment aimlessly, before he could restore the cube, his spirit would undoubtedly shatter. The difficulty of this dream surpassed that of the awakening by a considerable margin. He finally comprehended the intensity the review team members had spoken of. While the awakening allowed for gradual understanding, here, each rotation of the mirror was a torment. He could not help but recall the other 2 sealed objects on the table, likely on par with this die in terms of dream sealing. The challenge of this review was indeed formidable. Fortunately, this die was not being manipulated by anyone. I still have time to contemplate. Gu Shen meticulously organized his memories. Although the trajectory of the cube's twisting was swift, he had managed to record it. As long as he followed the pattern, he could soon complete the dream interpretation. He entered a state of extreme calm, ensuring every detail was perfect before he twisted the mirror once more. Crack. This time, the connection between his chest and neck severed, yet the sensation in his left hand materialized out of thin air. Gu Shen looked down at himself. Akin to a segmented wooden figure, with each part embedded within the void of the mirrored space. Only by linking to his head could he restore his intuition. By this point, he could confirm that the ultimate condition for completing the dream interpretation was to restore the entirety of his torso. Following the trajectory etched in his memory, Gu Shen began the restoration. Crack, crack, crack. Among the 3 sealed objects, the green die would likely take the longest. Chief Justice Hong Shan gazed at the youth with a complex expression. I propose, if Gu Shen cannot complete the dream interpretation within 4 hours, we must conclude the review. Agreed. The reviewing officer who explained the rules interjected, if he can endure within the green die for 4 hours. It would already surpass most of the A-rank individuals. Old Zhao found him intriguing. Perhaps we could afford him a bit more patience. The Grand Justice spoke leisurely. Many have slumbered within the green die for 2 or 3 hours. Let us wait until he first realizes he is in a dream, before starting the timer. Just as he finished speaking, the cube die suddenly jostled. Chief Justice Hong Shan's eyes sparkled with interest. What appeared to be a random movement was, in fact, not without method. This was the first step of restoration. He has awakened. The Chief Justice, taken aback, glanced at the time and murmured, 3 minutes. He has awakened within the green die. Moreover, he has executed the first step of twisting correctly. Could it be that he memorized the sequence of the green die scrambling before entering the dream? Perhaps it is merely luck. The Grand Justice smiled at his companions. Tapping the table lightly, let us wait a moment longer. What followed was an interminable 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed in silence. Just as everyone braced themselves for yet another prolonged wait, the cube began to spin once more. It continued along the path of restoration. Then came one twist after another. Crack, crack, crack. The 5 members of the review team exchanged incredulous glances. With each rotation of the azure die, a wave of psychological anguish unfurls. The frequency of the boy's movements remains unwavering, signifying that he has mastered the technique and firmly believes he has made the right choice. The presiding judge observes with admiration and awe. This youth possesses a commendable memory. It appears he has indeed retained the sequence disrupted by the azure die. Moreover, he remains sufficiently composed to recall the steps of restoration amidst such an environment. Yet, within the judge's gaze, there lies more sorrow and regret. Each rotation of the azure die depletes mental energy, rendering the process excruciatingly slow. Approximately 10 minutes later, all twists and turns have been completed. The cube lies restored to its original form, serenely resting in Gu Shen's palm. However, Gu Shen remains unawakened. This young man is truly remarkable. Alas, the colors of the cube can be altered, and the simplest method to restore a die is merely to repaint it. The judge speaks with a hint of lamentation. This azure die, which appears to be externally restored, has long since had its internal structure disordered. To achieve a complete restoration is far from a mere matter of piecing together the twisting trajectories. Chapter 43. As if I recall correctly the trajectory of the die's twist. It should now be restored. In the dream of the azure die, Gu Shen gazed at his reflection. According to the remembered path, he had completed the restoration of the die, yet what appeared in the mirror was a fractured body, missing limbs. He struggled to comprehend the current situation. After restoring the cube, the dream should have been resolved. Yet now, it was evident that something had gone amiss. Gu Shen was not affected by the relentless agony tearing through the dream. His thoughts remained exceptionally lucid. He replayed the scenario, searching for the mistake. The images of the cubes twisting and bursting replayed slowly in his mind. No, I did not err. The restoration trajectory is intact. Suddenly, Gu Shen understood the reason. I was misled by the chaotic phenomena of the cube. This die, while seemingly restored, had its internal structure thoroughly disrupted. The facade had deceived him. Upon grasping this insight, the subsequent dream resolution presented little difficulty. The sole challenge lay in bearing the pain of the twisting with mental fortitude. To truly restore this die, a considerable effort was required, and I needed to pinpoint the foundational aspect. The true foundational aspect was to consider his torso as the cube. The recent twisting of the reflective surface was not in vain. Gu Shen recalled in his mind, repositioning each segment of his original torso. He began to reassemble the cube die once more. Crack. After 5 minutes of silence, the azure die rotated once more in the youth's palm. At this juncture, the expressions of each member of the review committee became peculiar. The disassembly of the azure die's dream proceeded with remarkable swiftness, rendering the dream resolution appear deceptively simple. The cube die spun continuously, pausing briefly before swiftly advancing along the correct restoration path. Yet in reality, each rotation consumed mental energy, and the dreamer could easily lose direction. A single misstep could lead to greater errors. However, Gu Shen's dream resolution was markedly different. Swift, precise, ferocious, a sight to behold, astounding all present. Observing this, Chief Justice Hong Shan felt no suspense. He understood that the die's renewed rotation signified something profound. Gu Shen had discovered the correct resolution to the Azure Die's dream. The following dream resolution was merely a matter of time. The speed at which this youth unraveled the puzzle was astonishing. He had anticipated that Gu Shen might require 1 to 2 hours, or even longer, to dissect the essence of the die. Yet unexpectedly, it took a mere 5 minutes. Throughout history, many proud geniuses of the mental arts had sought to unravel the Azure Die's dream. Yet most dreamers required several hours just to awaken their mental consciousness. Few possessed the ability to awaken as rapidly as Gu Shen, and with such composure in decision-making. This young man's mental aptitude was undeniably exceptional. A rare gem indeed. At least in the realm of dream resolution, his talents surpassed those of ordinary prodigies. His mental strength was feeble, yet his willpower was formidable. And his powers of observation were keen, with a calmness of thought. S-rank, unquestionably S-rank. Chief Justice Hong Shan eagerly offered his appraisal. He watched Gu Shen, growing increasingly fond of him, admiration shining in his eyes. No wonder that the old rascal Shou Ji-ren sought a special pardon from the council. This was a foolproof investment. Had this young lad been born in the Red Pine district, he would have undoubtedly vied to claim Gu Shen as his own apprentice. To unravel the Azure Die within 4 hours would suffice for an S-rank evaluation. From the beginning until now, only 35 minutes had elapsed. He laughed heartily. This is a full 2 hours ahead of the fastest record. Behold this extraordinary newcomer. We are witnessing an incredible miracle. Chief Justice Tang Qingchuan clasped his hands and regarded Gu Shen intently, as if lost in contemplation. Gu Shen had performed exceptionally well in deciphering the Azure Die's dream. Suddenly, someone inquired, since Elder Zhao mentioned that we could consider concluding the review early, does that mean that upon Gu Shen's awakening, today's review would be deemed complete? The review committee fell silent. Indeed, according to the original rules, this should be the case. Accomplishing just one of the 3 nightmare-level dream seals would suffice for passing the review. I hope the review can continue. The Chief Justice spoke softly. All eyes turned towards him. Among this review committee, his standing was subtly elevated above the rest, particularly as he directly represented Elder Zhao from the Great Capital District. Was this also Elder Zhao's intention? Chief Justice Hong Shan frowned. Tang Qingchuan did not directly respond. Given that Gu Shen has demonstrated such remarkable talent, why not push the limits? Compared to unraveling your Azure Die in 1 hour, consecutively resolving 3 nightmare seals would be an even greater miracle, would it not? We must ascertain his upper limits and confirm that his success in dream resolution is not merely a stroke of luck. I object. The Chief Justice interjected, his expression displeased. Consecutively unraveling 3 nightmares demands immense mental energy. Even if he is not our disciple, we should not subject him to such treatment. The Chief Justice nodded lightly, though merely in polite agreement. He spoke in a calm tone. You make a compelling point. Gu Shen is indeed an exceptional dream resolution prodigy. Yet his conduct during the fire incident exhibited signs of losing control. As reviewers, we cannot solely focus on potential. I desire to continue the review to evaluate this young man's mental stability. Chief Justice Hong Shan frowned. This matter can be observed during the rest period following the review. Gu Shen did not have a rest period. The Chief Justice remarked, he is a unique entity. If the review passes, he will soon undertake his own mission. Several prominent figures turned their gazes towards Tang Qingchuan. This is also Elder Zhao's intention, the Chief Justice murmured. Thus, esteemed colleagues, let the review proceed. Only the final step remained. Gu Shen's entire being had been restored, save for his head, which was twisted 180 degrees. He merely needed to rotate his head to complete the final resolution of the dream. He did not rush to complete this last step. Instead, he gently uttered the name that resided in his heart. Chu Ling. In the dark dream of the die, the mirror reflected no room for a second presence. After whispering his heartfelt invocation, Gu Shen quietly awaited a response. Silence enveloped the die's dream. There was no reply. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. His call for Chu Ling was tinged with a sense of hope. She had once said that as long as he needed her, they could connect mentally at any time. It seemed that this time, Chu Ling had not heard him. Just as Gu Shen prepared to twist his head and exit the dream, The dark mirror before him suddenly rippled, a cascade of pitch-black gibberish obscuring the surface, ultimately revealing a pure, flawless girl within the mirrored realm. I have always been here. Chu Ling, with her hands clasped behind her, smiled softly. This is your test. So I thought it best not to disturb you. I was about to appear just as you were one step away, but you did not call for me. Upon seeing Chu Ling's face, the weight that had been suspended in Gu Shen's heart suddenly lifted. He smiled with a sense of relief, realizing that you had always been there. The dream interpretation within the dice space was nearing completion. Reflecting on the journey, it indeed felt like a nightmare. Yet the thought of Chu Ling silently accompanying him made the ordeal seem less unbearable. Your speed in dream interpretation was remarkably swift. Chu Ling remarked, even I am astonished. I never anticipated your innate talent in this regard would be so profound. The onlookers outside are utterly dumbfounded. Gu Shen chuckled as well, instinctively reaching to touch his head, but his entire body felt reversed, making the gesture peculiarly awkward. He took a deep breath, focusing his mind. 2 more assessments awaited him. 2 more nightmares. He sensed that the greatest challenge lay within his current mental fortitude. Dream interpretation demanded a substantial amount of mental energy. Each twist of the mirror in the dice space consumed a portion of it. Would he be able to endure the upcoming 2 dream interpretations? The girl in the mirror observed Gu Shen's weary visage, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Gu Shen could tell she had something to express. In truth, you have already completed this assessment, Chu Ling gently stated. The original requirement was merely to interpret 1 dream-sealing object. The original assessment? Gu Shen paused in surprise. The assessment rules had been modified on the fly. Chu Ling's voice lowered as she explained, due to your rapid dream interpretation. They wish to see if you can consecutively complete 3 interpretations. With your talent, achieving 3 should pose no issue. Yet your mental energy may very well be exhausted. Upon hearing this, Gu Shen couldn't help but recall the sensation of collapsing on the hospital bed. The experience of mental exhaustion was far from pleasant. So, does this mean I have indeed completed the assessment? Gu Shen inquired. Has someone in the assessment committee altered the rules, extending the process? Indeed, Chu Ling replied softly. That individual is Yanghai District's Chief Justice, Tang Xingchuan. Due to the unique nature of the extraordinary assessment, he possesses significant authority in this instance. Of course, he is backed by even greater figures. If my information is accurate, the true orchestrator of all this is Zhao Shilai, a council member from the capital district. He granted you a pardon and has been instrumental in propelling this assessment forward. Based on my calculations, you may choose to withdraw now. Chu Ling offered a suggestion. The benefactor is just outside the door. Given your performance in the green dice test, you have already achieved commendable results. Withdraw. Gu Shen shook his head. He gazed at the girl in the mirror and declared, I do not wish to withdraw. Chu Ling was momentarily taken aback. So you intend to continue? Yes, I wish to proceed. Gu Shen suddenly smiled. Perhaps you think this assessment is quite unfair to me. But I do not share that sentiment. It may sound alarming, but I do not perceive dream interpretation as a painful endeavor. On the contrary, I find it rather exquisite. Within the dream, my mental focus is unparalleled. I have a premonition that I may awaken extraordinary powers within the dream. Gu Shen spoke softly. Thus, even if they intend to conclude, I still wish to continue. The girl in the mirror was momentarily stunned. What a peculiar individual. How could anyone find solace in a nightmare? Therefore, Gu Shen inhaled deeply and smiled. Let us proceed, shall we? After a brief moment of astonishment, the girl in the mirror exhibited a rare warmth in her eyes and smiled genuinely. Chu Ling felt a profound joy. For what Gu Shen had just articulated was not merely about him, but about us. Chapter 44. Reporting for 54 minutes. The Rubik's Cube die lingered ominously just before the final, simplest 2 steps. The presiding judge in the crimson robe fixed his gaze upon the die, his heart racing for Gu Shen, as he speculated that the die's momentary pause was due to the boy's considerable expenditure of mental energy, necessitating a brief respite before the final push. Surely, he had reached his limit. What a pity. Otherwise, this achievement could have been even swifter. Though speed now held little significance, as the previous record for unraveling the dream of the blue die had stood at 3 hours and 1 minute. Gu Shen's record had eclipsed it by over 2 hours. It was likely that for many years to come, no faster record would emerge. As the die completed its internal assembly, the boy slowly opened his eyes. The dream unraveling was complete. At that moment, every member of the review team focused intently on Gu Shen's face, hoping to catch a glimpse of the residual emotions from the dream he had just experienced. All who had encountered the blue die bore traces of fear and trepidation in their eyes. Yet, Gu Shen's gaze revealed nothing. It was starkly clear, akin to a tranquil lake. His calm demeanor was somewhat disappointing. Congratulations, you have successfully unraveled the first sealed object, the blue die, the Chief Justice remarked in a measured tone. Scrutinizing Gu Shen, your performance is neither commendable nor lacking. You must hasten your pace for the next item. The other reviewers remained silent, their choice to refrain from speaking fostering a sense of guilt within them. The judge in red did not meet Gu Shen's gaze. Yet he heard the gentle sound of the boy placing the blue die before him, softly saying, "Is that so? I thought I was quite swift. You can be even faster." "This is N's level review," the Chief Justice replied nonchalantly. "If you feel your mental fortitude cannot sustain you, you may choose to forfeit at this time." Earlier, they had not perceived any fear or anxiety in the boy's eyes. However, they sensed that Gu Shen had expended a significant amount of mental energy to complete the blue die's unraveling. This was the requisite toll for delving into dreams. "I choose to continue." Gu Shen reached for the inverted hourglass on the table. "Very well," Tang Qingchuan stated. "When you are ready to enter the dream, simply turn the sand of time over." The sand of time. This sealed object bore the name Sand of Time. Gu Shen nodded, not rushing to begin. After completing his first dream unraveling, he suddenly recognized his innate talent. Nightmares, typically shunned by the common folk, seemed to him a boon. What was poison to others became sweet nectar for him. With the experience of the blue die fresh in his mind, Gu Shen resolved to meticulously observe this sealed object before inverting the Sand of Time. The blue die had involved the manipulation of spatial dreams, necessitating an understanding of its patterns, while this hourglass evidently pertained to the laws of time. The grains of sand within the hourglass were pristine white, piled like small hills, gently swaying as the sand flowed normally. After approximately a minute of careful examination, Gu Shen found no anomalies in its appearance. Once assured of this, he chose to slowly invert the hourglass. Buzz. As anticipated, at the very moment he turned the hourglass, his mental energy began to dissipate uncontrollably, as if ensnared in a quagmire of sand, swirling with countless grains. Due to his weakened mental state, he was directly entranced into the dream by the sealed object. Upon Gu Shen's entry into the dream, the members of the review team patiently awaited his return. Suddenly, Chief Justice Tang Qingchuan squinted, receiving an email in his mental domain. As he read the message, his expression grew grave, and after a thorough reading, he gently tapped the table to draw everyone's attention. "Everyone, just now, I received a report of misconduct." The prominent figures were taken aback. A report of misconduct? Who was being reported? Gu Shen. Indeed, Tang Qingchuan replied coolly. This report was submitted by Han Dang of the tribunal. Han Dang is a name familiar to all, a renowned young prodigy and a leader among the younger generation of the tribunal. He has investigated Gu Shen's case in Diding City concerning the truth of the fire incident. He leaned forward. "I believe everyone should take a look at this report." With a flick of his hand, data coalesced from his mental energy and surged toward the surrounding seats. The report was delivered to each reviewer. A cursory glance transformed the expression of Judge Hong Shan. Based on the on-site investigation and profiling of the fire incident, there is ample reason to suspect that Gu Shen does not possess extraordinary abilities but has illicitly utilized extraordinary sealed objects. He recited the contents of the report, unable to suppress a laugh, muttering, "Nonsense. When did profiling become admissible as evidence?" Another reviewer nodded in agreement, solemnly stating, "Profiling cannot indeed serve as evidence. This is a consensus within our three institutions." Yet this report was submitted by Han Dang. Were it not for him, I would scarcely give this document a second glance. The crux of the matter lies within the investigation of the truth in this report, the Chief Justice continued. You all arrived in Diding City to assess Gu Shen's mental potential. and the risk of losing control. Tang Qingchuan surveyed the room, a hint of confusion in his voice. We came to ascertain whether he possesses his level capabilities. However, if this report is accurate, Gu Shen is merely an ordinary individual, and that presents a grave problem. If this report is valid, then fabricating the scene of the fire, obtaining a pardon under false pretenses, and defrauding the council would lead to a cascade of accusations. Such actions would undoubtedly amount to criminal charges. Han Dang is currently in the process of gathering evidence. The Chief Justice found the email somewhat peculiar, murmuring, "I have yet to report this to Elder Zhao. If Han Dang successfully gathers evidence proving the report's veracity, we may well find ourselves in a predicament." After hearing these words, the prominent figures at the review table fell into an unusual silence. This boy undoubtedly had formidable dream unraveling abilities. Yet, what was his extraordinary capability? To date, not a trace had been revealed. If the 5-person panel rated Gu Shen with an S and Han Dang's report was validated, then the repercussions would extend beyond Gu Shen alone. Undoubtedly, the integrity of the review process would be called into question, and the 5-person panel responsible for the ratings would face corresponding repercussions. The internal strife within the tribunal was indeed enthralling. Judge Hong Shan chuckled coldly. In the pursuit of the position of Chief Justice, Zhu Wang is truly relentless. Hasn't he wielded power in Nagano for long enough? He occupies this position with integrity, as long as he provides a fair assessment. He need not concern himself with the ensuing troubles. The others shared similar sentiments. Yet, trouble was still trouble, and none wished to attract unnecessary complications. Now, let us not allow this report to sway our convictions. After sharing the report, the Chief Justice clarified his stance, stating, "Let us all maintain our impartiality. There is no need to fear complications. I am the lead reviewer for this assessment, and I will bear all responsibilities for any issues that arise." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Should Gu Shen successfully navigate this rigorous trial, I shall grant him an unequivocal level rating, provided that he indeed possesses extraordinary abilities." Chapter 45. The sands of time. The desert stretched infinitely, a boundless expanse of white sand swirling in the air, accompanied by waves of heat that distorted the distant horizon. Gu Shen opened his eyes, his first instinct to lower his gaze and inspect his physical form, relieved to find his body intact. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. This time, he had not been torn asunder. Unlike the previous dice dream, the realm of the sands of time was vast and limitless, with undulating dunes forming the entirety of this dreamscape. "Chu Ling," Gu Shen began, and in the next moment, the space around him warped. A myriad of garbled symbols materializing, forcibly manifesting an oasis within the dream of the sands of time. A barefoot girl clad in a white dress appeared, gently descending onto the scorching sand. Gu Shen crouched down, extending a finger to sift through the grains of sand. The white sand felt consistent with the texture observed within the sealed object. "What is the fastest recorded time for the sands of time?" he inquired. "The fastest record documented in the deep-sea system is 2 hours and 18 minutes, Chu Ling responded. 2 hours and 18 minutes? Gu Shen's expression turned grave. From the moment he entered the dream, his mind was profoundly focused. It was rare to encounter such a high-level dream seal. During the last dream interpretation, he felt a spark of inspiration. Yet, he had yet to awaken his extraordinary abilities, and his mental strength remained feeble. Gu Shen pondered, in such a challenging nightmare. The greatest obstacle is the depletion of mental energy. Having unraveled the blue die, my spirit is already somewhat weary. Just focus on interpreting the dream. Do not worry about anything else. I will handle it all, Chu Ling said, and then fell silent, resuming her role as a quiet observer. While the world before her roared with howling winds and countless grains of sand, her gaze remained solely on Gu Shen. Until now, Gu Shen stood within the dream of the sands of time, refraining from recklessly advancing. He recalled the words of the Grand Judge, who spoke of the 3 dream seals on the table, each possessing intense characteristics. He had already witnessed the blue dye's nature, which had violently dismembered him upon entry. This seemingly tranquil world of dunes, however, emanated an undercurrent of lurking peril. It was expansive, making close observation akin to that of the blue dye impossible. Must he proceed? Gu Shen tentatively took a step forward. Yet, after only one step, he sensed something amiss. The quicksand enveloping his calves began to pull him downward. In the realm of the sands of time, the entire world was composed of soft grains of sand, and each step taken posed the risk of being consumed by the engulfing quicksand. Indeed, this dream was perilous. Watching the quicksand swallow him, Gu Shen felt a measure of reassurance. His greatest fear lay in the unknown dangers arising from uncharted dream rules. As long as he enveloped himself in mental energy, he could momentarily halt the quicksand's advance. Thus, each step forward drained his mental strength. He gradually grasped the rules governing this dream seal. While dreamers might quickly discover the key, completing the dream interpretation required a solid foundation of mental energy, an exemplary case being the present dream of the sands of time. Gu Shen speculated that there might exist an exit guiding him in the right direction. Even when traversing the correct path, sufficient mental energy was essential to reach the destination. As he felt himself sinking, Gu Shen was about to summon his mental energy when the rate at which the quicksand engulfed his legs significantly decreased. Unseen garbled symbols appeared within the quicksand. Chu Ling had intervened. The speed at which the quicksand enveloped him dropped drastically, allowing Gu Shen to easily extricate his leg from the sand mire. He turned to see the girl smiling and gesturing toward him. Feeling once more a sense of wonder, Chu Ling could actually alter the rules of the sands of time dream. Was it a feat accomplished through the deep sea? Such astonishing capabilities allowed him to explore the realm of the sands of time without reservation. With the concern of mental energy depletion lifted, Gu Shen felt considerably lighter. He observed the wind's direction and resolved to run in the path that the sand grains floated. If inversion marked the activation of the seal, then the motion of the sand grains might serve as a breakthrough. 10 minutes later, Gu Shen returned to his original position. Chu Ling smiled silently, watching him intently. Should he change direction and try again? In the vastness of the sands of time dream, Gu Shen made a second attempt. 10 minutes later, he found himself back at the starting point once more. This seemingly infinite world harbored an invisible wall of air. Both attempts had culminated in his return. As each time he ventured a distance, he was enveloped by swirling sand. Regardless of whether he advanced with the sand or resisted against it, the outcome remained the same. He returned to where he began. Throughout, Chu Ling had not moved an inch. Clearly, she understood the nature of the sands of time. If it were only me, discovering that this world was cyclical would require considerable time. Gu Shen realized a serious issue. Without Chu Ling, he might have believed that the direction he was pursuing was correct, continuously pressing forward, only to find himself futilely returning to the starting point. He mentally counted the seconds. Each return to the starting point took approximately 600 seconds, 10 minutes. Did this imply that the boundary of this world was the length of time he could run at full speed for 600 seconds? Wait. Gu Shen contemplated another possibility. He crouched down and began to dig into the sand. The quicksand in the dream was already tumultuous. After digging, the flow intensified. Noticing his actions, Chu Ling's gaze flickered. This time, no garbled symbols appeared to slow the collapse of the quicksand. Gu Shen completed his sand pit and jumped into it, preparing to be gradually engulfed, counting silently in his mind. The wind and sand swirled around him, first consuming his calves, then his thighs, until his lower body lost all sensation, as if gripped tightly between two heavy walls. Gu Shen closed his eyes. 600, 599, 120, 119. As he neared the 2-minute mark, the quicksand reached his neck, and he felt as if a powerful hand gripped his heart, exerting immense pressure. Just then, garbled symbols appeared. A series of indistinct characters encircled his neck, significantly diminishing the sensation of suffocation, akin to a diver adorned with a breathing mask, disheveled yet safe. He closed his eyes, succumbing to the quicksand. The world around him turned pitch black, even darker. 10, 9, 8. In the final seconds, the feeling of suffocation and restraint vanished. Gu Shen opened his eyes, effortlessly raising his hands, unhindered by the quicksand. He had not been buried beneath the sand. Instead, he stood atop a small dune. The pit he had dug now vanished. This world lay level, filled with wind and sand, stretching infinitely, evoking a sense of despair. 10 minutes. Gu Shen gazed at Chu Ling, murmuring, I now understand the nature of the sands of time. Chapter 46. The Cage of the Phantom and the Dreamscape of the Sands of Time. The duration is merely 10 minutes. After this brief span, the world resets. This is the true reason why Gu Shen, regardless of the direction from which he begins his journey, ultimately returns to his original position, even if he is engulfed by the quicksand. As long as the time reset is triggered, he will be restored to his starting point. If one were to enter this dream alone, it would be easy to mistakenly perceive it as an endless desert. In truth, no matter how far one travels, they will be drawn back to the origin by the reset of time. The reset time of the sands of time is 10 minutes. Is it because the hourglass in reality is designed to measure precisely that duration? Gu Shen recalled the initial words of Chu Ling. If one exerts themselves fully, 10 minutes is sufficient to unravel the riddle of the sands of time. So that is it. The key to deciphering the sands of time lies not in the spatial aspect, but in the temporal one. Then, where is the exit of the sands of time? Gu Shen crouched down once more, sifting through the sand, his gaze fixed on the pit beneath his feet. 600. 599. He began to mentally count down once again. The sands of time and the green dice are entirely different types of sealed objects. Wu Mingbai, the presiding judge of the Red Fur District, expressed his concerns. If the pattern is not found, one could wander in the sands of time for 10,000 years without escape. It has already been nearly an hour. Lin Beiju, how many times has the dream of the sands of time inverted? This Lin Beiju, a member of the review team overseeing the sealed object of the sands of time, was an elderly man with a youthful visage, exuding vitality. He fixed his gaze on the hourglass in Gu Shen's hands, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, as if he could penetrate the seal and gaze into the dream itself. Old Wu, ever since Gu Shen deciphered the green dice, you seem quite invested in him, Lin Beiju remarked with a smile. The flow of time in the sands of time correlates one-to-one with that of reality. This young lad is indeed exceptionally talented, swiftly uncovering the trait of resetting. He is currently attempting to unravel the dream, and should complete it shortly. At this pace, he is ahead of the fastest record by about an hour. Upon receiving this response, Wu Mingbai let out a sigh of relief. He was indeed very concerned about Gu Shen. The fastest record for the green dice stood at 3 hours and 1 minute, while that of the sands of time was 2 hours and 18 minutes. It is not that there is a significant difference in the difficulty of these two sealed objects. The characteristics of the sands of time are somewhat gentler compared to the green dice, resembling a slow, gradual torment. The quicker one grasps the underlying patterns, the easier it becomes to unlock the sands of time. Conversely, the green dice are different. Even when the trajectory is known, one must summon considerable mental fortitude to execute each necessary rotation. This achievement is quite commendable, yet another new record. Wu Mingbai turned to the Chief Justice, stating firmly, I believe that the unraveling of the green dice consumed a substantial amount of Gu Shen's mental energy. Otherwise, this record could have been achieved even faster. Tang Xingchuan also smiled appreciatively, then lowered his voice to say, but after Gu Shen has completed 2 dream unravelings, will he still have the strength to attempt a third? At this moment, the Chief Justice was unaware that he, typically known for his unyielding demeanor, was subtly revealing concern for this young man. The third review, however, is the Cage of the Phantom. Wu Mingbai's expression darkened. Are we truly certain about allowing him to engage with the Cage of the Phantom? The nature of this sealed object is exceedingly intense. Lin Beiju, the master of the sands of time, spoke up, saying earnestly, having successfully unraveled 2 nightmare sealed objects, Gu Shen's mental state must be quite fatigued. Engaging with the Cage of the Phantom could impose significant stress on him, potentially leading to harm. Both the green dice and the sands of time are highly challenging nightmare sealed objects. None of us anticipated that Gu Shen could not only complete them, but also break records. Another member of the review panel, infused with anticipation, remarked, since Gu Shen has already created 2 miracles, perhaps a third is also within reach? The presiding judge of the Red Fur District intended to say more. Just then, Gu Shen awoke from the dream of the sands of time. The debates among the review group fell silent in that instant. 1 hour and 3 minutes. Lin Beiju smiled and said, Congratulations. Your results in unraveling the dream are excellent. How did you discover the final exit? The young man returned the hourglass to the elder, nodding politely with a smile, though the color had visibly drained from his face, even with Chu Ling's assistance. The process of unraveling the dream of the sands of time had consumed a considerable amount of mental energy. I was rather fortunate. Gu Shen replied modestly with a smile. I inadvertently became ensnared in the quicksand. Thinking I was doomed, I triggered the time reset. Otherwise, it would have taken me longer. As for the final exit, I deduced that since this world is not as vast as imagined, direction became inconsequential, leading me to search for clues within the sealed object itself. I speculated that the characteristic of the time reset corresponds to the narrow opening of the hourglass that resets the sand grains. Thus, I positioned myself at the last second of the time reset, delving deep into the sand, and indeed, there lay the ultimate exit for unraveling the dream. You were indeed fortunate, the elder nodded appreciatively. If your luck had been a bit better, you might have completed the unraveling on your first attempt at drowning in the sand. The crucial point in completing this sealed object lies in reaching the deepest part of the sands of time at the moment of the time reset. The hourglass inverted. The deepest endpoint became the initial exit. Gu Shen scratched his head, attributing it to luck and serendipity. Compared to the green dice, unraveling the sands of time indeed involves a degree of fortune, and without Chu Ling's help in alleviating the pressure of the quicksand, he would not have dared to attempt such a reckless endeavor. Under normal circumstances, the unraveling process would take longer than it did now. However, it should still be faster than the previous record. After completing 2 consecutive dream unravelings, Gu Shen felt a fluttering sensation in his chest, an involuntary emotional response, a signal from his body that it was time to rest and refrain from further attempts. His current mental fortitude was still insufficient. Engaging with too many nightmare-level sealed objects in quick succession is not advisable. As for that third sealed object, it appears to be the most perilous of them all. Gu Shen's gaze lingered on the cage of the phantom. At that moment, his strong premonition reached its zenith. He might awaken the extraordinary, just in this final unraveling. Gu Shen, at that instant, the presiding judge of the Red Fur District spoke, as Gu Shen faced a moral dilemma upon choosing to engage with the sands of time. Now, he chose to step forward. Wu Mingbai said in a grave tone, "Listen to me. Let the review end here. You need not continue. I will advocate for In's level rating on your behalf." Gu Shen did not anticipate such a turn of events. He glanced around and saw the expressions of encouragement and admiration on the faces of the other prominent members of the review group. No, I still wish to continue. Why must it end here? These formidable figures seemed intent on protecting him from the backlash of the nightmare-sealed objects. Yet, Gu Shen's strong premonition urged him that the cage of the phantom might provide him with significant assistance. I apologize. Taking a deep breath, Gu Shen steeled himself and said, "I wish to continue attempting to unravel the dream." Upon uttering these words, everyone fell silent. Continue? You still wish to unravel the dream? One person murmured softly, "Is he perhaps addicted?" Indeed, I wish to continue attempting to unravel the dream, Gu Shen said with a somewhat sheepish smile. Is that permissible? Chapter 47. The Inferno of Humanity in the midst of the chaos. The only figure maintaining a semblance of composure was the Chief Justice. Everyone else stood in stunned silence. Their prior concerns about Gu Shen faltering during the evaluation now eclipsed by the astonishing display of his prowess. No one had anticipated that this young man would shatter records consecutively in 2 dream interpretations, exhibiting an explosive vigor. Even more astonishing was Gu Shen's bold initiative to propose a 3rd dream interpretation. Wu Mingbai's gaze towards Gu Shen had transformed entirely. This youth was nothing like the timid, introverted individual he had envisioned from the file. Instead, he exhibited meticulous reasoning and a calm demeanor. Beneath his seemingly frail exterior lay a heart as formidable as a lion's. "We shall take all necessary precautions. If you wish to proceed, then continue," Tang Qingchuan said slowly, extending his palm forward to present the ghost cage to Gu Shen, adopting a gesture of invitation that reflected his respect for the young man's autonomy. Having single-handedly navigated countless intricate cases over the past decade in the Yinghai district, Tang had encountered innumerable individuals in turmoil within the extraordinary court. including those who claimed innocence while committing heinous acts, and victims so flawlessly disguised that their true nature remained concealed. Throughout these years, he sometimes gazed at his reflection in the mirror and felt a stranger staring back. The trials had endowed him with an unwavering ability to maintain absolute composure in any circumstance. Yet, from the moment he perused Gu Shen's file, an unsettling intuition had begun to stir within him, a mystery that eluded rational explanation. His instincts whispered that this young man was far more complex than the document suggested. This evaluation was not merely an assessment of Gu Shen's potential. Thus, he had eagerly anticipated the moment Gu Shen would enter the realm of his ghost cage, seeking to glimpse the dark recesses of this youth's soul. The essence of the ghost cage was straightforward. The dreamer would confront the darkest emotions within themselves. The greater the malevolence, the more spectral apparitions would emerge within the lantern, each possessing formidable strength. Upon awakening, the dreamer would find themselves overwhelmed by the spirits contained within, their only recourse being to wage a battle against their own malevolent thoughts, essentially. Slaying the demons. Though this concept sounded simple, the reality was intensely fierce. The phantoms born of dark thoughts were not something an ordinary individual could withstand. Only those of remarkable fortitude, true paragons, could vanquish their inner demons within the ghost cage. Beneath the lantern's oiled paper exterior, a faint fire flickered, suggesting the presence of a living entity within, breathing slowly. The oppressive aura emanating from this lantern far surpassed that of the other two sealed objects. He grasped the slender handle connected to the lantern's apex. With a soft hiss, upon contact with the lantern, the internal flames surged forth, nearly engulfing Gu Shen's vision. This dream entry was more terrifying than the previous two, and Gu Shen's awakening arrived swifter than before. The flames that erupted from the cage seemed an illusion, or perhaps some magical display. As the sparks faded, Gu Shen found himself enveloped by an endless void, the ground beneath him reminiscent of an ebbing tide. Holding the lantern, the sole source of illumination in this realm, he observed as the flame within flickered perilously, dimming bit by bit. The tide at his feet surged, ominously rising. Despite the exhilaration imparted by his intuition, Gu Shen felt a profound weariness settle within him after unraveling the blue dice and the sands of time. Gazing into the abyss, an overwhelming sense of danger surged forth. He instinctively called out, "Chu Ling," this time. Before Gu Shen could utter another word, Chu Ling manifested ahead of him. Countless dark codes spread like wings, seamlessly emerging from the shadowy void, as if they were destined to inhabit this dreamscape without any discordant traces. Suspended in midair, Chu Ling gently placed her hands on the young man's shoulders, echoing the sound of her own name. "I am here." The lantern's flame flickered wildly. "I have a premonition that I will awaken to the extraordinary here." Gu Shen's expression turned grave as he lowered his gaze to his chest, murmuring, "I feel as if something within me is being drawn out. Is it merely an illusion?" Chu Ling did not respond directly, but softly inquired, after deciphering two dreams. "How do you feel?" Gu Shen replied earnestly, "I feel both exhilarated and dreadful. My spirit is more fervent than ever, yet my mind is beginning to feel overdrawn." "You were correct. Consecutively unraveling 3 nightmares incurs tremendous toll. The ghost cage, once an S-class sealed object, is now severely damaged." Chu Ling's voice took on a rare seriousness. "Even so, it remains more perilous than the previous 2 dreams combined. The blue dice and the sands of time are less hazardous." "S-class sealed object?" Gu Shen's expression tightened. By the standards of danger, the imposing Madame Gao he encountered on the light rail was merely rated A-class. How could a sealed object achieve an S-class rating? What did that imply? As they conversed, the lantern's light had nearly extinguished. The tide beneath Gu Shen swelled ominously, engulfing him in darkness, the cold water rising to his calves and continuing to surge upward. Simultaneously, the sensation of something being wrenched from his chest intensified, as if a hand were grasping his heart, pulling his very soul from his body with each relentless wave. As the lantern's flame flickered out, the malevolent spirits emerged. A girl's voice resonated through the darkness. "The strength of a person's malevolence directly correlates to the power of the spirits within the cage." Gu Shen took a deep breath, steadying himself against the unseen force tugging at his soul. He questioned himself, acknowledging that he had neither stolen nor robbed. At worst, he had only engaged in minor deceit. The demons within the cage should not be particularly formidable, should they? Gu Shen, perhaps your intuition is correct. Chu Ling spoke slowly. You may indeed awaken to the extraordinary in this place. In that instant, the final echo in the silent world was hiss. The flame's core extinguished feebly. The entire world plunged into darkness. Yet at that very moment, the pitch-black realm began to illuminate in an entirely different manner. Before Gu Shen, a colossal vertical pupil slowly opened. This eye resembled a blood-red sun, engulfed in an infinite sea of crimson flames. As it opened, a powerful force radiated outward, instantly reducing Gu Shen's lantern to ashes. In the blinding light, he finally beheld the true visage of the malevolent spirit before him. One after another, vertical pupils ignited in the distance. The boundless tide flowed forth from an enormous, gaping maw, and Gu Shen stood before it, as if the entire world were on the brink of being consumed by this demon. At that moment, from within the gaping mouth, infant-sized soul entities surged forth like a swarm of locusts. The dream trembled violently, teetering on the edge of collapse. Gu Shen's complexion turned pale. Was this his own malevolence? It was nothing short of a hell's cape. The evaluation committee fell into an absolute silence, including the Chief Justice. All gazed at the dreamer, the young man holding the lantern, with expressions of sheer disbelief. In the tangible realm, the lantern of phantoms burns with a ferocious blaze at its core, emitting a wailing sound akin to boiling water. Flames erupt in bursts, casting flickering shadows upon the oiled paper exterior, projecting a myriad of vertical pupils. These pupils, crimson as blood, are profoundly striking. They continue to materialize, reappear, and ultimately accumulate, densely packed, countless in number. An innumerable horde of malevolent spirits has coated the surface of the lantern with a thick layer. The lantern of phantoms possesses the capability to reflect the grim truths of the demons within dreams upon its exterior. Such a phenomenon is unprecedented. What magnitude of malevolence is this? Boundless and infinite. It nearly engulfs the entirety of the dream realm. Chapter 48. Slaying the ghosts. Is this my malevolent thoughts? Gu Shen gazed upon the unfolding seas of blood before him. After the flame in the oil paper lantern extinguished, the entire dreamscape seemed to be filled with his own wickedness. Could such a powerful malevolence truly lie hidden within him? Indeed. However, that does not imply you're a villain. Malevolence resembles a shadow in water. Beneath the seemingly clear surface, treacherous currents may lurk thousands of meters below, capable of engulfing the entire world. Chu Ling spoke softly. Matters of good and evil are judged by actions, not by intentions. Although your malevolence appears vast enough to annihilate the world, ultimately, this is merely a dream. Now, the girl said slowly, try to shatter it. Chu Ling's tone was remarkably light. As if the phrase shatter it was as effortless as slicing through vegetables or tearing apart a piece of paper, or perhaps, as a matter of course. Shatter it. Gu Shen observed the overwhelming black tide and sea of blood, a sense of dread creeping over him. In comparison to this, he felt like a novice emerging from a starting village, armed only with a rusty kitchen knife, alone and tasked with confronting a world-devouring colossal boss, all while showcasing a spectacular finishing move. Can I truly shatter them? Taking a deep breath, Gu Shen earnestly inquired, how do I shatter it? Chu Ling regarded him, slowly raising her arm, her fingers coming together. How would you like to shatter it? She smiled, demonstrating, like this, or like this. She made a horizontal cut, then a vertical one. Chu Ling chuckled. Either way works. It's up to your preference. Gu Shen held his breath, instinctively mimicking her movements. He gently swept his fingers horizontally. The sound was akin to tearing fragile white paper. A brilliant light emerged in the distant horizon, and as Gu Shen's fingers glided past, it slowly sliced through the entire world. The vast sea of blood was cleaved apart. The intense radiance surged forth, akin to the scorching rays of the sun, severing the malevolent spirits pouring forth from the depths of hell, the wails of ghosts and the ominous black tide, all bisected at the waist. Every cry, every deafening roar. shattered under his distant strike. In an instant, the oppressive darkness of the world was torn asunder by the blazing holy light. Countless beams of illumination surged forth. The dark tide exploded as if struck by a massive bomb. Tens of thousands of dark waves were sent soaring, only to evaporate into vapor in the air. How fragile this nightmare world is. Paper thin. A mere poke could pierce it. Congratulations. 1 minute elapsed. Chuling remarked nonchalantly, updating the record for the dream of the ghost cage. Inside the classroom, the flames within the ghost cage roared upwards, akin to waves crashing against the cage's walls, creating an impression that it might burst at any moment. The multitude of malevolent spirits depicted on the oil paper lantern was overwhelming, densely overlapping as if threatening to burst the lantern itself. What is happening? Wu Mingbai was astonished. This was the first time a dream of the ghost cage reflected such a plethora of fierce spirits. Just observing the lantern's mural, one could imagine the purgatory that the dream world must be at this moment. Everyone was left speechless. The Chief Justice remained the calmest among them, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Shen. Indeed, Gu Shen was not as simple as recorded in the files. This young man, with his thick brows and large eyes, hardly resembled a person with antisocial personality traits. Lin Beiju frowned, murmuring, "His malevolence is terrifying. Does this imply a substantial risk of losing control?" A member of the review team hastily inquired. "No," Tang Qingchuan spoke up, remaining the most composed at that moment. "The emergence of malevolent spirits within the ghost cage has no correlation with the risk of losing control. The critical aspect is whether he can conquer his own malevolence. Regardless of how minor the malevolence may be, even a single small ghost can overwhelm a weak-willed individual. And Gu Shen's malevolence, of unprecedented scale, was akin to opening the gates of hell. He must surely be trapped in the depths of the inferno." The Chief Justice remarked solemnly, "Only someone with immense willpower can venture into hell alone? The malevolence is overwhelming. How does one slay a ghost?" They anticipated yet another lengthy wait. However, at the very moment the Chief Justice finished speaking, a faint tearing sound emanated from the lantern. The Chief Justice's expression changed abruptly. With keen eyesight, he clearly saw that the oil paper exterior, adorned with layers upon layers of depictions of malevolent spirits, had indeed cracked open. The lantern was subjected to external forces within the dream and was damaged. How is that possible? The ghost cage had once been a complete S-rank sealing object, only to be borrowed by an extraordinarily powerful figure seeking to measure their own malevolence. That individual achieved the desired result, but the lantern was left ruptured. Thus, it fell from its S-rank classification, yet it remained an exceedingly formidable dream-sealing object. Over the past decade of managing the ghost cage, Tang Qingchuan had witnessed hundreds of different dreamscapes filled with malevolent spirits. He had seen numerous hellish murals depicting overwhelming malevolence. However, these were typically reserved for the most heinous criminals sentenced to death in the extraordinary court, individuals who were inherently cold-blooded, indifferent, and murderous. Hell was their ideal abode. Ironically, these individuals, when confronted with their own malevolence, were the most fearful and terrified of all, not to mention conquering their malevolence. They could hardly endure for a quarter of an hour. By the time the malevolent spirit mural on the lantern began to take shape, their minds would be on the brink of collapse. They were accustomed to being regarded as the villains of reality, feared and avoided by all. Yet when truly faced with the malevolent spirits of the inferno, they would shrink back in cowardice like mice. But Gu Shen's mural was the first Tang Qingchuan had ever witnessed in 10 years. He had assumed that the tale of that powerful figure bursting the lantern with their own malevolence was merely a legend. Yet unexpectedly, it was true. Gu Shen's malevolence was too potent. The lantern could not withstand it. The sight was utterly terrifying. He could not fathom how the host within the dream would cope. And in the next moment, Gu Shen provided the answer, with a crisp tearing sound. A circular fissure appeared along the edge of the oil paper umbrella, as if it had been sliced by a blade. Simultaneously, the flames within the core of the ghost cage twisted, emitting a mournful wail. The countless grotesque spirits etched upon the lantern's oil paper exterior were severed cleanly in half. What? Tang Qingchuan's eyes widened. The others exchanged astonished glances. Just a moment ago, They had been pondering how Gu Shen would slay the ghosts. The next moment, the slaying was complete. This scene was absurd and dramatic. Countless malevolent spirits surged forth, poised to engulf the world. Yet the next moment, dawn broke. All the malevolent spirits were severed, simply, as if tearing paper. Indeed, it was akin to tearing paper. The surface of the oil paper lantern had ruptured in the recent flash of light, rendering this former S-rank ceiling object even more severely damaged. The classroom fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only one person exhaled softly. Gu Shen, holding the lantern, emerged from the dream of the ghost cage. Slowly opening his eyes, having unraveled the third dream, his complexion was no longer pale. Rather, it bore a healthy hue. After liberating himself from the ghost cage, he felt invigorated, as if something that had been constricting his chest had finally lifted, leaving him feeling far more at ease. Gu Shen observed the astonished expressions of the 5 members of the review panel, each more shocked than the last. Had he vanquished the specter too swiftly? Yet, this was beyond his control. With a swift motion, it was over. Chu Ling was indeed correct. It was akin to tearing paper. Gu Shen noticed the damage to the lantern of ghostly captivity. The commotion in the dream had been too great, resulting in its impairment. He silently prayed that this would not bring him trouble. With a hint of remorse, he reverently returned the lantern with both hands and bowed slightly. The room was enveloped in silence, with no one uttering a word. Gu Shen cleared his throat gently, drawing the attention of the examiners, and cautiously inquired, "So, has the review come to an end?" Chapter 49. The trap. A foreboding sense suddenly intensified. The moment Han Dang entered the apartment, his heart jolted. He had chosen to act today because Gu Shen's review was scheduled for this very day. According to intelligence, Mr. Shu had already returned to Dading City, and to ensure Gu Shen's safety, Zhou Ji would undoubtedly accompany him during the review. If that old man were absent, then Han Dang could proceed without excessive concern. This overwhelming sense of dread. Could it be the woman surnamed Luo? Han Dang hastily exited the elevator and arrived at Gu Shen's apartment door. If possible, he wished to avoid a direct confrontation with that woman. He and Luo Er had entered the tribunal as officials in the same cohort, and he was acutely aware of how formidable she could be. Yet, time left no room for hesitation. Retrieve the token, submit it to the review committee, and put an end to it all. There was no turning back. With one hand pressed against the doorframe, he took a deep breath. The domain of true words was activated in an instant, and several shadows overlapped before the apartment door. He merely employed the simplest form of psychometry. The sequence for unlocking the door lock materialized in his dreams. Click. It opened smoothly. Han Dang rushed into the bedroom and spotted a large standing storage cabinet. Its third drawer secured with a petite bronze lock. This type of lock required a key to turn. Han Dang certainly would not foolishly search for a key. The urgency within him grew stronger. He extended his hand and pressed it against the surface of the bronze lock, his mental energy surging forth like a tide. In an instant, the locking tongue shattered, and the drawer opened effortlessly. Han Dang's expression darkened as he stared at the item within the drawer, an elongated password box. It too was secured with a petite combination lock, firmly clasping the opening, and a stern warning was inscribed upon it. "Do not disturb. Are you mocking me?" The next moment, Han Dang's countenance changed abruptly. Someone was coming. He reacted swiftly, clutching the password box to his chest and darting towards the bedroom balcony. He crashed through the large glass window, the sound of shattering glass echoing through the streets below. People looked up in surprise. However, from the high-rise apartment, all seemed tranquil. It was as if everything was merely an illusion. Countless shards of glass swirled through the air, and at the moment of shattering, an indescribable force altered their trajectory, causing them to flow backward like a stream. With a crash, the glass reassembled. Han Dang's pupils contracted. He remained in a sprinting posture. But the direction had completely reversed from his intended escape route. He had aimed to leap from Gu Shen's high-rise apartment. But now he was barreling towards the entrance he had just come through. What was happening? What kind of ability was this? His mind blanked. Yet he keenly detected a threat of danger. The direction in which he was about to collide was ensnared by an exceedingly fine, taut black hair. This hair shimmered ominously in the breeze. If he collided with it, he would likely be severed. This was the woman's sealing object. Han Dang's golden-rimmed glasses glinted with a faint light. He raised 2 fingers and pressed them against his throat. At the moment he collided with the hair, the anticipated outcome of being beheaded by the taut strands did not occur. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The sticky substance binding the hair snapped, sending a cloud of dust flying from either side of the door frame. Han Dang stumbled to a halt, regaining his balance as he cast a sinister gaze at the trio emerging from the dust. Nanjing had drawn 2 knives, fully on guard, her attention heightened, prepared for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Zhongwei stood with his hands in his pockets, relaxed, surveying Gu Shen's apartment, not sparing Han Dang a second glance. For he knew that this battle might never come to pass. Perhaps it had already concluded. Sister Luo had rolled her sleeves up above her forearms. Her arms as wide as lotus roots, now densely entwined with black hair that cascaded like a waterfall, carpeting the floor. The exterior light no longer penetrated the glass, casting the entire apartment into shadow, illuminated only by the mottled glow of a lamp. Once again, we meet, Han Dang. Sister Luo casually pulled out a chair and sat down, smiling as she said, in recent years, the number of officials capable of executing high-risk missions at the tribunal has dwindled. Since you have come to Dating City, why not visit me for tea instead of sneaking around? Luo Air. Han Dang furrowed his brow amidst the dust from the collapsed door frame. He gestured dismissively, using his mental energy to disperse the haze. Since he had been caught, there was little left to say. They had been acting, both aware of the charade. Now it had simply been unveiled. You should know what mission I have come to Dating City for. Han Dang lightly tapped the password box cradled in his arms, stating coolly, your junior, yet to be brought under your wing, has a dubious background. He is unlikely to meet the tribunal's entrance review standards. Oh, is that so? Sister Luo replied nonchalantly. What makes you say that? The evidence is in my hands. Han Dang retorted coldly, the truth of the fire incident. I trust you are more aware of it than I am. I have submitted the report to the review committee. If they refuse to act, it will be escalated upwards, and I will ensure the council sees the truth. The truth? Luo Air murmured, rather than calling it the truth. It might be more accurate to say it is the means by which you seek to achieve your ends, since you are no longer concealing your intentions. Allow me to clarify mine. You and Zhu Wang are relentless in pursuing the pardon order solely to usurp the position of chief arbiter within the tribunal. Han Dang narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. You are likely aware of the latest meeting results. Councilman Zhao vetoed the impeachment. Luo Air smiled. Perhaps you do not understand why. Despite the numerous calls for the teacher's dismissal, the impeachment still failed? At the moment her words fell, the entire apartment began to tremble, the lamp emitting a piercing whine. Han Dang's expression turned grave. He attempted to invoke true words, only to realize that an overwhelming mental force, far surpassing his own, enveloped the space entirely, suppressing his mental energy firmly. It felt like a seedling trapped beneath the earth, struggling to take root. Was this the woman's mental power? This immense force instilled in Han Dang a sense of helplessness, akin to standing before a teacher. Could it be? Han Dang's heart raced with a sudden anxiety. Sister Luo played with her cascading black hair, her voice gentle yet firm. Indeed, as you surmise, not long ago, I surpassed the trials of the 12th layer of the deep sea and received the council's title of Heavenly Eye. This news has yet to spread. Only a select few are privy to it. Han Dang clutched the box tightly, his complexion paling. No, it was impossible. He was the most prominent young leader within the tribunal, having surpassed his peers. Yet, he had never considered that this woman would eclipse him. The trials of the 12th layer of the deep sea, that was a chasm that had isolated countless prodigies. He was still struggling at the brink of that abyss. Yet Luo Air had crossed it and obtained the title. At the moment Sister Luo spoke, Zhongwei's expression remained calm as he had already received the news, while Nanjing appeared utterly astonished. As far as she knew, the formidable beings of the 12th layer of the deep sea were exceedingly rare, each possessing a unique and exclusive title. The title of the benefactor was the Towering Tree, which is why many respectfully referred to him as Mr. Tree. Due to an extraordinary incident many years ago, Sister Luo's body had halted at the age of 15, making her appear remarkably youthful, though in reality, she was already in her late 20s. She had attained heights that many could only aspire to throughout their lifetimes. Now, do you comprehend the reason for the impeachment's failure? Sister Luo sat gracefully in her chair, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she raised her hand and waved it nonchalantly. Even if your mentor, Zhu Wang, were to attend in person, it would be unlikely for him to wrest this box from my grasp. In the next moment, a powerful surge of mental energy erupted like a tsunami. Han Dang let out a muffled groan. He was utterly incapable of withstanding the vast disparity in mental strength and stumbled back several steps, colliding with the wall. He could only watch helplessly as the bronze cipher box slipped from his hold and flew into Luo Er's hands. The instant she grasped it, her dark tresses swiftly enveloped the lockbox, intertwining around it. Sister Luo gazed thoughtfully at the bronze box in her palm, a playful smile emerging on her face, tinged with a hint of pity as she looked at Han Dang and said, "Let us assume for a moment. Even if you were to take this box away, well, would it change?" The black algae on the surface of the sealed object receded entirely, leaving only a slender strand of hair that delicately probed the lock, turning gently. With a click, the box slowly opened before his eyes. Han Dang's expression darkened to the utmost degree. He could hardly believe that the cipher box he had painstakingly sought to obtain was utterly empty. There were no physical evidence, no sealed items, nor any measuring tools. It was completely hollow. He had been played by Gu Shen at the orphanage. Chapter 50. The curtain falls. A gentle breeze wafted through the classroom curtains, while the noonday sun cast a somewhat oppressive heat. Just 2 or 3 hours remained until the review commenced, yet this extraordinary evaluation, initially anticipated to span at least 10 to 15 hours, or even consume an entire day, concluded abruptly. The finale bore various implications. 3 nightmare-level seals had each completed their unraveling, an outcome that even the 5 reviewers had not foreseen. To accomplish the resolution of 3 nightmare seals in one breath was a feat unattainable by a novice. Gu Shen not only achieved this, but also set 3 new records. It is challenging to articulate the prodigious talent for unraveling dreams possessed by this youth. Even the praise of being 1 in 10,000 seems somewhat inadequate. Perhaps unprecedented would be more fitting. The Chief Justice gazed with palpable sorrow at the Spectre-'s cage before him. The ancient lantern's oil paper had split open, and the ever-burning spiritual flame had suffered grievous damage, flickering weakly with but a hint of vitality remaining. His expression was indescribably complex. To witness a sealing artifact that had accompanied him for over a decade being dismantled by a newcomer in the realm of dreams was overwhelming. How could he refrain from bestowing an S-grade evaluation? The review concluded. Tang Qingchuan exhaled softly, and a trace of confusion crossed his ice-cold countenance as he earnestly inquired, "I have one final question. Gu Shen, what is your extraordinary ability?" Gu Shen parted his lips, reflecting on the visions within the Spectre-'s cage, lost in contemplation. In the dreamscape of the Spectre-'s cage, the immense power that allowed him to rend the malevolent thoughts of the entire world with a mere wave of his hand. Was that indeed his extraordinary ability? Or was it merely a dream? It was light. His voice was laced with uncertainty as he murmured, "This power is formidable, requiring a tremendous cost to wield. Yet within the Spectre-'s cage, I sensed its presence." The Chief Justice sat up straight, his demeanor turning gravely serious. "Light? That sounds akin to a natural type extraordinary power, clearly a highly ranked ability. No, it is not light." Gu Shen recalled the dream's imagery, murmuring, "In the Spectre-'s cage, I witnessed the entire dreamscape consumed by malevolence. Order had collapsed, but upon invoking it, darkness was torn asunder." Rather than describing that power as light, it would be more accurate to say it created light. All the reviewers exchanged instinctive glances, their faces reflecting confusion. Based on Gu Shen's description, this extraordinary power did not align with any known records in the extraordinary spectrum. Lin Beiju pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "Clearly, this is a brand new extraordinary power. Based on your recent description, it appears to possess traits of both natural and mental types, likely merging the qualities of tear and blazing light." Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback. Tear and blazing light. What a coincidence. His powers within the dreamscape precisely mirrored the report from the fire disaster case. He refrained from elaborating further, simply clenching his fist, attuning to the lingering essence of the dream. May we see it in action? Tang Qingchuan asked earnestly. Gu Shen felt a wave of embarrassment. He longed to mimic the dream's grandeur, waving his hand to rend the world asunder. Yet reality did not permit such a flamboyant display. When he waved his hand, the only thing that could be torn was the wind. I am currently unable to wield it proficiently. Gu Shen fabricated a seamless excuse, stating, the fire disaster was triggered by a threat to life, thus unleashing potential. In everyday life, I cannot freely harness this power, but within special dreamscapes, I seem capable of utilizing it. Because within the Spectre-S cage, I indeed sense the existence of extraordinary power. Gu Shen breathed a long sigh of relief, gaining newfound confidence even in his performance. Well, excessively powerful abilities often come with considerable costs, seemingly a formidable weapon. The Chief Justice nodded, observing that you still require a significant amount of time to explore the usage of your extraordinary power. This is something no one can assist you with. It is a journey you must undertake alone. Gu Shen mused that these prominent figures were indeed astute. He need not articulate anything more, for they had already pieced together the essence of his extraordinary power. Very well. Please wait in the adjoining room. We have some matters to discuss. The Chief Justice stated wearily. Gu Shen was ushered into the next room. The members of the review team exchanged glances. Despite Gu Shen's impeccable performance, concern lingered in their eyes. The report of the complaint remained unresolved, presenting the greatest dilemma. Dingling. At that moment, Tang Qingchuan's phone rang. The Chief Justice frowned, answering the call. On the other end, Han Dang's voice emerged. Hello, Tang Chief Justice, regarding the complaint report. I wish to withdraw it. Tang Qingchuan fell silent for a moment, opting to switch to speaker mode, placing the phone on the table so that the reviewing team could hear Han Dang's voice. The Chief Justice lightly tapped the table, inquiring unhurriedly, Han Dang, when you say withdraw, do you mean to retract the document from the review team and submit it to the Dongzhou Council? Or do you mean a complete withdrawal? A complete withdrawal. Han Dang chuckled softly, laden with regret. We misjudged this matter. I sincerely apologize. If it's convenient, I hope you can. Outrageous. The Chief Justice interrupted sharply, exclaiming, do you not comprehend the severity of the accusations in this report? You cannot simply declare a submission or retraction at whim. What do you take the special review team for? Silence enveloped the other end of the line. What about your evidence? Tang Qingchuan coldly demanded. Did you not claim to possess sufficient evidence to substantiate the report? Han Dang found himself at a loss for words. To impeach Zhou Jiren, they had resorted to every possible means. The Chief Justice's expression remained impassive. To fabricate claims and harm a newcomer, Gu Shen nearly fell victim to your schemes. I will report this matter truthfully to the council. You had best inform Zhu Wang to prepare himself mentally. With that, he hung up. On the other end of the line, strands of black hair, reminiscent of seaweed, ensnared Han Dang against the wall, with the mobile phone suspended in midair. Bound by the hair, Han Dang's throat constricted. After the call ended, the phone was pulled into his pocket by the tendrils. He glared at Luo Air, a mix of resentment and fury in his eyes. The previous call and the retraction of the case were not his wishes, yet the words had escaped him uncontrollably. Your gaze is quite intriguing, Sister Luo remarked, seated comfortably. In comparison to the accusations Gu Shen faces, your troubles seem trivial, at worst. You will face some criticism from the council. This matter, as it stands, has reached a flawless conclusion, has it not? Rising from her seat, Luo Air approached Han Dang, articulating each word with intent. Of course, to ensure absolute certainty, we must add a few more elements, if I recall correctly. Those are tactics you hold dear. Han Dang. At the moment their eyes met, the mental realm instantaneously unfurled. Han Dang's expression grew vacant as a voice echoed in his mind, imbued with an enchanting power. You came to Dajing City to investigate the fire case, and after submitting the complaint report, you discovered your investigation was flawed, and you voluntarily chose to withdraw the report. You will feel guilt and sincerely repent for your actions. Han Dang's consciousness struggled momentarily before succumbing to the influence. The final voice imparted its command. After a restful slumber, you shall forget all that has transpired here. returning to the capital district to face the consequences of the council's judgment. Chapter 51. Accompaniment 20 minutes later. Gu Shen was summoned back to the classroom where the review was taking place. The 3 sealed items on the table had been retrieved, and the 5 members of the review committee sat upright, creating an atmosphere that was momentarily tense. Has the review result been announced? Though he was almost certain of success, Gu Shen still felt a slight unease in the heavy ambience. Kid, are you worried about the review results? The Chief Justice of the Hongshan District couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Shen's anxious expression. Soon, the other reviewers joined in laughter. The brief silence in the classroom was a small jest prepared by the committee after their deliberation, intended to tease the S-class newcomer. Since Gu Shen completed the dream unraveling of the phantom cage, the outcome had already been decided. Unquestionably S-class. Let him worry a little, they thought. Congratulations. The voice of Chief Reviewer Tang Qingchuan shattered the tranquility of the room. A smile gradually appeared on his stern face. This imposing figure, with his neatly combed hair and a demeanor that suggested keep your distance, surprisingly emanated warmth and approachability when he smiled. Gu Shen, after our review and deliberation, the committee has decided to grant Yuan's class potential rating, the Chief Justice solemnly declared. In the past 20 years, the number of extraordinary individuals receiving an class rating from the tribunal can be counted on one hand. You are a newcomer in whom we have great hopes, as well as a beacon of hope for the future of Dongzhou. We hope you will continue to strive for excellence. It was a formal message. Yet the Chief Justice spoke with genuine intent. Gu Shen let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. He bowed deeply and, after rising, repeated, Thank you. The 5 reviewers stood up, taking turns to shake hands with Gu Shen. They left behind their names and identities. Each of these figures was quite renowned in the 9 districts of Dongzhou. Gu Shen, you are a fine young man. Exchanging a special pardon for your future is a worthy endeavor, remarked Lin Beiju, the youthful elder in charge of the Sands of Time, as he whispered a piece of information to Gu Shen during their handshake. In fact, even if Councilman Zhao had not issued that pardon, others would have stepped in. To my knowledge, there are indeed people in Nagano paying attention to you. Nagano? That was the most prosperous area in the northern part of Dongzhou, a core region that rivaled the capital. The thought that someone there was watching him left Gu Shen momentarily dazed. He noticed Lin Beiju wink at him and smile, saying, As for who it is, I cannot say much. If you ever have the chance to visit Nagano, I can introduce you. Thank you for your kindness. I grew up in a small place, and I've always wanted to see larger cities but never had the opportunity. Gu Shen felt somewhat flattered as he spoke. I have always yearned for the capital and Nagano. Having grown up in a welfare institution in a mountainous area, far removed from technological civilization, Gu Shen had scarcely wandered through the bustling center of the Qinghe district. For him, Nagano and the capital were mere super-cities that existed only in the online realm. Rest assured, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chief Justice Wu Meibai of the Hongshan district gripped Gu Shen's hand firmly, patting him on the shoulder with exuberance. Both Nagano and the capital are quite developed, but the other districts have their merits as well. Little one, I have high hopes for you. If you find it difficult to thrive at the tribunal, feel free to come to Hongshan district and seek me out. All right. Gu Shen bowed earnestly in gratitude. He had a vivid memory of this Chief Justice, the first time he entered a dream state. It was Wu Mengbai's green dye he encountered, and throughout the review, he had been the most benevolent towards him. It seemed the prominent figures within the prison had a penchant for openly poaching talent. All right, everyone, our work is complete. So let us not delay Gu Shen's time, the Chief Justice gently stated. Mr. Cui is waiting to meet this newcomer. Upon hearing the name Mr. Cui, the others chuckled and ceased their chatter. Mr. Cui, Gu Shen's expression grew serious. Days before the review commenced, his seniors had informed him of the general outline of the pardon event and the most crucial figure in this review, the assistant to the councilman of the capital, Cui Zhongqing. Everyone was accustomed to calling him Mr. Cui. Although his title of councilman's assistant might seem modest, he was, in reality, a rather unique individual. The elderly Mr. Zhao Shilai, who possessed significant clout in the council, was advanced in age and often in convalescence, leaving many important matters to be handled by this Mr. Cui. It could be said that Mr. Chui was the person Mr. Zhao trusted and relied upon the most. Consequently, before the review began, Sister Luo had advised Nanjing to take him away from the Qinghe district to avoid the limelight. The intention was to prevent Gu Shen from meeting Mr. Chui before the formal review commenced, as first impressions could greatly influence the outcome of the assessment. Now, the moment to meet had finally arrived. Gu Shen accompanied the Chief Justice and was eventually led to the library. The afternoon reading room was bathed in sunlight, where a tall, poised, and refined middle-aged man sat quietly at a table, exuding an aura of antiquity akin to a stone. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, Gu Shen quietly asked, "Is this Mr. Chui?" He appeared different from what Gu Shen had envisioned. He had expected someone akin to Judge Tang Qingchuan, an elite figure, impeccably dressed in a suit, perpetually busy multitasking from dawn till dusk, responding to numerous emails in rapid succession. In stark contrast, Chui Zhongqing was dressed plainly, resembling a teacher from a prestigious academy. In this deserted library, he seemed like a grain of sand submerged in the depths of the ocean. Observing that straight-backed figure, Gu Shen had no doubt that if left undisturbed, Mr. Chui would sit from morning till evening. Indeed, this was Mr. Chui. The Chief Justice reminded him, "There is no need to be nervous. Mr. Chui is actually a very friendly person, just not very talkative, which makes him seem rather solitary. He has been looking forward to meeting you, and thus specifically requested us to bring you here after the review." Gu Shen nodded. The sensing door slowly opened, and he walked into the reading room, heading directly toward the large table basking in sunlight. He noticed that the book Mr. Chui was reading was nearing its conclusion, with only a few thin pages left. Gu Shen chose not to speak or make a sound. He quietly selected a few books from the shelf, sitting opposite Chui Zhongqing, silently accompanying him as they read together. Chapter 52. Request: I apologize for keeping you waiting. For the final dozen pages, Chui Zhongqing had spent over an hour. As the sunlight shifted, leaving only remnants of light scattered upon the two of them, the man closed the book with a hint of regret and began. "I had thought your review would take until evening to complete. Dream interpretation is the longest test. I did not anticipate that Gu Shen would finish so swiftly." "You are too kind." Gu Shen quickly shook his head. "I have always wanted to come here to read, so it did not feel long at all." Chui Zhongqing glanced at the stack of books beside Gu Shen. His reading pace was notably slow, in stark contrast to Gu Shen, who had already completed 2 books since they sat opposite each other. Electromagnetic topology? Chui Zhongqing chuckled, for it was an antiquated discipline long conquered, with its conqueror being quite renowned. "Why did you choose this one? Was it a random selection, or are you intrigued by Alan Turing?" "Actually, I am interested in the deep sea." The words sounded somewhat boastful, prompting Gu Shen to hastily correct himself. "To be precise, I am curious about the research processes concerning the deep sea, so I read various related books whenever I have the time, a hodgepodge of topics." "Then you ought not to have chosen this one. It is far too outdated, and its connection to the deep sea is tenuous at best." Chui Zhongqing smiled. "Perhaps you should consider books on cloud computing or languages of the deep sea. Logic and algorithms should merely serve as frameworks." Gu Shen pondered, scratching his head. Mr. Turing once stated that the true flesh and blood of technology is the knowledge and truths not yet cataloged. I know I am not particularly clever, so I generally opt for such books. The subjects may be conquered, and all the difficult points marked, leaving little confusion after reading. Chui Zhongqing fell into silence for a moment, regarding the youth with a profound gaze. "Gu Shen, you are unlike what I had imagined. Do not underestimate yourself. Perhaps you are far more intelligent than you believe." Gu Shen, feeling slightly embarrassed by the praise, candidly replied, "You are also different from my expectations. I thought you would." He paused, mimicking a typing gesture, smiling as he added, "Be quite busy." Who would have thought that a busy parliamentary assistant would spend an entire day leisurely seated in a library, engrossed in reading physical books? Today is an exception, for I am here to meet you, Chui Zhongqing said as he rose, tidying the books on the table, placing his monocle into his coat pocket, and draping the coat over his arm. "Shall we walk and talk? Let me show you my alma mater." The two departed the library, strolling leisurely. "I studied at Diding Academy for 6 years, aspiring to become a teacher. If all goes well, my dream should come to fruition." Cui Zhongqing reminisced, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes as he smiled sheepishly. I feel somewhat ashamed. The affairs of the parliament have kept me so busy that it has been over a decade since my last visit to my alma mater. Unexpected? Gu Shen inquired cautiously. At that time, my mother, who had raised me alone, fell gravely ill and required substantial funds. The Huaji group was seeking talent at attractive salaries, and Mr. Zhao took notice of me, offering a lucrative position along with a significant sum of money. Cui Zhongqing spoke softly. With that money, I could afford her treatment and ensure I had enough to eat. Sometimes one must bow to reality. Ideals cannot be consumed as meals nor used as medicine. I have reviewed your file. Your reason for joining the tribunal was financial, correct? Gu Shen remained silent for a moment before nodding. There is no shame in that. Cui Zhongqing remarked lightly. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. No one in this world is a saint devoid of desire. The tasks of the tribunal are perilous. Feel free to voice any requests. It is fortunate that I can meet your needs with money now. Perhaps in the future, you will look beyond these mundane matters. I hope my grandmother and the children at the welfare home can lead better lives, Gu Shen articulated, understanding that since Mr. Cui had requested a private meeting after the review, it was not merely idle chatter. The opportunity to meet came only after passing the review. Thus, it was time for him to lay forth his conditions. This is not an issue, Cui Zhongqing replied calmly. To nurture you is no small feat for Grandmother Su at the Morning Light Welfare Institute. If she wishes to relocate to the big city, I will arrange for that at any time. Should she prefer to remain at Wulau Mountain, I will directly allocate funds from the group for the education resources, social security, and future employment of these children. The group can resolve all of that. Gu Shen contemplated for a moment before responding earnestly. Can the funds be directly deposited into my account? I hope Mr. Cui will not inform my grandmother or the others. For those children, securing educational resources is sufficient. They can manage other matters independently. Very well, Cui Zhongqing agreed, his response crisp and decisive. We shall proceed as you wish. It is easier to transition from frugality to luxury than the reverse. Those children raised in impoverished settings often possess resilience and tenacity that surpass their peers. Yet, should that vigor be eroded by comfort and indulgence, it may never return. Do you have any further requests? Gu Shen pondered long and hard this time. He paused by a shimmering lake, its surface reflecting countless images of himself. I told my grandmother that I work at a research institute. I need your assistance in convincing her of this. Gu Shen spoke slowly. This should not be too difficult, right? Rest assured, Cui Zhongqing replied calmly. I will craft your research institute credentials to be more authentic than those of a genuine researcher. With this promise, Gu Shen sighed in relief. Mr. Cui, I would like to inquire about the upcoming tasks. He spoke earnestly. I have experienced the A009 incident. I understand what extraordinary missions entail. I will be dealing with many dangerous individuals, including those who have lost control, sealed entities, and likely many phenomena that science cannot explain. You will be departing from the Qinghe district for a time, Cui Zhongqing said, standing beside Gu Shen as they gazed at the myriad reflections in the lake. He spoke softly. There is a task I will assign to you. It is not as perilous as you imagine, as it involves dealing with normal people. However, it is by no means easy. Sometimes, normal individuals can be far more frightening than those who have lost control. Gu Shen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Everyone believed A009 to be a formidable threat, yet he alone understood that this imposing woman had treated him with kindness. In contrast, the two unknown extraordinary beings responsible for the fire incident had displayed brutal methods, evoking his outrage. Lastly, I have one more request. I do not wish for the fire incident to be brushed aside or forgotten. The ripples on the lake subsided, returning to a smooth mirror that reflected the youth's composed visage. This turmoil arose from the amnesty order, and those who attempted to assassinate me were clearly organized and premeditated. I cannot forgive the orchestrators of such actions. They extinguished innocent lives and evaded legal retribution. Chapter 53. The Long-Term Foundation Fire Incident. Cui Zhongqing spoke. Even if you do not mention it, I shall still address it. You have passed the review, becoming a member of the tribunal, and your mentor, Zhou Jiren, is notoriously protective of his own. Mr. Chui continued slowly. I have heard that he has been diligently investigating the clues surrounding the fire incident lately. Perhaps fearing that should you fail the review, you would be implicated in this case. Gu Shen silently lowered his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet he said nothing. That old man. He must be preoccupied with dealing with the impeachment by the council and his adversaries during this time. Remarkably, he still finds time to attend to his own matters. The two individuals who attempted to assassinate me, did they not extract genetic material? Gu Shen inquired. The investigation should not be too challenging, right? Although the deep-sea database preserves the genetic data of citizens from all 5 continents, not every search yields results. Chui Zhongqing replied. Extraordinary abilities represent an inexplicable mutation, defying the order and logic established by science. Currently, the genetic data collected from the scene has not elicited any response in the database. It may take us some time to provide results. He glanced at Gu Shen. However, I can offer you some leads. Or rather, conjectures. Mr. Chui spoke softly. This assassination occurred before the tribunal sought to incorporate you. In truth, until now, the fact that you have passed the review and received its level rating is known to hardly anyone. Thus, this assassination was not aimed at you. You are merely a pawn. The true target of those behind the scenes is Zhou Jiren. I suspect they have received news regarding the escape of A009, hoping to create sufficient chaos through this act. At this point, Gu Shen furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that those wishing to impeach my mentor orchestrated this? Instantly, he thought of Zhu Wang and Han Dang. No. Chui Zhongqing shook his head gently. Zhu Wang and Han Dang would not engage in such a base act. The style of this incident is far too reckless, detonating an entire residential building, as if desperate to draw everyone's attention. No one can prevent a deliberate explosion. These individuals are most likely extreme elements resisting the Awakening Act. Wait a moment. Gu Shen expressed his confusion. What is the Awakening Act? Chui Zhongqing frowned. Did your mentor not inform you? Well, considering you have been preparing for this review, it is understandable that you would not need to know about the act if you did not pass. Chui Zhongqing stood quietly by the lake, observing the crowds traversing the opposite shore. The awakening of extraordinary abilities has been confirmed to be controllable by human intervention. There have already been successful cases, and not merely one. The 2 major cities of the eastern continent, Changye and Dadu, have sparked intense debate and serious division over this matter. Some believe that extraordinary awakening must be concealed from the public, while others argue that the act should be promoted, allowing every citizen to experience extraordinary power. A breeze swept by. The seemingly casual words of Mr. Chui weighed heavily upon Gu Shen. The term Awakening Act encapsulated an overwhelming volume of information. The Council possesses the means to enable ordinary individuals to awaken extraordinary abilities. Is this a preparation to transform everyone into an extraordinary being? The advancement of such a significant event resembles a torrent. Meanwhile, he felt like a mere ant in this grand scheme. In that moment, he recognized his own ignorance and impotence. How utterly insane. Gu Shen murmured. If this information were to be disclosed, everyone would go mad. Wouldn't they? It is impossible to fathom what the world would become once this act is promulgated. How would order be maintained? There would be supporters and opponents alike, but all driven by vested interests. No one knows what the world will look like tomorrow. Chui Zhongqing's voice was lighter than the wind. Consider this. After a single sleep, the deep sea emerged. After another sleep, this computer connected 5 continents. The pace of development in this era is astonishing. The only lesson we can glean is, we must seize the opportunity to board the ship of the new world at the earliest moment to reach the distant shore. It was difficult to imagine that this man, exuding an aura of antiquity, would utter such pioneering and revolutionary words. You are correct. Gu Shen rubbed his temples and remarked, so, does my mentor support the act? Indeed. The other continents, as well as the highest seats of the council, are largely in favor. You will come to understand the true reasons in due course. This may not be a negative development for humanity, Chui Zhongqing stated calmly. However, there remain some antiquated individuals, some stubborn elements, who refuse to accept the changes of the era, hiding themselves in every corner of the world. Of course, Resisting change is not inherently a sin. We must allow for those who appreciate and cherish the old ways. Mr. Chui smiled. Even if all the world's books are accessible online, there will still be individuals who sit in libraries, clutching physical books for an entire day. As he spoke, he blinked and whispered, "You know, I am one of those people." "Indeed, I am as well." Gu Shen murmured in agreement. No wonder. No wonder that when Mr. Shu drove him home during their first meeting, he mentioned that a new era was approaching. The concept of the Awakening Act profoundly shocked Gu Shen. He organized his thoughts. Some people have concealed themselves, while others have cast themselves out into the open. Among those you just mentioned, some are not merely unwilling to accept change, but are actively resisting, opposing, and even seeking to obliterate everything. Gu Shen tentatively asked, "So, the two extraordinary individuals who attempted to assassinate me are extreme elements resisting the Awakening Act?" "Precisely," Cui Zhongqing smiled. "You grasp things swiftly. I personally suspect that these two assassins may hail from the Long-Term Foundation, a notorious extremist organization of extraordinary beings. The true location of their lair remains unknown. Yet a considerable number of fervent Foundation adherents lurk across the 5 continents. In recent years, when captured, they have resorted to similar extreme measures, such as self-detonation, to end their lives, leaving little evidence at the scene. Moreover, due to the techniques employed, their genetic data is essentially untraceable in the deep-sea database." Gu Shen's pupils constricted. They have failed this time. Perhaps they did not anticipate that the two extraordinary beings they dispatched would be countered by a mere mortal like you. Mr. Chui chuckled. "Thanks to you. We retained fairly intact genetic data from the scene. Perhaps this will serve as a breakthrough. If they are indeed members of the Long-Term Foundation, we can follow the clues to uncover other infiltrators." Chapter 54. Dinner Gathering at Lao Chung Hot Pot Restaurant. This establishment, nestled in a secluded alley of Qinghe District, is a venerable hot pot restaurant renowned for its popularity, often requiring reservations to secure a table. The second floor boasts an open-air terrace where the evening breeze wafts the tantalizing aroma of the cuisine. Tonight, the terrace has been reserved by 3 young individuals. How fragrant! Zhong Wei inhaled deeply, swallowing hard. Where is that enticing pot aroma coming from? It's absolutely delightful. I could weep from hunger. How much longer until Xiao Gu arrives? Sister Luo gently tapped him with an unopened pair of chopsticks, warning, "Be patient. Until Xiao Gu arrives, you shall not touch those chopsticks." Soon, the hot pot was served. A generous lump of beef tallow drizzled with a thin layer of tea, simmering gently. The tallow melted completely, releasing the fragrance of Sichuan peppercorns, bubbling softly. "This must be the hot pot restaurant the teacher found," Zhong Wei remarked, gazing at the red oil pot in admiration. "Hidden away like this, it must be exquisite. May I have a taste of the broth first?" Sister Luo shot him a glare. Embarrassed, Zhong Wei withdrew his spoon. Clearing his throat, he shifted the topic, speaking earnestly. "Speaking of which, Xiao Gu has truly surprised us. The members of the review committee are formidable characters, not the type to go easy on anyone. How did he manage to pass the review?" Nanjing, clad in casual attire, sat at the edge of the terrace, resting a hand on the railing as she gazed into the street corner beyond the alley. "I believe Gu Shen has concealed a significant talent. As for dream interpretation, this is likely his forte. Do you recall Handang's expression at the end?" The senior brother and sister exchanged knowing glances. When Handang opened that lockbox at Gu Shen's apartment, his face was one of shock and disbelief. "Are you suggesting that he may have already crossed swords with Gu Shen at the orphanage?" Zhong Wei squinted, intrigued by the unfolding events, realizing that Handang, the cunning old fox, had been deceived by Gu Shen. How fascinating! Luo Air, now intrigued, murmured. No wonder Handang attempted to seize the lockbox at the apartment. He must have believed it contained crucial evidence. In reality, he was completely misled by Gu Shen. Handang possessed the ability known as true words, allowing him to project a powerful mental realm that could forcibly draw others into dreams where no one could lie to him. Zhong Wei's speech quickened. So he pulled Gu Shen into his dream, believing he had gleaned clues within the realm of true words, only to find that the clues were entirely fabricated. "Impressive," Zhong Wei murmured. "So the truth is that Gu Shen must have discovered a flaw in Handang's dream? Truly remarkable. As for the truth, it remained shrouded in mystery and had become irrelevant. The review was now complete. What was certain was that Xiao Gu was far more complex than we had initially presumed. Sister Luo chuckled, shaking her head. We were all skeptical of his performance, yet he achieved N's rank, breaking several records set by the adjudication office. She recalled the words Gu Shen had spoken to her during training. This young man had accomplished something quite extraordinary. At that moment, Nanjing quietly interjected, adjusting her duckbill cap firmly onto her head. As Zhong Wei observed her action, he soon understood its significance. The roar of an engine pierced the air as a striking black convertible drifted around the corner, skidding to a halt, leaving 2 tire marks on the pavement. All eyes were drawn to the spectacle. At last, an elderly man, cigar in mouth, exhaled a plume of smoke, greeting the disciples on the second-floor terrace with exuberance. Mr. Shu appeared resplendent in an extravagant white gentleman's suit, resembling a high-profile guest at a state banquet, while beside him, Gu Shen concealed his face, unwilling to be exposed to the gaze of the crowd. Is this old man afflicted with a social disorder? Who dresses like this just to eat hot pot? You lot. Why the long faces? Afraid of being seen? Relax, the second floor has been entirely reserved. Zhou Jiren stepped onto the terrace, observing his 3 disciples, each donning hats and hunching down, unable to suppress a laugh. After this hot pot, I have to meet a friend. Dressing formally is more appropriate. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind appearing as a humble citizen in a tank top and shorts. Gu Shen arrived at the terrace, exhaling a long sigh. The torment of the journey was finally over, and he had long lost count of the number of people who had regarded him with a mix of surprise, envy, jealousy, and disdain. From the moment he entered that supercar, he felt something was amiss. He lamented his youth, his thin skin, and the lack of experience in dealing with certain elderly individuals. If given another chance, he would don a thick mask to shield himself. Mr. Shu removed his coat and seated himself, flicking ash from his cigar, and remarked pointedly, I assume everyone has been eagerly awaiting this moment? Gu Shen's review has long been concluded, but he was detained by Cui Zhongqing for 2 hours. Zhong Wei cast a meaningful glance at Gu Shen, smiling as he said, Oh, Cui Zhongqing is quite an impressive figure. What did you 2 discuss? Out with it. Honestly, we merely walked around at Tung Academy for a bit, Gu Shen replied, shrugging off his coat. The review is over. He asked me if I had any requests. You received N's ranking, which granted you this meeting. The consensus on Cui Zhongqing is that he is an exceptionally efficient yet cold and harsh individual. He converses with you only because you hold value, Sister Luo inquired. What requests did you make? Surprised by the consensus on Mr. Cui, Gu Shen replied, I certainly felt the efficiency, but the coldness. I didn't perceive it that way at all. In fact, some of Mr. Cui's traits made me feel a sense of warmth, even a hint of resonance. My requests were modest, Gu Shen said, counting on his fingers, mainly concerning the welfare of the children at the orphanage and keeping my grandmother's situation confidential. The others exchanged glances, a brief silence enveloping them. Zhong Wei broke the silence. That's it? Just that? Shouldn't there be more? Gu Shen appeared puzzled. Ah, right. I also asked him to pursue the investigation into the fire incident thoroughly. These requests hardly amounted to anything significant. Did you not consider making some more substantial demands? Zhong Wei pressed eagerly. For instance, advanced access to the depths of the ocean, top-tier breathing techniques, or the selection of extraordinary sealing artifacts. Gu Shen was taken aback. Is that even an option? How naive I am. Poverty has certainly limited my imagination. During his conversation with Cui Zhongqing, he had never entertained such thoughts. Compared to what Zhong Wei suggested, his own requests indeed seemed rather mundane and trivial, explaining Cui Zhongqing's intriguing gaze at that moment. As N's rank, it would have been exceedingly simple to fulfill his requests. Mr. Shu chuckled, patting Gu Shen on the shoulder. I believe your choices were quite wise. Zhao Xilai and Cui Zhongqing are not benevolent individuals. There's no need to extract advantages from them. As Mr. Cui was mentioned, Nanjing remained silent. Leaning against the terrace, the wind tousling her hair, her gaze drifting toward the encroaching nightfall. All right. The review is now in the past. The old man lifted his glass with a smile. Let us raise a toast tonight, celebrating the news rank at the adjudication office. Chapter 55. The Extraordinary Trial as Night Fell. The steam from the hot pot wafted through the air on the second-floor terrace of the alley. The tripe and beef simmered in the crimson oil. Cheers. The clinking of wine glasses resonated with a crisp sound. Gu Shen slowly finished his glass, feeling as though everything around him was ethereal and dreamlike. When he left the welfare institution, he had pondered what his future life might entail. He anticipated that whatever he did, it would likely be solitary. Thus, during late-night strolls through the alley, upon witnessing others toasting and drinking in the corner shops, he never envisioned himself in such a role. Perhaps he was not as alone as he believed. It was merely that no one had ever raised a glass to him. But now he had that. After 3 consecutive dream assessments, those reviewers were utterly insufferable. Zhong Wei slammed the table after hearing about the day's review process, exclaiming, "If anything were to happen to our little Gu, could they bear the responsibility?" Indeed, Mr. Shu, puffing on a cigar, leaned back slightly and declared with righteous indignation, "Their behavior is excessive." So Zhong Wei quickly added, "Teacher, can you tolerate this? They haven't left Qinghe yet. We can still act." Coughing, Mr. Shu choked on the smoke. "All right." Luo Air, sensing Zhong Wei's ulterior motives, hurriedly intervened, smiling, "Let us just drink and vent in private. Those gentlemen have done their duty. Besides, it's fortunate that Judge Tang is not causing us any trouble." After Gu Shen tore apart the cage of wraiths. At the mention of the cage of wraiths, Gu Shen scratched his head in embarrassment. The cage of wraiths. Nanjing took small sips of her drink, softly inquiring, "The dream assessments of the azure dye and the sands of time. I can understand that as your talent being sufficiently exceptional. But the cage of wraiths. How did you manage to slay the wraiths within a minute?" The manifestation of malevolence in the cage of wraiths required time. The 3rd dream assessment was completed in merely a minute, which could essentially be understood as the malevolence had just materialized when Gu Shen executed it in an instant. "It relates to my extraordinary abilities," Gu Shen contemplated. "It seems my extraordinary power was inadvertently unleashed in that dream. While I cannot freely control it in reality, it can be fully expressed in specific dreamscapes." Mr. Shu lounged against his seat, noting that the review team's keywords for Gu Shen's abilities were blazing light and tear. This was likely a power not yet documented in the current extraordinary lineage. "Blazing light and tear," Nanjing murmured, "that does align." Those 2 extraordinary individuals in the fire incident met their demise in such a manner. His abilities still required gradual exploration. However, Sister Luo remarked, "With this review passed, Gu Shen now possesses the privilege to enter the deep waters and partake in the extraordinary trial." Deep waters extraordinary trial. Now that you are aware of the existence of extraordinary individuals, it is not difficult to surmise that the deep sea connects the 5 continents. It cannot simply link all citizens. Luo Air whispered, "Beyond the virtual networks you routinely use. The deep sea has established an immense spiritual network where humans with extraordinary mental powers can deeply connect through chips and network technology. What we typically utilize as deep sea is merely the network residing in the shallow waters, which encompasses the daily lives, entertainment, and leisure of 5 billion humans. However, beneath the shallow waters there exists a vast expanse of spiritual ocean yet to be explored. This is referred to as the deep waters or, alternatively, the extraordinary sea." Zhong Wei took over Sister Luo's explanation, his expression grave as he raised a finger earnestly, stating, "The extraordinary sea requires formidable mental power for entry. It is a realm beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Since the development of the deep sea computer, it has created countless miracles. Its true potential is still under investigation by the Council." Luo Air continued, "It appears devoid of life, yet it seems to possess wisdom, autonomously establishing this spiritual network with extraordinary individuals. Each extraordinary being linked to the deep sea contributes computational strength through their spiritual cultivation within the ocean, and in return, it grants us varying levels of access." Gu Shen had never anticipated that the deep sea, familiar to him, was such a machine. It seemed to seek the aid of extraordinary individuals. "Indeed, it is a mutual assistance," Mr. Shu finally spoke, discarding his cigar and gently stating, "Extraordinary individuals in the deep sea form a delicate balance. It requires the robust mental faculties of extraordinary beings for auxiliary calculations, while the extraordinary beings depend on the deep sea for connectivity and stability. Within the Council, extraordinary individuals are distinctly categorized based on their mental depth in reaching the extraordinary sea. Luo Air gazed at Gu Shen, explaining that the deep waters had essentially been fully explored, comprising 12 layers of ocean. Is this the extraordinary trial? Gu Shen pondered, frowning as he absorbed Sister Luo's insights. If that is the case, wouldn't extraordinary individuals specializing in mental powers possess a distinct advantage in exploring the extraordinary sea? Yes and no. Sister Luo chuckled. You should understand from your insights into Jingzhe that in extraordinary cultivation, both the physical and mental realms advance in tandem. Should this balance falter, the possibility of losing control arises. In the deep waters of the extraordinary sea trial, those with mental capabilities may progress more swiftly, but once completed, digesting and advancing will require a relatively lengthy duration. As the endopos, physical endopos, aspect of mental extraordinary individuals has yet to catch up with their endopos, mental endopos, development. Gu Shen began to grasp the concept. If an extraordinary individual possessed immense mental power and completed trials in a certain layer of the ocean, but their physical form remained insufficiently robust, venturing into the next layer could indeed lead to a loss of control. When the deep sea first linked to extraordinary individuals, the extraordinary lineage chart was merely in its infancy, and many with extraordinary powers displayed only fragmented characteristics. However, as the exploration of the 12 layers progressed, they gradually began to comprehend and ultimately master their extraordinary traits. Luo Air slowly added, of course, these 12 layers of the ocean are not as simple as you might imagine. Merely completing the exploration of the first 3 layers is tantamount to understanding the essence of one's extraordinary abilities. Yet nearly 90 of extraordinary awakeners find themselves ensnared by these initial 3 layers, requiring considerable time to achieve fundamental exploration. The first 3 layers confounded 90% of extraordinary individuals. Gu Shen glanced at Sister Luo and then at Mr. Shu, a curious inclination urging him to inquire. Yet reason reminded him that this question was best left unasked. The expressions on their faces were etched with invincibility. Should one successfully complete all 12 layers of the extraordinary trial, the Eastern Continent Council would bestow a specific title and honor them as esteemed guests. Such extraordinary individuals were exceedingly rare, capable of traversing all 5 continents with ease. Suddenly, Zhongwei chuckled, leaning forward with a knowing look. By the way, the reason our teacher is referred to as Mr. Shu is that his title is the Towering Tree. Indeed, no need for inquiry. Mr. Shu was an unequivocal powerhouse who had conquered all 12 trials. Yet Gu Shen sighed deeply. It was challenging for him to reconcile the image of his aged mentor with that of the Towering Tree. Little Gu, it is time to contemplate your title. I have high hopes for you. Brother Zhong laughed heartily. In the future, when I cannot defeat someone and must flee, I shall invoke your name. Chapter 56. Living Senior Brother Gu Shen sighed helplessly. Please, spare me your jesting. He was acutely aware that he was still far from attaining the coveted title. The deep sea link, the extraordinary trials within the confines of the ghost's cage. Gu Shen had barely exchanged words with Chu Ling before the dream abruptly concluded. Now, he was eager to connect with her to inquire about matters concerning the deep water zone. Xiao Gu, the issue with Han Dang has been resolved, Sister Luo suddenly interjected. You need not worry about him stalking you in the future. I have hypnotized him. Gu Shen was taken aback. This scenario felt eerily familiar. Han Dang could never have anticipated that one day he would fall victim to hypnosis. Could he? No wonder the review process had proceeded so smoothly. It seemed the review committee had summoned him to discuss some clandestine affair, likely a report submitted by Han Dang against him. However, it was rumored that the two were evenly matched adversaries. Had Sister Luo hypnotized Han Dang at a significant cost? Gu Shen scrutinized her, sensing that Sister Luo's mental fortitude remained as steady and profound as ever, akin to a towering mountain that seemed to pierce the heavens. It did not appear as though she had paid any considerable price. He chose not to speculate further, as it was beyond his comprehension. Thank you, sister, he said earnestly. What is there to say? As you call me sister, it is my duty to protect you. Sister Luo waved her hand dismissively. What transpired between you and Han Dang is inconsequential. I do not wish to pry or learn of your trump cards. However, when you are alone in the future, you may encounter many Han Dangs. While few extraordinary beings surpass him in strength, many possess treacherous intentions. Sister Luo paused, her gaze laden with meaning. Do you comprehend the significance of my words? Gu Shen's expression grew grave. This statement struck him like a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening him to a harsh reality. Of course, he understood. His encounters with Han Dang at the orphanage had been fraught with peril only because Han Dang had not harbored murderous intent. Had Han Dang been a madman intent on eliminating him in the dream, he would now be a lifeless corpse. He felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Thankfully, Han Dang had deemed him an ordinary individual devoid of extraordinary powers. I will remember this, Gu Shen vowed, etching Sister Luo's admonition into his heart. Most extraordinary beings of the mental realm can wield the art of hypnosis. I cannot guarantee that my method will remain effective against Han Dang indefinitely. Perhaps he will eventually realize that his subconscious has been influenced, Sister Luo remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, considering Han Dang's talent, this process may take 3 to 5 years. Consider it a preventative measure I am providing you. Listening intently, Gu Shen wiped his brow. With the latter part of her statement, a bitter smile crept across his face. It appeared that the two were not as evenly matched as he had believed, judging by Sister Luo's tone. Their disparity was far greater than he had surmised. I shall be departing Qinghe tomorrow, Sister Luo continued. Not only I, but also Zhongwei and Nanjing will be leaving. Naturally, you are no exception. Where is the next mission? Mr. Cui has yet to disclose that. Gu Shen scratched his head, recalling that he had merely been informed of a private plane arriving for him the next day, instructing him to await further details. It seemed arrangements for his mission had already been made, and he had heard whispers that it was rather simple, likely not a high-risk task involving the containment of runaway individuals or the search for sealed objects. Sister Luo cast a significant glance toward their instructor. Zhou Jiren leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, feigning sleep poorly. It matters not where we go, Sister Luo stated softly. Individuals like us, once we awaken to the extraordinary, are destined for transient gatherings and frequent separations. Xiao Gu. The essence of life lies in survival. Living is the simplest yet most intricate state of being. It is not merely about breathing or opening one's eyes. Gu Shen beheld the clarity in Sister Luo's eyes. Each word she uttered seemed to linger in the air, stretching time itself. An uncontrollable extraordinary being is no different from being deceased. Over the years, I have witnessed numerous tragedies. Those who chase power become lost along the path of life, never to return. Her voice was gentle, tinged with sadness. Thus, for the sake of our next reunion, you must live well. These words resonated with familiarity. Gu Shen's thoughts slowed in that moment. Living it was something Chu Ling had once conveyed to him. He had never considered that such a simple term could bear deeper, more complex interpretations. Another voice pulled him back to reality. Ahem, Xiaogu, come. Let us have a drink. Zhongwei popped open a bottle of wine, giving Gu Shen a conspiratorial wink. What sister meant was well intended. She just has a tendency to anticipate the worst. We are all good, diligent individuals, and thus, we shall continue to thrive, shall we not? At the same moment, he employed his extraordinary ability to convey a few words privately to Gu Shen. Do you remember when I spoke of the extraordinary incident that caused Sister's physical distress? Upon entering the tribunal, there was a fellow whose character resembled yours closely. We were once dear friends, fighting side by side, sharing everything. Yet, during an extraordinary event, he burned through everything, ultimately losing control of his powers. It was Luo Er who executed him. Gu Shen felt a jolt within him upon hearing those words. Suddenly, he comprehended why Sister Luo had spoken to him in such a manner. Upon learning of this past incident, he reflected on the days they had spent together. The first time Sister Luo saw him, she warned him of the dangers of extraordinary loss of control and imparted the best breathing technique to stabilize one's mental strength. When his dream interpretation results had emerged after merely 4 hours, she was the first to comfort him, reminding him that the road ahead was long and to take it slowly. Gu Shen understood that her words were heartfelt and sincere. Yet perhaps they also bore the shadow of her own guilt over the past. Today is a day worth celebrating. Why dwell in sorrow? Mr. Shu ceased his act. He yawned and slowly opened his eyes. The fallen comrades of the past shall not return. And it is precisely their sacrifices that have forged our present. The clear tombs of Nagano stand as monuments for them. We must remember the pain and press on. But we must not linger in yesterday, for the dead cannot be resurrected. Chi, you would take pride in your achievements today. I doubt he would wish to see you lost in sorrow. Forgive me, Sister Luo covered her forehead with one hand, chuckling softly. I've had a bit too much to drink, and it's inevitable that I think of him. I just hope he is still alive. Enough now, mister, Shu said with a smile, patting her shoulder. When parting, it is best to drink heartily, to remember joy and cast aside troubles. You must believe we shall reunite and gather once more. Chapter 57. The past. There are no banquets that do not eventually disperse. The old shop in the alley has closed, and the lights at the street corner are dim. I am on my way to meet an old friend. Mr. Shu, with a cigar in his mouth, opened the car door and chuckled. It's only a little past 11. There's still time. Who wants a ride? Everyone hurriedly shook their heads in refusal. No one wished to be seen getting into their teacher's car in the dead of night, subjected to the scrutinizing gazes of passers-by. Such tasteless youth, indeed. Zhou Ji, wearing sunglasses, quietly started the engine and waved his hand, roaring away in a cloud of dust. As the sports car vanished from sight, everyone exhaled in relief. I secretly mused at the teacher's taste. Zhong Wei shook his head, exclaiming, it's inversely proportional to his prowess. Indeed, there was a hint of, Luo Air sighed softly, uniqueness. Perhaps a tad bit more than that. Gu Shen chuckled wryly. Do you know how painful the journey here was for me? If it were me, the previously silent Nanjing spoke earnestly. I would never get into the teacher's car. The four of us leaned against the street, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. As the laughter faded into the wind, a tinge of melancholy departure lingered in the air. All right, I'm not like some S-class, with a private jet to shuttle me around, Luo Air joked. Let us not dwell on farewells. Take care, everyone. Zhong Wei chuckled softly. I'll see Sister Sure off. The two figures gradually receded into the distance. When the wind picked up again, only two remained by the roadside, Gu Shen and Nanjing. It's not too far from the apartment. I plan to walk back. Nanjing strolled slowly around the corner, her shadow elongated on the wall by the distant streetlight. She glanced at her companion. What about you? Hey, what a coincidence. That's my plan too, Gu Shen replied, smiling. You have no idea how expensive it is to hail a cab in Qinghe at night. Walking back is just fine. If you're in a hurry, I could accompany you for a stretch. Nanjing smiled silently. Gu Shen realized it might have been the first time he saw her smile that evening. During the dinner, she seemed preoccupied, largely silent, and drank alone. Tomorrow, I will leave Qinghe, and I am still uncertain about my next assignment. Gu Shen mumbled. Sister Luo is heading to Nagano. Brother Zhang will likely follow. Nanjing, you Haven team mentioned your plans for the future. Nanjing remained quiet throughout the night. No one knew where she intended to go next. I don't know, she replied simply. If it weren't for the A-009 escape incident, I would have already left Qinghe. Following my usual routine, I would have been continuously executing tasks. And now? Gu Shen asked curiously. I want to pause, to rest. Nanjing's answer was still concise. That sounds good. Gu Shen pondered. If you feel tired, take a proper rest. I'm not tired. Nanjing's voice sounded a bit resigned and somewhat vexed. However, Gu Shen remained oblivious. He scratched his head. Honestly, I don't quite understand your relentless pursuit. Even though I now have tasks to complete, I still think about going back to Walaishan every now and then to see my grandmother and the kids. By the way, what about your family? If you're resting, wouldn't you want to go back and see them? Nanjing's eyes flickered. This time, she said nothing. Teachers and senior brothers and sisters all say you are too driven, to the point where it's concerning. Gu Shen continued to mumble to himself. I am quite curious. Do you have some insurmountable reason for your relentless efforts? Nanjing halted. Gu Shen was taken aback as he saw her wave her hand, signaling a taxi that slowly came to a stop in the distance. Don't misunderstand. This is the car I called for you, Nanjing said softly. I wanted to walk back alone, but you were too noisy. Gu Shen. Wishing you success in your mission. With a hand, Nanjing gently pushed Gu Shen's head into the car door, saying coolly, when we meet next time, try not to talk so much. After seeing him off, Nanjing felt the world around her grow tranquil. She let out a long breath, leaning against the wall of the street in relief. The night had deepened. The corner of the alley flickered with dim, mottled light. Shadows on the wall bowed their heads, the light flickered and swayed, and the wind carried a hint of blood. Nanjing softly murmured a name, Cui Zhongqing. Nanjing, this is too much. Gu Shen felt a mix of indignation and resignation over being unceremoniously shoved into a taxi. In truth, he wasn't that angry. During the dinner, he had sensed a subtle shift in Nanjing's demeanor when a certain name was mentioned, Cui Zhongqing. While investigating Han Dang's files, Gu Shen had casually attempted to check others' files. Sister Luo and Mr. Shu's files were more classified than Han Dang's, while Brother Zhong's were accessible. However, Nanjing's file remained shrouded in secrecy, its level of confidentiality exceedingly high. With the current access privileges held by Chu Ling, it was impossible to unlock it. This was a detail worth noting. The files of Sister Luo and the teacher were classified due to their formidable powers, whereas Nanjing, though strong, did not warrant such extreme measures for file restriction. The file concealed her past, and she, evidently, did not wish to revisit her former days. TSK. Every senior brother and sister has their own story. Gu Shen donned his headphones, musing aloud, if this were a novel, such a relentless character would most likely be burdened with an unshakable vendetta. In his ears, a rustling sound emerged. Perhaps they are simply dedicated to their practice? Chu Ling completed the connection in an instant, sternly reminding, do not harbor malice towards others' past experiences. Sorry. Gu Shen jumped, hastily apologizing. I had no idea you were listening the whole time. Can I have a bit of privacy? I only connect to surrounding devices when you are alone. Chu Ling huffed, who cares about your little privacy? Clearing his throat, Gu Shen lowered his voice, speaking in tones only they could hear. However, your arrival is quite timely. I've been eagerly anticipating your presence. Chapter 58. The Tavern in the Qinghe District, at 1 o'clock in the morning. A secluded old tavern stood under the dim glow of neon lights. The signboard was faint, and within this remote establishment, one would expect a bustling atmosphere at this hour. Yet it was entirely deserted. An elderly man clad in a white suit entered the tavern, leaning on a purple wooden cane. Approaching the bar, he lit a cigarette and cast a glance towards the dimly lit interior, rapping his fingers lightly on the countertop. The soft thuds resonated, sending ripples across the surface of the bar, including the towering display case behind it. If there had been other patrons present, they would have perceived the space as a tranquil lake, disturbed by the synchronized waves of his tapping. From the inky darkness behind the bar, a pair of eyes suddenly flickered open, radiating an astonishing light. It was hard to believe that such brilliance emanated from a disheveled old man clad in tattered rags, resembling a beggar. His gaunt frame suggested a skeletal existence, his sunken eyes betraying a state of half-consciousness, as he clutched a grimy bottle tightly in his hand. The two elderly figures, one basking in light and the other enshrouded in shadow, presented a stark contrast in attire, physique, and demeanor. Surprised to see your business is so poor. I hope I'm not the only one here. Mr. Shu took a seat on a high stool, extending his lit cigarette towards the ragged old man. The latter accepted it, inhaling deeply, a raspy chuckle escaping his lips, reminiscent of a skeleton's laugh. Who else would dare to drink in such a tavern, apart from you? He retrieved a goblet from the display case, expertly mixing a concoction beneath the counter, before presenting it to Mr. Shu. Rum, lemon, ice, coffee, honey. Ah, the familiar taste of freedom, albeit with a peculiar twist. Mr. Zhu took a sip, furrowing his brow at the glass, muttering, you didn't sneak in any extra ingredients, did you? No money. Can't afford coffee or honey. The elderly man, having consumed a whole cigarette in just 2 or 3 puffs, turned to arrange the bottles behind him. Due to the earlier ripples, some bottles had shifted positions, while others bore nearly imperceptible cracks. He reached out, caressing the mirrored surface, and his withered hands seemed to possess an extraordinary power. Erasing the lingering echoes and the subtle waves that had just been stirred, the faint buzzing noise vanished, leaving the tavern in a profound silence. Indeed, you were once invincible in Nagano, Mr. Shu remarked, but after 20 years of neglecting your craft, you remain a lion at heart. Bai Shu, the ragged elder, smoothed the ripples on the cabinet and returned to the shadows, his voice barely above a whisper. Being invincible in Nagano is merely a jest. Even with another 100 years of training, I would still not stand a chance against Gu Changji. Try to be more optimistic. Lacking Gu Changji's dominance does not diminish your own prowess. There is no need for comparison. Mr. Shu sighed heavily. Moreover, he exhaled a puff of smoke. I admire your resilience. Look at those who burned out too quickly. None have met a favorable fate. Gu Changji is still asleep since his return, and whether he wakes is uncertain. If you were to fight now, victory would be yours without doubt. Leave. Bai Shu interjected coldly. Zhou Jiren, if your sole purpose is to humiliate me, then you have succeeded. The drink is finished. You may depart. Wait. Let us discuss this. Zhou Jiren quickly conceded, donning a conciliatory smile as he placed a file folder on the counter and offered a box of cigars. Bai Shu frowned, accepting the cigars but ignoring the folder. Alan Turing. A009. The measure of truth. Mr. Shu whispered, uttering words of secrecy. Upon hearing certain keywords, Bai Shu narrowed his eyes and slowly drew the folder towards himself. He opened it and read each word with a stoic expression. Throughout this process, Zhou Jiren scrutinized Bai Shu's face, observing the confusion he had anticipated. A grin spread across his face as he remarked, "This document is rather intriguing, wouldn't you agree?" Bai Shu closed the folder. An interesting young man, he assessed, but this dossier bears no relevance to me. I fail to comprehend. What purpose does this serve? He gazed blankly at Mr. Shu, stating, the world evolves too swiftly. It no longer pertains to relics of the past like myself. I merely wish to dwell in obscurity, and I am deserving of such a fate. You may venture outside and witness the youth thriving, yet this world still belongs to us old-timers. Zhou Jiren shrugged and laughed. Yet the strength of one individual remains feeble. Over the years, I have refrained from disturbing your life, but having seen this dossier, perhaps it is time for you to reconsider. Never seek me out again. Bai Shu replied without a moment's hesitation, his expression unchanged. Zhou Jiren, you must surely realize. Had I desired to step into the outside world, had I retained the spirit of 2 decades ago, your entry into this tavern would not have been without consequence. The moment you crossed the threshold, I would have acted. You were once my friend, but now. Bai Shu leaned back slowly. What I detest most are the council, the adjudicators, and those like you who, knowing the truth, still serve them. Mr. Shu fell silent. After this exchange, the tavern returned to an almost palpable stillness. Bai Shu pushed the folder back towards the edge of the counter, no longer speaking, his eyes remaining closed, and dismissively waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly. This time, he couldn't even be bothered to utter the word leave. Zhou Jiren retrieved the folder and rose from his seat, walking to the tavern's entrance. He paused, then turned back once more. In the shadows, Bai Shu kept his eyes shut, his brow furrowed, revealing impatience. No matter how you phrase it, at least I am pursuing something filled with hope. Even if that hope is but a flicker, and even if she may never awaken. Zhou Jiren's voice turned frigid. And you? Lying in a dilapidated tavern, half buried in the earth, merely drinking and sleeping. Do you intend to fulfill your promise to her in your dreams? Bai Shu opened his eyes, their depths igniting with a fierce anger. In an instant, something unfurled within him. The entire underground tavern fell into absolute stillness, including Mr. Shu. Yet, in the next moment, all light was extinguished. Bai Shu closed his eyes again, his voice devoid of rage or sorrow, only echoing with profound emptiness and numbness. Fool, cease your pursuit. Hope was never meant to exist. He turned away, murmuring in a dreamlike state. Chapter 59. The deep water zone. The night wind howled as the taxi sped through the streets at a staggering 180 miles per hour. Gu Shen nestled into the corner of the cab, pondering the misconceptions of the review team regarding his extraordinary abilities. He had a plethora of questions, but before he could voice them, Chu Ling spoke up, hitting the nail on the head. She always seemed to know precisely what she wanted to inquire about. One point they were correct about was that the current extraordinary power genealogy lacked documentation of the abilities he possessed. However, their assessment, which suggested a combination of radiance and tear, was fundamentally flawed. The voice in his earpiece continued, unhurried. To comprehend your extraordinary nature, one must first grasp a concept, namely logic. Gu Shen furrowed his brow. Logic. This was not the conventional understanding of logic, but rather the logic within the realm of the extraordinary. Shu Ling elaborated. Everything has a structure. The vehicles you see now, the towering buildings outside, the grass growing in the cracks of the wild, and the very contours of all living beings in this world, all embody the logic that exists within the extraordinary domain. Gu Shen's frown deepened. Our existence, the erecting of buildings, and the structural nature of matter, all stem from the presence of this logic. Shu Ling remarked casually. Since you are familiar with Alan Turing, you can probably deduce what I am implying. Logic signifies order, while extraordinary represents chaos. He recalled the extraordinary powers displayed by Senior Sister Luo on the training grounds, the return of spilled water, the mending of shattered mirrors. Such powers defy rules and order. This, indeed, is the extraordinary. The phantom cage is, at its core, an artifact devoid of logic. Its logical framework has been entirely purged by its owner, retaining only the extraordinary trait of reflecting malevolent thoughts devoid of reason. The higher the risk rating of an artifact, the less it possesses logic. Thus, the malevolent thoughts you encountered in this dream world are, in essence, a tearing of order. Gu Shen's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting that within the phantom cage, my radiance tears apart the world, merely a fade? In truth, the tearing is the essence of the phantom cage. Precisely. Shu Ling stated solemnly. It reflects the dreamer's malevolence, which is responsible for the destruction of the entire dreamscape. Your extraordinary power, however, serves as a robust countermeasure to this chaos, resulting in the vision you ultimately witnessed, the malevolent dream being torn asunder. Had you lingered a moment longer, you might have seen the aftermath of the shattered tapestry, as the chaotic dream realm of the phantom cage was imbued with logic, collapsing into a barrier surrounding you. Your ability is not to tear apart, but to establish. It is not destruction, but creation. Her voice was soft, yet akin to the duality of a mirror. The worlds of the extraordinary and order are entirely opposed. Thus, within dreams, we witness the extraordinary being utterly torn apart. Is it not fascinating? In a certain sense, you possess the capacity to annihilate worlds. Therefore, your malevolent thoughts must be exceedingly vast. Gu Shen shivered. At last, the taxi driver slammed on the brakes, arriving at their destination. Gu Shen disembarked in a daze, standing before the apartment building for an extended moment, taking a deep breath. He reached out toward the towering structure before him. A gust of cold wind sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to retract his hand swiftly. Laughter echoed in his earpiece. You overestimate yourself. The vision of the phantom cage is merely a dream. It is the dream that amplifies your malevolence to such grandiose proportions, granting you that magnificent power. In reality, not only would you be incapable of toppling this building, but your current extraordinary strength couldn't even swat a mosquito. Gu Shen let out a sigh of relief, recalling the surreal scene from the dream. He feared that should he squeeze lightly, the entire edifice might be crushed to dust. Wait a moment. Gu Shen processed her words. You mean to say I cannot even kill a mosquito right now? That is, quite feeble. Regarding the matter of the deep sea providing links to the deep water zone, you should be well aware. Shu Ling replied nonchalantly. You will soon understand your own weight when you enter the deep sea's extraordinary trials. Home at last. The warm lights glowed softly. The orange cat, its eyes shimmering with wisdom, awaited at the table, already smiling. As the holographic screen powered on, an image of waves crashing on a beach appeared. Gu Shen rushed to sit before the holographic display. He inhaled deeply. The link to the deep sea still required external devices for assistance. But that may soon change. This technology was nearing completion, and before long, everyone could establish a connection to the deep sea through mental links. The orange cat mewed, tiptoeing to Gu Shen's side, much like, now. Gu Shen had previously speculated that Shu Ling's ability to connect with this orange cat stemmed from a chip implanted within its body. The news regarding chip technology linking to the deep sea had indeed circulated long ago, yet few dared to experiment on themselves. Do they refer to the current members of the Research Institute? Gu Shen murmured. Are you and they not utilizing the same technology? Indeed. Chu Ling replied calmly. I am faster than them. Of course, only for now. Gu Shen cast a meaningful glance at the orange cat. As for my secrets, you will know in due time. The cat licked its paw, adding, naturally, if you wish to know now, I will divulge everything. If you prefer not to ask, I shan't pry. Gu Shen shook his head, responding earnestly, of course. I am not foolish. Not asking does not imply I will not speculate. The mental link between Chu Ling and himself. This indicated she possessed technology more advanced than that of the Research Institute members. Coupled with her dismissive attitude towards the deep sea, Gu Shen hesitated to dwell further on the implications. Very well. The glow in the cat's eyes gradually faded, and the extraordinary link to the deep sea was loading. We shall meet in the deep water zone. Gu Shen sensed an intangible wave. The brilliance on the holographic screen seemed to possess a soul with each pulse. His spirit resonated in harmony. It was as though an unseen force beckoned him, permeating through the ethereal light and electricity. This power urged him to close his eyes and feel the resonance of his spirit. He shut his eyes, yet his mind's eye opened wide. In that moment, it felt as if he were enveloped by countless currents, his soul beginning to descend. He began to comprehend what Senior Sister had meant by the deep water zone, a realm that ordinary minds could not endure. With a thunderous boom, Gu Shen opened his eyes. Before him lay a mass of infinitely extending, entangled curves. He seemed to witness the entire world exploding, converging, moving in irregular patterns, ultimately coalescing into a sphere of light. The deep sea has linked. Serial number V3400112500001. It is my pleasure to serve you. Chapter 60. Fiery light before him lay a sphere of light. Gu Shen felt as if he were a fish suspended in the depths of the ocean. It was an unprecedented sensation, as though his consciousness had been stripped away and existed independently in another realm. It was challenging to describe this experience with mere technical terms. It resembled a miraculous phenomenon, a grand marvel only a deity could achieve, yet it was accomplished by a machine. Gu Shen extended his hands, sensing that he was alive on a different plane of existence. Was this the extraordinary connection? Ordinary inhabitants across the 5 continents lived within the tangible reality, utterly unaware that the deep sea offered an even deeper layer of extraordinary connection. This place felt more like a dream controlled by subjective consciousness. And the light before him. Was it the deep sea itself? Gu Shen reached out to touch the light, only to grasp at emptiness. At the moment his fingertips made contact, the radiance dissipated, akin to fireflies gathering in the night, scattering upon touch. Countless glimmers flowed away, morphing into vague human shapes that rapidly shifted in height and girth amidst the stream of data. Was the deep sea selecting an image? Eventually, the radiant sphere solidified into the outline of a child. The child bowed slowly to Gu Shen, announcing, Serial number Z3400112500001. Welcome to the deep water zone. With the current serial number's permissions, only extraordinary trials for testing in the first layer of the deep sea are available. As the words faded, the child's image blurred instantly, transforming into a myriad of chaotic currents, ultimately coalescing into a narrow door floating in the dreamlike void. Gu Shen focused intently on his surroundings. Apart from the door, there were no other exits. This place was unlike the deep sea he had envisioned. It appeared that each individual engaging in the extraordinary connection existed as an independent entity. At least, that was the conclusion he had drawn so far. Thus, the only host for this connection was the deep sea itself. He marveled once more at the brilliance of Alan Turing. The true extraordinary essence must reside within the deep sea, handling countless tasks while simultaneously linking with billions of beings. If he entered this door, he should be able to sense his extraordinary power. Gu Shen held his breath, cautiously reaching out to push it open. A warm current enveloped him, and the world melted away once more. His vision faded, and the entire realm became profoundly dim. Gu Shen sensed himself turning, yet remained surrounded by darkness. He opened his eyes, closed them again, and blinked, confirming he could control his senses within this ideological state. This sensation felt akin to being plunged into the deepest night or experiencing true blindness. Wait, had the extraordinary trials of the first layer already commenced? Gu Shen's heart suddenly calmed. He recalled Sister Luo's words. The deep sea provided links for every extraordinary individual. As the trials progressed, mastery over extraordinary power would become increasingly adept. Thus, the first layer should pertain to basic perception. Chu Ling had mentioned that the evaluation of his abilities by the review team was inaccurate. Tears should be replaced with create, while fiery light bore no significant difference. The world before him was shrouded in darkness because his extraordinary power was still too feeble. He exhaled deeply, a long sigh escaping his lips. A smile crossed his face, and he heard his laughter. At that moment, he truly felt as if he had entered the ghostly cage. He was confronting his most authentic, extraordinary force. This power was not as formidable as the malevolent forces of the world. It was delicate, like a flickering flame, fragile and easily extinguished. He extended a hand, struggling to touch the pitch-black realm before him. His fingertips appeared to tear at something, far more challenging than shattering the ghostly cage. He was dismantling the chaos within this space to establish his own order. This tearing was, in essence, a creation. Gradually, a flicker of flame ignited in the darkness. This flame was minuscule, akin to a swaying strand of hair or withered grass, spiraling around Gu Shen's fingertip, as if a gust of wind could extinguish most of it, leaving only a frantically dancing remnant. Yet, against all odds, it persisted, refusing to be snuffed out. Am I? This week, Gu Shen chuckled softly, a sense of boundless satisfaction blossoming within him. Though his mental strength was depleting rapidly, he had truly glimpsed his extraordinary power, a glimmer of ordered fire amid the darkness, fragile enough to be extinguished by a mere breath. Having even this is sufficient. A spark can set ablaze a vast expanse. He exerted every ounce of effort to sustain the flame's flicker, but as his mental energy waned, it seemed an unbidden wind surged within the first layer of the trial space, threatening to extinguish the light from all directions. A single ray illuminated Gu Shen's pale cheek. This fiery light was captivating. He was reluctant to look away, unwilling to let it extinguish. Do not overexert yourself. It may harm you. Chu Ling's voice softly resonated in the first layer of the trial space. Your power shows great potential for growth. For your first trial, being able to summon it is already remarkable. Maintaining stability may require additional time. You are right. It truly is not easy, Gu Shen murmured, his voice low, revealing a hint of weakness, yet more so an uncontainable joy. This light, is it my power? He gazed intently at the flicker, marveling. It is so beautiful. I wish to watch it forever. Chu Ling remained silent for a moment. She refrained from interrupting the boy's stubborn perseverance, quietly accompanying him as they both observed the flame struggling to burn in the darkness. The flame was so fragile that it could extinguish in mere seconds. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. It did not extinguish. A minute passed. The flame continued to burn. Within the first layer of the trial space, the wind intensified. The flickering light was no longer trembling at Gu Shen's fingertip, but was carefully cradled in his palm, gently sheltered. Gu Shen's consciousness began to tremble uncontrollably. The essence of the extraordinary connection lay in the deep sea, providing computational power while the host supplied mental strength, and his mental energy was nearly depleted. Yet he stubbornly persisted through sheer will. The stability of this space was growing increasingly tenuous, as a tempest threatened to scatter his very bones. 3 minutes, 5 minutes. If left uninterrupted, he would continue to hold on through sheer determination. Gu Shen, Chu Ling's voice emerged with concern. At the moment her voice resonated, the flame extinguished. The wind ceased. The stability of this space returned to normal. Gu Shen, pale-faced, smiled faintly, directing his gaze toward the source of Chu Ling's voice, slowly opening his palm, a gesture tinged with a hint of pride. In his palm danced a slender flame, gently flickering, remarkably stable. So, is this considered maintaining stability? He inquired, though fatigue tinged his tone, overshadowed by joy and pride. Chapter 61. Touching you exhausted from the depletion of mental energy, Gu Shen found himself enveloped by the depths of the ocean, drifting upwards, feeling as light as cotton. There was none of the piercing sensation that accompanied the use of the measure of truth, for everything here transpired under the protection of the deep sea. No wonder so many extraordinary individuals choose to undergo trials in the abyssal depths. Is it over? Gu Shen murmured to himself. Have I completed the first layer of the trial? Not yet. He awoke in a cold sweat, not back in his apartment, but seated on a speeding train. Outside the window, arcs of electricity danced, and the heavy sound of wheel friction filled the air. It all felt like a dream. He had returned to the very beginning. Opposite him sat the girl he had longed for, illuminated by a holy light, her beauty ethereal, her white dress swaying, revealing legs and ankles so pale they seemed to gleam. Where's this? Gu Shen gazed at the girl across from him. As the light rail sped through an ethereal realm of electricity and light, outside the window, sparks erupted and vanished, the numbers 0, 0, 1 glaringly vivid. This is my home, or you may understand it as a secret area within the deep water zone, Chu Ling explained softly. She then closed the pages of her book and stood, her voice tinged with anger as she said, "Did you really feel the need to show off during the extraordinary trial, just to endure a little longer? Do you realize that without the protective rules of the deep sea, your mental energy could be harmed? You are still within the deep water zone, connected with the extraordinary." Gu Shen was taken aback, witnessing Chu Ling's rare display of anger. He quickly smiled apologetically, saying, I was wrong. But you were here, weren't you? If I hadn't heard your voice, I wouldn't have dared to take such risks. Yet, for reasons unknown, with her presence, he felt transformed, emboldened to explore even the wildest of thoughts. Chu Ling fell silent, unable to scold him further. With a sigh, she gently asked, Have you ever considered? What if I had failed? Gu Shen shook his head with a smile. That would be my own fault. I would never blame you. All right, the trial is over. I promise to act within my limits from now on. He raised his hand in a solemn vow, then lowered his voice to ask, So, did I maintain a stable state of ability just now? Yes, but what does it matter? Chu Ling replied helplessly. You must have felt it. Your current extraordinary power is truly feeble. The scenes from the deep sea trial are entirely different from those in the prison of phantoms. Gu Shen remained silent. Indeed, they were two entirely different experiences. No wonder he could not wield this extraordinary power in real life. It was simply too weak. You are stronger than I imagined. The first layer of the extraordinary trial is essentially about understanding stability. Most people expend dozens of connections to comprehend the nature of their abilities. Most extraordinary individuals can complete the first layer of the trial. It is not particularly difficult. Chu Ling remarked with a hint of irritation. You, however, are quite the tenacious one, managing to establish stability in one breath. If I hadn't lifted the protective measures of the deep sea, allowing you to confront the resistance unrestrained, you would have been forcibly ejected from the deep water zone, severing the connection. By the way, am I still connected? Gu Shen scratched his head. Is this also a part of the deep water zone? The deep water zone is much larger than you might think, Chu Ling replied slowly. The strength of an extraordinary individual determines their permissions. Of course, this is a rule written in the regulations. But there are exceptions, such as myself. The deep sea monitors everyone within the deep water zone, and 0, 0, 1 is something it cannot perceive within the rules. Therefore, this place is absolutely safe. Chu Ling chuckled softly, or rather, for now, 0, 0, 1 is entirely secure. Gu Shen fell into contemplation, attempting to digest the wealth of information contained within Chu Ling's brief remarks, who would refer to their mental space as home. Each connection was so timely. A person who could disregard the rules of the deep sea. Someone untroubled by the prospect of being pursued. Does that mean our first encounter? Gu Shen exhaled slowly. Was right here? Just like this? Yes, it was an unexpected mental link, arising without any forewarning. Chu Ling lowered her gaze, her crystalline lashes and hair swaying in the radiant light. Her voice, soft and reflective, expressed, in truth, this train is not accessible to others. Yet you have become the exception. I am still uncertain of the exact reason. Perhaps it is coincidence, or perhaps fate's design. She pondered further, having more words prepared, but after careful thought, decided to hold them back. This place felt too real. Gu Shen reached out, touching the railing, then the long window before him. Every sensation was so tangible: the cold, hard iron, the warm breeze from the vent, the arcs of electricity outside the window. So my encounter with 001, is it real? This was the question he dared not ask, yet felt compelled to voice. Meeting with Chu Ling felt like a dream, and he hoped, fervently, that it was not merely a dream. Chu Ling did not answer this question, instead sighing. I cannot provide you with an answer, for I, too, am seeking the answers to all of this. Do you remember the question I posed to you? Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback. During their first meeting, Chu Ling had asked him a significant question. Is there between the third and fourth scales of the measuring rod? The deep water zone, forged by the deep sea, existed in a realm of the mind, suspended between reality and illusion, much like in that question. Does it exist? No one knows. Tonight's connection is meant to help you sense your extraordinary power, Gu Shen. Your extraordinary power is quite unique, symbolizing the establishment of order. Although it is currently weak, it possesses great potential for growth. Chu Ling's eyes sparkled with seriousness. To strengthen your blazing fire, you need to seek the source of extraordinary essence. At this point, she suddenly frowned. The sound of arcs of electricity within the train grew frantic. The lights began to flicker. What is happening? Gu Shen asked, startled. Extraordinary ceiling items, extraordinary individuals. They are all detached extraordinary essences. Chu Ling's image suddenly wavered before Gu Shen, and with the train's jostling, she transformed from a real person into a fragmented, reconstituted enigma. What is going on? Gu Shen stood anxiously, scanning the surroundings. The entire train reverberated with a deep rumble, accelerating, all sounds diminishing, fading away, and the arcs of electricity outside began to dissipate, as if plunging into an endless night. Tonight, the deep sea system will undergo an upgrade. Chu Ling's voice became disjointed. They have been searching for me. She looked at Gu Shen, her eyes filled with regret. During this time, you must take care of yourself. I fear I must sever the connection for a while. I will wait for you. Gu Shen's voice interrupted Chu Ling. She was momentarily stunned. She saw the clarity and brightness in Gu Shen's eyes, and the unwavering hand extended midair. On her face, which was increasingly obscured by digital gibberish, a trace of bewilderment appeared, followed by a hint of helplessness. She managed a smile, but her pure expression was soon overshadowed by the myriad of flickering characters. In the chaotic fabric of time and space, two individuals have perpetually missed each other, never truly encountering one another in a meaningful way. Yet this time, amidst the trembling and jolting of the train, there exists but a fleeting moment when the fingertips of the young man and woman finally touch. Chapter 62. The mission: countless flashes of lightning, arcs of electricity. The tremors and low hum of the train receded into the distance. The darkness before him was gradually replaced by the soft glow of the room. Gu Shen disconnected from the mental link, sitting on the floor, lost in contemplation of their last encounter. Contrary to his expectations, Chu Ling's fingers were warm and delicate, akin to a piece of soft white jade. He had assumed that everything within the mental realm was fictitious and cold. With his head bowed, Gu Shen gazed at his palm until a meow broke his reverie. He turned to find a listless orange tabby sprawled before him, shaking its tail with an expression of grievance. The cat's eyes lacked the glimmer of intelligence, simply mewing softly to remind him, "You forgot to feed me." In a daze, Gu Shen rose, opened the cat food, and the recent meow made him think it was Chu Ling reconnecting once more. He lay on the bed with unease. For tomorrow he was to undertake his first mission assigned by the tribunal, yet this night he found himself restless and unable to sleep. The deep sea upgrade. Chu Ling needed to sever their link for a time to ensure her safety. Someone was persistently pursuing her, but who were these individuals? Taking a deep breath, Gu Shen understood that many secrets remained unspoken by Chu Ling. However, after tonight's extraordinary link, he began to suspect that the encounter with the 01 train was likely not a mere coincidence. He could not believe such coincidences existed in this world. Strengthening his abilities was of utmost importance. Soon, Gu Shen regained his composure. Lying on the bed, he stared at his hands and murmured, "What does knowing more matter if I lack power? I can achieve nothing." This deep-sea link had yielded significant insights. At the very least, he had discerned his extraordinary qualities. This trait, for now, could not be deemed power, for in reality, Gu Shen could not summon even a wisp of flame. Chu Ling had mentioned that his potential for growth was considerable, but to flourish, he needed to seek the essence of the extraordinary. The essence of the extraordinary should be the fundamental source that bestows extraordinary power upon individuals or objects. The duration of this mental link had been brief, preventing Gu Shen from inquiring further into the details from Chu Ling. Yet, he had an inkling that by merely engaging with other extraordinary beings and sealed objects, he could find a pathway to enhance his abilities. During this period of Chu Ling's disconnection, he could utilize the tribunal's mission to explore his own capacity. After formulating a plan, Gu Shen felt a sense of reassurance. A glance at the clock revealed it was nearing 3 in the morning. Sleep eluded him, so he decided to practice the shock awakening. Sitting up, he closed his eyes, recalling the scenes from the realm of shock awakening. He felt as if he were seated upon a vast grassland, the clouds low and the spring rain imminent. His breathing began to steady and lengthen. The verification team's precise report on Gu Shen's abilities had yet to be drafted, yet they believed he possessed the potential for S-class mental extraordinary abilities. In truth, their intuition was remarkably accurate. Mental extraordinary individuals often grasp breathing techniques swiftly, and their energy tends to be relatively abundant. During the monitoring of Han Dang's mission, Senior Sister Luo had remained awake for an entire day and night, yet she was still brimming with vitality. Of course, Senior Sister Luo was a top-tier mental extraordinary. Making such feats less challenging, most mental extraordinary individuals could achieve this. Breathing techniques were indeed the best method for adjusting one's inner state. The principle of water droplets penetrating stone was the sole key to the cultivation path of mental extraordinary beings, a path devoid of shortcuts. With each complete cycle of the breathing technique, one's mental strength would incrementally increase, from depletion to fullness, from a trickle to a mighty river. This journey invariably required a painful honing process, unavoidable for all prodigies. Naturally, even with the same breathing technique, the effects varied among practitioners. Some might struggle to raise their mental power by half a droplet, while others could effortlessly gain a full droplet, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Unbeknownst to anyone, in a late-night apartment, a youth with closed eyes and elongated breaths revealed a slender vertical pupil blossoming between his brows, like embers that could extinguish at any moment. With each breath, the flicker of flame grew slightly brighter. The following day, Gu Shen's practice of shock awakening was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. He was unaware that the moment he opened his eyes, the faint ember of fire between his brows vanished as if it had never existed, replaced by a sensation of overall ease. Once accustomed to the shock awakening breathing, his mind was surprisingly tranquil. A night without sleep felt more refreshing than a long slumber. "Hello?" Gu Shen spoke softly. "You're in good spirits," came the laughter of Mr. Tree from the other end as he provided a location. "Cui Zhouchen's private jet has arrived. Prepare to depart for Dadu." To Dadu? Perhaps due to the practice of shock awakening, Gu Shen felt remarkably calm. He surveyed the vast apartment, glancing around. Aside from the orange tabby, he seemed to have little to pack. After a quick wash, he gathered a few clothes and, cradling the cat, stepped outside. The wind was rather strong that day. Upon arriving at the helipad with the cat in his arms, Gu Shen beheld a formidable-looking heavy helicopter, its blades slicing through the air with a piercing roar. His mentor, clad in the same white suit as the previous night, leaned against the window, tapping on the glass to smile at him. Upon entering the cabin, despite having prepared himself mentally, Gu Shen was still taken aback. He had anticipated that this mission would not be overly complex. To his surprise, Judge Tang from the verification team was present, along with Mr. Cui. This mission involved them. "Welcome," Zhou Jiren smiled, waving at Gu Shen. "Don't be nervous. Take a seat." Gu Shen settled beside his mentor, watching as the helicopter's doors sealed and the blades whirled, lifting them into the sky. The buildings beside him faded from view, and even when leaning against the window to gaze down, he could not capture them, as they transformed into mere specks. ultimately concealed beneath a thin veil of mist. It was a peculiar sensation. Was he truly about to depart from the hometown he had known for 18 years? Gu Shen felt a sense of disorientation. Are you unwell? Cui Zhongqing inquired, closing his book as he noticed Gu Shen's unusual demeanor. First time flying, feeling a bit airsick. Gu Shen rubbed his face and smiled. It's nothing. I'll be fine after a moment. Taking a deep breath, he switched to the shock awakening breathing technique, and the discomfort dissipated immediately. Indeed, this breathing method had multiple beneficial applications. Your mastery of the breathing technique is impressive, Mr. Tree remarked, squinting with a smile. You're close to replacing your original breathing habits. Well done, Gu Shen humbly replied, subconsciously touching his brow. After practicing shock awakening throughout the night, he had felt warmth there upon awakening. Turning his head to glance at the helicopter window, he found no signs of anomaly. Was it merely his imagination? If everything is in order, shall we begin? Cui Zhongqing tapped the table lightly, speaking softly about this mission. Chapter 63. The Dream Whisperer. With a decisive thud, Cui Zhongqing gently tapped the table. Gu Shen's expression grew grave, his focus sharpened to an acute intensity. This was his inaugural mission. In light of the A009 incident, Gu Shen regarded the forthcoming task with utmost seriousness, envisioning it as a perilous endeavor where one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Was departing from Qinghe a prelude to venturing into a realm of extreme danger? With both the Chief Justice and his mentor present, it seemed implausible that this would merely be a routine journey. He held his breath, bracing himself for the impending task interpretation. There is something you must be informed of, Cui Zhongqing began. Your file is currently classified. The review committee's report is solely accountable to one individual, namely, Congressman Zhao Shilai. He continued. You may understand this as follows. Apart from a select few high-ranking officials within the Judgment Bureau and the congressman from Dongzhou, who is familiar with your file due to the amnesty incident, your name remains largely unknown to others. Given the nature of this task, I have disclosed your itinerary to only an extremely limited number of individuals. Gu Shen's expression tightened further. Was this mission truly of such significance? His file was concealed. The task's location was designated as number 18 Lipu Street. Cui Zhongqing carried a palm-sized paper notebook, an anachronism in this age dominated by advanced technology, where most preferred digital devices. Number 18 Lipu Street. Did it suggest a residential area? Was something sealed or an out-of-control entity lurking there? Gu Shen squinted his eyes, noting the peculiar juxtaposition of Cui Zhongqing's notebook, simultaneously new and worn. It was relatively thin, having only seen a third of its usage, yet the paper was yellowed, indicative of much handling. If Cui Zhongqing had a penchant for recording and reminiscing through paper pages, considering the immense volume of affairs he managed as an aide to a congressman, it was reasonable to presume he replaced such notebooks weekly. Perhaps he bought a box or more, carrying one or two with him whenever he ventured out. The notebook contained photographs and various documents. The script was delicate and neat, reflecting the personality of Cui Zhongqing. He flipped to the first page, where a photograph was affixed. What was this? The moment Gu Shen laid eyes on the image, he was momentarily stunned. The photo depicted number 19 Lipu Street. Nestled amidst the bustling commercial district of the capital, captured in broad daylight, teeming with foot traffic, a tide of people surging forth. The entrance appeared narrow, reminiscent of an obsolete internet CAF corridor, with only a signboard hanging above that read 3 words, Dream Whisperer. A psychological clinic, a counseling room. It could be referred to as either. Cui Zhongqing turned the notebook towards Gu Shen, detailing, the Dream Whisperer counseling room at No. 19, Lipu Street has recently been registered for merely 6 months. While the name may sound peculiar, there is no cause for concern. It has obtained certification from the Hypnotherapist Association and possesses all necessary business licenses. This will be your workplace for the upcoming task, which is expected to last approximately 3 to 6 months. My role is psychological counseling, hypnosis. Gu Shen's mind buzzed, momentarily at a loss for words. Was this a job? His thoughts became tangled. This was utterly divergent from his expectations, a stark contrast to the formidable missions he had envisioned. Having scored an S rank in the review committee's nightmare test, He had anticipated being assigned a harrowing task by the Judgment Bureau. The intimidating presence of the heavy helicopter evoked a sense of impending peril, as if he were about to be dispatched to a frozen wasteland dominated by towering, extraordinary beasts guarding perilous seals. A miscalculation could lead to a catastrophic demise. The scenarios he had conjured involved heroic feats, scenes of Nanjing wielding a blade to sever a carriage or Sister Luo shattering the training ground's mirror with a mere snap of her fingers. In essence, he had envisioned soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, engaged in various world-saving endeavors. Yet, in the end, his task was to be a mere intern. You must understand, our assessment of your capabilities is not entirely comprehensive, the Chief Justice remarked with an air of detachment. Your abilities have yet to be fully demonstrated, and your potential has only been partially explored. Despite your S rank, your practical skills are not yet robust enough for more formidable missions. Indeed, I concur, Gu Shen replied, regaining his composure. A wry smile creasing his lips as he lowered his gaze, acknowledging the Chief Justice's bluntness. In truth, this assignment aligned with his own aspirations. He murmured, "It doesn't seem overly complex. Why the grand display, then?" The titles of Chief Justice, Congressional Aide, and the Grand Judgment Officer were intimidating in their magnitude. The reason we are on the same flight is straightforward. We are merely traveling the same route. Zhou Jiren comfortingly patted Gu Shen on the back, sensing the young man's heartache. However, this task is not as simple as you imagine. Cui Zhengqing stated calmly, although the review committee holds you in high regard. These two believe you require further time for digestion and exploration. This task is their effort on your behalf. It appears uncomplicated, does it not? Psychological counseling, hypnosis, a job. However you choose to interpret it, you should best understand it as an evaluation from the Judgment Bureau. If it was indeed an evaluation, the nature of the task transformed entirely. Yu Shen's expression grew solemn, his mind recalibrating, catching sight of the faint smile in his mentor's eyes. This was a cunning old fox, likely having orchestrated this arrangement long before their arrival in the capital. Was he fearful for Gu Shen's safety? In light of this realization, Gu Shen sensed that the matter was far more intricate than it appeared. Nevertheless, this task arrived at an opportune moment. With Chu Ling severing her connection for the time being, his only reliance was the measure of truth, a seal that could not be wielded indiscriminately. The clerical duties at the Dream Whisperer counseling room suited him perfectly. According to the introduction, it was a public-facing psychological counseling service. He could harness the mental fortitude he had honed during the awakening to great effect. Thus, it was reasonable to expect that he would have ample time to delve into the depths of the extraordinary powers of the flame. Suddenly, Cui Zhongqing interjected, "Additionally, you ought to extend your gratitude to Tang Qingchuan. Without him, this mission would not have materialized." Gu Shen paused, taken aback. "Because I sponsored this establishment," the Chief Justice remarked, sipping his coffee while contentedly gazing out at the clouds. "Do not misconstrue this. It has no bearing on you. I have a student who has been investigating the connection between dreams and the material world. She arrived in the capital 6 months ago, and I happen to have some properties on Lipu Street, so I lent her this one for her research." Some properties? While it was apparent that the Chief Justice was affluent, Gu Shen had not anticipated such wealth. Scratching his head, he pondered whether this counseling room, while ostensibly providing psychological support, was in fact an investigation into the dreams of its clients. Indeed, Cui Zhongqing adjusted his glasses. "The review committee believes you possess considerable talent in the realm of mental faculties, which should also serve you well. For specific matters, you may inquire with the person in charge upon your arrival. By the way, the identity we have arranged for you is that of a young intern new to the capital, and no one is aware of your file. So do not let any details slip." Gu Shen nodded silently, indicating his comprehension of the task at hand. He refrained from further comment, though his internal questions began to take root. Concealing an S-rank file merely to position him as an intern? Whether it is the teacher's gaze or Cui Zhongqing's character, Gu Shen faintly perceives that the situation cannot possibly be so straightforward. This seemingly effortless task undoubtedly harbors deeper intentions behind it. Chapter 64. The Intern at 18, Lipu Street. A slanted sign engraved with the words "The Somnolent Speaker Beckons." As I venture through the narrow entrance and ascend the stairs, my vision unexpectedly expands into a surprisingly spacious and immaculate office environment. Upon entry, I am greeted by a grand floor-to-ceiling window, its curtains elegantly drawn aside, revealing a redwood long table positioned before it, flanked by 2 soundproof cubicles. The midday sun pours in. Seated at the table, Zhou Yexin furrows her brow as she scrutinizes the youth before her, cradling a cat in his arms. She was aware that her mentor would assign a young intern to assist her, yet she did not anticipate that this assistant would be so youthful. Name. The familiar inquiry, the familiar formula. Gu Shen hastily pulled out a chair and confidently introduced himself. Gu Shen, 17, male. Male. Of course. I know that. Zhou Yexin paused, her expression peculiar. You are the intern recommended by my teacher. You appear far too young for this role. Are you truly capable of fulfilling these responsibilities? Gu Shen sat upright, gradually recalling the profile of this somnolent speaker's lead. Zhou Yexin, 29 years old, a seemingly ordinary individual devoid of any extraordinary abilities. What is commendable, however, is that at the tender age of 18, she ventured to Zhangzhou alone to study psychology for 7 years. Upon returning to Dongzhou, she dedicated herself to the study of dreams, traversing various locations, ultimately arriving in the capital, where, with the financial support of Tang Qingchuan, she established this very consulting room. Even more admirable is the fact that to this day, Miss Zhou remains entirely unaware of the existence of the extraordinary, yet she instinctively explores the secrets of the supernatural realm. She appears youthful and approachable, entirely unlike someone nearing 30. When she smiles, she resembles a squirrel, revealing her pearly white teeth and shallow dimples. Such a demeanor aligns perfectly with her profession, undoubtedly imparting a sense of ease to those around her. Ms. Zhou, I must admit, I am still somewhat unclear about what my role entails. Gu Shen scratched his head, offering an earnest smile. However, I assure you, my learning pace is quite rapid. You need not worry. Ms. Zhou sounds too formal. Just call me Xiaoxing. She smiled, recalling her teacher's words. He mentioned you are intelligent, highly gifted, and a self-taught prodigy. After observing Gu Shen for a moment longer, Zhou Yexin found herself increasingly charmed by the youth's striking features. She poured him a cup of tea and continued, I am merely a bit concerned. At your age, having not faced much hardship, one might tend to view matters too optimistically. When it comes to actual work, the reality often diverges significantly from one's expectations. Our job is no easy feat. Our regular hours are from 9 in the morning until 5 in the evening, with the possibility of overtime for special appointments. Gu Shen held the tea, quietly absorbing Xiaoxing's words. Additionally, you will be required to regularly compile and organize experimental reports. But you need not concern yourself with the specifics of the experiments. All you need to do is manage the report entries into the library. Initially, Gu Shen nearly burst into laughter. 9 to 5. That poses no issue for me. After taking a sip of tea to steady himself, he replied earnestly, I can endure this hardship. Not merely endure it. He was determined to thrive. In the ensuing week, Gu Shen led a fulfilling life. He rented a 1-bedroom apartment near Lipu Street, living alone in an environment far superior to his previous suburban dwelling. Yet, it paled in comparison to the downtown apartment gifted by Nanjing. In truth, Gu Shen no longer lacked financial resources from the moment he boarded the plane. Confirming his official assignment, the tribunal provided him with a monthly post-tax living allowance of 100,000 yuan. Cui Zhongqing elucidated the hierarchy within the tribunal on the flight. After passing the initial review, newcomers are designated as apprentice adjudicators. Upon successfully completing a requisite number of independent tasks, one ascends to the next level, adjudicator. Following that is the rank of apprentice adjudicator, culminating in the prestigious title of adjudicator, currently held by only one, the grand adjudicator. The jurisdiction of an apprentice adjudicator typically encompasses one or several streets. Gu Shen instinctively included Lipu Street and its neighboring thoroughfares within his oversight. Cui Zhongqing described his internship as a form of assessment. The most perplexing aspect of this silent evaluation left Gu Shen feeling akin to a player at a card table, awaiting his opponent's move. The optimal approach, indeed the sole approach, is to wait patiently for action. Thus, Gu Shen diligently adhered to his self-imposed regimen of mental fortitude training, completing daily exercises with remarkable ease. Each morning at 8:30, he arrived punctually at the consulting room, dedicating the half-hour prior to work to organizing experimental materials. He would clock out precisely at 5, devoting the remaining hours to profound supernatural trials and honing his Jingzhe breathing technique. He understood that there were no shortcuts along this path. Only hard work would suffice. Aside from these mundane tasks, Gu Shen noticed something noteworthy. This modest psychological clinic had garnered considerable acclaim on Lipu Street, likely due to Xiaoxin's diligent efforts over the past 6 months, as evidenced by the numerous weekly appointments left by clients. These visitors varied widely, yet all were ordinary individuals, young people coping with heartbreak, despondent business owners facing bankruptcy, and overburdened wage earners. Before entering the clinic, they often appeared dejected, yet upon departure, their spirits visibly lifted, exhibiting a marked improvement in demeanor. Is it hypnosis? However, Zhou Yexin lacks any extraordinary abilities. How does she accomplish this? On the 9th day of his tenure at Lipu Street, Gu Shen glanced at the clock while sorting through files. 8:20. Today there is a special appointment. There should be 40 minutes remaining until closing time. In these 9 days, Xiaoxin had yet to allow him to observe a single session. What transpired within those cubicles was indeed quite mysterious. "Xiao Gu, please bring in a cup of hot water." A voice emerged from within. Gu Shen recognized that this indicated the psychological consultation had concluded. He carried the hot water and knocked gently on the door, receiving confirmation before slowly pushing it open. The current guest appeared to be a girl of a similar age. Her youthful face initially haggard, with evident tear stains. However, her expression had softened considerably, though her gaze remained somewhat dazed, as if she had just awakened from slumber. Zhou Yexin was adjusting her clothing, a detail that caught Gu Shen's attention. He noticed her discreetly tucking a pocket watch into her garment, and sensed an unsettling aura within the room. An extraordinary presence, an object of supernatural sealing, yet its aura was faint. In stark contrast to the 5 sealing objects brought by the review team, this was of an entirely different caliber. It seemed that Miss Zhou's secret lay within this pocket watch. If it possessed extraordinary power, then his suspicions would be vindicated. Gu Shen's demeanor remained unchanged. He acted as if he had not seen anything, carrying 2 cups of hot water into the room, one for each. "Thank you." The girl's expression softened, her voice hoarse. She took a small sip of hot water and murmured, "Thank you, Dr. Zhou, and thank you, Dr. Gu." Guests at the clinic had grown accustomed to addressing Xiaoxin as doctor, a title that seemed fitting, given her credentials from Zhongzhou. As for Gu Shen, the intern, he was fortunate enough to share in the title. Initially, he felt somewhat uneasy about the designation, but he had since acclimated to it. During this period, he diligently honed his mental fortitude and sensed that his blazing power was gradually stabilizing. It would not be long before he could employ mental hypnosis. This, indeed, was the reason Gu Shen felt justified in accepting the title of Dr. Gu, who says that an intern psychologist cannot be regarded as a doctor. Chapter 65. A visitor at the tender age of 16, one stands at the threshold of life's most splendid chapter, with a future sparkling with promise. Sister Xiaoxin gently reassured, "When you return, be sure to rest well. Do not dwell too much on it. Sacrificing your life for him is far too great a cost." Gu Shen recalled the girl, whose name was Chu Shui. Her name as melodious as her demeanor, a quiet and delicate young lady. Yet, her wrists bore the scars of a tumultuous past, deep and shallow, a testament to her struggles. Chu Shui curled in upon herself, shyly concealing her forearm with her sleeve, whispering, "Dr. Zhou, if my condition does not improve, may I return?" "Of course," Dr. Zhou replied with a warm smile. At this, Chu Shui managed a faint smile in return. Gu Shen observed her huddled figure, her pallor evident as she cradled a cup of warm water, remaining seated. "Are you unwell?" he inquired. "No, it's just a bit late." Chu Shui's voice dwindled to a whisper, her gaze cast downwards. "Walking alone at night is a bit frightening. Do you need me to accompany you?" Gu Shen offered. Chu Shui did not respond, her head lowering further. Let me take you, doctor. Zhou interjected, donning her coat. Xiao Gu, there shouldn't be any more visitors tonight. You can tidy up and close up after us. Gu Shen nodded, smiling as he replied, all right. Sister Xiaoxin, please be safe on your way. After watching the two depart, Gu Shen squinted, leaning against the wall, his hand brushing his forehead. As he pushed the door, a flicker of heat ignited between his brows. Each time he practiced the Jingzhe breathing technique, this sensation became familiar. Yet, this particular warmth felt different, as if it were a warning of something extraordinary. Following his instincts, he circled the room, inspecting every corner but finding nothing amiss. Finally, he stood before the mirror, startled by the reflection that met his gaze. In the absence of others, a slender flame flickered at the center of his brow, slowly burning and pulsating, as if it possessed life of its own. This was no different from the blazing fire summoned during his extraordinary trials in deep waters. Tentatively, Gu Shen reached out to touch the flame, feeling warmth radiate from his fingertips to his heart, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Regrettably, Chu Ling was not there to witness this moment. Could this signify that he had successfully condensed his extraordinary power? This flame seemed to harbor its own consciousness. Did it just emerge? Curiosity piqued within him as he realized that summoning the flame had not altered his perception. It did not resemble an enhancement of extraordinary power, nor had he yet reached the threshold of unlocking a domain. The flame merely lingered at his brow, akin to a delicate layer of armor, minuscule and fragile. Extinguish, he commanded softly, and the flame dissipated. Manifest. With another thought, the flame reappeared, coalescing into a gentle blaze. After several repetitions, Gu Shen mastered the technique, able to summon the flame at will. For now, this flicker remained weak. It seemed he could only wield the most rudimentary mental abilities, such as hypnosis. He murmured, and it is the most basic form, challenging to hypnotize extraordinary beings, but ordinary individuals should pose no problem. Based on his own intuition, the extraordinary intensity of this flame mirrored that of Sister Xiaoxin's pocket watch. Excellent. This indicates I am on the right path. My diligent efforts have borne fruit. Gazing into the mirror at his handsome visage, illuminated by the dancing flame, he couldn't help but chuckle. Moreover, my mastery of the flame has progressed more swiftly than I anticipated. Initially, he had planned to summon the flame within a month, yet it was only the 9th day. With the flame extinguished between his brows, Gu Shen felt a surge of joy as he tidied the clinic, preparing to depart. Just then, a soft knocking echoed from the door. The clock's hands pointed to 8:45. At this hour, there were typically no visitors, barring special appointments. Peering through the peephole, he beheld a lavishly dressed woman. Her attire exuded opulence, yet despite the chill of autumn, she wore a sheer, sky-blue qipao, draped with a mink coat for warmth, and cradled an exquisite handbag. Before the second knock could sound, Gu Shen opened the door. May I help you? The noblewoman furrowed her brow slightly, speaking softly. I have heard that the doctor for the Dream Whisperers is exceptional, yet I was told she is a lady. I am new here. Gu Shen replied thoughtfully, smiling, an assistant. My surname is Gu. You may call me Dr. Xiao Gu. An assistant? She mused, noting his youth. You are rather young. Almost a boy. Dr. Xiao Gu. The noblewoman scrutinized him, and for reasons unknown, a flicker of trust ignited within her as she quietly inquired. Is an assistant doctor still a doctor? Gu Shen nodded earnestly. An assistant doctor is certainly still a doctor. After opening the door, he observed the woman more closely. It was evident that she possessed significant financial means. Her attire was lavish, her makeup meticulously applied. Yet the weariness on her face was undeniable, with dark circles shadowing her eyes. I suspect your clinic specializes in emotional counseling for young people. She sighed wearily, her voice slow, fragmented. But I am truly at a loss. I have sought help from many, and they have all been at a standstill. I apologize. You must not understand. She leaned against her forehead, her words tinged with despair. I do not even know why I am confiding in you. Her fragmented sentences left much unsaid. However, Gu Shen maintained a calm demeanor, patiently listening until she fell silent, then gently replied, It appears to be a matter of sleep. As his words landed, surprise flickered in the noblewoman's exhausted gaze. You have not rested for several days, have you? 3 days, perhaps 4? Gu Shen observed her briefly before averting his gaze. He stepped aside to allow her entry. Speaking with serenity, Dr. Zhou has finished for the day. I am the only one remaining. If you believe you can endure another night. The clinic opens at 9 tomorrow morning. However, if you feel you can no longer bear it, and do not mind that I am merely an assistant doctor, perhaps tonight, you may find a restful slumber. After speaking, he awaited her response. The moment he pinpointed her issue with sleep, the noblewoman's emotions surged. Thank you. Thank you, she stammered, her voice trembling as if grasping at a final lifeline before drowning. In truth, many things in this world are immensely precious, yet often unappreciated. Only those who have lost can truly comprehend the luxury of possession. For instance, sleep. Chapter 66. Immersion. According to investigations into deep-sea data, the optimal duration for human healthful slumber is approximately 8 hours per day. Prolonged deprivation of rest and sleep leads to an inability to concentrate, muddled thoughts, followed by mental exhaustion, and ultimately, sudden death. Generally, the human body can endure this state for about 3 days. Naturally, such data applies only to ordinary individuals. All scientific findings cannot be uniformly applied to the extraordinary. It is evident that this noblewoman has reached the brink of her collapse. Having endured 3 days without sleep, she now lacks the ability to articulate a complete sentence. Supported by Gu Shen, she finally settled into a reclining chair, closing her eyes. Yet, closing her eyes does not equate to slumber. I cannot sleep. The noblewoman's voice trembled as she spoke. It began 3 days ago, and no matter what, I cannot sleep. Who could have anticipated that the greatest nightmare would be the inability to dream? Fear not, for I am here. Gu Shen's voice was gentle as he crouched beside her, soothing her emotions. A fissure slowly opened at the center of his brow, releasing a flicker of small yet intense flame. The appearance of this flame was strikingly different from before. It quivered silently, pulsating with a lingering, extraordinary aura. Gu Shen narrowed his eyes, his expression growing grave. He attempted to channel his mental energy through the flame. The flame emitted a faint sound. Gu Shen found his current state peculiar. It felt as though he had opened a third eye. He glimpsed a broader, more expansive world. Or perhaps, a more authentic reality. As his mental energy projected through the flame, everything in his view, objects and beings, was dissected and analyzed. Was this the unique vision of a mental type extraordinary? However, this method consumed his mental energy. Gu Shen speculated that as the flame intensified, the world he could perceive would expand, resulting in greater consumption of his mental faculties. For now, this expenditure was inconsequential. Thanks to his uninterrupted practice of the awakening breathing method in recent days, Gu Shen's mental strength had become remarkably robust. He meticulously examined the noblewoman from head to toe. She was an ordinary person, and unlike Sister Exion, she bore no seals. Her insomnia symptoms likely did not stem from mistakenly wearing a seal. Instead, it appeared that she was affected by extraordinary forces, resulting in her sleeplessness. If the cause could not be discerned on a material level, perhaps the answer lay within the dream. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Shen silently concluded he needed to hypnotize her, forcibly guiding her into a dream and seek the truth within it. In truth, from the very first glance at her, Gu Shen had already been pondering matters of greater significance than mere hypnosis. Such insomnia was not difficult to treat, having awakened his extraordinary abilities. With the aid of the flame, he could lull her into a peaceful sleep in but a second. Yet, what truly mattered was uncovering the source. It was now certain that this constituted an extraordinary incident. Perhaps this was part of Cui Zhongqing's examination of him? Within the silence of that minute of contemplation, the partition remained still. The noblewoman obediently kept her eyes closed, but after a moment, she could no longer contain her tremor. Dr. Gu, I still cannot sleep. You may open your eyes. Gu Shen's thoughts returned to the present. Upon hearing her voice, despair flickered in the noblewoman's brow. She had thought she had encountered the right person, but it seemed that this young doctor was also at a loss. She slowly opened her eyes. The glaring light of the fluorescent ceiling illuminating her, disorienting after hours of wakefulness. The entire world seemed to spin. At that moment, the noblewoman felt she was experiencing severe hallucinations. She thought she saw a flicker of flame appear at the center of Dr. Gu's brow, more radiant than the brightest lamp. Yet it was not blinding. Rather, it was remarkably gentle. With a hum, all the cacophonous sounds of the world faded away, leaving only Gu Shen's soft, deep voice. Rest easy, you shall have a pleasant dream. The woman in the reclining chair closed her eyes once more, her exhausted spirit finding solace in sleep. Accompanied by soft murmurs of dreams, the young man seated beside her remained motionless, like a statue. In the boundless darkness, Gu Shen opened his eyes. He stood amidst the profound blackness, surrounded on all sides by howling, icy winds, as if they sought to tear him apart. He had successfully entered the dream. Gu Shen's expression was tranquil. This was his first experience with hypnosis and his debut use of the flame's power within another's dream. Unlike his encounter with Han Dang, where the flame had only just coalesced and he had yet to unearth abilities akin to domain manipulation, in other words, Gu Shen had not yet constructed his dream territory. The previous instance had been one where he was forcibly drawn into Han Dang's domain of truth. This time, however, he had willingly immersed himself. The dream of an ordinary person was unexpectedly frigid and dark. It could only be deemed a dreadful nightmare. The appalling nature of this dream indicated that her mind was on the verge of collapse. Had she not encountered him or some other being capable of hypnosis, this noblewoman would likely face dire consequences. Gu Shen extended his fingers, slowly grasping, and a series of flames erupted, tearing through the darkness, roaring and dancing until they transformed into a floating lantern, illuminating the abyss of the dream. Frost, snow, and biting winds were expelled from the circle of light at Gu Shen's feet. Within the dream, the power of the flame was far more potent than he had anticipated. Gu Shen clenched his fist, feeling the surging mental energy. Indeed, his extraordinary traits leaned towards the mental domain, did they not? He exhaled slowly. The flames swirled and expanded, the luminous circle gradually enlarging. He spoke softly, wishing to expand the reach of his fiery illumination, to see this dreamscape more clearly. Expand. At his command. It was as if a divine decree had been issued. The fierce flames surged forth like a tide, crashing into the blackness of the long night, tearing it asunder. At that moment, the woman slumbering in the reclining chair flushed with a hint of color, her cold body gradually radiating warmth. Amidst the overwhelming sea of flames, the truth of this nightmare was revealed. Gu Shen raised his gaze, his expression somber. Amongst the countless flames, he beheld at the zenith of this nightmarish realm clouds of darkness gathering, illuminated by the fiery tide in a ghastly red. Faintly discernible were a nose, eyes, and fangs. It was a face, a visage of malevolence. Above the nightmare world, the clouds loomed low, blood-red and grotesque, the demonic face gaping its lips as if to swallow the very heavens. If he was not mistaken, with the emergence of this ghastly visage, the entire dream would soon be engulfed, at which point the host's spirit would inevitably shatter. If this were the lingering mental imprint of a sealing artifact, then the nature of this artifact was undeniably sinister. How could an ordinary person withstand it? Taking a deep breath, Gu Shen recalled the day he had severed the spirits within the ghost cage. At that time, he had vanquished countless demons. Having witnessed true hell, he would not cower before a demon. He extended 2 fingers, aiming at the enormous demonic face in the sky. Silently, he intoned a word. Sever. The 2 fingers slowly traced through the air. The dream trembled violently, the night fragile as paper, instantly torn asunder. In the final moment, the visage of the malevolent spirit seemed to reflect a myriad of complex emotions, shock, bewilderment, and fear, but it was but a fleeting instant. Before it, along with the darkened clouds, was cleaved in twain. Chapter 67. Profiling. Jiang Wan opened her eyes, feeling as though she had momentarily lost all consciousness. Upon awakening, an unprecedented sense of relief enveloped her, as if she had been reborn with the warm flow of blood coursing through her veins. She sat in stunned silence for several minutes, memories flooding back to her as if from a distant past. After enduring a prolonged bout of insomnia, she had come here, clinging to a final thread of hope. And then, she had finally fallen asleep. She instinctively rubbed her temples, sitting up, Yet instead of the anticipated soreness, warmth radiated throughout her body, banishing all fatigue and weariness. Jiangwan could hardly believe her own murmured words. How long did I sleep? 1 hour, a gentle, youthful voice replied. Here, water. Gu Shen smiled, adding, your insomnia has been cured. I wish you sweet dreams every night from now on. Jiangwan gratefully accepted the water. Her exhaustion from the past few days evident as she realized her spirits had improved, though her physical condition still left much to be desired. Her lips were parched, her complexion pale. Yet these were minor concerns, easily remedied with some rest. Dr. Gu, you truly are remarkable. Initially, Jiangwan had been wary of the young assistant, considering her previous fruitless searches throughout the metropolis, consulting several experts who were equally stumped. Now, her gaze toward Gu Shen was transformed, filled not only with gratitude but also with admiration, youthful yet exceptionally skilled. By the way, I haven't settled the payment yet. Jiangwan rummaged through her bag, producing a business card along with a small stack of cash. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she inquired, Dr. Gu, may I ask what your fees are? I haven't prepared adequately due to my prolonged unrest. I likely only have 3,000 or 4,000 in cash. If it's insufficient, could I transfer the remainder online? Truly a wealthy patron, Gu Shen mused silently, reflecting on the economic strength of the city's residents. To his knowledge, the clinic's rates were around 800 per hour, which he considered steep. Such business would not thrive in Qinghe. There's no need for so much. This is sufficient. Gu Shen smiled, taking only half of the cash. As an extraordinary individual now, he felt this symbolic fee was appropriate. Having not only performed hypnosis, but also alleviated the lingering mental torment from residual seals. His desires for money had diminished significantly since becoming extraordinary. The well-being of his grandmother and the welfare home were secured by Cui Zhongqing and the Zhao Group. Now, his focus lay on uncovering the truth behind this insomnia incident. He glanced at the business card. Jiangwan. A thought struck him. Miss Jiang, may I inquire about your residence? I live in the southernmost area, near Nanwan. Jiangwan replied, momentarily taken aback. Is there a problem? Nanwan was a renowned affluent district, known for its villas, albeit somewhat remote and sparsely populated, offering tranquility. Lipu, conversely, lay at the heart of the metropolis, closer to the bustling areas. Just a casual inquiry, Gu Shen smiled. His question aimed at pinpointing the source of this extraordinary incident. He recalled Cui Zhongqing's words on the plane, if all went as anticipated. He was being closely monitored by young Cui. Should the source of this extraordinary event lie near Lipu Street, he would need to remain vigilant. He continued. Do you remember where you went on the first day of your insomnia? Somewhat. Unclear, Jiangwan admitted. My daily life lacks routine, and insomnia is not a new affliction for me, though it has never been this severe. I remember attending a friend's party just the day before yesterday. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Coincidentally, we ended up at the Qingtao bar near Jiangtan, not far from Lipu Street. I drank quite a bit, hoping to sleep well afterward. But after the event, I couldn't sleep at all. Qingtao bar. Gu Shen noted silently. Perhaps you've just been under a bit of stress lately. He chuckled lightly. Frequent late nights are not good for your health. It's getting late. You should rest well. Miss Jiang, am I under too much stress? Jiangwan's face reddened further as she quickly gathered her belongings. I won't disturb you any longer. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Returning home to feed her cat, it was nearly midnight. After organizing her thoughts, Gu Shen decided to head to Qingtao bar. Dadu was starkly different from Qinghe. It was the most vibrant metropolis in the southern region. A casual dart on the map would land on precious land. And apart from the suburban areas, every plot was more bustling than the core of Qinghe. As night fell, countless bars along the banks of the river opened their doors. The neon lights shimmering against the lively backdrop, reflecting the ebb and flow of the tide, creating a mesmerizing nocturnal cityscape. Hey handsome, care to join us? Shall we follow each other? With striking features and youthful charm, Gu Shen was quite appealing, his freshness making it hard for anyone to find him unlikable. Regardless of his attire, adhering to a low-profile approach, he donned a cap and black work attire, keeping his head down while walking. Nonetheless, he was approached by several tall, graceful women along the way, all of whom he politely declined. Setting aside thoughts of Chu Ling, Gu Shen's mind was consumed with the investigation. The only clue lay at Qingtao Bar, and with 3 days passed since the incident, finding the source would not be easy. Arriving at the bar, Gu Shen looked up at the neon sign. He had initially worried about coming too early and being conspicuous due to the sparse crowd. Lowering his hat, he observed the throng of people on the dance floor, pondering how challenging it would be to uncover a lead amidst such chaos. An idea sparked. Though his current mental strength might be insufficient, he would have to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Gu Shen closed his eyes, a flicker of ethereal flame materializing at his brow. In the crowded corner, a whisper emerged amidst the cacophony. Profiling. As the whisper resonated, the flames surged, penetrating his forehead as if merging with his skin to form an open eye. The din around him faded, the bar falling into an eerie silence. In that moment, his mental energy began to drain rapidly, exponentially more than when he had hypnotized Jiang Wan. He opened his eyes to find couples lost in their revelry on the dance floor, their movements akin to a frenzied dance. The swirling lights casting the surroundings into a hellish tableau. Yet, within this silence, his profiling ability transformed the world into an isolated abyss, akin to the depths of the ocean. Gu Shen forcefully traced back to the faint mental imprint from 3 days prior. Through the vision imbued with the ethereal flame, he glimpsed a shadow, faint yet palpable, as if a beast had caught the scent of blood. That shadow flickered, directing him toward the bar counter. Chapter 68. The Sumu stone carving. Gu Shen lowered his hat and slowly navigated through the crowd to the bar. The bartender approached. Gu Shen noticed the bartender smiling amicably at him, handing over a drink menu while speaking. Judging by his lip movements, he was asking, "What would you like?" Up until this moment, Gu Shen's psychographic world remained eerily silent. This was his first time employing such an ability. Theoretically, both psychography and hypnosis were foundational abilities of the mental realm, yet psychography demanded greater expenditure of mental energy, perhaps due to its inherent nature of tracing back, allowing the extraordinary to engage in a subtle contest with time. However, rather than viewing psychography as a means to transcend the constraints of time, it is more aptly described as a pursuit of fate's elusive guidance. The longer one traced back through time, the more intense the consumption of mental energy became. The mightier the subject of the psychography, the more indistinct the guidance appeared. To glimpse scenes that one should not behold would result in severe backlash. The shadow within the psychographic world dissipated. 3 days prior, Jiang Wan had occupied this very spot, coming into contact with the sealed object. Continuing the psychography, the flames of thought flickered violently. The drain on mental energy surged. No, that shadow had not disappeared. In Gu Shen's vision, a faint dark silhouette glided past. Someone had briefly lingered in this bar with the sealed object. Was it at this moment that Jiang Wan had been affected by the extraordinary aura of the sealed object? The lead abruptly ceased. "I'll have this one." Gu Shen's thoughts returned to reality as he noticed the bartender's impatient gaze. He casually indicated a name on the menu, when suddenly, a voice resonated within the stillness of the psychographic world. "The gin is quite strong, not suitable for you." Gu Shen's pupils constricted. In an instant, he entered a state of alert, his fingers slipping into his sleeve to grasp the ruler of truth. He warily glanced to his side, merely 2 paces away. A burly man in a gray hoodie leaned against the bar, facing the dance floor, his gaze fixated on the chaotic neon spectacle, idly stirring the ice in his glass. Not sparing Gu Shen a glance, merely languidly suggesting, "I recommend that Metropolitan. Though it's a lady's drink, its strength and flavor suit a newcomer like you." Gu Shen did not ease his vigilance. He whispered, "Who are you?" The ability to intrude upon his psychographic world. This was another extraordinary being. "Relax. Do not look at me." The hoodie-clad man maintained his nonchalant demeanor, calmly stating, "The activation of psychography is not subtle. If you wish to remain undetected, you should exercise caution. Moreover, if I intended to act against you, I would have done so already, wouldn't I?" The flames of thought extinguished. Gu Shen remained on high alert, yet he ceased the psychography. It was not a combat-enhancing ability and consumed substantial mental energy. "Nice to meet you. I am Hu Danian, an informant of Cui Zhongqing." Amidst the cacophony, the man's voice was soft, yet strikingly clear. Cui Zhongqing. Gu Shen's mood slightly eased. Although he still clutched the ruler and did not relax, he turned to the bartender and said, "Change my drink. I'll take this one." He pointed to the metropolitan the man had recommended. Observing Gu Shen's reaction, the hoodie-clad man chuckled. "Whether you believe me is inconsequential. Since you've found your way here, you must realize that the lead has been severed. I possess some intelligence regarding the sealed object you seek." Upon hearing the term sealed object, Gu Shen's wariness diminished significantly. The Sumu stone carving, with an undetermined serial number, is preliminarily classified as a D-grade risk-sealed object. Hu Danian pulled a photograph from his pocket, inching closer to Gu Shen under the pretense of shifting seats. He placed the photograph on the smooth bar top, and Gu Shen instinctively took it. The image depicted a stone statue carved with a grotesque demon, yet it was small, comparable to an adult male's fist, and identical to what he had seen in Jiang Wan's dream. This sealed object was once safeguarded by the council in the Dada district, but it went missing several years ago following a theft, and its whereabouts remain unknown. Hu Danian continued. The records state that the Su Mu stone carving relentlessly extracts sleep from any who come into contact with it until the subject's mind collapses. That is merely the surface. The true reason for the deprivation of sleep lies in its ability to erode the spirit of its contact. Gu Shen murmured. Indeed. Hu Danian regarded Gu Shen with surprise, a smile gracing his lips. You are quite astute. No wonder you have garnered Mr. Chui's attention at such a young age. Gu Shen remained silent. His own records were confidential. This informant likely knew nothing of his identity. He accepted the photograph and inquired, the Sumu stone carving invades the dreams of all who touch it, leading to mental collapse. How many individuals have been affected? His psychography had revealed a fragment of the truth. Someone had lingered here with the sealed object. Jiang Wan had unfortunately encountered it, resulting in her loss of sleep. So far, 24 individuals have had indirect contact with the Sumu stone carving, and that number continues to rise, all under the scrutiny of the deep sea. Hu Danian stated calmly, you need not concern yourself with these individuals. There are those assigned to care for them. Even if you cannot help Jiang Wan, we will intervene. Gu Shen furrowed his brow. This incident appeared to be entirely under control. Was this yet another test set forth by Cui Zhongqing? He noticed a portion of a dark tattoo peeking from the cuff of the hoodie-clad man, silently committing this detail to memory. Was Jiang Wan sent to me by you? No. I am merely an informant. I lack such capabilities. Hu Danian shook his head, expressing regret. Everything is orchestrated by young Mr. Cui. In fact, he had subtly indicated to her to seek you. But alas, she has proven somewhat foolish, enduring unnecessary hardship for days. Gu Shen refrained from responding. From the outset of the fire incident, he had observed the so-called influential figures and their lofty strategic maneuvers. In truth, he held little fondness for such behavior. Where is the sealed object? Gu Shen inquired. I will resolve this matter. Though the situation remained manageable, the owner of the sealed object had yet to be identified, and there was no information on this person in the deep-sea database. What transpired next was unpredictable. Hu Danian regarded Gu Shen earnestly, stating, This is why I awaited your arrival, not merely to inform you of the existence of the Su Mu stone carving. Mr. Cui asked me to convey a message. This extraordinary incident is not as simple as you imagine. Hu Danian continued gravely, this week. In the obscure corners of Li Pu Street, along the banks of Jiangtan, several deceased have been discovered, all adult males, each having met their end by a clean cut to the throat, showing no signs of resistance. The wounds exhibited traces of extraordinary energy. In conjunction with the appearance of the Su Mu stone carving, we have reason to believe that a deranged, uncontrolled individual is lurking nearby. Chapter 69. The Black Hibiscus and the Metropolis. Several photographs were presented, all depicting the crime scene. Gu Shen cast a fleeting glance before hastily stowing them away. The scenes were indeed quite shocking, enough to induce a visceral discomfort. Each victim bore identical, cleanly executed wounds, deep and penetrating, as if their necks had been sheared by a great blade, yet left intact, tethered by a thin layer of bloodied skin that connected their heads to their torsos. The methods of the assailant were brutally savage. This individual's modus operandi was exceedingly ruthless and remarkably cautious, evading detection until 3 days prior. Hu Danian spoke softly. For reasons unknown, he ventured to the most crowded area along the riverside, albeit heavily concealed. We managed to capture only a vague image. The final photograph was a screenshot from a bar's surveillance, depicting a bustling crowd. A marker highlighted the outline of a hurried passerby, dressed entirely in black, with a cap and mask obscuring his features. He was tall and slender, appearing somewhat haggard. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that he was concealing something within his grasp. Could this be the unhinged individual carrying the Su Mu stone sculpture? Gu Shen squinted, realizing that this was where he had come into contact with Jiang Wan. Indeed. Shortly thereafter, he vanished once again. Utilizing Deep Sea's resources, one could precisely identify the victims influenced by the Su Mu stone sculpture, thereby determining the trajectory of the assailants' movements, which consistently transpired around Lipu Street and the riverside. Regrettably, this method had always been a step behind. Hu Danian's voice turned grave. Thus far, I have uncovered this information. However, one point merits mention. I find the logic of this individual's actions rather peculiar. If he is a serial killer selecting victims at random, why not unleash the full potential of the Su Mu stone sculpture? Gu Shen fell into contemplation. Hu Danian continued. As of now, only 24 individuals have been affected by the Su Mu stone sculpture, a rather low figure, for several consecutive days. If he intended to incite chaos, the stone could influence hundreds, even thousands in a single day. Seizing the dreams of ordinary people does not appear to be his true objective. Gu Shen murmured, these individuals are not his targets. He is hunting for prey. Hu Danian's eyes brightened. The fact that this person had remained around Lipu Riverside indicated that his quarry was nearby. Gu Shen whispered, perhaps he does not select at random, but rather hunts with precision. I have a question regarding the characteristics of the Su Mu stone sculpture. You mentioned that physical contact triggers its properties. What about the bearer themselves? This artifact was once sealed away, and even with gloves, without skin contact, the Su Mu stone sculpture would still activate its traits. Hu Danian furrowed his brow and replied slowly. The conditions for triggering the Su Mu stone sculpture are less about direct contact and more about satisfying a certain distance. At this moment, he suddenly understood the implication behind Gu Shen's inquiry. Are you suggesting that the bearer's own dreams have also been seized? Precisely, Gu Shen affirmed gravely. Look at this photograph. Does he not appear quite weak? I suspect that he has been wandering around the riverside while carrying the Su Mu stone sculpture, and his own sleep has likely been ravaged as well. Hu Danian murmured, that makes sense. However, he paused. What does this imply? You need not concern yourself with that. You previously mentioned that Deep Sea could identify those affected by the Su Mu stone sculpture, the sleepless ones, correct? Gu Shen spoke softly. Send those still suffering from insomnia and in need of rescue to 18, Lipu Street. I will attend to their healing. Hu Danian was taken aback. His role was merely to relay messages and connect with informants. He had only seen the informant's photograph and was unaware of any further details. Following his usual protocol, after conveying the essential information, there was little left to discuss, and the meeting would conclude. Yet, this time, he found himself scrutinizing the youth beside him with a newfound seriousness. Having performed his duties for over a decade, he had encountered a myriad of individuals. Old friends and acquaintances, after awakening to extraordinary powers, had invariably changed in some manner. Perhaps due to their exposure to life and death, or perhaps through witnessing the fragility of life in the face of extraordinary forces. Gradually, saving the lives of ordinary people had ceased to be the foremost priority in his assignments. If it could be saved, it would be. If not, then so be it. The boy's eyes were as clear and untainted as a tranquil lake. Do not misunderstand. It is not that I do not trust you. Gu Shen stated calmly. I merely feel that, given your operational style, the priority level of these victims would be rather low, and there may indeed be unforeseen casualties. Of course, I am aware of my own capabilities and do not consider myself a savior. If it is merely a matter of removing the spiritual infection of the Su Mu stone sculpture, I can manage that and am more than willing to take it on. Setting aside this point, he had another consideration. After healing Jiang Wan, his fiery essence had intensified. Though it was but a faint flicker, nearly negligible, it had indeed strengthened. Gu Shen surmised that the increase in his fiery essence was related to the removal of nightmares. As the spiritual imprint bestowed upon ordinary individuals by the Su Mu stone sculpture concealed a thread of extraordinary essence. Even the smallest morsel holds value. At this stage, Gu Shen was reluctant to forego any opportunity to enhance his strength. Very well, Hu Danian replied nonchalantly. I will convey your intentions to Mr. Cui. Your willingness to take on this task will certainly alleviate much inconvenience. Gu Shen smiled. The conversation regarding the case reached its conclusion, yet he remained somewhat intrigued by the identity of the hooded figure. May I inquire about? He began, rolling up his sleeve to indicate his forearm. A certain gang? Hu Danian frowned slightly, not attempting to conceal anything. Instead, he slowly rolled up his sleeve, allowing Gu Shen a clearer view of an eye-catching tattoo, intricate black patterns coiling around and forming a shattered heart. It was a strikingly sinister bloom, flourishing upon the heart itself. Have you never seen this tattoo? Hu Danian observed Gu Shen's bewildered expression and suddenly erupted into laughter, giving the young man a hearty pat on the shoulder, leaning in closer as he whispered, You lad, you truly are fresh to the metropolis. I could tell just by looking into your eyes. They are as innocent as a lamb entering a wolf's den. But have you never heard of the Qingxin Society? Gu Shen shook his head. The black hibiscus, sacred yet sinister. In the future, steer clear of them. This organization is not one you wish to provoke. Hu Danian retrieved a tall glass from the bar, leisurely stating, Here, your drink has arrived. Savor the flavor of the metropolis. Gu Shen took a sip, grimacing slightly. How is the drink? Hu Danian spread his arms, reclining against the edge of the bar, observing the swirling neon lights dancing in the dance floor. Gu Shen set down the glass, honestly replying, It is quite sweet and rather potent. Chapter 70. The Sleepless Ones. The shrill sound of the third alarm clock rang at 12:30, jolting Zhou Yexin from her slumber. She yawned and struggled to silence the incessant ringing that reverberated beneath her pillow. Sunlight poured in through the window. It was already noon. What on earth? She had slept for an entire 12 hours, and yet she still felt utterly fatigued. Zhou Yexin forced herself to shake off the drowsiness, hurriedly washed up, and set off, arriving at the clinic just before 2 o'clock. As she ascended the stairs, an unusual commotion filled the air. The upper floor seemed particularly lively today. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Thank you. You are truly remarkable. I haven't slept a wink in days. I've transferred 10,000 yuan as a token of my gratitude. It's a mere trifle, but please accept it. A middle-aged gentleman in a sharp suit shook Gu Shen's hand vigorously, his expression one of profound appreciation. Apart from this gentleman, there were several others in the consultation rooms on the second floor. 3 or 4 lay sprawled in silence, while 1 or 2 others snored thunderously, their postures resembling that of warriors in deep slumber. Zhou Yexin stood there, bewildered, unsure if she had arrived at the right place. What is happening here? Excuse me. Excuse me. A lady in a lavish dress, her heels clicking hurriedly against the narrow staircase, rushed up to the second floor. Upon seeing Gu Shen, her face lit up with a radiant smile. She retrieved a bright red scroll from her bag and unfurled it with a flourish. Dr. Gu, this is the banner I ordered last night. It just arrived today. What do you think? Will it look good hanging here? Jiang Wan asked with a grin. Zhou Yexin could only stare in astonishment. Once the crowd began to disperse, Gu Shen took Zhou Yexin aside to a relatively quiet corner, succinctly explaining the situation. After you left last night, several patients arrived at the clinic, and more came this morning. I didn't expect you to oversleep, so I started attending to them. After absorbing his words, Zhou Yexin stood in a daze for a full minute, grappling with the implications. She regarded him with a complex expression. Are you saying that a number of insomnia patients suddenly appeared, and you managed to treat them all? You can perform hypnosis? Well, I suppose one could say that, Gu Shen replied softly, his thoughts lingering on the distinction between his brand of hypnosis and the conventional psychological understanding. In any case, everything has been resolved. He refrained from mentioning the collective insomnia situation to her. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yexin now viewed him as an extraordinary newcomer. Zhou Yexin couldn't help but press her forehead in exasperation, silently lamenting, this is hardly an intern. If there were a psychological clinic nearby, it would surely be a disaster. Just one night had passed, and already she was witnessing the arrival of a celebratory banner. "Well, it seems I've stumbled upon a treasure," she said with a smile, her feelings complex yet ultimately reassuring. She entered the main hall, scrutinizing the banner, aligning it properly, and exclaimed, "Dr. Gu, your miraculous skills deserve this accolade." The brevity of the banner's words belied the depth of meaning contained within. Only then did Gu Shen take notice of the phrase on the banner. He paused, his expression turning peculiar. He had helped Jiang Wan reclaim her lost dreams. If this was indeed a miraculous feat. Suddenly, Gu Shen's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening as he observed Zhou Yexin. A tremor of psychic energy had just manifested. Zhou Yexin bore an aura eerily similar to that of the insomnia patients. "Sister," Gu Shen inquired, "did you return home with Chu Shui last night?" "Yes," Zhou Yexin replied, momentarily taken aback. "She lives near Lipu, and I walked her part way." "On your way back, did you encounter anyone strange?" Gu Shen gestured, describing a figure clad in black, wearing a low-brimmed hat, tall and gaunt, with a hunch. Zhou Yexin rubbed her forehead, a bitter smile forming. "Now that you mention it, I did have a sense of déjà vu, but with so many people around, such a description could fit many. I didn't sleep well last night, so I can't be sure." Upon hearing this, Gu Shen formed a tentative hypothesis. Zhou Yexin had not experienced insomnia. Rather, her sleep had been troubled, most likely due to the pocket watch she carried, a counteractive measure against the petrifying relic. However, as an ordinary person, she had encountered an enchanted object and had been marked by it. "Why do you ask?" Zhou Yexin turned to Gu Shen, her voice laced with mild reproach. "You make it sound quite frightening." As she turned, she caught a glimpse of a flicker of fiery energy on Gu Shen's brow. This was... Zhou Yexin's gaze grew hazy, the pocket watch pulsing lightly, and the fog of confusion in her eyes began to dissipate. After treating several insomnia patients, Gu Shen was experiencing resistance during the hypnotic phase for the first time. Zhou Yexin's psychic strength was evidently greater than theirs, compounded by the protective influence of the enchanted object. "Rest assured and surrender to sleep. I mean you no harm." Gu Shen spoke softly, his voice imbued with psychic energy, possessing a hypnotic quality. This was less a reassurance to Zhou Yexin than a message intended for the pocket watch itself. The watch ceased its defiance. Zhou Yexin gradually closed her eyes, and with Gu Shen's assistance, sank into a deep slumber in the chair. He sought to extract nightmares, eliminate the residual mark, and absorb a trace of extraordinary essence from the enchanted object. Gu Shen executed this series of actions with fluidity, and after absorbing several strands of extraordinary essence from the petrifying relic, he felt a near 10% increase in his fiery power. Though it was but a hair's breadth, it was a commendable advancement. Zhou Yexin would likely need more time to sleep. With these tasks complete, Gu Shen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as he was preparing to rest, a knock resounded from outside the door. "Another insomnia patient?" Gu Shen opened the door, only to be taken aback. A frail young girl stood there, her appearance pitiful, her complexion pale with dark circles under her eyes. Chu Shui? He had not anticipated her to return so soon. "Dr. Gu, I have come for a follow-up treatment." Chu Shui's voice trembled, the remnants of tears evident. "Since our last session, my condition has not improved. I couldn't sleep at all last night. Could you please help me?" Gu Shen studied the girl for 3 to 5 seconds before sighing, "Come in." Like a timid creature afraid of abandonment, Chu Shui cautiously entered, her eyes reflecting trepidation. Just as Gu Shen prepared to close the door, a slender, bony hand suddenly slipped through the gap, gripping the edge. A hoarse voice emerged, "Can you help me too?" Chu Shui hid behind Gu Shen, her grip tightening on his clothing, her face paling as she gazed at the doorway. Unbeknownst to her, a gaunt, hunchbacked man stood outside, cloaked in darkness, his hat brim obscuring his face. His voice was dry as parchment, eking out a request from deep within his chest. "I too cannot sleep." Chapter 71. The Emergence of the Jiangtan Murderer. A mad and extraordinary individual bearing a cursed artifact. An exceedingly dangerous, uncontrollable being. These terms were employed by Hu Daji to describe the man before him last night. Yet, upon their actual encounter, it became evident that this man's presence was even more striking than those words suggested. Clad in tattered, foul-smelling black garments that enveloped his entire form, His exposed skin appeared desiccated and pallid, resembling a corpse, or perhaps a specter drifting along the ground. To describe him as a wandering wraith would be entirely fitting. If seen walking down the street, one might feel as though they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Chu Shui was startled, retreating behind Gu Shen. Catching sight of the owner of the withered hands and his peculiar attire, whispering softly, "Dr. Gu, I think I've seen this person before." "Relax. I'm here," Gu Shen replied, his demeanor calm. A hand was pressed against the door, suggesting the intruder was determined to enter. Observing his cold and resolute expression, Gu Shen surmised that even if he were to slam the door shut, the man would likely remain steadfast. Hence, Gu Shen chose not to close the door, but instead opened it wide, granting passage to the hunchbacked man. This gesture momentarily left the man taken aback. He cautiously stepped inside, surveying the surroundings with vigilance. "Wait a moment," Gu Shen said nonchalantly. He led Chu Shui to a partitioned area in the west. The girl, having spent a sleepless night, appeared both fatigued and terrified. As she was about to speak, Gu Shen's gentle voice interrupted, "Look at me." Chu Shui instinctively looked up, meeting Gu Shen's gaze, where a flicker of fervent flame danced in her eyes. In the next instant, the warmth and softness of her body were steadied by Gu Shen as she slipped into a deep slumber. Emerging from the western compartment, Gu Shen escorted the hunchbacked man to another partition, drawing the curtains. The room was instantly shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the mottled weak light filtering through the gaps in the fabric. "With the curtains drawn, it should be to your liking," Gu Shen remarked casually. "After all, you Haven Tea slept in quite a while, right?" The man squinted, remaining silent, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Shen. The mass insomnia incident on Lipu Street has stirred quite the commotion in the metropolis. "You must be aware that someone has been observing you," Gu Shen began slowly. "Yet you continue to commit crimes, even seeking me out. Clearly, you are indifferent to being apprehended or even to the prospect of death." At the mention of indifference, the man smiled faintly. "Gu Shen, you indeed conceal your depths well." The man uttered Gu Shen's name, causing him to lower his eyes. "Your ability to name me suggests you have perused my dossier," Gu Shen said, tapping the table lightly, a smile gracing his lips. "It must pertain to the fire incident?" No response came. Gu Shen continued to murmur, "Upon reviewing the records of this extraordinary event, I sensed something amiss. The first insomnia patient appeared on the night of the 8th, coincidentally, my first day in the metropolis. Since then, insomniacs have emerged one after another in the vicinity of Jiangtan and Lipu, and for 9 consecutive days, this phenomenon has remained confined to this area. This hardly resembles the actions of a deranged and uncontrollable individual. On the plain, Cui Zhongqing had confided in himself about this mission being shrouded in secrecy. Only a select few knew of his itinerary, and this was the crux of the mission. Gu Shen finally discerned the true purpose behind Cui Zhongqing's dispatching him to Lipu Street. This was not merely a leisurely adaptation period. From the moment he landed in the metropolis, the actual mission had commenced, unbeknownst to him. At that time, others were already hunting in the metropolis and Jiangtan, their target being none other than himself. "The individual behind you knows only that I have arrived in the metropolis and that I am near Jiangtan and Lipu, yet remains unaware of my precise location," Gu Shen chuckled softly. "He is far too impatient, sending you forth. However, the Sumu stone sculpture is not an artifact under your control, hence the emergence of the mass insomnia incident in the Jiangtan-Lipu area was merely an unintended consequence of your quest to locate me." The man fell silent. "What do you wish to convey?" "What I wish to express is rather simple," Gu Shen asserted. "Any endeavor that employs frenzied actions to impede the progression of time is both foolish and ignorant. The tide of the era will not pause for the demise of any individual." Veins throbbed on the man's forehead. Gu Shen's fingers interlaced, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the man in a voice that deepened, akin to a judge pronouncing sentence. "To scorn life, to slaughter the innocent, to trample upon the rules. If you believe your actions symbolize righteousness, then why does the long-lasting foundation hide in the shadows?" A voice of admonition rang out. "Enough," the man interrupted Gu Shen, fury blazing in his eyes. Perhaps due to his extreme fatigue, Even his wrathful tone bore a weary timbre. Justice is merely the most grandiose excuse in existence. Those who stand in the light are but victors. Our concealment beneath the ground is solely to reach a further destination. He looked down upon Gu Shen, coldly inquiring, "What do you think the tribunal is?" Gu Shen's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed intently upon the emaciated man. This recent discourse was a test, intended to provoke a reaction. Indeed, this man was a member of the long-lasting foundation. Upon receiving this confirmation, a weight lifted from Gu Shen's heart, yet simultaneously, a greater trepidation took root. His apprehension was not directed towards the long-lasting foundation, but rather towards Cui Zhongqing. Many feared Mr. Cui. Even senior sister Luo had remarked that Cui Zhongqing was a cold and ruthless man. In that moment, Gu Shen felt the true terror of Cui Zhongqing. Their previous amiable conversations now seemed disingenuous. Upon arriving in the metropolis, he had unwittingly become a pawn in Cui Zhongqing's scheme. On the plane, Cui Zhongqing had mentioned that his dossier was highly confidential, disclosed only to a select few. Evidently, his dossier had only been revealed to those he suspected. With the clues regarding the fire incident severed, this maneuver had lured the long-lasting Foundation's undercover agent into the fray with delight. However, the cost was that he would have to confront the ensuing slaughter alone. Now that we have met, it matters not that you are aware of my identity. The man chuckled softly. After all, we are both already corpses. With a clatter, a small, exquisite stone sculpture was produced by the man and placed heavily on the table. The surface of the sculpture bore the visage of a grotesque demon. Any normal person, even from a distance, would feel a sharp pain in their head upon glimpsing it. A Class D cursed artifact, the Su Mu stone sculpture. The dossier indicated that should one touch it or come too close, their mental energy would be siphoned away by the sculpture. In truth, the fundamental reason for the theft of dreams lay within this artifact, which was inscribed with a nightmarish spirit that devoured consciousness. Due to prolonged exposure to the stone sculpture, this man appeared utterly withered, his spirit having long been consumed. Yet, at this moment, he radiated an unusual fervor. After retrieving the sculpture, the man did not cease his actions. He lifted the tattered, foul black coat, revealing heavy objects concealed beneath. Gu Shen's pupils constricted. It was a bundle of old explosives strapped to his body. To hell with the new era, the man shouted, rising abruptly, the depths of his sunken eyes reflecting a fierce flame as he lunged towards Gu Shen, exclaiming, "Long live the long-lasting Foundation." Chapter 72. Cocoon of Death. With a sharp hiss, the fuse of the explosive was ignited by the man without a moment's hesitation. A blinding light erupted in the dimly lit room. Like a moth drawn to a flame, he lunged from his chair, leaping over the long table toward Gu Shen. At that instant, the stone sculpture, carved with the visage of a malevolent spirit, resonated with a hypnotic ripple, a crude yet effective assassination plot. While a mentalist could resist the influence of the stone statue, they could not avert the explosion of the explosives. A brute force or nature-based extraordinary being might have the capability to prevent detonation, but the statue would significantly hinder their operational efficiency. Gu Shen watched as the man lunged, filling his entire field of vision, a shadow looming over him. Yet, his thoughts remained remarkably composed. In that moment, the world around him seemed to freeze, time elongated, rendering everything excruciatingly slow. Each object, the papers fluttering in the wind, the swaying cabinet, the rolling pen, and the curtains tossed to the periphery, came to a standstill, crystallizing into an expressive tableau. In Gu Shen's vision, the protagonist of this frozen canvas was the fervent devotee rushing toward him, igniting the explosives. Conversely, from a broader perspective, the focal point was the boy, now clutching the ruler, flames igniting in his brow. 5 seconds. Gu Shen's focus sharpened to an unprecedented degree. His gaze fixated on the fuse at the man's waist. In that fleeting moment, his consciousness coalesced into a singular point. He recognized the explosives the man bore. They were high explosives made primarily from trinitritoluene, portable, stable, and capable of leveling an entire building upon detonation. This rudimentary method of explosive crafting had become obsolete with time. Yet its potency remained formidable, albeit with a delay in ignition. The time from ignition to detonation was approximately 1.5 seconds. This delay represented the scant time Gu Shen had left in the real world. As the countdown of 1.5 seconds commenced, the stone sculpture of the malevolent spirit unveiled its fangs. A surge of mental force, swifter than the burning fuse, enveloped Gu Shen. The papers, cabinet, pen, and curtains were replaced by a shroud of inky chaos. He was dragged into the dreamscape of the stone statue. For Gu Shen, this was not entirely unfavorable. In the dreamscape of the sealed object, the flow of time diverged from reality. A mere extension of a few seconds could prove life-saving. Standing in the familiar darkness of the dream, his thoughts raced. Although the long-standing Foundation's assassination scheme was crude, it was undeniably effective. The combination of the stone sculpture and high explosives was a brutish tactic capable of eliminating any unsuspecting novice extraordinary being. Their sole miscalculation lay in overestimating their ability to navigate the dream. The ghostly cage, once an S-class sealed object, housed a dream realm far superior to that of the stone sculpture. He had unraveled that dream in merely a minute. The emergence of this dreamscape inadvertently afforded Gu Shen precious time for contemplation. The true challenge lay in the ignited explosives. Had a mentalist of Sister Luo's caliber been confronted with this assassination attempt, she would have effortlessly reversed the rules, extinguishing the flames and rendering the explosives inert. Moreover, even if the explosives were to detonate, Sister Luo possessed the ability to reclaim them. However, Gu Shen could not invoke the ruler of truth to replicate such feats, as he still lacked comprehension of the principles behind them. The ruler could concentrate mental energy, but could not directly influence causality. Attempting to use the ruler to alter the established fact of detonation would be futile. If allowed to explode, the entire building would be obliterated. Gu Shen inhaled deeply. Calm. There must be a solution. Could his extraordinary abilities salvage the situation? Fiery, creation, barrier. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, and Gu Shen's gaze brightened. He raised his arm and tore through the darkness of the nightmare. The grotesque spirit overhead let out a wail as the radiant flames surged forth, piercing through it. In an instant, the dream of the stone sculpture shattered. Gu Shen opened his eyes. In reality, less than a second had passed from the moment he entered the nightmare to completing the dream unraveling. The shadowy figure, having leapt from the table, was mere meters away, its fiery eyes gleaming with intensity. In the silent half-second that followed, Gu Shen exhaled a long breath. The surface of the silver ruler began to glow softly, illuminating the darkness. A brilliant burst of white light enveloped him, and in the assembled tableau, the seated boy resembled a sovereign of the world's rules. Gu Shen regarded the man hurtling toward him with a tranquil gaze. Within the depths of his mind, he heard his own voice. And the ruler ascended. At its focal point, a torrent of flames erupted with enough force to reduce the entire building to rubble, yet it halted just half a meter before Gu Shen, colliding with an unseen barrier. Not merely one barrier, but a multitude, above, below, and all around. The vast quantities of trinitrotoluene detonated violently, yet the explosive force was contained, akin to a tidal wave restrained within a cage, battering against its confines, only to recede. The walls reverberated with a pale luminescence, transforming the dim room into a dazzling display, reminiscent of a stellar explosion. Holding the silver ruler, Gu Shen observed the spectacle with serene detachment. By wielding the ruler of truth, he felt as though he had ascended to divinity, coldly surveying all beneath him. His demeanor was tranquil, as if admiring a grand painting. Papers swept by the wind returned to their places, the cabinet ceased its trembling, the pen settled back onto the table, and the curtains stilled. The room fell into a serene quietude. The only exception was the small cage of flames. No trace of the explosion permeated the barriers, leaving no concern that anyone outside might hear. Blood and bone were erased at the moment of detonation, the crimson hue flaring only briefly before being eclipsed by pallor. Incinerated by unrestrained heat, the skeleton reduced to ash. It was akin to a silent drama, a moth cradling the flames, soaring toward the sun. Thus, only the briefest brilliance remained. Light enveloped him like a great cocoon. Chapter 73. Diary. The events unfolded in a manner akin to this. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the curtains to flutter lightly. The slightly ajar window creaked, allowing the crisp autumn air to seep into the room. It was already evening, and the absence of light rendered the space dim and somewhat stifling. Gu Shen sat in silence, observing the scene before him. It was hard to believe that a horrific explosion had just transpired here. According to Gu Shen's account, the explosives involved had the capacity to obliterate a significant portion of Lipu Street. Yet, despite such a quantity, not even a single sheet of paper within the room had been shattered. The space was immaculate and serene, almost conducive to slumber. Gu Shen sat in a chair, speaking softly. In summary, the matter has been resolved. There is no need to inquire further about the details. You may report to Cui Zhongqing that I have successfully suppressed the explosion. Gu Shen gazed meaningfully at the young man seated at the desk, whose expression radiated kindness and sincerity. His initial impression of Gu Shen had been completely transformed. Initially, he had perceived him merely as a clever newcomer fortunate enough to attract the attention of Mr. Cui. Now, it seemed evident that everything was orchestrated. This was undoubtedly a clandestinely nurtured prodigy of extraordinary capabilities. What magnitude of extraordinary being could possibly suppress such a level of explosive power? Certainly, he himself could not achieve this. Rest assured, little monster, I have no interest in your secrets. My sole responsibility is to fulfill Mr. Cui's directives. Gu Shen mused. This recent incident involving the Jiangtan murderer has deprived me of restful nights for several days. At last, tranquility has returned. He produced a vintage bronze safe, which, while not particularly large, an adult could easily encircle it, was sufficient to house the petite stone sculpture. Upon opening it, one could observe a crimson, crystal-like coating on the interior of the safe. Donning black gloves, which bore a thin layer of red gold, he carefully cradled the stone sculpture and placed it into the safe with meticulous caution, exhaling in relief only after securing it. He patiently elaborated. Different sealed objects require distinct methods of storage. For instance, the Sumu stone sculpture, which autonomously emanates malice, cannot be tamed and thus must be completely isolated. Generally, materials of A grade and below can suppress extraordinary traits using red silver. Upon hearing the term strong logical material, Gu Shen gleaned the underlying principle. The extraordinary represented chaotic forces that dismantle logic, while strong logical materials likely serve to inhibit such extraordinary characteristics. What about A grade and above? Gu Shen inquired further. There exist even more specialized materials. Red silver is quite effective, being synthetically producible and yielding satisfactory results, which is why it is widely used for storing sealed objects. I have heard that materials for containing higher-tier sealed objects are often non-synthetic, Gu Shen shrugged. At my level, I probably won't encounter such sealed objects in my lifetime. At this, he fixed Gu Shen with a piercing gaze. Why so many questions? You know, I am a newcomer, Gu Shen replied, scratching his head with a sheepish smile, eager to shift the topic. Once the Sumu stone sculpture is taken away, does that mean the mission is complete? Indeed, Gu Shen softly affirmed, glancing at his watch. Next, we retrieve the sealed object and report to Mr. Cui. That will conclude the task. By the way, what about the two next door? He gestured toward the adjoining wall. Sister Xiaoxin and Chu Shui. They remain lost in slumber. After half an hour, they should awaken, Gu Shen remarked calmly. They are unaware of the circumstances and are thus considered victims. Those who have had their dreams taken by the Sumu stone sculpture will feel a profound fatigue even after recovery. Additional rest will be beneficial. Gu Shen nodded, lifting the bronze safe. Very well, I shall take my leave. Wait, Gu Shen called after him, slowly raising his gaze. I wish to meet Cui Zhongqing. During their conversation by the lakeside, Gu Shen had formed a favorable impression of Cui Zhongqing. However, now that he was embroiled in the situation, his perspective had shifted drastically. The gentle dialogue at the lakeside had been a fade. Barely had he arrived than he was cast aside like bait. And had he not reacted swiftly and appropriately to the recent assassination attempt, he would have perished. Such coldness was alarming, explaining why even the senior members of the review group regarded him with trepidation. Surely, The investigation into the fire incident did not warrant such extreme measures. Gu Shen was seething with anger, yearning for a direct confrontation with Cui Zhongqing. Upon hearing this, Hu Darnian turned back with an expression of resignation. As far as I know, Mr. Cui is quite busy. He regarded Gu Shen with a peculiar look. Did he not provide you with his contact information? Gu Shen fell silent, suddenly realizing that during their lakeside meeting, Cui Zhongqing had indeed failed to share his contact details. That indicates he is not inclined to meet you, Hu Darnian noted, unable to suppress a grin at Gu Shen's reaction. Mr. Cui is meticulous if he did not provide you with his contact. It certainly implies a lack of desire for a meeting. However, considering our collaboration on this task, I will mention it during my progress report. But I must warn you, he is likely to disregard it. Gu Shen felt his expression stiffen, reluctantly nodding in acquiescence. He was filled with simmering rage. Was this all part of Cui Zhongqing's calculation? After Hu Darnian departed, the room returned to silence. Gu Shen exhaled deeply, struggling to lift his arm, feeling the numbness coursing through his palm and spreading throughout his body. Having sat motionless in the chair from afternoon until evening, maintaining that posture for several hours was not due to laziness, but rather the substantial mental energy expended in wielding the ruler of truth during the recent confrontation. In the material realm, energy is conserved. The mental exertion required to suppress such a massive quantity of explosives was immense. While wielding the ruler, immersed in a state of dominion, Gu Shen had remained unaware of the toll until the ruler's power dissipated and the fervent acolyte of the foundation was obliterated to dust. Standing atop the summit, the higher one rises, the more painful the fall from grace. 3 to 4 hours passed before the numbness gradually subsided. Yet, one could not deny the significant enhancement to Gu Shen's mental fortitude from practicing the thunder awakening breathing technique. Had he attempted to wield the ruler in such a manner 20 days prior, he would have surely succumbed to slumber after the fall. Gu Shen slowly reached for the sheet of paper that had survived the explosion. He switched on the lamp, illuminating the desk. The paper bore a simple sketch, a few strokes capturing the essence of an innocent girl clutching a book. Gu Shen gazed at his drawing, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. His fingers gently caressed the image of the girl, and he murmured, 10 days have passed. I wonder how you are faring. As he touched the paper, Gu Shen centered his thoughts, swiftly entering a meditative state. He had become accustomed to accessing this deep, personal sanctuary at will, a realm uniquely his own where he could return to the quietest, most primal state of mind. Each day, he would engage in quiet reflection, leaving fragments of his thoughts within the intricate web of his mental depths. In this era, few still penned diaries. Yet, Gu Shen was an exception. November 17th, clear skies. On the 10th day since Chu Ling severed her connection, I hope all is well and that she finds peace. Today has been eventful. The case of insomnia within the Lipu Street community has been unraveled, the stone carvings from Sumu have been recovered, and the unruly individuals have faced retribution. Cui Zhongqing's suspicions were not unfounded. It is indeed the Changjiu Foundation that seeks my demise, and they will not relent easily. If the mastermind remains at large, there may be further attempts on my life. I cannot remain idle. I must take action. With this thought, Gu Shen's mind became somewhat stagnant, and just then, there was a knock at the door. It must be Sister Xian, or perhaps Chu Shui has awakened. Gu Shen clenched his fist. The tingling sensation almost entirely dissipated. He opened his eyes, straightened his posture, and said, "Please, come in." Chapter 74. Inquiring about fire. The person who entered the room was Chu Shui. Rubbing her eyes, the girl cautiously asked, "Dr. Gu, are you sleeping too?" The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by a desk lamp. And with Gu Shen hunched over his desk, he appeared to be in a light slumber. His legs felt somewhat sore and uncooperative. Gu Shen attempted to rise, but after a brief effort, he gave up and maintained his position, smiling as he said, "I was organizing files and lost track of time. Could you please turn on the light? Where's Xiao Xian?" She is still resting. Chu Shui switched on the light, and the illumination revealed a hint of color returning to her pale complexion. She shyly sat on the chair and softly praised, "This is the best sleep I've had in days. Dr. Gu, I think you're even more impressive than Xiao Xian." Gu Shen chuckled lightly. It's just a psychological effect. Don't take it too seriously. The girl lowered her gaze, fiddling with her fingers, seemingly gathering her courage. After a few seconds, she mustered up the courage to ask, Dr. Gu, do you have time tonight? Gu Shen was taken aback. The last time. Chu Shui's voice dwindled towards the end, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. Gu Shen recalled the last encounter when Chu Shui mentioned it was getting late, and she was afraid to walk alone at night. Xiao Xian had said she lived not far from Lipu Street. Her fear of walking alone at night was likely just an excuse. She wanted to be alone with him. Gu Shen was not oblivious. At this juncture, he had a good idea of Chu Shui's intentions. As expected, she asked, I wonder if you have time tonight? Chu Shui's fingers entwined, her charming face blushing. I would like to invite you to dinner as a token of my gratitude. Apologies. Gu Shen pondered for a moment before politely declining. I might be quite busy. In truth, he was nearly off duty and had no special appointments for the day. However, so much had transpired that Gu Shen desired a moment of solitude to sort through his thoughts. It's all right. I can wait for you. Chu Shui lifted her face earnestly. I will wait no matter how late it is. Gu Shen felt a slight headache. By the way, what about that oddly dressed uncle from this afternoon? Chu Shui suddenly posed this question. Upon hearing it, Gu Shen silently mused. In fact, that uncle was right before you, though invisible to the naked eye. Chu Shui rubbed her little head and said, I just remembered. That strange uncle seems familiar. I think I've seen him more than once. I encountered him by the riverside before. Oh, Gu Shen's eyes brightened, his demeanor growing serious. Do you recall when you last saw him? This could potentially become an important clue in his investigation of the long-lasting foundation. Chu Shui feigned deep recollection, and after a moment, she looked into Gu Shen's earnest eyes, feeling guilty. I can't quite remember. Is this crucial for you, Dr. Gu? Gu Shen felt a tinge of disappointment. He thought for a moment and asked, what about the specific location where you met? If we can narrow down the area, I could utilize profiling to perhaps catch some hints. Chu Shui tilted her head, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. I might need to reflect a bit more. If Dr. Gu accompanies me for a stroll by the riverside, perhaps I could recall. So she was waiting for him here? Gu Shen found himself both amused and exasperated. This girl was quite astute, far from the simplicity he had imagined. All right, I'll accompany you to the riverside, but I have matters to attend to tonight, so you may need to wait a while. Gu Shen glanced at his watch and said solemnly, if you don't mind, we can postpone it until tomorrow. Of course, I don't mind. Upon hearing this response, Chu Shui transformed, her face lighting up with joy as she readily agreed. Then her voice lowered once more. I'll go change my clothes first. Dr. Gu, I'll wait for you downstairs. When Zhou Yexin awoke, the clock on the wall struck the hour. She sat up, rubbing her forehead as she glanced at her pocket watch, experiencing a wave of headache. 5 o'clock. Goodness, work hours have ended. What on earth happened to me today? Sleeping until noon, returning to the clinic, and continuing to sleep until 5 in the afternoon. Even now, weariness clung to her, and she estimated she could easily sleep through the night once she returned home. Was she being haunted by a restless spirit? However, astonishingly, after this afternoon's slumber, she felt rejuvenated. Last night's sleep had been dreadful, as if she had overexerted herself. Zhou Yexin massaged her temples. Her body now felt at ease. The exhaustion had completely dissipated, though she still felt a bit fatigued. She turned to look next door. The light in the adjacent room was still on. Gu Shen had not yet left. When Zhou Yexin pushed the door open, Gu Shen was busy jotting down the common characteristics of the insomnia cases on Lipu Street and the Qinghe fire incident. He was attempting to uncover certain traits of the long-lasting foundation within these two cases. In the corner of the paper, a large circle encircled the words Riverside Serial Murder Case. Gu Shen slowly raised a question mark. After completing his notes, he looked up with a smile. Xiao Xian, you're finally awake? Gu Shen had been waiting for her to regain consciousness. Due to his recent awakening of extraordinary abilities, his mental hypnosis was still not very adept. It was sufficient to deal with ordinary individuals, but for someone like Zhou Yexin, who possessed a pocket watch, he might not be able to entirely erase her memory. If she awoke retaining any vivid memories, according to the rules of the adjudication, He would need to apply hypnosis once more to ensure she forgot the relevant details, preventing any subsequent complications. He had already devised a method for handling the situation. If she still held on to related memories, he would once again utilize his powers, rendering that day in her memory as an ordinary one. This also presented an opportunity to uncover the secrets of the pocket watch. After all, it was an extraordinary item. Yet, what transpired next was beyond Gu Shen's expectations. Zhou Yexin directly sat in the guest's chair, retrieving the pocket watch that contained an aura of the extraordinary. Dr. Gu, there are some things I wish to share with you, though I wonder if you might think I'm crazy. She had contemplated for a long time before gradually articulating, do you know? In this world, some events cannot be explained by science. Gu Shen could only remain silent. In his silence, he even ceased to feign surprise or astonishment, instead gazing quietly at her, for he believed that following today's conversation, it was imperative to hypnotize Zhou Yexin a second time, erasing her relevant memories. I'm glad you don't think I'm crazy. Zhou Yexin chuckled self-deprecatingly upon noticing Gu Shen's attentive listening. Perhaps that's why Mr. Tang sent you to assist me. Much like him, you too are an enigma. Seeing the scene on the second floor today, I suddenly realized that I had underestimated you. The experimental reports over the past few days were all organized by you. Anyone else witnessing my experiments would find them absurd and ridiculous, yet you remained so composed. This is not the calmness expected of someone your age. Dr. Gu. At this point, Zhou Yexin lowered her head. This afternoon I saw the fire on your brow. Her gaze lingered on the watch's dial, where a needle danced rhythmically, oscillating between the markings. Could you tell me what that is? Chapter 75. The shattered pocket watch. Gu Shen let out a gentle sigh. A second hypnosis was indeed inevitable. Zhou Yexin proved to be more perceptive than others. She even captured her own fervent flame. However, before the hypnosis commenced, he resolved to unveil to her the truth she had been desperately seeking. That flame is akin to your pocket watch. Gu Shen spoke calmly. There exist phenomena in this world that science cannot elucidate. Your research direction is indeed correct, and your thought process is sound. Dreams and the material realm are intricately intertwined, influencing one another, as the material can impact the spirit, which in turn can dictate the material. This is one of the reasons why Mr. Tang Qingchuan sent me here. Gu Shen affirmed Zhou Yexin's experimental direction. Surprisingly, she did not exhibit any semblance of relief or ease. She remained calm, profoundly so. In the realm of ordinary individuals, delving into the extraordinary is a lonely path strewn with thorns and fraught with storms. From studying abroad in Zhongzhou to gathering samples in the capital, this woman had endured countless hardships along her experimental journey. I know this. Yet, she merely smiled faintly, gazing at the pocket watch, and said, my experiment is correct. I have always known. She lifted her gaze and asked, is Mr. Tang similar to you? Yes. In a certain sense, we are alike, though a few among us are somewhat fortunate. Gu Shen pondered what could have instilled such unwavering conviction in her. He suddenly recalled the awakening edict and what Cui Zhongqing by the lakeside had said. Extraordinary awakenings can be artificially controlled. If one day the edict were truly enacted, then everyone might have the potential to become extraordinary. Perhaps in the future, the secrets of the extraordinary shall no longer remain concealed. After a moment of silence, he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yexin's eyes and said earnestly, individuals like us are referred to as extraordinary beings. Extraordinary beings. Zhou Yexin murmured softly, her eyelids lowering, her hair cascading down to obscure her cheeks. No one noticed that her eyes glistened slightly with moisture. She took a deep breath, wiped her face, and when she lifted her head again, the fervent flame reappeared at the center of the boy opposite her. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Gu Shen spoke softly. Now is not the time. Please forget all of this. The fervent flame flickered. The pocket watch thudded, as if it were poised to confront Gu Shen. Zhou Yexin smiled with reassurance, grasping the pocket watch. In the next moment, as the owners will succumb to slumber, the watch's hands cease their agitation. Finally, it is your turn. Gu Shen's gaze fixated on the malfunctioning pocket watch. His fervent flame surged forth, merging slowly into the spot between Zhou Yexin's brows. Allow me to witness your true origins within the dream. The vehicle sped along. The sunlight was blinding. Upon opening his eyes, Gu Shen beheld shadows of passing cars on the asphalt road, the abrupt roar and clamor fading into the distance. This marked the first time he entered such a bright and warm dreamscape, devoid of oppressive dark clouds and bizarre rules. It resembled a tangible afternoon world, and he could even sense a genuine cheerfulness within himself. His intention was to take this opportunity for hypnosis to delve into Zhou Yexin's dream, investigating the origins of the pocket watch. Though the essence contained within this extraordinary item was faint, it nevertheless belonged to the realm of sealed objects. Was the initial memory of the pocket watch from childhood? Gu Shen lowered his gaze. He observed his own tender, pale hand. Then, he felt himself gradually moving forward. Though his vision was free to roam, his bodily movements were beyond his control. The owner of this body was childhood Zhou Yexin. Though he had entered the dream, he was merely a spectator, or perhaps a spirit residing within the shell of the host. Be cautious. A broad, powerful hand rested upon his head. Gu Shen saw a tall man in a suit grasping him. The man's voice was warm, instilling an inexplicable sense of comfort. Yet his visage was obscured by shattered, garbled fragments. Is this Zhou Yexin's father? Gu Shen was taken aback, but why was his face invisible? The girl in the dream murmured in a pitiful tone, "Dora is missing. I want to find her." The man knelt down, the countless fragments flowing across his face, yet his voice remained soothing. "Don't cry. Daddy will buy you another one." But another one wouldn't be Dora. The girl sobbed as she vigorously wiped her face, striving to gaze across the street, her voice fragmented. "I've lost Dora. I must find her." The man, whose face remained indistinct, extended his hand to wipe away the girl's tears. "Don't cry. If you smudge your face, it won't look nice. Daddy will take you to find Dora." He led the girl across the street, then across the lawn. Gu Shen noted that the colors of this dreamscape abruptly shifted. The once warm sunlight began to fade, the clouds concealed by leaden skies. The clamor of vehicles was replaced by silence, and the entire world became desolate and lonely. Yet the man's steady steps provided a profound sense of security. Finally, they halted before a villa of red brick and white tiles. Daylight had waned. The oppressive clouds loomed overhead. The dreamscape, once warm, now exuded an overwhelming sense of suffocation from all directions. "Daddy, I see Dora," the girl exclaimed joyfully. Beneath the eaves of the villa hung a rabbit plushie, small and swaying in the breeze. As she took a step forward, her joyful expression froze, her voice trailing off. The once pristine little rabbit plushie had been pierced through the chest, its body hollowed out, suspended by a thin red string, swaying unsteadily, caked in dirt. "We found Dora." The man spoke softly. "Xiaoxin, stand here and don't move. Daddy will bring Dora home." He walked toward the villa. Thunder rumbled in the leaden clouds. With the sound of thunder, the villa within the dream suddenly erupted, shards of glass exploding, a fierce blaze surging forth, flames leaping to the heavens. Engulfing the father's figure in a torrent of fire, the girl stood dazed, her pupils reflecting a horrific crimson sea of flames. She stood at the edge of the inferno. A small flame flickered at her feet, quickly extinguished by the torrential rain. Thunder rumbled, rain poured down, and the entire world felt cold and silent. While the ruined villa danced amidst the soaring flames, its heat akin to that of purgatory, a tall figure was struck at the core of the explosion, forcefully thrown back, crashing to the ground. Yet he did not perish. Instead, he struggled to rise, kneeling upon the ground, slowly moving forward until he reached the boundary of the rain and flames, trembling hands extending a toy. The surface of the plush rabbit was coated in a faint red layer, as if time had reversed, restoring it to its original pristine form. "Daddy." The girl's voice was small as she accepted the rabbit, clutching it tightly to her chest, recognizing the man who had been burned beyond recognition. This time, the man did not wipe away her tears. His hand hesitated, wanting to reach out, yet ultimately restrained. "Xiaoxin, be good from now on." The man smiled gently, the crimson flames having consumed him entirely, rendering him a tragic figure of blood. This was a flame incomprehensible to mortals, glaring as blood, seemingly capable of devouring all, incinerating everything. The wind howled. The blood-red light of the flames flickered wildly in the downpour, like demons laughing maniacally. The silhouette of a father was consumed by flames, extinguished by the wind, and shattered by the rain. This fiery tempest persisted for an extended duration, as the girl stood amidst the torrential downpour, clutching her rabbit tightly. In the realm of her dreams, a multitude of passers-by traversed, each one insignificant, reduced to mere shadowy silhouettes and indistinct faces. Ultimately, the wail of a siren echoed, and an ambulance arrived. A crowd gathered before the charred remnants of the inferno, observing, investigating, and gathering evidence. Yet, nothing remained. Not even a fragment of fabric could be found to attest to the man's existence. All traces had been reduced to nothingness. Only a solitary survivor remained, a small girl clutching a stuffed rabbit. After a considerable time, the crowd dispersed. In the aftermath of the fire, the dreamscape was forever shrouded in gloom, with no promise of sunny days, only perpetual rain and darkness. Within the confines of Dora's form, the little girl felt a hard object. Thump, thump. In the silent dream, this rhythmic, monotonous sound emerged. The girl extracted from the rabbit's interior the sole memento left by her father amidst the devastation. It was a pocket watch. This watch bore severe damage. Its face was shattered, rendering it incapable of keeping accurate time, with the hands eternally frozen at the 12 o'clock mark. Yet, it still ticked. Chapter 76. Blood and fire. The sound echoed. Thud, thud. The entire world was reduced to this singular noise. All colors gradually faded away. These hues were mere reflections of Zhou Yexin's emotional landscape, and their disappearance signified the dissolution of the dreamer's subjective consciousness. This retrospective dream concerning the shattered pocket watch had likely exhausted all pertinent information. Gu Shen finally found himself capable of moving freely. He gazed at his hands, which were engulfed in a radiant blaze. It was the power of this flame that had immersed him in the dream. So, am I but a small flicker? Gu Shen scratched his head. He turned his gaze toward the villa reduced to ruins, murmuring softly, I merely sought to uncover the origin of the pocket watch, yet I was met with such a terrifying dream. The blood-red inferno that had engulfed the villa was undoubtedly a calamity triggered by extraordinary abilities, and of a remarkably high order at that. The flames, consuming all in their path, were unlike his own fiery essence. This was a corrosive fire, fiercely aggressive towards matter. His own flame resembled more of a spiritual fire. After a moment's contemplation of the crimson blaze, he sensed a tremor within his own flame, as if the extraordinary essence of the blood fire was beckoning to him across the ethereal dreamscape. The rabbit doll, father, pocket watch. Gu Shen connected the useful clues from the dream. The events within this dream need not reflect reality. Perhaps Zhou Yexin never purchased a rabbit doll in the waking world. Yet the symbolism of these objects was authentically mirrored in the dream, awaiting exploration by the dreamer. Why does father have no face? Gu Shen could not fathom why this pivotal figure in the dream was devoid of a visage. Was it because, in the fire, he had been stripped of everything? That all traces of his existence had been erased? Gu Shen gazed warily at the villa, where the fragmented blood fire still lingered. The father had fulfilled his daughter's wish, mending the broken doll through the pocket watch. He too was an extraordinary being. After witnessing this dream, Gu Shen no longer regarded the pocket watch as an inconsequential artifact. Having endured such a dreadful conflagration, the pocket watch had remarkably survived, and in a certain sense, it had revived the rabbit doll. From the reality reflected in the dream, it seemed the watch possessed the ability to reverse time during its prime. Yet now, this severely damaged pocket watch lay still, its hands frozen, no longer ticking. What remained was a faint trace of extraordinary power, likely only sufficient for inducing a deep slumber in ordinary individuals. Gu Shen turned to observe the fading, porcelain-white girl in the dream. This dream was nearing its end. Had her enduring perseverance been solely for the pursuit of the truth behind the fire? Gu Shen's expression grew complex. Like him, Xiao Xian had experienced extraordinary events, yet she had not been as fortunate. This extraordinary incident had coincided with the loss of her most cherished loved ones. Reflecting on Zhou Yexin's dossier now filled him with a bittersweet pang. He finally comprehended why a girl, at merely 18, would venture to Zhongzhou, persisting year after year under the bewildered gazes of those around her. That inferno had erased everything. If she too ceased her pursuit of the truth, then the man within the dream may have truly perished in every sense. This pocket watch contained a measure of extraordinary power, intertwined with the dream. Gu Shen murmured, "This is the sole relic left by her father. The only clue regarding that blood-red conflagration." The surrounding light began to dim. The scene gradually transitioned back to reality. In the dream's conclusion, Gu Shen erased his memories related to his fiery essence, applying subtle suggestions to ensure Zhou Yexin would awaken without feeling any oddity, allowing her life to return to its normal course. He sat at the table, awakening from the dream, his mental energy replenished, and he could finally move with some semblance of normalcy. He tidied the space, then departed quietly, pretending he had never been there. After knocking on the door, he waited a moment before receiving a response. "Come in." Xiao Xian held her forehead, her thoughts in disarray. The knock had startled her awake. The first thing she did upon awakening was check for the pocket watch inside her clothing, a habit formed over many years. Finding it still there, she breathed a sigh of relief, struggling to gather her thoughts as her mind remained temporarily blank. In a tone that bordered on pleading, she softly murmured, "Xiao Gu, did I sleep for a long time? You mentioned needing a rest this afternoon, perhaps due to a restless night." Gu Shen responded gently. Zhou Yexin managed a wry smile. "Is that so?" Suddenly, memories of the banner she had brought and her struggles with insomnia resurfaced. Yet for some inexplicable reason, they now felt mundane. This was the prodigious youth highly recommended by Mr. Tang Qingchuan, and he should be capable of such feats. "Dr. Gu, you've worked hard," Zhou Yexin admitted with guilt. "In truth, I wish to ask you something. I do not quite understand why Mr. Tang arranged for you to intern here. You are still so young. Perhaps you would be better suited to a more prestigious institution, as there are many top academies in Dongzhou." Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback. He had applied gentle suggestions to Xiao Xian, intending for her to perceive today's treatment of the collective insomnia as a reasonable endeavor. However, he had not anticipated she would express this concern after the hypnosis. "Mr. Tang has supported me for many years, with your qualifications and talent. If you were to ask, he would surely assist you," Zhou Yexin said earnestly. "Perhaps you should reach out to him." "Thank you." Gu Shen smiled after a brief pause, quickly adding, "That is an excellent suggestion. I will get in touch with him soon." Tang Qingchuan had supported Zhou Yexin for many years. This eminent magistrate of Yinghai district was indeed remarkable. If his support had begun when Zhou Yexin embarked on her studies in Zhongzhou, it could be inferred that Tang Qingchuan was aware of the blood-red conflagration. Having personally entered the dream, he had felt the girl's anguish, despair, regret, and collapse. The dreamer, a character in the play. Upon emerging from the dream, Gu Shen resolved to assist in the investigation as much as he could. If she persevered alone on this path, the outcome remained uncertain. Gu Shen murmured to himself, "This case is so distant, the investigation will certainly be lengthy. I may not uncover the ultimate truth, but regardless of the outcome, let it be a means of aiding her." Moreover, this investigation would also benefit him. In the dream, as he gazed upon the blood fire, he sensed a connection stirring within him. Perhaps, by consuming that blood-red flame, his own radiant fire would experience substantial growth. Chapter 77, Riverside. This day has finally come to an end. Gu Shen departed from the dream speaker, standing by the roadside, inhaling deeply the crisp air, attempting to regain his composure. The side effects of the truth's measure had nearly been fully absorbed by him, though he still felt a lingering sense of lightheadedness as he walked. In November, the Jiangnan metropolis swiftly turned chilly after sunset. He tightened his coat. So much had transpired today: collective insomnia, the long-standing Foundation's attack, the pocket watch dream, a torrent of events that had left him breathless. Fortunately, all of it was now behind him. As the evening breeze wafted through, the melodies from a nearby CF floated into the air. Passers-by on Lipu Street strolled by, couples laughing and holding hands, children frolicking, the cacophony of the crowd creating a soothing white noise that allowed Gu Shen to relax, shedding some of his previous tension. "Dr. Gu," a petite, charming girl waved to him under a nearby street lamp. Chu Shui donned a fluffy knitted hat, Her upper body clad in a cartoon-patterned camel-colored sweater paired with a pleated skirt and knee-high pink socks, radiating youthful exuberance. I kept you waiting. Gu Shen felt a twinge of guilt for making her wait so long. As he approached, he noticed Chu Shui had applied makeup. Her cheeks were rosy, her previous pallor replaced by a vibrant glow, her smile enchanting under the streetlight. No, I just arrived myself. She placed her hands against her cheeks for warmth. Dr. Gu, work must be exhausting, right? It's getting late. Let me treat you to dinner. Gu Shen hesitated. He had come to pursue a case. Yet, having kept her waiting for so long, and with her repeated invitations, refusing felt impolite. How about I treat you instead? He suggested after a moment's contemplation. Let us grab something nearby, and then we can head to the riverside. For Gu Shen, dining was not a necessity, but rather a trivial indulgence. Children who emerge from impoverished backgrounds often share this sentiment. For them, the difference between a meal or two is of little consequence, overshadowed by the more daunting fear of an uncertain future devoid of sustenance. In the initial years after Gu Shen had left the orphanage, his meals consisted of plain steamed buns and pickles, occasionally enjoying a few meager comforts. The metropolis, with its magnificent high-rises, offered breathtaking views. Yet it also concealed a harsher reality, a pyramid supported by the bodies of countless nameless individuals, countless ordinary lives hidden beneath its grandeur. Thus, even when his bank account allowed for indulgence, Gu Shen maintained his frugal habits. In the neon-lit nights of the metropolis, one could always spot a solitary youth darting through alleys, savoring freshly roasted sweet potatoes and hot pancakes from street vendors. For such a youth, the past 17 years had imparted lessons of perseverance, diligence, and self-discipline. Yet, life had not taught him about romance. Here, freshly roasted, for you. Chu Shui's expression was peculiar as she regarded Gu Shen, having just exited a secluded alley on Lipu Street. Gu Shen held out one of the 2 bags of sweet potatoes, but Chu Shui did not take it. Her expression was one of confusion. Aren't you going to eat? They're quite delicious. I think. I'll pass. Chu Shui's face turned slightly awkward as she scrutinized Gu Shen's attire, inquiring, Dr. Gu, do you usually eat this? Yes. Gu Shen blew on the sweet potato, peeling away a portion of the soft skin before taking a bite. It's truly delicious. Are you sure you don't want any? If Chu Ling were here, I'd bring her to enjoy this. I'd like a proper meal. If that's all right. Chu Shui pondered and delicately suggested, there's a nice restaurant near the riverside. If you're short on cash, I can cover it. Proper meal. Gu Shen slowly grasped her implication. He suddenly became aware that offering sweet potatoes as a treat might be perceived as stingy in social etiquette, though that had not been his intention. After spending 2 years in Qinghe, consuming countless sweet potatoes, he had been taken aback by the exquisite taste of the roasted sweet potatoes from this little vendor in the metropolis, igniting a spark of admiration in his heart. 20 minutes later, Gu Shen arrived at a revolving restaurant, ensconced in a private booth, the lighting soft, the music soothing, and the atmosphere serene. He adjusted his posture, yet felt awkward regardless of how he sat. This restaurant, perched along the riverside, occupied the entire 29th floor, allowing diners to gaze upon the nightscape of the riverside, complete with illuminated boats. During festive occasions, or with a stroke of luck, one might even witness a grand fireworks display. Is this your first time at such a restaurant? Dr. Gu? After sitting down, Chu Shui appeared relaxed, entirely shedding any previous shyness, her demeanor not at all reflective of her 16 years. Gu Shen contemplated her words. The type of restaurant she referred to likely indicated its price. He had glanced at the menu earlier, and dining here would approximately cost around 2,000 per person. The day before the audit commenced, an old man had whisked him around in his luxury car, indulging in the finest restaurants in Diding City. Gu Shen, having stealthily glanced at menus after each meal, noted prices comparable to this establishment. Thank you, Mr. Tree. He silently acknowledged, grateful for the exposure he had received, which spared him from being overly astonished at this moment, allowing him to respond with confidence. I've been here before, though not frequently. Chu Shui stifled a giggle. The steak is ready, here for you. Observing her deftness with the knife, Gu Shen realized that Chu Shui hailed from a privileged background, which made sense. Consultations at the Dream Speaker were not inexpensive, at 800 per hour. A 16-year-old girl must have quite the allowance to afford several sessions weekly. Thank you. Gu Shen inquired out of curiosity. You must still be in school. Won't your parents worry about you being out so late? Chu Shui lowered her gaze, her eyes flickering momentarily, and replied softly, Dr. Gu should know. I've been undergoing treatment, so I've taken leave from school. Gu Shen noticed how she instinctively tucked her hands further into her sleeves as she spoke. He had previously seen the scars adorning her wrists, remnants of self-harm due to a breakup. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly delicate girl had resorted to such extremes. Please don't harm your body, Gu Shen urged gently. Your parents would be heartbroken. Thank you for your concern. Chu Shui murmured, I live alone now. My parents are no longer here. Your parents are gone? Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehending the implication of her words. A profound silence enveloped him. Upon hearing her confession, he felt a string within his heart resonate. Though he was not adept at providing comfort, he could only softly say, You must take good care of yourself. I'll cover the bill. Once we conclude our business at the riverside, I'll ensure you reach home safely. Chapter 78. The Confession After 10 o'clock at night. The riverside of Jiangtan becomes the most vibrant place in the metropolis. Young men and women congregate here, fueled by heavy metal music and alcohol, allowing their hormones to flourish unchecked. It is a realm where one can shed the burdens of the day, heed the primal urges of the soul, and rediscover the wildness and desires coursing through their veins. As one strolls along the riverside, the cacophony that seems capable of shattering the night begins to fade, leaving only the whispers of the night breeze and the white noise of the waves lapping against the shore. The entire world fades from the frenetic clamor into a tranquil and dark canvas. The Dada district and the Yinghai district gaze across the river at each other. On one side, silence reigns. On the other, the city never sleeps. How much longer must we walk? Following the winding path along the riverside, Gu Shen turned back to glance. The dancing lights had already vanished into the darkness, obscured from view, and the night was a pitch-black expanse. Almost there. Chu Shui, hands behind her back, was in high spirits, skipping ahead. She suddenly leaped and landed, exclaiming, Ah, this must be the spot. Several grand bridges have been constructed along the riverside, and corresponding protective measures have been added on both banks. However, the pedestrian path beneath the bridge is punctuated by gaps, marked with white paint. 1, 2, 3. 97. Chu Shui gazed intently at the cavern beneath the bridge. It was here that I encountered him. Gu Shen furrowed his brow. They said it was at the riverside, but this truly borders on a desolate area. And who would spare a glance at such caverns? Likely, only the homeless or stray animals would seek refuge here. Nevertheless, considering the peculiar ways of that foundation's adherents, residing here would not be entirely implausible. He must have evaded the deep-sea pursuers for so long. Surely he has a unique hideaway. Wait for me here, he instructed, stepping alone into the cavern. The cavern was exceedingly damp. As he took his first step inside, a wave of unbearable stench assaulted him. The darkness obscured his surroundings, but it was evident that refuse was piled high, mingled with the scent of excrement. Indeed, someone or something had inhabited this space. Outside the cavern, silence prevailed. It appeared Chu Shui was waiting obediently. Gu Shen quietly ignited the fire at his brow, surveying the cavern while softly whispering within himself, Profile. Activate. At that moment, as the fire ignited, the darkness dissipated from Gu Shen's vision, illuminating the world around him. The oppressive environment of the 97th cavern, nestled in this secluded riverside, was revealed to be narrow with a rounded archway. The ground was scattered with loose dirt and filth, confirming the presence of a vagrant, as discarded food waste lay rotting, half-buried. Yet, as Gu Shen raised his gaze, an unsettling sensation surged through his spine. The fresh stench of decay, mingling with the damp, irritating air, filled his nostrils. This odor emanated steadily from the stone wall of the cavern, 3 meters away. On the narrow, earthen wall, several large iron nails were driven in, suspending a desiccated skeleton, its flesh long decayed, yet the bones remained intact. In the realm of profiling, there was an eerie calm. The darkness was expelled by the fire, illuminating the filthy cavern as brightly as day, and his mental energy propelled time to flow in reverse. The flesh of the skeleton on the wall gradually transformed from desiccation to fullness, its head rising from its droop, and Gu Shen caught a glimpse of a reflection. At that moment, he had not yet perished, desperately screaming in despair. Time continued to rewind, until a familiar, petite figure appeared within his view. In the realm of profiling, she existed only as a shadow, devoid of features or sound. She slowly turned her head, gazing through the reversed fabric of time towards Gu Shen's position. In that instant, Gu Shen's mind went nearly blank. Reason propelled his thoughts, igniting a flurry of sparks in an instant. Memories flashed back. In the frozen moment, Gu Shen sensed the profiling of the cavern fading away. His consciousness seemed to enter a grand hall of memories, where a burning sword hung above. Its tip poised to organize the recollections of yesteryear, like precious scrolls in a collection. Should he choose to open them, memories would unfold like a film reel. The first scene depicted a hushed conversation at the bar, Houdinian's solemn expression as he whispered, "This week, in the secluded corners of Lipu Street and along the riverside, several deceased have been found, adult males, all perished by clean, precise cuts to their throats. At the wounds, an extraordinary aura was detected." The second scene featured a direct encounter with a follower of the long-lasting foundation. To hell with the new era, long-lasting foundation forever. In the final frame of this narrative, accompanied by a furious shout, a follower bearing a stone sculpture was obliterated into dust. To ensure the assassination, this follower employed high explosives and mental seals, yet never utilized his own extraordinary abilities, for he was not an extraordinary being. Due to the alignment of the Jiangten murderer case and the insomnia incident, Houdinian was misled. He focused his investigation on the pursuit of an uncontrolled individual bearing extraordinary traits, while the truth was that the assassin with the stone sculpture was merely an ordinary person. It was a mere coincidence. No wonder. When I connected the Jiangten murder case with the insomnia incident involving the stone sculpture, something felt amiss. The images of these two perpetrators overlapped, yet their natures did not coincide. The final scene in the Hall of Memories flashed back to the moment he first pushed open the clinic's partition door, delivering hot tea. The fire sensed an unsettling, extraordinary aura. He happened to glimpse the pocket watch on Zhou Yexin. Reflecting back, he now understood the true source of unease. It was not because of the pocket watch. Based on Zhou Yexin's dreams, it could be inferred that the watch was a benign and orderly seal, its final faint aura merely embodying the belief of protecting its owner. The true source of Gu Shen's disquiet stemmed from the second person present in the room at the time, Chu Shui. In the brightly illuminated realm of profiling, time flowed back to its origin, the momentum finally returning to normal. The fast-forward button was disengaged, transitioning to normal playback. A diminutive girl dragged a tall man into the cavern. The man struggled weakly, only able to slump against the stone wall. The two huddled close, exchanging numerous words. Gu Shen's current mental energy was limited. In the realm of profiling, aside from perceiving the general outline of their silhouettes, he could glean no further information. However, from the rigid movements of the silhouettes, it was evident that the girl was speaking while the man was forced to listen. Finally, like a couple in love, the girl leaned in closely, whispering her final words of affection. She retrieved a pair of scissors from her bosom, cleanly aiming for the throat. One swift stroke. The profiling concluded, and the world of the cavern plunged back into darkness. Gu Shen silently regarded the suspended skeleton. The wounds perfectly matched those of the victims in the Jiang'an murder case, sharp instrument wounds, severing the neck with precision. Due to its remoteness, it had yet to be discovered. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. "Little Dr. Gu." Gu Shen felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. He had no idea when another figure had appeared within the cavern. The voice was merely 20 centimeters away, a petite silhouette almost pressed against his back. The voice was both tender and melancholic, reminiscent of an abandoned kitten. "There was something I wished to convey to you last time. I have feelings for you. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I was truly enamored." The voice whispered like a dream. "Would you do me the honor of being my boyfriend?" Chapter 79. Sweet affection. The cave was dimly lit. The girl's voice was as sweet as honey. Yet, at that moment, to Gu Shen, it felt like the whispers of a demon. Who would have imagined that a girl, merely 16, could be a serial killer who roamed the riverbank at night, having slain nearly 10 men? She was an uncontrollable force, a perilous being endowed with extraordinary abilities. In an instant, beads of cold sweat appeared on Gu Shen's forehead. As he remained silent for a few seconds, the voice of the person behind him echoed once more, now tinged with sorrow. Dr. Gu, do you not like me? Gu Shen took a slow, deep breath. To refuse her could very well mean that in the next moment, she might produce a pair of scissors and deftly slice across her neck. Emerging from his profiling state, Gu Shen's mind remained eerily calm. He lowered his head slightly, striving to observe his surroundings. The interior of the cave was shrouded in darkness. Yet through the subtle shifts of light and shadow that danced before his eyes, he could vaguely discern the girl's posture. She was merely 20 centimeters away from his back, an alarmingly close distance, capable of attacking him at any moment, just as his memories had suggested. The pressing question remained. If she were indeed an extraordinary being as per Hu Daji's records, what was the nature of her supernatural powers? Everything remained shrouded in mystery. Suppressing the urge to turn around, Gu Shen spoke slowly. Chu Shui, you are a wonderful girl. The conclusion he had drawn from his thoughts was clear. He could not reject her. A refusal could trigger her wrath. The girl's voice brightened with joy. So does that mean? Yes, Gu Shen nodded gently, just as you wish. I like you. Sensing the girl's emotions stabilizing behind him, Gu Shen did not dare to relax. Instead, the moment he had entered the cave, determined to uncover the truth of the riverbank case. His mind had been on high alert. His fingers gripped the silver ruler concealed within his sleeve, the flickering flame of his spirit infusing power into the ruler. A sharp pain shot through his brain. He had already exerted the ruler's power once during the day, and after resting the entire afternoon, he had only just managed to regain his current state, feeling somewhat lightheaded. Gu Shen was uncertain if he could wield the ruler again so soon. Even if he succeeded, the effect would likely be diminished. Gu Shen braced himself for the worst. This time, the truth ruler would not manifest formidable power, and its duration would be significantly reduced. To counterattack, he needed to seize the perfect opportunity. He had but one chance. A single misstep could lead to his own demise. A fate that might see him hanging upon the cave's stone walls. He needed to comprehend her extraordinary abilities. Dr. Gu just said, he likes me? Chu Shui's voice brimmed with delight, her silhouette reflecting a girl with hands covering her face, laughter gracing her features, radiating shyness. Is it true? Has her mind stabilized? Gu Shen squinted, preparing to turn slowly. He inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. Of course it's true. Did you bring me here just to say this? Little brother Gu, don't move. The girl had changed her address, drawing even closer. Had she sensed his movement? Her words caused Gu Shen to stiffen, his posture to turn rigid. He silently clasped the ruler tightly. I knew bringing you here was the right choice. Chu Shui's voice was light and cheerful. She pointed towards the interior of the cave. Look, my father is right here, watching us. Father? Gu Shen was taken aback. In the world of profiling, the girl had killed her own biological father? I now live alone. My parents are no longer here. His thoughts raced, attempting to piece together the timeline. This girl had murdered her father and subsequently hunted for targets along the riverbank, all of whom were adult males, likely modeled after her father. But why had she targeted him? He clearly did not belong to such a category. Gazing at the skeletal remains embedded in the stone wall, Chu Shui murmured softly, after my mother left, he drank every day, called me a freak and a pest, beat me with a belt after drinking, and even tried to drown me in the bathtub. I don't blame him for any of this, because he was all I had left. The girl's hands wrapped around Gu Shen. A chilling sensation surged through him, and his expression abruptly shifted. He was frozen in place. The grip was astonishingly strong, tightening gradually, as if his waist might snap. Breathing became an arduous task as she stared at the remains. Her voice shifted from sorrow to jubilant laughter. Eventually, I came to understand. Those in love are destined to part. Yet I selfishly wished for him to be with me forever. There is only one way. Chu Shui tiptoed, whispering in Gu Shen's ear. We will always be together, never apart. What do you think? Ah. The silence in the cave lingered for 3 seconds before being shattered. Gu Shen smiled weakly, struggling to expel a few words. Wake up. The girl looked utterly bewildered. In the next moment, a brilliant silver light erupted within the dark confines of the cave. The ruler unleashed a furious resonance. 2 strands of silver light surged forth, crashing against the stone wall, and in that instant of echoing return, they coalesced into 2 slender arrowheads, carrying a fierce gale. Piercing through the girl's skull beside Gu Shen's ear. The arrowheads pierced through her eyes, emerging from her skull. The immense pressure that had tightened around his waist dissipated in an instant, and due to inertia, Gu Shen stumbled forward, barely steadying himself against the stone wall. Finally gasping for air. Ah, ah, ah. The anguished wails reverberated against the cave walls. Gu Shen had refrained from turning to see Chu Shui's true face, aiming to keep her calm, lest he provoke her. The truth ruler, once unleashed, must fulfill its purpose with deadly precision. The silver arrows pierced her visage, and even a formidable extraordinary being, honed in physical strength, would be hard-pressed to withstand such harm. With his back against the cave wall, Gu Shen gasped for breath. Yet upon witnessing the scene, his pupils constricted, his expression darkening. The girl's hands covered her face, 2 silver arrows now embedded through her features. But her countenance bore no features, only a distorted silhouette of inky blackness. Chu Shui knelt on the ground, writhing in agony, like a small snake. Her pained cries gradually dwindling, her form collapsing into the earth, truly transforming into a small serpent. The 2 coalesced silver arrows clattered to the ground, resonating as they shattered into a cascade of silvery fragments. What he had shot down was not Chu Shui herself, but a shadow. With a swift motion, the small serpent darted towards the cave's exit, vanishing without a trace. But soon after, a voice filled with sorrow, pain, and fury echoed from outside the cave. Gu Shen. The girl, wielding scissors, blocked the sole exit, her face adorned with blood and tears cascading down. Each word trembled as she spoke. You have been lying to me all along. Chapter 80. Silhouette in his pursuit of an unerring strike, Gu Shen remained patient. Eventually, the silver arrow found its mark, piercing directly into the opponent's face. However, he miscalculated Chu Shui's abilities. This was not the main entity, but rather a shadow of her power. The reaction from Chu Shui revealed that the shadow was injured, and she too was in agony. The originally fatal wound had been significantly mitigated, with blood streaming from her eyes, consistent with the piercing inflicted by the silver arrow. The shadow beneath Chu Shui's feet writhed erratically, sometimes condensing into a petite girl, at other times morphing into a towering man, resembling a beast thrashing in a cage. Was her power the ability to manipulate shadows into tangible forms? Gu Shen's gaze grew serious as he focused on Chu Shui, the glimmering silver scissors in her hand emanating an ominous threat. How cautious she was, entering the cavern with shadows while unaware of her own extraordinary nature. Had it been the true entity, that single arrow would have concluded the confrontation. In this world of shadows, she had once severed her father's throat. The records provided by Houdinian corroborated this. All victims had perished from slashing throat wounds, their bones crushed, leaving only a thin layer of skin, and each bore a trace of extraordinary energy. Could it be that what she intended to do upon entering the cavern required the presence of shadows? No. Gu Shen suddenly recalled a detail. During his visit to the clinic, he had employed the power of blazing fire to hypnotize Chu Shui. She had known she was extraordinary all along. Had she been acting since that moment? With a swift motion, Gu Shen ignited the flame at his brow with a single finger. Chu Shui paused, her gaze transfixed on the flickering light, her previous fury dissipating, replaced by an unsettling fascination. The fire was indeed captivating. She chuckled. It seems you are truly the one I adore. If I could sever your shadow, it would accompany me for an eternity. As the flames danced, the stone walls illuminated, revealing shadows swirling around the cavern's barren surfaces, stirred by the wind like paintings adorning the walls. These were the victims of the Jiantan case, their numbers far exceeding Houdinian's report, nearly 15, each one male. All these shadows had been sheared by Chu Shui, and pinned within the cavern. This was her notion of eternal companionship. Those scissors were undoubtedly the key to severing shadows. Yet, Gu Shen's instincts warned him that they were not merely a sealing artifact, but a vessel embodying Chu Xue's extraordinary capabilities. Even without those scissors, she could wield any sharp instrument to achieve the same result. With his thoughts settled, Gu Shen grasped his ruler tightly and coldly inquired, "How many lives have you claimed at Jiangtan?" The girl, upon hearing this, genuinely lowered her head to count on her fingers. 1, 2. After a while, she gave up. "What are you talking about, Dr. Gu?" Chu Xue raised her head, her charmingly docile face adorned with an innocuous smile. She pointed to the cavern's barren wall. "Where have I killed anyone? They are all right here, aren't they?" No sooner had she spoken than the figures on the wall began to tremble vigorously, as if compelled by some unseen force, one after another descending to form solid shapes on the ground. "Hold him down," Chu Xue uttered coldly. As the shadows landed, they took 2 or 3 seconds to coalesce into solid forms, flexing their wrists, and in the next moment, one towering shadow lunged forward at a frightening speed, its massive fist hurtling towards Gu Shen. In the blink of an eye, before the fist could strike Gu Shen's face, the towering shadow shattered upon impact, howling in agony, its pieces crashing to the ground. Chu Xue's pupils constricted. She was not a psychic extraordinary, and in the dim light, she could not comprehend the precise nature of the events unfolding. She was oblivious to the fact that the shadow she commanded had been severed in an instant. Gu Shen's abilities were something she had already witnessed at the clinic. The flickering flame appeared innocuous, lacking any lethal force. Yet that ruler was anything but ordinary. The arrow that had struck her true shadow was indeed the manifestation of the ruler's might. The danger she now sensed emanated solely from the silver ruler in Gu Shen's grasp. The recent decimation of the shadow. Was it also the result of the ruler's power? As anticipated, these shadows, to inflict harm in the material realm, they needed to solidify. Correspondingly, once solid, they too became susceptible to physical damage. Gu Shen chuckled softly. When your true shadow is struck by an arrow, you feel pain. However, when these shadows are harmed, you remain unperturbed. This indicates they are merely puppets to your will, devoid of deeper connection. Intriguingly, what precisely are you? An elemental extraordinary, or perhaps a psychic one? His countenance paled not from fear of these shadows, but due to the mental strain of maintaining the ruler of truth. The sensation of pain intensified. The duration of the ruler's power was limited, yet his thoughts grew clearer. He noticed Chu Xue instinctively furrowing her brow, evidently unfamiliar with the concepts of elemental and psychic powers, suggesting she might be an unmonitored extraordinary with free awakening, empowered by the blazing fire. The dark stone walls were now entwined with delicate silver threads, crisscrossing and densely populating an area within 2 meters around Gu Shen. The towering shadow had been severed by these nearly invisible strands. This was Gu Shen's strategy in times of crisis, a familiar tactic. In the earlier fire case, he had employed this against a formidable attacker on the rooftop. Confronting those aggressive assailants, such a method proved highly effective. However, Gu Shen was now more adept, his mental strength more robust and enduring, and his experience richer. He chose to craft nearly invisible threads within the constricted, dim environment. Any charge would lead to self-destruction. Yet the dilemma remained. The ruler of truth was ill-suited for prolonged warfare, and this was the second time it had been activated today. Time was of the essence. A swift resolution was imperative. "Do you wish to sever my shadow?" Gu Shen fixed his gaze on Chu Xue, articulating each word deliberately. "Since you have abandoned the pretense, I shall lay my cards on the table. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt revulsion, a wave of nausea. Do you know what you remind me of? Flies, vermin." Chu Xue's expression shifted dramatically. Veins throbbed on her forehead, and her once adorable face was now shrouded in clouds of fury. A self-pitying fly, seeking sympathy from others, and a hypocritical insect, flaunting its misery. Gu Shen scrutinized Chu Xue's changing demeanor, hastening his words, striving to provoke her. He was not adept at insults. These crude words were the result of his utmost effort. Aimed at anyone else, they would likely elicit little ire. Yet for a love-struck girl, Such unpalatable remarks could shatter her heart. Enough. The girl's furious cry interrupted Gu Shen's tirade. In that moment, the towering shadows in the cavern erupted into chaos, their collective roar filling the space as they surged towards Gu Shen's domain of truth. Chapter 81. The water dragons chant. A dozen dark shadows surged forward. Gu Shen tightly gripped the measure of truth, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black world before him. The strength of the measure of truth depended on the host's mental fortitude, and in his current state, the efficacy of the domain he had established in withstanding such an onslaught remained uncertain. The shadows that landed seemed to possess a weight greater than that of ordinary beings. As they ran, the ground trembled, and dust billowed, causing Gu Shen, who leaned against the stone wall, to feel a palpable vibration. He watched the silver threads intently. Could they hold? With a low hum, silence shattered. It was no longer a quiet slicing, but a faint roar erupted as the shadows surged into the realm of silver threads. Gu Shen felt a rapid depletion of mental energy, an intense pain at the back of his head akin to a deep stab from an iron stake. A taut silver thread snapped. Immediately, a cacophony ensued as the relentless silver threads were shattered, illuminated by the blazing fire. The broken strands reflected a cool, snowy radiance. Simultaneously, the towering shadows that had collided at the forefront were also cut apart by an invisible edge. Though they breached the silver thread domain, they too paid a price. This was the silver thread. At that moment, Chu Shui comprehended Gu Shen's method. Within the narrow cave, countless silver threads hung suspended, thinner than a hair yet taut as a blade. Any contact would result in a grievous cut, let alone a full-speed collision. The girl's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that this seemingly gentle Dr. Gu could wield such ruthless tactics. First, he had attacked her with silver arrows, followed by the deadly web of threads. Had she approached him at that moment, she might have already met a gruesome fate. Capture him. I want him alive. After regaining her composure, Chu Shui coldly uttered this command before slowly retreating. She stood outside the cave, detached from the conflict, observing the situation within with indifference. Having grasped Gu Shen's methods, there was little to fear. It was merely a tug-of-war now. The shadows she had painstakingly gathered were numerous. Unfortunately, once these shadows coalesced into a physical form and were shattered, they could not be resurrected. However, these losses were negligible. If only she could sever Gu Shen's shadow. His shadow held more value than all of theirs combined. Perhaps she could even claim the beautiful flame flickering at his brow for herself. She had regained her composure. Now, she sought to engage in a war of attrition. Noting Chu Shui's gradual retreat from the cave, Gu Shen's expression remained unchanged. This was anticipated. Provoking the opponent was intended to maximize the chances of severing shadows, while the silver thread domain still existed. His greatest concern had been whether the measure of truth could withstand the impact. Yet, the situation proved better than he had expected. The silver thread domain had been compromised halfway by the shadow's assault, yet he had also eliminated 8 of them. These shadows lacked additional attributes. They seemed to retain only the original host's powers, devoid of any burning or corrosive qualities. Thus, they were merely towering wooden figures capable of movement. Gu Shen shut his eyes and took a deep breath. Silver threads, retract. The measure of truth resonated with a furious roar as the silver threads shattered into flying fragments. These shards, emblematic of mental energy, did not dissipate but instead converged towards Gu Shen's outstretched hands as if drawn by a vortex. He envisioned Ninjin handing him a blade atop the rooftop. He required a knife that was sharp, exceedingly sharp, capable of cleaving through anything. A thunderous wind surged forth, and as Gu Shen opened his eyes, there was no fear or trepidation in his gaze, only an unparalleled calm. In that instant, he focused solely on one object, a shadow nearly 2 meters tall, more robust than the others, hunched over to crush a fragment of stone, barreling towards Gu Shen with the force of a beast, accompanied by a violent wind. Like a silent roar, it filled his entire field of vision. The next moment, his sight was consumed by a dazzlingly bright blade. The measure of truth, held loosely in his hands, was engulfed in radiant white light, transforming into a slender tang knife, its blade narrow and long, the hilt extended, exuding a chilling aura. He stepped forward and executed the strike he had painstakingly honed under Nanjin's guidance over the 15 days of grueling practice. Thousands upon thousands of repetitions, all for this single strike. Though the final assessment had not been utilized, today it would be. As the blade met the air, it seemed to pierce through a lake. With each descent of the blade, the air shattered like water, forcing forth countless shimmering silver ripples, the space before the blade tip resembling a collapsing water vortex. In an instant, the shadow at the forefront crumbled, as if caught in a meat grinder. The next moment, its dark head was pulverized by the knife's sharpness. The sound reminiscent of cloth tearing apart. This was merely the initial brilliance of Gu Shen's strike, as he half-knelt, exerting every ounce of energy to complete it. Thus, this flash of brilliance illuminated the entire dark cave in a silvery glow. The resounding force of the knife's vortex howled as it charged forward and in the confined terrain. This strike unleashed its full lethal potential, sweeping away the nearby shadows in its wake, all inevitably torn apart in an instant. Boom. In the deep of night by the riverbank, it felt as if a water dragon roared. The mighty river surged forth, erupting into a towering column of water. In an instant, it returned to tranquility. The cascading droplets fell like rain. The long night remained shrouded in darkness, serene. Chu Shui stood frozen outside the cave, straining to glimpse the interior, but she saw nothing. Her vision was blurred with blood, and the recent flash of white light had left her in darkness. The buzzing echoes reverberated endlessly in her ears. "Do not move." A voice, calm yet tinged with fatigue, resonated before her. She instinctively flinched, a sharp pain coursing through her neck. As her vision gradually cleared, she discerned the scene before her. A slender silver blade's tip pressed against her throat. The wielder was none other than Gu Shen. Still reeling from the shock of that last strike, Chu Shui gazed vacantly. Gu Shen, expressionless, tightened his grip on the silver blade, fixating on the girl before him. He comprehended her stunned expression. Even he was astonished by the effect of that strike. The transformative power of the measure of truth appeared mightier than he had imagined. However, the toll it exacted was equally immense. After delivering that blow, he found himself utterly drained. Had he employed his ultimate techniques from the outset without eliminating all the shadows, he would have surely faced his demise. Chu Shui took a long while to regain her composure, self-derision flickering across her face as she rasped, Are you a swordsman?" Gu Shen shook his head. "Speaking the truth, I practiced for 15 days and learned a little." Chapter 82. The darkness within the night. 15 days of training? A mere smattering of knowledge? Is this a jest? Just moments ago, that strike nearly cleaved the river of Jiangtan in twain. The corners of Chu Shui's lips curled slightly. Due to the earlier wound inflicted upon her shadow, her eyes were still bleeding, rendering the figure of Dr. Gu muddled and indistinct in her vision. However, she could sense that he too was profoundly weakened. "You should be devoid of strength by now as well, shouldn't you?" Chu Shui chuckled softly. That strike was indeed formidable. "I am no match for you." As she spoke, within the dim cavern, a skeletal form, brittle and desiccated, stirred slightly. No one could perceive that amidst the Stygian darkness, a decrepit shadow silently unfurled, more fragile and tattered than before. If illuminated by light, one would discover this shadow to be emaciated, resembling a parched branch, its very torso incomplete. Thus, it laboriously extricated itself from the wooden frame and began to crawl slowly towards Gu Shen's direction. This shadow was diminutive, yet it was undeniably a shadow. "Dr. Gu," Chu Shui murmured, "I have not deceived you. I truly encountered that peculiar man who clutched an odd stone carving." She continued, "Since that day, sleep has eluded me until I visited your clinic." Gu Shen furrowed his brow. So that was it. Chu Shui's initial state of mental exhaustion was not a mere pretense. Xiao Xian's pocket watch, in a certain sense, could alleviate insomnia, but it could not provide a comprehensive cure. Driven by the instincts of a transcendent, she had fixated upon him, while at that time, the fire within her had yet to fully awaken, her powers merely sensing an intrusion without recognizing Chu Shui's presence. After a brief silence, Gu Shen reiterated the original inquiry. How many lives did you take at Jiangtan? Chu Shui smiled. Does it truly matter? She tilted her head, murmuring, you possess that flicker of flame and that measuring rod. We are both entities that transcend order, and thus the rules ought to be ours to define. Would you not agree? Noticing Gu Shen's silence, she continued, we all harbor desires, all have cravings. I merely enjoy collecting shadows. You must share a similar penchant. What harm is there in indulging a minor whim, allowing this world to concede a little? Once again met with silence, Chu Shui gently inquired, if that is the case, do those lives still hold significance? This is merely a game. You ought not to think this way, Gu Shen interrupted, his voice cutting through Chu Shui's words. The girl appeared momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, her expression contorted in pain to a near grotesque extent. Gu Shen suddenly stepped back, forcefully crushing the darkness beneath his foot, as if extinguishing a cigarette. From the shadows emerged a hoarse, anguished roar. Subsequently, a burst of fiery energy erupted from Gu Shen's brow, illuminating the feeble, desolate shadow on the ground. The shadow, now a mere remnant, was poised to rise and ensnare Gu Shen, but was swiftly detected. I warned you. Do not move. Gu Shen fixed his impassive gaze upon Chu Shui, declaring, regarding your recent nonsensical theory, I find it incomprehensible and wish not to understand. The measure of truth dulled his thoughts. After delivering the blade, his mind buzzed with noise, rendering him incapable of discerning Chu Shui's words. Only when his thoughts steadied did he catch fragmented phrases, akin to recognizing something as nonsense without needing to taste it. Sometimes, merely hearing a few words suffices to establish its absurdity. All his mental faculties were employed to perceive the unusual around him. She likely remained unaware of the essence of mental transcendence. The moment the fragile, shattered shadow broke free from Chu Shui's father's remains, Gu Shen sensed it, grappling with the backlash of the measure of truth while quietly awaiting the arrival of the broken shadow. How ludicrous and ironic it was. Due to the myriad abuses suffered in life, this shadow possessed the weakest of powers. Chu Shui had not even hoped that this shadow might prove useful in the preceding confrontation. Compared to the robust shadows suspended upon the wall, this was her most cherished possession, imprisoned, nailed down, and incapable of struggle. She felt no sorrow for the previous shadow's demise. This shadow, however, was different. This shadow appeared to be intimately connected to her essence. His pain mirrored her own. Sensing the struggles beneath his feet, Gu Shen regarded Chu Shui with a gaze tinged with complexity. Did this frail shadow conceal an innocent, tormented soul? A mere gust could obliterate it. A forceful step could crush it. No, no, no. I was wrong. I was wrong, Dr. Gu. As the shadow was pinned down, the girl's demeanor shifted abruptly. She relinquished all resistance, letting the silver scissors clatter to the ground. Screaming as she knelt, her bloodied eyes unable to perceive, flailing about like a headless fly. This girl discarded all dignity, and upon finding nothing to grasp, began to strike her head against the ground. I realize my mistakes. I realize my mistakes. Gu Shen silently retreated a step, releasing his foot and permitting the anguished shadow to escape. With a swift movement, Chu Shui, her visage smeared with blood, grasped her father's decrepit, withered shadow tightly. Collapsing to the ground, her cheeks streaked with a mingling of blood and tears. The shadow that had emerged from her also enveloped her in an embrace. In confronting the uncontrollable, one must harbor no pity and exert every effort. In that moment, Gu Shen recalled Mr. Tree's teachings. The uncontrollable referred to those who had strayed severely in their transcendent cultivation, their minds no longer subjected to their own control. Prior to this, they might have been virtuous individuals, yet henceforth they would lose their subjective consciousness, their transcendent instincts supplanting their minds. As fellow transcendent beings, it is easy to evoke feelings of compassion, particularly with mental uncontrollables. Merely by virtue of their transcendent instincts, they could manipulate hearts at will. Thus, when executing tasks for the tribunal, one must bear in mind one critical point. Regardless of the circumstances, when faced with the uncontrollable, one must resolutely carry out the sentence, without wavering. Once they spiral out of control, there is no recourse. This is an unyielding law. Their transcendent essence would undergo uncontrollable distortion, as Sister Luo had articulated. They can no longer be considered living beings. The shattered shadow cradled in Chu Shui's embrace could not resist the call of transcendent power, yet that dark visage gradually turned, striving to direct its gaze towards Gu Shen. Emitting a sound akin to a whimpering lament, Gu Shen did not comprehend, but through his peripheral perception, he could discern some emotion. "Allow me to grant you release," he silently intoned. The silver dagger pierced gently. Chu Shui collapsed. The entwined shadows gradually fell into the pool of blood, dissolving piece by piece, becoming the darkness within the night. Chapter 83. Cocoon Dream. Strictly speaking, this was not the first time Gu Shen had slain an extraordinary being. However, this time, the influence of the measure of truth on his decisions was significantly diminished. From beginning to end, Gu Shen remained in a state of absolute rationality. For the first time, he executed a kill while fully conscious. The girl and her shadow lay entwined, collapsed in the filthy mire, her delicate visage gradually drained of color, a pale fissure appearing at her brow, from which warm liquid flowed like a slumbering bird in winter. Only after confirming the extinguishment of her life force did Gu Shen withdraw from the state of the measure of truth. A sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him as he sank down slowly, the world spinning around him. Relying solely on his formidable willpower, he clung to the last vestige of clarity within. The first thing Gu Shen did was inspect the silver scissors. They no longer gleamed in the pool of blood, but had become dull. His earlier conjecture proved correct. They were not a sealed object, but merely possessed the ability to sever shadows. With the demise of Chu Shui, the scissors had been reduced to an ordinary item. Next, he silently gazed at the girl in eternal slumber and dialed Hu Denian's number. "Hello, who is this?" Hu Denian, having gone a week without restful sleep, was abruptly awakened from a deep slumber, his mood evidently less than favorable. "It's me, Gu Shen." The insomnia case of the stone carving and the series of murders along the riverbank were two separate matters. Gu Shen spoke calmly. "The serial killer is with me." "What?" Hu Denian instantly awoke, taking 5 seconds to process Gu Shen's monumental statement. "Are you okay?" he hurriedly inquired. "Yes. Still alive." Gu Shen glanced at the scene and continued, "But my situation is dire. I cannot hold on much longer. I need you to handle the scene. I'm in cave number 97 beneath the riverbank." Though the location was remote, it would not remain so once dawn approached. Having utilized the measure of truth twice, his mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. If he persisted any longer, he could last at most 10 minutes, half an hour at best. After a brief exchange of information, Hu Denian urged, "Hold on. I'm on my way." Upon hanging up, Gu Shen took a deep breath. The sensation of mental exhaustion from overextension was dreadful, akin to a black hole forming at the crown of his head, threatening to draw in his will and spirit. He felt a disorienting sensation, as if he might lose consciousness at any moment. "No, I must not fall asleep." Gritting his teeth, he summoned the flame of purity once more. As the warm glow dispelled the darkness, he felt a surge of warmth envelop him. To keep his mind alert, Gu Shen began to force himself to think. The term extraordinary source leapt into his mind. While resolving the case of mass insomnia, Gu Shen first grasped the concept of the extraordinary source as described by Chu Ling. His flame of purity was an extraordinarily potent ability, albeit still nascent, requiring the absorption of sources to enhance itself. However, the extraordinary source of the stone carving was severely limited. The benefits gained from repeatedly hypnotizing to remove mental imprints were minuscule. After all, it was merely an imprint from a D-grade sealed object. Considering the task at hand, Gu Shen was unwilling to risk extracting the extraordinary source from the stone carving itself, as it would likely undergo thorough inspection. For now, he did not wish to reveal his extraordinary abilities to outsiders. At that moment, bolstered by the flame of purity, the colors of his surroundings shifted. The riverbank was no longer shrouded in darkness, but transformed into a mosaic of vibrant hues, among which Chu Shui stood out conspicuously. As the world faded from night, the girl became the sole shadow, a small dot of ink amidst the vibrant chaos, as if absorbing all the darkness from the world. Was this the source of the extraordinary? Gu Shen gazed at the deceased girl enveloped in the flame of purity. In the realm of reality, after Chu Shui's death, blood flowed from her brow, forming a pool, while in the vision covered by the flame, wisps of shadow coiled towards her like serpents. Drawn by the allure of her powers, now extinguished, shadows began to dissipate, indicating that soon, these extraordinary sources would vanish entirely, ceasing to coalesce around her. The extraordinary source of a being dissipates upon their death, he silently concluded. No, dissipate is not an accurate term. Even at the peak of fatigue, Gu Shen's thoughts raced. The extraordinary source must exist perpetually in this world, akin to air, unseen by most extraordinary beings, yet undeniably present. When the extraordinary breathing technique is activated, they are absorbed and contained. Upon the being's death, they are released. When an extraordinary being perishes, their source does not simply vanish. It returns to the invisible void and, through some cycle, travels to another place capable of containing it. Thus, even lifeless sealed objects, provided they meet the conditions for containing the source, can possess extraordinary sources. To enhance the flame of purity, I must absorb various sources, those of my own breathing technique, the sources from sealed objects, and the extraordinary sources of beings, which can all serve as sustenance for the flame. The moment this thought emerged, Gu Shen's gaze fell upon Chu Shui. Under these circumstances, the flame of purity should indeed be classified as a mental extraordinary ability. But how could I seize her source? After contemplating, Gu Shen realized he had only one option left, to immerse the flame in Chu Shui's psyche. Logically, the girl was dead, her consciousness dissipated, and thus, no spirit remained. However, through previous experiences of removing the stone carving's imprint, Gu Shen had become familiar with his flame's capabilities. Unlike ordinary mental abilities, the flame seemed to possess an inexplicable sense of perception, allowing him to detect the mental waves carried by objects and living beings. These mental waves, under the enhancement of the flame, could establish order and construct a dreamscape of significance. Upon encountering Zhou Xian, the flame had perceived a dream lingering for over a decade. The shadows surrounding her bore strong mental waves. If I wish to absorb the source, this is my only option. Gu Shen wiped his face to regain composure, resolved to attempt this before losing consciousness entirely. Buzz, the small flicker of flame perched upon his brow, under Gu Shen's will, slowly detached and descended onto Chu Shui's brow, where the wound gaped. As the flame scorched the flesh, a faint scent of charred meat wafted through the air. Although the flame currently exhibited only its hypnotic power, it was still a tangible fire with an exceptionally high temperature. Anyone other than its master, Gu Shen, would be scorched upon contact. If it possessed heat, it could incinerate matter. This implied that if this small flame were to one day grow into a raging inferno capable of incinerating countless spirits, reducing a city to ash would be a mere trifle. In a fleeting 2 seconds, the blood gushing from the wound on Chu Shui's forehead ceased, the intense heat of the flame evaporating the blood that had flowed forth. Amidst the vibrant hues along the riverbank, the small black shadow finally made contact with the fierce flame. The world returned to darkness. The river roared in tumult. Gu Shen leaned against the muddy stone wall of cave number 97, his head bowed slightly as he succumbed to slumber. Exhaustion enveloped him. So fatigued, he felt an overwhelming desire to keep his eyes closed, to succumb to the embrace of sleep indefinitely. His body resembled a strand of seaweed, battered by the relentless waves of the ocean, crushed repeatedly by invisible undercurrents. Descending, descending. A thunderous crack echoed, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Gu Shen was abruptly awakened. A large hand yanked him from the bathtub, igniting a searing pain on his left cheek. Before he could react, a stinging slap landed on his right cheek. The assailant was a gaunt man, whose delicate round glasses were fogged with steam, yet his face exuded a fierce intensity. After enduring 2 slaps, Gu Shen's consciousness began to clarify. The blazing fire infiltrated the remnants of his dream. Although the original owner was dead, Gu Shen found himself unable to freely move his body. The sensation was extraordinarily vivid. He could feel his limbs, heavy as if filled with lead, while his spirit was equally weary, a stark contrast to the exhaustion from overextending the measure of truth. His mind was engulfed in a sense of despair, teetering on the brink of relinquishing his consciousness. Was this the father of Chu Shui? He recognized the man's face, an uncanny resemblance to the silhouette he had glimpsed in the side-profile world, eerily similar. This realization was barely surfacing when, smack, a third slap struck him, causing the world to spin, and he was compelled to fight the urge to vomit. He was submerged in Chu Shui's perspective. The girl was knocked backward, half her body spilling out of the bathtub. In that moment, Gu Shen caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror, a frail, unappealing figure, marred with scars. Crimson cuts weeping blood from his wrists, the flesh grotesquely exposed after being soaked in cold water. Were these scabbed wounds on Chu Shui's wrist inflicted just then? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a dismembered body, its beautiful long hair drenched in blood. At that moment, an intense wave of discomfort surged through him, ultimately settling in his stomach. The girl could not help but emit a retching sound, trying to expel something, but her throat burned with acid, perhaps due to her prolonged fasting, resulting in a dry heave that only released a few drops of sour bile. "Father!" Her fragmented cries emerged from her throat. As she curled up, desperately pleading, "Please, don't." No one but Gu Shen bore witness. In the bathtub, a mass of shadows loomed larger, akin to a shark poised to leap from the depths. This was no dream, but rather a stark reality captured by the extraordinary essence. This was the moment Chu Shui awakened to her powers. A man driven to madness, and a girl struggling to endure. The shattered, agonizing dream fully unfolded the instant the shadow rose, breaking the surface of the water. The man's bewildered expression was instantly engulfed by the darkness. Countless shadows entering through his eyes, nose, and lips, almost causing his body to burst. He was violently slammed against the wall, crumpling to the ground, while the girl remained curled up. In this world, there are always those pitiful souls toyed with by fate, who, at the moment of awakening, succumb to madness due to intense mental strain. She was the rare fortunate one, yet also an unparalleled sufferer. At that instant, Gu Shen felt a sudden restoration of freedom. After enduring excruciating pain, he was no longer confined within the girl's frail body, but instead slowly rose, his ethereal consciousness transforming into a blaze. Assuming a third-person perspective, he entered this vividly surreal dream. The flames danced around him, coalescing into a tangible form. Gu Shen silently observed the girl huddled in the corner of the bathroom, casting a glance at the unconscious man. The flames guided him, revealing the remnants of Chu Shui's purest essence. Once lost to madness, the extraordinary beings possessed no rationality, their actions dictated solely by the essence. Within this essence, Gu Shen sensed nothing but suffering and torment. Hence, her conduct was so erratic, so frenzied. Her father had killed her mother and was now poised to end her life. In such despair, even without an extraordinary awakening, Chu Shui would have inevitably succumbed to mental collapse. The flames appeared before Gu Shen once more. They flickered slowly, transmitting a clear wave of consciousness. He gazed at the curled-up girl. The extraordinary essence he sought to absorb was undoubtedly present here. Must he kill her once more to claim the essence? Gu Shen fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, he stepped forward. Cold. Cold. The girl trembled, huddling in the farthest corner, wrapping her arms around herself. She dared not look at anyone, every pore of her body quaking. Myriad shadows enveloped her, threatening to cocoon her in a vast chrysalis. The world plunged into darkness. All light vanished, consumed by the encroaching shadows, until a pristine, enormous towel draped over her. Chu Shui's body stiffened momentarily. She struggled to lift her head, only to catch a glimpse of a blurred figure, cloaked in dark, inscrutable symbols, with a small, warm flame hovering at its brow. "Wrap it around yourself, it will be better." The figure's voice reached the trembling girl, akin to a spark igniting in the abyss, illuminating the darkened world, as countless engulfing shadows were held at bay by a flicker of warmth. Observing the quaking girl, Gu Shen sighed softly and addressed the flames. "If I must kill her again to seize the essence, I cannot do it. To end Chu Shui's life now would mean extinguishing a being already lost to madness. On the banks of the river tonight, it was either her death or his survival. Yet the pitiful girl in this dream, adrift in a void of illusions, was a martyr of suffering. He would show no mercy to enemies. But to someone like her, Gu Shen could not bring himself to act. Even in the dream, he could not deceive himself nor act against his principles. The flame seemed to comprehend Gu Shen's sentiments, swaying gently, moving in rhythm. Following his decision, the dreamscape began to collapse, colors fading once more. The extraordinary essence clinging to Chu Shui dissipating gradually due to her impending demise. So be it, Gu Shen declared calmly. There will be more opportunities to absorb the essence. He cast one last glance, preparing to depart from this dream entirely. Suddenly, a voice halted him. Big brother. In the crumbling dream, the tearful girl's voice resonated as the mirror shattered, slowly blooming. Thank you. The essence, once symbolic of madness, rage, and frustration, suddenly found tranquility. The fire on your brow. It's so beautiful. I fell in love with it at first sight. As the dreamscape collapsed, the girl smiled gently, extending her pale hand. In her palm lay a small black cocoon. This marks my inaugural venture into the realm of science fiction. Though to label it merely as such may be somewhat inaccurate, a more fitting term might be Eastern fantasy. Nonetheless, whether it be science fiction or fantasy, these genres merely serve as a facade. Having taken a brief hiatus of 6 months prior to setting pen to paper, I have come to realize the significance of having a clear direction as an author. This period of reflection has allowed me to gradually ascertain the trajectory I wish to pursue. My aspiration is to craft a web novel that reveals its charm upon a second reading. Indeed, this is the essence of my endeavor. Firstly, it is imperative that the core of this book is robust and withstands scrutiny. Thus, the beginning of The Barrier of Light sees a notable deceleration in the plot's progression following the initial climax. For some of you, the segment in which Xiao Gu arrives in the capital may seem somewhat languid, with the main storyline yet to unfold. However, I beseech your understanding of my limited prowess, which compels me to advance the world building in such a clumsy manner. Patient readers may regard the first volume as a treasure hunting game. It will be lengthy and somewhat sprawling, structured akin to the scattered pellets from a shotgun, converging in reverse temporal flow before ultimately revealing the overarching main plot. The allure of this treasure hunt lies within the quest for the unknown. Given the entirely fictitious backdrop, I urge you not to impose the conventional norms found in typical works upon this narrative, as the central storyline has yet to be unveiled. In truth, I commenced writing immediately after solidifying this concept, with a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. Wielding this narrative feels both perilous and rewarding. Upon publication, I shall endeavor to provide daily updates of no less than 6,000 words, with special circumstances permitting standalone chapters and announcements via my public account, WeChat, The Wrestling Panda. To enhance the reading experience for all, I will strive to minimize chapters that are brief in length. Furthermore, updates will typically be released in a preliminary form and subsequently revised, akin to patching software to reduce bugs. Alas, readers who resort to pirated versions may find themselves perplexed. Thus, I sincerely hope for your support of the original work. This genre often demands a gradual build-up, and I implore you to engage with the text while also clicking on automatic subscriptions. A mere 10 yuan a month is but a small price to pay. Consider it a meal for the panda, as protecting this national treasure is a shared responsibility. With this subscription, I shall at least stave off hunger. I neglected to mention the rules for additional chapters. My typing speed and stock of completed manuscripts are limited, and my immediate priority is to maintain daily updates. Following publication, an increase of 1,000 monthly votes will warrant an additional chapter, with every subsequent 500 votes yielding another chapter, though it is unlikely that additional chapters will be forthcoming at this juncture. Oh, and I must extend my gratitude to the promoters, you and Air Conditioning. Although you no longer require my endorsement, I feel compelled to express my genuine appreciation. The Lord of the Nine Stars is exceptionally captivating and has just concluded. Those in search of a new read should certainly indulge. My Healing Game is also remarkably engaging. Han Fei, forever the best. Chapter 84, The Heartfelt Meeting, A Dream Shattered. all illusions fragmented. Yet this small black cocoon remained intact. It embodies the extraordinary essence of Gu Shen, a final vestige of spirit that upholds this dreamscape. The flames gradually envelop the black cocoon. I am in the process of digesting the extraordinary essence. Gu Shen experienced an unprecedented sensation, entirely distinct from the spiritual imprint left by devouring the Sumu stone sculpture. After the flames encased the black cocoon, his spiritual power surged rapidly. A slender flame, within mere breaths, expanded exponentially, resembling a plump red date. However, Gu Shen sensed that the augmentation provided by this extraordinary essence was not as monumental as it appeared, as the flames enveloped the black cocoon. Countless dark shadows began to dissolve, and after the flame's expansion, it gradually retracted. This is refinement. The flames resemble a gluttonous moth, ravenous and impatient to consume the extraordinary essence. Having just ingested the black cocoon, it felt as if his belly had somewhat distended. With the digestion of the extraordinary essence, his belly would return to its original state. Yet, how much would his flames contract after the refinement? Would consuming this extraordinary essence allow me to complete the first trial of the deep sea? Gu Shen's willpower had reached its zenith. Accompanied by that flickering flame, he slowly drew back the black cocoon from his forehead. He could not resist the overwhelming wave of drowsiness. Warm air circulated within the room, gently washing over him. A thin layer of frost coated the window. Mr. Chui, to be honest, my purpose for coming this time is quite simple. The faint sound of conversation reached his ears, each word vague and ethereal. Amidst the noise, Gu Shen gradually awoke. He slowly opened his eyes to find himself gazing at a swirling ceiling. The adverse effects of overexerting his mental energy with the measure of truth from the previous night surged upon him, causing a stinging pain in his mind. Where am I? He stifled the pain and observed his surroundings. He was in a simply and realistically decorated office, with only a reclined chair facing a warm air vent, explaining why he felt so comfortable and warm even in his dream. This room was quite concealed, like a resting area embedded within a larger office, designed for brief respites. The door was slightly ajar. Faint sounds from outside could be heard. It was young Master Zhao who sent me. He wishes to withdraw some funds from the third quarter's flower banner dividends. To be precise, it's in advance. The reporting voice was sharp and piercing, like a sword. Through the crack of the ajar door, Gu Shen glimpsed a tall woman in a suit standing before a large desk, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, her lips painted a striking red, exuding an air of brilliance and sharpness. Merely catching a glance, he felt a sharp pain between his brows. He had spied upon an entity he ought not to have observed, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. Leaning against the stone wall, he suppressed his breath. The memories of the previous night surged like a tidal wave. He recalled resolving the Gu Shen and acquiring the black cocoon. This should be his first complete absorption of an extraordinary being's essence. After a night, it seemed the flames had undergone an unfathomable evolution. Closing his eyes, Gu Shen envisioned the scene within his skull. Flames coiled into a cocoon, slowly digesting. The rate of digestion for Gu Shen's extraordinary essence was even slower than he had anticipated. It might take a week to fully refine. Yet, in just one night, Gu Shen felt significantly revitalized, and even without summoning the flames, his vision had improved. Upon glancing at the woman outside the door, an instinctual warning arose within him. She is an extraordinary being, and a powerful one at that. Gu Shen rubbed his brow and murmured, I informed Hu Danian of last night's events. He brought me to Chui Zhongqing. Young Master Zhao wishes to withdraw funds. Of course, that poses no issue. Yet he has overestimated my capabilities. The Golden Mountain is locked. I merely hold the key. Chui Zhongqing remained composed, casting a glance at the documents, casually pushing them back, and remarked, Louis, please convey to young Master Zhao. Such a substantial sum is beyond my authority to approve. He must consult the old master or his lady. Once they give their consent, a single call will ensure the funds are transferred immediately. It's merely a matter of withdrawing funds. Why summon the old master? Louis, adjusting a strand of hair, replied slowly, if you would be willing to assist with this minor task. Young Master Zhao has expressed that he would be most grateful. She scrutinized Cui Zhongqing closely, attempting to discern any hint from his poker face, yet she was met with disappointment. His expression revealed no emotion. Cui Zhongqing resembled a wooden figure, appearing disinterested in uttering even a single word. Lu Yi found herself apprehensive in such circumstances, letting out a soft sigh. Operating under the Zhao family, this man's approach starkly contrasted her own, being rigid to the point of lacking human warmth. Zhao Shilai, frail and aged, appeared to have little time left. He had only one son. It was almost unnecessary to contemplate. The vast Zhao clan would undoubtedly be taken over by his sole heir, Zhao Qi. Even with locks on the Golden Mountain, the master was about to change hands. Cui Zhongqing remained steadfast, refusing to part with a single coin, adhering to his so-called principles. From her perspective, this was utterly foolish at this critical juncture. Facilitating a withdrawal for young Master Zhao could be seen as a timely favor, ensuring that when the Zhao family transitions to new leadership, Cui Zhongqing could continue as the guardian beneath that one man. Even if motivated by a desire to avoid angering the elder Zhao, such a cold refusal was unwarranted. She had been entrusted by young Master Zhao to make this visit to the Flower Banner. Returning empty-handed would be a disgrace for Zhao Qi and a slap in the face for Cui Zhongqing. Lu Yi, having encountered a dead end, chose not to press further. Merely sighing, "I will convey your message honestly." After speaking, she suddenly turned her gaze toward the slightly ajar door of the inner office, frowning. Who is he? Lu Yi felt a spark of curiosity, narrowing her phoenix-like eyes. Based on her understanding of Cui Zhongqing, this man, whose demeanor was like that of a mechanical stone, adhered strictly to rules and regulations. In the Flower Banner building, different reception rooms were designated for varying guests. That room was reserved for Cui Zhongqing's private rest. Outsiders were strictly prohibited, who had the qualification to enter. Two soft taps echoed as Cui Zhongqing wrapped his fingers on the desk, pulling Lu Yi's attention back and providing a response that was undeniably convincing. Someone whose identity you absolutely do not wish to uncover. Lu Yi promptly averted her gaze. Throughout her years in the Zhao family, the person she had been most curious about was Cui Zhongqing, a man exuding an inexplicable, compelling aura that beckoned exploration. Yet, the one she was least curious about was also Cui Zhongqing. For in the past decade, anyone who had attempted to probe Cui Zhongqing's limits out of curiosity had vanished without a trace. This was no exaggeration. Lu Yi had internally regarded Cui Zhongqing's words as a form of ironclad law. When he spoke, he acted, and consequences followed. If Zhao Qi sought to borrow money, and Cui Zhongqing stated that it would not be lent until the elder and the lady spoke, then it would never be lent. Even if the sky were to fall, it would not be lent. If he implied that knowing the identity of that person would lead to regret, then she would not pursue it further. Thus, Lu Yi immediately complied, choosing silence and refraining from further inquiry. If that is all, you may leave. Cui Zhongqing lowered his head, opening his notebook and slowly flipping through its pages, simultaneously stating, "Also, please convey to young Master Zhao that the elder has been quite displeased with him lately. He should refrain from mingling with Chun San's subordinates." After Lu Yi departed, Cui Zhongqing remained bent over his desk, yet he spoke calmly. "Since you're awake, come out." His voice resonated clearly in the resting area. Thus, Gu Shen, who had been eavesdropping against the wall for quite some time, found himself exposed by this statement. He sat awkwardly, unable to lie down or continue his charade, ultimately revealing himself with a hint of embarrassment. Gu Shen approached the seat opposite Cui Zhongqing, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He gazed at the man's inscrutable poker face, and the embers of his previously quelled anger suddenly flared back to life. "You are quite angry," Cui Zhongqing stated before Gu Shen could unleash his frustration. He paused his flipping through documents, lifted his gaze to meet Gu Shen's, and spoke with a slow, resonant voice. "You are enraged by my deception, by my mockery. Perhaps your anger also stems from a sense of justice within you, as I, fully capable of resolving the collective insomnia, chose instead to allow the symptoms to spread for observation." Upon hearing these words, Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback. Each word struck a chord deep within him, as if Cui Zhongqing had laid open his chest. This man understood his fury better than he did himself. But is the truth truly as you perceive it? Cui Zhongqing adjusted his spectacles and, with a hint of disappointment, continued, if you had been more perceptive on the plane, if you had paid attention to the details of my words, you would have understood what you are about to face. The review committee remarked on your excellent memory that you possess an eidetic recall. Do you still remember every word from the lakeside dialogue? Since you have already experienced a fire incident, you should be more aware than anyone that the long-term foundation is a fanatical group willing to go to any lengths to achieve their aims. They are far more deranged than you can imagine. Gu Shen was rendered speechless, for every statement made by Cui Zhongqing was indeed the truth. In a certain sense, Cui Zhongqing concealed nothing from him, for regarding the fire incident, he knew no more than Gu Shen himself. To uncover the mastermind behind the fire, retrieving the severed threads of evidence, the most effective method is to use yourself as bait. Cui Zhongqing's words poured over him like a cold shower. I have informed you that this task is not as simple as you presume. If you continue to underestimate it, losing your life would be a consequence of your own making. Gu Shen sat in silence, his chest once filled with rage now stifled. He had prepared a myriad of questions, yet under the weight of Cui Zhongqing's succinct remarks, his anger found no outlet, as if doused by cold water, leaving him unable to muster even a word of rebuttal. Before you truly become ins class, you may continue to harbor hatred towards me, Cui Zhongqing continued. As long as you can remember this lesson and live well, the price of such hatred is indeed minimal. If your file is released, the extremists you will face in the future will be exponentially more dangerous than what you encounter now. I do not wish for the words underestimation and carelessness to become your epitaph. He struck with a hammer before offering a date fruit. Yet, due to Cui Zhongqing's nature, even words of comfort emerged cold from his lips. Gu Shen realized he was still naive. This was an astute old fox, adept at advancing by retreating. There was little more to say. Gu Shen remained silent for a long while before finally taking a deep breath and solemnly stating, I have learned this lesson well. Since you arrived filled with anger, you must have comprehended the implications of our conversation on the plane. Cui Zhongqing slowly elucidated. The reluctance to confer this title upon you is largely due to this major metropolitan task. The stone carving of the purge is merely a beginning. By utilizing the sealed files, we successfully baited a suspect. Members of the long-term foundation lurk throughout the eastern continent, some even infiltrating the parliament. Gu Shen's expression hardened. Before the metropolitan incident, his file had been sealed to ensnare the larger fish behind the scenes. Examine this document, Cui Zhongqing said, retrieving a file from his drawer. Shirley, 37 years old, leader of the 5th group of the Chengxin Society. In 3 minutes, Gu Shen read through the life history of this man named Shirley. He raised his head and asked earnestly, Chengxin Society. I have heard this name before. What is this organization? A habitat for unofficial extraordinary individuals, Cui Zhongqing replied. To provide a precise definition, the Chengxin Society is a legitimate illegal organization. He continued. The greatest authority in the eastern continent's parliament resides in the north at Nagano and in the south at the metropolitan area. These positions oversee the prison and the Federal Security Committee of the Purge. There are only so many seats among these extraordinary institutions, and with strict control. Not just anyone can enter. The homeless extraordinary individuals must have a place to stay, so the Chengxin Society was established in the metropolitan area. Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback. You should also understand, in this world, there exists light and darkness. Some deeds cannot be performed on the official stage and must be executed by others. Cui Zhongqing patiently explained to the newcomer, the metropolitan area bears a significant mission. Its every move reverberates across 3 major regions. Across the river lies Yinghai, to the west is Qinghe, and to the north is Hongsha. In recent years, the purge has faced a severe manpower shortage. Not every extraordinary incident can be resolved by someone. Organizations with too many members are often difficult to control, Cui Zhongqing added. Currently, the Chengxin Society in the metropolitan area is largely divided into the southern and northern halls, with the highest authority resting in the hands of 2 parliament members. One is named Chen San, and the other is. He gestured to himself. Cui Zhongqing's backing was the Zhao family. Gu Shen silently observed Mr. Cui from across the long table, as if gazing upon a towering mountain. He suddenly recalled the words spoken to him by Nanjing. On the crown lies justice. Beneath the sword lies judgment. If the purge is a dazzling crown, a self-proclaimed beacon of justice, then the Chengxin society is akin to a concealed sword, silent yet lethal, dark and formless. The eastern continent is vast. There are only a few crowns in the light, yet beneath the light lies a tumultuous tide, concealing an unknown number of swords. Chapter 85. The Bamboo Joint. The Chengxin Society is an underground extraordinary organization tacitly approved by the authorities of Dadu. After a moment of composure, Gu Shen felt a trickle of cold sweat on his back. Dadu is like a mirror. Its front gleams with dazzling white, while its back is shrouded in pitch black. Those unaware who seek to flip the mirror and uncover the truth will discover that black and white are intertwined in a symbiotic existence. It is no wonder that Hu Dajing cautioned him against provoking the Chengxin society, for in the end, it would lead back to the officialdom. The reality of the situation is likely far more intricate than he had imagined. Gu Shen noted that Cui Zhongqing had mentioned a certain transcend twice. If the Chengxin society were an underground organization formed under the will of powerful figures, then San, who seized half of the control from old Master Zhao, must undoubtedly be a perilous individual. The information about your arrival in Dadu was disclosed only to a select few suspects. Surely has indeed taken the bait. Cui Zhongqing remarked calmly. He is still unaware that he has been exposed, but he should have received news of the failed assassination. Predictably, he will think that your escape was not mere luck, but rather indicative of considerable potential, marking you as a future threat. If given more time, he will certainly plan another assassination attempt against you. Gu Shen silently focused on the photograph of Shirley in the file. What do you intend to do? In truth, considering Shirley's status, he is merely a small fish, not the big catch I am seeking. Over the years, I have suspected that the Changjiu Foundation has embedded a significant official undercover agent in Dadu. Perhaps this is just my delusion, but if I am correct, this person is like a bomb that could explode at any moment, posing a far greater threat than Shirley. Cui Zhongqing, unhurried, took a sip of tea to moisten his parched lips, remarking that it might be a pity to net them now. You wish to keep him to identify the bigger fish lurking behind. Gu Shen replied softly. In exchange, I must contend with Shirley's second assassination attempt. Cui Zhongqing fell silent momentarily. He perceived Gu Shen's dissatisfaction and gently asked, so, what do you plan to do? Before you speak, allow me to remind you that the extraordinary followers of the Changjiu Foundation, upon realizing their exposure, will not hesitate to terminate themselves. Before executing their tasks, they have been implanted with a high-voltage line in their minds. Should anyone attempt hypnosis, their extraordinary consciousness will detonate. For them, becoming uncontrollable is also a means of desperate retaliation. Cui Zhongqing continued. Thus, do not attempt to use mental hypnosis. Even if you were to employ a heavenly eye-level extraordinary, you would not extract any information from a death warrior. Are you suggesting that I would seek assistance from my senior sister? Since this concerns my own troubles, it would not involve others. Gu Shen shook his head, saying, like you, I wish to lure out the big fish hiding in the shadows. But even a fool would not allow a target that has already emerged to continue plotting assassination plans against them. So, do you intend to kill Shirley? Keep in mind that the fire incident and the self-detonation of the Sumu stone sculpture, the origins of these two assassinations are not him. Cui Zhongqing, holding the teacup, gazed at Gu Shen with keen interest, waiting for further elaboration. Indeed, killing him would yield no results. I just examined Shirley's dossier. An extraordinary being of the assault type, possessing strength at the third level of the deep-sea trial, Gu Shen stated. If he had personally come to kill me at the Dreamer Clinic yesterday, the outcome might have been different. Since he resolved to kill me, why did he only dispatch an ordinary person with a sealing object? This is entirely inconsistent with the Changjiu Foundation's modus operandi. The Changjiu Foundation is comprised of lunatics willing to sacrifice their own lives with abandon. Cui Zhongqing blew gently on the rim of his cup. Continue. The only explanation I can conceive is that Shirley is infiltrated within the Chengxin society, tasked with something of greater importance. Gu Shen spoke calmly. The assassination of me was merely a message relayed by the big fish, but it did not hold a higher priority than the previous task. Thus, he opted for this method to fulfill his duty. Even if it failed, it mattered little. Only an ordinary person, untraceable, had perished. He could simply plan the next assassination. However, he did not anticipate that this task would expose his identity. Cui Zhongqing smiled as he spoke. Thus, even if he dies, he can seek the next clue from the higher-level task. Well said, yet the issue returns to the original point. Cui Zhongqing adjusted his posture, regarding Gu Shen with a steady gaze, and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Give me some time. I wish to investigate the Qingxin society." Gu Shen exhaled deeply, stating, "If I can ascertain the task Shirley is executing, it would naturally allow us to anticipate the net closing in." Unexpectedly, Cui Zhongqing did not oppose this. He merely nodded and softly acknowledged, offering no further comment. "You do not oppose?" Gu Shen raised an eyebrow. "Why would I oppose?" Cui Zhongqing looked up and replied softly, "The target for assassination is not me. If you are willing to invest your time to give it a try, what reason do I have to oppose?" Gu Shen suddenly felt deceived. From the moment Shirley's dossier was presented to him, to the establishment of his action plan, Cui Zhongqing seemingly did little, but had, in fact, been guiding him all along. His aim was solely to draw out the big fish. The method of luring it out was irrelevant, as long as the ultimate objective was achieved. However, the current situation is equally advantageous for Gu Shen, allowing him to choose his best course of action. If possible, who would wish to be bait? Yet, having become bait, one must eradicate the evil. Gu Shen sat in contemplation. Since the conversation had concluded, why linger? Cui Zhongqing casually issued an invitation to leave. Gu Shen furrowed his brow and posed a question. "After the Sumu stone sculpture incident, have I completed my task in Dadu?" "The mission in Dadu has only just begun," Cui Zhongqing replied, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Shen. "Are you looking to negotiate terms?" "When the task concludes. If you desire anything, I will petition the council on your behalf." "Indeed, Mr. Cui, you are as perceptive as the worm in my belly. Yet, reflecting on our last meeting by the lakeside, I can't shake the feeling that I missed something." Gu Shen's brow gradually relaxed, and he smiled. "What is past is past. I can only blame my youth for not understanding the ways of cunning old foxes like you. But fortunately, I have learned a lesson from my misstep." "You have learned?" Cui Zhongqing couldn't help but chuckle. "What have you learned?" "The retrieval of the Sumu stone sculpture and the treatment of the collective insomnia can both be considered supervisory tasks for the tribunal. However, due to your intelligence errors, I almost met a gruesome fate last night on the riverside." Gu Shen responded languidly, "Let us now settle this score. How do you think we should account for this?" This time, it was Cui Zhongqing who fell silent. He felt a headache coming on. This young man was far more astute than he had anticipated. When Hu Dajing brought Gu Shen to him last night, he began to worry about the aftermath of the incident. On the surface, he had appeared indifferent to Gu Shen's life or death, but in reality, Gu Shen had been evaluated as an S rank by the review committee. The Sumu stone sculpture incident and the current task to lure out Shirley were both designed to guide Gu Shen towards directly confronting the Changzhou Foundation. The developments thus far in this Dada mission had all remained firmly within his control. Yet, last night at the riverside, an unforeseen and uncontrollable event had transpired. Cui Zhongqing's fleeting expression of helplessness was sharply perceived by Gu Shen. Indeed, it was merely a tentative remark. Had Cui Zhongqing maintained his previous detached demeanor, Gu Shen would have been at a loss. However, he now sensed that his counterpart felt a sense of guilt. "Did you learn this from Zhou Jiren? Attempting to take advantage of me?" Cui Zhongqing gazed at the youth, sighed, and said, "I do bear responsibility for last night's incident. You may express your desired compensation." Truly, he had struck gold. Gu Shen maintained a stoic expression. "I seek the highest authority for unrestricted investigation of files." Observing Cui Zhongqing's impassive visage, he added, in an advanced breathing technique. Still seeing no change, he continued, "Furthermore, a remarkable sealing artifact. There was no alteration, though upon closer inspection, he noticed the corners of Mr. Cui's lips twitching." Gu Shen yearned to escalate his demands, yet his mind was bereft of further requests. At that moment, He regretted not seeking more wisdom from Brother Zhongwei. One only realizes the scarcity of knowledge when it is needed. In this prime opportunity for negotiation, he found himself at a loss for words. You are asking for too much. Cui Zhongqing interrupted, exasperated. Let us address the first point. The highest authority for unrestricted investigation of files. Do you understand? My surname is Cui, not Zhao. Furthermore, even the old man himself cannot arbitrarily access any files. The permissions regarding certain documents in the deep sea are exceedingly stringent. Even council members face numerous restrictions. So that is the case, Gu Shen mused, acknowledging his own overreach. He blinked and promptly inquired, what level of authority can you actually grant? As compensation for this incident, I can grant you access to investigate files at most to the 9th level of the deep sea. Cui Zhongqing cast a glance at Gu Shen's expression and continued. This would allow you to investigate any file that has either passed the 9th level trial or is deemed below the 9th level confidentiality threshold. The 9th level? Gu Shen silently calculated. If his senior sister held a title at the 12th level, then Han Dang must be a close second. The confidentiality level associated with Han Dang should be at the 11th level. 11th level, Gu Shen countered. 9th level, or else leave. Cui Zhongqing had seen through the negotiation style of the young man before him, a typical approach of brazen persistence. As soon as one retreated a fraction, he would charge forward with audacity, unwilling to relent until a piece of flesh was gnawed away. 9th level might suffice, but I require an excellent breathing technique and a suitable sealing artifact. Gu Shen held fast to his demands, resolutely refusing to yield an inch. Consider this. If the teacher learned that I nearly faced peril by the riverside last night, what would his reaction be? Cui Zhongqing, often expressionless, now felt a surge of irritable anger at the mere mention of the teacher. The image of that old man arriving at the Huaji building flashed in his mind. Zhou Jiren would undoubtedly revel in such news. Donning his finest attire to seize this rare opportunity, his face alight with righteous indignation as he sought justice for his student. The old man would be even more formidable than the young one. Cui Zhongqing fixed his gaze on Gu Shen. I can provide you with a sealing artifact. But as for the breathing technique, you surely do not lack in that regard? Witnessing Mr. Cui's reaction, Gu Shen felt a surge of emotion. He had just witnessed the scene where the Zhao family's sole heir was denied his request for funds. The moment the teacher was mentioned, Cui Zhongqing had retreated, revealing the teacher's less than stellar reputation outside. Thus, Gu Shen solemnly declared, I am lacking, truly lacking. I lack everything. Do not think I am unaware. Your senior sister is the only one in the Arbitration Institute who has replicated Jingsha. She imparted this breathing technique to you before the review commenced, did she not? Cui Zhongqing, leaning against the table, nearly rose in agitation, his voice lowered in anger. Gu Shen, having just awakened your extraordinary abilities, is one Jingsha not sufficient for your training? Do you consider yourself Gu Changji, capable of mastering several breathing techniques simultaneously? Mr. Cui, you are losing your composure. I too have served the Zhao family. They are affluent. A single breathing technique as compensation is not unreasonable, is it? Gu Shen gently reminded him, then added earnestly, moreover, it is advantageous to possess multiple skills. After all, we share the surname Gu. Who knows, perhaps what Gu Changji can achieve, I too can accomplish. Cui Zhongqing and Gu Shen locked eyes. He calmed himself, chuckling softly, very well. I concede. The conversation at the Huaji building was the second exchange following their meeting by the lakeside, where both revealed their true natures, each recognizing that neither was an easy opponent to deal with. The Huaji building housed a dedicated elevator that descended directly to the 10th level below ground. Cui Zhongqing pressed the button for the 7th level. As the elevator doors opened, Gu Shen was awestruck by the scene before him. The 7th level of Huaji was illuminated by interwoven dim white lights, serene yet solemn, dignified yet sacred. It resembled a museum rich in collections, with bronze altars displaying artifacts set 5 meters apart, each covered by a transparent layer that reflected a faint reddish sheen under the dim light, akin to a diamond's luster. Were these sealing artifacts? Having witnessed the meticulous collection of the Su Mu stone sculptures by Hu Dajing, Gu Shen recognized this highly logical material. The red silver could effectively withstand the erosion of extraordinary powers and was specifically used for storing sealing artifacts, with all altars coated in red silver. Indeed, Cui Zhongqing stated calmly. Gu Shen rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. As he surveyed the expansive collection hall, he noted the alternating bronze altars. How many were there? 100? 200? Red silver was the most common and widely used mystical coating. Cui Zhongqing informed him, these sealing artifacts are of the same grade as the Su Mu stone sculptures, with strength ratings varying between C and E. Choose one from among them. Gu Shen slowly emerged from his shock. These sealing artifacts were at most C grade. However, this was to be expected. The sheer number of sealing artifacts was staggering. Possessing strength equivalent to the Su Mu stone sculptures was already an incredible feat. Once again, he marveled at the Zhao family's vast resources. This was merely the 7th level beneath Huaji, with the 8th, 9th, and 10th levels yet to be explored. Thank you, Mr. Cui, for your generous offer. I shall not be polite. Gu Shen maintained a composed demeanor, stepping forward to navigate between the altars. Each bronze altar bore an electronic tag, and upon a mere touch, detailed information about the sealing artifacts would materialize. He began to select his desired sealing artifact. Chapter 86. The gluttonous ones beneath the magnificent Huaji building. On the 7th subterranean level, lay hundreds of sealed artifacts. These artifacts ranged in strength from C to E grade. Gu Shen, however, dismissed the D and E grade artifacts without a second thought. Lacking experience in selecting such items, he reasoned that a higher rating would surely yield better results. He decided to prioritize the expensive options first, followed by the most suitable ones. Armed with the measure of truth, he pondered the type of artifact that would best complement his needs, both a spear and a shield. The measure of truth could transform his mental prowess into formidable material strength. Uncertain of the grading criteria for the sealed artifacts, Gu Shen speculated that at least one of them must possess A-grade strength, and it appeared to be exceptionally perfect. The only drawback was the immense burden it imposed. Using the measure even once would leave him incapacitated for half a day. The flaw lay not in the artifact itself, but in his current limitations. With the assassination threat from the long-term foundation unresolved, he deemed it more prudent to select a defensive item rather than an offensive one. After careful consideration, he eliminated several unsuitable C-grade artifacts and finally fixed his gaze upon 2 bronze altars before him. On one altar lay a remarkably thin silver vest, gleaming under the white light. This C-grade artifact, known as the frosted cocoon, appeared unremarkable but retained extraordinary natural frost attributes. If the host possessed similar attributes, it would enhance their freezing range. If not, the vest's defensive properties were still outstanding. By channeling mental energy, one could summon a robust mini-snowstorm shield, making it exceedingly difficult for non-supernatural forces to leave a mark. Gu Shen visualized the scenario described in the records. Had he encountered high explosives during his time with the Dreamer, this artifact would have effortlessly shielded him from the blast. It was indeed an excellent self-protection gear. On the other altar rested a small set of prayer beads, consisting of 11 beads, 9 of which were dull in color, while 2 emitted a vibrant azure glow. The 6 blessings beads, a damaged A-grade artifact, served as consumables. Each bead contained remarkable blessing power that could negate both material and mental impacts once consumed. Only 2 uses remained. Both the frosted cocoon and the 6 blessings beads were commendable choices. However, the latter's quality was evidently superior, capable of resisting mental shocks despite its diminished status as an A-grade artifact. Gu Shen made his choice, the 6 blessings beads. After a moment of contemplation, he decided. Cui Zhongqing, who had been observing quietly, maintained a calm demeanor. When Zhao Qi was denied access, he had provided an impeccable rationale, stating that he merely held the key to the locked treasures of Jinshan. Yet, in truth, his authority here in the Huaji building was formidable, granting him absolute influence. Bestowing sealed artifacts was merely a trivial matter. The archives on the 7th underground level contained hundreds of sealed artifacts, but regardless of Gu Shen's selections, he could only hope for a maximum of C-grade. Cui Zhongqing was also curious to see Gu Shen's discerning eye for artifacts. Have you made your decision? He asked, lifting the red-silver protective shield to retrieve the beads. His tone remained unperturbed as he remarked, a fine choice. Though it is a C-grade artifact, it possesses A-grade strength. However, it only has 2 uses of blessing power left. 2 is sufficient, Gu Shen replied, slipping the beads onto his wrist. Had it not been for the unpredictable dangers of his current mission, he would have preferred an artifact rich in exceptional source quality to enhance his own power. Selecting the beads was purely a matter of ensuring safety. In critical moments, the ability to preserve life was paramount. Thank you, Gu Shen said dismissively after donning the beads, immediately extending his hand expectantly. Now, about the breathing techniques. Cui Zhongqing regarded him with a complex expression. It was no mere coincidence that Zhou Ji had taken Gu Shen as his pupil. This young man possessed the potential to evolve into a cunning rogue. What kind of breathing technique do you seek? Cui Zhongqing sighed softly, noticing Gu Shen's bewildered expression. He patiently explained, the finer the breathing technique, the more elusive it is to replicate. Only by observing the original can one grasp its essence. Some techniques are etched on a paper, while others are imprinted within artifacts. To my knowledge, those who have cultivated the Jingzhi technique to mastery often choose to observe the Guyu scroll left by Gu Changji. Wait, the Guyu scroll? Gu Shen paused, realization dawning. Are you saying that Gu Changji left behind more than one breathing technique? Indeed, Cui Zhongqing confirmed. The Jingzhi and Guyu scrolls were both publicly shared by Gu Changji as guidance for the youth of the Eastern continent before his slumber. They reside within the Judgment Office and the Prison Office, respectively. The essence of these 2 techniques differs, and their order of observation does not affect the outcome. Combined, they form the renowned breath of spring. Gu Shen finally understood that the visions he had encountered within the Jingzhi dream were but remnants of a spiritual fragment. Jingzhi marked the commencement of seasonal transitions, as well as the initiation of breathing techniques. The Guyu scroll, located in the prison office. Gu Shen's eyes sparkled with fervor. Is there a copy available for observation? Is Gu Changji's breathing technique so easily replicated? Over the years, only one heaven's eye has emerged. Cui Zhongqing shook his head. If you seek other breathing techniques, I can consider alternatives, but the Guyu scroll is not located in the capital. To view it, you must submit an application, and the council's precondition for approval is that the applicant possesses at least the strength of the 6th layer of the deep sea. The 6th layer of the deep sea? Gu Shen chuckled ruefully. Such high requirements. As the saying goes, one cannot chew more than they can swallow. Engaging with the other 2 scrolls before mastering the Jingzhi technique may not be beneficial. Cui Zhongqing replied coolly, for an ordinary person, comprehending a single scroll is already a tremendous fortune. Hence, the council has established this rule. Extraordinary individuals below the 6th layer of the deep sea are prohibited from applying for access to the 2nd scroll. This serves both as a limitation and a safeguard. Indeed, Gu Shen conceded, feeling somewhat helpless. Suddenly, Cui Zhongqing inquired, how long did it take you to comprehend the Jingzhi technique? Ah well. Gu Shen chuckled nervously. It was nothing noteworthy. Cui Zhongqing raised an eyebrow. Sensing that Gu Shen was still holding back, he chose not to press further. After a brief moment, Gu Shen circled around the bronze altars once more, eventually pausing at the most secluded one. He leaned in slightly to gain a clearer view of a slender pointer lying within the red-silver shield. What is this? He inquired, pointing at the shield. A mysterious clock hand, Cui Zhongqing replied. As you can see, the 7th level beneath the Huaji building serves as a repository for low-grade sealed artifacts, with many untraceable and unidentifiable items gathered here for unified management. If I recall correctly, this pointer has been here for many years. Due to its prolonged presence, it has lost its active capabilities, yet it still harbors potent, extraordinary source quality. Any object that comes into contact with this pointer, be it human skin or other materials, will experience a freezing of time. Freezing time? Gu Shen immediately recalled the shattered pocket watch belonging to Zhou Yexin. The segment is quite localized, intimately aligned with the pointer, exceedingly minute, so trivial it could be disregarded entirely. Cui Zhongqing extended 2 fingers and gently stroked them, Hence the artifact's rating is merely E, a relic that hovers at the periphery of the evaluative system, not quite qualifying as a sealed object. Intriguing. Gu Shen chuckled softly. I no longer require the breathing technique. Grant me this pointer instead. Are you certain? Cui Zhongqing furrowed his brow. This fellow, who resembles a monkey with fur, does not appear to be one who engages in unprofitable transactions. It feels as though I am at a disadvantage, trading a breathing technique for an enigmatic pointer. Perhaps you could provide me with another sealed object as compensation? Gu Shen turned, stroking his chin. I desire that silver vest. Cui Zhongqing replied, dream on. Take this pointer and make yourself scarce. Without hesitation, Cui Zhongqing decisively made the call. With specialized tweezers, he extracted the pointer and placed it into a thin pouch coated with red silver. All right. The incident at the riverside last night is settled. After concluding the transaction, Cui Zhongqing let out a sigh of relief, though his expression bore signs of fatigue. He truly wished to avoid further encounters with Gu Shen, personally escorting him to the entrance of the Huaji building. He reiterated sternly not to allow that old fellow to cause a commotion there. Gu Shen nodded vigorously, assuring him of his discretion, and then hurried away with two sealed objects into a secluded alley. Once he confirmed that he was alone and that no one was pursuing him, he exhaled deeply. Buzz. The radiant fire erupted uncontrollably from his brow, colliding with the surface of the red-silver pouch in an instant, splattering into a cascade of flowing, burning liquid flames, enveloping the pouch in a 360-degree embrace. Were it not for the barrier of red silver, the pointer might have already been consumed. Truly gluttonous. Ever devouring what's in front of it while yearning for more, Gu Shen began to grasp the purpose of the deep-sea trials. The path to transcending was indeed a journey of continual development and mastery over one's own capabilities. Not every extraordinary individual can flawlessly command their abilities. Beneath the Huaji building, upon sensing the potent, extraordinary essence within the pointer through the red-silver barrier, the fire at his brow erupted with intense mental vibrations, beckoning him forward, even disregarding the essence he was in the midst of digesting, conveying a resolute will. If the fire could articulate its thoughts at that moment, it would likely exclaim, I will devour it. Gu Shen now realized that the seemingly innocuous flicker of flame at his brow was, in fact, an insatiable glutton. Within the pocket watch dream, he had glimpsed an originless crimson flame, which also bore a voracious intent. You certainly know how to indulge. Gu Shen observed the pointer through the red-silver pouch. After the fire awakened, the world in Gu Shen's eyes morphed. The sky was no longer a clear azure, and the clouds lost their pristine whiteness. If one truly opened their eyes, they would perceive the chaotic flow of the world, with extraordinary essences redefining the order of material existence, akin to the erratic drift of the wind. This thin pouch contained an extraordinarily pure and vast extraordinary essence. No wonder the fire harbored such a fervent desire to consume it, evaluating strictly from the perspective of devouring essence. This exchange with Cui Zhongqing was far from a loss. However, setting aside the extraordinary essence, this forsaken pointer was merely an ordinary object. Its ability to suspend time was undeniably formidable, yet limited to an area of less than 1 square centimeter, a truly lackluster item. Yet, would consuming it be a waste? After much contemplation, Gu Shen resolved to preserve this pointer diligently. It must not be consumed. He conveyed his intent to the fire using his mental energy. Whimpering, the flames, with their wide-open mouths, trembled in the wind, resembling a mournful whimper, pitifully retracting. Akin to a puddle of mud, gradually detaching from the red-silver pouch, ultimately reforming into flame, returning despondently to Gu Shen's brow. This flicker of fire resonated with his will, a unique sensation, akin to possessing a second soul. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness multiplied into pairs. Feeling a sense of grievance, Gu Shen felt somewhat helpless. Behave, be obedient. There will be more delectable treats in the future. He felt as though he were soothing a child. Yet, this child was remarkably easy to appease. After his consolation, the small flame at his brow bobbed obediently, settling down with docility. If one were to say the fire was merely an infant, then its eventual form would be intricately linked to every choice he made. Reflecting on the images of the phantom's cage, his expression grew solemn. In the dream, his malevolent thoughts had been nearly boundless. And now, having awakened the extraordinary, he and the fire had formed a symbiotic state. The emotions at birth would directly affect him. In truth, Gu Shen had felt a surge of intense desire several times, yearning to open the red-silver pouch and command the fire to consume the pointer directly. But each time, his formidable willpower had suppressed it. He must never allow the spontaneous emotions of the extraordinary essence to dictate his actions. He was the master of this vessel. If he could not restrain his own extraordinary nature, the brink of losing control would not be far off. After suppressing the restlessness, Gu Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He gently caressed his brow and murmured, "Little one, remember, those who are gluttonous shall not meet a good end." Chapter 87. The ostrich stopped, just as Gu Shen leaned against the wall of the narrow alley. Exhaling a sigh of relief and preparing to tidy his clothes before departing, a sudden sharp command echoed from behind. Almost immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside the alley. Was that a call for him? At that moment, Gu Shen's heart tightened with anxiety. With a guilty conscience and the instinct to flee, he immediately began to quicken his pace the instant he heard the voice. Having just extorted a sum from Cui Zhongqing, he couldn't shake off the worry that this Mr. Cui might have a change of heart and send someone after him to reclaim the E-grade timepiece, laden with hidden secrets. Glancing back hurriedly, he caught sight of several looming figures emerging from the shadows, all tall, clad in black suits, their faces stern, each wearing a pair of sunglasses. Most telling was the black insignia emblazoned on their lapels. They were indeed members of the Zhao family. As he ran, the voices behind grew more furious. Someone shouted, "Don't run." Gu Shen's pace quickened. If it weren't for the fact that he had already used the measure of truth twice, he might have considered employing it to escape. This reaction was purely instinctive. Being pursued triggered an unavoidable urge to flee. The faster they chased, the faster he ran. This narrow alley was cluttered with abandoned baskets, creating numerous obstacles in his frantic dash, causing him to stumble and falter. To make matters worse, this seemingly secluded alley was actually a dead end. After running for several seconds and rounding a corner, he spotted a wall at the end of the alley, a wave of despair washing over him. Step on the basket. Leap over. At that moment, a somewhat anxious reminder came from behind. Gu Shen then noticed a figure closely trailing him. The person was neither tall nor sturdy, easily overlooked in his peripheral vision, but upon closer inspection, he was strikingly out of place. Dressed in a thin floral shirt despite the cold, with a buzz cut and flip-flops, he was sprinting desperately. Unfortunately, the narrow alley meant that he could only be blocked by his own rear. There was no time to ponder who this person was or to question him. Acting almost instinctively, Gu Shen followed the stranger's suggestion, stepping onto the basket and leaping, using the wall for leverage. Thankfully, his physical condition was decent, but this was his first time climbing a wall in such a manner. With a thud, his fingers grasped the edge of the wall, albeit with some effort, but he managed to hold on. Swinging his body sideways, he pushed himself up, feeling like a gymnast on parallel bars, narrowly avoiding disaster. Then, glancing back, Gu Shen was utterly astonished by the sight before him. The man in the floral shirt had not used the basket or any other foothold. Instead, he took a running leap from 4 or 5 meters away, soaring effortlessly into the air, his form resembling that of a majestic bird. Gu Shen had estimated that the wall was at least 4 meters high, yet this individual had cleared it with ease. Was he even human? The buzz-cut man did not linger. Upon reaching the top of the wall, he leaped down again, his descent mimicking that of a great bird. Gu Shen couldn't help but wonder if this fellow had wings, as he could almost see the arc of his flight through the air. "What are you waiting for?" The buzz-cut man landed and turned back. "Aren't you going to run?" Gu Shen was taken aback. The pursuers were now closing in, their murderous intent palpable. The burly men coordinated seamlessly, some starting to run while others crouched against the wall, forming a human bridge with their backs. Cursing under his breath, Gu Shen snapped back to reality and jumped down from the wall. As he landed, the buzz-cut man lent a hand, and the two sprinted through the alley like ostriches furiously charging through the sandstorm. Beyond the high wall, The alley transformed from a straight path into a labyrinth of twisting alleyways. The buzz-cut man took the lead, demonstrating not only remarkable jumping ability but also exceptional speed. Explaining his earlier impatience when he was stuck behind Gu Shen, it became evident that the economy of Dongzhou still had room for improvement. Even in the most bustling parts of Jiangnan, dilapidated alleys intertwined with the old city. After winding through several turns, the straight trajectory they had initially followed became a tangled web, making it increasingly difficult for their pursuers to keep up. Only when the sounds of shouting faded into the distance did the buzz-cut man gradually slow down. Phew, phew. Gu Shen leaned against his knees, struggling to catch his breath. Did we lose them? Lost them 8,000 miles back. The buzz-cut man scoffed at their intellect. It will take them another 800 years to catch me. His physical fitness was remarkable. After a bout of frantic running, he merely took a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure. Song Si dusted off the dirt from his floral shirt. He was a man who valued cleanliness. But after their wild sprint through the narrow alley, his attire was inevitably soiled. Once he had brushed off the dust, he became aware that something seemed amiss. Wait. Why are you running? He regarded Gu Shen with a peculiar expression, noting his youthful appearance of 17 or 18, though he appeared somewhat disheveled. The fact that he had kept pace with him indicated considerable stamina. Gu Shen wore a similarly perplexed expression, as the buzz-cut man had preempted his question. The bodyguards of the Zhao family were pursuing him. Why was this man running? Do you know those guys? If you haven't done anything wrong, why are you running? Song Si frowned. Did you steal something? Or are you in debt? Why else would you run so fast? Nonsense. I'm a model citizen. Gu Shen quickly denied the accusation. Those burly men were clearly after him, and given the prominent insignia they bore, he had no idea what they might do if they caught him. The buzz-cut man stroked his chin, amused by Gu Shen's defense. Gu Shen retorted angrily. It's perfectly normal for me to run. But why are you running? The unexpected counterattack left the buzz-cut man momentarily speechless, his hand, which had just pulled out a cigarette, freezing midair. As you said, being chased and running away is quite normal, isn't it? After a brief pause, he defended himself somewhat forcefully. Look at me. I'm a model citizen too. Gu Shen shot him a skeptical glance. A buzz cut and a floral shirt hardly screamed model citizen. Hey, don't judge a book by its cover, the buzz-cut man retorted, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a flint lighter. After a failed attempt to ignite it, he muttered irritably, You think I don't understand your thoughts? Just as Gu Shen was about to respond, a familiar voice echoed from the other end of the alley. Found it. Over here. The imposing figures reappeared. The buzz-cut man's expression shifted dramatically. He frowned, focusing on the lighter, then with a flick of his finger, he shattered the base of the lighter, revealing a chip the size of a fingernail affixed within. Is that a tracking chip? Gu Shen's eyes narrowed. Oh. Little boss, you know your stuff, the buzz-cut man said, momentarily surprised, then smiled, expressionless as he pressed down on the base, crushing the chip into powder with a decisive motion. Now, he chuckled softly and extended his hand to Gu Shen, saying, Regardless of whether you are a model citizen, you must flee with me. Gu Shen, with a fierce expression, swatted away the outstretched hand of the man with the crew cut, asserting, I can run. He gritted his teeth and glanced back at the group of well-dressed, burly men behind him. The only option was to run. The image of their recent escape together had already been witnessed, and he would certainly be regarded as an accomplice. If caught, no one would believe that he had exchanged only a couple of words with this individual. Thus, the two fled like ostriches, burying their heads in the urgency of flight. After sprinting for 30 minutes, Gu Shen leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. I can't go on. Let me rest for a moment. The man with the crew cut, who had been running swiftly in his flip-flops, finally came to a halt. With arms crossed and an air of composure, he remarked, In fact, I could have shaken you off 20 minutes ago. I merely wished to see how long you could keep running. Gu Shen felt a surge of frustration. If he were not at a disadvantage, he would have relished the opportunity to give this man a thrashing. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the crew-cut man possessed an impressive physique. Beneath his thin shirt, the contours of well-defined pectoral and abdominal muscles were evident. From his earlier display of agility in leaping over walls, It was clear that this robust body concealed tremendous explosive power. Bro, you have a sense of loyalty. You didn't betray me. Observing Gu Shen's expression, the man with the crew cut scratched his nose and laughed heartily. There's a fantastic noodle shop nearby. Let me treat you to some noodles. Gu Shen's face twitched. He might have considered betraying this man, but he didn't even know his name. If apprehended, it would be impossible to defend himself. By the way, the man boldly extended a hand. My surname is Song Ci, with some meaning compassion. Song Ci. Such a distinctive name. Gu Shen silently repeated it in his mind. A breeze swept through the alley, rustling the thin fabric of Song Ci's shirt, and in that moment, he unexpectedly caught sight of a small, dark pattern faintly visible on Song Ci's chest. An enigmatic black design coiled into the shape of a shattered heart, with hibiscus flowers entwined in thorns. Even a mere glimpse was sufficient to reveal the tattoo's true nature. It was the emblem of the Chengxin society. Gu Shen averted his gaze. He extended his hand and shook hands with Song Ci, slowly introducing himself. Gu Shen, with Shen signifying caution. Chapter 88. The Crow. Song Ci was quite familiar with the alley map of the old city in Dadu. After 10 minutes, the two arrived at a modest noodle shop, Su Ji Beef Noodle Restaurant. The owner, tall and thin, with a white towel draped around his neck, greeted Song Ci with a smile upon his arrival. Ah, you're here. Brought a friend? With a beaming smile, Song Ci responded, 2 large bowls, with extra meat, eggs, and braised tofu. He lowered his voice. I've lived here for over 20 years, and this noodle shop has been open for just as long. The beef here is plentiful and flavorful, and they haven't raised their prices in 2 decades. In a city like Dading, it was challenging to find such a dilapidated establishment, let alone in Dadu. In the heart of the city, where every inch of land was precious, new signs adorned the surroundings, all chain stores serving centrally prepared food, ready to be heated in a minute. Fast food, in an era that demanded speed. Few would sit in an old shop waiting for a master to hand-pull noodles for 10 minutes. Everyone preferred the convenience of fast food, mechanized preparation, and industrial cleanliness. I love this place, Gu Shen remarked earnestly. Here, he saw a side of the city obscured by the passage of time. Since arriving in Dadu, he had grown accustomed to sprinting alone through the alleys at night, drawn to the remnants of warmth in this vast mechanical city. The people were the essential components of the urban fabric. These intersecting alleys were the only places in the cold metropolis where time seemed to slow down. Sitting here, Gu Shen felt his spirits calming. Seriously, why are you running? Song Ci raised an eyebrow, curiously inquiring. The excuse you gave before was rather flimsy. Even if you're trying to deceive me, you should at least craft a plausible story. I just made a deal with a guy in Huaji building, and am afraid he might back out, Gu Shen replied. Whether he is looking for me or not, I figured it was best to run first. Upon hearing this, Song Ci paused, then couldn't help but chuckle. Then you definitely should be running. There are no benevolent souls in that building. They may appear genteel, but they are ruthless characters who would devour you whole. Those who make deals with them rarely end up well. I'm all right, actually. I extracted quite a sum from that fellow, Gu Shen chuckled. It was possible he had indeed sent a team to find him, but it was too late for any regrets now. Oh, that piques my interest, Song Ci said, requesting 2 bottles of beer and handing one to Gu Shen. Care to elaborate? Not much of a story, really, Gu Shen shook his head. The people in that building are wealthy and powerful. They hardly concern themselves with gains or losses. More likely, he has already forgotten about the matter. He then asked, how about you? Why are you running? I was telling the truth, Song Ci replied earnestly. They are chasing me, so I run. No special reason behind it. Gu Shen disdainfully extended a middle finger. If you had to find a reason, it would be that some big shot wants to meet me. And I currently have no desire to meet her, so I've opted to flee. Song Ci scratched his head, laughing bitterly. But you know, running is merely a temporary solution. Dadu is not that big. Where else can I escape? At most, I'd just run to the next alley for a bowl of noodles. Eventually, we'll have to meet. A big shot, huh? How big? Gu Shen smiled, attempting to change the subject. Let us not exaggerate on the first meeting. Song Ci, while trying to enjoy his meal, initially appeared tough and unapproachable. Gu Shen intended to part ways after their brief encounter, but they quickly became familiar with each other through casual conversation. Both Gu Shen and Song Si shared similar backgrounds. Both were orphans, one from Qinghe and the other from Dadu, each forging their paths independently. Perhaps it was this shared experience that sparked an inexplicable feeling within Gu Shen. Perhaps Song Si could become a friend. He had no intention of prying into Song Si's secrets or extracting information from someone who might become a friend. A big shot. Indeed, Song Si narrowed his eyes, resting his chin on his hand, and seriously asked, "Do you want to hear about it?" "Not interested." Gu Shen waved his hand, chuckling. "What if I told you I just pulled a significant con on Cui Zhongqing? Would you believe it?" "Now that's absurd." Song Si chuckled, looking at Gu Shen with a mix of amusement and disbelief. "You should at least make your boast believable. The entire Dadu knows that Cui Zhongqing never makes a losing deal. The person who could con him hasn't even been born yet." Gu Shen laughed awkwardly. "My apologies. I didn't express it well. I'm just new to Dadu and rather uninformed about the powerful figures here, aside from Cui Zhongqing." Song Si sighed. "Well, I don't know what to say to you. Here comes the noodles. Let us eat." The owner placed 2 bowls of noodles down with a smile, asking, "Crow, you mentioned bringing Xiao Lu along last time. Hasn't she returned yet?" "Crow?" Gu Shen raised an eyebrow, wondering if that was Song Si's nickname. He noticed a fleeting sadness in Song Si's eyes as he heard the name Xiao Lu, but it quickly vanished. Taking the noodles, Song Si replied brightly, "Next time." "Next time. Xiao Lu is too busy. I'll eat a little extra for her." As the owner turned to leave, he sighed softly. "It's been years since I last saw Xiao Lu. I wonder how she is doing." "Ah, there's a story there," Gu Shen observed, leaning closer, curious. "Brother Crow, may I ask who Xiao Lu is?" "My childhood sweetheart, beautiful and kind," Song Si replied proudly, raising an eyebrow, blowing on the steam rising from his noodles. Deliberately speaking loudly, he then subtly raised a finger, signaling Gu Shen to keep it quiet. With a hint of embarrassment, Song Si lowered his voice. "I've secretly had a crush on her since childhood, but it's been a long time since we last met. We grew up together in this area, but she no longer lives in Dadu. Every time I come to this noodle shop, the owner asks when Xiao Lu will come back. Once, I drunkenly boasted that she was my girlfriend and I'd bring her back next year." Gu Shen exchanged glances with him. "Next year? How many next years are there?" Song Si covered his forehead, nearly in tears. "Now I somewhat regret boasting. What if she really comes back?" "Fear not. If you like her, just say it," Gu Shen instinctively exclaimed, then noticed Song Si's expression change and quickly lowered his voice. "Since you're childhood sweethearts, just pursue her boldly." Song Si sighed deeply, finishing a whole bottle in one go and wiping his mouth vigorously. The bitter drink stung his heart. He increasingly felt that Gu Shen, whom he had met by chance, was becoming quite agreeable. "I'd rather she didn't return to Dadu. Perhaps I should tell the owner that we've broken up?" "Don't. This is ridiculous." Gu Shen laughed helplessly. "Do you not like her?" "The situation is complicated. It's not something I can explain in a few words." Song Si opened his mouth, hesitated, and then smiled bitterly. "Also, Crow is just a nickname. Let us not mention it. It's inauspicious. You know, I'm an orphan." Delicious." He took a large mouthful of noodles and mumbled, "I grew up eating from the homes of 100 families. Kind-hearted neighbors occasionally took me in and provided me with food, but one day, they suddenly stopped. It turned out that someone had labeled me a harbinger of misfortune, claiming I had cursed my parents to death and would now bring doom to those who fed me. Everyone who took me in would meet with calamity. Eventually, I do not know who first called me Crow, but gradually, it spread, and everyone began to refer to me as such. Crow symbolizes an ill omen. However, a name is merely a title. As a child, I shed countless tears over this, but now it matters not." Song Si finished the entire bowl of noodles in just a few bites, letting out a satisfied burp, and chuckled. Children raised under the weight of others' judgment often grow resilient, indifferent to slander and gossip. In this vast world, the most important thing is to fill one's belly. Pausing for a moment, Song Si discreetly glanced at the shopkeeper at the door and added to Gu Shen, "In truth, old Su is a good person, but habits are formidable things. Since everyone calls me Crow, I have grown accustomed to it, yet Song Si has become somewhat awkward with it. He scratched his head, adding, if one day I come here for noodles, and he does not call me Crow, it must mean he has succumbed to senility. Observing the gentle nostalgia in Song Si's expression, Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback. Song Si chuckled, why do you gaze at me with such eyes? Have you been conquered by my magnanimity? Gu Shen remained silent for a brief moment, stepping back slightly. From across the table, he scrutinized Song Si from head to toe. The sharply cropped hair, the fierce visage, the flamboyant shirt, and the worn-out flip-flops caked with dirt spoke volumes. If one were to encapsulate this rugged figure in 2 words, the most fitting would be disheveled. Who would have thought? Gu Shen clicked his tongue, a complex expression crossing his face as he mused, before meeting you. I could not have imagined that beneath such a robust and fierce exterior lay a soul so delicate and tender. Flattery, flattery. Song Si humbly smiled. But suddenly his expression shifted to one of distress. Oh no. I've had too much to drink. I urgently need to relieve myself. Gu Shen began to doubt his judgment of character. How could this song brother be so serious for barely 3 seconds? With an apologetic look, Song Si pointed at the bottle, saying, Little Gu, today we hit it off like old friends. We'll drink 300 more rounds later. But you must wait for me. I need to use the restroom. Gu Shen waved his hand in resignation. Freed from the constraints of decorum, Song Si dashed off, clutching his pants, and after that, he never returned. Chapter 89, Tales of the Old City After Visiting the Restroom. Gu Shen found it odd that there wasn't a single soul in sight. 20 minutes later, he realized something was amiss. He had checked the restroom, confirming that Song Si had vanished without a trace, leaving the place utterly deserted. This dishonorable scoundrel, taking advantage of my outsider status? Gu Shen's teeth ground in frustration as he returned to the noodle shop to settle his bill. Upon seeing the tall, slender proprietor, who sat on a wooden stool with a towel draped around his neck, gazing into the distance with a serene smile, Gu Shen recognized that the proprietor had likely maintained that posture for quite some time. Boss, I'm ready to pay. The lanky owner, seemingly oblivious to his presence, slowly turned his head to acknowledge Gu Shen with a gentle nod. This proprietor appeared to lack a certain acumen. 2 large bowls, with extra meat, egg, and tofu, right? 36, adding in the drink, totals 44. Small business, no credit. From the second floor, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the boss's wife descended briskly. She glanced at the empty seats, frowning as she remarked, You're the friend brought here by the crow. That rascal finished his meal and vanished again? Again? Gu Shen paused, realizing this was not the first occurrence. Old Su, remember, next time, make the crow pay before he eats. The boss's wife scolded loudly while clearing the table. Meanwhile, the lanky proprietor remained seated, hands on his knees, smiling placidly as he gazed into the distance, nodding slowly. Having tidied up, the boss's wife took the large bowls into the kitchen, offering a faint explanation to Gu Shen. My apologies. Old Su isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Gu Shen instantly understood. After a moment's reflection, he grasped the deeper meaning behind Song Si's earlier words. He hadn't fled. He had simply been called away unexpectedly. Gu Shen spoke softly. The boss's wife, washing dishes in the kitchen, cast a surprised glance in his direction upon hearing him. The youth standing outside, neat and tidy in his attire, seemed to radiate an aura that suggested he was not one to associate with the crow. She wiped her hands on her apron and said, You are the first to speak up for him. How long have you known him? A day? Gu Shen pondered for a moment, then awkwardly replied, Counting this meal, a full 2 hours. Then don't believe his nonsense, nor consider him a friend. The boss's wife remarked casually, The crow has no friends. And not a single truthful word escapes his lips. A fine youth like you shouldn't associate with him. Those who do will be doomed. After a brief silence, Gu Shen softly inquired, Then, what about that Miss Xiao Lu he just mentioned? Is she real or not? Xiao Lu. The boss's wife chuckled. Xiao Lu exists. Indeed. Did he not boastfully pull out her picture from his wallet to show off, claiming she was his girlfriend? Gu Shen scratched his head, suddenly realizing he had been deceived. He thought to himself that he had at least shared a drink with the crow. Yet he had not even seen a photograph of Xiao Lu. What a ridiculous claim of a girlfriend. How could Xiao Lu ever be interested in him? The boss's wife raised an eyebrow, snorting derisively. After playing together for a few years, he boasts about her everywhere. If Song Si were to take a moment to reflect, he would recognize himself as a mere toad unworthy of her. Everyone in 8 Streets can see that he harbors a secret crush on her. After a few drinks, he exaggerates, and only old Sue would buy into such nonsense. This struck a nerve, and the boss's wife slammed her hand down in frustration, exclaiming, "Mentioning him makes me furious. No crow is allowed through that door again." Old Sue nodded pitifully. "The crow is not a bad fellow. Absolutely not. Absolutely not." The boss's wife was incensed, rapping her fingers sharply against old Sue's forehead, causing him to grab the small stool and flee in disarray. Gu Shen observed the scene, both amused and exasperated. Xiao Lu is not from around here. The boss's wife sighed softly, scattering a handful of sunflower seeds as she continued. That girl is exceptionally bright and attractive, but somewhat reclusive and stubborn. Yet it's clear she isn't a product of our old city. I wonder what her family was thinking, leaving such a lovely girl isolated here for 2 years. What is Xiao Lu's full name? Gu Shen asked curiously. The boss's wife appeared momentarily perplexed by the question. After a moment of thought, she shook her head. Everyone calls her Xiao Lu. We only know her surname is Lu. We know nothing of her family, why she came here, or why she might leave. Leaning against the window, the boss's wife gazed lazily at the sunlight spilling over the weathered walls of the old city, but we all know she will leave. This is not where she belongs. Hello. Song Si lazily answered the phone while brushing his teeth. Crow, where on earth are you? The woman's voice on the other end was filled with fury. If you dare stir up trouble, don't go missing. I'll give you 1 more hour. Don't make me use spiritual sight to find you. If Gu Shen had been present, he would have recognized the voice. Liu Jia, calm down. Anger is harmful to your health. Song Si replied nonchalantly. I merely gave Chen San's precious nephew a good beating. Is that really such a trouble? Liu Jia suppressed her anger, coldly retorting, just a beating? You broke 8 of his ribs, nearly sending him to the underworld. The Southern Hall had to use a sacred relic to keep him alive. Now the entire Southern Hall is searching for you. Chen San is furious and wants to skin you alive. How terrifying. Song Si chuckled. If they want to skin me alive, how could I dare to show my face? Liu Jia fell silent. You need to give Chen San an explanation. She sighed wearily. An explanation? It's his nephew who wanted to throw punches. I'm merely obliged. What more explanation is required? Song Si shrugged nonchalantly. Who knew he couldn't take a hit? I only threw 1 punch, and he went down. Could it be a setup? We previously agreed to maintain a boundary between the north and south. If someone crosses it, I will follow the rules. Now, having struck the young one and stirred the older one, what explanation can I provide? I am merely following the arrangements set forth by old Zhao. Song Si's voice suddenly lowered, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Why don't you ask Chen San if he dares to come to Jiangtan without his title? I'll certainly show up to personally provide him with an explanation. Liu Jia hesitated to respond. There was a dangerous edge to Song Si's tone. Let me handle this. A slightly gloomy voice interrupted. It was. Liu Jia transferred the call, and a man's voice took over. He sounded somewhat young, yet not quite youthful, perhaps in his 30s, filled with a dark anger. Crow, I'm currently negotiating a business deal with the Chen family. You've assaulted one of their own. What do you expect me to do? The man chastised in a low voice. You're merely a lackey. Can you afford the losses incurred by the Zhao family? Ah. So it's Zhao Qi, the young master of the Zhao family. Song Si beamed upon hearing the voice. Long time no see. Have you stopped your revelries and taken up business instead? Zhao Qi responded coolly. If you show your face now, we can still negotiate. Who would have thought you had a knack for business, especially dealing with the Chen family? Quite the bold move, Song Si interrupted, then teased, in the name of Huaji? Zhao Qi fell silent on the other end. Has this matter received approval from the old master? Has Mr. Cui consented? What about her? Song Si's smile faded instantly, showing no respect for the heir of the Zhao conglomerate. He coldly replied, As you said, I am merely a lackey. But my loyalties do not lie with you. I answer only to the lady. He paused. Thus, your business has collapsed. Song Si, with an impassive expression, declared word by word. What does that have to do with me? And hung up. The phone rang again. Without a glance, he hung up once more and conveniently switched off the device. A wave of tranquility washed over him as he felt the burdens of the world lift. He casually climbed over a low wall, found an abandoned rooftop devoid of inhabitants, and moved a weathered wicker chair there. He reclined beneath the blazing midday sun, lazily humming a tune, while his brows slightly furrowed, as an inexplicable sense of agitation lingered in his heart. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. The sunlight shifted from his face to his feet, and the scorching heat seemed to wane. Awakening from his reverie of irritation, Song Si slowly opened his eyes, instantly invigorated. A large umbrella unfurled, casting a shadow over him. Beneath it stood a beautiful woman in a white dress, adorned with jewels, exuding a sacred aura that felt both enchanting and unattainable. Song Si shook himself from his stupor. "Madam," he murmured softly as he hurriedly sat up from the chair. Who would believe that this man, now overwhelmed with trepidation, was once audacious enough to berate Zhao over the phone? The lady, holding the umbrella, stood amidst the dilapidated rooftop, which had long been forsaken. Scattered about were mechanical parts and obsolete electrical devices from a bygone era, with only a few resilient potted plants surviving against the elements, albeit now adorned with cobwebs. With the lady's arrival, the decrepit rooftop seemed to transform into a scene worthy of admiration, the broken components appearing as unique decorations. "I sent someone to fetch you, yet you refused to come. I called, and you declined to answer." Her gaze held no anger, only a serene calmness. "Thus, I had no choice but to come personally." The Raven swiftly opened his phone and noticed a series of missed calls, feeling somewhat helpless. "It's because of Zhao and Louis," he began. "Yes, I am aware. There is no need to elaborate," the lady replied softly. "The matter has been resolved." "Oh," the Raven was taken aback, suddenly feeling disoriented as he stared blankly at the woman, whose presence radiated an ethereal glow. It dawned on him that he might have truly landed himself in trouble. Anxiously, he asked, "I merely wanted to hide. How was the matter resolved?" Regarding the overstepping issue, Chun San personally apologized, but Zhao Qi's business has also faltered. She said nonchalantly, "For the time being, relations between Nanbei Hall will be somewhat tense. Do your best to avoid the limelight. I will handle Zhao Qi. He wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you." Chapter 90, Number 18, Lipu Street, Madam. "I." The breeze on the rooftop stirred, awakening the Raven. He hesitated for a long moment before cautiously asking, "Have I done something wrong?" The woman holding the umbrella silently gazed at the trees, buildings, and birds of the old town. She shook her head and replied, "You have not erred. Since the rules of the Chengxin Society have been established, they must naturally be adhered to. Those who overstep will face the consequences of their transgressions. However, not all matters should be viewed solely through the lens of right and wrong. In the eyes of influential figures, the balance of profit and loss holds greater significance. Sometimes, missteps are inconsequential, provided that all parties stand to gain. Since I have not transgressed, there is nothing to evade," the Raven declared boldly, puffing out his chest. "Now that you have entrusted the Beidang to me, I shall not retreat an inch. The rules were agreed upon collectively. I am bound to follow them and have no reason to falter. I recognize your prowess." The madam spoke earnestly, her words measured yet powerful. "But brute force cannot resolve every issue. The matter is past. Remember my earlier counsel. I shall handle the subsequent affairs on your behalf." The Raven was momentarily taken aback. Her words gradually quelled the fervor that had surged within him. Song Si slowly lowered his head. He understood her intention. Those who establish rules are often not the strongest. In Song Si's world, might equated to principle, and strength defined the rules. Thus, after joining the Chengxin Society, he quickly made a name for himself, instilling fear in the timid and terror in the bold. The Chengxin Society was rife with fierce individuals. Yet he was a reckless man, a mere mortal. In the heat of anger, a common man can spill blood. This was a principle learned only after enduring countless wounds, which he held as an unwavering tenet. He was indifferent to Chun San's intentions. At worst, he would fight valiantly. He meant what he said during their meeting by the riverbank. "Ingji." The woman spoke once more, softly uttering a name known only to her. The madam never referred to Song Si as the Raven. When she brought this orphan back from the old town, everyone called him Raven, believing him to be a harbinger of misfortune. Yet she saw differently. Despite his filth, the boy's eyes shone with a unique, pure light. He confronted slander and disdain with an air of indifference. Though he was battered, he remained effective. Only she recognized his vulnerable fierceness, akin to a porcupine desperately revealing its barbs. All his aggression was merely a fade, while others called him Raven. They failed to see the pure heart concealed beneath his dark feathers. After that day, subtle changes occurred within the deep-sea database. The archives of the old town no longer recorded a tragic youth named Song Si, but under the madam's guidance emerged a blameless Song Ingji. This fierce and combative youth, with fists of iron, burst forth from the depths of Dadu, vanquishing all foes and claiming the entirety of the Beitang for the Chengxin society. In the eyes of the extraordinary beings dwelling beneath Dadu, Song Ingji was a more formidable presence than Zhao Shalai. The powerful remained aloof, their spittle incapable of reaching him. But Song Ingji was different. His fist would land squarely upon faces. Thus, a curious coincidence ensued. From some unknown day, individuals in the depths began to call him Raven. Fate has a penchant for such unamusing jests. Song Si could never have imagined that after a sudden shift in his life, despite changing his name, he could not escape the ominous title of Raven. In the old town, the disheveled youth who had lost his parents, known as Song Si, bore the nickname Raven. In the Chengxin society, the one who subdued the entire Beidang, a figure of terror, went by Song Ingji, yet still carried the moniker Raven. Everyone called him Raven, save for the madam, who addressed him as Song Ingji. Though Zhao Qi and I lack a true marital bond, he is, after all, my nominal husband. The madam sighed softly. Now, he retains only the title of sole heir within the Zhao clan. No matter the turmoil, he cannot create waves. Thus, should he act foolishly in the future, I hope you refrain from making impulsive decisions. This served as a caution to herself, an attempt to avoid conflict with Zhao Qi. I will heed your advice. The Raven managed a silent smile, speaking with difficulty. Her brief statement had drained him of significant energy, transforming this languid figure lounging in a wicker chair beneath the sun into one resembling a weary invalid, who weakly offered a promise. During this period, I shall maintain a low profile, whether it be Chen San's men or Zhao Qi's. Should they seek trouble, I will keep my distance. Escaping was his forte. The madam silently held her umbrella, standing with him for several minutes, during which neither spoke. The wind rustled through the dilapidated rooftop, and a heavy cloud obscured the sun. Truly, I assure you, I will not cause trouble. Song Si vigorously rubbed his face, carefully tidying his emotions, ensuring his expression masked any trace of dejection. Forcing a smile, I am heading somewhere. The madam glanced at him and said, "We need a driver. Would you like to join?" Me? Certainly. Song Si was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised, and quickly agreed. The madam continued, "Provided you change out of those clothes." Only then did Song Si awkwardly lower his head. Assessing his attire, likely due to his recent escape, the buttons on his floral shirt were missing, leaving it half-buttoned and unable to close. His flip-flops were caked with mud, dried and hard against the ground. He realized his appearance was indeed shabby. Scratching his head, he lifted one leg, pressing his foot against the railing of the rooftop, attempting to scrape off the dried muck. "I have prepared a formal outfit for you. Let's head downstairs." This sight made the madam frown. Half an hour later, a sleek black vehicle glided along the road. Now donned in fresh attire, Song Ingji occupied the driver's seat, driving with a steady and measured pace. To describe his transformation as a complete makeover would not be an exaggeration. The buzz cut paired with a black suit imparted a sharp, cutting edge, especially in silence. Where an air of severity enveloped his features, a presence far more imposing than the bodyguards he had pursued through the alleyway earlier. It was the stark difference between a lion and a house cat. Glancing at the navigation, Song Ingji murmured, "Lipu Street. We shall arrive in approximately 40 minutes. Are you meeting a friend for afternoon tea?" "I am visiting a psychologist," the madam replied from the back seat, arms crossed, leaning against the window in a feigned slumber. Her voice revealed a hint of fatigue. "Recently, I have been struggling to sleep." Song Ingji was taken aback. Struggling to sleep? Are you certain that the psychologist on Lipu Street will be helpful? Not wishing to intrude upon her decision, Song Ingji spoke soberly. Your time is incredibly valuable. If the individual is merely an ordinary person, it may not be necessary to pursue this. Insomnia, after all, was a common affliction. Most extraordinary beings in the mental domain possess the ability to induce hypnosis and should logically be able to resolve it. Setting aside the Zhao family's guests, there were plenty of mental extraordinary individuals within the Qingxin society. He could easily summon 7 or 8 with a mere gesture. This is recommended by Cui Zhongqing. Madame gently rubbed her brow, expressing her concerns. I have consulted several specialists in mental health, and even the extraordinary beings from the depths of the sea have failed to discern my affliction. My sleep grows increasingly scarce, and the turbulence surrounding my circumstances continues to escalate. I must gather my strength. I cannot falter at this critical juncture. Upon hearing the name Cui Zhongqing, Song Ingji suddenly fell silent, despite his initial intention to speak. In the grand city, few could earn his unequivocal respect, yet this young Mr. Cui was amongst them. How could it be that even the denizens of the 10th layer of the deep sea overlooked the issue? Did a mere street in Lipu conceal a being more formidable than those of the 10th tier? Song Ingji found the notion utterly baffling. Unbelievable, isn't it? Madame mused, her delicate fingers lightly massaging her temples, her voice weary. If it weren't for Cui Zhongqing, I wouldn't believe it myself. They say he is merely a youth of 17 or 18. A youth of such tender years? Surely, even protagonists in novels do not possess such prowess? Unable to suppress a chuckle, Song Ingji pondered whether Mr. Cui had made an error. Coincidentally, this remark conjured an image in his mind. 17 or 18. A youth. Gu Shen. This thought was immediately dismissed. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Moreover, Gu Shen certainly did not resemble a protagonist in any narrative. Over the past several years, Cui Zhongqing's words seemed to have materialized, hadn't they? Madame, seated in the rear, gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. Just half an hour prior, the sun had shone brightly, yet now a gentle rain began to fall. Such was the nature of this city, located in the Jiangnan region, often enveloped in misty rains following autumn, a melancholic atmosphere prevailing. She chuckled softly, saying, While I am curious to see him ere, I hope this time proves no exception. After all, that is Mr. Cui we are speaking of. Upon hearing the name Cui Zhongqing, the tension that had gripped Song Ingji's heart inexplicably eased. That man indeed possessed a remarkable ability to instill calm and trust. He offered reassurance. Madam, everything will turn out well. The woman, lulled by the gentle vibrations of the vehicle, had long since closed her eyes, emitting a soft hum, akin to a whisper of dreams. Raindrops tapped against the car window, the gentle white noise filtering through the glass, delicate yet unobtrusive. She drifted into a rare, light slumber. Song Ingji fell silent, quietly reducing the speed of the car to avoid disturbing her brief repose. Lipu Street, number 18. He glanced at the navigation displaying the peculiar name of the clinic. The Dream Speaker. Chapter 91. Sisters, Part 1. When Gu Shen returned to the Dream Speaker. The clinic was solely occupied by Sister Xiao Xian. Mr. Tang had informed me over the phone that I might be a bit late today. Zhou Yexin teased. So, did you sleep in too? Uh-huh. Yes, Gu Shen explained nonchalantly, his heart steady and face unflushed. I encountered a little incident last night. Chief Justice Tang Qingchuan surprisingly took care of things for me. This was likely an arrangement made by Cui Zhongqing. After Gu Shen's call from the riverside last night, Mr. Cui had anticipated today's situation. In that case, it would be best for him to go with the flow. With a light-hearted chuckle, Gu Shen shifted the topic. Curious to ask, Sister Xiao Xian, are there no clients today? Of course there are, Zhou Yexin replied, her demeanor turning serious as she leaned closer. She continued gravely. This morning, we received a phone reservation. Apparently, a very wealthy individual wishes to book the entire Dream Speaker. Gu Shen was somewhat astonished. Can we even book the whole place? In truth, we cannot. Sister Xiao Xian sighed heavily, yet she had no choice. The offer was simply too generous. Though our purpose is to conduct experiments, we still rely on revenue to sustain ourselves. Zhou Yexin rubbed her hands together anxiously, reflecting, Mr. Tang has a keen eye. You are indeed a remarkable person. Since you arrived at the Dream Speaker, our business has flourished. Gu Shen scratched his head. Were it not for the hypnosis, Sister Xiao Xian likely would not have merely remarked on the wonder of it all. Overnight, the walls of their modest clinic were adorned with banners of encouragement. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. Zhou Yexin massaged her face, continually motivating herself. If they secured this deal, it would cover a year's rent for the shop. Gu Shen chuckled, but Mr. Tang, isn't the rent waived? He may not need it, but I certainly cannot overlook it. Mr. Tang has already sponsored me quite a bit. If I have the means, I must repay him well. Sister Xiao Xian stated earnestly. Moreover, the location on Lipu Street is quite advantageous, and rent is not cheap. Despite its small size, it costs around 30 to 40,000 a month. So, the reward for this deal is around 4 to 500,000. Gu Shen was taken aback. He quickly introspected, realizing that his perspective on expenses had indeed shifted since joining the adjudication body. His first reaction was not that the rent was excessive, but rather curiosity about the identity of this affluent client willing to spend lavishly. As he pondered, a commotion arose downstairs. Sister Xiao Xian drew back the curtains and peered through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A sleek black car maneuvered slowly through the crowd, finally halting at the curb. This luxurious vehicle was undoubtedly expensive. Gu Shen silently mused. Though he knew little about cars, he understood people. After the engine ceased, 3 minutes passed before the driver exited with a deliberate grace, opening the back door, holding an umbrella, shielding the figure within from the prying eyes of the crowd. They're here. Zhou Yexin paced anxiously, her first encounter with such a significant client rendering her mind blank and her nerves taut as she clutched her pocket watch tightly. What should she say upon meeting? What if the treatment did not yield satisfactory results? A torrent of trivial thoughts surged within her, only to be interrupted by the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Click, clack, click. High heels making their way up, each step resonating in her heart. Though her mind had emptied, she felt a surge of tension. A glance at Gu Shen revealed his unexpected calmness. Gu Shen remained unfazed, his thoughts merely marveling at the wealth of the employer. While the capital was indeed bustling and prosperous, few could afford to spend money with such abandon. The black car parked on the street was surrounded by onlookers. And through the glass, his view was obscured. He could only discern that the client was a woman. Conversely, the driver who had stepped out to shield her with an umbrella, a likely bodyguard, caught Gu Shen's attention. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the man's stature and demeanor. The first to ascend was that man, his footsteps so light that they were nearly inaudible beneath the clattering heels. A detail unnoticed by the average person, but keenly sensed by Gu Shen. This man moved like a ghost, a formidable expert. At this moment, Song Yingji was making his way upstairs, clad in a suit, exuding a composed demeanor. Since setting off, he had been curious about the young man recommended by Cui Zhongqing, wondering what sort of prodigy had emerged in the capital. Now, he was finally poised to uncover the truth, and felt a twinge of nervousness. With a thud, his footfall on the final step was somewhat louder. The atmosphere inside the Dream Speaker was taut and tense. At the instant their gazes met, 2 synchronized exclamations erupted. What a surprise! Song Ci gazed at Gu Shen as if he had seen a ghost, both their expressions vividly reflecting disbelief. Gu Shen's eyes were a whirlwind of complex emotions, taking a full 10 seconds to reconcile the radiant figure before him with the disheveled crow who had fled after treating them to lunch earlier that day. No wonder that silhouette had seemed so familiar among the crowd. Only one person on the second floor remained bewildered. Zhou Yexin stared blankly at the 2 men, all 3 exchanging incredulous glances. Then, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated from the staircase. Yingji, do you 2 know each other? Song Yingji quickly regained his composure, resuming his calm demeanor as he stepped aside to assist the lady in ascending the stairs, awkwardly replying, "What a coincidence. We just met today." The lady cast a glance at Gu Shen and then at the crow. She knew well the antics her husband enjoyed in the old town, and judging by the peculiar expression on the young man's face, he likely had engaged in some unscrupulous escapade. Indeed, what a coincidence. Meeting again so soon must mean you are destined for each other. She chuckled softly, turning her gaze toward Gu Shen. After this is over, you two can have a good chat. The lady received no reply. The young man, still in a daze, had fixated his gaze upon her face since she began her ascent. For several dozen seconds, he could not tear his eyes away, which was rather impolite. A tempest of emotion surged within Gu Shen. More shocking than encountering Song Ci, once more was the woman before him, adorned with the insignia of the Chengxin society and closely tied to the Zhao family. She had been mentioned earlier in connection with a mysterious figure. Now, a prominent individual was extravagantly spending to visit the dream speaker merely for a consultation. Connecting these two pieces of information, it was not difficult to deduce that the woman standing in front of him was the legendary figure who wielded immense power as a woman in the capital. Yet, more astonishing than her status was her beauty. With snowy skin, crimson hair, and almond-shaped eyes, her long tresses were elegantly pinned up. The lady was indeed strikingly youthful, remarkably resembling Nanjing. Aside from their differing hairstyles and demeanor, they bore a striking resemblance, nearly 90% alike. It was as if they were sisters, or perhaps they truly were sisters. In that moment, Gu Shen's mind reeled with numerous details he had previously overlooked. The night before their departure to the capital, during a gathering with his seniors, he had noticed subtle shifts in Nanjin's expression whenever Cui Zhongqing's name was mentioned. On the way to the orphanage, she had casually remarked how she was wealthier than one might assume. Mr. Xu stated that Nanjun was brought from the capital and, after joining the tribunal, dedicated herself tirelessly to executing tasks year after year. However, the most significant aspect was that whenever Gu Shen inquired about Nanjun's past, she remained silent and unresponsive. It seemed she had no concept of family and was unwilling to reveal her history to outsiders. Gu Shen sensed that, for Nanjun, the term past was akin to a sheet of paper submerged in the deep sea. If possible, she would wish to bury that paper 10,000 leagues beneath the ocean, soaking it until it became utterly unrecognizable. Unfortunately, no matter how deeply one hides or how thoroughly one immerses their past, inevitably, it will one day be unearthed and displayed before certain eyes. At the moment he laid eyes on the lady, Gu Shen found himself lost in a whirlwind of conjecture. It was not until Zhou Yexin forcefully tugged at her sleeve that he became aware of his indiscretion and promptly withdrew his gaze. Zhou Yexin hurried forward, her demeanor exceedingly humble as she smiled apologetically. I apologize. This young man is my assistant. He has only recently arrived in the capital. Please forgive him. The lady smiled warmly but did not respond. You are Dr. Zhou Yexin, are you not? She inquired gently. I have heard of you from Tangqingchuan. You are quite remarkable. Zhou Yexin was momentarily taken aback. Over the years, she had encountered numerous influential figures. Yet none had impacted her so profoundly with mere words as this lady did. She remained unaware of the lady's true identity, but upon hearing her name spoken, a deep sense of honor blossomed within her. I. Zhou Yexin found herself at a loss, feeling uncharacteristically clumsy. She struggled to articulate her thoughts clearly. The lady smiled again. No need to trouble yourself. I am looking for Dr. Gu, the one you assist. Oh. Zhou Yexin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Strangely, upon learning that the inquiry was not directed at her, she felt little disappointment. Rather, a sense of relief washed over her. Please, Song Ci said, rising to open the door to an adjoining room, surveying the space as if to inspect it, then casting a reassuring glance at the lady, indicating it was safe. With that, the lady slowly stood and entered the room, followed closely by Gu Shen. As they brushed past one another, the crow quietly and solemnly warned, You've hidden yourself well. Do you know who she is? I'll be here watching over you. You're not so easy to find either. Gu Shen sighed softly, reflecting on the magnitude of this prominent figure. Indeed, she was truly significant. Chapter 92. Lu Nanji. Gu Shen closed the door behind him, taking a deep breath to calm his nerves before approaching the desk. Unlike his previous encounters with groups suffering from insomnia, the woman before him held an exceptionally significant status. He needed to be entirely focused. Madame Lu Nanji sat gracefully in her chair, legs crossed, exuding an air of refined poise. Noticing Gu Shen's hesitation, she gently introduced herself. You may call me madam. The soothing quality of her voice eased Gu Shen's tension. Forgive my audacity in gazing directly at you, he said apologetically, summoning forth a flicker of his fiery essence. In that moment, the tranquil chamber transformed, colors shifting as the flames manifested. Gu Shen scrutinized the woman before him, although she bore no overt signs of extraordinary power. A subtle, gossamer-like aura of transcendent essence flowed around her. Each piece of jewelry she wore, her rings, earrings, and necklace, contained immense supernatural strength. Through the lens of his fiery vision, it appeared that she was not an extraordinary being. Yet, a premonition gripped Gu Shen's heart. Should he harbor any ill intentions? Activating just one of those protective artifacts would result in his instantaneous obliteration. With such formidable wards surrounding her, could she still be susceptible to supernatural forces? Upon closer inspection, Gu Shen's expression grew solemn. Under the guidance of the flames, he sensed an exceedingly fine thread anchored at the center of her brow, so delicate that it eluded even the enhanced vision of his fiery essence. Existing only as an instinctive awareness, he could feel its presence, yet it remained invisible. That tiny thread was taut, exerting a pull on his entire being, reminiscent of a curse inscribed by a stone sculpture, albeit at a different caliber. Should a malevolent entity approach her, their nightmarish essence would be shattered by the protective energies of her earrings, along with the destruction of the stone sculpture itself. Have you discerned something? Madame Lu inquired after a brief silence. Gu Shen extinguished the flames, contemplating her question before responding with hesitation. Given your esteemed position, I presume numerous mentalists have already assessed your condition? With a smile, she replied, Indeed, among them are even those of the 10th tier from the depths. Yet they discerned nothing. Gu Shen was taken aback. Not even those of the 10th tier could perceive that concealed thread. His fiery essence was indeed unique. However, he was acutely aware that discerning the truth was one matter, and resolving it was another entirely. In the midst of his deliberation, her voice broke through once more. Cui Zhongqing recommended me to you. He mentioned you could heal me. Upon hearing Cui Zhongqing's name, Gu Shen experienced a moment of clarity. He understood that coincidences were seldom genuine. The collective insomnia on Lipu Street was likely part of Cui Zhongqing's grand design, and the patients he had previously encountered were merely steps in a calculated strategy, having just resolved the matter of the stone sculpture. The arrival of Madame Lu was too coincidental to ignore, prompting Gu Shen to suspect Cui Zhongqing's deeper intentions. Madam, your symptoms appear straightforward. It seems you are merely suffering from insomnia. Gu Shen met her gaze with certainty. You occasionally sleep, but your dreams are plagued by nightmares, and your total sleep time has dwindled recently. Even with the protection of your mental artifacts, you cannot escape this predicament. I surmise you have not removed those earrings for quite some time. Yet your nightly rest amounts to only 3 to 5 hours. Lu Nanji let out a soft sigh. Before visiting the Dreamweaver, she had harbored doubts herself. How could an unknown youth possibly treat a condition undetected by even the strongest of the 10th tier? But reality had proven Gu Shen to be stronger than that esteemed individual. At the very least, he had accurately identified her affliction. Those earrings were invaluable mental artifacts. Throughout the years, despite her anxiety and distress, they had ensured her restful slumber, allowing her to awaken each day revitalized. Yet now, their potency had waned. Lowering her gaze, Madame Lu inquired softly, Do you discern the cause? Gu Shen remained silent. Their silence did not linger for long. Lu Nanji perceptively addressed his unspoken thoughts. You suspect that someone close to me is responsible, which is why you hesitate to speak. Gu Shen's expression shifted, regarding her with a mix of astonishment and admiration at her keen insight. The extraordinary aura surrounding her brow was indeed subtle but unmistakable. He responded earnestly, With the protection of those earrings, I cannot conceive of any method by which to implant a mental curse upon you. It would likely require you to remove the earrings first. Thus, I believe only someone close to you would have the means to accomplish such a thing. Lu Nanji listened intently. With her intellect, she grasped his implication the moment he began to speak. The mental mark had been inscribed by someone she trusted. Gu Shen felt a wave of anxiety, fearing his words might provoke her ire. However, to his surprise, The woman remained unervingly composed, asking calmly, if that is the case, do you have a remedy? The mental imprint was indeed peculiar. The instigator, lurking in the shadows, had likely anticipated that a powerful individual would come to investigate. The formidable 10th-tier extraordinary being had been unable to perceive the mark due to its unique nature, rendering any hope of removal futile. Yet Gu Shen was different. I can attempt it, but I cannot guarantee success. After careful consideration, he asked, are you willing to take the risk? Absolutely, she replied without a moment's hesitation. Removing her earrings, she gently stated, proceed. Such decisiveness astonished Gu Shen. In their very first meeting, she had chosen to remove the earrings, despite his earlier caution that the mental imprint had been planted at that very moment. Was it due to her trust in him, or perhaps her confidence in Cui Zhongqing? Regardless, she was undeniably a woman of considerable resolve. In light of various considerations, some stemming from trepidation towards Cui Zhongqing and others from reverence for Madame Lu's stature, Gu Shen resolved to do his utmost without overreaching. I will do my best, he declared softly. Madam, please enter the realm of dreams. His fiery essence, now only at the initial stage, could only invoke the most rudimentary form of hypnosis. Fortunately, since Madame Lu was not an extraordinary being, her mental energy gradually relaxed after removing her earrings. As she closed her eyes, her consciousness began to slip into a state of chaos. The delicate thread at her brow quivered, akin to a steel saw rasping against her soul. Lu Nanji furrowed her brow, letting out a soft groan. This symptom had manifested during her previous encounter with the 10th-tier extraordinary being, suggesting a hidden force was resisting the external hypnosis, preventing her from succumbing to slumber. Gu Shen had anticipated this development. Go, he commanded with calm determination, having already sensed the anomaly at Lu Nanji's brow. How could he lack the means to counter it? With a low call, the flames surged towards her brow, the minuscule flames slicing through the air with a formidable presence. Though he could not see the thread, he could feel it through the essence of the fire. As he closed his eyes, Gu Shen devoted his entire consciousness to the blazing fire, transforming his lady's spiritual space at her brow into a battlefield. Though both were delicate and intricate, when placed on the same plane, they became colossal entities. The once diminutive flame, upon striking the brow, instantly morphed into a vast sea of fire. Within the minuscule, immense power resided, a profound concept akin to the mystical notion of the infinitesimal containing the infinite. For the first time, Gu Shen experienced such an enigmatic sensation. As he removed the imprinted stone sculpture, he had directly immersed himself in the soul without any hindrance. This time, however, was different. He found himself obstructed before he could penetrate the soul. His awareness remained lucid, yet he was ensconced in a realm of minutiae, his spirit coalescing into a small figure. Perhaps the hypnotic essence of the mind, slowed and tempered, was merely a series of presentations into this intricate world. It yearned to escape. Above the sea of fire, Gu Shen's visage materialized. He gazed down upon the spiritual space at her brow, where that slender thread had been magnified into a winding behemoth, resembling a majestic dragon. Yet, despite its stunning appearance, it was utterly vulnerable. When caught unawares by the fiery onslaught, it let out a furious roar and chose to flee, offering no resistance whatsoever. It seemed the one who had implanted the spiritual mark had prepared for this. Even when its trajectory was captured, countermeasures were at the ready. How utterly spineless. Gu Shen furrowed his brow, manipulating the sea of fire to intercept the dragon with great force. In that moment, he felt the might of his fiery essence. Both shared the characteristic of intricacy, yet his was solid and compact. Every flicker of flame cascading down from the sea could inflict gaping wounds upon the dragon's form. Can you truly escape? Gu Shen drew the sea of fire closer, forcing the dragon to coil in upon itself, its head and tail connecting. With this, only the final encirclement remained. Yet, an unexpected event unfolded. The dragon emitted a mournful cry. Its head reared back and then slammed down, its massive body burrowing into the earth. Gu Shen's reflexes were swift. The sea of fire sliced through the air, cleaving the burrowing dragon in two. Yet it was too late. Half of its colossal form disintegrated into nothingness amid the flames. Within mere moments, the fire had devoured its extraordinary essence, while the remaining half had vanished completely. This slender thread was not a dragon at all, but rather a worm. A severed body seeking survival, a tactic akin to that of an earthworm. Who was the one that had implanted this mark, so desperate to cling to life? Gu Shen's expression darkened as he murmured, "Does the escape of this imprint from her brow signify that I can successfully hypnotize the lady and lead her into a dream?" Gu Shen faced a choice. From the perspective of inducing sleep, he had fulfilled his employer's request. The spiritual mark had been successfully repelled, and the lady could now enjoy a peaceful slumber. However, from another angle, remnants of the mark still lingered. If not extracted, it could pose future dangers. The lady was the sister of Nanjing, and Cui Zhongqing had specifically sent her to see me. After a brief contemplation, Gu Shen resolved to attempt to extract this spiritual imprint. With his intention set, the blazing fire descended. Indeed, after the spiritual imprint fled, the lady, resting with her eyes closed, experienced a prolonged and gentle breath just a few seconds later. She had successfully fallen asleep. Chapter 93. Friends, every individual harbors secrets. Be they the insignificant or the prominent, the essence remains the same. However, the disparity lies in the value of these secrets. The former secrets are utterly worthless. Gu Shen stood quietly within the dreamscape of the lady. Here, there was nothing, neither suffering nor joy, neither fantasy nor memory, only a long, profound corridor and a series of iron doors. Suddenly, Gu Shen comprehended why Lu Nanji could so unguardedly remove her earrings before him. For even if he were to enter the dream, he would perceive nothing. Each door was securely locked. The secrets of the illustrious were fortified behind these locks. A fine thread, delving deep into the dream, attempted to breach the iron doors, only to be mercilessly repelled each time. As it sought to penetrate the lady's dreamscape, it never anticipated the desolation that awaited. The lady's dream was as steadfast as granite. Gu Shen was at a loss as to the means by which such mental locks were maintained, but he was certain that their existence precluded anyone from hypnotizing Lu Nanji to extract information from her dreams. Thus, he proceeded down the corridor, the thread having reached a dead end, fleeing in vain. The last iron door within the lady's dream was unlike any that preceded it. It appeared unlocked, yet was drenched in blood red, with the surrounding walls similarly tainted. A peculiar occurrence unfolded. Upon reaching this juncture, the fleeing thread abruptly halted, its residual mental imprint struggling against the inevitable. It realized that only by entering the blood-red door could it find salvation, yet it resisted fiercely, preferring to be caught by Gu Shen rather than confront the ominous threshold. Consequently, Gu Shen seized it effortlessly. Flames erupted instantly, offering no opportunity for reprieve. With a hiss, the thread was incinerated entirely. After completing this task, Gu Shen exhaled in relief, considering the mission satisfactorily accomplished. However, he did not immediately withdraw his mental energy. Instead, he furrowed his brow and scrutinized Lu Nanji's dream. There was no intent to invade. Indeed, there was nothing to uncover. Yet the proximity of the blood-red door incited a wave of curiosity within him. He could not fathom why the desperately fleeing thread had reached this point. What could possibly be more terrifying than being consumed by him? Why did it harbor such dread? Standing at a close distance, he observed the door intently. Within the blood hue, ancient characters seemed to rise and fall, remnants of an unknown era. He could not decipher their meaning, yet a vague allure tugged at him. Perhaps he should touch it. This thought surfaced in Gu Shen's mind. No. Startled by the impulse, he returned to his senses, retracting his hand from midair and retreating a couple of steps, distancing himself from the blood-red door. What was happening to him? This door was somewhat bewitching. Gu Shen regarded the crimson threshold with trepidation, suppressing the urge to reach out once more. Fortunately, his willpower proved robust. He had nearly succumbed to temptation. Were he to actually touch it, the consequences remained a mystery. He hurriedly dissipated his mental energy. Song Xiai stood quietly before the door, fixated on the wall clock, counting seconds as though they were years. Perhaps it was due to their recent encounter that Gu Shen's image lingered in his mind, two individuals racing through the old city like ostriches with heads buried in sand. Yet, this impression was hardly reliable. Despite Song Si's considerable efforts, he could not reconcile Gu Shen with the prodigious youth described by Cui Zhongqing. This young man wouldn't bungle the task, would he? The lady must not encounter any mishaps. Restlessly, he waited. Finally, with a creak, the door opened. Song Si beheld Gu Shen's composed visage, holding his breath in anticipation. "It's all resolved," Gu Shen remarked, noticing the raven's hesitant expression. And couldn't he help but chuckle? "What's the matter? Do you not believe me? The lady is asleep inside. See for yourself." How could this young man accomplish what the profound mentalists of the deep sea failed to achieve? Song Si's face bore skepticism as he cautiously peered through the door's crack. Upon glimpsing the lady's serene profile in slumber, he sighed in relief. The raven gently closed the door and led Gu Shen downstairs, offering a cigarette with utmost respect. Gu Shen laughed softly, shaking his head in refusal. The raven, of course, was merely putting on a show. He inhaled deeply, a swirl of complex emotions accompanying his exhalation. Finally muttering, "You've done well." Was it Gu Shen to be admired or Cui Zhongqing? Regardless, this young man undeniably possessed a certain talent, a genius. "It is not my prowess, merely the uniqueness of my essence," Gu Shen replied modestly. "It is merely the lady's good fortune to have found the right person." In removing the mental imprint, Gu Shen recognized the potency of his flames, an exceptionally delicate perception. The thread had evaded the scrutiny of the deep sea's most formidable mentalists. Yet it had not eluded him. He now felt confident that should he undertake the extraordinary trials in the deep sea once more, he would surely conquer the first level. "I apologize for earlier." The raven leaned against the alley wall, one hand in his pocket, his chiseled visage shrouded in smoke. "I owe you a meal. And a favor. This time, I speak sincerely. Restoring the lady to health is none of your concern." Gu Shen shrugged. "My purpose here is to remedy ailments. Even if the lady had not come today, I would have done the same. Besides, she compensated me." The raven squinted, slightly astonished. "Yet you do owe me a meal." Gu Shen laughed. "To abandon a meal halfway is rather unethical, don't you think? I've heard the name Raven carries a notorious reputation in the old city." Song Si felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Next time, I promise." He thumped his chest, earnestly vowing, "You are now acquainted with the sincere raven of the Qingxin Society. My reputation in the underworld is well known. A word from me holds great weight. I will repay you tenfold for this meal." "All right, enough." Gu Shen waved his hand, chuckling. "You make me sound like your savior." Yet Song Si's expression remained grave. "The lady is of great importance to me. Saving her surpasses saving myself." Gu Shen sighed, shaking his head. "There is another crucial matter. I believe it is best I inform you." Song Si's eyes narrowed. "The lady bears a trace of a mental imprint upon her brow." Gu Shen stated plainly. "You should pay attention to those who frequently approach her. This imprint can only be planted when she removes her earrings." When she removes her earrings. Who could possibly accomplish such a feat? The raven questioned coldly, his mind racing to a singular name. Zhao Qi, the ostensible heir of the vast Zhao clan, in truth. Merely a talentless wastrel, indulging in decadence and squandering the family fortune. Yet he had fortuitously married the seemingly perfect woman, Lu Nanji. Many mocked this pairing as a union of wealth and beauty. However, the raven understood well that the lady possessed far more than mere beauty. A certain waning politician, Senator Zhao, finds himself on the brink of demise. Even with the deployment of the most cherished relic of salvation, he can merely sustain a flicker of life. The Zhao family, possessing vast enterprises, resembles the setting sun, with all able to foresee its inevitable descent from glory. Yet they persist, partly due to the self-proclaimed guardian of golden fortunes, Mr. Cui, and partly due to the external figure, Lu Nanji, who clings to the Zhao legacy. This woman possesses an exquisite beauty, a composed intellect, an iron will, and a courage that surpasses that of most men. In the eyes of the crow, she is a revered savior who has extricated him from the quagmire of fate. Had he not been aware that their marriage was merely a nominal union, a facade for the public, he might have been compelled to take drastic action against Zhao Qi at the wedding. Postnuptials. Lu Nanji and Zhao Qi seldom crossed paths outside of public appearances, each inhabiting entirely distinct realms, one immersed in a hedonistic existence of nocturnal revelry, the other treading cautiously amidst a pack of wolves, navigating a treacherous path fraught with thorns and mire. Yet, if one were to seek an individual with the opportunity to imprint a psychological mark upon the lady when she removed her earrings, it would undoubtedly be Zhao Qi. Upon learning of his wife's insomnia, a consequence of those around her, the crow felt the tension rise in his forehead. But as he recalled her admonishments on the rooftop, the tension ebbed away. He clenched his fists and quietly inquired, "Who is that person? Do you know?" "I do not," Gu Shen replied, shaking his head calmly. "From that psychological imprint, I discern no further information. However, from a friend's perspective, I must caution you. This is merely a test. The next time may not be so benign." "Understood. I shall remain vigilant," Song Si sighed softly. Ultimately, it was merely suspicion without evidence. Acting impulsively would only cause trouble for his wife. Nevertheless, with her intelligence, she likely already had a suspect in mind. Suddenly, he paused, reflecting on Gu Shen's words. Two particular words resonated within him: friend. Perhaps it was an unintentional slip from Gu Shen, but this unfamiliar term evoked a sense of otherworldliness in the crow. "Hey." The man's visage was shrouded in smoke. "Song Si, Soningji." And the crow gradually discarded their pipes, extinguishing them as he gently remarked, "If it's a matter of friendship, do not hesitate to ask for assistance in the future." The youth, upon hearing this, waved his hand as he retreated into the alley. His thumb and forefinger formed a circle, signifying a bond. Chapter 94. The Crimson Conference. After the lady departed, the clinic unusually closed early. Gu Shen returned home and fed the orange cat, yet Chu Ling remained offline. He embarked on a solitary deep-sea link. As he anticipated, summoning the blazing fire in reality rendered the first level of the Deepwater Zone's trial concerning the maintenance of stability utterly effortless, perhaps due to his significantly enhanced mental prowess. The mental space exhibited remarkable tranquility. The blazing fire, which once struggled to maintain its form, now danced like a wave in the palm of his hand, blooming and retracting whimsically. Thanks to the prolonged visitation from the Foundation and the life-and-death assassination in Chushui, summoning the blazing fire and maintaining stability had become as simple for Gu Shen as eating and drinking. Rather than a gradual accumulation of strength, it was more akin to a rebirth. The cultivation of extraordinary power is indeed a slow process, yet it is not impossible to achieve instantaneous enlightenment. As Gu Shen immersed himself in the Deepwater Zone, he pondered, the deep sea merely assists extraordinary beings in comprehending their abilities. Akin to a child learning to run and jump, once these fundamental movements are mastered, they can be combined and recombined. Those with higher talent, after learning to run, soon find themselves sprinting with great speed. The initial awakening of extraordinary power is akin to infancy. To learn to walk, one must first crawl. Even the most gifted must traverse this path. Once walking is mastered, running and jumping follow swiftly. Upon grasping foundational strength, different extraordinary beings can develop in various directions. The first 3 levels are likely the foundational mastery stage. Gu Shen resolved, "Deep sea, I wish to enter the second level." A simulated radiance lingered in silence for a few seconds before transmitting a message. Serial number V3400112500001. Access granted. Entry into the second level permitted. The scene before him abruptly transformed. The blazing fire expanded in an instant, morphing into countless luminescent sparks. Amidst the swirling flames, Gu Shen sensed the oscillation of his consciousness, as if he had returned to the dream of removing the brand from the lady during the day. Mental power is intangible, yet it exists in reality. The trial of the second level pertains to the subtlety of the mind. Gu Shen murmured, "If the first level aids in summoning and stabilizing the blazing fire, then the second level must remind me to utilize the blazing fire for hypnosis. It seems my blazing fire is indeed of the mental domain. This second level appears to pose little difficulty." Gu Shen smiled, immersing himself further in the extraordinary trial. In the virtual realm, the vast ocean is teeming with currents of thought, each strand of consciousness akin to electric currents within the water. Billions of thoughts drift through the void. No one can prove the reality of this world, yet equally, no one can disprove its existence. This is the deep water zone. The mental energies of extraordinary beings intertwine with this colossal virtual space, a computational power beyond human comprehension, propelling rapid development and progress. Perhaps this is a new world. At this moment, it is the genesis of a cataclysm. With billions of thoughts slithering like serpents into the depths of the sea, establishing independent realms of consciousness. The first 3 levels of the deep water zone serve as trials for extraordinary beings to familiarize themselves with their powers. Almost everyone can reach the 4th level with time. Beyond this point, souls can interact, and countless streams of thought entwine. Yet, all of this unfolds under the watchful gaze of the deep sea. It encompasses all, while simultaneously monitoring all. Lacking a physical form, it exists everywhere, hence requiring no eyes. Every strand of extraordinary thought emanating from the deep water zone serves, in a sense, as its eyes. However, perfection is elusive. There are always exceptions. Even in the mythos widely revered in the Western continent, the omnipotent creator God has erred in fabricating Lilith. Within the deep water zone, there exist realms of consciousness not monitored by the deep sea. Should a sufficiently high-level key seal the door, then within the myriad towers of thought, the disappearance of 1 or 2 rooms is inconsequential. The crimson door emanates a multitude of intricate symbols. Each symbol on this door represents obscure ancient script, indecipherable even with the highest privileges of the deep sea, as it has never been manually entered into the database. The sole evidence of this ancient script's existence resides within the minds of a scant few. At every moment, countless scanning programs sweep across the surface of this blood-red door, revealing, beneath the layers of ancient text, nothingness and self. The spiritual space represented by this door floats incongruously within the deep water zone, resembling a solitary, sunken isle. Behind the door dwell those who sink alongside the island. Thanks to the door's unscathed state, the interior remains a relatively intact realm of consciousness. The consciousness of the drowning souls is not entirely submerged, allowing them to retain their composure. This is a small conference room, furnished with a long table and a solitary chandelier, where the dim crimson light ebbs and flows, reminding each awakened consciousness of the precariousness of their situation. Ladies and gentlemen, a hoarse voice intones. The evolution of the deep sea accelerates. Following a new round of upgrades, self-repair is imminent. If the key left by Mr. Turing remains unfound, this door will be lost. The first drowning soul awakens, a towering virtual figure coalescing amidst the red glow at one side of the table. Yet, this imposing figure signifies nothing. In the realm of the mind, all forms are illusory. The second drowning soul awakens promptly, his figure diminutive, reminiscent of a child of 7 or 8. This is clearly a false image, his tone lighthearted rather than grave. Zero Chi-san, do not be so anxious. Finding the key is not an overnight endeavor. At least this door remains secure for now, does it not? Zero Chi-san's expression grew more forlorn as he sighed. But we have searched for 10 years. The hope of finding the key diminishes with each passing day. One by one, the dormant consciousnesses in the conference room stirred awake. The space within the door is limited. Excluding the vacant chief position, the long table accommodates approximately 10 individuals. 5 on each side. 6 consciousnesses gather in the conference room. Who initiated this meeting? The towering figure, Zero Chi-san, spoke solemnly. I have urgent matters. We have only 10 minutes in the real world. It was I who called for this meeting. 10 minutes is sufficient, responded the only female in the room. A slender girl of 15 or 16, appearing frail, yet speaking with remarkable poise. Regarding the legislation, it cannot be delayed any longer. We need someone to stand up and prevent this from happening. If the Eastern continent passes the law, our chances of finding the key will dwindle further. The thorough awakening of extraordinary essence will significantly accelerate the deep sea's evolution, and the concerns Zero Chi-san harbors will become reality. Without the key, this door will soon be discovered. The 5-continent council operates relatively independently. I currently find myself in the Western continent, and I regret that I cannot assist you. A young man in the corner of the conference room expressed his regret, his entire essence crystallizing as bloodlight swirled around him, revealing an emblem on his chest that denoted his identity, inscribed with the number 957. Central Continent, my apologies, stated another elder, designated as 064, succinctly. The girl's gaze fell upon the towering figure of the man, 073, and the playful youth, 031. Although I am not in Dongzhou, I possess means to attempt a solution. Perhaps the Dongzhou Council will postpone the implementation of the decree. 073 inquired, and you? As far as I know, you are situated in Dongzhou. The youth shrugged lightly, responding indifferently. Regarding the prevention of the awakening decree, I am powerless. This matter has garnered too much attention from various wills. Even if I were a council member, my capabilities would be limited, not to mention that I am not one. 073 furrowed his brow, recalling that the youth held considerable influence in Dongzhou unless Gu Changji awakens, who could single-handedly determine the fate of the decree's enactment. The youth replied calmly, however, I have discovered an alternative solution. They say not to rush. I have already found the key. 073 paused momentarily. Ah. I can comprehend your current emotions, perhaps shock, skepticism, and a hint of disbelief. In this new world, there remains the key of hope after all. This is merely a phrase left by Turing before his demise. The youth smiled, just a light and airy phrase. Yet no one can ascertain whether a key truly exists that can transcend the omnipotent authority of the abyss, severing all chains and bindings. Guiding us towards the light for years, we have struggled in anguish, striving to find the key, yet sometimes, all that is needed is a touch of luck. Even with limited time, everyone endured the lengthy, self-satisfied boasting of this fellow. Recently, by chance, I located the key, and it passed my verification. The youth suddenly ceased his laughter, his demeanor turning serious as he addressed the girl. Of course, the most crucial verifier here is you. I have already sent the key to your city. The girl fell silent. She furrowed her brow, straining to recall the details of recent days, then shook her head. I have encountered some troubles lately, she said with difficulty. I have not sensed the presence of the suspected key, and there are no signs of the red door opening. The youth fell into contemplation. Although I do not know what method you employed for verification, it is evident that if the red door did not respond, then it is not the key. 073 felt a tinge of disappointment as he looked towards the youth and shook his head, hoping for more caution regarding the misidentification of keys, which had occurred more than once before. Time is running short. Let us conclude this meeting, 073 stated. Finally, according to protocol, to avert the worst outcomes, please gaze into my eyes. I shall seal the memories of this meeting to prevent prying eyes. Should this door be breached, only futile ciphers will remain in the deep waters. Chapter 95. Business on November 20th, under a cloudy sky. The second level of the deep water zone trial had been successfully completed, and the challenges of the third level were not insurmountable. Although there were some setbacks upon arriving in the capital, things had generally gone smoothly, and I hope that all is well on your end too. During his time in the capital, Gu Shen found few pleasures to anchor his spirit. He meticulously documented his life in the secluded world of the deep water zone. Reflecting on the past half-month since joining the tribunal, he often felt an urge to extend a middle finger to a certain irresponsible teacher. After all, he was a prominent figure, a high-ranking official of the Eastern Continent Tribunal, yet after bringing Gu Shen under his wing, he vanished without a trace, nearly tossing him a link to the depths of the ocean before disappearing entirely. Was there ever such an unreliable teacher? Sister Luo and Brother Zhong were both out on missions, and Nanjin's whereabouts were unknown. Mr. Shu's faction was indeed united, but once their tasks were completed, they scattered like leaves in the wind, each busy with their own matters, leaving no trace behind. When it came to awakening, developing, and harnessing extraordinary powers, Gu Shen could only rely on himself. Fortunately, the principle of self-reliance was deeply ingrained in his very being. This had been the case at the orphanage, and it continued when he left Walao Mountain for Diding. There was no one to assist, no one to supervise, and no one to acknowledge him. While it sounded liberating, every endeavor required him to prepare for the worst. As no one would cushion his fall, he could only depend on himself. As if sensing his emotions, a flicker of blazing fire at his brow suddenly leapt forth, transforming into a small figure that tugged at Gu Shen's finger, charmingly and cautiously swaying in an attempt to please him. Unable to suppress a smile, Gu Shen wondered if this little creature was trying to amuse him. The rapid growth of this little being was indeed remarkable. After consuming the extraordinary essence of the curved water, the blaze had begun its first metamorphosis. In the realm of the extraordinary, all were bound by fundamental laws, such as the conservation of essence and the fact that essence already possessed could not be seized or absorbed. Yet, it appeared that he was an anomaly. The spiritual attributes of the blaze seemed distinct from ordinary psychic entities. A realization Gu Shen had when he captured the fine thread at the lady's brow. Achievements that remained elusive even at the 10th level of the deep sea were within his grasp. This flicker of flame surely held many undiscovered peculiarities. It was also noteworthy that the extraordinary essence of curved water, which should have returned to the void upon her demise, had been absorbed by him without any signs of rejection. This trait, which contradicted fundamental laws, was the true reason Gu Shen chose to conceal the blaze's capabilities. If the review committee and tribunal were to learn that he could absorb the essence of others, their attitude toward him would likely shift dramatically. "Rest assured," Gu Shen said, gently rubbing the little flame. "I am doing quite well, better than ever before." Awakening the extraordinary was a leap in the hierarchy of existence. Both his spirit and body felt as though they were evolving. However, there remained a small, unresolved inconvenience, namely, the long-lasting foundation. After arriving in the capital, Gu Shen began pondering a question. Had he not awakened the blaze, what would have attracted Mr. Shu to decisively incorporate him into the tribunal? It all began with that light rail and his encounter with A009. This led to the pressing question of what motivations drove the members of the long-lasting foundation to orchestrate the arson so meticulously when he was merely an ordinary person at the time. Was the assassination merely coincidental, or were these events inevitable? Gu Shen preferred to believe the latter. Perhaps there were clues concerning Shirley. He fell into contemplation. According to Cui Zhongqing's intelligence, this leader of the South Hall's 5th group, known for his aggressive approach, possessed strength at approximately the 4th to 5th levels of the deep sea, clearly surpassing Gu Shen. If the first 3 levels were akin to an infant learning to walk, then the 4th level marked a qualitative change. Even with the measurement of truth, Gu Shen felt he could not defeat this individual, especially since the South Hall belonged to that Chen-san. Gu Shen had considered the possibility of mental hypnosis, although his current strength was weak. He had explored the spiritual attributes of the blaze comprehensively. If he could execute a mental infiltration without the opponent's defenses, success was not out of reach. Yet, regrettably, the minds of the long-lasting Foundation's followers were implanted with self-detonation protocols. Once their mental state spiraled out of control, they would self-destruct. Given the uniqueness of his blaze, was it possible to cleanse the protocol before it activated? A bold idea emerged in Gu Shen's mind, akin to removing a fine thread. This so-called self-detonation protocol was merely a dormant spiritual imprint. In any case, he needed to seek an opportunity to make contact with Shirley. In truth, upon learning that the long-lasting Foundation had implanted self-detonation protocols in the minds of their pawns, Gu Shen was not as disheartened as one might expect. The Foundation's secrecy measures had inadvertently become his only viable countermeasure. Regardless of Shirley's strength, Gu Shen was unwilling to heed Cui Zhongqing's advice to let this already exposed danger live. Although he was but a small fish, he was still a fish. Only those who have experienced assassination would understand that sensation, the relentless pursuit from the shadows, one strike after another, never ceasing until the target lay lifeless. If someone must die, then let it be him. Achoo! In the dead of night, in an empty alley, Shirley, with his head bowed, suddenly sneezed loudly. He lowered the brim of his cap and furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Silently reflecting on his journey, he realized that he had not drawn anyone's attention. He had traversed only the blind spots of surveillance, and there was no one tailing him. Thus, it must have been a mere illusion. A few steps forward led him to the residence where the esteemed individual awaited him. After leaving the secluded alley, he arrived at a dilapidated factory in the old district. The weathered iron door, peeling with age, rattled ominously in the wind, which was particularly strong that day. In the dark and windy night, the surface of the iron gate crackled with faint sounds. He bent low, ducking under the iron gate, and as he entered the factory, he was momentarily taken aback. A hunting rifle, glowing faintly, was pressed against his forehead, wielded by an old man dressed like a cowboy. With minimal effort, the barrel exuded an oppressive aura that compelled Shirley to raise his hands and lean against the wall. 12-gauge, red-silver alloy bullets, the man said casually. Don't move, or I'll blow your brains out. Shirley's expression darkened as he finally understood the origin of his earlier sneeze. Truly a friendly reminder from the goddess of fate, nothing pleasant was on the horizon. The veins on his forehead throbbed uncontrollably. The pressure from the rifle was overwhelming, and he felt as though he could hear the thunderous roar of the red-silver bullets enhanced by extraordinary essence. Should such bullets penetrate, they would inflict irreversible damage on his extraordinary essence system. In the clash of chaos and order, only one could survive. Even if he were that survivor, the fate awaiting him would likely be chaos. Though he cared little for dying or losing control, his life held greater significance at present. Young Master Zhao. This is my man. A soft laugh echoed from the direction of the factory. In this vast abandoned factory, apart from a few load-bearing pillars, there were hardly any furnishings, making the two figures seated 10 meters apart in the empty space strikingly conspicuous. Zhao Qi waved his hand dismissively. Withdraw. The old cowboy, who was puffing on a cigar, squinted his eyes and slowly relaxed his grip on the gun barrel. The menacing aura that had loomed over them finally dissipated. Shirley, recognizing the gravity of the situation, tilted his head and quietly moved aside, burying himself in contemplation as he passed by, casting a lingering glance at the shotgun with a sense of trepidation. What caliber of extraordinary being was this old man? Was he at the 7th level or the 8th? The young Master Zhao, reclining with his legs crossed, was flanked by several extraordinary beings of varying strengths, while the opposite side of the negotiation appeared rather solitary and frail, with only one man. The man who stood alone at the negotiating table had his face shrouded in darkness, the gleam of the gun barrel and the glow from a pipe illuminating nothing but obscurity. Apart from Zhao Qi, no one knew the true identity of this man. Shirley stood obediently behind him, nervously explaining, Sir, I was momentarily detained by some matters. It is sufficient that you have arrived. The man responded with an unusually gentle demeanor, showing no sign of anger as he waved his hand to indicate that Shirley should step back. At your service. In that moment, all of Shirley's anxieties melted away, as if a towering mountain stood before him, absorbing the oppressive force emanating from the powerful, extraordinary beings across the table. The man chuckled softly. Young Master Zhao, our casual association is not a fortuitous matter. There are pressing issues at hand. Zhao Qi replied quietly. The spiritual imprint on Lu Nanji has been removed. Oh, the man continued to smile. Has any extraordinary being of the title level visited the capital recently? None, Zhao Qi replied coldly. That is precisely why I have come to seek your counsel. Your earlier assurance was that once this imprint was established, no one except the title-level extraordinary being would perceive it. Yet the current situation does not align with your claims. The man's face, still cloaked in shadows, seemed to plunge into contemplation. In truth, removing an imprint does not necessarily require title-level strength. After a moment of silence, he slowly remarked, generally speaking, only after passing the trials of the 12th layer of the deep sea do extraordinary beings of the mental realm undergo qualitative transformations. Before that, their capacity to detect anomalies is limited. However, there are always exceptionally gifted individuals who possess finer traits from birth. In such a vast place as the capital, it is entirely reasonable that such an exception might arise. I am not here to listen to your explanations or to entertain notions of talent, Zhao Qi interrupted, clearly lacking patience. Do you understand how troublesome it is to establish a spiritual imprint on that woman? Those earrings are the pinnacle of class A sealing artifacts. The man's demeanor was in stark contrast as he listened intently to Zhao Qi's grievances, calmly accepting the other's ire. He even playfully tapped his long fingers on the back of his hand, as if to punctuate his interest. It is precisely because I believed in your previously flawless plan. Zhao Qi gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, that the spiritual imprint has now been removed. she will undoubtedly begin to suspect me. In the capital, many fools still clung to the misguided notion that this woman relied solely on her appearance and the Zhao family's influence to maintain her elevated status. Only those who had engaged with the lady in battle comprehended her formidable nature. For instance, Zhao Qi, this union, which he could not resist, was actually a battlefield solely orchestrated by Lu Nanji. Over the years of marital conflict, he had suffered tremendously, lacking both voice and position, ultimately reduced to merely the empty title of heir to the Zhao family. Lu Nanji's prowess had garnered universal recognition, especially from the elder Zhao. Young Master Zhao, do not underestimate yourself. The man, who had remained silent until now, finally broke the stillness. He sincerely encouraged Zhao Qi, you are the heir of the Zhao family, the sole scion. That elder will not show favoritism to outsiders, will he? As he spoke, he noticed a change in Zhao Qi's expression, prompting him to add, right? The previous will has been annulled, Zhao Qi rasped. The new will has not yet been posted. This matter will soon become known throughout the capital. The man across the table widened his lips in surprise, forming an ah shape. Even one who remained unperturbed by the collapse of the heavens could not help but be shaken by this news. It was indeed an unexpected turn of events. That elder Zhao would take such action was astonishing. Although the new will had not been established, the annulment of the old will was a clear harbinger. That is truly unfortunate, he began, a mixture of astonishment and regret in his tone, yet it sounded detached, as if he were merely an observer. However, I still believe that the elder would not make the decision to change the Zhao family name. Young Master Zhao need not be overly anxious. I cannot allow that woman to continue as she is. Zhao Qi inhaled deeply, his voice steady. You must assist me. Otherwise, we shall both perish. The naked threat hung in the air. Yet the man merely smiled lightly, unfazed by anger. Young Master Zhao, you overestimate my capabilities. What I can do cannot be classified as assistance. Only you can contend with Lu Nanji. In reality, I am merely responsible for providing methods. Zhao Qi took a deep breath, maintaining his composure. The previous imprint is no longer in existence. What else can you offer? 2 methods, the man replied, pulling out a black jade orb as if performing a magic trick. He chuckled softly. The previous imprint was essentially just a probe. While Lu Nanji possesses a steadfast will, she lacks extraordinary abilities, and thus her mental power is limited. Regardless of how formidable those earrings may be, they are ultimately external objects, and there will always come a time for their removal. Since young Master Zhao has successfully established one imprint, you can certainly establish a second. Zhao Qi furrowed his brow. With the experience from the previous attempt, the next spiritual imprint could be bolder, not just to induce sleeplessness in Lu Nanji, but to utterly compel her submission. The man stated calmly, this time, the spiritual imprint will be encapsulated within the orb. There remains but one opportunity. Once Lu Nanji removes the earrings, you may plant the imprint again, and from that moment forth, the esteemed lady of the capital will heed your every command. Zhao Qi accepted the black jade orb, scrutinizing it carefully, and whispered, what are the side effects? Side effects, you ask? The man replied with composure, this time, the spiritual imprint will directly siphon from the soul, leaving the recipient in a daze. Their reaction speed greatly diminished. In a sense, she will no longer be the lady, for she will gradually become a fool. Zhao Qi fell silent, quietly accepting the black jade orb. Are you concerned about what will happen to the Zhao family if Lu Nanji becomes a fool? The man smiled. The Zhao family is on the verge of being completely overshadowed by Lu Nanji, yet you still cling to the hollow pretensions of marital affection. You truly have the heart of a benevolent saint. At that point, you would be left with nothing but destitution. No need for your reminders, Zhao Qi replied coldly. What is the second method? The second method is also quite simple, the man replied, producing a seemingly ordinary necklace. This is a necklace that appears utterly unremarkable. In the capital or in Nagano, aside from a select few extraordinary beings with peculiar traits, no one else will perceive the true essence contained within this necklace. True essence? The reason we are able to engage in this delightful conversation is that our spirits drift freely in the void, unimpeded. Thus our physical forms can still receive signals and are inspired by them. The The man's voice rose in pitch as he disregarded Zhao Qi's somber gaze. Launching into an obscure and tedious interpretation, his fingers tapping lightly against the back of his hand like a pianist engrossed in his performance. Should the spirit be severed, the flesh would succumb, and we would be cast away. No one knows where the spirit would wander. Are you suggesting death? Zhao Qi furrowed his brows, voicing his interpretation. Oh, an intriguing metaphor, though not entirely accurate, the man chuckled. You may think of it as falling into a slumber, an endless slumber. Just like Gu Changji, everyone can only say he is asleep. No one dares to claim he is dead. This necklace harbors such power, capable of exiling a person's spirit, though it is limited to ordinary individuals like Madame. Zhao Qi received the necklace with trepidation. How does one use it? Simply have her wear it. That is all. Just 20 minutes, perhaps a bit longer, but never exceeding an hour. The man seemed to envision a breathtaking scene, murmuring softly, "Ah, the ladies of the capital will fall into a serene slumber, like butterflies cocooned for the winter." Zhao Qi fell silent, pondering with a slight headache. The necklace was indeed aesthetically pleasing, crafted from decent materials, but what made it worthy of Lu Nanji's attention? It seemed but an ordinary piece of jewelry. The woman adorned herself with items of exquisite quality, each a powerful artifact. The necklace Lu Nanji perpetually wore was the finest protective charm available, capable of safeguarding her even in the event of a magnitude 12 earthquake. Place it upon her yourself. As her husband, she is unlikely to refuse, right? The man smiled, encouragingly suggesting, "Give it a try. It is better than nothing." Zhao Qi neither nodded nor shook his head. He accepted the necklace. Much like he had the previous jade stone, and no one knew what choice this man, driven to the brink, would make next. "There is one more matter," he stated calmly. "It concerns the Chengxin Society. Chun Jingtian has been assaulted, my business connection has collapsed, and this situation has been mishandled. Both Cui Zhongqing and the old man will only look down upon me further. To re-establish my business ties, I must provide Chun San with an explanation. But I cannot handle this matter myself. I require your assistance." The man sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Young Master Zhao, we had an agreement. I would only assist you in planting a spiritual mark and resolving matters with the madam." He rubbed his temples and continued, "The previous mark has been removed. Your visit is understandable, and the necklace and jade beads serve as my compensation to you. But now you bring up the Chengxin Society. What does this signify?" His last few words were pronounced slowly, reverberating through the vast, empty factory space, stirring the air with an unseen force that crashed against the ancient lime walls and the dilapidated iron gates, causing cracks reminiscent of spider webs to form. It was as though ancient deities had awakened, their mere utterance conjuring a tempest. The extraordinary beings beside Zhao Qi instantly adopted serious expressions. They gazed at the slender figure seated before them, sensing that this fragile silhouette was as formidable as a mountain or abyss, too daunting to behold. And it emanated a faint crimson flame. Cold sweat broke out on their brows. Only then did they comprehend why the other had dared to attend alone. In a true confrontation, one would suffice. Ironically, as the high-ranking extraordinary beings lost their composure, Zhao Qi remained the most composed of them all. "In unity, we rise. In decline, we fall," he uttered lightly. "They all claim I am like mud that cannot be supported, yet you have consistently urged me not to belittle myself." Zhao Qi self-deprecatingly chuckled. "In truth, I am aware they speak the truth. I am merely a puddle of mud. Yet you have chosen to regard me with favor and offer your assistance." He continued with a hint of detachment. "There exists a term, sunk cost. You have aided me greatly. I trust you do not wish to see me falter now. This minor hurdle should not obstruct anyone, yet here I am, unable to overcome it. Thus I must seek your help." A tempest brewed. The man seated in the chair scrutinized Zhao Qi with a cold gaze. "You assist me, and I shall assist you. I care not for what the capital transforms into. My concern lies solely with myself. Even if I am but a puddle of mud, I must at least possess a wall to shield myself." Zhao Qi smiled. "What do you think?" The extraordinary beings present felt a palpable apprehension. The storm echoed. The ancient gods whispered, "Zhao Qi, you truly are an unrepentant scoundrel." The man met Zhao Qi's steady gaze, and after a lengthy pause, uttered 2 words. Once only. It is a deal. Chapter 96. Awakening of the Lion in the Old Town at 11:30. The lights flickered sparsely against the dim backdrop of night. Unlike the bustling vibrancy of the capital city and the riverside, the illumination here bore the weight of a bygone era, reminiscent of a film captured on celluloid. Even the whispers of the wind seemed to carry a serene hush, as if old songs flowed through the air. Some might call this the essence of life and culture. Yet for many silent observers, it reeked of obsolescence. Only models and socialites ventured into the old town, primarily to capture photographs for their personal social media platforms, flaunting an artistic flair or securing business deals. These individuals would snap their pictures and depart, their laughter sweet as they leaned against the old alleys with coffee in hand, only to hasten to their next destination after the shutter clicked. The truly obsolete things are not subjected to ridicule. Genuine obsolescence is a silent retreat from the stage of life, and when recalled, it elicits surprise or perhaps a fleeting regret, only to be forgotten once more. This old town has already faded from collective memory. Those who cling to nostalgia cannot thrive in this city. Gu Shen stood at the corner of an alley. He glanced at the time, unable to suppress a sigh, thinking he must be mad. At this hour, he should have been resting, yet Crow had called him, extending a friendly invitation to join him for a late-night meal in the old town, a proposition devoid of allure. Gu Shen was perplexed at his own impulsiveness in choosing to keep the appointment. As expected, the unreliable friend who had extended the invitation had yet to arrive. Was he going to flake out? Suddenly, someone waved from a distance, a suited man clad in a heavy motorcycle helmet, struggling to remove it with one hand. After 2 failed attempts, he comically stumbled along. Finally, Song Ci came to a halt, bent over, and knocked his forehead, muttering that the helmet was too tight and asking Gu Shen for assistance. With a resigned expression, Gu Shen obliged, gripping the helmet firmly and pulling with all his might. A pop echoed, and Song Ci exhaled a cloud of smoke, revealing a burnt cigarette but precariously clutched in his mouth. It was a mystery how he managed to ride with such a smoky view. This cigarette was a gift from the missus. I can't bear to part with it, Song Ci said, shaking the helmet to dislodge the ash. He took a deep drag from the cigarette, grinning, "What with the sour face?" Gu Shen retorted, "I believed your nonsense and stood in the cold wind for half an hour." "Really? That long?" Song Ci scratched his head, explaining that after hanging up, he had to take care of some matters. The old town was quiet at this hour. Riding a motorcycle would surely draw ire. And though he wasn't too concerned about being scolded, he didn't want to sully his reputation in the suit he wore, which represented his wife. Thus, he had pushed the motorcycle for the last stretch and parked it outside the alley. "At least I'm here. I wasn't deceived," Gu Shen sighed. "What do you mean by that? Am I the kind of person to mislead?" Song Ci said, beaming, "Tonight, it's on me. Let us feast." At 11:30, the old Sioux beef noodle shop was still open, though it was nearing closing time. The cheerful owner greeted Song Ci, offering to cook whatever he desired, assuring that a table was reserved for him in the back. Song Ci chuckled, peeking upstairs, and the owner whispered not to disturb the woman sleeping upstairs, or she might chase them away. Song Ci quickly gestured to signify understanding, carefully guiding Gu Shen to a small corner table. He lowered his voice, confiding that the owner's wife didn't particularly like him, so they should keep their voices down. Gu Shen chuckled, "Isn't it due to your misdeeds?" Song Ci scoffed, "I might skip out on the bill sometimes, but I never leave without paying. I owe her nothing. She just has a permanent scowl." "How do you know?" "The people you brought before always paid up," Gu Shen said. Song Ci smirked, raising a large fist. "See this? With this, I can make anyone pay." Gu Shen shook his head in exasperation. "I'll have a beef hot pot, a stir-fried pork, and spicy chicken gizzards," Song Ci ordered without even consulting the menu. Then slyly asked, "What else do you want?" Gu Shen understood his insinuation. "No need. This is sufficient." "Why are you looking at me like that?" Song Ci grinned. "I'm just a simple man with no extravagant tastes. I don't fancy spending $300 on a cocktail at the riverside. This place serves great drinks at a reasonable price." The youth at the riverside favored clear spirits, a sophisticated drink from Enhai district, which sounded refined and elegant. "You should give it a try," Song Ci whispered to the owner, who fetched a mysterious long bottle wrapped in black paper from the back. Real men should drink this. The owner chuckled softly. Gu Shen squinted at the diminutive cup of liquor before him, thinking it was even smaller than the drinks at the bar. How could one possibly savor such a tiny portion? As a model citizen, drinking was not his forte. He had sampled a 300 yuan cocktail at the riverside previously, which was not as dreadful as Song Ci had claimed. With a spirit of experimentation, Gu Shen raised the cup and downed it in one go. He nearly choked, his eyes watering from the fiery sensation that engulfed him, as if he had swallowed a blazing inferno. You really are something, Song Ci chuckled at Gu Shen's reaction. This drink should be savored slowly, in 7 or 8 sips. What is this drink? Gu Shen felt a wave of heat surge through him. Song Ci narrowed his eyes. This drink is called Awakening of the Lion. When the slumbering lion awakens, one feels an inexhaustible vigor. The name is less important now. It has been out of production for 10 years. Each sip is precious, and I've kept this for several years. This is the first time I'm sharing it. He raised his glass, softly asking, how does Awakening of the Lion taste? The weariness of the night dissipated before the small cup of liquor, and Gu Shen felt an odd clarity wash over him, as if he were examining himself from above, his mind remarkably lucid. I feel as if I have finally awakened. Gu Shen murmured, this drink is excellent. Why did it go out of production? To say it was discontinued would not be entirely accurate, as Awakening of the Lion was never produced in quantity. Song Ci's gaze fell. Its recipe existed only in the mind of one man, who passed away a decade ago. Thus, Awakening of the Lion ceased to exist. Gu Shen stood stunned. Song Ci retrieved his worn wallet and, from within, extracted a yellowed photograph. With a smile, he remarked, last time, I was genuinely in urgent need, and I didn't have the chance to show off before making my escape. Behold, my childhood companion, Xiao Lu. Isn't she lovely? The photograph, having been caressed by his fingers countless times, had aged to the point of developing a patina. The girl in the picture had a blurred visage, her head slightly tilted, revealing a faint smile adorned with a tiny canine tooth. Indeed, Xiao Lu was none other than senior sister, Lu Nanjing. It was surprising to discover that this typically reserved individual had once possessed such a sweet smile in her youth. Gu Shen candidly responded, she is beautiful, but his words remained unfinished. Of course she is. The crow, brimming with pride, reclaimed the photograph and emphatically tapped the table, declaring, Xiao Lu belongs to me. You may not gaze too long. Gu Shen chuckled softly and posed a question. While she is indeed beautiful, why do I sense a resemblance between her and the madam? They are sisters, biological sisters. The crow took a sip of the lion's awakening and continued. Do not misinterpret my affections. My admiration for Xiao Lu is one matter, while serving the madam is entirely another, with no connection between the two. The madam rescued me from the old district. I owe her a great deal, and I have nothing to offer in return but this wretched life. Wretched life? Gu Shen cast a sidelong glance at the crow. Though he did not fully comprehend this individual, it was evident that one who served as the madam's personal guard must be an extraordinary being. I owe the madam and the entire Lu family. Song Ci's voice brewed within his throat, and after finishing the lion's awakening, it emerged hoarse, akin to a wild beast. This was indeed not a beverage that could be mass-produced, for each drop contained extraordinary spiritual elements, leading one to mistakenly believe themselves sober, until they became thoroughly intoxicated and lost consciousness. Oh, how should I put it? Gu Shen appeared to be in excellent spirits, unaffected in the slightest by the lion's awakening. He sipped from his cup cautiously, for the liquor was exceedingly potent, and hasty consumption could lead to a coughing fit. Throughout, aside from a slight flush on his cheeks, he exhibited no adverse reactions. The spiritual elements of the alcohol permeated his mind, eagerly devoured by the fiery essence, making him the true connoisseur of lion's awakening, immune to intoxication, unyielding to collapse. Chapter 97. The Wild Dog in the Old Town, Lion Lane. Just 3 streets away, a 10-minute walk will lead you there. The crow chuckled. Have you heard of Lion Lane? Gu Shen's mind stirred, and he slowly furrowed his brow. Indeed, he had heard of Lion Lane. Growing up in the secluded corners of Qinghe district, where information was scarce and significant events went unnoticed, He nonetheless had a vivid impression of this particular place. The welfare institution's wireless channel had reported on Lion Lane, as the case at hand was of considerable consequence, leading to its mention for several consecutive days, a news story that remained etched in Gu Shen's memory. A prominent figure, recently crowned as the richest person in the capital, had been assassinated there. Since childhood, winters in the capital had been bitterly cold, and people seldom ventured outdoors, yet he often wandered aimlessly, frequently catching a whiff of an unusual wine fragrance. He had intended to scale walls and sneak into a courtyard to steal some wine, but was caught red-handed. Song Si smiled sadly, recounting, "That man was quite amusing. He caught the little thief, but showed no anger, even letting me have a taste. The wine was so spicy it made my nose run and brought tears to my eyes. He laughed heartily, calling me a coward, prompting me to take another large gulp. After which I blacked out, spending the night in that courtyard, a lost child without parents. It made no difference where I slept. That man was named Lu Cheng, whom I referred to as Old Lu." Song Si's voice grew hoarse as he continued, "I once believed that a man like Old Lu, who idled about in the old town, would amount to nothing, an aging vagabond unable to find a wife and resigned to a life of unemployment. Until that day when I climbed over the walls of Lion Lane stained with blood, the scene surrounded by hundreds of people. I saw a multitude of police officers, doctors, and lawyers, all arguing passionately. Old Lu lay quietly among them, beneath him a spreading pool of blood. Afterward, they took Old Lu away. I saw on television that he was the wealthiest man in the capital, and the commotion stemmed from the fact that he had too much money. Everyone wanted a piece of it." The crow looked at Gu Shen, chuckling. "What do you think? Is it absurd? Hidden talents often reside within plain sight, a saying everyone knows. Yet how many can truly achieve what Lu Cheng did? After Old Lu and Appo's demise, some cursed me as a harbinger of misfortune, claiming I had brought death to my parents and neighbors alike." Song Si shrugged, murmuring, "They only ceased such talk after Xiao Lu arrived. It was tea out of kindness, but because she is breathtakingly beautiful, clearly someone hailing from a noble lineage. And they dared not speak ill of her behind her back. Xiao Lu. They truly knew nothing." Song Si scoffed lightly. "I call her Xiao Lu. After Old Lu's death, the courtyard was left vacant, and she moved in alone, hence my name for her. Everyone speculated she was Old Lu's daughter. Yet her demeanor did not match, leading them to conjecture she might be a distant relative. Go ahead, ask them. Who knows what Xiao Lu's real name is?" "I've asked before." Gu Shen whispered, "Why did Xiao Lu leave?" Unclear, the crow's spirit visibly deflated, a mournful expression on his face. "Xiao Lu is an enigma. She comes and goes as she pleases, leaving without a word, no mention of when we might meet again. It was only when Madame Nanji took me away that I learned they had quarreled, and in a fit of anger, Xiao Lu left the capital, vowing never to return." He took a deep swig. The crow fumed. "If she was going to leave, why didn't she take me with her? I can fight and adapt. Was I merely a burden to her?" Gu Shen's expression was complex, pondering whether it was perhaps his unreliability that had driven her away. "Ah, women." Song Si waved his hand dismissively. "When she returns to the capital, I shall grant her the opportunity to repent." After Old Lu's departure, only the wine remained. Untouched by Xiao Lu, hence it became mine. He invited Gu Shen to clink glasses, curious. "So, Gu, how come you can drink so well? You seem unaffected." "Well, I'm nearly at my limit." Gu Shen paused, resting his forehead on his hand, and asked, "Shall we have another drink?" "Tonight, I will bring you down." Song Si gritted his teeth, raising his glass. "You scoundrel, you deceived me so terribly before. Was your flight truly due to guilt over some heinous act? Confess. What unspeakable crime did you commit?" "I was merely speaking the truth at that time." Gu Shen clinked glasses, offering a resigned smile. "It's just that you did not believe me." Song Si shook his head, propping his chin with one hand, straining to keep his head from crashing onto the table. He struggled to recall Gu Shen's explanation from earlier. Moments later, his brow knitted into a frown, his speech muddled. "What you said was, you knocked Cui Zhongqing out." "Yes," Gu Shen replied softly. "Well, what the?" Song Si gasped, leaning back in disbelief, staring at Gu Shen. "Confirming once more, Cui Zhongqing?" Upon receiving confirmation, He vigorously shook his head, shaking off the effects of the alcohol, bursting into laughter and clasping Gu Shen's shoulder. You truly know how to spin a tale, but I believe you. At that moment, Song Si realized that Gu Shen had been sipping the Lion Awakening wine at a steady, measured pace, and by this rate, he had consumed more than 2 or 3 times what Song Si had. Were you born from a vat of wine? Song Si exclaimed, anxious, quickly safeguarding the bottle. Tonight's drinking ends here. 20 minutes later, the two emerged from the alley, or rather, one stumbled while the other was forced to sway. Gu Shen supported the crow, who was still savoring the taste of Lion Awakening. He pondered the spiritual elements within the wine, reflecting on the case of Lion Lane as recounted by the crow. 10 years ago, after old Lu's death, the Lu family crumbled, their vast fortune consumed by others. If memory serves correctly, it was also the year when the Zhao family began to awaken. Gu Shen was unaware of the events of that year. Yet he knew that the name registered by his senior sister at the adjudication office was Nan Jane. His senior sister had forsaken the Lu surname. The crow mentioned that the two sisters had once had a fierce argument, and since that day, Lu Nanjing had left the capital and had not returned even once. This information was enough to lead to certain deductions. A reckless man, most likely burdened by an inescapable vendetta. Gu Shen muttered softly, then recalled Chu Ling's words, whispering, one must not harbor malice towards the past of others. Supporting the crow outside the alley, the latter retched in the grass, and after finishing, reached for Gu Shen's helmet, struggling to place it on his head. Are you planning to return just like that? Gu Shen asked earnestly. In the capital, driving under the influence leads to license revocation, and motorcycles are no exception. Wasn't particularly worried about the crow's safety. I'm not drunk. Song Si scoffed, chuckling. The reason I'm tipsy is that I wanted to be. Do you understand? Gu Shen fell silent. By his intuition, he sensed that the crow's words held a grain of truth. For extraordinary individuals, regardless of their affiliation, honing their mental fortitude is essential. When their mental strength reaches a certain level, alcohol no longer dissolves their will. No matter how much one drinks, should they desire to regain clarity, it merely requires the practice of breathing techniques. With Song Si's prowess, even consuming the spiritually infused Lion Awakening wine would not lead to such a pitiful state. Without inebriation, certain words simply could not be uttered. The raven leaned against the corner, gesturing for Gu Shen to come closer. He chuckled softly. You are a clever man. I just mentioned the Lion Alley case. You must have deduced something by now. Gu Shen opened his mouth, not out of reluctance to speak, but rather from uncertainty about what to say. I have never believed in such coincidences. How could someone as good as old Lu attract enemies? He has already retreated to the old city, yet he is still being targeted. The raven chuckled quietly. Who do you think might be responsible? Gu Shen replied calmly. You suspect the Zhao family. Exactly. Song Si exclaimed, clapping Gu Shen on the shoulder, affectionately saying, no wonder Mr. Cui holds you in such high regard. You truly impress me. A parent knows their child best. Oh, never mind. What do you intend to do? Gu Shen's gaze was peculiar. Of course. The raven extended a hand and lightly traced his throat, mimicking a gesture of execution, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he asked with a smile, what do you think? Who do you wish to eliminate, Zhao Qi? Gu Shen inquired. Still. Just a joke, merely a jest. Song Si quickly interrupted Gu Shen. Although on the outside, everyone fears me, I am actually quite cowardly. The raven sighed deeply, chuckling. Aside from having a strong fist and a resilient life, I possess no notable virtues. I fear not death, but rather the impulsiveness that might lead me to act rashly and endanger my wife. Do you know why I fled the day we met? Gu Shen waited silently for him to continue. A man came to disrupt my affairs. Before he could identify himself, I struck. I swear, I only threw one punch. Yet he crumbled under it, nearly sending half his life to the underworld. The raven laughed, a hint of pride in his tone. That man is Chun Jingtan, the nephew of Chun San. After a long pause, Gu Shen remained silent. The raven raised an eyebrow, irritated. Have you lost your voice? Chun San's nephew. Gu Shen replied, so what? Is this your first time hearing Chun San's name? The raven appeared vexed and somewhat disheartened. Not the first, but should there be a reaction upon hearing his name? Gu Shen felt somewhat awkward, replying, "I know Chen San is a formidable figure, on par with that Zhao family counselor." Song Xiai sighed deeply, abandoning the thought of explaining further. "It's exhilarating. You'll understand when you experience it one day. Assaulting the powerful is truly different from ordinary brawls. Under this wretched law, the constraints of fate, my life is worthless, but his is not. Thus, when I throw that punch, his suffering will yield you double the joy. It is a pleasure that transcends the bounds of rules." The raven, visibly excited, extended his fist, opening and closing it as if relishing the memory. Gazing at the rough calluses on his hands, he grinned and mused, "I have often wondered, what would it be like if these fists landed on Zhao Qi's face?" As he spoke, he could not help but let out a laugh, only to stifle it as he donned a helmet, leaning against the wall, feeling a bit dizzy. Gu Shen sighed softly, patting his back. Just then, across a block, several hundred meters away, a few individuals emerged from a long alley. The leader, upon exiting the alley, caught sight of the two at the corner. He paused momentarily. The man in the helmet seemed vaguely familiar, but after a glance, he averted his gaze. The cowboy, holding a large hunting rifle, followed his gaze, silently gripping the gun's handle, and softly inquired, "Young Master Zhao?" "It's nothing. Just two drunken wild dogs. No need to waste time," Zhao Qi replied quietly, suddenly frowning as he extended his hand to wipe away the dirt that should have been cleaned from his face. His palm, now tainted with grime, was likely from the abandoned factory. He stared at the dirt on his palm, murmuring, "There is simply too much filth in the old city." Chapter 98. Rabid dog Gu Shen was not inebriated. From beginning to end, he remained quite lucid. Thus, he heard every word, every syllable spoken by the group of people gathered by the street, from their arrival to their lingering presence. The man at the center of the throng, distinguished by his resplendent attire, was unmistakably not a resident of the old city. He was undoubtedly a prominent figure, accustomed to the comforts of the affluent core of the metropolis, for his every utterance and expression exuded disdain, belittlement, and contempt for the lower strata of society. However, such individuals were not new to Gu Shen. What could this be termed humiliation, abuse, ridicule? If one were to care, then all of it would apply. Yet Gu Shen had never been one to care. He lacked the time, energy, or capital to invest in such sentiments. Thus, he regarded their words as mere drivel whispered by the wind, destined to dissipate. He calmly patted the crow's back and departed. Meanwhile, Song Xiai, struggling to catch his breath while donning a heavy motorcycle helmet, felt the alcohol coursing through him, clouding his senses. Leaning against the wall, he barely managed to straighten up. What did that guy just say? Was he insulting us? The crow's voice boomed, coarse and resonant, instantly capturing the attention of those across the way. The old cowboy squinted, exhaling a plume of smoke, having been suppressed by a superior extraordinary force in the abandoned factory. He harbored a simmering anger, now ignited further upon encountering a drunken fool who dared to speak disrespectfully. Silently, he hefted his hunting rifle and strode toward the inebriated duo. Zhao Qi chuckled, making no attempt to intervene. He was in no rush now, arms crossed, leaning leisurely against the wall, a faint smile gracing his lips as he awaited the unfolding drama. Cleaning up trash and dealing with unruly dogs were tasks beneath him, simply because they would soil his hands. Gu Shen furrowed his brow, observing the figure approaching from the distant alleyway. Truly, the metropolis was a veritable melting pot of humanity. The cowboy, pipe in mouth, brazenly brandished his formidable hunting rifle. The mere sight of that weapon instilled a palpable sense of dread, igniting a fierce urge within Gu Shen's mind. Trouble was brewing. Extraordinary beings, even inebriated, the crow's instinct for battle remained sharp. He was, at heart, a fighter. Even in a stupor, he would not forget the primal instincts of combat. The cowboy frowned, believing his imposing image, rifle in hand, would suffice to intimidate the majority of drunken men. Surely, when the barrel was pressed against the head of even the most intoxicated individual, they would snap to attention. He raised his gun, the silent muzzle pressed against the rigid helmet. Brother, please don't point that thing at me surprisingly, even with the rifle aimed at him. The inebriated man remained composed, his tone unexpectedly friendly as he cautioned, The Eastern Continent Federation has explicit regulations against good citizens carrying firearms in public. The cowboy retorted coldly. Do I strike you as a good citizen? Well, that's a fair point. The crow grasped the rifle barrel, slowly shifting it aside, languidly remarking, That's loaded with number 12 red-silver bullets. Isn't it? Do take care not to pull the trigger accidentally. I'm not jesting, it can be deadly. The cowboy was momentarily taken aback. The instant the crow's fingers brushed the barrel, an immense pressure enveloped him, seeping from the gun into his entire being. It felt as though a pair of colossal hands were pressing down upon his shoulders, the weight rendering him immobile, his finger poised on the trigger. Unable to budge even a millimeter. No, it wasn't just the trigger. He found it hard to even breathe. Good heavens! He gazed in terror at the man before him, only to meet the crow's drunken yet smiling eyes through the helmet. This was an extraordinary being, and a remarkably powerful one at that. To the cowboy's companions on the other side of the alley, his actions appeared entirely unremarkable. The rifle was already pressed against the drunkard's head. What could possibly seem amiss? The crow, unsteady, pointed a trembling finger at the distant figure surrounded by admirers. His vision blurred from the alcohol. He gestured several times, uncertain if he was even pointing correctly. Song Ci mumbled indistinctly. Do you remember what I just said? That guy must be a big shot. Landing a punch on his face would surely feel exhilarating. Gu Shen regarded him with a complex expression. Want to hit him? The crow grinned, his voice conspiratorial. Let us punch him and make a run for it. There was an inexplicable charm to the crow. He would dash through the old city in flip-flops like an ostrich, using his fists to shatter the teeth of those who slandered him. He lived in an orderly metropolis. Yet his actions defied all norms and rules. Unable to alter his environment, he resolved to give the upper echelons of society a grand gesture of defiance. A punch to the face of a powerful figure. What would be shattered was not merely a few teeth, but the lofty regulations themselves. Gu Shen fell silent for a moment, contemplating as the old cowboy drew nearer, perhaps within mere steps. He posed himself a question. Had there ever been a moment when he too felt an impulse akin to the crow's? Yearning to strike a loathed figure in the face with his fist? Perhaps the alcohol was not without its effects. At this moment, Gu Shen sensed within him the awakening of eyes that had never opened before, his blood coursing hot and feverish, as if a lion had roused within him. Thus, the young man softly inquired, Can we win? Of course, the crow replied cheerfully. And can we escape? Absolutely. The crow laughed. Then Gu Shen stated earnestly, I want to give it a try. At that instant, the crow suddenly crouched and delivered a powerful blow to the cowboy's chin. The trigger of the hunting rifle, caught in a moment of excruciating difficulty, finally discharged, the thunderous sound shattering the night's tranquility. The large bullet veered off its intended path, grazing past Song Ci's helmet, and crashed into a nearby street light, obliterating it into fragments that rained down like confetti. A man was sent flying like a sandbag, blood and teeth erupting from his mouth as he fell amidst the scattered debris. This scene stunned Zhao Qi and the accompanying extraordinary beings. Get in the vehicle. The crow mounted the motorcycle, twisting the throttle, the tires roaring against the ground like a wild stallion on the verge of breaking free. Gu Shen, quick to react, leapt onto the back seat the moment the crow spoke. Amidst the cascading light from the shattered lamp, the powerful red motorcycle reared up, barreling toward the small wall at the street's end. Hurry, protect! Zhao Qi's voice barely escaped his lips. Before he could finish, a vast shadow loomed before him. It was a colossal heavy motorcycle, nearly obscuring his entire field of vision. The rapidity of these events was astonishing. No one could have anticipated that a thoroughly inebriated man, despite his intoxication, could orchestrate such a precise course of action. As someone unsheathed a long knife, ready to retaliate, he was swiftly sent flying by a kick from the drunken rider on the motorcycle, the force of which surpassed that of a shotgun's silver bullet. A wall along the side of the narrow alley was obliterated, and the attacker lost consciousness, his half-body embedded within the shattered debris. Reflecting on the fate of the cowboy earlier, all were left in shock. Young Master Zhao had referred to this drunken individual as a wild dog. Yet now it seemed he was an unequivocal mad dog. Thus, a scene both humorous and ironic unfolded. Young Master Zhao, traversing the old city at night, found that his loyal guards, in this moment of peril, scarcely dared to risk their lives to confront the roaring motorcycle, which advanced with relentless force. Figures were hurled aside like leaves in a storm. In a narrow encounter, the courageous prevail. Those who entertain thoughts of retreat are unworthy to claim victory in this confined alleyway confrontation. Ultimately, only the isolated and helpless Zhao Qi remained, filled with rage, terror, and dread as he beheld the looming shadow descending upon him. Before him, a fist materialized. To his relief, it was not the colossal fist of that drunken madman, but rather that of a young man seated on the motorcycle's rear, a youth whose visage radiated simplicity, kindness, and an eagerness to engage. Some circumstances are inescapable, and one must simply acquiesce. The young man's fist appeared modest in size. Surely it wouldn't inflict too much pain, would it? With a resounding thud, Zhao Qi felt as though his cheek had been struck by a heavy hammer. All consciousness seemingly shattered from his body. He could sense the trembling of his bones and the spasms of his facial muscles. The fist may have been small, yet it was undeniably hard. He felt himself lift from the ground, if only momentarily. Light as a feather, he ascended, only to come crashing down heavily. The clamorous thoroughfare fell into a prolonged silence as the final roar of the motorcycle's throttle echoed, amidst the residents of the old city voicing their furious discontent. The two mad dogs sped away, leaving chaos in their wake. How does it feel? Song Ci twisted the throttle, his body swaying as he cheerfully whistled, celebrating their wild triumph. The late-night old city was now far behind them, the shattered alley lights and weathered walls fading into the darkness as the motorcycle sped towards the desolate outskirts, a realm as tranquil as paradise. The young man on the rear seat remained unresponsive for a time. Gu Shen silently observed his fist, which bore traces of blood, not his own, but that of the affluent young master. He had utilized the flame, enveloping his fist in its fiery embrace. Before striking, he had contemplated the potential repercussions of his actions. The flames scorched away any biological traces, ravenous remnants, and inadvertently left fingerprints. He had struck, fled, and would never be seen again. You were right. Gu Shen exhaled softly, a smile gracing his lips. It is indeed exhilarating to strike at the privileged. Chapter 99. Quagmire when Zhao Qi awoke in the hospital. It was already noon the following day. 3 of his teeth had been knocked out, and one side of his face was so swollen that he could scarcely speak. As he recollected the events of the previous night, his anger was not directed at the young man who had struck him, whose blows had been particularly vicious, but rather at the group of hired thugs he had paid handsomely to protect him, none of whom had dared to confront the assailants on his behalf. Young Master Zhao, what transpired last night? Louis stood vigil at his bedside, sighing as she spoke. What possessed you to venture into the old district? It is chaotic there, devoid of surveillance, and now that trouble has arisen, tracing it will prove exceedingly difficult. Zhao Qi opened his mouth, only to be met with a searing pain radiating from his cheek. His expression darkened as he clenched his jaw, recalling the encounter with 2 drunken fools. Lu Yi fell silent, her gaze complex as she regarded Zhao Qi. She pondered to herself that this must be the most absurd tale of the year. 2 inebriated men had managed to reduce the heir of the Zhao family to this state. She had inspected the scene from the previous night, and all the extraordinary individuals accompanying Zhao Qi had been taken down. Such a feat could not possibly be the work of mere drunks. This incident had likely been premeditated. Could it be that Gu Shen orchestrated this? Lu Yi contemplated for a moment before inquiring. Might he hold you accountable for the previous conflict? Impossible. Zhao Qi shook his head, his voice weak and indistinct, yet laced with a chilling intent. Did you inspect the scene from last night? That drunkard was retching in the corner. There was nothing in the corner, Louis sighed. I employed profiling techniques, and the scene had been tampered with using special methods. The retrospective images were utterly indistinct, devoid of any useful information. How is that possible? Zhao Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Did I not sustain visible injuries from the punch? Was there no residual skin tissue on my face? Nothing at all, young master. Your face was covered in blood, all of it your own. Louis shook her head once more. However, do you recall the appearance of the assailant? If you can remember their features, we may uncover a lead. One individual wore a motorcycle helmet, Zhao Qi murmured. The other the one who struck me. He was at this point. He suddenly froze. He had distinctly remembered the face of the person who had hit him. Yet now his mind was a blank slate, the image of the punch becoming increasingly nebulous. Unnamed fury welled up within him, and he fought to suppress his rage as he sat up, his body trembling. His memories had been erased. It appeared it was the work of a mentalist. Lu Yi recognized the implications of Zhao Qi's reaction. This case was most likely meticulously planned. With the current leads, there was little hope of resolution, and it might all come to naught. In a month, the year-end ball would take place. Given your current condition, you may need to recuperate for some time. Will you still be able to attend the ball? Lu Yi hesitated before asking. And should we inform Madam about this matter? I will manage to attend the ball, Zhao Qi replied, covering his chin with difficulty. If Lu Nanji inquires, tell her I fell ill. Do not mention last night's events to anyone. When Crow awoke, it was also midday. He found himself lying on an unfamiliar bed. Awake? Gu Shen was on the balcony, cradling a cat in his arms. He glanced at Crow and asked, You don't recall what happened last night? What transpired last night? Song Si exclaimed in a panic. Pulling back the covers to check his body thankfully, he felt no discomfort, and his clothes were intact. He winced, furrowing his brow, as his mind was a complete void. Despite his best efforts to remember, it was all a blank slate. The intoxicating effects of the liquor had a dreamlike quality, capable of making one forget their troubles. This was indeed an astonishing brewing technique, and even extraordinary individuals could fall victim if unguarded. You insisted we drink, and we got carried away, running into an unfortunate soul. That person was accompanied by several extraordinary subordinates, clearly a significant figure from the metropolitan area. And then, Song Si scratched his head. He called us dogs. Gu Shen replied gravely. I was about to leave, but you became incensed. Damn, I suspect you are fabricating a tale, Song Si said, tugging the blanket to shield himself. Yet if this is your creation, it only proves how well you understand me. I have always been intolerant of those who insult me. Then, did I strike him? Song Si racked his brain, only able to conceive that possibility. No, Gu Shen grinned. I struck him. You struck his companions. As Crow listened, he cautiously shifted in bed until he faced Gu Shen. He clapped his hands. If the story ended there, it would indeed be splendid merely having struck an obnoxious wealthy brat. I wish it were so, but the tale is evidently more complex. Gu Shen paused before continuing. We did not strike an ordinary wealthy scion. Crow was momentarily taken aback. Did you not see the fellow's face clearly last night due to your inebriation? Gu Shen said, a hint of exasperation in his tone. I just utilized deep-sea search techniques to uncover the victim's identity, I must say. It is a pity you did not deliver a more forceful blow. Wait a moment. Does that mean Song Si felt an ominous premonition stirring within him? Last night, we struck Zhao Qi, Gu Shen stated nonchalantly. You allow me to take that punch. Song Si was first struck by shock, then by fury, followed by regret. This must be what they call the whims of fate. Perhaps for him, it was a case of narrowly escaping disaster. Gu Shen sighed gently. Given your strength, had you been the one to punch, the Zhao family would have faced extinction. That would have been for the best. Song Si lamented. Drinking has led to this calamity suddenly. A thought crossed his mind, and he furrowed his brow, speaking earnestly. Gu Shen, you cannot remain in the capital. I will contact Madam for you pack your things and leave today. Drinking and striking Zhao Qi sounded exhilarating. Yet, no one knew better than Crow the standing of the Zhao family in the capital and their ruthless methods. If captured, he would be fine, protected by Madam. Such trouble would only cost him a skin-deep wound. But Gu Shen was in a different predicament. Zhao Qi was notorious for his cruelty. And should he capture someone who had wronged him, he would surely be subjected to unspeakable torment. With this in mind, Crow began scrolling through his phone. As long as you and I remain silent about the incident, there will be no repercussions. Gu Shen whispered, I have erased Zhao Qi's memories. The biological traces from the scene, and the retrospective clues that could be traced through extraordinary means last night. Our route through the old district was devoid of surveillance. So he will uncover nothing. Crow was stunned. He pondered for a moment, realizing the validity of Gu Shen's words. What had this fellow experienced to be so cautious in his actions? Are you certain? Song Si questioned skeptically. Could there be any oversight? If I lacked this assurance, would I have dared to act last night? Gu Shen replied with a resigned smile. Given the Zhao family's efficiency, if any clues had been left behind, would you still be able to sleep until noon? Crow scratched his head again. You are indeed remarkable. But that is not the key issue, Gu Shen said quietly. Have you considered why Zhao Qi was present there? Song Xiai appeared perplexed. The old district, long abandoned and neglected by the metropolis, is a realm of technological backwardness and dire poverty. What business could a privileged individual like Zhao Qi have in such a place? Moreover, why choose the dead of night for such an endeavor? Gu Shen gently stroked the orange cat, accompanied by a group of extraordinary individuals. The most plausible explanation lies in the old district's dilapidated conditions. This area represents the only blind spot in the grand city. If one were to engage in clandestine dealings, this would be the ideal locale. Calmly, Gu Shen remarked, the Zhao family is vast and prosperous, with numerous business dealings that warrant no secrecy. Zhao Qi can confidently conduct his negotiations. Yet, he deliberately chose the old district for their meeting, which can only be interpreted as a desire to avoid prying eyes. I suspect his companion in this meeting is someone best kept in the shadows. Should the Zhao family discover this, it would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. Thus, even if he were assaulted, he would hesitate to deploy substantial resources, particularly those belonging to the Zhao family. With figures like Cui Zhongxing and Madame Lu observing his every move, should last night's events in the old district catch their attention, he would indeed find himself in grave trouble. Consequently, after enduring such a brutal beating, he could only swallow his grievances. As Gu Shen concluded his remarks, Song Xi's expression transformed from one of astonishment to one of deep admiration. He clapped earnestly, stating, I now comprehend the wisdom in what old Lu once said, a rogue is not to be feared, but rather a rogue with intellect. Brother Gu, your actions merit careful consideration, serving as a model for our kind. The crow's visage seemed to communicate, I am not the true rogue. That title belongs to you. Brother Gu. Then, Gu Shen shifted the conversation, softly suggesting, what if you were to place yourself in Zhao Qi's shoes? Consider this, a frivolous scion, typically only frequenting the city, ventured into the old district last night to meet someone who must remain hidden from the light. What could his purpose possibly be? In an instant, Song Xi's wariness surged. He quietly delved into contemplation, recalling two critical matters. The first was his altercation with Chen Jingtan, which had jeopardized a business deal for Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi, known for his vindictiveness, would not let this grievance pass unpunished. Even if the matter were suppressed by Madame, it would only be a temporary facade. He would inevitably seek retribution. The second matter pertained to the mental imprint instilled in Madame by her associates. After much reflection, it became evident that Zhao Qi was the most likely orchestrator of such a scheme. The life of the young master Zhao was rather straightforward. As a feckless individual, he had little in the way of privacy. Gu Shen too was deep in thought, his gaze clouded with confusion as he quietly pondered. Yet, if this mud aspires to ascend, someone must lend a hand. Who, then, could that individual be? Chapter 100. Dense fog on a Monday morning at 7:30. Most office workers were just departing from their homes, marking the peak of rush hour on the subway. Although the city thrived with activity, the majority of commercial streets did not commence operations until 9 o'clock, resulting in only a smattering of pedestrians on the streets at this hour, with no congestion, as most shops remained closed. However, outside a certain establishment on Lipu Street, a small queue had already formed. Zhou Yexin was taken aback upon her arrival at Mayu's at 8 o'clock, having confirmed twice that these individuals were indeed waiting in line at her doorstep. And they had come in groups, with a minibus parked not far away. They stood in orderly fashion, while a woman beside the line admonished, "No cutting in line, please." The few individuals waiting appeared weary and dazed, yet surprisingly compliant. Zhou Yexin frowned, recognizing the woman. It dawned on her that this was the affluent lady who had previously come to present a banner to Gu Shen. Now, clad in a khaki trench coat dress, she appeared several years younger, seemingly in her mid-20s. If she remembered correctly, this woman was called Jiang Wan. "Good morning, Dr. Zhu. Is Dr. Gu about to start work soon?" Jiang Wan inquired with a cheerful smile. "We've been waiting here for almost half an hour. Are you here to see Gu Shen?" Zhou Yexin hesitated before promptly opening the door. After Jiangwan waved, the individuals in line slowly entered. Did you bring all these people? Zhou Yexin asked, her curiosity piqued. Due to work, I have the opportunity to interact with some patients, Jiangwan replied with a nod. Dr. Gu's skills are exceptional, and I thought I might help him gain some clients for extra income. By the way, you're settling the bill based on commissions, right? Introducing clients? Zhou Yexin regarded Jiangwan with suspicion, increasingly feeling that something was amiss. Don't misunderstand. I merely admire Dr. Gu's abilities, Jiangwan sighed. A hint of resignation in her smile. I'm at least a whole generation older than Dr. Gu. I harbor no ill intentions. When Gu Shen arrived, he was surprised to see the clinic filled with patients. This level of business exceeded his expectations. Xiao Xian pulled Gu Shen aside and whispered. All these people were referred by Jiangwan. I suspect she has feelings for you, so you should be cautious. At her words, Gu Shen froze, and among the crowd, he spotted a familiar face, Jiangwan, who looked at him with a warm smile. Reminded by Xiao Xian, Gu Shen felt a twinge of apprehension. The last person to regard him with such intensity was Chu Shui. However, Gu Shen had examined Jiangwan's dreams personally. She was merely an ordinary individual, devoid of extraordinary powers. There was no need for concern about her being another murderous entity. Yet, something felt off about these patients. Their demeanor suggested some underlying issue with their mental state. He glanced at the patients in the clinic, 7 or 8 in total, all dressed in worn clothing, their expressions listless. Yet this weariness did not stem from insomnia. Growing serious, Gu Shen whispered to Xiao Xian, regardless, let's get to work. He led the youngest child into an examination room. The child appeared dazed, confusion etched across their face, and upon sitting down, they remained silent, as unresponsive as a block of wood. Observing this, Gu Shen summoned his fire, descending into the depths of the child's dream. Regrettably, Tang Xingchuan was not present. Otherwise, he would surely marvel at the astuteness of Mr. Tree, despite his age. Gu Shen was not a typical practitioner of extraordinary abilities. His fire was not a high-risk power endowed with innate might, but possessed tremendous potential for growth, and his rapid advancement was attributable to his own aptitude. The time it takes for infants to learn to walk varies, and Gu Shen was undoubtedly among the quickest. At present, his fire was but a wisp, capable of roaming within the mental realm, yet in his hands, it could sweep across most dreams. Awakening swiftly, Gu Shen regained consciousness in an instant. Observing the surrounding mist in the child's dream, an invisible wall seemed to obstruct all sights, enveloping the scene in a dense fog, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. Was this fog? It was eerily silent, akin to the depths of the ocean, where all sound had perished. As Gu Shen raised his hand, the stillness shattered. The fog fragmented like a shattered mirror. His fire transformed into a lantern, hovering above the dreamscape, illuminating this dream, which had been tainted by the spirits of sealed objects. The streets and alleys felt familiar. Gu Shen focused on the mottled walls adorned with childlike graffiti, depictions of running children, balloons, birds, and clouds. The walls formed a labyrinth, encircling the houses. Such antiquated architecture was unlikely to be found in the new districts of the city. This was the old district. He understood the child's identity and why all these patients appeared in tattered clothing. They were likely residents of the old district, despite the fog being dispelled. A particular area remained shrouded in mist. Gu Shen maneuvered his dream form deeper but encountered an invisible barrier. This was the end. He could proceed no further. Halting, lantern in hand, he murmured, the spiritual imprint left behind this time is somewhat stronger than the Sumu stone sculpture. Removing it forcibly poses no issue, as it is merely a wisp of imprint. Yet what truly captivated Gu Shen's attention was the fog-laden region beyond the air barrier. Within this child's dream, the fog was profoundly dense, hinting at a sealed object. If such a phenomenon were genuine, it would undoubtedly have attracted the attention of the authorities. Gu Shen pondered. At the very least, it must possess the power of a Class B sealed object. He resolved to first remove the child's spiritual imprint before examining the dreams of others. With his mind settled, Gu Shen snapped his fingers, lightly tapping the surface of the lantern. The floating lantern soared into the air. transforming into myriad threads of light that brilliantly scattered across the fog-laden dreamscape. As Gu Shen had surmised, each direction was blocked by an air barrier, limiting the child's dream space. Where the fire traversed, the fog dissipated rapidly. This process of removing imprints served as a form of cultivation for Gu Shen. Although the essence of the extraordinary was sparse, consuming it could still bolster his strength. Moments later, all the dream fog within the air barrier was completely devoured. Gu Shen exited the dream. The child, previously lost in confusion, gradually regained clarity in their eyes, which had previously been clouded, now illuminating with vitality, only to soon be replaced by fatigue. Gu Shen pushed open the door to leave the examination room. How did it go? Jiang Wan asked, rising nervously upon seeing him. Noticing the child asleep at the desk, she breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly reassured that the treatment had succeeded. Gu Shen observed her reaction. Did you bring all these people? He inquired softly. Let's carry the child to the vehicle. Jiang Wan promptly complied. Just then, another door in the examination room swung open, revealing Zhou Yexin, who looked troubled. This person is exceedingly peculiar, almost like a block of wood. No matter what I do, there's no response. It appeared she was at a loss. Indeed, the hypnotic ability of the pocket watch is limited. It was created solely to safeguard Zhou Yexin, and the last remnants of its extraordinary power can only ensure the protection of its master. Leave it to me, Xiao Xian. You may continue with your tasks. Gu Shen smiled gently, employing the fervent hypnotic force as he softly uttered, the rest, come with me. There were 7 remaining, and upon hearing his words, they all slowly rose and made their way to Gu Shen's compartment. The second level of the deep sea is for minor hypnosis, targeting individuals. The third level encompasses major hypnosis, which disseminates one's consciousness, radiating throughout a designated area. Gu Shen closed the compartment door, gazing at the patients lined up before him, recalling the moment when Han Dang had hypnotized him. In the realm of true words, within that mental domain, no matter how many entered, they became mere fish on Han Dang's chopping board. Gu Shen sensed that when one's mental power is sufficiently robust, capable of external projection, it would manifest as a domain. Minor hypnosis is the mastery of the inherent hypnotic power of the fervent flame itself. Major hypnosis, on the other hand, involves projecting mental energy, extending toward the direction of the domain. Let me attempt. A mass hypnosis. He took a gentle breath. Gu Shen unleashed the fervent flame. Having digested half of the extraordinary source of Chu Shui, it had become more than twice as powerful as when it first emerged, though the radiance that spread was barely sufficient to envelop the room. Enter the dream. Enter the dream. Enter the dream. A voice reverberated in the ears of these individuals. The fervent flame solidified, gathering a luminous glow within the room. Gu Shen found himself in a dreamscape constructed by his own mental energy. He had successfully executed major hypnosis, arriving in the misty dream of the old city. This time, lantern in hand, he traversed a considerable distance. The dreams of these individuals resembled interlocking puzzle pieces, each representing a segment of an unlocked area. Even though there remained barriers of air, the range of movement had expanded significantly. Fulin Alley, Lion Alley, Rue and Lane. Gu Shen, lantern in hand, dispelled the thin mist, pausing intermittently as he discerned the landscapes within the dream. Ultimately, he recognized several streets of the old city. A detailed map emerged in his mind, and through these clearly revealed streets, he confirmed his location. Then, he turned his gaze toward the depths of the dream shrouded in fog, extending his hand. An intangible and solid wall obstructed his progress. The densest fog loomed ahead, insurmountable, untouchable, and forbidden to tread. Chapter 101. Yuan Dan Street, Miss Jiang. I believe an explanation from you is in order. Half an hour later, the compartment was left with only the two of them. Gu Shen spoke with gravity. What exactly is going on here? The hypnotic treatment had been completed. He had removed all mental imprints from the individuals and sent the residents of the old district back to the minibus. Clearly, this was no coincidence. No one could fortuitously gather a full vehicle of individuals whose consciousness had been affected by sealed objects. Introducing clients was a mere facade. The real trouble had been brought forth. However, The reason Gu Shen chose to sit down with Jiang Wan for a serious conversation was rather simple. He recalled that during the last incident involving the Su Mu stone carving, Gu Danian had mentioned that Cui Zhongqing had indirectly alluded to Jiang Wan, suggesting that this woman might have ties to the Huaji group. He hoped to hear from her the phrase, "I am a representative sent by Cui Zhongqing." Unfortunately, things were not as he anticipated. "I'm sorry." Jiang Wan's expression was complex as she sincerely apologized. "Dr. Gu, because you helped me last time, I sent them to you. I hope I haven't caused you any trouble." Under the influence of the blazing fire, Gu Shen could sense the emotional fluctuations of a person. This was an ordinary individual without awakened abilities. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness were all too evident in his eyes. "Where did these people come from?" he inquired. "The old district," Jiang Wan said, her demeanor becoming increasingly serious. "For reasons unknown, some residents of the old district have begun to exhibit these symptoms: confused consciousness, dazed and lifeless, as if they are mere wooden puppets. The moment I saw their condition, I thought of you." If memory served, Jiang Wan was a wealthy young lady residing in the affluent South Bay district. How could she possibly pay attention to the people from the old district? "Miss Jiang," Gu Shen hesitated to ask, "what is your occupation?" "I am a journalist for the Dadu Evening News." Jiang Wan produced her identification. She was perceptive, quickly grasping the meaning behind Gu Shen's hesitation, and quietly explained, "The house in South Bay was purchased by my family. My job as a journalist is something I sought out myself." She earnestly implored, "There are still some patients in the old district. This is the address information we collected. Dr. Gu, would you consider visiting them? Just to lend a helping hand." Gu Shen remained silent for a moment before softly asking, "Miss Jiang, does your family have connections to Huaji?" At this, Jiang Wan was taken aback. After a long contemplation, she responded earnestly, "My parents are shareholders in the Huaji board." Indeed, she was a true heiress. "I will go," Gu Shen replied, "but only on the condition that you refrain from involving yourself further in this matter." Feeling a headache coming on, he added softly, "Once you return home, focus on your own affairs." Of course, this statement also utilized the hypnotic power of the blazing fire. After the individuals departed, Gu Shen promptly dialed Cui Zhongqing's number. Following their previous drinking session with the crow, he had swiftly extracted Mr. Chui's contact details while the latter was inebriated. Remarkably, just 2 days later, it had come in handy. As the call connected, Gu Shen stated plainly, "This sealed object's mental pollution in the old district. Could it be part of an investigation?" A silence ensued on the other end of the line, indicating surprise, both at how Gu Shen had acquired his contact information and at the mention of the sealed object's pollution. However, Cui Zhongqing soon responded, "Not exactly." His tone was grave. "Has there been sealed object pollution in the old district? I will dispatch someone to investigate." "How did you come to know this?" It seemed Mr. Cui was not omniscient after all. Gu Shen thought upon hearing the response. He recounted Jiang Wan's situation. Jiang Wan was not an extraordinary being. She was indeed a journalist for the Dadu Evening News, albeit with a rather headstrong personality. Moreover, her parents were indeed shareholders of the Huaji board, wielding considerable influence. After listening, Cui Zhongqing explained calmly that I had someone give her a hint during the last Sumu stone carving incident. "I never expected she would find you. This time, I will inform her parents to keep a close eye on their daughter. Jiang Wan will not be involved further. I have placed her under hypnosis." Gu Shen replied, "Since you will handle this matter, I shall refrain from participating." "Wait a moment." Just as the call was about to end, Cui Zhongqing suddenly asked, "Have you visited the old district recently?" Gu Shen fell silent. As far as he knew, the incident involving Zhao Qi had left no traces. Yet, questioning him was Cui Zhongqing, and thus he felt uncertain. He chose to remain silent, feigning a poor connection. For in front of such a shrewd individual, any answer could inadvertently reveal a flaw. Gu Danian had been trailing Shirley, Cui Zhongqing stated calmly, during this period. Shirley has been lingering near the old district. Qingxin Huantong has not assigned any tasks. The only explanation is that he has his own agenda. I suspect that the elusive big fish behind the long-term foundation is indeed real and may soon surface. Upon hearing this, Gu Shen felt reassured. Zhao Qi would not disclose this troublesome matter. It seemed Cui Zhongqing was unaware for the time being. "Hello." are you still there? Apologies. The signal was poor. Gu Shen finally spoke up again, frowning. Surely is also in the old district? Indeed, Cui Zhongqing confirmed. Every night, after about 10 o'clock, he ventures into the old district. The terrain there is complex, obstructing surveillance, making it impossible to track precisely what he is doing. All Hu Danian can do is record the timestamps. Upon hearing this, Gu Shen pondered. If Shirley had been visiting the old district nightly, then on the day he assaulted Zhao Qi, he too was in the old district? Such a shabby, out-of-the-way place had long been abandoned. Few extraordinary beings would venture there. This could hardly be explained as mere coincidence. Cui Zhongqing stated calmly, regardless of whether Shirley's actions and the sealed object's pollution are coincidental. I believe you must undertake a journey to the old district. Gu Shen began to speak. Thank you for your efforts. It is settled then. Cui Zhongqing hung up the phone. I will send someone to fetch you when the time comes. As evening descended, Cui Zhongqing's appointed individual awaited at the entrance of the dream speaker. Hu Danian, clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated his rugged physique, sat astride a motorcycle, donning a heavy helmet. He gestured for Gu Shen to hop on. Upon seeing Hu Danian's attire, Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively recalling a recent enchanting night. He silently mused. Cui Zhongqing should be unaware of the incident with Zhao Qi, right? Good to see you again. Hu Danian laughed heartily. Come on, let's south hit the road. On the way to the old district, the wind howled. The motorcycle sped along swiftly. The helmet was equipped with a voice link system. I visited the old district today and spoke with a few families exhibiting mental abnormalities. Hu Danian's voice resonated through the helmet. These folks seem like fools, sitting vacantly at home, utterly clueless. I couldn't extract a single useful piece of information. However, I did hear an amusing tale from the neighbors. Just the night before, there was a brawl in the old district, and supposedly, shots were fired. The fight was fierce, 2 walls collapsed, and a streetlight was destroyed. But I wonder what the outcome was. Did anyone get hurt? Hearing this, Gu Shen felt a pang of guilt and quickly shifted the topic. Any updates on the Shirley case? Absolutely none. That guy is as slippery as an eel. He vanishes every time he slips into the alleys of the old district. Hu Dajing was in excruciating pain, lamenting, as you are aware. Sincerity can indeed vary between the north and south. The relations on both sides have become quite strained, and I dare not pursue too closely. This individual possesses formidable strength. He is renowned for his aggressive style, and is also a notorious figure within the long-term foundation. Who can predict what actions he might take if he discovers he is being followed? Indeed, Gu Shen nodded in silent agreement. This had been his initial strategy as well, to approach gradually and investigate slowly. Mr. Cui had tasked him with investigating the sealed objects in the old district alongside Hu Dajing. Hu Dajing chuckled, however. I have yet to observe any significant fog. Could it be that you are mistaken? Gu Shen shook his head. He was quite confident about this matter. Even a 10th-tier psychic extraordinary from the deep sea would not possess the keen perception he had. To clarify, my abilities are limited. In this case regarding the sealed object in the old district, I can only assist with one aspect. Gu Shen stated, that is to locate the site of the sealed object and mark it. He reiterated with gravity, based on my conjecture, this should be a Class C extraordinary sealed object, with a radiation range approximately spanning a street block. After marking the location, I will not participate in subsequent tasks. Understood. Leave it to me. Hu Dajing replied with a hearty laugh. I am quite meticulous in my endeavors. I always observe before acting, steadfastly adhering to the principle of retreating if I cannot prevail. A mere Class C sealed object? I have contained dozens of such items already, so fret not. Upon arriving in the old district, Gu Shen utilized the address information from Jiangwan to visit each resident in turn. Within their minds, he nearly pieced together the entire puzzle of the foggy dreamscape. The trajectories of these individuals' lives resembled tiny ink drops, scattering on a map and expanding into circles, with overlapping intersections that gradually enclosed a blank area. This was the location of the fog within the dream. Yuan Dan Street, located on the outskirts of the capital, was not inhabited in every section. Yuan Dan Street was one of those abandoned thoroughfares, typically devoid of passers-by, with most buildings lying in ruin and disuse. Gu Shen identified this area on the map of the old district, slowly encircling it, and subsequently packaged the entire map to send to Hu Dajing. Received. Hu Dajing twisted the throttle and waved farewell to Gu Shen, the roar of his motorcycle fading into the alleys of the old district. Gu Shen then made his way alone to the designated waiting location as instructed by Hu Dajing, silently awaiting the arrival of the night. He was waiting for the appearance of Shirley. Chapter 102. The foggy long street. As night descended, the clock struck 10. At the entrance of Yulon Alley in the old town, a solitary figure came to a gradual halt. Clad in black attire and wearing a cap, the individual pressed against the alley wall as he moved, swiftly disappearing into the shadows within mere seconds. It was, indeed, Shirley. After Shirley's silhouette vanished, a flicker of fiery glow emerged in the night not far away. Gu Shen, with a calm demeanor, approached the entrance of Yulon Alley, activating his fiery vision. The trail left by Shirley became strikingly evident, resembling fireworks against the dark backdrop. One glance revealed the path he had taken. Gu Shen furrowed his brow slightly. The shadow that symbolized Shirley's movements twisted and turned, at times dashing through the alley, at times pausing to ensure he had no pursuers trailing behind. His caution suggested he bore a seal imbued with the essence of monitoring the extraordinary. Did Shirley sense he was being followed? Gu Shen squinted. Who would walk in such a manner? Could it be that Hu Darnian's usual surveillance had aroused his suspicion? This formidable attacker should not be so keenly perceptive, one would think. Regardless, it was prudent that Hu Darnian had not pursued further. Shirley had already grown wary. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Shen advanced cautiously, ensuring he maintained a safe distance while following the residual traces. His unique ability to perceive details far surpassed that of many advanced mentalists, granting him confidence in his stealthy pursuit of Shirley. Yet, for the sake of caution, it was wise not to close in too tightly. Achoo! The moment he stepped into the alley, Shirley sneezed once more, his expression darkening as he rubbed his nose vigorously. What was going on? The last time he sneezed, he had dismissed it, only to soon find a gun pointed at his head. What was the situation now? Could it be that the goddess of fate was delivering another warning? Was someone following him? After a prolonged pause, Shirley pondered and arrived at a reasonable explanation. He resumed his forward movement, suddenly pressing against the wall, holding his breath and remaining still, awaiting any sign. After a considerable interval without a hint of response, he resumed his journey, only to abruptly turn back and sprint in the direction from whence he came. To an observer, such actions might appear comical. Yet, in reality, it was a rather effective method of testing for pursuers. Regrettably, Shirley found nothing. He ran several hundred meters back without catching sight of a single shadow. The desolation of the old town at night, coupled with his choice of the most remote alley, rendered the surroundings eerily silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. Standing at the spot where he had sneezed, Shirley surveyed his surroundings, shadows of trees dancing, leaves whispering. The instincts of an extraordinary being rarely misfire. Having learned from previous experiences, he was particularly cautious. Thus, he took out a compass to assess the situation. From his pocket, Shirley produced a square compass, palm-sized, adorned with gold and silver along its edges, appearing rather new and not like an old relic. Silver light coiled around his fingertips as he gently infused it into the compass. Whoosh, the needle on the compass spun rapidly before settling back to its original position. Shirley breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, was it merely an illusion? He resumed his journey through Yulon Alley. Meanwhile, Gu Shen, concealed in the grass, felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. He had been maintaining a safe distance, but suddenly, without warning, Shirley's aura became tense, and he dashed back like a madman. Had he not made the wise decision to track from afar, he would have likely been discovered. Gu Shen held his breath, retreating swiftly to his hiding place. What truly unsettled him was the compass Shirley had drawn out, an artifact that clearly bore the mark of the long-lasting foundation. Gu Shen surmised that the compass possessed the ability to detect surrounding extraordinary mental energies. He had prepared himself to draw the truth measure and confront Shirley head-on. Yet, the compass had failed to reveal his presence. Indeed, the fiery essence was an exceptionally unique existence, impervious to standard detection methods. This time, Gu Shen's pursuit progressed more smoothly. Shirley no longer meandered, likely having no time to waste. As he moved with great haste, Gu Shen felt emboldened enough to quicken his own pace. However, as he pressed onward, a grave expression overtook him. Further ahead lay Yuandan Street. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Ultimately, Shirley's figure faded into the darkness of Yuandan Street. With flames swirling, Gu Shen gazed towards that intimidating old street. To the untrained eye, it appeared merely shrouded in a thin layer of mist, yet to him, it was a dense haze, thick enough to obscure all vision. Wait, Gu Shen's pupils constricted. Not far from the entrance of Yuandan Street, he spotted a toppled motorcycle, the vehicle that Hudarnian had ridden him in on, now lying askew among the debris at the street's entrance. Cautiously inching closer, Gu Shen's expression shifted dramatically upon closer inspection. The motorcycle lay on its side, bloodstains marring the ground nearby. Not far from the vehicle, a shriveled, emaciated skeleton reclined, flesh drained, leaving only a layer of skin. The visage was so ravaged it was unrecognizable, but it was evident that this skeleton was beyond dead. Damn it! Gu Shen's countenance darkened significantly. Hadn't Hudarnian claimed to be exceptionally cautious? How long had it been since? What manner of entity lurked within that street? Without hesitation, he began to withdraw. Yet, a chilling realization gripped Gu Shen. He distinctly recalled his route to this point, but upon retracing his steps, the surroundings had morphed into the unfamiliar, and the mist thickened ominously. His fiery vision grew increasingly blurred, visibility sharply declining. He halted, holding his breath, calming himself to accept this dire reality. I have entered Yuandan Street. Only by entering Yuandan Street could one perceive the fog that enveloped the dreams of those who resided in the old town, so dense that it rendered visibility nearly non-existent, making it impossible to discern direction within such a haze. The first thing Gu Shen resolved to do was to stop. He had lost his sense of direction. Even his adept fiery essence failed to guide him through the fog. Thus, it was imperative to minimize erroneous attempts. Moreover, at this juncture, he dared not summon the fiery essence lightly, for at this very moment, Shirley was within the confines of Yuandan Street. Given the circumstances, it became increasingly evident that the miasma of the old town was a scheme orchestrated by the long-lasting Foundation. The control over this artifact lay in the hands of these lunatics, who knew how much they could perceive. This was not a dream, but a tangible reality. A wave of familiarity washed over him. Gu Shen had seen this fog in the dreams of others more than once. At that time, he could not comprehend the despair of the original dreamer. Now, immersed in the thick haze, he began to grasp the true gravity of the situation. Within the fog of Yuandan Street, his mental energy drained with every passing moment. Through the rigorous training of the awakening breathing technique, his mental energy remained relatively solid. But how long could he endure in such a fog? Once depleted, would he meet the same fate as those who had come before him? Or perhaps, an even graver one? Recalling the lifeless body beside the motorcycle, Gu Shen's expression grew grave. Perhaps this was to be his own fate, for reasons unknown. The more he inhaled the fog that devoured his mental fortitude, the calmer he became. So much so that he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat and the delicate sound of a needle dropping in the silent city engulfed by mist. He stood there quietly for 5 minutes, without a single sound penetrating the thick haze. Once Shirley entered Yuandan Street, he vanished without a trace. The blazing fire could no longer discern his movements. If, within this fog, he could perceive, given the caution with which he had advanced, he must have already detected my presence. Yet, he took no action. I can only surmise that he remains unaware of my entry into this street. Thus, I can only conjecture that this fog obscures the vision of both friend and foe alike. Gu Shen murmured, Yuandan Street is filled with dilapidated factories. He must have entered one of them, and that factory should be the location of the sealed object. If that is the case, then all I need to do is locate the area where the fog is densest, and I shall ascertain Shirley's whereabouts. If I cannot escape Yuandan Street, perhaps I can attempt to destroy the sealed object. This notion is indeed reckless. Shirley is at least a formidable force of the 4th tier. However, within the fog, he remains oblivious to my existence and is likely to lower his guard in Yuandan Street. Based on my previous calculations, a surprise attack using the blazing fire holds a certain chance of success. If the first strike fails, retreating back into the mist would still count as a successful escape. Rather than languishing into a mere shell of a corpse, it is better to boldly gamble for survival. Gu Shen narrowed his eyes, cautiously summoning a wisp of blazing fire to his forehead. The dense fog seemed to extend a hand before him, obscuring the open eye at his brow. Yet, he could still sense the changes in the fog across different areas. Gradually feeling his way forward, Gu Shen advanced step by step, meticulously controlling his movements to avoid making a sound. Here, in this very spot, Gu Shen halted before a massive iron gate. This gate trembled with the slightest breeze, and he dared not touch it. Guided by the intuition of the blazing fire, he discovered this area, which comprised approximately 3 or 4 contiguous abandoned factories. The smallest region he could ascertain surely was likely within one of them. Gu Shen narrowed his eyes once more. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to move forward again. Suddenly, a hand landed sharply on his shoulder. Chapter 103. I just want to survive the descent of that palm sent a shiver down Gu Shen's spine. Instinctively, he prepared to retaliate. The silver glint of the measuring rod of truth flickered to life, but as he turned to confront the figure, all his resolve dissipated, leaving only confusion. A tall man clad in a helmet, his expression resolute, shaking his head at Gu Shen. Hu Dejian? Gu Shen could scarcely believe that this man was still alive. He was certain that the motorcycle lying at the entrance of Yuandan Street was Hu Dejian's vehicle. However, upon reflection, the withered corpse did not align with Hu Dejian's robust physique. The skeleton appeared relatively frail. In that moment, he had instinctively assumed the deceased was indeed Hu Dejian himself. Hu Dejian was alive. This was perhaps the only glimmer of good news amidst the chaos. No, Hu Dejian conveyed his will through his gaze. Thus, the two men slowly retreated until they exited the factory area and stood beside a dilapidated stone wall not far away. Crouched in the mist, Hu Dejian lowered his voice. Have you lost your mind? What brings you here? Gu Shen felt once more that his words had been snatched away. Upon seeing the helplessness in Gu Shen's eyes, Hu Dejian immediately understood and frowned. Is Shirley involved in this sealed object case? Yes, more precisely. It is the long-lasting foundation, Gu Shen replied with a hint of gravity. This entire situation is orchestrated by the long-lasting foundation, although I am uncertain of their ultimate intentions. However, if this thick fog were to be deployed elsewhere, its lethality would be far from trivial. It sounded insane. Yet the reality might very well be that the fog enveloping Yuandan Street was merely an experiment conducted by these lunatics. The fog that spread across an entire block could, given enough time, even extinguish the lives of extraordinary individuals. Who was that corpse? Gu Shen inquired, furrowing his brow. An unknown individual. When I saw him, he was on the brink of death, collapsed at the entrance of Yuandan Street. Hu Dejian's eyes darkened, his expression complex. This fog has engulfed Yuandan Street and parts of the surrounding area. A few who inhaled it exhibited only mild symptoms, merely tainted by the spiritual imprint of the sealed object. After dreaming it away, they could return to normal. That unfortunate soul must have wandered into the core area of the fog, lost his way, and was utterly drained of spirit, his flesh and blood withering away. Gu Shen lowered his head slowly after hearing this. Ultimately, when he found the exit of Yuandan Street, it was already too late to save him. What a despairing fate. Why didn't you let me in earlier? Gu Shen pressed on. I have confirmed the presence of the sealed object. It lies within those abandoned factories. Hu Dejian looked at Gu Shen with a complex expression. If I recall correctly, your mission was to track Shirley. Meaning you must have just entered this block, no more than 20 minutes at most, and you've already pinpointed the factories? Truly a genius. He sighed softly, extending one of his hands. I too have identified the location of the sealed object, precisely to the specific factory, at the cost of an afternoon and this. Hu Dejian removed the glove from his left hand, revealing skin marred by age spots and deep wrinkles, as if he had aged 20 years. What? Gu Shen's pupils contracted in disbelief. This pervasive fog enveloping Yuandan Street could utterly disorient anyone within. Even extraordinary beings were not exempt. To escape the fog's grasp, one could only rely on luck. From my deductions, if all this mist were released, it could blanket half the old city. For reasons unknown. The vast majority of the fog is suppressed within that factory, meaning the location of the sealed object is the most perilous place. Hudajian lowered his eyes, a tinge of mockery in his smile. Initially, I shared your thoughts. Since we cannot leave Yuandan Street, we ought to destroy the sealed object and halt this pollution. But merely touching the inner wall of that factory left my hand in this state. My skin withered. My flesh decayed. These injuries are not beyond healing. Yet it is certain that even with the finest treatment, Hudajian's left hand has aged at least 20 years. I have confirmed that there are no others in this block, though the lunatics of the long-lasting foundation may disregard their lives. They would not remain here to be drained by the fog. The factory housing the sealed object requires no oversight, for no one can enter. Hudajian covered his mouth to stifle a cough, gasping, "This is no mere Class C sealed object. The extraordinary anomalies within the factory are at least Class A, something we cannot contend with." Gu Shen fell silent for a moment before stating, "But surely entered the factory, which implies that the long-lasting foundation possesses a unique method. You do not aspire to be a savior, a hero, do you?" A look of resignation crossed Hudajian's face, and he silently smiled, extending his left hand. "If the long-lasting foundation can enter, can you? Look at my hand." This is the fate of those who mistakenly believe themselves to be the protagonists of a narrative. Had I observed more closely, I would not have made such a grave error. The hand that Hudajian raised trembled incessantly, yet his voice remained remarkably steady. "The wisest course of action now is to wait for Shirley to emerge from the factory. We merely need to follow him to escape Yuandan Street. As for this absurd fog, let the adjudicators of the tribunal handle it." Hudajian grinned, baring his teeth. "Listen to me, little brother. If you lack the strength of the Abyssal 9, do not wade into these murky waters." Indeed, Hudajian was absolutely correct. This was undoubtedly the best course of action. If everything proceeded as planned, Gu Shen would not mind adhering to this approach. He quietly crouched behind the stone wall, suddenly posing a question. What if, when Shirley exits the factory, we lose track of him? Hudajian paused in thought. Then, we shall wear him down gradually. Our mental fortitude exceeds that of ordinary individuals, allowing us to endure longer amidst this fog. You have been wandering through the mist of Yuandan Street for an entire afternoon. The block is not extensive, yet you still could not find your way. Logically, even by touching the stone walls and inching forward step by step, you should have found the exit. Gu Shen chuckled softly. Why did that unfortunate soul in the old city only find the exit just before he perished? Do you think that was mere coincidence? Is this street one where luck alone determines escape, or rather, only the dead can leave? Hearing this, Hudajian felt a chill run down his spine. Since you spent the entire afternoon searching for an exit in Yuandan Street, did you see Shirley's figure just now? Gu Shen lowered his gaze and asked once more. In this fog, both extraordinary abilities and our vision are suppressed to below 5 meters. We cannot see Shirley, let alone track him. To speak candidly, pessimistically, can you be certain that Shirley is still in that factory? You mean? Hudajian's voice trembled slightly. This fog possesses a unique barrier, isolating people from certain sights before them, akin to an illusion. Thus, we find ourselves meandering aimlessly, just as that skeleton did. As we are all unknowing souls in this Yuandan Street, the so-called dying. Gu Shen spoke calmly. However, Shirley is different. I suspect that the long-lasting foundation possesses a specialized breathing technique to navigate through the mist, allowing one to come and go freely without interference. Hudajian sat despondently on the ground, realizing the daunting challenge of tracking Shirley. It was highly likely that he had already departed while he remained here and wait. What, then, should he do? At this point, he could conceive of no better plan. For some reason, his gaze turned to Gu Shen. He recalled their first encounter in the bar, where this youthful boy seemed oblivious to the ramifications of even basic profiling, clearly a novice in the extraordinary world. Yet, how much time had passed? In this mist on Yuandan Street, his analysis was more composed and objective than Hudajian's own. Perhaps Gu Shen had a solution? As a seasoned traveler in the world, Hudajian adhered to the principle that in times of crisis, one must rely solely on oneself and not hope for fortune from others. He felt a pang of shame for his instinctive utterance. I have a plan. Gu Shen pondered deeply and spoke deliberately. The solution is quite simple, but the opportunity is singular, and it requires your full cooperation. Speak. Hu Dajing roused himself and sat up. This entire premise was contingent upon Shirley not having left Yuan Street and still being within the confines of the sealed object factory. Gu Shen continued. Currently, the information we can confirm is that Shirley is unaware of any other occupants on Yuan Street. Thus, he is oblivious to both your presence and mine. Of course, we also do not know what his purpose for coming here is. If he successfully completes his task and departs, then we would have to wait at least a day for his return. Upon hearing this, Hu Dajing seemed to grasp Gu Shen's intent. You mean, to expose ourselves voluntarily? Precisely, Gu Shen replied calmly. However, only one of us will be exposed. The other will launch a surprise attack. A surprise attack? Hu Dajing was taken aback. While the method was indeed straightforward, the risks were monumental. The lunatics at the long-lasting foundation were utterly reckless. Shirley was recorded as being at the 4th level of the deep sea, but that was likely a fabrication. His true strength could range from the 5th to the 6th level. In a direct confrontation, I would surely be no match for him. Even with a surprise attack, the odds would not be in our favor. Hu Dajing gritted his teeth. This plan is far too reckless. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. If higher-tier extraordinary beings are dispatched, we might be rescued. And if the mist spreads within the factory before they arrive? You know the long-lasting foundation is composed of madmen. They would not hesitate to unleash sealed objects in the old city, fully prepared for a desperate fight. Gu Shen replied indifferently. Do you wish to remain here, waiting for rescue? I too long for salvation, but I refuse to become another corpse on the street. Nor do I wish to leave my fate in the hands of others. Hu Dajing stared blankly at the youth, falling into a deep silence. If you wish to survive and are willing to trust me, allow me to initiate the final surprise attack. I am confident I can bring this to an end. Gu Shen spoke softly. I do not aspire to be a savior, nor do I wish to be a great hero. I simply wish to live. Chapter 104. Attack, Kill. A fierce wind swept through, causing the iron gate to tremble ominously. Fallen leaves, sharp as blades, were whipped up, scraping against the metal, producing a piercing sound that underscored the wind's ferocity. Yet, despite this tumult, the fog remained thick and impenetrable, as if trapped within an invisible air barrier. Inside the factory, a blanket of white mist enveloped the space, marking the core area where the sealed object lay. Amidst the dense fog glowed a searing red light, illuminating the cracked ground like a volcanic landscape, with crimson veins flowing and intertwining like a molten pool. Shirley crouched at the convergence of the red patterns. He retrieved a sealed iron can from his pocket, twisting the lid open, and allowed a viscous, blood-red fluid to flow slowly from it. This sanguine substance was the essence of the extraordinary. Its aura was peculiar, seemingly extracted through an ancient secret method. Shirley's movements were deliberate and steady, patiently tilting the can just enough to let the essence pour out, creating an elusive line of scarlet within the fog. Ultimately, all the crimson liquid was directed into the center of the factory's blood-red patterns, into a small, square gospel box. The gospel box, palm-sized yet resembling a gaping moth, absorbed the entire contents of the can as if it were a bottomless pit. He proceeded to pour the second, then the third bottle. After nearly half an hour, all 5 vials of crimson liquid were finally emptied. Rising slowly, he gazed at the box, now overflowing and digesting its contents, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed from outside the iron gate. Although the sound was not loud, it immediately drew Shirley's attention. Someone was there. His expression darkened as he lowered the brim of his hat, standing silently within the mist, concealing all traces of his presence. The world fell into silence. The sound could easily have been a mere figment, the unfortunate soul who accidentally touched the fragile iron door, likely unaware of its delicate nature. He remained still, hoping the intruder would dismiss the sound as an illusion. How unfortunate! Shirley did not believe it was an illusion. Despite choosing the most secluded area of the old city for his experiment, a full day had passed since the sealing object's awakening, and being discovered was hardly surprising. The fluctuations of the sealed object were heavily suppressed, with 90% of its power contained within the factory. The residual fog had spread throughout the desolate Yuandan street, possibly reaching other nearby streets, perhaps ensnaring an unfortunate passerby. If it were an ordinary person, there was no need for concern. Before long, they would wither away naturally. Shirley frowned. But what if it were an extraordinary being? There was no need to worry about them entering the factory without specific protective items. Attempting to breach the premises would be a fool's errand. Each time he returned to the old city, he felt as though he were being watched. Wait, perhaps I have been targeted for some time now. This time, that person followed me to Yuandan Street. Shirley's demeanor remained calm, his gaze icy. Gu Shen was not mistaken. The fog obscured everyone's vision, even those members of the long-standing foundation responsible for its release. Tracking was nearly impossible here, just as it was difficult to perceive being tracked. Was my frequency of visits to the old city too high? After sorting through his thoughts, Shirley chuckled to himself, a hint of self-mockery evident. Regardless, the game of cat and mouse had entirely reversed. In this fog, he was the cat, and the other was the mouse. He silently exited the factory, slowly directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. Though nothing was visible, Shirley was certain. There, a figure stood, in the depths of the thick fog. Approximately 10 meters away, a tall silhouette loomed, one hand gripping a motorcycle helmet, the other pressing against the dented iron gate of the factory. Hu Dajing controlled his breathing, striving to relax his mind and not become too tense. The fog was dense. Ultimately, he chose to trust Gu Shen, coming to the factory as a willing bait. In this fog, sound was the sole source of information. By emitting this noise, he signaled to Shirley. Someone was approaching. He had exposed himself. Standing still and waiting silently, Hu Dajing shut his eyes. In this scenario, sight became irrelevant. He could only rely on his instincts, his life-or-death reflexes. And the still-hidden Gu Shen. Shirley advanced cautiously. He was acutely aware of the fog's visibility limits. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He halted. Just beyond that point lay the figure's position. A silent dagger slipped from his sleeve, its blade etched with the image of a black dragon bone, which seemed to come alive, unfurling upon the knife's edge. The moment the dragon bone stirred, Shirley moved. He crossed the threshold into the fog's visibility limit. And there stood the imposing figure, motionless like a statue, as if awaiting his arrival. Was it an ambush? He had only a fleeting moment to contemplate before his expression hardened, and he lunged forward. So what? The dagger glinted with cold light, its speed surging in an instant. The fog, which had resisted the wind, began to swirl around him. Accompanied by a sonic boom, the dagger pierced a hard, round object. Hu Dajing opened his eyes just in time, his expression fierce as he swung the helmet with all his might. The alloy helmet was impaled by the dragon bone dagger. Yet the inner layer burst forth, and the dragon bone pattern emitted a furious, piercing cry. The extraordinary power collided with the strong material, like lava meeting liquid nitrogen. Having traversed far and wide, this helmet was Hu Dajing's cherished possession. Once pierced, the red silver within would flow out, making it a container for sealing objects. The dagger's penetration triggered 2 wildly opposing forces, resulting in a cataclysmic reaction. Boom. The helmet exploded, red silver scattering, and the dragon bone within the dagger roared in fury. Shirley's icy gaze reflected in the dagger's glint as a segment of bone protruded from its sides. This was not merely a carved design, but a true, sharp skeletal structure, transforming the dagger into a 3-pronged arrow in an instant. Hu Dajing's pupils dilated as the dragon bone pierced his cheek, droplets of blood raining through the air. In that split second, he seemed to see a chain-like bone tethering the arrowhead dagger. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Shirley drew back his hand, revealing bone spurs that unfurled like the talons of an eagle, retracting from the nape of Hu Danian's neck. The tremorous sound of rushing wind reached Hu Danian's ears, prompting him to sidestep urgently, but it was too late. Another spray of crimson erupted. Flesh and blood from one side of his neck savagely scraped away by the bone spurs. Hu Danian pressed his hand against his neck with great force, his complexion turning ashen. A wave of dizziness washed over him as blood continued to pour from the gaping wound. Despite his desperate attempts to staunch the flow, it proved futile. Everything transpired in an instant, from Li's attack to the transformation of the dagger. This man's abilities were intrinsically linked to his own skeletal structure. The bone spurs that emerged from the dagger and the bone tether at the tip were extensions of his very bones. Li regarded the feeble man before him, recognizing Hu Danian's voice, and remarked with a faint smile, "You are investigating me." "Who is behind you?" "Lu Nanji, Cui Zhongqing." Hu Danian managed a weak smile in response. "Your statement is rather intriguing." Li instinctively refrained from mentioning Zhao Qi. Although the young master Zhao was merely a figurehead, he nonetheless represented the Zhao family's significant stature, enjoying the resources and privileges of a prospective heir. Li recognized his oversight but chose to remain unfazed, calmly stating, "As death approaches, you should reflect on your own fate, even if he did not strike." Hu Danian was undoubtedly doomed. With such grave injuries, he would not survive long amidst the fog of Yuandan Street. "Before I meet my end, may I ask you a question?" Hu Danian chuckled softly. He gestured towards the mist, asking gently, "What lies within this house?" Uncertain of when Gu Shen would make his move, Hu Danian was aware that this young man possessed psychic powers, and Li's mind bore the remnants of the long-established foundation's mental threads. Even if he succeeded, the secrets of this thick fog would remain elusive. "What a dutiful dog you are," Li observed the bloodied Hu Danian, shaking his head with a smile. "I shall inform you after your demise." Leaning forward once more, Li's pupils constricted as he slowly glanced down. Scattered fragments of exploded helmets and silvery red liquid had somehow converged at his feet, as if molded by some arcane force into a fortress that locked his feet in place. At that moment, as he attempted to lean forward, his body uncontrollably toppled ahead. "What is this?" Li's expression turned bewildered. Had the explosion of the helmet been a deliberate act by Hu Danian? Was it a ploy to catch him off guard and ensnare him? Yet what purpose did it serve to ensnare oneself? Just then, a fierce gust of wind surged past his ears, and a flash of silver brilliance erupted before Li's eyes. Chapter 105. The conclusion. Gu Shen stood silently amidst the dense fog, immobile as a wooden post, ever since Hu Danian had made his move. When Li's voice resonated, the radiance of the ruler of truth gradually blossomed, revealing a longbow before Gu Shen. He knocked an arrow in the air, steadily drawing the bowstring taut. The arrow aimed at the hidden figure of Li within the mist. Patience enveloped him as he awaited Hu Danian to create an opportunity. In the obscurity, where visibility was null and the flames of his power could not be unleashed, he remained poised, keenly attuned to every sound emanating from a short distance. Then it began, and it was over. Hu Danian's voice sounded weak. As anticipated, in a direct confrontation, he was clearly no match for Li. Their exchange unfolded, and ultimately, a moment of astonishment flickered in Li's voice. An opportunity. Gu Shen aligned his aim with the last position of that voice, releasing the arrow. The bow erupted with a thunderous tremor, dispersing the fog within a 10-meter radius. A phantom arrow transcended the space, carving a long, circular trajectory. As the arrow flew forth, it shattered 3 or 4 stone walls on the side of the factory, sending debris flying. The moment Gu Shen released the string, he sprang into action, sprinting toward Li's direction. The longbow in his grasp transformed instantaneously into a longsword. Gu Shen realized that the arrow he had charged for so long had not claimed Li's life, for he heard no sound of blood spilling. In a fleeting moment, a rounded thud reverberated. As he pierced through the fog and beheld Li, Gu Shen was assured of his judgment. The man raised his arm to shield his head, his skin punctured by countless bones protruding from his inner ear, the bones assembling into a shield-like armor. Its surface remarkably smooth, marked by a deep white scar, evidently the remnant of deflected arrowheads. He swung his arm again with a blade. Li's expression was one of terror and fury. At the moment he stumbled over the red-silver fortress, his keen intuition resurfaced once more. Hu Danian had another ally. That person had been waiting for him. Thus, before the unforeseen glint of the arrowhead engulfed his vision, Li preemptively adopted a defensive stance, forcing his entire arm's bones outward to form a shield, polishing it as smooth as possible. The heavy arrow was unleashed. It struck with the force of a cannonball. Even with the skeletal shield as a buffer, Li felt as though half his head might be blasted away. Fortunately, he deflected the heavy arrow. It was terrifying. With such lethal force, had he reacted a moment slower, his entire head might have vanished into thin air. Yet Li still had not regained his composure. The figure behind the dark arrow had already surged before him, revealing a cold, merciless youthful visage, and in his hand he wielded not a longbow, but a longsword. With a hum, a magnificent blade of light descended. Li stared in horror at the sudden flash of the sword before him. How could such a treacherous individual exist? In a critical moment, the shield clashed against the blade's light, only to be instantly marked with a long white scar. Wait. Li sensed the tremor from the bone armor. He vaguely perceived that the youth's strength seemed rather feeble, not worthy of his fear. Upon seeing the white scar on the armor, Gu Shen furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with the power of his strike. Previously, at the riverbank, a single stroke had sufficed to vanquish Chu Shui, yet now, this strike could not even breach Li's bone armor. He had exerted himself fully, but the outcome suggested that the power of the ruler of truth was directly linked to his mental strength. This strike could fell Chu Shui but could not penetrate Li's defense. He faced an adversary at least 2 tiers above him in the realm of the extraordinary. Gu Shen took a deep breath. The blade fell and rose again. He swung with all his might for a second strike. This time, Li did not evade. Instead, he countered, and the seemingly overwhelming blade of light shattered upon contact with the bone armor, revealing a qualitative disparity between them. This lad's strength was at most that of the 3rd tier of the deep sea. With a mere touch, Li's confidence surged. His fury boiled within him. How dare someone of such low tier attempt to assassinate him? Seeing Gu Shen rebuffed by the bone armor, yet still determined to swing for a 3rd strike, Li discarded the skeletal armor entirely, his garments shredded by the protruding bones, massive spines enveloping Gu Shen, weaving a great net. He discerned his opponent's strength and intent to attack. He would no longer defend but resolved to tear this youth apart in an instant. However, in the next moment, Gu Shen's 3rd strike did not descend. Instead, it dissipated into the air, countless silver glimmers scattered by the raging wind, leaving only a figure that closed in. The two were entangled within the bone net, akin to 2 moths embracing within a cocoon. At that moment, Li's vision was consumed by a shade of crimson. A vivid, almost blinding flame flickered at the center of the youth's brow. From the very beginning, Gu Shen's planned assault bore no relation to the ruler of truth. No matter how opportune the moment, what the ruler of truth could achieve was merely a physical ambush. Li was a formidable assailant, his true power far exceeding Gu Shen's. A frontal assault was the gravest of errors. To wield one's spear against the enemy's weakness was the most prudent strategy. Yet, in this fog, once they closed in, detection became inevitable. And his greatest strength, the art of mental hypnosis, would suffer a significant reduction in success rate. Only by inducing a misjudgment in Li could he grasp a slim chance of success. Gu Shen awaited the moment Li withdrew his bone armor, the instant he set his mind on killing him. Enter my dream. The blazing fire trembled, their gazes locked, and the murderous intent in Li's eyes instantly evaporated, replaced by bewilderment. However, he did not succumb directly to the dream. Rather, it was Gu Shen who felt an overwhelming strain. As he met Li's gaze, his mental strength drained at an unimaginable pace. All extraordinary beings, regardless of their type, must cultivate both mind and body. Li's realm surpassed his by at least 2 tiers, and even as a formidable attacker, his mental prowess would not be inferior. To hypnotize him, Gu Shen had to rely on the unique properties of the blazing fire. Enter my dream. Gu Shen roared once more, veins bulging on his forehead, pouring every ounce of his willpower into Li's mental ocean. Li's complexion turned pale as he desperately resisted Gu Shen's intrusion of consciousness. Crack! In a matter of seconds, Gu Shen's mental strength reached its limit. The 6-luck bracelet on his wrist cracked open a link, as if an invisible force of destiny descended upon him, flowing through Gu Shen's mind like a stream of clear water, replenishing his parched spirit. As their wills entangled, Hu Danian, slumped against the wall, raised his hand with great difficulty. The red silver flowing on the ground surged once more, transforming into a sharp blade aimed at Li's foot. A searing pain pierced his mind. Li's gaze turned vacant. This battle of wills had reached a critical juncture. A moment's distraction from either party could determine the victor. Boom. Li seemed to hear something explode within his mind. Blood began to seep from his mouth and nose, his consciousness feeling as though it was being forcibly hammered out of his body, as the sound of an explosion reverberated in his mind. Shirley understood. Everything had come to an end. Hu Denian gritted his teeth, striving to rise. Within the long-lasting foundation, extraordinary individuals had been implanted with self-destruct mechanisms in their minds to prevent any leakage of information due to mental hypnosis. If Gu Shen emerged victorious, then Shirley would be destined to self-destruct. The massive, frozen skeletal web lay shrouded in silence amidst the fog, as Hu Denian, filled with dread, struggled for several seconds, ultimately finding nothing but the howling wind and the impenetrable mist of Yuan Dan Street. The self-detonation had not occurred. Chaos had not ensued. He gradually shifted his body into the heart of the frozen bone spike web, where he beheld the young man who had saved his life. The razor-sharp bone spikes were mere moments away from piercing flesh and blood. Gu Shen remained unscathed, though his clothes were drenched in sweat. His 2 fingers seemed to grasp a delicate object. It was the second hand of a stopwatch, its tip piercing the center of Shirley's brow. The skin had broken, and blood should have flowed. Yet, it did not. That tiny second hand appeared to have solidified all pain, blood, and the impending explosion on a psychological level that had been triggered. Hu Denian held his breath as he witnessed a slender flame flickering at Shirley's brow, consuming all in its path. Ultimately, this flicker drew out a long thread and incinerated it into nothingness. An invisible smoke wafted through the fog. After accomplishing this, Gu Shen exhaled deeply, a look of relief washing over his face as he withdrew the featherlight's second hand, seemingly expending all his strength, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. The bone spikes retracted, piece by piece. Shirley did not perish. Rather, he had succumbed to a state of deep unconsciousness. He had been hypnotized. Hu Denian gazed at Gu Shen, as if beholding an otherworldly anomaly. In his understanding, the extraordinary individuals of the long-lasting foundation were irredeemably mad. They cared little for their own lives or the outcomes of their battles. They were the extreme scourge that the council sought to eradicate by any means necessary. Yet no one could devise an effective solution, for no one could prevent a person determined to die from igniting their own psyche. However, Gu Shen had succeeded. Silence enveloped them for an eternity. Hu Denian rasped, "Is this truly the end?" "Yes," Gu Shen replied wearily. He squatted down, employing the measure of truth to tend to Hu Denian's wounds. A brilliant white radiance flowed forth, halting the blood, but only managing to staunch the bleeding. Hu Denian stared in astonishment at the silvery light, realizing that everything, from the arrow he had just encountered to the 2 strikes of the blade, and now the healing, seemed to emanate from a sealed object. He lifted his gaze and caught sight of a flickering crimson flame. A gentle voice resonated in Hu Denian's ear, imbued with an irresistible force. "It is over. Forget the pain, and take a good rest." Chapter 106. The Savior in this battle. Shirley was compelled to wield the measure of truth, a secret he must keep concealed for the time being. Hu Denian was indeed a good man. During the last incident at Jiangnan, it was he who had presented himself at Cui Zhongqing's office. However, Gu Shen ultimately opted to employ the techniques of fiery hypnosis, persuading Brother Denian to forget the matter for both their sakes. Now, it was time for him to take action. After ensuring Hu Denian's safety, Gu Shen turned slowly. Shirley stood in a daze, a trickle of fresh blood seeping from his brow. The peril of today's combat far surpassed that of the ambush at Chu Shui. Any misstep could lead to their demise on Yuan Dan Street. Shirley's true strength was likely at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the deep sea. The unexpected deployment of mental hypnosis had nearly failed, but the most treacherous aspect lay within Shirley's mind, a potential mental explosion. At the moment of successful hypnosis, Gu Shen sensed a resounding roar reverberating within Shirley's consciousness. As Cui Zhongqing had pointed out, the followers of the long-term foundation invariably implant a safeguard in their minds. Should they lose control of their bodies or face dire consequences, this safeguard would activate. As the roar erupted, Gu Shen detected a familiar aura faintly emanating from Shirley's brow, reminiscent of the thread he had encountered while removing the mental imprint from Lady Lu Nanji. The subtle essence of fiery hypnosis immediately recognized this thread as the source of the impending explosion. Yet, halting the explosion was beyond the current capabilities of fiery hypnosis. However, there existed an object that could achieve this, an E-level sealing artifact, a small device capable of solidifying fleeting moments in time. As I had surmised, if one possesses sufficient strength, it is indeed possible to avert disaster before it begins. At this moment, Gu Shen's mental power effortlessly penetrated Shirley's consciousness. Those who devise such destructive techniques are undoubtedly mad, yet there are always geniuses capable of formulating countermeasures. Gu Shen was convinced that had Shirley faced Sister Luo, the one with the Eye of Heaven title, this explosion would never have occurred. A mentalist of the 12th layer of the deep sea could undoubtedly infiltrate the minds of lower-tier extraordinary beings and eliminate all unfavorable elements. Could this not also imply that the actual potency of the E-level sealing artifact was quite formidable? Cui Zhongqing was not impervious to oversight. Gu Shen began to scour Shirley's mind for memories of the sealing artifact. Unlike previous incursions, this time Gu Shen's methods were exceedingly crude. He ransacked Shirley's mind without regard for how he would feel upon awakening from the hypnosis. Regrettably, this case on Yuandan Street was destined to be reported to the higher echelons of the capital. The formidable attacker of the 5th layer of the deep sea possessed an immense reservoir of extraordinary essence that Gu Shen could only observe from afar, forever unable to partake. This compass could sense mental fluctuations within a certain radius. Gu Shen extracted a small, ancient compass from Shirley's possession. In this era, compasses had long been obsolete and were rarely seen. This particular artifact was even adorned with a layer of gilded imitation, lending it an ironic air of concealment. Such was the style of the long-term Foundation. No matter how they disguised themselves, their fondness for relics of a bygone era was unmistakable. This fine item was likely a sea-level sealing artifact. Upon examination, Gu Shen shook his head. Its utility to him was limited, rendering it somewhat superfluous. Previously, when Shirley had utilized the compass at the entrance of Yulan Alley, it had failed to detect the mental fluctuations of fiery hypnosis, possibly due to its unique ability to conceal its presence. This also implied that this insufficiently graded compass might misinterpret critical situations. Had it sensed Gu Shen at that moment, the narrative of today would likely have unfolded quite differently. The pressing concern was to dispel the thick fog and secure the sealing artifacts within the factory, thereby paving the way to exit Yuandan Street. Gu Shen furrowed his brow, pondering whether the members of the long-term Foundation possessed a unique breathing technique that allowed them to navigate the mist with ease. As his mental power delved into Shirley's mind like a fish exploring its surroundings, he soon found a glimmer of insight. To enter the fog, a protective item was required. Was this compass it? He weighed the compass in his hand, surprised by this unexpected revelation. The fog enveloping Yuandan Street validated Cui Zhongqing's suspicions. The long-term Foundation had concealed a significant presence within the capital, an entity overlooking all while scheming something sinister. However, the compass possessed by Shirley could not have been his own ingenuity. It must have been a gift from someone of great stature. Thus, this compass could not be a hastily crafted, low-grade sealing artifact. Had Gu Shen and Appos' fiery hypnosis evaded the detection of that prominent figure? Before Gu Shen could ponder further, the compass began to tremble slightly, as if something within was awakening. The shallow, gilded layer cracked under the tremors, revealing bronze inscriptions. Gu Shen's expression turned grave. He quickly crouched down, placing the compass amidst the gathered crimson silver, ready to confront any anomalies. He was uncertain of what other means the long-term Foundation might possess. Fiery hypnosis hovered at his brow, poised for any threat. With a final soft tremor, the compass, now sullied, appeared to be shrouded in a layer of fog, gradually becoming clearer. Subsequently, a flicker of blood-red fire flowed across the compass's now clear surface. An impressive display indeed. It had thwarted the impending mental explosion. A voice emerged softly, brimming with praise. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Then, with a hint of regret, it continued, "Young man, this compass is a fine item. Do not place it on the ground. It is too filthy there." Had the great entity made its appearance? Gu Shen frowned. He could only perceive blood and fire within the compass, unable to discern anything else, save for a vague visage, a man from another realm conversing with him. This blood-red fire bore a resemblance to the explosion in Zhou Yixin's dreamscape. Logically, this prominent figure from the long-term foundation should remain in the shadows. Regardless, Gu Shen was reluctant to engage in dialogue. He gathered the crimson silver, intent on concealing the compass and halting this conversation. It was futile. The man saw through his intentions, smiling faintly. How could such inferior materials as crimson silver possibly tarnish the compass? Moreover, you are not seeking to dispel this fog, are you? Gu Shen persisted in his efforts. All remaining crimson silver within his helmet was drawn together with the measure of truth. The ground sank as the crimson silver was buried, yet the small compass continued to emit sound. You do not believe me. That is of no consequence. However, this game has already commenced, beginning from the moment you encountered the Su Mu stone sculpture. Gu Shen, you have already drawn my attention. The mention of his name caused Gu Shen to falter slightly. Had his information been exposed? The crimson silver had entirely covered the small pit, yet the man was correct. The compass remained unaffected. Gu Shen decided to withdraw the compass, gazing directly into the mirrored world beyond, calmly stating, "What do you wish to convey?" The face submerged in blood and fire smiled contentedly. The fog of Yuandan Street is merely the beginning. The man spoke softly. Or rather, we, have long been prepared. As long as that damned legislative proposal remains unrevoked, this game shall never conclude. Is this a declaration of war? Gu Shen coldly replied, "You ought to declare war on the parliament." "Of course, I shall." The man smiled faintly. The judgment hall, the prison, the command center. The entirety of Eastern continent, they are all decaying relics. Why do you still choose to dwell in this crumbling nest? Perhaps your mind is amiss. Gu Shen calmly responded. Would you like to know what truly disturbs the Eastern continent? Look in the mirror. How intriguing. Genuinely fascinating, the man chuckled. Not in anger, but with appreciation. Amidst the ocean of blood and fire, a pair of eyes imbued with compassion slowly emerged. One day, you will find these words. Utterly laughable. The man paused. Compared to you, Cui Zhengxing is indeed a tedious fellow. His gaze is fixated solely on rules. I once thought this compass could only be bestowed upon him. Yet, fortuitously, you have appeared. Gu Shen remained silent. Dare you accept this compass? The future savior of the metropolis, the great hero? The man continued softly. This compass is a gift I present to my adversary. There is, of course, another way to end all of this. Find me, and kill me. If you are well acquainted with my dossier. Gu Shen's expression was impassive. Then you should be well aware. This compass is more fittingly given to Cui Zhengxing. You saved the civilians who had not yet perished in the Great Fire, rescued the insomniacs of Lipu Street, and shielded the innocent townsfolk from the fog of Yuandan Street. No matter how much you deny your sense of responsibility, you cannot alter one fact. When those lives, as insignificant as ants, are about to vanish before you, you cannot halt your efforts to save them. Despite the solemnity of his words, the man's voice retained a light-hearted mirth. Oh, the saviors of this world are often not those who are resolute in their sacrifice. If the path ahead is ablaze, they would leap into the flames without hesitation. Sadly, such selflessness does not save all. Gu Shen gazed into those fiery eyes, wishing for this conversation to prolong, allowing him to etch the other's gaze into memory. He spoke nonchalantly. I am a selfish person. If I cannot save myself, how can I save the world? You are right. If one cannot save oneself, how can one save the world? The man laughed sincerely, as the blood and fire arched into a crescent moon. Only those who survive are worthy of becoming saviors. Chapter 107. The Rabbit Doll. Those who survive are the heroes. Those who perish are the legends. Gu Shen had no inclination to delve into the peculiar beliefs of the man on the other side of the compass mirror regarding salvation and destruction. He simply wished to remember those eyes, drenched in blood and embers. Eyes that possessed a distinctly unique spiritual essence. Eyes that he could not gaze upon enough. Nor could he fully engrave them in his memory. Have you remembered them? The man suddenly inquired. Gu Shen was taken aback. I cannot quite remember. He replied with calm composure. Perhaps you should reveal your entire face, allowing me a proper look. In truth, I wouldn't mind being the savior. nor would I hesitate to send you to the depths of hell. The man could not suppress a chuckle. Indeed, arriving early is not as fortunate as arriving timely. Cui Zhongqing is far less amusing than you. He complained softly. Then, as if comforting a friend, he continued with a smile, Gu Shen, we shall meet again. It should not be long now. I hope that when that time comes, you will still be able to smile. Gu Shen offered a hollow laugh, a mere cold smirk. Of course, the man gently remarked. It is a delightful occasion to meet you. Why then, must you be so serious? In the next moment, the flames and blood vanished. The compass lost all its sensations, reverting to the sea-level sealed object that Gu Shen had previously known. Remembered, or perhaps not. Gu Shen furrowed his brow. For someone with an exceptionally good memory like him, this was a first. If he were to sketch those eyes entwined in blood and fire now, he might produce several pairs of distinct gazes. This fellow has given me the compass? This is a hot potato. Yet Gu Shen had no choice but to accept it. This individual was well aware of all his information. It was evident that he was a complete madman. With every incident, from the fire disaster to the Su Mu stone carvings and the fog of Yuan Dan Street, interlinked with him, dragging in an increasing number of innocent victims. What Gu Shen could not comprehend was that, merely from the standpoint of seeking an opponent, Cui Zhongqing was, by all accounts, more suited than himself. He was merely an intern adjudicator at the adjudication office, still in the review phase, whereas young Mr. Cui wielded immense power over life and death. Was it because Cui Zhongqing was uninteresting? Gu Shen gritted his teeth as he picked up the compass. At least one thing the man said was accurate. He needed to use the compass to dispel the fog of Yuan Dan Street. After finishing his mental search, Gu Shen carefully wiped the compass, recalling Shirley's memories. This compass did not require breathing techniques. Simply by carrying it and infusing it with spiritual power, it could disperse fog. Indeed, once he infused his spiritual energy, the oppressive fog still obscured his vision, but its erosion of spiritual power gradually ceased, revealing it to be an ordinary fog. Following the compass's guidance, this all-encompassing fog could not hinder his departure from Yuan Dan Street. Excellent. Let us test it in the factory. Gu Shen remained cautious, extending his hand into the factory. The 6 blessings bracelet was silent, showing no abnormalities. There were no signs of the anticipated calamity. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Shen felt reassured and slowly entered the factory, only to furrow his brow at the crimson light rising in the snowy fog. A small gospel box rested at the very center of the factory, with a scarlet substance flowing across the ground like molten lava. Was this the source of the fog? Gu Shen crouched down, summoning the blazing fire, carefully observing for a moment before confirming that it was the patterns beneath the factory floor, in conjunction with the gospel box, that had formed an extraordinary supernatural design, resulting in the fog of Yuan Dan Street. Thus, by extracting the gospel box, everything would reach its conclusion. Flames danced around him. With the protection of the 6 blessings bracelet, Gu Shen boldly extended his palm. Sizzling sounds erupted as intense heat surged from the surface of the gospel box, as if sensing resistance, instantly scorching away the surrounding fog. Lift! Gu Shen shouted angrily. The flames showed no fear of the gospel box's scorching heat. The second 6 blessings bracelet remained steady, showing no sign of disturbance. Gu Shen slowly began to pull the small box away from the ground, feeling an increasing resistance as the box's base clung to the floor's patterns. Veins bulged on Gu Shen's forehead. Before he could exert more strength, the flames in his palm suddenly fanned out, transforming into a thin net that ensnared the gospel box. This mirrored its initial attempt to devour the stopwatch's hand now. It spread and tightened around the box, swiftly severing the connection between the box and the floor's pattern. With the link severed, it became effortless. However, due to the excessive force, Gu Shen stumbled and fell to the ground, grimacing in pain as he quickly checked the small box in his palm. The flames, obedient as ever, had regurgitated the swallowed box, appearing to seek praise for its efforts. You're on your way to becoming something remarkable, Gu Shen chuckled, rubbing his backside and playfully scolding, well done. The flames danced joyfully in the air, seemingly ecstatic, even slightly elated. Gu Shen couldn't help but laugh at the sight. This little flame resembled a human child, easily thrilled by the simplest of praises. The little flame began to eagerly consume the factory's white fog, like a vacuum cleaner swiftly gliding through the space. Previously, due to Shirley, Gu Shen had refrained from unleashing the full extent of the flames. Now, however, the situation was different. With the gospel box removed, the fog in the factory was merely the remaining supernatural essence dissipating into the air, rich and precious. In less than a minute, the once impenetrable factory had transformed into a clear space. The little flame, seemingly unsatisfied, hopped a few times on the ground, clearly inquiring of Gu Shen whether it could consume the patterns etched into the floor. The gospel box combined with the floor's patterns continuously generated fog. Now that the box was removed, there remained residual supernatural essence in the floor's engravings. Go ahead. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Shen nodded. The Yuan Dan Street case had been resolved. The fog in the factory and the patterns on the ground were merely unclaimed supernatural essence. If he did not consume it, others would come to handle it, resulting in waste. Cui Zhengchen would not pursue the whereabouts of this supernatural essence. 10 minutes later, the little flame slowly descended, landing on Gu Shen's brow with a satisfied burp. This feast was even more sumptuous than the last. When it had devoured the essence from the Chu Shui, while savoring the meal, Gu Shen mused, the essence from Chu Shui has yet to be fully digested. Aren't you worried about overindulging? He felt a twinge of concern in his heart. This little creature had an insatiable appetite. What would he do in the future? Observing the dissipating fog, Gu Shen exhaled slowly. Fortunately, the case of Yuan Dan Street had finally come to a close. He took out his phone. As the fog lifted, the signals, previously obscured by the supernatural essence, were restored. Zhou Yusen's father, Zhou Yu, was a member of the Special Operations Unit of the Adjudication Office, graded at a near S level. He was a renowned genius adjudicator within the entire Yinghai district, yet tragically lost his life in an explosion before he could shine in his own light. An almost S-level supernatural being perishing in an explosion? Indeed, this was an unfathomable occurrence, yet it was the harsh reality. Not a trace of supernatural essence was discovered at the scene. And as for the blood and fire scene in Zhou Yusen's dream, it was beyond investigation. The adjudication office had dispatched their top investigators, yet they yielded no results. At the highest level of the Huaji building, standing solemnly before the floor-to-ceiling window, Justice Tang Qingchuan appeared somewhat melancholic. He spoke slowly. Zhou Yu is my junior fellow disciple. He could have been the most radiant star in Dongzhou. After the incident, I personally visited the scene. Gu Shen, I can assure you with utmost certainty that no extraordinary aura was detected in that explosion case. Cui Zhongqing's voice resonated. Or perhaps, it transcended our understanding of extraordinary abilities. Much like this fog enveloping Yuandan Street. Before Mr. Cui lay a compass, which he examined meticulously while wearing gloves. He remarked, had it not been for Gu Shen, even if this fog were resolved, we would merely attribute it to the actions of the times. No one knows that the true mastermind behind all this lurks within the compass, observing our every move. Blood and fire. Tang Qingchuan murmured softly, shaking his head. There is too little information. You conversed with him, met him, yet did not remember his features? He should possess psychic abilities. Gu Shen sighed quietly. I attempted to capture it, but failed. Both Cui Zhongqing and Tang Qingchuan expressed disappointment. However, they understood. If this were true, then the master of the compass, the very one who murdered Zhou Yu, possessed abilities far superior to Gu Shen's, making it entirely plausible that Gu Shen could not recall his features. This compass bears some ancient inscriptions. Cui Zhongqing stated calmly. I am unsure what these inscriptions signify, but since he requested you to retain the compass, he will likely reach out to you again. Should I keep this compass? Gu Shen pondered, feeling somewhat troubled. Perhaps it would be better for you to keep it. You can engage him at your own pace. Cui Zhongqing replied evenly, since the compass has not been entrusted to me. It indicates he does not wish to communicate with me. Transferring ownership may sever connections. As it stands, we have little choice in the matter. In truth, accepting the compass was not out of the question, but I am all too aware of my own limitations. Gu Shen admitted, speaking earnestly. Level 3 of the deep sea, saving the metropolis? Mr. Chui, are you serious? To ascend to level 3 of the deep sea in such a short time after awakening your abilities indicates you are truly a rare talent. Do not underestimate yourself. Chui Zhongqing maintained a calm demeanor, replying nonchalantly, I merely asked you to safeguard the compass. I did not ask you to do anything further. When the sky collapses, it is the taller one who bears the weight. It is not yet your turn. Gu Shen sighed softly. Suddenly, he inquired, Mr. Tang. There is one more thing. At the scene of the incident, was there a rabbit doll discovered? Chapter 108. Farewell the rabbit doll? Tang Qingchuan furrowed his brow, perplexed by Gu Shen's sudden inquiry. I have seen a significant piece of information in Zhou Yexin's dream. There is a rabbit doll named Dora. If I am not mistaken, Zhou Yu died in search of Dora. Gu Shen spoke slowly. Was this rabbit doll found at the scene? No. In truth, the explosion's force was immense, leaving no clues behind. Hence, the judgment from the tribunal concluded that the incident was unrelated to the extraordinary beings. As for the rabbit doll, you must understand that dreams merely reflect the subconscious. Items appearing in dreams may not necessarily exist in reality. The grand judge shook his head. The case files contain no mention of Dora or the rabbit doll. He seemed puzzled. Moreover, you say you saw this in Zhou Yexin's dream? After Zhou Yu's death, we promptly dispatched specialists to hypnotize Zhou Yexin and extract her dreams. Yet the final result revealed her dreams were utterly empty. We had hoped to glean some information from her, but found nothing. It has appeared again. Similarly, through hypnosis, the extraordinary beings of the tribunal gleaned nothing. Yet, I saw something different in Zhou Yexin's dream. Gu Shen fell into contemplation. Was it the unique nature of my fiery essence? Or did Zhou Yexin's pocket watch conceal secrets from others while revealing them to me? According to Tang Qingchuan's description, at the time of the explosion, young Zhou Yexin was not present at the scene. The vision I witnessed in the dream was of a girl, clutching a rabbit doll, standing alone at the edge of the villa's blaze, watching the bustling crowd. I remain uncertain about what Dora and the rabbit doll signify. However, one thing is clear. Every object in the dream could not have materialized out of thin air. All things have cause and effect. If Zhou Yexin were entirely unaware of this case's clues, how could she resolutely embark on the path of unraveling her dreams? Now, let us return to the fog incident on Yuandan Street. Chui Zhongqing tapped the table. The fog samples from the old district, upon testing, confirmed the presence of extraordinary elements that erode the mind. If this fog spreads, half of the old district will be affected. From a danger assessment perspective, this is classified as a B-level high-risk mission. Chui Zhongqing smiled at Gu Shen, saying, Truly, you are this level of the tribunal, a beacon of hope for Dongzhou. Having awakened your extraordinary abilities for merely a month, you have independently accomplished a B-level task. Gu Shen slowly shook his head, sincerely stating, this task was not accomplished solely by me. Hu Dazhen contributed significantly. He understood well that the classification of a B-level mission was determined solely by the severity of its danger. This fog poses a grave threat to ordinary people. But for extraordinary beings, particularly for someone like myself, its harm is insidious and merely strange. As for the only obstacle in this mission, surely, it is likely a bait thrown by the compass owner, a pawn arranged to bestow the compass upon me. If I could not even pass the challenge posed by Li and perished on Yuandan Street, I would naturally be unworthy of continuing in the game of that master of blood and fire. Regardless, you saved many lives. The only regret is that, prior to the issuance of the awakening mandate, the survivors in the old district will remain unaware of the fog that once was snuffed out in its infancy, and you, the hero who saved them. Chui Zhongqing, after hearing Gu Shen's description of the compass owner, instinctively used terms like hero and saving. As he spoke these words, a faint smile graced his face. Congratulations, Gu Shen, you have truly passed the tribunal's S-level review task. Gu Shen was taken aback. We have decided to bestow upon you the title of Judicator. Chui Zhongqing adjusted his monocle and spoke softly. There are typically 3 judges and 18 judicators, given your unique status. We will heed Zhou Jiren's suggestion that for non-special action group tasks, you will not be summoned to participate. If memory serves, upon joining the tribunal, after the review period, you would become a probationary judicator. Sister Luo informed me that the duties of a probationary adjudicator would primarily entail patrolling and responding to a limited number of extraordinary events. Unless one is exceedingly unfortunate, encounters with events above D level are rare. Such extraordinary events could be managed by powers below the third layer of the deep sea. Tenure varies by individual, provided there are no fundamental errors. Probationary adjudicators can be promoted. Did I bypass the probationary period entirely? Wait a moment. What is the Special Action Group? Gu Shen inquired. The three pillars of the Dongzhou Council's judicial system are the tribunal, prison, and command center. Routine patrol tasks are assigned to extraordinary beings from the deep sea across the three institutions. However, in the face of specific unexpected events, a specialized special action group is established. The Grand Judge elucidated, since you are designated to resolve special tasks, there will be no weaklings in the special action group. They are primarily young elites endowed with both strength and talent from the three institutions, all initially assessed at no less than B level. Gu Shen suddenly felt an ominous premonition. In the era of deep-sea big data, will my execution of extraordinary tasks require compliance with deep-sea assignments for team allocations? Must I obey such arrangements? Gu Shen felt a headache coming on, saying, if special events arise, I must join this so-called special action group. You seem to prefer working alone. The Grand Judge glanced at Gu Shen and chuckled. In fact, every extraordinary being possesses their own style of executing tasks. Some maverick geniuses prefer not to team up. However, your inclusion in the special action group for the next extraordinary mission is Zhou Jiren's suggestion. What is this old fellow scheming? He should know I possess the measure of truth, making it inconvenient to expose myself. Rest assured, you are S level. Any teammates who match your capabilities will at least be A level. The number of A-level individuals available is exceedingly limited, and missions that would require your involvement are unlikely to occur more than twice a year. Tang Qingchuan remarked mildly. Do you not perceive it? Zhou Jiren is ingeniously ensuring you dedicate yourself to training within the tribunal. The review task is concluded. Starting today, you need not return to the Dreamweaver. There exists a training facility prepared for extraordinary beings from the three institutions beneath Wazhizi building. Once you unlock the S-level assessment, the permissions previously restricted by the deep sea will be gradually restored. Is this old fellow truly harboring such intentions? Gu Shen remained somewhat skeptical. Given his understanding of Zhou Jiren, this proposal is unlikely to be so simple. Yet, at present, this proposal aligns with my desires. Little Gu, you've finally arrived. Come help quickly. Zhou Yexin hurriedly emerged from the narrow staircase, laden with a large basket of paper documents, colliding directly with Gu Shen. Gu Shen paused momentarily. He had come to the Dreamweaver to bid farewell. Yet today, the Dreamweaver seemed to be in disarray, with several robust men in casual wear moving about, carrying sofas and office supplies. A medium-sized delivery van parked nearby. Are they relocating? He instinctively asked. Zhou Yexin, drenched in sweat yet smiling, replied, yes, indeed. Our business is flourishing. We can move to a larger space. A larger space? The new shop is over there. Zhou Yexin placed a large basket of materials in the compartment of the vehicle and, with a spirited gesture, pointed to the street corner of Lipu. With a sparkle in her eyes, she exclaimed, no need to squeeze into a tiny crevice anymore. We have our own independent storefront, a welcoming main room for guests, and several soundproof compartments that are superbly effective. I have even prepared a small, private office for you. Gu Shen opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He had come to bid farewell to Sister Xiaoxin. His gaze drifted toward the nearby street, where Judge Tang leaned against a lamppost, silently smoking. Had Mr. Tang not informed Sister Xiaoxin of his impending departure from the Dreamer? After a bustling 20 minutes of moving, Gu Shen carefully placed the display screen in the corner of the compartment, ensuring that there were no remnants left in the quaint shop at number 18 Lipu Street. Finally, he spoke, Sister Xiaoxin, I am here to say goodbye today. This time, Zhou Yexin, who was poised to hand him a wet wipe to dab away his sweat, froze in surprise. Before Gu Shen could continue, she murmured with a wistful expression, internship has come to an end so swiftly. When Mr. Tang told me, he estimated it would take about half a year. Zhou Yexin also noticed Tang Qingchuan waiting silently in the distance. She realized, albeit belatedly, that Gu Shen had come to bid her farewell. Such words must have been difficult for him to express. Dr. Gu, please do not feel embarrassed. She inhaled gently and earnestly said, Congratulations. It is time for you to embark on your next journey. You should reach for greater heights and farther places. I genuinely feel happy for you. Reflecting on Gu Shen's time at the Dreamer, Zhou Yexin found it hard to believe the remarkable transformation that had taken place in the modest clinic since his arrival. He was a young man of boundless potential, destined for greater things. However, as she pondered this, she smiled. I will always keep that office reserved for you, and I have retained all those banners. I even crafted a personalized badge for you. Zhou Yexin produced a nameplate. Gu Shen, it read, with the title Doctor inscribed beneath. As Gu Shen received the badge, a subtle chord within him was gently plucked. Tang Qingchuan had told Zhou Yexin that he was merely an intern. In my heart, you are no longer an intern. She replied with a smile. You are truly remarkable. Chapter 109. Old Dreams. Is that office quite expensive? Gu Shen inhaled deeply and smiled, saying, I will be back often. In truth, he had grown accustomed to his days as an intern at the Dreamer. This farewell visit was meant for Sister Xiaoxin, as he intended to express his willingness to assist at the Dreamer whenever he had the time. With the lady's arrival, the clientele of the Dreamer would surely increase, and Zhou Yexin would be exceedingly busy on her own. The office rent was manageable. In fact, the rent had not increased significantly. Zhou Yexin glanced at Tang Qingchuan, who was returning after finishing his cigarette, and lightly coughed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Because that shop is also mine. From a distance, they overheard their farewells. The Chief Justice succinctly remarked, Since business is thriving, I shall help her revamp the storefront and slightly raise the rent. Gu Shen was taken aback. In fact, that shop, all those shops, belonged to him. Tang Qingchuan slowly extended his hand, pointing out each establishment along the street. From start to finish, this entire Lipu Street is yours. Gu Shen felt disoriented in the wind, as the flicker of sadness he had nurtured was ruthlessly shattered. He recalled Tang Qingchuan's words on the plane. I own several properties on Lipu Street. Is that what you call several? More or less. I once did a favor for old Master Zhao, and he gifted me this street. Tang Qingchuan calmly acknowledged, then softly mused, Today is rent collection day. Although the payments have been settled online, seeing these shops on collection day, regardless of how grim my mood may be, always brings me joy. Gu Shen silently observed the Chief Justice, pondering whether he was acting as a shield for old Master Zhao. Xiaoxin, once you've finished moving, please invite us to your home for a visit, Tang Qingchuan stated with his usual composure. Gu Shen regarded the Chief Justice with an odd expression. Having spent considerable time with Tang Qingchuan, he gradually realized that this individual was rather unconventional, saying something like invite me to your home with a straight face, as if he were the true host. Zhou Yexin's home was modest, a one-bedroom apartment. Having come from a single-parent family, she was left alone after her father, Zhou Yu, passed away. For her, being alone meant home could be anywhere. In truth, for her, living in Zhongzhou for her studies and returning to Dongzhou, moving from one residence to another, meant that home resided in her distant childhood memories, never to be reclaimed. Please have a seat. I haven't cleaned much, so I hope you will excuse the mess. Gu Shen silently cradled his teacup, surveying the environment of the one-bedroom apartment. He had come to Zhou Yexin's home to investigate, to probe into the rabbit doll he had seen in his dream. The Chief Justice spoke lightly. Do you see anything? It was precisely because he trusted Gu Shen that he was willing to accompany him. Had it been anyone else claiming to have discovered clues about the Zhou Yu case in Zhou Yexin's dreams, Tang Qingchuan would have likely dismissed it. Over the years, he had invested immense effort into the Zhou Yu case, which had ultimately spiraled into unforeseen controversies. A prospective S-class extraordinary being perished in an explosion. This was already a disgrace. Indeed, those extraordinary beings who transcended the rules were not necessarily immortal, like deities. Under the laws of nature, their physical forms remained fragile. Even an extraordinary being from the depths of the sea could not withstand the detonation of a significant amount of explosives, nor could they survive being engulfed by lava. Submerged by the ocean, or frozen to death by heavy snow. Of course, those at the 12th level of extraordinary powers were a different kind of existence. Zhou Yu had carried the hopes of many, and his death dealt a severe blow to the nascent tribunal. Tang Qingchuan gently remarked. Accompanying this tragedy was a questioning of the tribunal's capabilities. The tribunal was an institution founded on the will of Gu Changji, and its early days were particularly arduous, with many prominent figures in the council doubting its viability. Zhou Yu's death sparked considerable controversy, and ultimately, the case faded into the annals of history, lost to time. Due to the lack of leads, Gu Shen felt somewhat powerless. He suddenly understood Tang Qingchuan's anger and helplessness. Once, Tang Qingchuan and Zhou Yu were close disciples, sharing a profound bond. He deeply understood Zhou Yu's prowess, which made it implausible for him to have perished so easily. Yet the reality was evident before them. I too have questioned the truth of this incident. How could Zhou Yu, so gifted, die in a mere explosion? Yet the force of that explosion was immense, its roar engulfing an entire block. In the end, there were 0 casualties, the violent explosion contained within a minuscule radius. Not even a remnant of Zhou Yu remained, incinerated entirely. The Chief Justice lowered his gaze, staring into his cup at his desolate reflection. I have no choice but to accept the truth. He sacrificed himself to prevent the explosion. Great talent does not equate to omnipotence. Zhou Yu, my junior, also faced limitations. For instance, choosing between saving himself and saving others. Gu Shen silently regarded the photograph on the table. Having journeyed through many places and lived alone for years, his father's image remained a constant presence for Zhou Yexin. It was a photograph of the two of them, an adult embracing a child, squatting on the grass. In the dream, the unseen face was finally revealed in reality. The young Zhou Yu wore a faint smile, his sword-like brows and starry eyes. Wait a moment. Gu Shen's expression sharpened, realizing that the Zhou Yexin in the photograph appeared to be of a similar age to what he had seen in his dreams. Where is Dora? The girl was not in the frame. Although she did not hold a doll, she was tethered to a chain. Woof! The bedroom door swung open. A jubilant white Samyad bounded out, unabashed by the presence of strangers. Upon seeing Gu Shen and Tang Qingchuan, it curiously extended its tongue, lowered its head, and circled around them, sniffing eagerly. Both Gu Shen and Tang Qingchuan noted the details in the photograph, exchanging glances. Is this Susie? Zhou Yexin softly called out, and the large white dog, hearing its name, joyfully ran back. Tang Qingchuan felt a tinge of disappointment, sipping his tea. You have a dog named Susie? How unfortunate. He had presumed this was the Dora Gu Shen had seen in his dreams. The large dog was lively yet calm, its demeanor endearingly innocent. Yes, Zhou Yexin replied, a gentle light in her eyes as she stroked the dog's head, whispering, It is all thanks to Susie that my days after returning to the capital have not been so arduous. May I pet it? Gu Shen made a small request. Of course, Zhou Yexin smiled. It's very friendly. Gu Shen cautiously extended his hand, while Susie eagerly reached out its tongue, cheerfully lifting its head to nuzzle the palm of this unfamiliar young man. After receiving warmth, it blissfully squinted its eyes and comfortably flopped onto the ground. What a little angel, Gu Shen murmured. How old is Susie? Almost 3, Zhou Yexin replied with a smile. 3? No. Susie's timeline doesn't align. That was after Zhou Yexin returned from her studies in Zhongzhou. In that photograph, I saw that you had previously owned another dog. Gu Shen continued his inquiry. Is that dog still around? Are you referring to Dora? Zhou Yexin paused, her gaze dimming slightly as she softly chuckled. Dora was Susie's mother. She accompanied me throughout my childhood until I left Dongzhou for Zhongzhou to study. However, she was quite old. Shortly after giving birth to Susie, she passed away. A keyword emerged, Dora. Gu Shen's gaze sharpened as he slightly tilted his head, observing the solemn expression on Tang Qingchuan's face. The clues he had gleaned from the dream were not without merit. The Chief Justice sat upright, speaking slowly. Might you share the tale of Dora? The tale of Dora. Zhou Yexin felt somewhat bewildered. She could not comprehend why her teacher suddenly inquired about this. Smoothing her hair, she strained to recollect, ultimately managing a bittersweet smile as she said, In truth, there is little to tell. Dora was a gift from my father. After he departed, she accompanied me through my childhood. At this juncture, she abruptly halted. That is all there is. No, it is not merely that. It is not just that. Gu Shen regarded Zhou Yexin's silence, speaking inwardly. This matter is far more complex than it appears. Having witnessed that dream, following the confirmation of Dora's identity, the truth reflected in the dream was beginning to surface. The rabbit doll named Dora symbolized this very dog. In the dream, the girl lost Dora, and during Zhou Yu's search, unforeseen events transpired. Yet why did the final investigation from the adjudication office conclude that Zhou Yexin was not involved in the explosion? She should certainly have garnered appropriate attention as a party concerned. Furthermore, if the disemboweled rabbit doll in the villa corresponds to the beloved dog that accompanied Zhou Yexin in her childhood, how could it have risen again? The dead cannot return to life. This is an immutable law that no extraordinary being can transgress. Speak of what you have experienced, Gu Shen softly murmured within, while a flicker of intense energy gradually emanated, converging at the center of Zhou Yexin's brow. He cast a gentle suggestion, akin to encouragement. Indeed, if I were to speak, you would likely not believe me. Zhou Yexin lowered her eyes, wrestling internally for quite some time, when suddenly she felt an inexplicable impetus. With great difficulty, she began to articulate her thoughts. In the days following my father's departure, I fell gravely ill with a high fever. I seemed to see numerous shadows moving about, yet none lingered. For many years, I have harbored doubts about whether this was merely a dream, or an event that truly transpired. Xiaoxin, she uttered softly, because that dream felt too real. I once confided in others, and they deemed me mad. She rubbed her brow, attempting to organize her fragmented thoughts, and spoke wearily. I dreamt that my father perished because of me. Chapter 110. The sealed case. Due to the influence of the blazing fire, Zhou Yexin found herself in a semi-hypnotic state. Tang Qingchuan shifted his position, attentively listening, while casting a sidelong glance at Gu Shen. Hypnosis is a fundamental technique in the realm of mentalism. There are numerous extraordinary beings capable of applying psychological suggestions. Yet during the initial investigation of the case, such methods proved ineffective. So why did Gu Shen's psychological suggestion succeed? This young man's abilities are indeed beyond those of an ordinary person. It was a long afternoon. Zhou Yexin became lost in reminiscence, softly murmuring, I took Dora out. But an accident occurred. I lost Dora. At this moment, her gaze fell upon a photograph. Her eyes flickered. The current blaze was gentle. Gu Shen did not impose a forceful hypnosis. He merely offered a subtle nudge. If Zhou Yexin was unwilling to speak, he had no desire to coerce her, especially considering the significance of the pocket watch and his own experience of the anguish within that dream. Clearly, the old photograph on the table had unearthed a buried painful memory in her mind. Old Zhou had said, help me buy another one. Zhou Yexin paused, her fingers brushing against the face of the man in the photograph. Her voice choked, but at that time, I was ignorant. I cried and threw a tantrum, insisting on bringing Dora back. The streets were plastered with notices, and after half a month, there was still no trace of Dora, no news at all. Deep down, I knew that Dora was unlikely to return. Gu Shen narrowed his eyes. Reality indeed differs from dreams. In that dream, the span of time was roughly an afternoon. The man took the girl across several blocks. Yet it was during that time that the colors of the dream began to shift. The hues of the dream represented the emotions of the individuals involved. From hope, it morphed into despair. Later, I fell gravely ill. I was in a daze, unable to discern when I was asleep, when I was awake, what was real, and what was illusion. In that agonizing dream, I saw Dora lying dead, amidst a pool of blood, having been cut open. My father took my hand and ran far, far away, until we found Dora. I cried bitterly, and my father told me, close your eyes. Dora will return safely. I closed my eyes in the dream, and upon waking, the dream had ended. Dora truly returned. She lay beside me as if she had never left. Zhou Yexin's voice became increasingly choked. But my father has left forever. I have always believed that. My stubbornness caused old Zhou's demise. If I hadn't sought out Dora, he would not have encountered misfortune. Her voice dwindled. How absurd, right? This is my dream, as well as a tragedy in reality. The dream has manifested. Who would believe it? She looked towards the two men, only to be met with silence. Judge Tang Xingchuan sat quietly on the sofa, sipping his tea in small sips, uttering not a single word. Young Gu remained similarly silent, head bowed. No, it cannot be so. At the very least, I shall believe. Gu Shen thought inwardly, though he could not voice it. After a prolonged silence, Gu Shen gently spoke, offering soft consolation. Sister Xian, it was merely a dream. Grieve as you must, but do not blame yourself. What do you think of this dream? After leaving Zhou Yexin's residence, Judge Tang got straight to the point. He had brought Gu Shen to Zhou Yexin's home to see whether this S-rank newcomer could glean any insights from the sealed old case, while simultaneously verifying his assessment of Gu Shen. At present, it appeared that his decision was indeed correct. At least, he would need to revise his previous impressions of Gu Shen. Zhou Yexin was most likely a direct witness to the explosion case. Gu Shen stated earnestly, I suspect her memory has been altered. Altered memory? Tang Xingchuan raised an eyebrow. The act of modifying memories is not inherently difficult. Mentalism practitioners can accomplish it, but the challenge lies in altering memories without detection. Infiltrating the mental realm is akin to ascending a vast snow-covered mountain. The presence of newcomers inevitably leaves traces. Those who follow will see the imprints left behind. To conceal this from high-level extraordinary beings is no simple task. Moreover, precisely because of her recounting of the dream, I am even more convinced that Zhou Yu's case is not so straightforward. Gu Shen continued solemnly. Do you recall? The long-term foundation's lunatics had seeds of mental explosions planted in their minds. The true puppeteer controlling these followers must be a highly skilled extraordinary being in the realm of mentalism. Indeed, the judge nodded, gesturing for Gu Shen to continue. Since they are powerful in the mental realm, achieving this is not impossible. The reason I believe Zhou Yexin's memory has been altered is that she was the sole witness in that dream. If her memory was erased, the final clues would also vanish. Gu Shen explained to the judge. He did not mention that the crux of this hypothesis stemmed from the fact that in Zhou Yexin's dream, his extraordinary fire had resonated with the blood fire of that director of the compass. The blazing fire symbolizes the purging of extraordinary and chaotic mental forces, while the blood fire exerts a tremendous allure upon it, suggesting a high probability that it too is a manifestation of mental power. A plausible rationale, the judge commented, more akin to an intuition. However, extraordinary beings' intuitions are often quite accurate, are they not? Gu Shen smiled. Tang Xingchuan shrugged, noncommittal. What truly confounds me is the return of Dora. According to the dream's account, Dora was dead, her abdomen sliced open. What sort of deity is Zhou Yu? Capable of resurrecting the deceased? Gu Shen chuckled bitterly. You were contemporaneous with Zhou Yu. Do you know his extraordinary abilities? The judge shook his head. Zhou Yu is immensely powerful, and like you, he was a solitary figure who preferred to undertake missions alone. The file of a near S-rank adjudicator is highly protected. Gu Shen's gaze flickered. There were indeed certain details he had not shared with Tang Xingchuan, such as Sister Xian's pocket watch, which was a keepsake left to her by Zhou Yu and had been extracted from Dora's abdomen in the dream. Gu Shen refrained from divulging this to the judge. In that dream, Zhou Yexin, inspired by the blazing fire, revealed a considerable amount, yet still concealed some secrets. Everyone harbors secrets. That pocket watch is likely the key to Dora's resurrection. Gu Shen speculated that Zhou Yu's abilities are highly likely connected to time. I cannot prove that the master of the blood fire was involved in this case. Just as you said, the case files are as pristine as fresh snow, with no loopholes to be found, Gu Shen remarked. Yet similarly, no one can prove that the mysterious director of the compass did not intervene, for the records are simply too immaculate. Too perfect is also a flaw. Judge Tang silently acknowledged this with a hum. In truth, he had long been convinced of the existence of the mysterious director of the compass that Gu Shen spoke of. Zhou Yexin's account of that dream serves as evidence. Back then, so many extraordinary beings in the realm of mentalism failed to uncover this dream, leading to the hasty conclusion of Zhou Yu's case, which ultimately fell into obscurity. Chapter 111. The case of blood and fire beneath the ground. In the case of blood and fire, the clues were scant. Prior to the contact from the compass master, there were no viable avenues for investigation. After parting ways with the Chief Justice, Gu Shen found himself at the Huaji building, facing a period of relative leisure. Yet, Gu Shen was not one to relish idle moments. He was someone who found it difficult to remain still. As the saying goes, he could not sit idle. Wishing instead to fragment the 24 hours into manageable pieces during his working days in Dating City. In the words of Cui Zhongqing, he had now officially become a judge as adjudicator, entitled to enjoy the training facilities specially constructed for the 3 commissioners. With that in mind, Gu Shen resolved to give it a try. The elevator to the depths of the Huaji building required both iris verification and corresponding identification. In other words, only those with significant authority could utilize this elevator to descend to the underground levels. The deep sea connection was established with the serial number V3400112500001 and the information verified. The dim elevator buttons illuminated, indicating the first 3 floors. Gu Shen pressed the button for the -3rd level. A self-deprecating smile creeping across his face as the direct descent to the depths reminded him of a glitch from a low-budget film he had seen long ago. In a post-apocalyptic world, humanity had poured immense effort and resources into constructing a fortified sanctuary deep underground, accessible only via a solitary elevator. As disaster loomed, the elite sought refuge in this subterranean Noah's Ark, watching as the world outside crumbled. As this cinematic scenario unfolded in reality, Gu Shen's emotions became quite complex, especially since he, in a certain sense, now counted himself among the privileged few who could access this elevator. After all, he had ventured to the -7th level. Upon arrival, Gu Shen composed himself, regaining his focus. The lighting on the -3rd floor was somewhat dim and accompanied by faint, indistinct music that resembled rock. This caught him by surprise. He had anticipated a training facility akin to those in Dating, barren and equipped with rows of weapon racks. Instead, it appeared to be a venue for extraordinary individuals to revel. As the elevator glided through the corridor, the music grew louder. The scene before him appeared somewhat chaotic, with extraordinary beings in varied attire mingling under the flashing lights, raising glasses and engaging in conversation. It was hard to fathom that so many extraordinary individuals were celebrating in the depths of Huaji during the late hours of the night. Gu Shen squinted, noticing the emblem of the black gene flower on the shoulders or exposed skin of many attendees. The depths of Huaji were indeed a gathering place for the Qingxin society. A low voice reached his ears, followed by a strong arm encircling him. The voice's owner, perplexed, inquired softly, "What brings you here?" The man wore a cap that obscured much of his face, yet his floral shirt and flip-flops betrayed his identity. It was Crow. Gu Shen, taken aback, paused before responding. Cui Zhongqing informed me that the -3rd level is a training ground for extraordinary individuals. He quickly grasped the implication. Members of the 3 organizations would never train in the depths of Huaji. Ultimately, it was a private enterprise offering training facilities, and the Zhao family could never represent the adjudicators. The council had established numerous training sites in Dating, including this one beneath Huaji. As a formal member of the adjudicators, he could enter, but clearly, many others had no choice, such as the extraordinary beings of the Qingxin society. They were confined to designated locations, the very essence of the underground. Individuals of impeccable pedigree should not frequent such places. Crow chuckled softly. "Look at your attire. Are you here as a model student seeking to improve? This is a gathering of inebriated revelers, much like a night when 2 ruffians from the old city confronted the crown prince." Gu Shen surveyed the area, feeling somewhat resigned. Indeed, he had received many unfriendly, disdainful glances. The Qingxin society, notorious for their long-standing presence underground, loathed formal members of the 3 organizations. The council's selection mechanism had stratified extraordinary beings into hierarchies. He furrowed his brow, wondering whether these individuals would cause him trouble. "If I hadn't acted swiftly, another unfortunate soul would have taken the brunt of your shoulder," Crow remarked nonchalantly. "While this place is not governed by strict rules, there are still unwritten norms. Any grievances can be settled in a secluded spot." Gu Shen felt a realization wash over him. He suddenly asked, "Wait, You should be the leader of the Northern Hall of the Chengxin Society. Why this outfit? It's simple. The depths of Huaji are not solely populated by Northern Hall members, Song Ci shrugged, explaining. There are no major divisions within the Chengxin Society. Old Master Zhao and Chun San are on the surface, advocating for Southern and Northern unity. It sounds absurd, but it holds truth. Both families believe that separation leads to stagnation. As for my attire, after confronting Qinjing Inn, several big shots from the Southern Hall have been hunting for me. When Crow mentioned big shots, he could not suppress a laugh. Chun San has 4 adopted sons, who are said to possess some skill, but the rumors have been exaggerated. They sound as if they've been granted titles. They've threatened to give me a serious beating. So, this outfit is meant to evade trouble? Gu Shen whispered. Of course not, Song Ci scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Shen. Do I seem like someone who fears trouble? What if they all come at me together? I promised my wife not to stir up trouble. He sighed deeply, adding, a man must keep his word. I am investigating the previous case, Gu Shen stated. Crow replied casually, although my instincts suggest that scoundrel Zhao Qi is the most likely culprit in your wife's case. My wife taught me to be meticulous. I discovered several fortunate individuals who had been alone with her. In other words, they all have motives. Here, this is the 4th and final one. Song Ci retrieved a note from his pocket, which bore 4 names alongside corresponding photographs. The first 3 had been crossed out, leaving only the last. As Crow spoke, he maneuvered through the crowd, finally squinting and framing the last photo with his hands. After comparing the likenesses, he suddenly reached out, seizing a young man who was drinking. Catching him off guard and causing him to choke on his drink, his face contorted in anger. Brother, you've had a bit too much to drink, Song Ci remarked softly, then blew a whistle, burping contentedly before grinning and asking, mind helping me to the restroom? It's a paid service, you know. Chapter 112. A blow first with a resounding thud, the sound of a fist connecting with a skull reverberated through the air. Gu Shen stood at the restroom door, observing as the Raven, seemingly disheartened, closed the door behind him and approached the sink, washing the blood from his fists. This fellow had once served as a bodyguard to the lady, but I discovered he had secretly accepted money from Zhao Qi, a classic case of being ungrateful, which is hardly the trait of a loyal servant. As Song Ci washed his hands, he softly elucidated that the matter of the spiritual brand had no bearing on him. However, considering his betrayal of the lady, he had administered a slight punishment. Gu Shen gazed at the blood seeping onto the floor, lost in thought. You need not explain. Gu Shen murmured, I am not the type to be overly benevolent. Oh, is that so? Song Ci chuckled. I assumed you still bore some virtues of a model student, such as an aversion to bloodshed or witnessing others in pain. Thus, I was somewhat lenient in my approach. At this, he kicked the nearby partition door, sighing, alas, blood still flowed. Since you witnessed it, you wouldn't perceive me as a villain, would you? Are you not? Indeed. I suppose I am a villain. Song Ci shrugged indifferently. The more one is revered on the surface, the more one is coveted in the shadows. I understand this principle well. Gu Shen shook his head, stating, the lady's name shines brightly in the capital, yet behind it lurk countless hidden daggers and arrows, poised to strike. Indeed, after all, she is but a frail woman without extraordinary abilities, standing at such great heights, compelling everyone to look up. Inevitably, some will feel discontent. The term frail woman was deliberately emphasized by Song Ci, purely in jest, as no one would truly consider the lady weak. The rules of society can only restrain a portion of individuals. However, fortunately, the remaining few fear my fists. As Song Ci spoke, he was unaware of the subtle smile that flickered in his eyes. To Gu Shen, it seemed he had found a sense of fulfillment in acknowledging his own worth. The lady often remarked that she had a wall of bronze and iron before her. To be deemed that wall by her was indeed an honor. The Raven waved his fist and chuckled lightly. Excellent. We have reached a satisfactory juncture in our investigation. The 4 names on that note have all been thoroughly examined. All 4 suspects have been cleared, and as for the remaining individual, even without evidence, it no longer matters. Gu Shen knew whom Song Ci referred to as the remaining individual. The previously unnamed brother, deemed a traitor for having accepted Zhao Qi's money, was still lying in the restroom stall, with the toilet continuously roaring. Gu Shen speculated that this unfortunate soul had had his head forced into the toilet, with his arm likely broken and pressed against the flush lever, perpetually rinsing his own head. In truth, labeling him a traitor was not unjust. As spouses, must it come to this? The husband, with his ulterior motives to corrupt the lady's closest guard, speaks volumes of his intentions, which need not be elaborated. In reality, the two were merely separated by a thin veil yet to be pierced. Regarding Zhao Qi's matter, I happen to possess some leads. Gu Shen squinted, slowly stating, some incidents have arisen in the old district. 15 minutes later, Song Ci lit a cigarette, silently leaning against the grand mirror. Gu Shen recounted to the Raven the peculiar mists in the old district and his encounter with Shirley. Of course, he omitted certain irrelevant details, only mentioning the key points worthy of attention. You mean to say, Shirley from the Chengxin Association's Southern Hall bears an identical spiritual brand on his forehead? Precisely. I am the physician who removed the lady's spiritual brand, and that is precisely why I sensed something amiss. Gu Shen paused. How could such coincidences exist? The spiritual brand embedded in Shirley's forehead mirrors that of the lady's. This can only imply one thing. The individual who branded the lady and the one who planted the spiritual thread in Shirley are the same person. Damn it. The Raven's expression darkened as he coldly chuckled. No wonder Zhao Qi ventured into the old district that night. He must have been anxiously searching for a way to regain control after witnessing the destruction of the spiritual brand. I should have been the one to strike that night, to smash that dog's head. Gu Shen furrowed his brow. What occupied his thoughts at that moment was a different matter. The incident concerning the lady's spiritual brand had initially been incomprehensible, even to extraordinary individuals at the depths of the ocean, yet it had been resolved by his own blazing fire. In retrospect, it now seemed entirely reasonable. For the mastermind behind this conspiracy was none other than the master of the compass, who manipulated blood and fire. The Zhou case from years past illustrated this perfectly. He had successfully deceived the mental-type extraordinary beings of the Adjudication Bureau. It was not that the Adjudication Bureau lacked power, but rather that this compass master possessed an exceptionally unique extraordinary trait, adept at concealing his aura. However, my blazing fire happens to be the natural nemesis of the compass master's extraordinary trait. I have repeatedly thwarted his plans. No wonder he sent the compass to me. With this thought, Gu Shen felt a renewed tension within him. The fire disaster case unveiled the long-standing foundation. This continuous and intricate extraordinary case resembled an extended fishing line, poised to snap at any moment. Yet, fortuitously, each time it threatened to break, he had always managed to grasp the other end of the thread. Gu Shen recalled that wisp of blood fire. He murmured to himself, I will survive, and I will uncover the truth. Gu, brother. A voice pulled him back to reality. Gu Shen raised his head and saw Song Ci, deep in thought, his brow furrowed. He had been contemplating for so long that the cigarette but burned into his hand without him noticing. Finally, he cast a glance and forcefully extinguished it in the sink. Speaking solemnly, you just said that the individual with an identical spiritual mark on his forehead is from the Chengxin Association's Southern Hall? Yes. Surely. The group leader of the fourth team in the Chengxin Association. Gu Shen was momentarily taken aback, saying, Are you suggesting? You are aware. I am a simple man, lacking in intellect. The Raven replied nonchalantly, Since there is a lead, we must pursue it. I cannot stand idly by while the lady endures such peril. It's futile. Gu Shen knit his brow. He understood very well that Shirley's dossier differed from those of ordinary individuals. The Chengxin Association belonged to an underground organization, and while the depths of the ocean were indeed vast, connecting 5 continents, they were not omnipotent. The 2 extraordinary individuals who had attempted to assassinate him remained untraceable to this day. Even if he employed the depths of the ocean, the information obtained would merely be meticulously disguised documentation from the long-standing foundation. Merely knowing Shirley's name serves no purpose. The name to them is but a code name, a person whose life could be discarded at any moment. How could he possibly leave behind any traces? Shirley's name is merely a code name. Gu Shen remarked. Moreover, how do you intend to investigate? As I said, I am just a simple man. The Raven chuckled, observing Gu Shen's serious expression, as if he had concocted a myriad of plans. Do not think of me as overly clever. A simple man's approach is often quite straightforward. Many times, it is simply guided by instinct. He paused momentarily. Yet a simple man's instincts are often remarkably accurate. I find Zhao Qi displeasing, Chen Jingtan disagreeable, Chun Sen unlikable, and Chen Sen's 4 adopted sons unsatisfactory. As it turns out, my judgment of character is still quite sound. The only individual in the entire Qingxin Association I deem worthy is just one person. Song Xiai stated calmly. Therefore, for all these years, I have only traversed the northern sector assigned to me by the lady and refrained from taking action against the southern hall solely because that individual remains. Otherwise, I would have charged in long ago. One person? The information about the Qingxin Society is limited, especially concerning the southern hall. Have you noticed? The dancers in the bar just now bore 2 distinct tattoos. Song Xiai softly spoke, lifting a corner of his garment to reveal the black hibiscus, a symbol of one of them. Gu Shen found himself lost in memories. Flashes of light dancing in his mind alongside equally dark and sinister tattoos. The other tattoo was that of a shattered stopwatch. The crow squinted slightly, stating nonchalantly, the Northern Qingxin Society bears the tattoo of the black hibiscus, which signifies the lady's intent. Conversely, those ruffians in the south could not possibly imitate this. They have inscribed the stopped watch to distinguish the members of the northern and southern halls. The black hibiscus signifies the lady's intent. Gu Shen paused, momentarily taken aback. The hibiscus, previously devoid of deeper significance, when associated with the lady, unveiled the tattoo's meaning with startling clarity. This was a mark left for his sister, Lu Nanjing. After defeating the North, I had intended to boast that in the grand city, below the noble titles, I am invincible. The crow squinted again, letting out a soft sigh, his smile tinged with a hint of resignation. Yet, I never anticipated that a formidable individual from the Southern Qingxin Society would emerge, younger and more skilled than I, albeit I do not harbor any animosity towards him. Chen Mei, the biological son of Chen San, is indeed a reclusive and eccentric fellow. The reason Chen San adopted 4 sons was that his own son was utterly uncontrollable and had no desire to inherit the Qingxin Society. The crow chuckled, admitting, it is simply for this straightforward reason that I do not dislike him. In the grand city, he is invincible among those beneath noble titles. Anyone capable of making such a statement must surely be from the 11th layer of the deep sea. He wouldn't falter against Han Dang. Gu Shen reevaluated the crow, pondering whether this seemingly disheveled character truly possessed such prowess. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that those who had previously faced the crow likely shared the same initial impression before a fist met their face. Have you fought with Chen Mei? Gu Shen inquired. No. The crow shook his head, yet I have a feeling that I might not stand a chance against this young man. Why do you regard me with such eyes? Losing is not a matter of shame. I have fled from my fair share of confrontations. Song Xiai cast a glance at Gu Shen's astonished expression and remarked coolly, I have proclaimed myself a rough man. Thus, I must possess the self-awareness that comes with it. So, concerning the case of Shirley, what are your plans? Gu Shen expressed his frustrations. The crow chuckled softly. He sauntered through the restroom and into the swaying crowd, selecting a man adorned with a stopwatch tattoo. With a resounding crash, a shattering sound interrupted the music of the venue. Everyone gaped in shock at the man who had just thrown a punch, along with the unfortunate soul who was sent flying several meters, crashing through a wall. The crow removed his cap, revealing his true visage. He raised an eyebrow at Gu Shen from a distance and softly declared, First, let us land a punch, and then we shall converse. Chapter 113. The music abruptly ceased. In the dim light, countless eyes filled with terror and dread were fixated on a single figure. The man, having removed his cap, calmly returned their gaze, meeting each penetrating stare. As the crow had proclaimed, he was indeed a brute. And brutes possess their own methods for resolving conflicts. His approach was straightforward. He struck first. The man, who had been rendered unconscious by the blow, was half embedded in the wall. Upon the removal of the cap, everyone recognized the identity of the crow, and the once tumultuous crowd fell into an eerie silence. Several men, each adorned with a pocket watch tattoo, hurried towards the collapsed wall, checking the breath of their fallen comrade. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. He was still alive. Almost immediately, an angry voice emerged from among the man's companions. "Crow, you have gone too far." A towering figure, a 2-meter-tall man with a bushy beard, slowly pushed his way through the crowd. Dressed only in a black short-sleeved shirt, his muscular arms bore the clear imprint of a shattered stopwatch. His expression was darkened by rage as he spoke. "In broad daylight, you assault without cause. Do you think the Southern Hall of the Chengxin Society lacks temper? Not long ago, the incident of the crow assaulting Chen Jingtan had occurred. Chun Sen had declared a bounty on the crow, vowing to flay him alive. However, when the madam intervened to mediate, Chun Sen graciously offered understanding, attributing his words to mere anger. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that surface-level reconciliation did not equate to genuine resolution. The Chengxin Society was fervently seeking this unreasonable brute. Instead of retreating, he had become increasingly brazen. "Is that so?" came an unexpected retort, with his hands in his pockets. The crow slowly lifted his head to gaze at the towering man, asking in a nonchalant manner, "I have but one question for you. Do you possess any temper?" The brute was momentarily taken aback. He had stepped forward believing the crow to be in the wrong, particularly given the current tensions within the Chengxin Society. Surely, even a man of his stature should exercise caution. As the crow had struck, messages had already reached Chun San's sons, and help would soon arrive. To avoid trouble, he should have exited the scene promptly. Casting a wary glance at the crow's hands tucked away in his pockets, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Yet he ultimately chose silence. He certainly had a temper, but he did not wish to be on the receiving end of a punch. Despite his formidable size, he could foresee that speaking up would likely result in the crow delivering a blow that would send him flying farther than the man who had fallen before him. Song Ci felt a pang of disappointment. He turned to the extraordinary beings on the 3rd underground level, asking, "What about you?" No one responded. What a disappointment. "Where is your spirit?" Those who dwell beneath the ground without a flicker of anger are truly wasting their lives. The crow slowly approached the unconscious man, and his companions, overwhelmed by a mix of anger and fear, instinctively stepped back, wishing to distance themselves from this perilous figure. The crow crouched down and rummaged through the man's pockets, extracting a small vial. "I sensed something was amiss earlier, and indeed, my instincts were correct." Song Ci chuckled softly, standing upright and raising the white vial. "This is a prohibited item. I trust you are all aware of that." The 3rd underground level of the Huaji building serves as a training ground for extraordinary beings. While congregating here for revelry is one thing, crossing boundaries is entirely another. In this world, there exist 2 sets of rules. One is superficial, such as the aforementioned training ground for extraordinary beings. The other comprises unspoken, underlying rules. Those who inhabit the metropolis are well aware that members of the 3 institutions never venture to the -3 levels of the Huaji building for training. It is merely a gathering place for the Chengxin Society, where underground extraordinary beings indulge in merriment, and occasionally engage in illicit transactions, trades, and other unsavory pleasures. The Chengxin Society is akin to a black knife, sharp yet smeared with filth. Those who wield this knife must ensure their appearance remains pristine while also keeping the blade clean. Unsavory matters must be concealed with the assistance of those lurking in the underground, and should problems arise, the solution is straightforward: eliminate the problematic individual. You see, the rules of the metropolis are quite simple, and it is precisely this principle of survival of the fittest that has ultimately birthed individuals like Song Ci. Strength of fist is the law. The members of the Chengxin Society, marked by stopwatch tattoos, soon gathered, realizing the folly of their actions. Attempting to reason with Song Ci was a futile endeavor. The moment he threw a punch, he was prepared to abandon all reason. "Step aside. I have apprehended this man. Let whoever come to claim him." The crow tugged at the man's collar, stating indifferently, "It matters not who comes. Simply inform them I await on the riverbank. Once you are all assembled, I shall release him." The crowd fell silent, as if struck dumb. The extraordinary beings of the Chengxin Society had steeled themselves for a potential confrontation, with a few even covering their stopwatch tattoos to avoid becoming the next unfortunate victim. Yet, it seemed this formidable individual was not keen on escalating the situation. Was he merely seeking to provoke? This was perplexing. Finding them is too much trouble. Better to let them come to me. Gripping the man's collar, the crow exited the Huazi building and turned to Gu Shen, grinning as he remarked, "Your expression is quite amusing, as if you were gazing upon a fool." Gu Shen's expression was complex. Was this truly your method of handling matters? Drawing the entire southern hall of the Chengxin Society to the riverbank, instigating a potential bloodbath? He sighed softly. What did this have to do with the case of Shirley? Although the Chengxin Society was an underground organization often disparaged as a garbage dump by definition contained refuse. Song Ci lowered his gaze and slowly remarked, however, gaining entry into the Chengxin Society is not a simple feat. Every extraordinary being who wishes to join requires an official introducer. Introducer? The vast majority of information in this world eludes the scrutiny of the deep sea's watchful eye. I believe every member of the Chengxin Society is recorded. Yet, the concept of an introducer, hidden deep within the unspoken rules, remains beyond the comprehension of the deep sea and escapes documentation. Song Ci continued, it exists solely in our minds. The introducer facilitates the entry of extraordinary beings into the Chengxin Society, while the guide is responsible for a basic assessment. Unlike the assessments for members of the three institutions, we merely need to ascertain that the individual seeking entry is alive and controllable. That suffices. The Judgment Office, the Prison Office, the Command Office, drawing upon elites and absorbing talent. The Chengxin Society, evidently, offered no selection. Those who joined underground organizations were often the discarded or the inferior products awakened from slumber. While it is unwise to classify individuals into tiers, the unfortunate reality is that these individuals are indeed substandard. Why would the selection of substandard individuals necessitate extensive evaluation? Alive and usable is sufficient. I understand your point now. Gu Shen's eyes lit up. Shirley was a pawn of the long-standing foundation, a fact determined long before his entry into the Chengxin Society. The individual who introduced Shirley to the Chengxin Society was the target at hand. He scrutinized Song Ci once more. This fellow truly possessed depth beneath his rough exterior. The southern region was Chun San's territory. Prior to this incident, perhaps he could have approached them brazenly, but now. Song Ci chuckled. You know well that those fellows are frantically searching for me. If I venture into their territory, it would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog. Now, those individuals are rushing towards the riverside. Gu Shen rubbed his temples. You can't seriously intend to fight, can you? Previously, there was a thought of taking action. Song Ci chuckled and retorted, but I am not a fool. If 100 individuals truly descend upon us, do you think I stand a chance? More importantly, what does victory mean if the matter of the introducer remains unresolved? As far as I know, the crucial data of the Chengxin Society is stored in a closed circuit. This is to prevent theft and ensure security. Song Ci lowered his gaze, stating, the two legislators are acutely aware of the power of deep sea. Hence they personally established an underground organization, employing the most archaic methods. The data is compressed and inscribed, accessible only in a disconnected state for reading and writing. If one day the Chengxin Society were to vanish, then this data would be lost forever. He lifted his gaze to Gu Shen and softly remarked, Huaji Building, Nanwan Building. The Chengxin Society knows each other's strongholds intimately. This place also serves as a storage point for the Society's critical data, under stringent control and surveillance. Fragmented data is entrusted to various individuals, but the most vital core undoubtedly resides within the building. You share this with me. Gu Shen felt a chill run down his spine. Relax. This matter does not concern you. It's merely. Song Ci raised an eyebrow, speaking in a remarkably casual tone. The fellows from the southern side are likely preoccupied with hunting me down. The guards at Nanwan Building will be considerably relaxed. Perhaps the most lenient they have been in recent years. This is a rare opportunity. The information regarding the introducer may very well be housed within the mainframe of Nanwan Building. Do you not wish to uncover it? These are merely your conjectures. Moreover, Gu Shen replied, slightly irate. Even if the guards are lax, is it so simple to access Namwon building? What if we infiltrate, but fail to retrieve the introducer's information? It matters not. What you previously heard about the confluence of North and South is sheer nonsense. A conflict between the two sides is inevitable. The crow patted Gu Shen's shoulder, attempting to persuade him fervently. If we acquire the data from their mainframe, even without the introducer's information, it would suffice for Transcend to have a drink. Young man, upon arriving in the capital, one must choose their allies wisely. Assist me with this, and after tonight, the lady shall become your most steadfast support. Chapter 114. The solitary shadow at the riverbank. As long as I assist with this task, from tonight onwards, the lady shall be my most steadfast support in the capital. Gu Shen regarded the crow with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. This fellow claimed to be a simpleton, a mere commoner, lacking in intellect, yet he was adept at manipulating others with his clever schemes. To Gu Shen, it was evident that he was anything but foolish. Were it anyone else, they would likely be lost in a haze of exhilaration at this moment. You should be aware of my capabilities. Gu Shen remarked, you possess the strength to strike down 10 foes with a single blow. Why then do you seek my assistance in such a significant matter? You may be overestimating yourself, the crow chuckled. I could take down 20 with a single punch. With a serious demeanor, he continued, the reason I turn to you for help is that you are my only friend. Are you not concerned that I might fail? Indeed, I am. I have harbored fears since our second meeting, when you were tasked with treating the lady. I worried you might falter. Song Si gestured to his own head and smiled brightly. In retrospect, my worries were unfounded. From what I know of you, if something is beyond your capability, you would simply decline. Since you have not outright rejected my request, it indicates that you believe this task is within your reach. After a brief silence, Gu Shen replied, I shall give it a try and do my utmost. His decision to act was not swayed solely by the notion of having the lady as a support. The crow remained oblivious to his true identity. The moment Gu Shen received an S-rank evaluation from the Judgment Bureau, he had little need for such backing. His mentor was the only Grand Judgment Officer in the Eastern Continent, a towering figure whose influence spread far and wide. And his senior sister had surpassed the depths of the 12th layer of the Abyss. This lineage was already aware of the existence of their new junior disciple. Moreover, it was not merely the crow's request that motivated him. Among the various reasons, one could not overlook a crucial point. The introducer behind the timeline was quite possibly the master of the compass. The pursuit of clues steeped in blood and fire was of paramount importance to him. Song Si was indeed a cunning individual, having likely surmised that Gu Shen held a keen interest in this incident as well. Are you truly going to the riverbank? Gu Shen inquired, furrowing his brow. Can you handle it? You've already promised to accompany me to South Bay. How could I not honor my commitment to the riverbank? The crow tugged at the collar of the unfortunate soul who had fainted, mounting his motorcycle with a grin and waving his hand. Fear not. I have encountered such scenes many times. It is but a trivial matter. Before his words could fully dissipate, he sped off into the night. The roar of engines shattered the silence of the evening. The motorcycle brigade of South Bay revved to life, their headlights piercing the darkness, as a myriad of shadowy figures raced down the highway. With more vehicles joining their ranks at every intersection, the procession grew increasingly formidable, reducing the usual 40-minute journey from South Bay to the riverbank to a mere 15 minutes that night. In equal measure to Mr. Zhao, Chen San, who had taken in 4 adopted sons, was said to have chosen men of humble origins, wretched and forlorn, so destitute that none would spare them a second glance. Yet, Chen San had taken the time to acknowledge their plight, leading to the eventual establishment of the Chengxin Society in the South Hall. The convoy came to a halt before the Jiangtan Bridge. Here, far from the throngs of people, lay a desolate expanse, where the turbulent waves rolled restlessly. Upon the bridge's embankment, a solitary figure could be discerned, standing against the fierce winds, his garments billowing wildly. This painted an evocative image, if only the individual were not clad in a tattered floral shirt. Once the convoy halted, a lean man slowly removed his helmet, causing the crowd to instinctively gravitate towards him. Beside him stood a portly figure, lost in thought, furrowing his brow as he queried, "Third brother, I do not comprehend what the crow is attempting to achieve. In the dark of night, amidst the vast river. Tonight's confrontation was to settle both new grievances and old vendettas. Appearances mattered little in the face of such stakes. Unfazed by the uncertainty, the man referred to as third brother, Qi Lu, the third ranked among Chun San's adopted sons, fixed his gaze on the man standing upon the embankment. His expression impassive as he opened the rear compartment of the vehicle, retrieving a black box containing an assortment of firearms. Qi Lu crouched down, placing the box on his knees, and deftly began assembling the weapon. His hands moved with such swiftness that it seemed as though he possessed 6 arms, culminating in a cacophony of clicks as the firearm was readied. With a resounding click, a sniper rifle was poised against the night wind atop the embankment. The fourth-ranked portly man felt a tap on his shoulder. The crow remains as flamboyant as ever. He chuckled lightly. Wu Yong, the second-ranked son, gazed with derision, remarking, "But what use is flamboyance in this age? Who still engages in one-on-one duels?" He raised his hand, and with a series of sharp clicks, the convoy's members clad in black trench coats began to assemble their own firearms, shattering the stillness of the night with the sounds of mechanical preparations. Simultaneously, an invisible barrier emerged above their heads, a deep blue arc resembling the vast sky, enveloping the night in a protective shroud. To outsiders, the scenes within this blue arc remained unseen. It was a flawless disguise for the battlefield that lay ahead. The elder brother's heavens had been unfurled. They could fire at will. Wu Yong lifted his gaze, hands tucked into his pockets, and regarded the ethereal figure along the embankment, softly inquiring, "Third brother, do you have confidence?" Qi Lu offered no response. Instead, he silently loaded a verdant sniper bullet into the chamber, the act itself serving as the most eloquent reply. As the bullet slid into place, he slowly closed one eye, allowing the other to darken, the entirety of its iris consumed by ink-like shadows. Within the rifle, a sound akin to boiling liquid echoed ominously, as if the weapon had come to life. This was a specialized sniper rifle, constructed from materials capable of withstanding immense logical properties, paired with a 7.62mm caliber, embedded with silver-hued bullets, one of the few modern means capable of suppressing extraordinary beings through technology. This shot had an optimal range of approximately 1,000 meters. The winds upon the river were fierce, yet no gust could deter his aim. If he wished to hit his target, he would undoubtedly succeed. Qi Lu had locked onto his opponent, yet he refrained from firing. For the man standing in the water at the embankment gradually crouched down, raising a shield. It was a person. Qi Lu furrowed his brow. Despite the profound darkness of the night and the relentless winds stirring the waves, he discerned the man's features in the crow's grasp, yet he could not fathom the identity of this individual. Who could it be? This was the hostage who had been subdued in the bar. Although their intent in coming to the riverbank was to eliminate the crow, the pretext for their actions tonight was to rescue subordinates. Wu Yong observed the figure serenely, whispering, "As for his name, I cannot recall, but it is of little consequence. If you can take down that loquacious crow with a single shot, you need not concern yourself with the aftermath." Chapter 115. The battle on the river. It is possible to strike, but not necessarily to kill. Qi Lu furrowed his brow and murmured, "He seems to have a deep understanding of my capabilities, standing at the very edge of my range. Just a step back, and he would be outside effective range." In the past, when he had his finger poised on the trigger, he felt an inexplicable calm. However, this time was different. The more he aimed, the more a sense of tension fermented within him. Qi Lu had a vague premonition that if he pulled the trigger, this shot could very well result in piercing the hostage he was coerced to protect, while the man standing at the farthest point remained unscathed. Having dealt with the crow several times, he recognized him as a sharp individual. Wu Yong silently gazed at the distant river, pondering the provocation laid before them. What exactly was he scheming? Regardless, it was time to shoot. Wu Yong casually remarked, "If you kill him, peace will likely follow. If not, it indicates that Crow possesses some skill." In an instant, the indolence in his eyes transformed into a fierce intensity. He raised his hand. An eruption of thunderous roars shattered the night. Dozens of machine guns unleashed a torrent of wrath. Although the chambers were not filled with precious purple-silver bullets, they still contained a trace of red-silver essence, capable of inflicting immense destruction upon the extraordinary. At that moment, if any passers-by were to glance in from beyond the canopy of night, they would perceive a stillness in the long night and tranquility in the river, unaware of the brutal scene unfolding within. The river erupted from afar. Columns of water obscured vision, as if the world itself had been turned upside down. Bullets roared with fury, nearly shattering the entire river. Hundreds of water walls toppled by the force of the projectiles, only to be dismantled again by the next bullet, creating a tumultuous spectacle. Amidst the undulating azure waves, Qi Lu remained immobile, finally firing his shot. Throughout, he had been the quietest among them, a shadow lurking beneath the long night, amidst the blooming flames of gunfire, like a bud yet to bloom. Until the moment he pulled the trigger. The firing pin ignited a brilliant purple light, and compared to the furious barrage of guns, this sniper rifle was as silent as a ghost. In the thunderous uproar of gunfire, a silent firework suddenly erupted 1,000 meters away. A slender bullet crossed the distance in an instant, piercing through dozens of water walls. The simple act of pulling the trigger seemed to drain Qi Lu of immense energy. Blood seeped from his dark eyes, and even his nostrils bled. With the extraordinary power of his eagle eye, he could effortlessly track any object within his sight, even 2 or 3. But at that moment, when the convoy simultaneously opened fire, the mental energy consumed by his eagle eye surged sharply. Amidst the splashes, the figure of the shameless man in the floral shirt suddenly became blurred. This distortion, insignificant to others, was a nightmare for the eagle eye. Countless bullets pierced the watery curtain, yet none grazed the edge of Crow's attire, nor even the hostage's skin. The gunfire had already submerged the very spot where he stood. However, in the eagle eye's perception, every millisecond, Crow's position shifted violently. He resembled a frantically trembling spring, rapidly moving within an exceedingly narrow space. In that moment, Qi Lu comprehended the source of his ominous premonition without capturing the precise location. In predicting the next point of impact, the purple-silver bullet would inevitably miss its mark. As Wu Yong raised his hand, all sounds froze. The river beneath the canopy returned to silence. Only the sound of splashing water remained. Qi Lu's lips turned pale as he intently focused on the distant night mist. Merely tracking the trajectory of a single shot had already drained his eagle eye. Once the mental energy dissipated, the world before him became somewhat hazy, with many shadows overlapping. He strained to fixate on the point where the water splashed, yearning to discern whether his shot had struck true. At last, a muffled groan echoed across the river. In the stillness of the long night, this sound was striking and joyous, until all the mist dissipated, revealing the man who had been crouching on the riverbank, slowly rising. A trickle of blood seeped into the river, swiftly carried away by the surging tide. This blood was not that of Song Xiai. The earlier groan was not his either. Wu Yong's expression darkened as he fixated on the figure Crow held aloft, where a purple blossom bloomed grotesquely at his throat. The slender bullet had successfully shattered his vocal cords, rendering him unable to do anything but emit pitiful, suffocating sounds. Moments later, the desperate moans faded into the world. What a deeply moving bond of brotherhood. At last, Crow spoke. His sandals splashed in the river, his voice laced with emotion and sympathy. To prevent the hostage from being killed, you chose to execute him? As he spoke, he smiled, directing his gaze toward the gaunt man in the crowd. He was a sniper not to be underestimated. From the very beginning, Crow sensed the danger emanating from him. In truth, he had no understanding of, nor interest in, Qi Lu's abilities. Just as he had conveyed to Gu Shen, he was a simple man, often acting on instinct rather than deliberation. The beauty of simplicity lay in the fact that he did not need to comprehend Qi Lu's capabilities or calculate the range of the eagle eye. He had merely taken a few steps back to a position he deemed safe. Those few steps were more effective than most intricate calculations. I have never encountered such brazen audacity. Wu Yong's expression soured, even though he had prepared for the possibility that Crow would not be killed by gunfire. He still found it hard to accept the current outcome. So many logically sound bullets had been unleashed, nearly obliterating half the riverbank. Yet Crow remained unscathed. Rumors claimed that Crow's fists were exceptionally hard. He had never believed it. How could fists compare to a gun? Now, it seemed that this disheveled man exceeded his expectations in strength. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yong approached the riverbank and declared loudly, "Tonight, at any cost, we shall eliminate Crow." The azure canopy seemed to respond to his voice. Crow squinted his eyes with interest, raising his head. His expression quickly grew solemn. The canopy above the river appeared to connect with the heavens, as a soft rain began to fall in the long night. The raindrops, heavy as iron, descended upon him. Is this a manifestation of nature, akin to the power of a binding domain? Song Si clenched his fists. The rain seemed to possess a corrosive quality, slowly draining something from within him. He observed Wu Yong drawing a long knife from his waist, while the stout man donned a pair of tiger claw gloves. Chun San's 4 sons included one with exceptional dynamic vision, one wielding a vast natural domain, and the other 2 were likely skilled in close combat. Intriguing. He chuckled softly, releasing the lifeless body in his grasp. With a thud, the body fell, and the river erupted once more. Wu Yong prepared to stride across the river, but suddenly halted in his tracks. After the water column erupted, the figure that once stood majestically, embodying the demeanor of a grand master, was reduced to nothing more than a fleeting silhouette, dashing away in a frenzied escape. Is this fleeing? Chapter 116. The flame in hand, has he fled? Wu Yong stood in stunned silence. The cerulean sky unfurled above, with countless raindrops cascading down. Song Si, who had previously faced a torrent of gunfire alone, had chosen to escape with a mere shift of his form. Qi Lu, too, was taken aback, silently gripping the butt of his sniper rifle as he rose amidst the falling rain. After the purple-silver bullets had missed their mark, he realized that this confrontation would not be easy, and he had prepared himself for the worst possible outcome. In the clash of the extraordinary, attempting to compensate for the disparity in strength with sheer numbers would demand tremendous sacrifices. Given the ghostly agility displayed by the Crow, it was evident that in close combat, few could stand as his equal. The brothers who had come to the riverside tonight, hoping to thwart the foremost powerhouse of the Beitang, would likely suffer grievously. He was unwilling to confront the sky curtain directly, hence his retreat. Wu Yong was the first to react. He drew his long knife and surged through the river water, the night mist parting before his blade as he shouted, "Follow me across the river." The azure sky flickered with arcs of light, and the falling raindrops seemed to freeze in midair, distinctly suspended above the river, as if time itself had stilled. With the echo of Wu Yong's voice, countless droplets began to churn and boil, converging towards the center of the river, forming a solid pathway. As Wu Yong stepped forward, the water bridge proved remarkably sturdy, yielding only slightly underfoot before springing back with remarkable elasticity. The man in the black trench coat raced forward, his coat billowing like a massive black bird gliding over the river's surface. Behind him, the convoy sprang into motion, akin to a herd of wild horses charging through a mire, their rugged tires crashing down upon the water bridge, the engines roaring and exhaling clouds of vapor. The sky curtain stretched far into the distance. The ability to envelop such a vast expanse of river was indeed a fearsome power. Even high-ranking extraordinary beings of the deep sea could not wield their strength at will. Mortals possess their limits. This expanding sky curtain exerted every effort to enshroud the figure at the forefront. The price for this, however, was the forced retreat of the curtain's rear, stretching its coverage to the maximum, leaving it on the brink of collapse. The wielder of the sky curtain, the foremost extraordinary being among Chun San's 4 sons, remained concealed, but it was certain he was within the convoy. This was a wise strategy. Under the cover of this great curtain, the weather was controlled, granting Wu Yong and Qi Lu an absolute home field advantage, until the true capabilities of the Crow were revealed. The master of the sky curtain should remain stationed at the rear. Yet, the greatest challenge was that to maintain the sky curtain, the convoy must match the speed of the Crow. As Wu Yong hurtled across the river's surface, shadows clouded his brow. The more he pursued the Crow, the stronger his ominous premonition grew. The fog over the river was thick, obscuring many from sight, forcing them to rely on the guidance of the sky curtain to find their way. The eagle-eyed third brother was in a state of exhaustion and would require time to recover. The crow moved swiftly and consistently, like a tireless ostrich. He did not cross the great river, but rather continued along its heart, heading towards the desolate downstream. It was difficult to discern whether this was a full-fledged escape or a mere game with his pursuers. This strategy was undeniably effective, as some had already begun to fall behind. Maintaining maximum speed placed immense strain on the engines. Should they overheat and fail, they would be cast out of the rapidly shifting domain of the sky curtain. The consequences of falling behind were simple, beyond the confines of the sky curtain. The river would cease to form the water bridge. Wu Yong had come to this realization. From the moment he decided to enter the river, the initiative had shifted. A pack of lone wolves had set out to hunt what they believed to be a lion, only to discover it was a cunning fox, turning to flee and laying multiple traps in its wake. The deeper they ventured, the more they found themselves ensnared in a quagmire. The South Bay building, renowned alongside the Floral Banner, boasted 39 floors. This was the headquarters of the Chengxin Society's Southern Hall, mirroring the strategic layout of the Floral Banner, which was the fundamental reason why the two powerful figures, Zhao and Chun, could place their trust in one another. Each could observe the other's deployments. In truth, there were 3 council seats for the capital. Due to certain considerations, only 2 were occupied, which was currently the best outcome for all, as the appearance of any additional council member would disrupt the delicate balance. If the South Bay building bore a resemblance to the Floral Banner's layout, then aside from the 39 floors above ground, there should be 10 additional levels below where would the closed-circuit master server, housing the information of the Chengxin Society, be located? Gu Shen felt a headache coming on. He had arrived at the South Bay building, now standing at the farthest point on the street, surveying the slender, skeletal high-rise, its lights casting a cold, cutting glare. Having been taken by Cui Zhongqing to the depths of the Floral Banner, Gu Shen initially speculated that the crucial items must be buried beneath the building. However, this assumption was soon dismissed. Gu Shen had explored the depths of the Floral Banner. Due to the operations involving extraordinary beings, everything here was managed by the deep sea. If the intention behind designing the closed-circuit server was to obscure it from the deep sea and evade detection, then the server should not be buried underground. This secret ought to be placed above ground. Of course, this was merely speculation. The ground held 39 floors. This closed-circuit server would not require constant operation. It merely needed an independent power source, positioned in a specific area, to maintain recording and data entry during designated time frames. As long as this was ensured, it could be located anywhere. Many matters could only be approached through clumsy and simplistic means. Searching for the closed-circuit server was one such endeavor. The defenses of the South Bay building would be rather lax tonight, making it the opportune moment to locate the introducer for Shirley. Engaging in a game with the Compass Master was worth the risk. It is noteworthy that despite the influx of extraordinary beings to the riverside, the South Bay building still maintained a comprehensive and meticulous protective measure, rendering Gu Shen's actions highly challenging. Fortunately, he had prepared a relatively thorough plan of action. Gu Shen silently lowered his hat and made his way towards the South Bay building. Several wisps of intangible flames flickered from between his brows. Shortly thereafter, as he traversed a short distance, several passers-by brushed past him, pausing in their tracks. They stood still, gazing at the young man with peculiar expressions, their eyes gradually becoming vacant. "Please hold on. We need to verify your identity before reaching the South Bay building." The 24-hour security personnel stationed there intercepted Gu Shen. "I am merely here to retrieve a document," Gu Shen replied softly with a smile, slowly raising his gaze. In a moment of eye contact, the security personnel's expression became vacant. He slowly returned to his original position, his demeanor numb. The building's doors creaked open. Gu Shen did not enter, but squinted slightly, subtly lifting his head. He discerned the positions of the installed surveillance cameras. His earlier conversation with the security personnel should not have appeared suspicious on the monitors. Countless individuals entered and exited the South Bay building daily, and no one could recognize every single face. He had merely conversed and then retreated. The security personnel also resumed their positions, creating the illusion of having denied an entry request. At this moment, The duty personnel in the monitoring room had yet to notice any irregularities regarding their presence. However, from this instant onward, the plan had commenced. Despite meticulous preparation, once inside the building, exposure was imminent. Therefore, before that moment arrived, swift action was essential. Locate the mainframe and then evacuate. Gu Shen took a gentle breath, calming his emotions. I must first investigate the 39th floor, which is most likely, but entering the 39th floor directly would arouse suspicion. Thus, I require a little assistance. Gu Shen turned and departed. Before him appeared several familiar figures, 4 or 5 hurried young men and women, making their way towards the building with blank expressions, entering without encountering any obstruction. They arrived at the elevator of the South Bay Tower. A total of 12 elevators. With their arrival, the monitoring room had begun to take notice. This was not a typical work hour. Although some employees of the South Bay Tower were still working overtime, it was unusual for such a large number of individuals to enter simultaneously and disperse among different elevator entrances. 9527. 9527. There was no response to the urgent calls in the earpiece. The security personnel at the entrance stood dazed, ignoring the sounds from the communicator. Subsequently, these individuals surged into different elevators, each pressing buttons for various floors. They then looked up, calmly staring at the surveillance cameras. Then came a swift flash. One by one, the screens in the monitoring room corresponding to their elevators dimmed. The elevators ascended slowly. Outside the building, Gu Shen pressed his back tightly against the wall, appearing somewhat pale as he stood at the corner of the monitoring area. This was the first time he had sent the blazing fire far from his body. The plan to infiltrate the South Bay Tower was not overly complicated. He employed the third-level ability of the mental system, mass hypnosis, to impart simple psychological suggestions to random passers-by. After hypnotizing the guard at the entrance, these individuals could enter the building without hindrance, simply needing to step into an elevator and press any floor button. Misinformation would thus be conveyed, drawing the attention of the monitoring room to these individuals. Meanwhile, his task was straightforward: to retract the blazing fire while simultaneously incinerating the elevator compartments and the building's entrance surveillance. Gu Shen extended his palm, his mental energy coiling like fishing lines, beginning to gather. Whoosh, whoosh, stream after stream of invisible, delicate flames emerged from the foreheads of the passers-by, instantly leaping into the cameras. The intense heat causing the monitoring room to lose visibility. Ultimately, the fishing lines formed by his mental energy converged, and the seemingly solid alloy walls of the elevator were charred and pierced within seconds. 10 seconds after the surveillance went dark, the scattered flames reassembled outside the building, gathered once more in Gu Shen's palm. Chapter 117. I have returned quick. There are suspicious individuals present. Act swiftly. The duty officer in the South Bay surveillance room immediately transmitted the alert, and the night shift security personnel sprang into action. The security measures at South Bay Tower are exceedingly stringent, with each floor manned by corresponding personnel. Before the surveillance systems were compromised, they memorized the floor buttons pressed by the suspicious individuals. However, to err on the side of caution, the entire building's security was mobilized, leaving no one certain if this was a case of misleading information or not. The timing of these events seemed far too coincidental. As they pressed the elevator buttons, the surveillance of all 12 elevators was simultaneously destroyed. The true destination of these individuals remained a mystery. Ding, ding, ding. One elevator after another came to a halt. The security personnel, on high alert, wore serious expressions as if facing a formidable enemy. Yet, when they beheld the scene revealed upon the elevator doors opening, they fell into a stunned silence. The last elevator to stop arrived at the 30th floor, the highest accessible level without special permissions. The higher one ascends in a building, the more it symbolizes status and authority. This was the apex of security access, where 9 security personnel awaited the opening of the elevator doors. Upon the doors parting, a young woman was found reclining inside, her forehead tilted at an odd angle. She appeared to be asleep. No, she was truly asleep, as evidenced by the faint sound of snoring. She seemed utterly exhausted. The situation in each elevator mirrored this one. Everyone exchanged glances, bewildered. If there was even a hint of intrusion, they would have acted with utmost severity. Yet here they were, confronted by someone merely sleeping. What could this mean? In that moment, as the flames were retracted, Gu Shen commenced his actions. He entered the building without encountering any danger. The security personnel were entranced, and the entrance surveillance was obliterated. No one was aware of his presence. The building's ground-level defenses had likely been diverted to address an emergent incident. If he was not mistaken, each floor's elevator entrance was guarded by a multitude of security personnel. Upon entering, he pressed a hand to his forehead, allowing the flames to unfurl once more. His mental energy expanding. He dimly perceived wall after wall, the floor plan of this level briefly materializing in his mind. Withdrawing his mental energy, Gu Shen advanced swiftly, turning right upon entry, then left, traversing a long corridor. He arrived at the power room, his expression impassive as he grasped the door lock. Hiss, he released his grip, the lock melting under the heat. After a moment of thought, he placed 2 fingers against the flames and twisted the main switch's lever from a distance. ZZZZT. Sparks erupted as the intense heat obliterated the main switch. Thus, the austere South Bay Tower was plunged into an icy silence. The power was severed, engulfing the entire building in darkness. Many employees working late wore expressions of confusion, exchanging glances as they pondered the rare occurrence. The location of the backup power was unknown based on the usual startup time. It would take at least 15 minutes to restore power. I have approximately 15 minutes to act. Gu Shen inhaled gently, without hesitation, initiating his plan. Exiting the power room, he directly entered the emergency exit, beginning to sprint with all his might. The power outage meant that all surveillance systems were extinguished. This 39-story skyscraper would typically remain untraversed unless a major incident, such as a fire, occurred. Yet, to ensure safety, Gu Shen suppressed his breathing and tensed every muscle in his body. He was uncertain whether any of the security personnel possessed extraordinary abilities that could detect the sound of his ascent. Even if they did, he could not afford to dwell on it. Gu Shen's speed was remarkable while he could not compare to those specializing in brute strength. His physical prowess far exceeded that of his peers in mental capabilities. He grasped the stair rail with one hand, leaping gracefully, as if he were a bird. Ascending 2 or 3 flights of stairs in a single bound, perhaps due to the rigorous training of the awakening breathing technique, he found these movements effortless. In one breath, he ascended 15 flights, but as he exhaled, beads of sweat began to emerge from his pores, the immense pressure coursing through his body. This was the first time he had pushed his breathing technique to its limits while exerting his physical form. His blood felt as though it had been drawn away, all directed towards his heart. His body transformed into a colossal pump. In this moment, Gu Shen realized the potential of extraordinary individuals had never been more vividly ignited. He recognized that the Judgment Institute's understanding of the awakening breathing technique was perhaps fundamentally flawed. It was not merely a method for mental training. When one's breath is tightly constricted, maintaining the closed state of the breathing technique, the physical form also undergoes corresponding refinement. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Gu Shen hastily refocused. He took a deep breath, replenishing his stamina. This time, he ascended 25 floors. As he caught his breath, he heard hurried footsteps and the chatter of security personnel. What was happening? Who were these individuals sleeping in the elevators? His misinformation had taken effect. The South Bay Tower's security personnel remained oblivious to the unfolding events. If the backup power were manually activated, it would still take at least 10 minutes. Time was more pressing than he had anticipated. There was no time to waste. I must request deep-sea intervention. Gu Shen narrowed his eyes. He was still unfamiliar with the extent of deep-sea capabilities, yet he knew that once this network was established, his actions would become exceedingly difficult. Time was fleeting. He had to accelerate his pace. He continued his ascent. The 30-floor access did not have a special designation in the emergency exit. This climb was proving smoother than expected. Gu Shen had initially resolved that if he encountered any obstruction, he would simply incinerate it with flames. In the absence of power, breaching access would not immediately trigger an alarm. 39 at last. Gu Shen moved with utmost delicacy, pushing open the door to the emergency exit and stepping into the highest level of the South Bay Tower. Prior to entering, he expanded his mental energy ahead of him. It seemed the security personnel lacked the authority to access this area, as the 39th floor was eerily quiet. There was a glass door that evidently required either iris or fingerprint verification to enter. However, with the power severed, all verification methods were rendered ineffective. Gu Shen pressed one hand against the glass door, preparing to employ the simplest and most brute force method to gain entry. Hiss! The flames scorched the glass, producing a thunderous roar, yet the expected melting and shattering did not occur. Instead, a shallow crimson liquid appeared. Red-silver Gu Shen furrowed his brow. In the next moment, the darkness was abruptly illuminated. Light flooded back in an instant, the intense brightness momentarily disconcerting Gu Shen, shattering the silence. The faint hum of electric current in the light tubes now painfully sharp, instilling fear. From initiation to reaching the summit, it took no more than 3 minutes. The power had been restored, and the entire building returned to the warm embrace of light. All employees exhaled in relief as a reassuring voice resonated. Deep-sea connection established meanwhile. Gu Shen stood rigidly before the glass door, his expression frozen in shock. Surveillance systems rebooted, and the iris detection mechanism began its operation. His data was uploaded to the cloud and subsequently presented to the verification program. What was to unfold next was all too predictable. Gu Shen was already contemplating the drastic measure of leaping from the 39th floor using the measure of truth. The deep sea had taken control of the building. Gu Shen could sense countless eyes opening in the darkness, all ultimately directed at him, providing reports following their verification. A sharp beep resonated, piercing the silence yet devoid of malice. The indomitable red-silver blast door began to slowly swing open. Beads of sweat trickled down Gu Shen's forehead, leaving him bewildered as to what exactly had transpired. The door had opened? How had he passed the verification? Moreover, he struggled to lift his gaze. Casting a perplexed glance toward the surveillance camera, his hat pulled low. The 39th floor possessed no blind spots. Had his entrance gone unnoticed by the surveillance? The control room appeared tranquil upon restoring power. The monitors at every corridor entrance flickered back to life, including those in the security passage. The 39th floor lay in serene stillness, silent as a frozen oil painting. After the deep-sea takeover, the tension among the occupants dissipated. They awaited the analysis from the deep-sea database. The conclusion was straightforward. It was merely a power outage. After 10 seconds of waiting, there were no anomalies. The commotion from below gradually faded, and no one sought to ascend to his 39th floor. 10 seconds. If his information had been captured, that span would have sufficed for the staff of the Nanwan building to act. Yet now all was calm. Suggesting one thing. I have not been exposed. Gu Shen slowly wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling more perplexed than shocked. Why was this so? Tentatively, he stepped through the doorway. No alarms, no closure. The lights on the 39th floor illuminated brightly, radiating a sense of peace, as if welcoming its master back. It was only when the faint hum of electrical currents resonated before a work desk that his confusion began to unravel. There lay a forgotten communicator. A familiar voice emerged from the device. Hello, hello. Due to its vintage nature, the voice's owner playfully tested the connection to see if the other party could hear. Then, after a pause, the voice, imbued with warmth and a gentle smile, blossomed in the deep night of the 39th floor. I have returned. Chapter 118. Success. I have returned. The empty 39th floor echoed with the soft voice of a young girl. Gu Shen stood in a daze, gazing at the vintage communicator. Having grown accustomed to solitary action since arriving in the metropolis, he had no habit of wearing headphones. Thus, Chu Ling was compelled to utilize an external communication device. In that fleeting moment, he finally comprehended why the surveillance on the 39th floor had detected him yet revealed no anomalies, and why Deep Sea had seized control of the building without sealing him in. There was no time for nostalgia. It was now my turn to take over this edifice. However, time was of the essence. Chu Ling swiftly remarked, Deep Sea will soon notice. The South Bay building is an extremely significant landmark in the metropolis. Our actions must be expedited. How long can you maintain control? Gu Shen promptly responded, adjusting his hat and hastening through the entrance of the 39th floor. With Chu Ling at the helm, his operational efficiency surged, allowing him to act without the need for stealth. At most 10 minutes, Chu Ling replied. I can override the permissions for the South Bay building, replacing deep sea and initiating the connection myself. What terrifying technology this is. Though Chu Ling's grip on control was brief, it was a fortuitous turn of events for Gu Shen, who had just escaped a near-death experience. The objective was a CCTV master unit, its location untraceable, severed from deep sea for an extended period, or rather, it had never been connected to deep sea at all. As Gu Shen searched, he relayed all the intelligence provided by the Crow. He had ventured to the 39th floor precisely because the most critical documents should be safeguarded in heavily guarded locales. To his surprise, the uppermost level of the South Bay building was rather simply adorned, aside from the iris verification and fingerprint unlocking at the entrance. There was a noticeable absence of advanced technology. Instead, the vast furnishings of mahogany and the elegant decor suggested that this was a residence for a figure of considerable stature, comparable to Cui Zhongqing in the metropolis. The 39th floor of the South Bay building served as the office for Yi Ningqiu, a legendary woman in the metropolis, often mentioned alongside Cui Zhongqing as the dual pillars of Jiangnan. In the council, she also holds the position of legislative assistant, Chu Ling noted. Gu Shen had heard of Yi Ningqiu, yet was not intimately familiar with her. Her reputation overshadowed that of many other women in the metropolis. Yi Ningqiu's approach was understated and discreet, eschewing ostentation in favor of simplicity and directness. Chu Ling shared information regarding Chen San's capable assistance. As Gu Shen slowly surveyed the surroundings, he could discern the woman's character reflected in the decor of the 39th floor, aligning seamlessly with the intelligence provided by Chu Ling. Such a low-key reputation was likely a result of her own careful management. In truth, locating the CCTV master unit you mentioned is not particularly challenging. Chu Ling paused for a moment before continuing. Due to the lack of prior connections, Deep Sea cannot instantly pinpoint its specific location. But now that Deep Sea has taken over this building, all connected devices can be accurately identified. Gu Shen's eyes brightened with realization. So, you mean, by employing the process of elimination, we can ascertain the location of the CCTV master unit? The shadows hidden in the night can be illuminated with a spark of light. After Deep Sea's takeover of the South Bay building, the areas of visual blind spots were likely where the CCTV master unit resided. Chu Ling slowly articulated, among the floors 3, 7, 19, 24, and 39. There are corresponding areas that remain unilluminated, which signify the secrets not linked to Deep Sea. This meant that choosing the 39th floor was indeed the correct decision, providing at least a 1/5 chance of success. Gu Shen narrowed his eyes. 15 meters ahead, turn right. A bookshelf. The 4th and 5th books from the right on the 3rd shelf. Upon retrieving the 2 hefty encyclopedias, a round button became exposed. Gu Shen carefully pressed the button, and the bookshelf shifted to the right, revealing a substantial alloy password door. The code is 637011. Chu Ling directly supplied. Beyond this alloy door lay the secrets untouched by Deep Sea. Yet, Yi Ningqiu, who initially set the password, was fully aware that everything outside this door was under Deep Sea's watchful gaze. The South Bay building could not escape Deep Sea's oversight. The secrets concealed behind this alloy door were mere inanimate objects, yet the door's security depended on Deep Sea's vigilance. She could not have anticipated that someone could substitute for Deep Sea and seize control of the building. As the supreme authority of Deep Sea gained sentience, the act of guarding, while stealing, could be executed flawlessly. The door swung open. Gu Shen cautiously donned the gloves he had prepared beforehand and slowly pushed open the alloy door. Fiery light burst forth, illuminating the world beyond, the sight of an antiquated computer sustained by an independent power source. Data streamed across the screens every second, a deluge of information and code swirling across 8 displays. As he stepped through the threshold, the communicator's voice began to fade. "Is this the CCTV master unit you were seeking?" Chu Ling's voice crackled. "Indeed. Do you have the linking device? Anything will suffice." Upon hearing this, Gu Shen crouched down and retrieved a miniature hard drive he had purchased earlier from a convenience store, carefully connecting it to the port. The dark world behind the alloy door suddenly brightened. Deep Sea had established a connection. Chu Ling's voice resonated within the CCTV master unit, soft yet distinct. In truth, Deep Sea is a formidable entity, It merely requires a hint of light to illuminate the darkness. While people may embrace the daylight over time, they will realize that an abundance of light throughout the world may not necessarily be a boon. Gu Shen felt a twinge of astonishment. In his anticipation, he had imagined that stealing data might take some time. In the films he had previously watched, there was often a painfully slow progress bar. At the moment it reached 99, unexpected events such as explosions or raids would ensue. If it were the antagonist, the progress bar would inevitably freeze at the last moment, while the protagonist would complete it without peril. Yet now, this CCTV Master Unit's vast data was swept away in an instant by deep sea's waves. Transmission progress, 100. Completed. In a second, or perhaps even less. Do not worry, they will not discover any traces of the connection. I will erase all records. As long as you do not expose yourself, they will remain oblivious to anyone having been here. I have already packaged the data. Dismantling the information within the CCTV Master Unit may take some time, Chu Ling stated. Is there any crucial information within the CCTV Master Unit that you are seeking? The keywords are surely Chung Xian Hui and Introducer. Gu Shen pondered for a moment, then retrieved the fiery light and the miniature hard drive, restoring the password door and bookshelf to their original states, placing all items on the 39th floor back in their rightful positions. If the CCTV Master Unit on the 39th floor contained no relevant information regarding Chung Xian Hui, he would need to consider searching another floor during the time Chu Ling maintained control of the building. Found it. Discovered a signed document with multiple encryptions, confirming it as the target Master Unit. Chu Ling advised, I recommend a direct evacuation from the building. I will summon the elevator for you. All right. Gu Shen exhaled in relief as he stood on the 39th floor, awaiting the elevator's gradual ascent. This operation had unfolded with unexpected ease, thanks to Chu Ling, surpassing his initial expectations. You have been deceived. Just as the security personnel in front of the elevator were at a loss regarding how to deal with the slumbering figures within the elevator, a tranquil young voice emanated from the walkie-talkie, prompting the security personnel to exchange glances. The individuals in the elevator were innocent. Release them. There are others who have infiltrated the building. The owner of that voice addressed the commanding security officer. I have granted access. Now connect to Deep Sea and retrieve the surveillance footage from every floor. From the other end of the walkie-talkie, the respectful voice of the security leader responded, Yes, Mr. Chenmei. In the control room of the South Bay building, a slender young man with curly hair sat crouched on a chair, cradling a cup of coffee, calmly observing dozens of surveillance windows that popped up simultaneously. Behind him stood the leader responsible for the building's security, standing in deference, hesitant to utter a word. For he was the son of Counselor Chun Sen, a peculiar individual unwilling to inherit the vast conglomerate, instead opting for a languid existence. Chun Mei remained silent, his gaze fixed on the screens, his pupils reflecting the myriad images. Whether still or in motion, everything lay within his sight. True to his name, after uttering a few necessary words upon entering the control room, he ceased all communication, as if uttering even a single word would be an unnecessary waste. After connecting to Deep Sea, Chun Mei assumed an odd, curled posture on his chair, noteworthy for his choice of flip-flops, hypnotizing passers-by, entering the building, mobilizing security, cutting off power, and then infiltration. The reflections of shimmering lights in his eyes, Chun Mei gradually dissected the plans of the intruder within his mind. Quite intriguing, he manipulated time, rewinding the surveillance footage to the very beginning, revealing a blurred figure attempting to enter the South Bay building, only to be denied by security personnel, who then turned and departed. It was after this individual's visit that 9,527 failed to respond, the security leader murmured. Chun Mei furrowed his brow slightly. When he adjusted the footage for a closer look, he could not discern the intruder's clothing or appearance. The surveillance seemed compromised, capturing only a vague silhouette. Was the data tampered with, or was it related to his own abilities? Chun Mei felt a hint of confusion. However, one thing was certain: everything was connected to this man. He had hypnotized the security and orchestrated this operation. Next, he called up the surveillance from the 39th floor. No one had visited. The footage displayed a tranquil scene. Observing this, Chun Mei felt a slight sense of relief. He commanded the elevators, summoning all 12 to the ground floor while simultaneously dispatching personnel to guard the emergency exit. Chen Mei stated calmly, "That individual must be inside the building. Without my permission, no one is allowed to leave." Chapter 119. The escape. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Gu Shen stood on the 39th floor, awaiting the ascent of the elevator, Chu Ling's voice resonated once more. This time, her tone was gravely serious. Someone had intervened in the command, a figure of extreme peril. Gu Shen narrowed his eyes. Tonight was no ordinary night. His audacity to infiltrate the South Bay Tower and create such a commotion stemmed from the Crow's challenge at the riverbank, which had successfully incited the ire of everyone in the Chengxin Society's Southern Hall. Given this individual's combat prowess, Chen Mei's so-called 4 adopted sons would surely rush to the riverbank. In such circumstances, who could this perilous figure possibly be? Have you heard of Chen Mei? The moment Chu Ling uttered that name, a jolt of realization struck Gu Shen. The one arriving is Chen Mei? Gu Shen found it difficult to comprehend. Shouldn't Chen Mei be heading to the battle at the riverbank? Why was this top enforcer of the Chengxin Society's Southern Hall present in the South Bay Tower? I connected to external surveillance. When you infiltrated the building, Chen Mei was purchasing coffee at a convenience store not far away. The power outage at the South Bay Tower drew the attention of the entire street, including him. Chu Ling's voice was laced with complexity. So, Chen Mei has intervened in the command. Is that even possible? Gu Shen felt a mix of disbelief and despair. At this point, he was unsure whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. He had discovered the closed-circuit mainframe on the 39th floor. Yet the subsequent anomaly caused by the power outage had attracted the attention of a super-strong adversary, one even more formidable than the Crow. He hasn't discovered us yet. Chu Ling referred to them as us once more. Chen Mei must have seen through your plan. He is currently manipulating the elevator. Security personnel have gathered on the first floor, and the emergency exits are under tight surveillance. This building is being manually sealed off. Are they conducting a thorough inspection? Gu Shen's expression turned grave. There are still some staff members inside the building. If we cannot escape, we will have to consider mingling with the crowd. However, I exposed my appearance in the initial surveillance footage. If he conducts an inspection, he will quickly identify me. I have erased the exposed features from the surveillance footage. But I fully agree with your concerns. Chu Ling replied, Chen Mei possesses keen insight. Attempting to blend into the crowd is a poor strategy. If discovered, there will be no way to escape. Upon hearing the first half of her statement, Gu Shen relaxed slightly. Do you have a feasible plan? Yes. After a brief pause, Chu Ling continued, the transfer of Deep Sea's authority must remain concealed. Erasing your facial features may have already aroused Chen Mei's suspicions. But now that I have taken over the building, he still requires the oversight of Deep Sea. Therefore, the final 6 minutes are our window to escape the South Bay Tower. Once the true Deep Sea system returns, the last opportunity will vanish. With a clang, the elevator doors opened on the 39th floor. Although Chen Mei was manipulating the elevator, I concealed the true floor number of this elevator. To outsiders, it appeared to be descending, merely pausing in between. In reality, it remained stationed on the 39th floor. Without hesitation, Gu Shen stepped into the elevator. The elevator began its slow descent. Shortly, 12 elevators would simultaneously arrive at the first floor. You need to hide at the top of the elevator shaft. I will inform you of the heavenly eye placements within the building's walls. Destroying the heavenly eyes will ensure that even after the authority transfer, Deep Sea cannot pinpoint your location in the short term. In the final minute before the authority vanishes, I will trigger the high-level alarm of the South Bay Tower to draw everyone's attention. If the plan proceeds smoothly, Chen Mei will also be lured away. At that moment, it will be your optimal time to act. Gu Shen took a deep breath. As he activated the shock breath technique, his muscles tensed. He pried open the metal ceiling of the elevator shaft, creating an opening for himself to climb out. The howling wind rushed in, and countless cables inside the elevator compartment slithered like a tumultuous sea of serpents. Inside the warm elevator, the breeze felt refreshing. Yet, standing atop the shaft left him dizzy, as though he might be flung into the abyss at any moment. Gu Shen crouched down, restoring the metal plate, his complexion pale. After the initial shock subsided, The rapid descent induced a sensation of weightlessness. Do you see those glowing red dots? Chuling prompted. Those are the heavenly eyes embedded in the walls of the South Bay Tower. Once the authority is transferred, Deep Sea will see you immediately. Now, shatter them. Gu Shen held his breath, narrowed his eyes, and the scale of truth transformed into a pistol. Bang, bang, bang. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his mental strength, Gu Shen's marksmanship was remarkably accurate. Even while crouching atop the rapidly descending elevator, he struck his targets with precision. The faint sounds of gunfire were nearly inaudible against the roar of the wind as the red lights shattered, scattering into fragmented shards lost in the shadowy depths of the shaft. You shot very accurately. Chu Ling commended him earnestly, yet with a hint of regret. If only you had more powerful ammunition, you might have considered taking out Chen Mei with a single shot. Gu Shen could only respond with a wry smile, uncertain whether her tone was teasing or sardonic. Are you serious about me taking out Chen Mei? Of course. You seem to lack confidence. Chu Ling chuckled. 7 steps away, the gun is quick. Within 7 steps, the gun is both fast and accurate. Killing high-level extraordinary beings with specialized bullets is not uncommon, unless he is directly beneath me and has nowhere to hide in the elevator. Gu Shen intended to voice this thought when the elevator began to decelerate. They were nearing the first floor. As the elevator slowed, the sensation of weightlessness abruptly shifted, and an immense pressure engulfed Gu Shen, as if he bore the weight of 1,000 stones. He pressed himself against the elevator's interior. Clang! The elevator reached the first floor. Gu Shen enveloped his brow with the fiery essence of his spirit, concealing all traces of his presence. This technique had proven effective during his prior surveillance of Li, where the Bloodfire Lord's compass had failed to detect him. Yet even so, he felt an overwhelming tension. Through the narrow gaps, allowing a trickle of light, he caught glimpses of the scene outside the elevator. Dozens of individuals surrounded the first floor, guarding the emergency exits and inspecting the elevator for abnormalities. The elevator's surveillance cameras had melted from extreme heat. The elevator's interior bore burn marks and small puncture wounds. Chen Mei stood before the 12 elevators, silently listening to the reports from the inspection team. He was certain that if the intruder was indeed within the building, there would be no opportunity for escape. As for fleeing from the outside, that would be even simpler to capture. If the intruder were truly extraordinary and dared to leap from a window or a floor, causing such a ruckus, capturing them would require no more than half an hour. To escape, one could only deceive him. No anomalies on the first floor. No anomalies on the second floor. No anomalies on the 29th floor. After hearing the reports floor by floor, even Chen Mei, who was confident the intruder was within the building, began to harbor doubts and uncertainties. Using this method of investigation, even a mosquito would have no place to hide. If someone had indeed infiltrated during the power outage, where could they possibly be? Or perhaps he was being overly sensitive. This had merely been a prank all along, as there was no evidence to substantiate that anyone had truly breached the South Bay Tower. Access to floors above the 30th requires special permissions, and the surveillance footage reveals everything to be normal. During the power outage, the identification system faltered. Brute force became the sole means of intrusion. Yet, all the rooms remain intact. The building exhibits anomalies. A significant incident arises. An alarm blares suddenly, and glaring red lights commence their frenetic rotation, reverberating throughout every corner of the edifice. Chen Mei's eyes flickered with urgency. Reinforcements are needed on the 30th floor. Reinforcements are required on the 31st floor. The 32nd. At the moment the alarm sounded, no command was necessary. All security personnel hastened toward the higher floors. This chain of events mobilized manpower, causing the previously dispersed forces on various floors to converge in the lobby as the elevators descended. The building pulsed with red light. Chen Mei sanctioned their actions. No one, himself included, doubted the integrity of the deep sea alarm, and it was evident that the true scheme of the intruder was unfurling at this moment, targeting the upper levels of the South Bay Tower. Starting from the 30th floor, which requires special access, each level reported a significant incident as alerted by the deep sea warning. In a mere 10 seconds, all personnel stationed on the first floor rushed to the upper levels for assistance. He left 2 security guards to monitor the ground floor and then pressed the elevator button. Chen Mei stepped into the elevator. He did not press any floor buttons, but instead gazed intently at the alloy walls of the elevator, marred by a searing hole. Extending a hand, he delicately traced the smooth circumference of the opening, a result of flames burning at extreme temperatures. If the security personnel at the entrance, codenamed 9527, were entranced by a mental-type extraordinary being, then the piercing of the elevator's alloy wall must be the work of a nature-type ability. Thus, it seemed that there were 2 intruders, or perhaps more. Chen Mei slowly lifted his gaze, peering above him. His eyes seemed to penetrate the elevator, searching the heights beyond the alloy steel panel. Crouched atop the elevator, Gu Shen felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Previously, through a minuscule crack, he had witnessed Chen Mei enter the elevator. The intensity of the gaze now made him uncertain if he had already been exposed. Enveloped in flames, he minimized his breathing. With the flames aiding him, he could almost visualize everything within the elevator, particularly Chen Mei's eyes. They were hollow, devoid of emotion, like the eyes of a dead fish, but they appeared to see through everything. The young man inside the elevator looked upward. In truth, the direction he gazed upon was merely upward, toward the highest level of the South Bay Tower. Chen Mei withdrew his gaze and slowly pressed the button to the 39th floor. Chapter 120. Cat and Mouse. The high-level alert indicated that Chu Ling's takeover of the building was imminent. Gu Shen lay prostrate atop the elevator shaft, enveloped in a state of utter stillness. Every movement was suspended, for even the slightest disturbance could draw Chen Mei's attention. The elevator ascended slowly. Fortunately, Chen Mei remained oblivious to his presence, and the flames successfully concealed Gu Shen. This formidable adversary, deemed the only one worthy of note according to the Crow, was anticipated to be at the pinnacle of the 11th level of the deep sea. He was mere moments away from obtaining his title. Gu Shen was acutely aware of his own capabilities. His chances of victory stood at a tenuous 10%. The probability of his successful escape was virtually non-existent. Against absolute power, all tactics and tricks proved futile. He could not afford to be discovered. Holding his breath, Gu Shen's body remained motionless, yet his mind raced furiously. He pondered whether Chen Mei's choice of elevator was mere coincidence. If it were indeed accidental, he might still have a chance. When the elevator halted, Chen Mei exited. He switched cabins in the shaft, and as the elevator descended, he would escape. The surveillance of the South Bay building's elevator shaft had been completely cleared. Yet, the only issue was time. Once the deep sea fully took control of the building, he would have nowhere to hide. Would he have enough time? The elevator continued its ascent. It appeared Chen Mei had selected the 39th floor. Gu Shen narrowed his eyes. Seeing Chen Mei's choice validated his suspicions once more. The secrets stored at the apex of the South Bay building were of utmost importance. Chen Mei intended to inspect them personally. Ding! The elevator arrived at its destination. Chen Mei did not linger and directly departed. Approaching the glass doors adorned with red and silver, the iris recognition system identified him, and the doors slowly opened. As Gu Shen observed Chen Mei's departure, the immense pressure that had enveloped him dissipated. This man had instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis within him. Had Chen Mei not exited the elevator, Gu Shen would not have dared to move a finger. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the darkness beyond. His body plummeted rapidly. Yet, the gentle light of the measure of truth enveloped him, manifesting a pair of gleaming wings upon his back. The wings unfurled within the narrow, pitch-black elevator shaft, and Gu Shen landed softly atop the nearest elevator. Chu Ling's voice echoed in the darkness. My authority is about to expire. 10 seconds remain until the deep sea fully takes over the building. 10 seconds? At the moment Gu Shen leaped out, Chu Ling had arranged for the adjacent elevator to ascend for support. As he landed, this elevator began its descent. There was no time to waste. Gu Shen inhaled deeply, extending 2 fingers to gently manipulate the cable. Wrapped in flames, the scent of charred material quickly filled the air as the cable was severed. At the instant the first cable snapped, a dull sound reverberated within the shaft. The elevator, equipped with 12 steel suspension cables, experienced no significant impact from the loss of one. Help me disable the safety clamp system, Gu Shen whispered, before his words could fully fade. The radiance of the measure of truth enveloped his palm, and he grasped the remaining steel cable with force, sparks igniting in the darkness. Once this elevator began its normal descent, the deep sea would have seized control of the building. Even if the surveillance within the shaft was eliminated, it would still detect the anomaly of the elevator's descent. Given the current circumstances, extraordinary measures were imperative. Are you prepared to sever the cables? Chu Ling was taken aback by Gu Shen's decisiveness. This plan had not even occurred to her. From a height of over 100 meters, the free fall would last just over 3 seconds. With only 10 seconds of authority remaining, this was the swiftest means of exiting the building. The first floor likely still had guards. However, these guards were most probably ordinary people. The use of flames to hypnotize would take but a moment. As long as Chun Mei remained unaware of Gu Shen's actions within the elevator shaft, this plan would provide sufficient time for escape. Boom! All 12 safety cables snapped. The 2,000-pound alloy cabin plummeted within the vast, dark shaft, akin to a metal block hurled off a cliff. Gu Shen stepped onto the crumpling alloy roof, preparing to leap out at the first moment of impact. With your current physical strength, you won't withstand this pressure. Chu Ling's voice conveyed urgency. Trust me. Disable the safety clamp. Gu Shen inhaled deeply, the light of the measure of truth shimmering as layers of silver brilliance enveloped his calves. The alloy roof was torn away, and a fierce wind surged into the cabin, overwhelming him with immense pressure. 39th floor. Chun Mei surveyed the surroundings, quietly observing Yi Ningqiu's office. Everything here was eerily calm. There were no signs of disturbance. The surveillance footage displayed tranquility, devoid of anomalies. Yet, an unsettling intuition stirred within Chun Mei, a premonition, exceedingly accurate, suggesting that someone had been here. If he trusted his instincts, he would need to suspect the deep sea. Chun Mei fell silent for a second. In the clash between the deep sea and his intuition, he chose to trust the latter. He dismissed the notion that the power outage in the South Bay building, the severing of elevator surveillance, and everything else were mere coincidences. The evidence of human interference was too blatant. At that moment, a faint cracking sound echoed from afar. It was subtle, yet to Chun Mei, it resonated like thunder. His expression shifted to one of gravity as he darted toward the elevator entrance, and in the next instant, the alloy metal plate was flung aside. The young man, clad in flip-flops, gracefully leaped, balancing a cup of coffee without spilling a drop, landing lightly atop the cabin. He glimpsed the dazzling arcs of light in the dark shaft and the rapidly descending elevator cabin. All surveillance within the shaft had been destroyed. So it was hiding here. Chun Mei peered down impassively. He lifted his foot, stamped down. At the moment Chun Mei vanished from the 39th floor surveillance, Chu Ling triggered the alarm. Chun Mei had taken action. Gu Shen's expression soured. He could not comprehend how this man had sensed his presence. Was he not overly perceptive? He had meticulously rearranged the items on the 39th floor and utilized flames to erase any mental traces. If Chun Mei had not perceived the flame's power, logically, he should not have detected any clues from the 39th floor. Alas, some individuals operate without evidence, relying solely on instinct. Bathed in light, Gu Shen gazed up at the vanishing arcs of darkness, the elevator cabin suspended at the 39th floor seemingly restrained by an immense force. As all 12 steel cables snapped simultaneously, the speed was astonishing. Gu Shen felt a chilling sensation, as if pursued by a meteor, with countless arcs of light cascading from the darkness, threatening to engulf him in the next moment. But then came a resounding thud. The sound reverberated within the narrow shaft, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. In the final moments of authority, Chu Ling controlled the system to activate the safety clamps within the elevator shaft. There was no time left. Gu Shen's mind was consumed by that single thought. The safety clamps seized the section of the elevator where Chun Mei stood. Yet, in an instant, the man atop the cabin made no visible move. It seemed as if he merely exerted a slight force, and the safety clamps that had securely locked the elevator shattered. The thunderous roar of the storm was accompanied by fierce winds as Chun Mei descended the elevator, arriving ahead of it. The two segments of the elevator plummeted to the first floor almost simultaneously, leaving the two security personnel stationed in the lobby utterly bewildered, as they only heard two thunderous crashes that blended into one. The elevator doors remained shut. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. "Get out of the way." The elevator was violently kicked, shattering upon impact. The entire cabin propelled downwards like a soaring football. A man clad in flip-flops leaped out just before landing, sweeping his surroundings. Countless shards of debris flew in all directions. The bent, fragmented doors of the elevator managed to open a crack, revealing Chen Mei, who stood amidst the scattered steel fragments. A small amount of coffee spilled from the cup he held, yet his expression was notably somber. The elevator was empty. In that moment, the familiar voice echoed in Chen Mei's ears once more. Beep. Deep Sea successfully linked, officially taking control of the Nanwan building. Upon hearing this, Chen Mei, who had maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly tightened his grip on the disposable coffee cup, crushing it into a crumpled ball of paper. It dawned on him that he had been deceived. If this announcement signified Deep Sea's successful connection, then what had been the prior takeover of the building? Were all previous maneuvers merely a mockery of him? The crux of the matter was that he had been manipulated completely, from beginning to end. He had not even glimpsed the appearance of the intruder, nor did he know where that individual had escaped to. Deep Sea. Investigate the extraordinary intruder currently within the Nanwan building. Chen Mei's voice was hoarse as he returned to the elevator, awaiting Deep Sea's response in silence. In the brief stillness, he reflected on the intricately devised nature of the entire affair. It was highly probable that a remarkably efficient team was orchestrating this, possessing formidable data infiltration capabilities. The moment the Nanwan building requested to connect with Deep Sea, the intruder's team seamlessly integrated. This was the only explanation he could conceive for the absence of any monitoring anomalies. However, that mattered little now. The building had once again fallen under his dominion. The game of cat and mouse was just beginning. Scanning. Please hold. Chen Mei patiently awaited for several seconds, fully prepared to strike once more. This time, no matter the methods employed by the adversary, escape from his pursuit would be impossible. His finger hovered over the elevator buttons. Finally, Deep Sea provided a response. Nanwan building. Scanning complete. No intruder detected. Chapter 121. The secret of the 19th floor unbeknownst to the intruder? A shadow loomed over Chen Mei's brow, casting doubt upon the trustworthiness of the Deep Sea system that had taken control of the building. He had witnessed the figures sever the cable and make their escape. Though he could not discern their true form, he was certain that they were within that very elevator. Now, with the Deep Sea system having fully seized control of the building, it absurdly reported, "No intruder detected?" What a jest! It repeated, "No intruder detected." Alarm cancelled. Alarm cancelled. The flashing red lights gradually subsided into calm. Security personnel and workers exchanged bewildered glances, caught in a daze, as they stared at the building that was swiftly returning to silence. Each individual within the edifice remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Everything transpired swiftly, like a farcical play, more akin to a cruel jest. NW building, 19th floor. A chaotic pile of documents, alongside worn and damaged computers, chairs, and tables, cluttered the not-so-spacious room, which appeared to be a sealed storage chamber long forsaken. The door to the storage room was heavily shut, and the blackout curtains, perpetually drawn, obscured all sight within, preventing anyone from witnessing the scene inside. Nor could anyone see the youth slumped amidst the debris. Gu Shen's forehead glistened with sweat as he stared ahead, haunted by the image of Chen Mei, whose presence had instilled a profound psychological terror within him. That man was as astute as a wild dog. At the moment he gazed into the elevator, Gu Shen feared he was trapped in a dire predicament. The Deep Sea system had taken control of the building for scarcely 10 seconds. His only option was to seize the moment while Chu Ling still had access and leap from the elevator. Indeed, in that critical instant, their thoughts aligned. Gu Shen had just conceived the idea of leaping. The descending elevator doors were forcibly pried open. This was his final opportunity, as Chen Mei's feet met the falling elevator. Gu Shen decisively fled. Within the building, the Deep Sea system had not linked all floors. It was not merely the 39th floor. The 19th floor, where he currently found himself in the storage room, was also unlinked. Chen Mei did not pursue him. He had not witnessed Gu Shen's escape. After a few seconds of waiting, Gu Shen took a deep breath, convinced that had his flight been seen, Chen Mei would have already been upon him. Choosing the 19th floor had proven wise. Now, in this genuine deep-sea takeover, Chunmei remained in a state of suspicion. He would require time to ascertain the situation. Gu Shen rose. Every moment was precious, leaving no room for waste. He pondered why the NNW building possessed 5 areas unconnected to the deep-sea system. If the 39th floor, where Yuningxia was located, concealed secrets like a closed-circuit master host, what could the 19th floor possibly harbor? Following the deep-sea takeover, Chu Ling's voice had ceased. Gu Shen was unaware of the cost required to replace the deep-sea link to the NNW building, but he understood it was no simple task, fraught with peril. The elevator, surveillance, the pit's eye, and the false alarms would all be reported by Chunmei. Once the connection was established, Chu Ling would likely need time to address subsequent vulnerabilities. Exploring the 19th floor would rest solely upon his shoulders. Gu Shen inhaled deeply, igniting a flame to illuminate the cramped space. The storage room was small, its clutter arranged with no discernible pattern. Yet the degree of dust covering the items suggested they were not merely relics. Objects left for years typically bore a layer of dust. Someone had been there not long ago. Gu Shen cleared away some cardboard boxes and old furniture and, as expected, discovered a narrow hidden door. Another secret door. Gu Shen squinted, hesitating. The flickering flame evoked an ominous premonition. With the building sealed, he had no choice but to escape to the 19th floor. His immediate priority was to flee quickly. Yet the deep-sea system had fully taken control of the NNW building, leaving him seemingly no alternative but to advance. The flickering flame hinted at foreboding. Could this hidden door conceal something of greater significance than Yuningxia's secrets? Gu Shen furrowed his brow, gripping the of truth in one hand while the other clutched the exposed 6 blessings beads. He resolved to press forward despite his trepidation. Should misfortune arise, the 6 blessings beads would shield him from harm. If all else failed, he could only attempt a leap from the 19th floor. His instinct warned him that this would be the worst course of action, for that man, Chunmei, was likely watching the building. A forced breakthrough would undoubtedly expose him, leading to a high probability of pursuit. Gasping, Gu Shen crawled forward, struggling to fathom the existence of such a hidden door on the 19th floor. Rather than a door, it resembled a corridor designed for the confinement of prisoners, oppressive and low-ceilinged, seemingly unsuitable for human passage. It twisted and turned. Who could have imagined that beneath the NNW building's glamorous facade lay such a place? At long last, after a grueling 5 minutes of crawling, the winding passage reached its conclusion. The flame he summoned illuminated the secrets behind the hidden door on the 19th floor. It was an exceedingly narrow chamber, bound by a heavy iron door secured with a long lock, evidently connected to the outside world. As gusts of wind occasionally swept in, yet the stench within remained pervasive. Someone had perished here. Gu Shen fixated on the suspended figure, striving to discern the features of the deceased, but the face was obliterated, reduced to a crimson smear. Wait a moment. This visage, he had seen it before. In Zhou Yusen's dream, Zhou Yu met a similar fate, his face obscured by a plethora of garbled symbols. Was it the work of the Bloodfire Master? In witnessing this corpse, Gu Shen became resolute that his investigative approach was undeniably correct. Although the information from the closed-circuit master host on the 39th floor had yet to be unraveled, this corpse already attested to the close ties between the Bloodfire Master and the NNW building. In the places not linked to the deep-sea system, such a corpse lay hidden. This was no mere coincidence. Gu Shen held his breath, cautiously approaching. His complexion paled, not due to a lack of fortitude, but because the scene before him was disturbingly surreal. The stark contrast between the whiteness and darkness, death and sanctity, filled the cramped chamber with a striking visual dissonance. How long had she been dead? The woman's body bore what seemed to be a layer of powder. Gu Shen could glean no effective information. Was this some method of preserving her corporeal form? Time appeared to have ceased its flow upon her, contributing to the perception of her as an art piece. He refrained from touching the woman. As he crawled along the passageway, Gu Shen maintained utmost caution. Upon confirming the storage room on the 19th floor, which had recently been visited, he commenced the meticulous task of erasing all traces. Before entering the corridor, he deliberately restored the clutter that concealed the hidden door. It was imperative that the intruder remained oblivious to any evidence of their prior visit. If it were true that the Bloodfire Master wielded authority over the long-standing Foundation, and that this woman was connected to him, she was likely a victim of the Bloodfire Master's selfish desires. Consequently, the visitor must undoubtedly be a fervent devotee of the long-standing Foundation. News of the intrusion would soon spread, and this devotee would inevitably return for an inspection. Having perused the secrets of the hidden chamber, Gu Shen hesitated not. He prepared to depart. His knowledge of this secret room was sufficient. None of its contents could be taken away. The contest with the Bloodfire Master was, in essence, a battle of information. With each card he concealed, his chances of success increased. Gu Shen approached the iron door, gripping the long lock. Unlocking it posed no challenge for him. The true difficulty lay in erasing all evidence. His mental energy gently reached out, clarifying the contours within the lock's core. The caliper of truth materialized into a slender steel wire, which he deftly manipulated with his fingers. With a click, the iron door of the secret chamber swung open. This space connected to a small open terrace, barely large enough for a person to stand upon. Since the secret chamber was not linked to the depths of the sea and lay beyond the reach of surveillance, the terrace naturally escaped the gaze of the abyss. The night was thick with darkness. Gu Shen squeezed his way onto the terrace, closing the secret door behind him. Through the iron barrier, he utilized the caliper of truth to securely fasten the lock once more. With eyes closed, he slowly reflected, ensuring that all traces of previous visitors had been meticulously eradicated. Gu Shen leaped backward, and the caliper of truth transformed into a slender cable, catching him as he plummeted swiftly. Releasing his grip, the cable dissipated. Once more, he raised his hand, and the cable shot forth like a spider's silk. He then propelled himself outward from the building, swiftly vanishing into the night. What Gu Shen did not witness was the white-clad woman suspended within the secret chamber. As if stirred by an unseen wind, she slowly turned, accompanied by the creaking sound of iron hooks. Her bloodied visage gradually aligned with the direction from which Gu Shen had departed. Chapter 122. The Blockade Escape. The night wind howled as Gu Shen landed in a narrow alley across from the South Bay building. He retracted the ruler of truth, his face slightly pale, a testament to the considerable consumption of spiritual energy. Yet, with the cultivation of his awakening breathing technique, his mental reservoir grew increasingly robust, and his mastery of the ruler of truth reached new heights. This operation could be deemed more thrilling than perilous. The immediate priority was to contact Chu Ling. Gu Shen swiftly exited the alley and entered a convenience store, purchasing a pair of headphones and a set of smart glasses. As he stepped outside, the entire street buzzed with activity. Even from across the road, the distant clamor of the South Bay building was audible, indicating that the earlier commotion had drawn a crowd. Gu Shen did not linger, rapidly retracing his steps. Now was not the time for celebration. The situation was precarious. Chu Ling's voice emanated from the headphones as she accessed the surveillance feeds from several blocks surrounding the South Bay building, transmitting real-time imagery to Gu Shen's glasses. Animated street maps unfolded before him, displaying indistinct white dots and bold black dots. Most notably, glaring red dots marked with special indicators began to appear in Gu Shen's vicinity, rapidly expanding outward, hinting at a tightening blockade. Gu Shen recognized these markers. The white dots represented ordinary civilians. The black dots denoted security personnel from the South Bay building, while the red dots signified the extraordinary. Bad news. The extraordinary personnel had mobilized, and they were sealing off these streets. On the bright side, Chen Mei remains inside the building. As long as he doesn't pursue us, we will be fine, Chu Ling remarked. Gu Shen breathed a sigh of relief, adjusting his hat as he walked briskly against the tide of the crowd, re-entering the alley. The real-time dynamic map indicated the presence of 7 extraordinary individuals, a number that was likely to increase, yet their blockade was not fully established. Hey, a guard has spotted a suspicious figure. Everyone is heading toward the South Bay building, yet he is acting unusually. South Tianyuan Street, South Tianyuan Street, suspicious individual located, the guard reported into his communicator, then hastily pursued. The figure's pace quickened, darting into the alley, where the guard drew his baton, following closely behind. In the next instant, a flash of electricity erupted in the alley. ZZZ's Gu Shen, expressionless, steadied the guard who had been struck by the electric baton as he slowly slumped to the ground, placing him in the shadows of the alley. He picked up the communicator and cleared his throat, recalling the guard's voice. The soft glow of the ruler of truth enveloped his throat as he pressed the communication switch, his voice taking on a rough, husky tone imbued with seriousness. The suspect has departed from South Tianyuan Street and is heading toward Gaomu Street. A middle-aged male in red clothing, tall in stature. Having relayed this information, he terminated the call. The dynamic map updated, the black dots clustering densely around Gaomu Street. The guards and security personnel were drawn in. However, those extraordinary individuals won't be misled by such erroneous information. They are likely equipped with sealing artifacts and are searching for nearby extraordinary energy fluctuations. Chu Ling whispered. Gu Shen was accustomed to preparing for the worst. The red dots had increased to 11. Moving too quickly would expose him, while moving too slowly risked complete entrapment. The options available to him were dwindling. If necessary, he would have to attempt a forceful breakthrough. Wait. Chun Mei has left the building. Chu Ling's tone turned grave. He seems to have sensed your presence, and is heading straight for Tianyuan Street. Gu Shen's pupils constricted. How could this be? Once again, he faced an event beyond his comprehension. During his stay on the 19th floor of the South Bay building, Chun Mei had not pursued him, indicating he had lost his trail. Upon leaving the building, Chun Mei had not given chase either. How had he learned of Gu Shen's whereabouts? An ominous premonition gripped Gu Shen. His intuition suggested a connection to the woman on the 19th floor. I encountered a woman on the 19th floor. Gu Shen rapidly recounted the disconnection incident, prompting a moment of silence from Chu Ling before she responded. Extraordinary events often defy logical explanation. The occurrences on the 19th floor of the South Bay building, based on the current information, could not be traced back to any rational source. They could only be categorized as inexplicable phenomena. Taking a deep breath, Gu Shen gritted his teeth, asking, "What if my location continues to be exposed?" Flee. Chu Ling's tone was resolute. The farther you escape, the better. Use the fastest mode of transportation to reach the safest location. The fastest mode of transportation. Gu Shen narrowed his eyes, focusing on a marked point on the re-time map. How fortuitous. There's a heavy motorcycle just around the corner that requires electronic verification to start. However, I can assist you. It will take approximately 5 seconds, Chu Ling informed him. One thing to note, there's an extraordinary individual nearby, and an encounter may occur. I'll send you their dossier. Wu Yan, third layer of the deep sea, nature element. Gu Shen read through the dossier in 3 seconds before turning and exiting the alley. He spotted a young man not far away. His back turned as he seemed to be searching for something. Indeed, he was using an extraordinary sealing artifact to sense spiritual fluctuations. Gu Shen's intense fire was adept at concealment, and he likely would not be detected. The man's position aligned with the red dot on the real-time map, Wu Yan. Calmly, Gu Shen sat upon the targeted heavy motorcycle, hands gripping the handlebars, poised to rev the throttle and depart. Every movement flowed seamlessly, as though he were the rightful owner of the motorcycle. 5 seconds was all that was needed. Once the electronic verification was complete, he could start and leave. Everything seemed flawless, a perfect execution, if only the motorcycle's owner were not Wu Yan. The man searching nearby furrowed his brow, catching a glimpse of someone exiting the alley. In a moment of distraction, that person mounted his motorcycle and the headlights flickered on. Damn it, Wu Yan froze, momentarily at a loss. How audacious could this individual be? More importantly, how had he bypassed his electronic verification? Wait, who would appear in a place like this at such a critical moment? Wu Yan shouted, his voice booming. At the first syllable, white flames enveloped his hands as he sprinted toward the direction of the headlights. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He had been discovered. But why did this individual have such a fierce expression? Had he committed some heinous act? Gu Shen furrowed his brow in confusion. Yet at that moment, the electronic verification was completed. He inhaled deeply, twisting the throttle fully. The heavy motorcycle roared into the night, a familiar sensation, the last time. The Raven's motorcycle had been even more ferocious, more intimidating, and more imposing. One man, one bike, hurtling toward the adversary with reckless abandon. Chapter 123, Long Night, Part 1. Boom. Mud splattered everywhere. In the narrow confines where courage prevails, the man with the pale flame in his grasp roared loudly. Though at the last moment he faltered, rolling to the side to evade the colossal wheel of the vehicle, crashing heavily into the mire. No one understood better than he the power of the heavy motorcycle he rode. A direct collision would mean his demise by this time next year. Target acquired. Target acquired. Wu Yin swiftly turned, clutching the communicator, ready to report his location at a moment's notice. But then two blinding beams of light converged, engulfing his entire field of vision. That madman. Instead of fleeing after seizing the bike, he turned back. Insanity. Buzz. The searing light rendered the world in white, as the youth controlling the heavy motorcycle stared calmly at the man. Even as the latter's vision was shrouded in defeat, unable to perceive his own form. It was as if a monarch looked down upon his subjects. An emperor surveying the common folk. In an instant, the fiery invasion began. This was not merely a clash of powers. The natural tier extraordinary being from the third layer of the deep sea, under Gu Shen's mental penetration, was rendered utterly powerless, unable to even defend himself for a single second. And he promptly lost consciousness. The heavy motorcycle sped along the riverside road. The youth leaned forward, the wind howling past his ears. While the real-time map in his glasses updated incessantly, all the red dots left behind, save for one large cross, exuding an ominous sense of impending death. Chen Mei was not pursuing him. This was utterly absurd. From the beginning until now, Chen Mei hadn't even caught a glimpse of his own figure. Yet inexplicably, this man clung to him like a leech. It was now November 25th, 10:14 p.m., with 1 hour and 42 minutes remaining. Chu Ling sighed softly. Why the sigh? Gu Shen concentrated on driving. With the enhancement of the fiery force, the heavy motorcycle's turbo engine maintained full throttle, reaching speeds of 400 kilometers per hour. Although the distance hadn't closed, judging by the current trend, it would be exceedingly difficult to shake off Chen Mei. Chu Ling expressed her concerns, saying, "Are you planning to circle around the city? At this rate, you'll never be rid of him. You previously mentioned using the fastest vehicle to escape to the safest place." Gu Shen replied calmly. "I am heading to that safe place now." In truth, there were not many places in the city that could be deemed safe, especially with him bearing the title of a suspect in the intrusion of the Nanwan building. If Chen Mei were to capture him, it would likely mean his swift demise. Both the lady and Shui Zhongqing were individuals who lived in the light of the city, while Chen Mei, a top-tier enforcer cloaked in darkness, were a nature identical to that of a raven. In many situations, they could disregard rules, akin to how Song Xiai had once struck Chen San's nephew, leaving him incapacitated, now lying in critical condition. If captured by Chen Mei, no status would avail him. In the absence of a means to evade Chen Mei, the only place that could be considered safe was singular. Chu Ling appeared puzzled. A brief silence enveloped the connection. "In the days you were disconnected, I made a friend. Someone quite formidable," Gu Shen murmured. "Sheng Xin Hui, Song Xiai." After a few seconds of pause, it seemed Chu Ling was searching for information. "The Raven is your friend?" she inquired, astonished. "Indeed," Gu Shen replied, raising his gaze to the distant crows startled from the river's surface by the mist. The tranquil night became tumultuous, and Gu Shen's expression turned somewhat reflective. He should be fighting on the riverbank now, though those individuals were not the adversaries he sought. "I wonder if the companions I bring later will evoke fear or delight." Gu Shen chuckled self-deprecatingly, murmuring, "Tonight. Whether the riverbank is secure will depend on whose fists are stronger, the Raven's or Chen Mei's." The sky loomed, almost spanning half the river. The waters surged and erupted, countless droplets splashing. Within the canopy, the water coalesced into beads, while outside, it transformed into vast patches of pale mist. A remarkable scene unfolded on the river at this moment. Without the awakening of extraordinary abilities, one could not perceive the anomalies through mental insight, thus missing this spectacle. Dozens of motorcycles surged forward amidst the tumultuous river currents, their tires colliding with the water's surface. within the realm of the canopy. The droplets appeared as remarkably solid matter, and under intense heat, some were evaporated into mist, while others defied convention, crystallizing into ice, propelling the convoy onward. The tides rose and fell. The ice shattered. Leading the charge was a man wielding a blade, gripping it in an unusually delicate manner, his presence subdued, shoulders hunched. Akin to a graceful woman, taking swift, short steps, yet his speed was astonishing, the headlights barely illuminating the hem of his garment. Even so, he could not catch up to the figure at the forefront, poised to escape the canopy at any moment. Wu Yong suddenly halted, furrowing his brow. The man, who could escape the canopy at any second, had ceased to flee. The river surged, and someone stood upon its surface. Feet pressed against the water as if a solitary boat, unarmed and clad in a thin garment, he stood tall amidst the mist, resembling a towering mountain. Not fleeing? Wu Yong scoffed coldly. A distant laugh echoed across the river. Not fleeing, but waiting for someone. The raven spoke softly, his voice piercing through the mist, resonating. Along the riverbank, just ahead lies Nanwan. Nanwan. Wu Yong frowned. This was precisely where their group had departed. A friend of mine should be nearby Nanwan at this hour, the raven remarked nonchalantly. If he encounters trouble, he will likely seek me out. This place is easy to find. Do you still have the leisure to concern yourself with other troubles? Wu Yong slowly tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. You do not understand. His troubles are my troubles. The raven chuckled and shook his head, lifting his gaze to the azure canopy, sighing. Choosing this location also has its considerations. It is sparsely populated here, allowing us to engage in combat without fear of being seen. Wu Yong felt a twitch in his eyelid, still processing the situation. The next moment, the raven raised a hand, aimed at the glowing arc of the canopy enveloping him. Boom, one punch. Just a single punch. The azure arc of the canopy bent outward, nearly shattering under the force. To be continued in the next chapter. Chapter 124, Long Night, Part 2, Boom. This punch resonated like thunder. The river's surface was filled with the sound of explosions, a manifestation so powerful it was hard to fathom it originated from a mere mortal. The fist of the crow struck the thin layer of the celestial veil above, distorting it to the brink of rupture. It was only at this moment that the extraordinary beings of the Chengxin Society's Southern Hall comprehended the deeper meaning behind the crow's previous words. He intended to shatter the celestial veil. The droplets of water on the river began to tremble violently. The celestial veil enveloped this territory, allowing the rules within to be rewritten, their greatest advantage on home ground. If the veil were to be broken, the outcome of this battle would be sealed. Kill. Wu Yong charged forward with his blade, unwavering in his assault towards the man at the river's end. This night's battle was never meant to be muddled. He saw himself as a ravenous wolf and Song Ci as a lion, ready to pounce and engage in direct confrontation where victory should have been determined long ago. As Wu Yong surged forward, the hefty fourth brother with his tiger claws followed closely behind. The riders of the convoy unsheathed their long swords and daggers, igniting the river's surface with flames, swirling with fierce winds, and echoing with thunder. The extraordinary beings of the Chengxin Society's Southern Hall surged forth, shattering the mist and ice on the river into haze and debris. At the rear of the convoy, Qi Lu steadied his sniper rifle, taking a deep breath as his keen eyes opened once more. In his line of sight, the silhouette of that man momentarily became blurred, not due to a mere dynamic shift, but a genuine fracturing. Qi Lu felt a disorienting illusion. The figure of Song Ci transformed from one into what seemed like thousands, overlapping and branching out in all directions. Wu Yong swiftly approached the crow. The man, clad in a thin flowered shirt, bore no weapons, only his fists. After 2 decades of honing his blade, on the day his adoptive father brought him to the Chengxin Society, a renowned master of swordsmanship from Yinghai personally taught him practical combat techniques. This master praised his talent, declaring him a rare genius, whose character and the spirit of swordsmanship were nearly fused. Among the techniques he learned, the fastest was the drawing of the sword. This technique was not flamboyant, lacking the grace of a swan or the fluidity of a dragon. It often manifested as a mere arc of light, only blossoming post-mortem. A masterful draw of the sword was imperceptible. The only sound was the crisp click when the blade returned to its sheath, followed by the severed head rolling to the ground, with the blade drawn out slowly, untouched by a single drop of blood, killing without a trace. On the day he set forth, his master imparted that this sword technique's essence was not the speed of the draw, but an unwavering belief in victory. As long as one harbored that conviction, the swiftest blade would always emerge, securing triumph in all encounters. However, if one lost faith in their sword, then the technique would lose its hope for victory. Wu Yong had never failed in his drawing technique. He had slain high-tier extraordinary beings more than once, and this time would be no exception. He was confident that should the crow allow him to close the distance, he could cleave him down. It was close. He was nearing. Wu Yong moved with such speed that his legs were a blur, his body nearly parallel to the river's surface, like an arrow released from a bow. His focus solely on Song Ci. The other party neither dodged nor evaded. Almost there, just as they were about to collide, the crow suddenly moved. His form became indistinct, a blur that Wu Yong could not capture with the naked eye. He felt as though a shadow had shifted before him, and within that shadow, a foot stomped down in an instant. A surge of river water erupted. Wu Yong's pupils constricted as he instinctively reached for his blade to slice through the curtain of water, but the looming sense of danger stifled his impulse. He knew this was within the realm of the celestial veil, where everything lay under his elder brother's control. The next moment, that burst of water transformed into an ethereal mist. As clarity returned, Wu Yong felt the hairs on his back stand on end. A dark shadow swept past him. Song Ci, instead of retreating, surged forward with ferocity, colliding with him. Clang. The draw of the sword was no longer a silent kill. The sound of the blade unsheathing was more jarring than the distant cawing of the crow. Wu Yong could not comprehend it all. Within a fleeting moment, Song Ci enveloped him almost completely. A palm pressed down upon his hand. He sought to draw his blade to strike, but as the long sword emerged a mere inch, it was forced back. Ultimately, the cold gleam shattered within its sheath as Song Ci withdrew his hand, allowing Wu Yong to draw, yielding only fragments of the sheath and a tightly gripped hilt. Song Ci's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any emotion, silently observing Wu Yong. He awaited his next response, but Wu Yong did nothing. After drawing the hilt, he stood frozen, as if carved from wood. In that moment, he finally understood the meaning behind his master's teachings before his departure. He possessed another long sword at his waist, yet at this moment, he lacked even the courage to draw it. He felt a profound sense of error. Song Ci was indeed a lion, but he was no ravenous wolf. He resembled a pitiful ant. Is this how it ends? Song Ci spoke softly, prompting Wu Yong to look up in bewilderment. He saw a fist, magnified in his vision, before it landed squarely on his face. The crow's punch was painful. This was common knowledge throughout the Qingxin society, but only those who had truly felt the impact knew just how agonizing it was. Boom. The water curtain shattered as Wu Yong's body was struck into the river, collapsing like a crumbling building. Unceremoniously, Song Ci delivered a powerful kick as Wu Yong fell into the water, sending his form splashing like a stone tossed into the river, creating waves after waves. Second brother. A cry of anguish echoed across the river, drawing Song Ci's attention. He surged forward, delivering a knee strike to the chin of the hefty fourth brother, who bore the tiger claws. This time, it was an aerial assault. Dozens of running figures were scattered by the imposing presence. Some attempted to catch the Southern Hall's fourth leader, but the moment they raised their hands, they regretted it, as the immense force shattered their arms. At the rear, Qi Lu, holding his rifle, did not appear pale due to the consumption of mental energy from maintaining his keen sight. Rather, it was the horrific scene before him that shocked him. One by one, figures surrounded Song Ci, only to be forcefully hurled away like sandbags. The long night on the riverbank shattered the silence. A flock of slumbering crows stirred, flapping their wings and screeching loudly. A disguised ravenous wolf mingled within the flock, savoring its feast. Chapter 125. The Long Night, Part 3. The waves surged on the river, the tides rising and falling. Song Ci remained calm. Akin to a wolf among sheep, effortlessly overpowering the champions of the Chengxin Society's southern hall. With each punch he delivered, a mist would burst forth on the river's surface, creating 1,000 delicate white ripples. Shadows flew from the fray like discarded sacks. At the onset of the declaration of war beneath the Huaji mansion, many believed that the crow would fall at the hands of Chen San's adopted sons. No one anticipated that the battle on the riverside that night would devolve into a massacre. The outcome was devoid of suspense, a complete one-sided obliteration. The heavens loomed over the cold river, yet even with the support of this vast domain, none could stand against Song Ci. And Wu Yong's proud blade technique never even had the chance to be drawn. The battle atop the great river raged on, but by now, Qi Lu had foreseen the inevitable conclusion. He possessed a single purple-silver bullet. However, this bullet could not alter the outcome, nor could it change the tide of battle. It could not change anything at all. Even with his eagle eye activated to its fullest extent, he could not catch sight of the crow. He was perpetually a beat behind, that man moving with the swiftness of lightning. "I am about to withdraw the heavens," a soft voice reached Qi Lu's ears. The mist enveloped the river, countless droplets falling, and all gazed towards the great river, unable to perceive any anomalies in the night. For the heaven's ability was to obscure vision and alter certain material properties within its domain. The master of this vast realm had been present all along on the battlefield. Standing at the furthest edge of the heavens from Song Ci, shrouded in mist, with light refracting around him, appearing almost transparent. "Is there still a chance?" The elder brother remained composed, earnestly inquiring, "If we could strike that purple-silver bullet, perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope." "Impossible," Qi Lu replied, his expression somewhat somber, the darkness in his eyes fading as he deactivated his eagle eye. To attempt to catch the crow's movements with the eagle eye, it was a complete waste of mental energy. Though reluctant, the man clutching the sniper rifle had to concede that tonight's operation was a total failure. "Even if you gave me 10 more bullets, I would still miss. For the distance is too great." Qi Lu chuckled self-deprecatingly. The crow is entirely different from the rumors. Huaji's intelligence suggested he was a reckless man elevated by his lady's support. In truth, he possesses both courage and cunning. I can't fathom a way to counter him. Unless... At this point he paused. The man standing at the river's farthest edge spoke on his behalf. "Unless Chen Mei is willing to intervene." Qi Lu fell silent, slowly nodding. Indeed, this was the only method he could conceive. Only a monster could subdue another monster. He was self-aware, understanding that his level of extraordinary power could only be deemed an ordinary mortal in the upper echelons of the world. Chen Mei would not concern himself with the matters of the Chengxin Society. He only engaged in pursuits he found enjoyable. The elder brother's transparent figure began to traverse the river, extending his arms to lift the unconscious Wu Yong and the fourth brother, resting them upon his shoulders. As he looked up, the blue arc of the heavens gradually dimmed. The elder brother's voice echoed softly, "Do not waste ammunition. Prepare for withdrawal." This message resonated in the ears of every extraordinary being who had launched an assault on Song Ci. Amidst the surging tides of the river, Song Ci stood with one hand behind his back, revealing only a single fist stained with mottled blood, none of which was his own. The crowd kept their distance, no one daring to encroach upon his 5-meter radius. This layer of heavens served as both protection and a prison. The minutes spent in combat with Song Ci felt as though they spanned a century. Upon hearing the command to retreat, everyone exhaled in relief. If possible, they wished never to face the crow again, not even for a second. However, the subtle shifts in the expressions of these extraordinary beings did not escape Song Ci's perception. "Are you planning to leave?" The crow chuckled softly, slowly turning his gaze towards a misty direction on the river. "Have you perhaps misjudged something?" That glance sent a shiver down the spine of the elder brother standing at the edge of the heavens. In this realm, vision was distorted. Those outside could not see the internal scene, and likewise, even those within should not be able to see themselves clearly. "I previously stated, I await at the riverside. When you arrive, I will release them." The crow sighed softly. "My lady has always taught me that one must conduct affairs with righteousness, to stand firm in one's convictions." At this, he gazed towards the distant riverbank dam, the superficial catalyst for tonight's events. That unfortunate soul, dragged from the third level of Huaji for a violation, had met his end by his own kin's purple-silver bullet, his life's blood drained away. I am prepared to release them. Yet, you persist in your pursuit. The crow stated softly, in the rules of the underworld. There should be no clause that protects your actions, right? If you wish to eliminate me, be ready for the same fate. These words fell upon the ears of the extraordinary beings like a final judgment. Each Qingxin society extraordinary being preparing to withdraw tensed anew, steeling themselves for another confrontation. Do you wish to negotiate? The same words, however, resonated differently in the elder brother's ears. To him, if the crow merely sought to eliminate his group, then given the crow's strength, this battle would have concluded long ago. There was no need for him to lure them from the river dam to the vicinity of South Bay, nor to prolong the encounter. Accompanied by this voice, a hazy figure gradually approached from the river, countless suspended droplets swirling around him, forming an icy bridge upon the water's surface. He bore the two adopted brothers, and the crowd parted to create a path. Su Cha, the elder brother, spoke slowly, introducing himself before complimenting. I have long heard of the crow's unparalleled might in the northern city. Witnessing it tonight, it is indeed as rumored. Song Si couldn't help but chuckle. Yet it was merely a laugh. Such laughter felt dry, lacking genuine satisfaction or joy, instead evoking a sense of mockery and disdain. In truth, the crow bore no contempt for Su Cha. He merely found the situation amusing. To flatter an opponent after defeat was not in his nature. Just as he had commanded a retreat upon realizing the tide of battle had turned against him. Should one label the opponent as spineless, or simply astute in assessing the situation? The crow scrutinized the last man to appear, having long discerned his hiding place. He lacked an eagle eye and possessed no artifacts to aid his vision. All he had were his fists and a heart filled with sincerity. Thus, closing his eyes would yield clearer sight. At the moment he unleashed that punch, the heavens trembled, the vast domain nearing collapse. The extraordinary being maintaining this realm would undoubtedly have to exert greater force, yet the only place remaining unaffected and stable was where the mist enveloped Su Cha. Su Cha was overly cautious, fearing detection by the crow, and this very caution was all too clear. After that punch, the crow abandoned the idea of shattering the heavens. Su Cha was correct. Once the battle lost its suspense, the crow's goal was no longer to vanquish his opponent, but to ensure the situation remained within his control. The battlefield was shifting. They were moving to the South Bay region. Everything he had done from the very beginning had only one true purpose: to buy time for Gu Shen to proceed to the South Bay mansion and retrieve information from the closed-circuit master console. While he needed to buy time for Gu Shen, at the very least ensuring these individuals could not return. Most importantly, he had promised his lady not to cause a disturbance. I have heard that Master Chun Sen has threatened to skin me alive, Song Si spoke softly. Although my adoptive father never breaks his word, that statement was indeed born out of fury and should not be taken literally. Su Cha chuckled lightly. However, you must understand that he holds his loved ones in high regard. Thus, his anger over the previous incident was justifiable. Su Cha shifted his tone, revealing that after making his appearance, he did not display any subservience, skillfully managing the pressure imposed by the crow. Last time, it was the lady who intervened to smooth things over for you. Should you unleash a massacre tonight, she would be unable to protect you. Upon hearing this, Song Si narrowed his eyes and fell silent. According to the rules, both parties should release their captives, and tonight should not have escalated into further conflict. However, with Su Cha's men taking action, the crow retaliated, thus breaching the code mutually, which could be justified within the bounds of their principles. If anyone were to act with malice, ultimately leading to the demise of a significant figure, the nature of the affair would change entirely. Su Cha was a cunning individual. In truth, their purpose for this venture was to eliminate the crow. If they were indeed successful, the repercussions would be manageable. They could bear the consequences. Conversely, the situation for the crow was different. Song Si was neither willing to bear the costs, nor did he find it worthwhile to slay the 4 adopted sons of Chun Sen before him. In his eyes, they did not constitute important figures, nor were they worth such a sacrifice. Observing Song Si's silence, Su Cha became even more convinced that his previous words had prompted the other party to engage in serious contemplation. Thus, he continued, "Let us put tonight's matters to rest. This would be the best outcome for us both. The lady will not hold you accountable, and we can mend our relationship." The crow closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. A faint murmur arose from the crowd, but Su Cha patiently raised his hand to signal for silence, awaiting a response. After a considerable time, the crow's voice echoed across the river. "Tonight, I shall spare you, and let this matter be bygone." Finally, it was coming to an end. The bodies of the tense extraordinary beings had yet to display any semblance of joy. The crow's voice resonated once more. "Su Cha, this should be the response you long to hear, is it not?" Chapter 126. The Long Night. End. The man before me bears a striking resemblance to the one I encountered earlier. With his eyes closed, lost in deep contemplation, it took him a moment to recall the name of that individual. He opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "I remember now. He is Chun San's nephew, named Chen Jingtan. For reasons unknown, it seems you all perceive me as an astute individual, harboring intricate thoughts and engaging in actions driven by distant and convoluted motives. Do I truly appear to be such a person?" Su Cha was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the crow with a complex expression, pondering whether he was not indeed this kind of person, feigning weakness to lure the enemy into a vulnerable position before striking, a strategy not devised by one with a simple mind. Song Ci sighed softly, reflecting thus, "What you say and do is fundamentally the same. Either you leverage your reputation or engage in analysis of pros and cons. Why can't you express your innermost thoughts?" Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition stirred within Su Cha. He instinctively took a couple of steps back, distancing himself from this perilous individual. "You say so much, but it's merely fear of being struck, isn't it?" Su Cha smirked slightly. Who would speak so openly? Unfortunately, the crow was precisely that type of person. Song Ci remarked coolly, "If you fear being hit, you could simply beg for mercy. That would be the most straightforward approach, wouldn't it? Things wouldn't have to be so complex." At that very moment, an overwhelming pressure suddenly emanated from before him. Su Cha's eyes widened as he beheld a fist rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. He stomped down, and in an instant, countless droplets of water spiraled around him, forming a solid barrier of water waves just as the fist made contact, yet it shattered upon impact. Crack! The water barrier disintegrated in an instant. Su Cha was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, blood droplets cascading through the air. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that no one had time to react. By the moment they realized the crow had struck, everything had already concluded. Song Ci vanished from his original position, reappearing where Su Cha had stood. For him, taking a step back or retreating 10 steps bore no distinction. The action was executed in the blink of an eye. As Su Cha lost consciousness, the heavens above shattered, the pale blue arc of light transforming into a myriad of fluttering fireflies, the once solid ice bridge over the river crumbling into fine particles, and the previously stagnant river mist swiftly dissipating in the gusting wind. As the fog cleared, the cold river in the long night became discernible. The battle flames, which seemed to have extinguished, reignited in that moment, only for the heavy motorcycles accompanying the convoy to lose the ice bridge's support and slowly descend into the river. The headlights extinguished, and the radiance faded. The remaining conscious members of the Chengxin society belatedly realized that this long night was far darker than anticipated. Just when they thought all had concluded, Song Ci had irrationally taken action. Was he intent on utterly destroying the peace between the north and south of the Chengxin society? So be it. Unexpectedly, after defeating Su Cha, Song Ci merely returned his hands to his pockets. He no longer intended to strike. Addressing the only individual in the convoy with authority, Qi Lu, with a calm demeanor, "Take your brothers back to Nanwan. They are all alive. Find a hospital. And they'll be fine in 10 days or half a month." Qi Lu stared intently at the crow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What in the world was this damned man thinking to dare take action? After striking Su Cha, did he believe he could pretend nothing had transpired tonight? Qi Lu understood that after this night, his adoptive father's wrath would be unleashed upon the Huaji, the Zhao family, and this man who defied the rules of combat. A tremendous upheaval would soon sweep through the underbelly of the city. It's almost time. Chu Ling alerted. I've pinpointed the Crow's location. He is currently downstream on the Nanwan River, not far from here. The riverside duel has shifted. Gu Shen vaguely surmised Song Si's intentions. Realizing he was aware of his position in Nanwan, thus hoping he could find him more swiftly. Perhaps it was because Chun Mei had not appeared on the front lines, prompting such a decision. Gu Shen murmured to himself, though based on my understanding of the Crow, he does not strike me as a meticulous individual. Can you monitor the situation over there? Very difficult, Chu Ling replied swiftly. By exploiting deep-sea permissions. I can track his location, but there are very few cameras along the Nanwan riverside. I've activated a few nearby dormant drones. Yet the area over the river is shrouded in a field, obscuring the drone's view entirely. This is to prevent ordinary people from wandering into the battlefield. Gu Shen narrowed his eyes, concern etched on his face. It seems the extraordinary members of the Chengxin Society's Southern Hall are thoroughly prepared. Can the Crow withstand it? There are no anomalies in life signs. He does not appear injured, Chu Ling noted, then suddenly added, wait, just now. The field has been lifted. She fell silent. As Gu Shen drove towards the river, a mix of curiosity and trepidation filled him. What is the state of the battle? It's over. Chu Ling replied with a peculiar tone. Song Si is unscathed, while the Chengxin Society has been utterly defeated. According to the records, the outcome of this battle was not in doubt. Yet the disparity in strength should not have been so pronounced. Chen San's 4 adopted sons were no ordinary figures, at the very least. They were extraordinary beings of the 8th layer of the deep sea. Su Cha was an extraordinary being of the 10th layer of the natural system. The moment the field was lifted, I captured a segment of footage. Ding, an image captured by the drone materialized before Gu Shen's eyes. Within the mist, a pale blue arc of light flickered as an expansive field, resembling a celestial canopy, shattered apart, revealing a figure sent flying in utter disarray, propelled backward. An extraordinary being of the 10th layer had been struck nearly 100 meters away by a single punch. Merely observing this footage from Su Cha's perspective made Gu Shen wince in sympathy. With a complex expression, he murmured, Did Song Si say he could take down 20 of me with one punch? Was he being conservative? Song Si had never connected to the deep water zone, so his true strength remained a mystery. Chu Ling noted, however, based on his performance in conquering the Chengxin Society's Northern Hall, his achievements in the deep water zone suggest he is likely at the 11th layer. But that punch just now was not something an ordinary 11th layer individual could deliver. Chen San's 4 adopted sons had suffered a significant blow. They had grossly misjudged Song Si's capabilities. The mental connection in the deep water zone could only serve as a foundational assessment. It failed to accurately gauge an individual's strength. The deeper one descends into the deep water zone, the more it indicates a comprehensive mastery over one's extraordinary powers, theoretically enhancing combat effectiveness. Yet actual combat is an entirely different matter. This individual is an unconventional combat genius, relying on instinctive actions. Chu Ling analyzed rapidly, stating, many of Song Si's actions cannot be interpreted through conventional reasoning. It's as if he possesses an incredibly sensitive radar, requiring no excessive deliberation. By simply following his instincts, he can unleash formidable combat prowess. Gu Shen cast a wary glance behind him, catching sight of a shadowy vehicle trailing in the distance. Chen Mei was hot on his heels. The 2 vehicles were gradually drawing closer. Dare I inquire, can this radar perceive my presence? He chose to shift the battlefield, likely driven by instinct. Chu Ling suggested, let us not overthink it, we should drive straight there. Gu Shen glanced at the fuel gauge, realizing that this heavy motorcycle, while fast, had a voracious appetite. After escaping from the Nanwan Tower to the riverside, it was nearly out of fuel. He took a deep breath, turning the throttle to its limit. Roar! The heavy motorcycle roared forth, burning its last reserves of gasoline, charging towards the riverside. Retreat! Qi Lu issued his final command. In this battle, they suffered a devastating defeat. Members of the convoy, treading upon the river surface coated with a thin layer of ice shards, supported each other as they approached the riverbank. After the sky shattered, even their retreat became a laborious task, necessitating a nature-based extraordinary being to forge an escape route. Just as the extraordinary members of the Chengxin society prepared to depart in despair, a resounding roar pierced the long night. Some looked up in astonishment, their eyes drawn to a blinding beam of light that shattered the darkness. It was a heavy motorcycle soaring over the riverbank guardrail, fueled by the last boiling blood of its tank. Some noticed the stopwatch emblem intricately etched on the side of the motorcycle. Was this reinforcement? Qi Lu felt a sense of bewilderment. He soon realized this was not reinforcement. He had never witnessed a lone reinforcement before. What was this situation? Then, a second roar echoed. The guardrail along the riverside shattered completely, followed closely by a second motorcycle crashing through the barrier, soaring forth. It was reinforcement. Someone shouted excitedly. Everyone recognized the rider of the second motorcycle, the curly-haired, brooding young man. Qi Lu squinted against the brilliance, yet he still identified the individual. For the young man named Chun Mei was simply too radiant. Qi Lu suddenly grasped that his previous assumption was flawed. A lone reinforcement could indeed be feasible, provided that the arriving individual possessed sufficient strength. The road was elevated, with a height differential of several dozen meters from the riverbank, thus requiring a guardrail for protection. Yet, at this moment, fragments of the guardrail flew alongside the two motorcycles. The biting cold wind howled fiercely. Chun Mei released his grip from the handlebars, propelling the vehicle into the air, and at the moment of weightlessness, he crouched atop the motorcycle as if standing on a wooden plank. Suddenly exerting force, the entire heavy motorcycle beneath him erupted like fireworks. With a resounding boom, this explosion of color illuminated the long night. Amidst the countless sparks, he descended like a meteor. Gu Shen twisted the handlebars to their utmost limit, but alas, no matter how he twisted the throttle, he could not accelerate. He could only watch helplessly as, in that moment of detonation, Chen Mei collided with him like a shooting star. At that instant, Song Xiai, standing alone on the cold river, suddenly moved. Two pairs of flip-flop-clad legs collided, fireworks bursting forth, illuminating the long night with brilliance. Chapter 127. United in battle, a thunderous explosion erupted above the river, scattering two figures upon collision. The event transpired in a flash, leaving onlookers bewildered. As if a bolt of lightning had struck overhead, igniting gasoline into a cacophony of flames that burst forth like fireworks, ephemeral yet radiant, illuminating the vast river as if it were day. Only Gu Shen comprehended the gravity of the moment, for he had truly felt the intense shockwave that surged from behind him. Chen Mei's whip kick was aimed directly at him. This was a force he could not withstand. With his scalp tingling, Gu Shen pressed himself against the back of the vehicle, striving to minimize the impact's lethality while utilizing the ferocious momentum to hasten his descent into the river. Splash! The fierce flames rained down around him, and the light flickered out. Song Xiai and Chun Mei exchanged a kick, both retreating to positions 100 meters apart on the riverbank. The crows fluttered lightly in the breeze, maintaining a relaxed stance, though the muscles in their legs quivered slightly. Meanwhile, the curly-haired youth Chun Mei, clad in heavy attire, appeared outwardly unperturbed, though his breathing was somewhat erratic. The group led by Qi Lu swiftly gathered behind Chen Mei, abandoning their previous intentions. Indeed, the crow was formidable. Yet now their strongest combatants had arrived at the riverbank. This battle was far from over. Are you all right? The crow cast a sidelong glance behind, spotting a rather disheveled figure in the water, clinging to a thin sheet of floating ice, struggling to regain balance. The water barely reached his knees. Gu Shen braced himself on the thin ice, looking up at Song Xiai, standing firm on the river, quietly marveling. I thought it was merely talk. How is this possible? It's nothing extraordinary. Those endowed with domains can achieve such feats, the crow replied nonchalantly. How about you? Are you injured? Gu Shen managed a wry smile and shook his head. Nothing serious, just feeling a bit suffocated. That last strike felt like a bomb went off at my back. The sensation was akin to when the followers of the long-lasting foundation detonated a large quantity of trinitrotoluene on Lipu Street. If anything, it was more intense. The forces on the river began to coalesce into two opposing factions. Qi Lu's group of extraordinary individuals reorganized, appearing emboldened. The crow's gaze remained fixed on Chen Mei, a smile gradually forming on his face. Chun Mei's expression was truly ghastly. His furious pursuit indicated that Gu Shen must have succeeded in some way. Song Si sighed in genuine amazement. It's truly remarkable that you, an extraordinary being without a domain, managed to escape so far from him. Mr. Chui and his wife did not misjudge you. You are indeed a rare talent. Gu Shen was indifferent to such praise, slowly raising his middle finger towards the composed crow. In truth, the infiltration of the South Bay building had been fraught with peril, but it was now over. You guessed correctly. The South Bay building has a closed-circuit master control, and I retrieved the data within. They likely remain unaware of this. Gu Shen whispered. Chun Mei chased me because the alarm was triggered during my intrusion into the South Bay building. His sense of smell is acute. He tracked me despite the severed clues. Without leads, yet able to pursue you. Was it due to a deep-sea intervention? The crow regarded Gu Shen with a knowing look. He understood well that infiltrating the South Bay building was an exceptionally challenging task, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt an unwavering trust in Gu Shen's capabilities from the outset. The crow's instincts were astute. The existence of a closed-circuit master control in the South Bay building was merely conjecture on my part, an unverified guess, though I am uncertain how you accomplished it. Song Si, disregarding the earlier middle finger gesture, gave a thumbs up to Gu Shen, declaring, I just want to say 2 words, impressive. What do you plan to do with this mess? Gu Shen remained prone on the ice, having activated the measure of truth since crashing through the guardrail, enveloping his face in a steamy haze. Thus far, no one had witnessed his true visage. He felt a twinge of wariness regarding the curly-haired youth in the distance, who seemed far from the pampered son of a politician. Rather, he resembled a wild dog gone mad. Just escape. I'll hold him off, the crow spoke softly. I've longed to confront Chun Mei, and now I finally have the opportunity. I owe you my gratitude. And those other individuals? Gu Shen squinted, shifting his gaze toward Qi Lu's group. They? Merely a rabble, Song Si scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. After expressing his contempt, the crow earnestly cautioned Gu Shen, of course, rabble is in reference to me. Be careful when you flee. The one named Qi Lu possesses a silver bullet. If it hits you, it could be fatal. Leave the riverbank and seek out either Mrs. Chui or Mr. Chui. Anyone will do. Now that the data from the closed-circuit master control has been acquired, securing the informant's information will ensure victory in tonight's conflict. Do not be deceived by the current calmness of the riverbank. Many eyes are watching this place. Tonight, they will not sleep. Song Si stated calmly, soon, more will arrive, more and more. As the crowd grows, the situation will become increasingly complex. And when that time comes, accountability will become a tangled affair. The crow had promised Mrs. Chui not to initiate provocations, and he had indeed adhered to this. His actions in the Flower District were only in response to the other party's violations of the rules. During the meeting at the riverbank, the crow had upheld his commitment to release those who had come. If a thorough investigation were to occur, the one who fired the first shot would indeed be from Chen San's side. So, just do as I say. He spoke softly, shifting his position to stand before Gu Shen. Flee. Gu Shen raised his head, noticing the crow's demeanor was relaxed, as if everything was under control. Yet, was it truly so? Song Si's palm trembled slightly, a subtle but discernible movement that did not escape Gu Shen's attention. This man was anxious. The dispute of the night could be traced back to Qin Jingtan, whom he had recently injured. If the turmoil escalated as Song Si predicted, would Chen San be able to contain the situation upon his arrival? Escape, Gu Shen murmured softly, gathering his myriad thoughts. He then shook his head resolutely. I will not flee. I intend to remain here, to fight alongside you. Chapter 128. The Gunshot, a Common Battle? Song Si nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this phrase. Do you realize that when the fighting begins, the shockwaves might very well obliterate you? I have no time to babysit you. The crow coldly remarked, when I tell you to scram, you ought to leave promptly. Do not entertain notions of heroism. This is not your moment to step forward. He understood. Gu Shen possessed remarkable talent. Yet, at this moment, Gu Shen had not yet matured. And engaging in combat at the level of extraordinary beings like Chun Mei could lead to devastating consequences. Individuals of Gu Shen's caliber were far too vulnerable to collateral damage. Rest assured, I cherish my life and possess a keen self-awareness, hence I never act recklessly. Gu Shen lay on the icy surface, his expression devoid of emotion. I kindly ask that when the fighting ensues, you keep your distance, for I wish to prolong my existence. However, there is one thing I must convey. Tonight, I shall remain here, nowhere else. The crow furrowed his brow. He could not comprehend Gu Shen's choice at this moment. Your previous comment has reminded me. Since Cui Zhongqing is already monitoring the battle at the riverside, then seeking him out would indeed be too slow. Gu Shen spoke softly. After all this time, it seems you are yet unaware of my true identity. Does your identity hold any significance? The crow found this somewhat amusing. This young man, so tender in years. What identity could he possibly possess? Could it be that young Mr. Cui would send someone to ensure his protection? There was no time for further contemplation. He rotated his fists, the bones crackling with a sound like snapping twigs. In the distance, Chenmei surged forward, causing the river's surface to erupt in a series of water columns. The crow also began to run. The two collided instantly, exchanging powerful strikes. Both were immensely formidable combatants, their physical forms as solid as iron. Each punch echoed with the sound of air being shattered, and the clash resonated like the ringing of metal, so close that the very air could rupture eardrums. Was this all part of your scheme? In that moment of confrontation, Chun Mei's languid voice was laced with barely contained fury. You deliberately arranged this duel at the riverside to attract the extraordinary beings of South Hall, then sent someone to infiltrate the South Bay Tower? I fail to grasp what you are implying, the crow replied, his expression unchanged. Do not presume I am too clever. I am merely a brute. Could a brute devise such an intricate plan? You are shielding a criminal, Chenmei coldly stated, fully aware of the implications. A criminal? What criminal? The crow chuckled. I'm not acquainted with him. I merely disapprove of your actions. As for your claims of infiltration, where lies your evidence? Chenmei was rendered speechless. Indeed, he had no evidence. Moreover, he could not explain how he had managed to label that youth as a suspect amidst the lockdown of the tower and the alarm being lifted in the deep sea. Without evidence, I might have to accuse you of slander. The crow was all too familiar with the meaning behind Chenmei's expression. It appeared that the individuals within the South Bay Tower truly lacked any proof. Chenmei was no longer interested in engaging in fruitless conversation or entanglements. At this juncture, he had confirmed that the crow was indeed shielding the youth, and his objective was straightforward, to eliminate the source of the issue. However, an enormous complication lay before him. The two exchanged a punch, stepping back to reassess, both feeling a surge of blood within. Even extraordinary beings, possessing bodies of steel, remained mortal. Each strike, each collision, though seemingly evenly matched, was a drain on their vitality. Has no one taught you that fighting requires focus? The crow positioned himself before Chenmei, adept at placing himself between Chenmei and Gu Shen. It was clear he had discerned Chenmei's intentions. His goal was simple, to impede Chenmei and engage in combat alongside him. Are you still preoccupied with other matters? Song Ci extended his pinky finger towards Chenmei, playfully beckoning him. I have eagerly anticipated this clash. You must not let me down. It was now November 25th, 7 p.m. Chu Ling's voice resonated once more. Cui Zhongqing's permissions cannot be tracked. Lu Nanji's permissions cannot be tracked. Just now, I attempted to confirm their locations, but to no avail. However, it is certain that a considerable number of extraordinary beings are approaching the riverside of South Bay. They are expected to arrive within 15 minutes. Gu Shen lay on the icy surface, half his body submerged in the river, feeling no chill. A fiery ember burned at his brow, surrounding him with a mist of white heat, the river water evaporating from his proximity. 15 minutes, you say? He pondered over Chu Ling's words. The reason he had uttered the notion of a common battle was not due to a lack of rationality. On the contrary, it was a decision reached after profound contemplation. This night, he would remain at the riverside. To distance himself from the battle may provide safety, yet it was not his desire. Clearly, Cui Zhongqing had been watching him closely, from the stone carving of Su Mu to the fog of Yuandan Street. Gu Shen had repeatedly sought to uncover the truth behind the old man's glasses, yearning to understand how Cui Zhongqing regarded him. From the moment Shui Zhongqing orchestrated his arrival in the capital, he had woven an elaborate web, attempting to ensnare the shadowy puppeteer behind the long-term foundation. Thus, with the compass in his possession, Gu Shen had become the most critical pawn. Remaining at the riverside was, in truth, his way of presenting himself as a test to Shui Zhongqing. Perhaps Shui Zhongqing did not care for the crow, nor for the sincerity of the association, nor for numerous other matters. But he certainly cared for Gu Shen. If he did not wish for Gu Shen to meet his end here, he ought to conclude this matter swiftly. The crux lay here. Through this trial, Gu Shen sought to ascertain how many pairs of eyes were scrutinizing him, and from whence those eyes originated. How much longer until the closed-circuit host's information is decrypted? Gu Shen inquired. Unknown, Chu Ling replied. In the absence of information, employing exhaustive methods to decipher the key yields no certainties regarding the timeline. If all goes well, it could be completed in the next second, but if delayed, it may take days, such is the nature of the endeavor. This response was hardly promising. Naturally, the sooner the information stored in the 39th layer of the closed-circuit host was decrypted, the better. One more question, Gu Shen continued. Based on the residual information from the South Bay Tower, can we identify the infiltrator? After infiltrating the tower, he maintained continuous contact with Chu Ling. The one who is involved often finds themselves perplexed. He had exerted all efforts to ensure no traces remained, fearing the repercussions of leaving behind evidence that could lead to future inquiries. Previously, Chun Mei's pursuit had instilled the greatest pressure upon Gu Shen, primarily due to the relentless murderous intent that lacked reason. Should he be apprehended, death would be instantaneous. Chun Mei would grant him no opportunity to plead his case. In the hands of the butcher, I am but meat. Yet, the situation would differ in 15 minutes. Without evidence, all suspicions from the South Bay Tower would crumble, and Chun Mei would possess no grounds, no rationale, nor any justification to act against him. Gu Shen, be wary of Qi Lu. Chu Ling's sudden alertness broke through Gu Shen's thoughts. Gu Shen raised his head. In the distance, the river mist shattered and reformed, obscuring all vision with swirling fog and fierce winds. He could see nothing, only a haze of broken water vapor. The shattered mists of water and the swirling winds are the masterpieces of Chun Mei and Song Xiai, two top-tier extraordinary beings, even while restraining their strikes, continue to disturb the tranquility of the great river. In such circumstances, approaching the battlefield is an act of folly. Without sufficient strength, any reckless advance could result in unintended harm. This is also the reason why Gu Shen, positioned on the opposite bank of the battlefield, refrains from hastily departing. In his perspective, the extraordinary beings of Qingxin society cannot breach the main battlefield to launch an attack against him. Thus he possesses ample time. Be cautious of Qi Lu. The moment Chu Ling's voice resounded, Gu Shen's pupils constricted. Qi Lu has activated his eagle eye for the third time, and this time, his target is no longer Song Xiai. The eagle eye gazes over the vast river, where hundreds of afterimages densely populate the surface. Two equally matched top-tier offensive extraordinary beings occupy the majority of the eagle eye's view, and extending to the horizon, amidst the gaps between those afterimages. A block of solidified floating ice can be faintly discerned. On that floating ice rests a youth. Chun Mei had just informed him that as they rushed to the riverbank, the South Bay building had encountered an invasion, and this unknown youth is likely the intruder. Qi Lu has an inkling of what is to come this night. Soon, more and more individuals will arrive, and when the numbers swell, simple matters can become exceedingly complex. While he still has the opportunity to fire, he resolves to simplify a certain intricate situation. Qi Lu activates the eagle eye, loading a standard red-silver bullet into the chamber. The eagle eye reveals that the youth's strength is quite ordinary, rendering it unnecessary to employ the purple-silver bullet. With the loading completed, he silently sets up the sniper rifle by the riverbank, aiming the muzzle at Gu Shen on the floating ice. Without a hint of hesitation, from loading the bullet to positioning the rifle, and finally pulling the trigger, the entire process is executed with remarkable swiftness and without forewarning. No one could foresee such an abrupt action. Thus, in the depths of the night, a resounding bang. The gun fires. Amidst the howling winds on the river, the cacophony surrounds, rendering the gunshot relatively subdued. The gust of wind accompanying the bullet shatters droplets of water, producing a sound that is nearly negligible. Yet, in its silence lies the deadliest of threats. In an instant, the red-silver bullet traverses over 100 meters. From this end to that end. From Qi Lu to Gu Shen. The trajectory lingers in the air, perfect and resplendent, as if someone had drawn a straight, lethal line, a veritable work of art meticulously crafted. Following the gunshot, the floating ice shatters. A spray of bright crimson mist erupts forth. Chapter 129, The One Behind a Hit. Through the gaze of the hawk-eyed sniper, the great river's waters entwined with mist spiraled into a tempest. Despite the obscured vision, a splash of crimson was discernible in the distant fog, unmistakably indicating that the red-silver bullet had struck its target. Yet, Qi Lu felt no elation. Instead, an unsettling trepidation began to spread within him. The impact of the red-silver bullet should not have unleashed such a massive spray of blood. Once the formidable logical material penetrated the human body, the extraordinary powers of the target would spiral out of control. A truly effective shot ought to be silent and discreet, leaving no trace of a disturbance. The boy should have perished quietly, like a crushed beetle. Yet, the reality was starkly different. What on earth transpired with this shot? Qi Lu concentrated all his mental energy, forcibly narrowing his hawk-eyed vision to magnify the distant blurred scene. Gradually, he discerned the clear image of the floating ice ahead, the trajectory of the red-silver bullet, and the faint blood mist dissipating in the wind. A more intense hue of crimson burned through the river's fog, appearing from afar like a blood mist, yet in truth, it resembled a blazing fire mist, expanding and wafting, ultimately lingering at the boy's brow. In that moment, as Qi Lu maximized his gaze, a chilling realization struck him. A piercing force surged from the wisp of fire mist, assaulting him with an unyielding intensity, akin to a mental blade that could be transmitted through mere sight. All it took was a direct gaze for it to sink into his heart. Ugh! At that moment, Qi Lu's already strained mental energy suffered further damage, causing his consciousness to spiral uncontrollably. Accompanied by a muffled groan, blood trickled from the corner of his lips. This boy is a mental-type extraordinary being, possessing an exceptionally unique ability that seemingly allows him to transmit through direct eye contact. In a sense, the hawk-eyed sniper had inadvertently amplified the boy's lethality. Yet, this very eye contact assured Qi Lu that the boy's strength was not formidable. Had he been matched against a mental-type powerhouse of equal caliber, the outcome of that gaze would have been decisive. Very well. I've uncovered the truth. He swallowed the metallic taste in his throat, suppressing his discomfort, and resolutely readied his sniper rifle once more. This time, he did not load a red-silver bullet, but rather a purple-silver one. The moment Chu Ling spoke, Gu Shen sensed a looming crisis. His fiery instincts were quicker than Chu Ling's warning, heeding his inner alarm. He turned his head just as a streak of blood-red lines sliced through the river, narrowly grazing his forehead. The red-silver bullet grazed his flesh, inflicting no significant harm, merely drawing forth a trickle of blood. Yet the firestorm surged forth with a howl. The bullet, forged from formidable logical material, bore a deadly potency against extraordinary beings, as its inherent order suppressed the chaotic forces within them. Yet, what astonished Gu Shen was the phenomenon that ensued. The wound on his forehead, scraped due to the bullet's blistering speed, produced tiny droplets of blood that burst forth, transforming into a sprawling mist of crimson. This was the typical reaction of red-silver material when it came into contact with the blood of extraordinary beings. Chu Ling whispered, "This bullet, which is exceedingly toxic to ordinary extraordinary beings, has limited efficacy against you." As the firestorm spread, enveloping Gu Shen's blood, the blood tainted by red-silver encountered an even greater order, retracting rather than expanding, and was drawn into the fire mist. Your power is not chaotic but ordered, and the order of red-silver pales in comparison to yours. Chu Ling continued. Of course, this merely indicates that the corrosive effect of the logical material on you is minimal. If struck directly by the bullet, that would be a different story. Is that so? Gu Shen mused, touching his wound, finding it surprisingly devoid of pain. Incredible. His fiery abilities, in a sense, re-established the order of matter. The red-silver bullet, which sought to impose disorder, could not disrupt his firestorm. Rather, it would be eradicated by his own order. Thus, it seemed the corrosive effect of the logical material bullet on him would be negligible. What remained to consider was the imminent penetrating force of the attack. Then, all I need do is evade the bullet. Gu Shen gazed into the distance, inhaling deeply. Flames flickered at his brow, and his mental energy radiated outward like a formidable barrier. Qi Lu's profile indicated that his ability was Hawkeye, a near-perfect marksmanship honed by nature. The hawk-eyed sniper possessed exceptional dynamic vision, making it nearly impossible to evade his gaze unless one was as swift as Song Ci. Gu Shen scarcely shifted his position. He understood fully his speed was nowhere near sufficient to escape the hawk-eyed sniper's pursuit. Attempting to evade and cause Qi Lu to misfire was nearly inconceivable. To move or remain still mattered not. The moment the hawk-eyed sniper fixed his gaze upon him, he could launch a mental strike, or even hypnotize him. Gu Shen murmured softly, "It's a pity that my mental energy is insufficient. These are merely distractions." Earlier, when Qi Lu had focused his hawkeye, Gu Shen had already initiated a mental strike. However, the disparity in their strengths was pronounced. That attack, though thwarted, placed a burden on Qi Lu. Yet he could still endure it. But, to divert the bullet, mere distraction would suffice. The next time the hawkeye locked on, he would concentrate all his mental energy to mount an offensive. Victory or defeat would hinge on a mere instant. Gu Shen recognized that evading the sniper's shot was his singular opportunity. During his previous confrontation with Song Ci, Qi Lu had likely activated his hawkeye more than once, his mental energy teetering on the brink of collapse. How many more shots could he fire? If Gu Shen could cause a deviation in Qi Lu's hawkeye, given the treacherous conditions of the river, should another shot be fired, Qi Lu's mindset would surely shift dramatically. Come on. Gu Shen summoned his spirit, gathering every ounce of focus. He awaited the sniper's second gaze, as the first red-silver bullet tore through the river, shattering droplets in its wake and leaving a long, scarlet trail. Song Ci and Chun Mei were locked in a fierce battle. The sound of the gunshot was faint, but for extraordinary beings of their caliber, even the slightest sound could not escape their perception. Chun Mei remained unperturbed, seizing Song Ci's wrists and thrusting them into a struggle for dominance. Damn it! A sneak attack. Song Ci's pupils contracted, without any constraints. He could have caught the bullet in time, yet the action of grasping it was rendered impossible as Chun Mei pulled him into this prolonged contest, forcing him to watch helplessly as the bullet soared across the river. Fortunately, Gu Shen's abilities were somewhat unique. Therefore, the bullet ultimately caused him no harm. His expression darkened as he focused on the distant Qi Lu. "Are you concerned for that boy?" Chun Mei inquired softly. "Perhaps you should think about how to deal with me instead." The crow murmured, "Tonight, it is a battle between you and me. I have no interest in fighting you. My only goal is him." Chun Mei turned his gaze back to Gu Shen, the fiery glow in the distance causing him to squint involuntarily. He then returned his focus to Song Ci, stating coolly, "As for whether he lives or dies, it's really of no consequence." This remark was merely directed at the crow. He had discerned that the crow cared deeply for the fate of the boy. Indeed, he was deeply concerned. The youth had successfully infiltrated the South Bay Tower this night and had managed to escape. He must uncover the truth behind this matter. If possible, Chun Mei did not wish to directly eliminate Gu Shen. Qi Lu's eagle eye could guarantee 100% accuracy, and the next bullet loaded into the sniper rifle would be a silver-purple round. Chun Mei cautioned, "The only thing that can intercept this bullet is you. What do you wish to convey?" The crow's forehead throbbed with veins. "What I wish to say is, the time left for you is limited." Chun Mei spoke slowly. Indeed, it was running out. At the moment those words fell, he glanced back slightly, and in that fleeting glance, the entire world seemed to slow its pace. On the other side of the river, Qi Lu stood with his rifle poised, his statue-like stance momentarily trembling, his facial muscles contorting in a grimace, a reaction to the recoil at the moment of firing. The flash of the silver-purple bullet blossomed in the decelerated flow of time, resembling a blooming ghost flower, both enchanting and lethal. Song Ci's full attention was fixated on that bullet, and in the world where time had decelerated, his blurred figure barely regained normalcy. As he turned, a look of astonishment flowed from his eyes. He gazed in disbelief at Chen Mei. The only one unaffected by the slowed passage of time was Chen Mei. In an instant, he broke free from the stalemate. Bending his knees, lowering his body, and treading water, every movement was exceptionally fluid. In this decelerated world, his speed was even swifter than that of the silver-purple bullet, and the entire river fell into an eerie silence. An invisible domain unfurled. This realm emanated from Chen Mei, whose forehead glimmered with an alarming silver light, while time ambled slowly, leaving him untouched. In the archives of the sincere meeting, there was no record of Chen Mei's abilities. He rarely encountered worthy adversaries to warrant the activation of this domain. Throughout this confrontation, his objective remained clear, not to vanquish the crow, but to take Gu Shen away. And thus he was perpetually awaiting an opportunity, a moment when the crow could not attend to both ends. The silver-purple bullet, and himself. Now, the moment had arrived. When the domain dissipated, merely half a second, perhaps a second, had passed in the real world. Upon the removal of the domain, Chen Mei stood before Gu Shen. He did not strike. He simply remained still. The distant sound of a second gunshot did not resound. The entire river lay in tranquility, silent, as if all sounds had been suppressed. Sweat beaded on Chen Mei's forehead. He refrained from any action, for he sensed someone standing directly behind him. Chapter 130. Identity. As Qi Lu pressed the trigger, he distinctly felt the recoil of the gun, yet the anticipated gunshot never followed, leaving him in a state of confusion. Just before pulling the trigger, Qi Lu had foreseen that firing again would invoke a backlash of mental energy from his opponent. In truth, he had ceased to care about any potential harm to his mental faculties. After repeatedly activating his eagle vision, his mental reserves were nearly depleted. All he hoped for was that his final purple-silver bullet would successfully pierce the young man's skull. However, the reality was peculiar. He had fired the gun without a hitch, yet his adversary failed to seize this final opportunity. Strangely, the bullet misfired. In his line of sight, he observed the purple-silver bullet's glow bloom in the air like a captivating flower. At that moment, the violet flames gradually faded, leaving behind an ethereal blossom at the gun's muzzle. This was a genuine purple flower, blossoming atop the purple-silver bullet. By the time Qi Lu realized this, it was far too late. Tendrils had ensnared the gun barrel and coiled around his entire body, rendering even the slightest movement of his head a monumental task. After a strenuous effort to shift his perspective, Qi Lu was horrified to discover that not only he, but all members of the Qingxin society along the riverbank were similarly entangled in vines. When had this begun? When had it ended? You are quite astute for not pressing your attack further. A voice praised from behind Chen Mei, though it lacked genuine admiration. Should you throw a left punch, I shall break your fist. If you attempt to stomp, I will shatter your legs. And if you wish to draw your hunting knife, you will be disappointed, for it is in my possession. The elderly man, toying with the hunting knife, stood quietly about 3 meters behind Chen Mei, a distance both perilous and secure. He lightly tapped the blade, savoring the crisp sound it produced, while casually observing the young man with curly hair before him. Most extraordinary individuals who had encountered Chen Mei were in awe of his exceptional talents. This elder was no exception. 5 years ago, your father sought me out, hoping I would instruct you in martial arts. The elder began slowly. Yet I declined, not out of unwillingness to teach, but because I had nothing of value to impart. At that time, many believed you were merely a fade of brilliance hiding mediocrity, oblivious to the fact that you had already found a sufficiently powerful mentor. Your prowess in martial arts had surpassed that of most of your peers in Dongzhou, though it remained undiscovered. Chen Mei remained silent. Long ago, as the son of Counselor Chen San, he had already made a name for himself in the capital. However, it was only in recent years that he had become a figure of caution and remembrance. As he conquered every extraordinary member of the Qingxin Society's southern hall with his fists, employing the same methods as Crow. It must be said, this approach proved remarkably effective. He acquired his own title. People began to call him Chen Mei rather than young Master Chen. I failed to comprehend. Chen Mei spoke softly. While tonight's spectacle is indeed grand, it hardly seems sufficient to warrant your presence. The elder lowered his brow and slowly sheathed the hunting knife into the young man's waist. I cannot believe that the sole grand arbiter of Dongzhou is coincidentally strolling through the capital and fortuitously arrives at the riverbank, only to intervene in this farce out of goodwill. Even if you were to play favorites, your manner of doing so is unparalleled. From afar, the riverbank erupted with a roar as helicopters swept across the sky and vehicles sped along the road, shattering the tranquility of the riverside at last. Individuals rushed to the river's edge, spotting figures ensnared in vines, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. The vehicles from Namwon eventually came to a halt. In the spotlight's glow, a middle-aged man clad in a black woolen coat emerged from his vehicle, commanding the awe and humility of countless onlookers. An unassuming, elderly man dressed in antiquated garb silently followed at the man's side. "Counselor, Mr. Chun," voices called out in unison as the man hastened towards the riverbank. Shortly thereafter, a fair-skinned woman also disembarked, quickly catching up to the man, their positions slightly staggered, as she murmured something under her breath. Finally, they reached the river's edge, wading through the water, which rippled around them. There were no signs of extraordinary energy, yet the river's surface steadfastly supported their weight. From the moment the vehicles halted, Crow narrowed his eyes, surveying the middle-aged man with a hint of trepidation, not directed at Chun San, but rather at the inconspicuous elder. It was common knowledge that Chun San was an ordinary man without awakened powers. Yet, he was accompanied by a devoted servant of noble standing. The nature of their arrangement and motivations remained a mystery. Chun San merely cast a glance at Crow, his expression unchanged. Rumors suggested he had been enraged by Song Si's assault on his nephew, but now, upon meeting the man, his visage bore no trace of fury. He regarded Song Si as one would regard the air, merely a fleeting glance before moving on. This reaction caught Crow off guard. Upon witnessing Chun San's entrance alongside his titled servant, Crow had anticipated a confrontation, prepared to fight if necessary. Yet, in truth, the storm had yet to arrive, and the atmosphere remained remarkably tranquil. On the opposite bank of the river, additional figures approached gradually. The lady held an umbrella to the left, while Cui Zhongqing pushed a wheelchair on the right, occupied by a serene, elderly man. Upon seeing the lady and young Mr. Cui, Song Si felt a chill creep up his spine. Surprisingly, however, the lady's gaze held no reproach. What on earth is happening today? Song Si pondered as he stood by the river, silently grappling with the unfolding drama, striving to comprehend the current situation. Yet the more he thought, the more his mind faltered. From the moment Chen Mei activated his domain, Song Si sensed that the trajectory of events had spiraled beyond his control, transcending his grasp. This disarray, if traced back to its origin, began the moment Gu Shen dismissed his retreat plan. At that time, Gu Shen had remarked, "After all this time, you seem unaware of my identity." Crow found the statement amusing and instinctively retorted, "Is your identity really that significant?" Now, it appeared that the situation diverged entirely from his expectations, as Chun San, accompanied by Yi Ningqiu and the elderly servant, along with young Mr. Cui and Lady Zhao Shilai, all figures of utmost distinction in the capital, moved towards the heart of the river. They approached one person, Gu Shen. Zhou Jiren, Chun San halted, remarking nonchalantly, "What wind is blown into the capital tonight, making it so raucous as to summon you here?" Mr. Shu turned to Chun San, offering only a smile. Yi Ningqiu's voice chimed in, "The Namwon building has been breached. An intruder has entered the premises." She glanced at the youth sprawled on the floating ice and inquired, "Our pursuit of the suspect should not violate Dongzhou law, should it?" "Naturally. Pursuing a suspect does not contravene the law," Mr. Shu replied, redirecting his gaze towards the opposite bank, where Cui Zhongqing and his entourage had just stepped onto the river's surface, their conversation still inaudible. "In light of this, as the chief arbiter of Dongzhou, what authority do you possess to intervene in this pursuit?" Chen Mei refrained from speaking immediately. Mr. Shu continued to remain silent, calmly observing the direction of Jiang, patiently waiting. The power outage at Namwon building bore signs of deliberate manipulation. The elevator and shaft were marked with evidence of a fuse blowing. Chen Mei still received no response. His desperation to argue rendered his voice increasingly subdued and urgent as he stated, The fragmented silhouette captured in the surveillance footage closely resembles his physical characteristics. Gu Shen, drenched, climbed up from the drifting ice, and upon discerning his appearance, all present fell into silence. Chen Mei failed to notice his father, Chen San, had ceased speaking. Yi Ningxiu also remained silent. Ultimately, Mr. Cui, who was pushing a wheelchair, approached Zhang's side. Cui Zhongqing's expression remained unchanged. Yet he kindly interjected, "Young Master Chen, this evidence merely illustrates that someone intruded into Nanwan building and does not confirm that the intruder is him. You must present more direct evidence, such as the actual surveillance footage within the building." Chen Mei was taken aback. None of the surveillance footage directly displayed Gu Shen's image. This individual seemed to be akin to a specter. Yet what confounded him even more was the demeanor of these individuals, including his own father and Yi Ningxiu. "Since everyone is gathered, allow me to formally introduce." Zhou Jiren finally spoke, pulling Gu Shen to his feet. "This is my cherished disciple, the newly appointed S-class of the Arbiter's office, Gu Shen." The term cherished disciple was uttered with great sincerity. It was rumored that Zhou Jiren had decided to resign from his position as the chief arbiter, and many had their eyes on him. Each of his disciples was an extraordinary talent, having even nurtured someone as formidable as Tian Tong. The bestowal of the title Towering Tree was, in essence, a recognition from the council of his capabilities. The Towering Tree symbolizes protection and shelter. The significance of being a cherished disciple of the Towering Tree is indicative of an extraordinarily gifted individual. The simplicity yet weightiness of the designation S-class suffices to illustrate Gu Shen's importance. In truth, his file had remained sealed. Yet the matter of the special amnesty had once stirred the council, leading Chen San to recognize this youth. In the eyes of the influential, there are no coincidences in this world. Zhou Jiren's appearance at Jiangdan cannot be mere happenstance. Thus, the alleged infiltration of Nanwan building by this S-class individual is also unlikely to be coincidental. Both Chen San and Yi Ningxiu understood well that in this era, more than evidence, it is the finesse and the outcome that truly matter. "I have come today regarding a long-standing case. A case that had been sealed but has recently been reopened, now classified as ins level dossier," Zhou Jiren continued. As he spoke, vines began to entwine around Chen Mei's legs. The death of the Yihai arbiter, Zhou Yuji, has been linked to cases such as Su Mu stone carvings and mist on Yuanan Street. All these cases stem from the long-standing foundation, and the arbiter's office is diligently pursuing the suspects. Chen Mei, seeking power without questioning its origin, is a profoundly foolish endeavor. Mr. Shu spoke slowly. "Now you are implicated in this case. Reflect on your physical techniques and the instructor from whom they were derived, and I hope you will provide an honest account." Chapter 131. The Masterful Hand Teacher. Gu Shen exhaled deeply, his emotions a tumultuous blend. At the moment Chen Mei unleashed the time-slowing domain, the blazing fire at his brow pulsed momentarily. Logically, Gu Shen's mental strength should have rendered him oblivious to the time dilation, but the fiery essence jolted him back to awareness. If one were to seek a rational explanation, it could only suggest that this chaotic force of time slowing was somehow subsumed within the order reconstructed by the fiery essence. Yet, this power merely allowed Gu Shen to perceive that time had indeed slowed around him. Even more concerning was the fact that he had initially steeled his resolve, focusing entirely on the formidable sniper rifle positioned in the distance by Qi Lu. The moment the violet-silver bullet erupted in a dazzling display was precisely when he intended to retaliate. The time-slowing domain rendered him utterly incapable of countering. He could only watch, helpless, as the bullet blossomed into flames, and as Chen Mei charged towards him, until the domain finally dissipated. The gamble he had placed at the riverbank came to a close. Gu Shen remained uncertain if he was the victor. He had successfully validated part of his hypothesis, yet only partially, for there were indeed eyes upon him, and the murderous intent directed at him from the riverbank was thwarted at the last moment by none other than his teacher, Mr. Shu. The conclusion Gu Shen had previously speculated was that Cui Zhongqing was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, leading to the cessation of the incident at the riverbank this evening. However, the current scene was beyond Gu Shen's expectations. He had not anticipated the arrival of two prominent counselors from the capital. Tonight's tumult stemmed from the divergences within the Qingxin society, ultimately rooted in subterranean disputes that should be resolved underground. The entrance of the two counselors indicated that matters were about to grow complex. Gu Shen scrutinized both sides. The middle-aged man, draped in a black woolen coat, exuded an air of privilege, his mere presence commanding respect and awe, even without uttering a word. Beside him stood a strikingly pale-skinned woman, evidently another legendary figure of considerable standing in the capital, Yiningqiu. However, what captured Gu Shen's utmost attention was the elderly gentleman sheltered beneath the lady's umbrella. Clad in a pitch-black suit, the frail figure, obscured in the shadow of the umbrella, revealed only his gnarled hands gripping the wheelchair's armrests as if he held dominion over the entire world. The shattered ice on the river mirrored the imposing authority he wielded. The banners, the Zhao family, the power and status of the capital, all converged upon this paramount figure. Although Gu Shen had sensed that the arrival of the two counselors signified a weighty matter, he was still taken aback when Mr. Shu finally spoke. He feigned surprise at Mr. Shu's introduction. Both of the esteemed individuals were, in fact, well acquainted with one another. Gu Shen understood that they had perused his dossier. It was an irksome truth to acknowledge, yet valid nonetheless. Even though he did not know them, they were familiar with him. The incident involving the breach of the Nanwan building could have been a significant issue. Gu Shen harbored apprehension towards Chen Mei because this individual was unpredictable. Had he been caught earlier, there would have been no recourse. Yet now, with Mr. Shu personally intervening and revealing his identity as a disciple, the gravity of the situation was underscored by the explicit mention of closing doors. Chen Sen's status was extraordinary. He would not concern himself with trivialities. Such matters could only be pursued by Yiningqiu. Should she choose to escalate the issue, it would inevitably involve the questions raised by Cui Zhongqing. Evidence. The individuals associated with Chen San were utterly incapable of procuring any evidence. Gu Shen had executed the incursion into the Nanwan building with impeccable precision. The surveillance had been damaged, leaving no trace of identity. Even employing psychic profiling would yield no extraordinary logic to trace back. Pursuing accountability seemed highly improbable. After tonight, it would be even less likely. What truly astonished Gu Shen was Mr. Shu's remarks directed at Chen Mei. He discreetly glanced at Cui Zhongqing, who was supporting the wheelchair, and noticed a slight curve at the corner of Xiao Chui's mouth. Over the years, Cui Zhongqing had harbored suspicions that the long-standing foundation had planted a hidden mine. Though he lacked evidence, he had been searching fruitlessly. Yet, in reality, this game had commenced long before Gu Shen's arrival in the capital. With the lead on that compass master, he was no longer alone in this battle. Clearly, Cui Zhongqing's influence had commenced action. The merger of the Zhou Yu case could only have been facilitated by someone providing substantial evidence. Gu Shen immediately surmised who that individual must be. It could only be the Honorable Judge Tang Qingchuan. Within such a brief span, to amalgamate these cases and reignite proceedings. Cui Zhongqing's efficiency was astonishing. Gu Shen had initially believed himself to be fighting a solitary battle, but it now appeared he had a meticulous ally in the shadows. Indeed, Gu Shen recalled a scene he had witnessed on the 19th floor of the Nanwan building. If there was a connection between the Nanwan building and the Compass Master, then his unnoticed entry could be explained. The confrontation at the riverbank tonight had not drawn Chen Mei away. It was too implausible. This fellow's presence in the Nanwan building perhaps indicated he was a disciple who entered the 19th floor. This hypothesis might not be entirely accurate, but the likelihood that Chen Mei had established a connection with the Compass Master was exceedingly high. With this realization, a chill crept down Gu Shen's spine. He felt that the adversary he now faced was indeed formidable beyond belief. Was Chen Mei, a peak-level transcendent, merely a pawn in a larger game? Confronted with Zhou Jiren's interrogations, Chen Mei remained silent, slowly turning to gaze deeply at his father and the accompanying Yiningqiu. Yiningqiu lowered her gaze slightly. Releasing a gentle sigh, Chen Sen stated, "Simply speak the truth." "I have nothing to say." Chen Mei directed his gaze towards Zhou Jiren, responding coolly, "No one has imparted martial arts to me. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating." In recent years, the long-standing foundation has challenged the council, disrupting order. As the chief arbiter of the Eastern continent, I have been relentlessly pursuing the whereabouts of its shadowy orchestrators. Zhou Jiren cast a glance at Qinmei, stepping closer to Chen San, declaring, Counselor Chen, you must be well aware of that group's frenzied modus operandi, correct? They care not for their own lives. They only seek to sow chaos and destruction. I am indeed aware, Chen San replied coldly. Are you suggesting that Qinmei is among such individuals? I need to take him away, Zhou Jiren stated calmly. Evidence. Chen San's voice was low. I require evidence. Very well. Zhou Jiren raised his palm, and in an instant, hundreds of vines surged from the riverbed. The sight was indeed alarming. Gu Shen's gaze sharpened. The last time he beheld Mr. Shu in action was during the subjugation of A009, where the measures employed were far less grandiose than this display. This seemed somewhat theatrical. The vines rose from the riverbed, ready to breach the surface at any moment. At this juncture, the elderly figure behind Chen San also initiated movement. He slightly leaned forward, pressing his palm down, causing the surging waters of the river to coalesce into ice, rapidly spreading downward, taking on the appearance of an impending iceberg. Zhou Jiren, do you intend to strike at the counselor? The elderly man croaked. Do not be alarmed, Mr. Shu spoke softly. I merely wish to find a secluded environment to have a proper discussion with Chen San. The next moment, a resounding roar echoed as the winds howled fiercely. Gu Shen felt himself elevated, as the vast river within a 100-meter radius crystallized into a colossal iceberg, supported by a gigantic vine-like hand. As it ascended into the sky, the elderly attendant of Chen San exhibited a noticeable change in demeanor. He pressed his palms down once more, attempting to suppress the iceberg, yet could only marginally slow its ascent. The gnarled hand exerted a slight force, causing the ice surface to shatter. The old man in black garb appeared somewhat pale, gazing incredulously at the seemingly relaxed figure of the Grand Arbiter, Zhou Jiren. Countless droplets cascaded down like a suspended waterfall, seeping through the crevices of the wooden hand and descending gracefully. After enveloping and shattering the iceberg, the gnarled wood gradually descended. Chen San furrowed his brow, while Yi Ningqiu's expression turned rather grim. It seemed they had not anticipated this conflict. On the other side, Zhao Xilai, seated in a wheelchair, lowered his gaze, obscuring his expression. However, the lady holding the umbrella appeared somewhat surprised, while Cui Zhongqing remained composed as ever. Witnessing this scene, Gu Shen pondered deeply. Before the two district councilors, the teacher and Chen San's close companion, a titled powerhouse, had exchanged blows, with the teacher undoubtedly holding the upper hand. Initially, Gu Shen believed this to be mere display of skill, but now it seemed to carry a deeper significance. Was this perhaps a warning or a declaration? As the Grand Arbiter of the Eastern Continent, each of the teacher's actions bore substantial influence. Gu Shen speculated that the recent impeachment incident had left many lurking adversaries within the tribunal, fixated on the teacher's position. Tonight, Zhou Jiren's display of strength before the two counselors served two purposes: to repay Zhao Xilai for quelling the impeachment uproar and to demonstrate his formidable authority to the outside world. From the placid expression on Cui Zhongqing's face, Gu Shen discerned the outcome he sought. Cui Zhongqing was indeed watching him closely. The teacher's intervention was likely a result of his machinations. The situation had escalated beyond control, and the teacher's involvement was one of the few viable solutions to unravel the knight's predicament, executed with remarkable finesse. Zhou Jiren extended his hand, inviting Chen San to step forward. Once again, the vine emerged from the riverbed, transforming into a massive, decayed wooden hand nearly 10 meters wide, lifting the two men and gradually coalescing into a spherical wooden orb. Within this orb, no one could hear the brief exchange between Zhou Jiren and Chen San, which lasted less than 5 minutes. The wooden sphere then dispersed, reshaping into a hand that gently lowered them to the ground. Chen San's expression clearly reflected considerable fatigue. He cast a final glance at his son, waved his hand, and spoke to the elderly man beside him, signaling their departure. Chapter 132. New World. Gu Shen's expression was somewhat peculiar. He could not fathom what could possibly be conveyed in such a brief exchange. Chen San had surprisingly relinquished the chance to protect his own son. Chen Mei was also taken aback, watching his father turn away. while Ningxiu merely cast a complex glance in his direction. Subsequently, everyone began to withdraw gradually, and Zhou Jiren raised his hand to retract the vines that ensnared the extraordinary beings by the riverbank. The glaring floodlights that had been ablaze extinguished one after another, and the people of Nanwan departed with an unsettling swiftness and silence. He remained bewildered. Why? In his pursuit of the suspect. How had he become the suspect himself? It was not until the radiance on the riverbank faded that he realized the truth of the situation. Caught in the midst of this turmoil, Gu Shen felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. One moment he was being hunted, the next, his identity had flipped. The sensation of being scrutinized by countless eyes was rather disconcerting. The raven stared intently at him, its meaning unmistakable. You are one of the Judgment Bureau? S-Class. Song Xiai grinned while rubbing his arm, fixing his gaze upon Gu Shen. No wonder I always sense something fierce about you. Gu Shen could only offer a resigned smile. This fellow certainly packed quite the punch. As the battle concluded, the raven circled around Shen Mei, who winced in pain. His body marred with red welts from the blows he had received. Had Zhou Jiren not intervened, the outcome of the altercation might have been dire. Shen Mei, bound by the vines, found himself unable to move. He chose to cease his struggles, adopting a meditative stance, and softly asked, "What are you planning to do with me?" "Relax. Although I am not a paragon of virtue," Zhou Jiren replied coolly, "your father is no saint either. Come with me, and we shall clarify the case. Once resolved, you may return home. I have nothing to say." Shen Mei retorted coldly, adding with a sardonic smile, "Besides, that place is not my home." "Very well. Since there is nothing further to discuss, let us remain silent." Mr. Tree raised his hand, and the vines swiftly enveloped Shen Mei, encasing him like a wooden coffin, silencing all sounds from within. Conversely, Zhao Shilai, as per your wish, I dealt with that old fellow beside Chen San. Mr. Tree pressed down on the stone coffin, standing upon the river's surface as ripples emanated from his feet. His countenance remained unchanged. With this altercation, a rift had been forged. "I no longer owe you any favors regarding the impeachment incident or the clemency decree." The elder responded with a gentle hum. "However, I have a request." Mr. Tree smiled, pulling Gu Shen closer to his side. "What I mentioned earlier was sincere. Gu Shen is indeed my prized disciple. After this impeachment turmoil, I am acutely aware that wolves are circling. The environment is perilous. The position of the chief adjudicator within the Judgment Bureau may not be secure for long." Upon hearing this, the elder slowly raised his head. In truth, the passage of the clemency decree was hastily executed by Cui Zhongqing on his behalf. He had merely glanced at the boy's file and had never perceived any remarkable qualities. With his vast experience, he had encountered numerous prodigies. Gu Shen struck him as exceedingly ordinary. It was only after he passed the review board's assessment that the elder regarded him with slightly more respect. This time, Zhao Shilai carefully observed the youthful figure before him. The boy bore a youthful countenance and possessed resolute eyes, but beyond that, there seemed to be little else. Once again, nothing extraordinary was apparent. "Do you wish for me to assist in his care?" Zhao Shilai inquired slowly. "Or do you hope for me to help him ascend to the position of chief adjudicator?" Gu Shen's pupils dilated. This elder was exceptionally forthright, was he not? The wind whispered across the river, leaving only 6 individuals present, devoid of outsiders. "No." Zhou Jiren shook his head, his words abruptly cutting off. He exchanged a knowing glance with the raven. "I need to relieve myself, so I shall take my leave." Song Xiai, eager to enjoy the unfolding drama, sensed Zhou Jiren's gaze and awkwardly scratched his head, humming a tune as he turned to depart from the center of the river, feigning nonchalance. Yet internally, he felt reluctant, wishing to glance back repeatedly. Once the others had left, Zhou Jiren finally spoke. He smiled softly at Zhao Shilai and said, "I hope for him to participate in the advancement of the legislative proposal." The atmosphere momentarily froze. Zhao Shilai's body tensed, his brow furrowing as he regarded Zhou Jiren with a serious expression. "The reason for my intervention today is not solely due to owing you a favor," Zhou Jiren continued with a smile. "The struggle over the awakening decree has caused unrest within the Eastern Continent Council for far too long. I believe this turmoil is nearing its conclusion, is it not? The proposal has been overturned and amended multiple times, and Changya City has declared its withdrawal from voting. The only variable that can influence the proposal lies within the capital district. Currently, the capital has yet to engage in the intense legislative battle. Yet this conflict has escalated to a boiling point, and soon the capital must express its stance. The elder's voice was faint. Continue. Gu Shen represents the opposition. Zhou Jiren stated succinctly, and this is the reason I assist you. I am aware you are in favor, should the capital voice its opinion. You will undoubtedly lend your full support and strive to implement the awakening decree in the capital district first. At the utterance of these words, Cui Zhongqing adjusted his monocle, while the elder's pupils constricted momentarily before returning to normal. Ah, the cunning old fox. Zhao Xilai chuckled softly. The council now conducted anonymous voting across the 9 districts, totaling 19 votes. Changya had abstained entirely, and the capital had yet to cast its ballot, resulting in a tie of 7 votes for and against. Gu Shen had publicly opposed the proposal within the council, yet I have said nothing. On what grounds do you assume my stance is supportive? There is no reason, Zhou Jiren replied. Or perhaps, it is because the proposal has yet to be rejected. If we are to speak of true cunning, it is you who deserves that title. Given Gu Changji's slumber, it is entirely reasonable for Changya to relinquish such a significant voting right. An unprecedented opportunity has arisen. The council's most influential opinion now rests in your hands. Zhou Jiren stated coolly, you have been merely observing. Now the scales have reached equilibrium. The fate of the proposal hinges upon your opinion. At this juncture, Zhao Xilai ceased to evade or stall. You wish for Gu Shen to partake in the legislative advancement. That is feasible. However, I must understand why. I do not care for the position of chief adjudicator. With the heaven's eye, even if I resign, I need not fear retribution from enemies. The Eastern continent will still value my opinions. Zhou Jiren remarked casually, my previous concerns have been alleviated with her emergence. She is a future extraordinary being of limitless potential, currently at her zenith. Zhao Xilai spoke softly. You have indeed nurtured many talents. My desire for him to engage in the legislative process is to allow him to witness the advent of the new world, Zhou Jiren murmured. Consider it a form of witnessing. Zhao Xilai appeared contemplative. You support the proposal's passage? After a lengthy pause, the elder finally spoke. The answer was unequivocal. Of course. Zhou Jiren replied nonchalantly. If the council is willing to heed the jury's opinions, I shall wholeheartedly cast my vote in favor. How rare it is, for someone like you, a relic of the previous era, to embrace the arrival of the new world, Zhao Xilai remarked with a hint of nostalgia in his smile. And you, are you not? Zhou Jiren cast a scornful glance at the elderly man in the wheelchair, remarking, you are the true old-timer, the kind that is half buried in the earth. If I were to rely on you to care for Gu Shen, how much longer do you think you can survive, and how long could you truly support him? Zhao Xilai, undeterred by the derision, chuckled softly. As you say, my time is fleeting, yet I am certain that he shall shine brilliantly before my departure. For he has chosen me. With great effort, the old man rose from his seat, supported promptly by Cui Zhongqing. Mr. Congressman, young Cui expressed his concern. No. There is no need for assistance. I can manage on my own. Zhao Xilai inhaled deeply, his trembling movements suddenly finding steadiness. The elderly gentleman took a few tentative steps forward, extending his arms to embrace Gu Shen, softly whispering, welcome to the new world. You possess a future filled with boundless brilliance. The new world? Gu Shen inquired, somewhat bewildered, directing his gaze towards his mentor, who bestowed upon him an approving look. The new world is a special task force established by the metropolis. Zhou Jiren's assertion was not unfounded. The contention surrounding the legislation had dragged on far too long, exhausting all involved. Zhao Xilai gradually resumed his seat, his voice resonant and deep as iron. There are more than a few cunning foxes in the council. Initially, they awaited the opinion from Changya City. However, with Gu Changji remaining unconscious and Changya resolutely abstaining from advancing the legislation, those crafty individuals began to surface one by one, driven by their own interests. Gu Shen noticed the twinkle of amusement in the old man's eyes, realizing the impending developments. With opinions locked in stalemate, the situation teetered on a precipice, merely requiring a slight force to shatter this equilibrium. 7 votes against 7. Zhao Shilai smiled quietly. Even if 2 additional votes emerged, one in favor and one against, still resulting in a tie. What was initially a deadlock, however regrettably, remained unresolved. The metropolis still had one vacant congressional seat. The old man turned his gaze towards the woman beside him, holding an umbrella for his protection. Nanzi, you have toiled greatly over the years, he said slowly. Not long ago, I revised my will. I hope that after my passing, you will take up the banner of the Zhao clan. The lady's form stiffened slightly. The metropolis still has one congressional seat available. Do you wish to claim it?